Chapter 1, Missing for 3 years, a national hero without equal. China, Kunlun Mountains. Even in the scorching summer, this place remains covered in white snow, a desolate land of ice and cold as far as the eye can see. At this moment, a fighter jet streaked across the sky before gradually descending, seemingly preparing to land on the sharp mountain peaks. Aren't they afraid the fighter jet might be impaled by the mountain? The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The mountains slowly split into two halves. A crisp mechanical sound echoed as the massive structure rotated, revealing a landing pad forged from dark gray high-tech metal within. Simultaneously, the pale blue energy shield dissolved into scattered points of light. The fighter jet landed on the pad, and a burly man stepped out. His eyes burned like the sun, his body stood sharp as a blade, radiating an aura of slaughter. A deep scar marked his left cheek. His name is Xiao Feng, one of China's 3 great war marshals, commanding the Longye Theater, with 18 divisions of the Blood Iron Army under his leadership. The 5 general stars on his shoulders represent his formidable status. As he was about to enter this mysterious base, fully armed guards equipped with high-tech weaponry blocked the entrance with their guns. "Dare to stop even me? Do you have a death wish?" Xiao Feng said coldly, his eyes radiating terrifying killing intent. "Sorry, these are the rules set by the higher-ups. This is the Tsunglong Research Institute. Please show your identification." Xiao Feng felt quite annoyed upon hearing the soldier's words, but he still took out his ID. "If it weren't for picking up Chief Engineer Yang, I wouldn't even bother with you, you little brat." After passing the inspection, the soldier escorted Xiao Feng to the Tsunglong Research Institute. The Tsunglong Research Institute was established under China's top-secret document 01. It bears the solemn mission of leading China toward prosperity and strength. The institute was built in the desolate Kunlun Snow Mountains to conceal its presence and ensure the smooth progress of its research projects. The entire Tsunglong Research Institute covers a vast area, spanning a full 800,000 square meters. This area is even larger than the Forbidden City. 3 entire mountains were hollowed out for secret experiments. The interior of the research institute features a square structure, with the central laboratory forming a triangular shape. Surrounding the central laboratory are smaller labs, which serve as auxiliary facilities. These are connected to the main lab via glass passageways. The central laboratory is divided into 3 levels, from top to bottom: the top secret laboratory, the confidential laboratory, and the secret laboratory. The projects conducted in each level of the laboratory differ, with higher levels involving more advanced technology. To ensure the security of the research facility, there are concealed underground air defense systems and a special forces unit of tens of thousands stationed around these 3 mountains, constantly safeguarding the facility. Inside the laboratories, figures in white research uniforms hurry back and forth, busily testing samples and data. Xiao Feng arrived at the 3rd floor of the central laboratory. As soon as he entered, he saw a crowd of researchers gathered around a young man, eagerly holding blueprints and experimental data while asking questions with intense curiosity. All the scientists in these top-secret laboratories were super scientists who had dedicated decades to their respective fields, among whom were even academicians honored with national accolades. Some were even Nobel Prize winners. Yet these super research luminaries regarded the young man before them with profound respect, their eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge. The young man's name was Yang Yu, the chief engineer of the Tsunglong Research Institute. Xiao Feng approached Yang Yu and said with a smile, "Chief Yang, actually, I have another mission this time to take you back to Shanghai for a break. You've already been working at the Tsunglong Research Institute for 3 years." Hearing Xiao Feng's words, Yang Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Then, gazing at everything in the laboratory, he murmured, "Has it really been 3 years already? It's been 3 years since I left Shufan, hasn't it? I wonder if Shufan is still waiting for me after my sudden departure back then." As Yang Yu thought about his abrupt farewell years ago, a glimmer of remorse appeared in his eyes. "Chief Engineer Yang, you'll have to wait until you go back to see for yourself," Xiao Feng said with a laugh. Then, Xiao Feng took out a red-headed document from his pocket and handed it to Yang Yu, saying, "This is the official document issued by the higher-ups, take a look." Yang Yu glanced at the instructions on the red-headed document and then sighed, "Time flies. I didn't expect it would be time for my vacation so soon." "Chief Engineer Yang, when do you plan to leave?" Xiao Feng asked. After some thought, Yang Yu said, "Let me first arrange and explain the matters at the Tsunglong laboratory before we leave. It won't take long just to brief them on the upcoming research projects. Indeed, it's time for them to explore on their own." When the academicians at the Tsunglong Research Institute heard that Yang Yu would be leaving temporarily, a glimmer of reluctance flickered in their eyes. Over these 3 years, under Chief Engineer Yang's leadership, these academicians have achieved significant growth. They could confidently say that it was under Yang Yu's leadership that their progress had become so remarkable. Yang Yu returned to his workstation, took out more than 10 blueprints, and handed them to the academicians present, saying, "I've been working on these for a long time. I hope they can be of some help to you before I leave. Chief Engineer Yang, these are the core components of our project. Without you, who knows how much longer we would have had to struggle." The academician from the nuclear fusion project took the blueprints, tears welling up uncontrollably in his eyes. The age of this academician far exceeded Yang Yu's, yet their relationship was akin to that of master and disciple. Now, the academician seemed like a child who had just left its mother's embrace. Yang Yu handed these blueprints to the scientists, sincerely hoping they could fulfill this project in his stead. Take care, everyone. Although I have left the Tsanglong Research Institute, I know with your capabilities, you can undoubtedly make it the pride of China, enabling our people to stand tall at the pinnacle of the world. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yang Yu walked out of the laboratory under their reluctant gazes. Chief Engineer Yang, how does it feel to leave the Tsanglong Research Institute, which you founded, for the first time? Xiao Feng asked, watching Yang Yu, who did not look back. When it's truly time to leave, the reluctance is overwhelming. Yang Yu remained silent for a long time before speaking. The journey was unimpeded. On the originally crowded and hurried passageway, all the researchers stopped their work and stood solemnly on both sides, saluting. As Yang Yu stepped onto the outer tarmac, the soldiers deployed around the Tsanglong Research Institute actually risked exposure by firing their guns in salute to see him off. Yang Yu boarded the private jet, which slowly began its ascent. Behind them, the mountain body of the snowy peak suddenly split apart, revealing the fighter jet hangar, from which aircraft gradually took off to escort him. The number of fighter jets numbered in the hundreds, blotting out the sky, all to ensure Yang Yu's safety. Chapter 2, My girlfriend's house displays my memorial photo? 6 hours later, arriving at Hujiang City. Under the escort of fighter jets, the special aircraft arrived at Hujiang City, a dark mass resembling an army pressing forward, bringing a terrifying sense of oppression. At this moment, in the airport, military and police forces in the city were on high alert, fully prepared for security operations. The airport was tightly encircled by concentric rings of black and green human walls. Even all the prominent figures from the entire city of Hujiang had come to welcome him. As the aircraft door opened, Yang Yu appeared in everyone's sight, and cheers erupted across the airport. Yang Yu stepped down, glanced indifferently at the city leaders of Hujiang, and said calmly, I've just returned to Hujiang and prefer quiet. I won't attend the welcome banquet, I'll take my leave now. When the leaders of Hujiang heard his words, they didn't dare to say much. After all, the man before them possessed the capability to build nuclear bombs capable of destroying Blue Star. They could only muster the courage to ask with an awkward smile, Chief Engineer Yang, would you like a dedicated car and escort? No need. I've always preferred to keep a low profile. Also, don't spread the news of my return, I don't want her to worry. Yang Yu said calmly before turning to leave. Whoosh! At this moment, all the elite figures and military police personnel at the airport saluted Yang Yu with respect in their eyes, watching him depart. Everyone held genuine admiration for Yang Yu, the great scientific scholar who was reviving China. Yang Yu walked along the most familiar yet strange streets, which had become even more prosperous than before, with many shops now using products developed by the Tsanglong Research Institute. Back then, I left Xu Fan without saying goodbye. I wonder how she's doing now, and if she has already forgotten me, Yang Yu murmured to himself. Back then, Yang Yu received the order to develop China's scientific research endeavors and left the person he had loved for 8 years. Walking into the neighborhood where he once lived, Yang Yu was flooded with memories of the past. Now, the place had become a dilapidated building slated for demolition, with few residents remaining, mostly elderly people without children. At that moment, a soda can rolled to Yang Yu's feet. A little girl dressed in tattered clothes, her face covered in dirt, pulled a woven bag filled with plastic bottles and cans as she walked up to Yang Yu. Tugging gently at the corner of his clothes, she cautiously asked, Uncle, can I take this can? Yang Yu slowly crouched down and asked with a smile, what an adorable little girl. You've learned to be thrifty at such a young age. Yang Yu smiled warmly, then picked up the can and placed it into the little girl's woven bag. Thank you, Uncle. The little girl was about to leave with her bag but turned back, her big, sparkling eyes fixed on Yang Yu in a daze. Uncle, you look just like my dad. Hearing the little girl's words, Yang Yu couldn't help but laugh. This child was actually calling random strangers daddy outside. Yang Yu chuckled affectionately, then patted the little girl's head and said gently, little one, you shouldn't call just anyone daddy outside from now on. If your real daddy heard, he'd be upset. The little girl pursed her lips around her finger, tilting her head slightly as she studied Yang Yu with innocent seriousness. After staring for a moment, she whispered, but I've seen daddy in mommy's phone, and you look just like the daddy in mommy's phone. The little girl's words touched Yang Yu somewhat, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He hadn't expected that the girl's father wasn't by her side, no wonder she was out scavenging. Yang Yu asked with concern, has your daddy left you, little one? Hearing this, the little girl instantly became flustered and retorted angrily, Daddy didn't leave me and mommy. Mommy said daddy is protecting the whole world in a faraway place. Daddy is a hero, and I believe he'll definitely come back. Yang Yu looked at the adorable Xian Xian, feeling a surge of tenderness in his heart. If I hadn't left Xu Fan, our daughter would probably be about this age by now. Yang Yu gently wiped the dirt from the little girl's face and said, it's almost dark, little one. How about I take you home? Gazing down the narrow alley and then at the petite Xian Xian, Yang Yu felt a pang of worry that the little girl might face danger on her way back. Yang Yu walked through the dilapidated neighborhood, feeling as if he had returned to over a decade ago. Everything was so familiar, yet devoid of people, utterly desolate. 5 minutes later, the little girl stopped in front of a small, unfinished bungalow. Yang Yu found the bungalow before him somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall why. After arriving home, Xian excitedly pulled Yang Yu toward the house. The little girl was quite happy, and Yang Yu didn't want to spoil her mood, so he followed her inside. As soon as he entered the house, Yang Yu stood frozen in place, his hair standing on end and goosebumps rising all over his body. Right in the center of the living room hung a portrait of him, a funeral portrait. Is this my funeral portrait? Yang Yu felt as if his head was about to explode. He couldn't believe that the little girl's home had his black and white funeral portrait hanging on the wall. At this moment, Yang Yu mechanically turned his head and saw a group photo hanging on the opposite wall. In the photo, a youthful and beautiful woman was leaning against the shoulder of a handsome man. When Yang Yu saw that photo, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest, and goosebumps covered his entire body. Because the man in that group photo was none other than himself. At this moment, the scene before Yang Yu's eyes suddenly blurred as his memories returned to 8 years ago. Back then, Yang Yu was just a freshman at the University of Science and Technology of China. Their meeting came from an accident. They had mistaken each other's suitcases, leading to quite a few laughs. When Yang Yu delivered the suitcase to the dormitory building where Ma Shufan lived, Yang Yu's kindness not only failed to earn Ma Shufan's forgiveness, but she even called him a perverted scoundrel. At the time, it sparked quite a few rumors and gossip among the students. Over the 4 years, although the two seemed like sworn enemies, Yang Yu consistently helped Ma Shufan with her studies. Yang Yu's attitude of repaying hostility with kindness gradually won Ma Shufan's favor, and he himself grew fond of this sharp-tongued but soft-hearted girl because of her slowly changing attitude toward him. Finally, Ma Shufan even changed majors for Yang Yu, saying she wanted to be Yang Yu's journalist for life, to let the whole world know of his talent, and to let everyone know that Yang Yu was her man. His relationship with Ma Shufan was quite stable until Yang Yu received the order to build a new era of national scientific research. He had to quietly leave Shufan, the woman he couldn't bear to part with for a lifetime. But he knew that only when the motherland, this greater family, grew strong could their small family be protected. Chapter 3. Are you trying to ride on my fame? At the same time, in the office of the director of CCTV's Shanghai Jiang branch, Director Zhou was smiling as he looked at the poised, bright-eyed, and radiant girl whose sweet smile carried a natural sense of healing. She was Ma Shufan, a reporter from CCTV. Shufan, the headquarters wants to transfer a female reporter from the entertainment news department. I've thought about it. Someone as good-looking as you is wasted in the science and research field. I've already submitted your name. Director Zhou, our entertainment department has so many beautiful reporters. I'm probably not the right fit, right? Shufan said with a bitter smile. The station director stood up and spoke earnestly. Shufan, you're on your own now. You must think about your future. The main station has many opportunities. Give it a try. Moreover, keeping a beauty like you hidden in our station has made quite a few male colleagues unhappy with me. There haven't been any major research projects lately anyway. Let Xiao Zhang handle things temporarily. Alright then, I'll give it a try. After receiving the transfer order, I was just about to leave the office. Ma Shufan suddenly turned her head and asked, Director Zhou, what about the bonus? Director Zhou rolled his eyes in exasperation and said with a bitter smile, Don't worry, Director Zhou won't shortchange you. Double the bonus. Shufan wore a triumphant expression. The station manager frowned and asked, Shufan, why are you working so hard to earn money? You're always the top performer, but I never see you spending it. I'm saving up. I want to have a home when we get married. At this moment, a handsome figure appeared in Ma Shufan's eyes. It was none other than Yang Yu. Station manager Zhou exclaimed in shock, the line of people pursuing you stretches all the way into the Huangpu River. You don't need to save money at all. So many wealthy young men are eager to win your favor. Director Zhou admires Shufan greatly, as capable, financially independent, and unpretentious women like her are incredibly rare in today's society. I have a nephew who holds a master's degree from Tsinghua University and has even published first author papers in science and nature. Since I see you're passionate about research, I think you'd really like this young man. Would you like me, as the director, to arrange a meeting for you two? Shufan declined politely. Director Zhou, my heart belongs only to him. I won't marry anyone else. Even if he never comes back for me, I'm willing to wait for him. Director Zhou sighed with emotion. The boy who has earned your affection must be unimaginably outstanding. I never heard Shufan was seeing anyone before. Could it be someone she just met? He truly is exceptional. If anything, I'm the one who doesn't deserve him. A knowing smile spread across Shufan's face as she thought of Yang Yu. This is my secret, no one else knows, you must keep it for me. I don't want to shatter the fantasies of our male colleagues at the station. Director Zhou said with a bitter smile. Hujiang, the Bund. Hujiang star-studded evening gala. The lightboards on both sides of the venue were all displaying Lulu's name. She is currently the hottest rising female star. Her pure and beautiful appearance in the movie Tiny Times earned her the title of the epitome of pure desire among netizens. On many social media platforms, male netizens affectionately refer to Lulu as wife, making her the nation's darling. At this moment, Lulu walked in wearing a limited edition Deep V Valentino evening gown in blue, with a smile on her face. So pure, so first love-like, I absolutely adore her. Lulu, I like you so much, I really want to be your dog. I never expected my wife to have such a sexy side. The surrounding cheers grew louder and louder, with fervent fans pushing the security personnel on both sides into disarray. Other celebrities attending the red carpet event found the situation quite awkward. It felt as though Lulu was the main attraction, while they were merely supporting acts. Lulu walked down the red carpet with a smile, then struck various poses for photos at the front of the carpet. After finishing her photo session, Lulu Xu Fan, as the official interviewer, approached her with a photographer in tow. Lulu noticed Xu Fan standing before her, and a subtle shift in her micro-expressions betrayed a hint of hostility curling at the corners of her lips. With a warm smile, Xu Fan began the interview. We're reporters from CCTV, I'm Xu Fan. First of all, congratulations on your tremendous success in the movie Tiny Times. What are your thoughts on the nickname Nation's Wife that's been circulating online? Xu Fan, dressed in formal attire, showcased an irresistibly captivating figure that was utterly mesmerizing. Beneath her original sweetness and innocence, there now exuded a sense of competence and intellect. Her steady and gentle voice further endeared her to the audience, significantly boosting their favor toward this rookie journalist. Lulu snorted coldly and slapped the microphone out of Xu Fan's hand with a single strike. Then, Lulu approached an ordinary-looking male reporter and proactively said with a smile, as a newcomer in the entertainment industry, I'm thrilled to attend the star-studded gala. I'm also excited that my work has been well received by everyone. This will motivate me to keep striving and bring you even better projects. After speaking, Lulu waved goodbye to the audience with a smile and headed toward the dressing room. The interview took an unexpected turn, and the cameraman turned off the camera, saying, this person is too aggressive. Let's come back to interview them in a few days. Xu Fan picked up the microphone and said firmly, I promised Director Zhou, and I must keep my word. Xu Fan smiled calmly, not dwelling on what had just happened, and said, although I don't know what I did wrong, I'll apologize to her. I'm sure I can make things right. Hearing Xu Fan's words, the cameraman was impressed by his professionalism, but he also felt it was unfair to Xu Fan, as it was clearly Lulu who was being difficult. Xu Fan didn't care about these matters and went straight to Lulu's dressing room. Lulu's dressing room was a separate space, quite spacious and bright, with assistants and makeup artists inside, while outside there were layers of security personnel. As soon as Lulu returned to her dressing room, she began venting her anger at her assistant. They asked me to attend the red carpet but arranged for a beautiful female reporter to interview me. What's the meaning of this? Isn't this undermining me? The more Lulu thought about it, the angrier she became. She directly swept all the cosmetics on the table onto the floor, smashing them to pieces. Find out the identity of this female reporter for me. At this moment, all traces of sweetness and innocence had vanished from her face, replaced by ferocity and jealousy. Lulu's current demeanor was completely different from before. It seemed this must be the persona the company had crafted for her. Seeing Lulu's angry expression, the assistant didn't dare to make a sound and silently picked up the phone to start searching for the reporter's information. Sister Lulu, this reporter is a technology correspondent from CCTV, and it's her first time covering entertainment news today. This is definitely targeting you. Upon hearing her assistant's words, Lulu bit her red lips angrily and said, this little reporter who hasn't even shown her face dares to compete with me for attention? She should take a good look at herself and see if she's even worthy. At that moment, a man wearing sunglasses rushed in and said gravely, it's bad, something's happened. Chapter 4, Pregnant Before Marriage? Image collapse. The man who rushed in was the public relations manager of Lulu's talent agency. Brother Wang, what's wrong? You seem really worked up? Lulu asked, puzzled. The PR manager was so furious he was practically steaming from all 7 orifices. He shoved his phone at Lulu and snapped, see for yourself. Shocking. Stunning beauty at star-studded gala outshines Lulu. Popular actress Lulu actually left the scene overshadowed by a small reporter. Lulu throws a diva tantrum and knocks away a reporter's microphone. These trending topics are dominating the hot search charts. Lulu didn't expect things to escalate so quickly. Lulu opened the chat app and made a video call to someone. When the call connected, it showed a greasy middle-aged man. Hey, goddaughter, what brings you to call your godfather? Are you missing your godfather? Lulu, true to her profession as an actress, instantly got into character. She began to cry pitifully, playing the victim card and saying, boss, some small-time reporter is trying to ride on my fame. Now the internet is flooded with trending topics bullying me. Can you ask Brother Wang to help me out? The middle-aged man's heart instantly softened upon seeing Lulu's pitiful demeanor. He launched into a furious tirade at the PR manager, using the harshest language imaginable, as if his spit was about to fly through the screen. Not daring to defy the boss, the PR manager said, "I'll arrange it for Sister Lulu right away." The PR manager was quite helpless and then began investigating Shu Fan's dark secrets. 5 minutes later, the PR manager said, "This person actually has a daughter, seems like she got pregnant before marriage." Lulu exclaimed excitedly, "Then, Brother Juan, have you figured out how to deal with her?" The PR manager sneered and said, "The higher we lift her, the harder she'll fall. Didn't she build her image as pure and innocent? Let's show everyone what a hypocritical she really is. Plus, it can highlight our Lulu's status, since she's single and genuinely treats her fans well. We can also use this opportunity to gain more fans." Lulu was so excited she started dancing around, saying, "Brother Wang is the best." Shu Fan didn't wait for Lulu. Instead of going home, she returned to the company to try and salvage her messed up interview application. Shu Fan worked until midnight and finally completed over 30 news copy drafts. The next day, Shu Fan was awakened by her colleagues, who were all in a panic as they showed her their phones. Shu Fan saw more than 10 trending topics about her on Weibo, half of which were praising her. The other half, however, were continuously exposing her personal information. Unwed pregnant female reporter from CCTV. Female reporter from CCTV desperate for viral fame. Trying to hide the truth and deceive fans, this innocent reporter isn't worth following. Shocking. Young female reporter from national TV actually did this. Little Dan Lulu declares she will remain single forever and would never deceive her fans. As she looked at those sensational and unbearable headlines, Shu Fan felt a splitting headache. "I'm not trying to ride the wave of popularity, I just want to conduct an interview." Shu Fan's eyes were now soaked with tears, her voice choked with emotion, filled with grievance. Apart from a few male colleagues who believed in Shu Fan, all the female colleagues around were looking at her with mocking eyes. Switching from the scientific research field to the entertainment industry and taking our spots, isn't it just about wanting fame? Well, now she's famous, isn't she? Infamy is still fame. Being a beauty at the station was just fine, but she had to go out and stir up trouble now all the scandals are out. Do these men in the station still dare to touch Shu Fan after all these scandals came out? She doesn't even have a boyfriend, probably being some fat pig boss's mistress. These female colleagues are just jealous because Shu Fan is better than them. You can tell from their words how much they envy Shu Fan in daily life. To derive pleasure from others' suffering. Upon hearing those voices, Shu Fan became extremely agitated. Shu Fan desperately covered her ears, seeking a moment of peace. Suddenly, Shu Fan thought of her daughter, fearing that Xian might face retaliation from those netizens. Shu Fan grabbed her belongings and quickly ran downstairs. Shu Fan was terrified that Xian might be in trouble. If anything happened to Xian, what meaning would her own life have? When she reached the front door of her home and saw it slightly ajar, a mother's instinctive alertness surged within her. "Xian, Mom really hopes you're okay." At that moment, countless thoughts raced through Shu Fan's mind. However, when Shu Fan mustered the courage to enter the house, she saw a figure holding Xian. Gazing at that tall and straight figure, Shu Fan's breathing suddenly became rapid, and tears gradually welled up in her eyes. "Yang Yu, are you human or a ghost?" Shu Fan said with trembling lips, her voice shaking uncontrollably. Just by seeing that figure, Shu Fan could confirm it was the man she had been longing for day and night. At this moment, Shu Fan, who had been subjected to online abuse, was feeling extremely down. But now, seeing the man she had missed for 3 years, the surge of emotions was almost too much for her heart to bear. Yang Yu slowly turned around. When Shu Fan saw his unchanged face, her mind went blank, and she fainted shortly after. Seeing Shu Fan faint, Yang Yu swiftly moved forward, catching her with one hand. Then, putting Xian down, he said gently, it's me. I'm back." The man's voice was filled with guilt as he tenderly caressed Shu Fan's cheek. In the dream, Shu Fan could feel this gentle touch, a sensation that left him deeply nostalgic. It all seemed like a dream, and she wished this feeling could last a little longer. "Mom, wake up. Dad's back." Xuan's voice roused Shu Fan from her slumber. You didn't disappear? Are you really back?" After waking up, Shu Fan's teary eyes brimmed with excitement as she tightly grasped Yang Yu's hand, terrified he might vanish from her sight once more. It's me, I'm back. The man who owed you 3 years is back." Yang Yu said with a smile, "I swear I will never let you suffer the slightest grievance again." Slap. Suddenly, Yang Yu's face was slapped without any warning. After the slap, Shu Fan hugged Yang Yu tightly while crying uncontrollably, continuously pounding his back with both hands, each strike heavier than the last. "Did you know? I once thought I'd be a widow for the rest of my life." When they met again, she broke down in unrestrained sobs, as if determined to vent all the grievances from back then in this very moment. "Do you know how hard I cried the day you left? Afterward, when I couldn't find you, I thought you were dead. I was prepared to spend my whole life raising Xian alone, and now you've come back." Back then, Shu Fan searched for a very, very long time but couldn't find even the slightest trace of him. Shu Fan naturally couldn't find any information about Yang Yu because due to the special nature of his identity, all his personal details had long been completely erased. "I absolutely won't let you leave this time. You'll stay here with me properly, and you're not allowed to go anywhere. Shu Fan said, holding Yang Yu tightly. Hearing Shu Fan's words, Yang Yu smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, Shu Fan. This time I won't go anywhere. I'll stay at home with you. This time, I'm going to make up for all the shortcomings I've had towards you over the past 3 years. Chapter 5, This Life Devoted to the Nation, Next Life to You. Yang Yu held Shu Fan in his arms, his heart filled with guilt and tenderness. At that moment, Shu Fan's phone screen lit up frantically, with notification sounds ringing incessantly. Shu Fan's Weibo had already been dug up by Lulu's talent agency, and they were directing uninformed netizens to cyberbully Shu Fan under her Weibo posts. Yang Yu noticed that Shu Fan's mood seemed off and immediately opened her phone. As soon as he opened it, a vicious comment appeared before Yang Yu's eyes, deepening his concern. Shameless female reporters should get out of the main station. Let's all complain to the station and get her fired. Can women who sleep their way to the top really become CCTV reporters now? Are the standards that low these days? Disgrace to our country, disgrace to our national broadcaster. CCTV is scheming like you who climbed the ladder by selling your body deserves to die. Reading these comments and private messages, Yang Yu couldn't believe this was something contemporary netizens were capable of. What really made Yang Yu's nerves tense up was seeing Shu Fan and Xuan's photos edited into black and white, with an enormous font superimposed on the images. In memoriam. These remarks are not isolated opinions, but rather trending hot topics on the microblogging search list. Ding! At that moment, a text message arrived on Shu Fan's phone. In light of the current public opinion, the headquarters has decided to suspend you from duty. Please cooperate with the headquarters in the investigation. Yang Yu was absolutely furious at this moment. Not only did the people from the central station fail to show any understanding for Shu Fan, but they also rubbed salt in the wound. After reading the text message, Shu Fan's face turned noticeably pale. She had clearly done nothing wrong, yet one misfortune after another kept coming her way. It weighed her down so heavily that she could barely breathe. How to handle Xuan's illness? If I'm suspended from work, I'll have no source of income at all. Shu Fan's daughter's eyes were filled with worry. Is my daughter sick? What illness does she have? Is it serious? Yang Yu comforted her. Don't worry, Shu Fan. I'm back now. No matter what happens, I'll be here to shield you both. I won't let you and your daughter suffer any hardship. Shu Fan nodded, then proceeded to explain Xuan's condition. It's a very rare disease. This illness requires blood transfusions to sustain life, currently needed every 6 months. Is that really the nature of the illness? I'll find a way to handle Xuan's condition, Shu Fan, don't worry. Yang Yu tightly grasped Shu Fan's hand. Hearing Yang Yu's words, Shu Fan felt a warmth in her heart. He was just like before, always able to provide her with a sense of security when she needed him most. Afterwards, Shu Fan told Yang Yu the whole story of the cyberbullying incident, informing him about her interview with Lulu. But, I really didn't do those things, I only love you. Yang Yu, you know me. Shu Fan couldn't control her emotions at this moment, and then she buried her face in Yang Yu's chest and cried. I know, I believe you. Yang Yu held Shu Fan and comforted her. Yang Yu hugged Shu Fan tightly and comforted her, saying, those entertainment companies want to step on your body to make their female stars shine. How despicable. Previously, Yang Yu had a positive attitude towards entertainment. But now, he truly feels that entertainment is misleading the nation. Bullying his woman, his eyes were already filled with anger at this moment. You rats better not show your tails, or I swear I won't let you off. I'll drag every single one of you out. Yang Yu gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. At this moment, Xian saw her mother crying and walked over with a lollipop, saying, Mommy, eat this and you won't feel bad anymore. Mommy doesn't need to cry. Daddy is already back, and he said we'll definitely be happy. I believe what Daddy said. Shu Fan was somewhat moved when she saw the lollipop Xian handed her and said, what a bargain for him being called Daddy so soon. Xian, you must keep an eye on Dad and don't let him go anywhere. Xian tilted her head with a smile and said, Mom, don't blame Dad. He just went to save the world. Dad is a hero. Yang Yu, look at this, your little sweetheart isn't siding with me at all. It's true what they say, a grown daughter isn't close to her mother. Shu Fan pouted after hearing Xuan's words. Hearing Shu Fan's words, Yang Yu let out a helpless chuckle and said, I'll side with you. You manage me, and I'll manage Xian. You've got some sense. A rare, sweet smile finally appeared on Shu Fan's stern face. Early the next morning, Shu Fan was bombarded awake by a barrage of text messages. Shocking revelation. The biological father of Ma Shu Fan's daughter's identity is questionable. He disappeared for 3 years because he was in prison. After a night of escalation, fueled by major PR efforts behind the scenes, Ma Shu Fan and her daughter's identities were thoroughly exposed. Along with it, there was also that mysterious man who disappeared for 3 years yet left no trace online. But not finding any clues doesn't matter. Isn't making things up what the media does best? After someone leaked information online, the entire internet was speculating about Yang Yu's true identity. Rumors say that person was sentenced for stealing state secrets and selling them to other countries. The person upstairs is clearly talking nonsense. It was actually 3 years ago when he was caught and imprisoned for killing someone, then sent to a barren land for reformation. In short, Ma Shufan's man is a criminal, and she actually gave birth to a daughter for a criminal. What a disgrace to the national broadcaster. Shufan saw the online comments speculating about Yang Yu, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. At this moment, her thoughts were slightly swayed by these people. Where have you been these 3 years? Shufan asked in a low voice. Did you commit a crime during these 3 years? When Shufan mentioned that word, she paused. She never actually said it out loud, because Shufan knew Yang Yu would never do such a thing, but right now, she needed to hear Yang Yu say it herself. Over those 3 years, Shufan had imagined countless possibilities. What exactly had Yang Yu been doing? She had considered every wild theory those netizens speculated about, but in the end, Shufan still wanted to wait until Yang Yu stood before her and explained everything clearly. Yang Yu saw the baseless rumors online and the nonsense spun by gossip accounts, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. Yang Yu, was just about to speak, but choked up. On one hand, there was Shufan's concern, the worry of his wife and daughter. For him, he had to explain things clearly to Shufan. On the other hand, there was the nation's secret, which absolutely must not be disclosed. This was an inviolable principle and bottom line. He didn't want the research achievements of all members of the Tsanglong Research Institute to be put at risk, nor did he want the institute to become a target of firepower from other countries. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu finally slowly uttered a few words. This life I pledge to the nation, the next I'll pledge to you. With a resolute gaze, Yang Yu said, Shufan, you have to believe me, I can assure you, I absolutely haven't done anything illegal. Hearing Yang Yu's words, Shufan suddenly buried herself in his embrace. Just having Yang Yu's words is enough. As for the rumors and gossip outside, Shufan believes that the man before her will shield her from the storm. Chapter 6, When the wall collapses, everyone pushes. Hujiang Qingfei Economic Company. In the boss's office, Lu Lulu was currently sitting on the lap of a middle-aged man with a plump face, greasy complexion, and large ears. Lu Lulu watched as the online backlash unfolded, with public opinion overwhelmingly condemning Ma Shufan and her fiancé. And a criminal, what a perfect match. Lu Lulu was quite satisfied with how the public opinion had turned out. At this moment, she only wished for the online harassment to intensify. You're still too young to mess with me, Lu Lulu said disdainfully. After speaking, Lu Lulu immediately started acting coquettishly in front of the middle-aged man. Godfather, Brother Chang, you must help me vent my anger. This sly female journalist deserves a good lesson, or she'll keep bullying your precious daughter in the future. The middle-aged man was named Zhang Chang, the owner of Shanghai Qingfei Economic Company. Seeing Lu Lulu flaunting her charm and pretending to be cute in front of him, Zhang Chang couldn't resist his urges. He immediately wrapped his arm around Lu Lulu's waist and said, Precious daughter, whatever you want, your godfather will satisfy you. I knew godfather loves me the most. With a seductive expression, Lu Lulu pushed her godfather away, then her delicate fingers began to slowly wander along his inner thigh, teasing him until he instantly reacted, pitching a tent. Her pink little tongue seductively licked her lips, then with a gentle shake of her foot, her high heels dangled from her toes. After Zhang Chang kicked off Lu Lulu's high heels, he immediately wanted to pounce on her. Lu Lulu, however, placed a finger on Zhang Chang's lips and rested her fair, slender leg on his shoulder, sandwiching his head between her thighs. Then, she slowly peeled off her black stockings and tossed them to Zhang Chang. Her alluring and practiced teasing movements made Zhang Chang's lower abdomen burn with desire. Zhang Chang grabbed the stockings and took a deep, intense sniff, his face quickly becoming intoxicated with pleasure. Godfather, you must keep your promise to me, Lu Lulu said coquettishly. Zhang Chang nodded repeatedly, unable to contain his desire to be intimate with Lu Lulu, and replied, After Godfather has his fun, I'll arrange it for you right away. Rapid panting sounds filled the office. Half an hour later, after the two straightened their disheveled clothes, Zhang Chang immediately called the PR manager. Shortly after, the PR manager arrived in the office. Have you found the information on that little reporter's fiancé? Zhang Chang inquired. Wang Feng frowned deeply and then said in a low voice, Boss, we've been investigating as you ordered, but so far, we've only uncovered a name. Although we've only found the man's name, we've already photoshopped those compromising photos and videos of the little reporter. Just give the word, and we can expose them, ensuring she'll never recover from the scandal. When Lu Lulu heard Wang Feng's words, she quickly nodded and leaned closer to Zhang Chang, fawningly saying, Godfather, hurry and let Brother Wang expose her. You promised me. Okay, sweetheart, whatever you say. Zhang Chang then turned to Wang Feng and solemnly instructed, Get these details exposed immediately. Since we only found a name, then stir up the netizens to investigate this man's background. Remember, this time we must hype up the scandalous photos and videos, make sure they have no place left in Shanghai. After hearing Zhang Chang's words, Wang Feng nodded and then turned to leave. Once Wang Feng had left, Zhang Chang smiled and said to Lu Lulu, Lulu, Godfather will help you one more time, let that little reporter be suspended by CCTV and wait to be fired. Lulu was pleasantly surprised by Zhang Chang's words and immediately planted a kiss on the wobbling fat of his cheek. "Thank you, Godfather," Lulu said with a giggle. Zhang Chang then took out his phone and directly called Xie Chenggang, the head of the entertainment department at the branch station, saying, "Director Xie, there's a female reporter at your company who offended my goddaughter, and she's not clean either. Better fire such a person sooner rather than later." Huijiang City, CCTV branch station. Inside the entertainment news project team office, 4 or 5 female reporters gathered around a workstation, holding cups of iced coffee while staring at the explosive news just revealed on the computer screen. "Isn't that our station's beauty, Ma Shufan?" The seemingly innocent Ma Shufan was actually pregnant before marriage and had a husband who served time in prison? 2 female journalists, after seeing the breaking news on the computer, took a sip of their coffee and immediately leaned in to examine the details closely. At that moment, a heavily made-up woman in her 30s or 40s walked over. She glanced at the breaking news on the computer and sneered, saying, "What, you're only realizing now that Ma Shufan is a shameless?" The moment she stepped into our branch office, I knew this woman was nothing but a fake, pretending to be pure. However, just then, Ma Shufan appeared at the project team's entrance. She heard the woman's words, but instead of losing her temper, Shufan simply smiled faintly and returned to her workstation. The woman saw Shufan passing by her and suddenly shut her mouth. Only after Shufan had walked past did she curl her lips into a sneer of disdain and mockery, saying, still pretending to be innocent in front of everyone, "What a?" Exactly, always acting like a little white lamb at the station, but everyone knows she's just a loose woman. Now none of the men at the station will go near her. Several female journalists watched Shufan's retreating figure with eyes full of jealousy and envy, gritting their teeth as they said, "Let's all ignore her later, don't even talk to her, lest we catch something unclean." When Ma Shufan returned to her workstation, she saw a pile of documents stacked nearly a meter high on her desk, at least 50 interview files waiting for her to organize. These files were all deliberately placed on her desk by others. How could one person possibly handle so many interview documents? But when Shufan saw the mountain of interview files piled up, her expression merely tensed slightly before relaxing again. She placed the files under the desk and began sorting through them one by one. At that moment, the young man at the neighboring workstation, Xiao Sa, glanced over. When he saw the stack of files as tall as the desk, his eyes filled with anger and pity as he said, "They're going too far, how dare they bully you so openly? Shufan, can you really handle so many files? If not, I'll help you," Xiao Sa said, his concern purely out of a sense of justice. Shufan smiled, revealing her sweet little dimples, and shook her head, saying, "It's okay, I can handle it. Don't worry." Chapter 7, Adding Fuel to the Fire. Leaked inappropriate photos? With that, Shufan began to carefully organize the documents. Seeing this, Xiao Sa sighed quietly and went back to his own work. After Shufan had finished organizing all the documents, she took them to the archive storage area and proceeded to file them away. "Hey, how did you manage to organize these files so quickly?" The archive room administrator was shocked to see Ma Shufan finish organizing the files so fast. The administrator walked up to Ma Shufan, picked up a few files to check, and indeed found them neatly sorted. She was utterly amazed. They were really all organized. Just as the administrator was thinking of an excuse to give Shufan a hard time, she couldn't find any at the moment. Glancing at the time, the administrator said, "Ma Shufan, come back in the afternoon. The computer's down right now, so we can't log these in." Upon hearing the administrator's words, Ma Shufan was stunned. She had just seen them processing entries for others, so why was it suddenly not possible for her? Moreover, she could clearly see the computer was still on, it wasn't broken at all. After hearing this, even someone as patient as Ma Shufan couldn't help but feel upset. Wasn't this clearly targeting her? "I just saw your computer is still on, it's not broken at all. I didn't even eat lunch because I've been organizing files all morning. How can you refuse to process my entries? Besides, these are urgent documents that must be entered before noon." Unable to hold back her frustration, Ma Shufan pointed at the still glowing computer and spoke up. The archivist, upon hearing Ma Shufan's words, showed a glint of impatience in his eyes, then snorted coldly before reclining directly in his chair and saying, "I just won't process your file right now. This is my territory, and I call the shots here. What are you making such a fuss for?" Ma Shufan's eyes were slightly red at this moment, her large, dewy eyes brimming with a look of grievance. However, just then, Xie Chenggang, the supervisor of the entertainment news project team, hurriedly arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Ma Shufan, he let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Finally found you, Ma Shufan. Where have you been? Do you realize the huge trouble you've caused?" "Supervisor Xie, I didn't do anything wrong. I just came to return some files. What's going on? What happened?" At this moment, Ma Shufan, with slightly reddened eyes, was just about to speak out about the grievances she had suffered when Xie Chenggang abruptly interrupted her. "Enough, don't say anything more. From now on, you are suspended from the department. Go home and wait until the company's investigation is over before you come back to work," Xie Chenggang said with a look of disdain and displeasure upon hearing Ma Shufan's words. Ma Shufan was utterly stunned by Xie Qinggung's words and asked in confusion, "Team leader Xie, what exactly happened? Why am I being suspended?" Tears welled up in Ma Shufan's eyes at this moment. If she were suspended, what would happen to Xianxian? This family still needed her to hold it together. Xie Qinggong snorted coldly, then pointed at the news on his phone and said, "Don't you know already? Now your scandal is everywhere. We could still tolerate that and let you come to work normally. But look now, your indecent photos and videos have been leaked. In the videos, you're repeatedly engaging in intimate acts with those pot-bellied old men. What does this say about our branch's image?" Ma Shufan quickly shook her head as she looked at the photos and videos on Xie Qinggong's phone, saying, "Team leader Xie, this isn't me. Someone must be deliberately smearing my reputation." Xie Qinggong didn't even want to look Ma Shufan in the eye. He strode directly up to her, yanked the press pass from around her neck, and coldly snapped, "Whether it's true or not will be investigated internally. You go home right now and don't show your face at the station again. You're an embarrassment to our organization." She hadn't accomplished much good work, and within days of joining the team, she'd already offended a celebrity and stirred up scandalous rumors. What rotten luck! With that, Xie Qinggong stormed off, clutching Ma Shufan's press pass. The moment Shufan's press pass was ripped away by Xie Qinggong, Shufan returned home amidst the mocking laughter of her colleagues at the branch office, her eyes now glistening with a sense of grievance. As soon as Shufan entered the house, Yang Yu noticed something was off about her mood and immediately comforted her, asking, "Shufan, are you okay? Why did you get off work so early today? Did someone bully you?" Yang Yu inquired with deep concern. Shufan listlessly threw her phone onto the bed and then sat there with a vacant stare, not uttering a word. Yang Yu suddenly noticed a crimson mark on Shufan's neck, as if it had been left by something tightly wrapped around it. "Who did this?" Yang Yu suddenly became serious and asked in a deep voice. At this moment, tears of guilt welled up in Yang Yu's eyes as he said, "It's all my fault for not being able to protect you." Hearing Yang Yu's words, Shufan quickly shook her head and then recounted the incident to him in detail. After hearing the whole story, Yang Yu suddenly furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "Your team leader is really too despicable. How could he just suspend you like that? And those people who are smearing your reputation online, do they not realize they're courting death?" Yang Yu opened his phone and saw the content defaming Shufan. At this moment, Yang Yu became furious. Not only had these people not backed off, but they had even escalated their actions. As a legend in the scientific research community, Yang Yu could tell at a glance that these photos and videos were all photoshopped, using AI for face swapping. Although they looked convincing, they were completely fake. Someone must be deliberately using this to smear Shufan behind the scenes. This is really going too far. Not only that, but some people online even dug up his name, using it to smear Yang Yu, pinning all sorts of accusations on him. This included fabricating stories about Yang Yu fooling around and marrying other women during these 3 years, or even committing crimes abroad. There were all kinds of bizarre and outrageous smear articles, leaving even Yang Yu himself stunned. At this moment, Shufan suddenly became serious. She took Yang Yu's phone from his hand and said, "Yang Yu, tell me honestly, what exactly have you been doing these past 3 years? Are those rumors online true or not?" Hearing Shufan's words, Yang Yu suddenly fell silent. At this moment, he didn't know how to tell her the truth. "You still refuse to tell me what you've been doing these 3 years, don't you?" Chapter 8, Chief Engineer Yang, you've suffered injustice. Shufan stared blankly at Yang Yu, her eyes filled with an intense longing for him to reveal everything to her. Yet, at this moment, Yang Yu remained silent, for he had his own reasons for keeping it all hidden. The current international situation has China surrounded by technological blockades and restrictions from other regions. Yang Yu's mission is to enhance China's scientific research capabilities to break through these constraints. To avoid alerting the opposition, all of Yang Yu's actions must remain confidential, with not a single word leaked. Without a nation, how can there be a home? If the greater family is oppressed by others, how can their small household find a moment of peace? Therefore, Yang Yu cannot disclose his activities at the Tsanglong Research Institute. Even to his most beloved fiancée, absolutely not. However, looking at Shufan's aggrieved eyes, Yang Yu's heart was in turmoil, feeling as if needles were pricking his heart. At this moment, Yang Yu desperately wanted to tell Shufan everything that had happened over the past 3 years, but for the sake of the country, he could only choose silence. Seeing Yang Yu remain silent, Shufan felt somewhat disheartened, thinking to herself, "Is there something I shouldn't know?" Shufan took a deep breath, her eyes shimmering with grievance, and said, "You go, I'll handle this matter myself." A seemingly casual remark instantly plunged their relationship into an abyss. At this moment, countless netizens began digging deep into Ma Shufan's fiancé's information online. This guy named Yang Yu is clearly no good, definitely a bad person. Everyone must not let him off the hook. Ma Shufan was probably brainwashed by this Yang Yu. That's why he took her virginity while she was still in college, and afterward, she ended up engaging in that kind of physical trade. An account named Entertainment Industry Expose Brother began stirring up controversy online, which turned out to be a public relations account operated by Zhang Chang's Qingfei Entertainment Company. This was just one of countless smear PR accounts, gaining a large following by exposing some of the chaos in the entertainment industry, though most of these followers were fake accounts purchased by Qingfei Entertainment's marketing team. With the help of internet trolls and haters, public sentiment toward Yang Yu and Ma Shufan turned extremely negative. Everyone began to believe Ma Shufan was a two-faced woman, beautiful in public but promiscuous behind the scenes. As for Yang Yu, he was painted as a thoroughgoing villain, the one who corrupted Ma Shufan, and was even accused of having committed serious crimes. Under the instigation of this entertainment industry whistleblower, netizens began digging into Yang Yu's true identity and past experiences on the internet. Suddenly, one netizen discovered something unusual while digging and posted Yang Yu's background. Is this Yang Yu really that outstanding? Yang Yu completed all subjects up to junior high school by the age of 6, successfully passed the high school entrance exam, and became the top scorer in a county's exam. Yang Yu dropped out of school for several years due to family poverty but unexpectedly participated in a certain Super Brain variety show and won the championship. When Yang Yu reached the minimum admission age for local high schools, he successfully entered the best high school in the area and, within 3 years, secured a spot in the youth class of Huaxia University of Science and Technology. In the same year, Yang Yu completed all the courses required by the university's youth class and successfully graduated with a bachelor's degree. The following year, Yang Yu began his master's degree studies, with 10 of his research papers published in the journal Science and Nature. At the age of 20, Yang Yu completed all academic disciplines at Huaxia University of Science and Technology. At 21, Yang Yu was invited by Harvard University with a quota of 30 students to further his studies there. In the same year, Yang Yu became a teacher to Harvard professors, successfully established a laboratory with professors as his students, and achieved the remarkable feat of having professors attend his lectures. At 22, Yang Yu completed all academic disciplines at Harvard University. That same year, the United States prohibited Yang Yu from leaving the country, but with the help of his homeland, Yang Yu successfully returned to China. When many netizens saw this experience that seemed like an exaggerated novel, most expressed disbelief, dismissing it as untrue. Unfortunately, every detail was officially verified and endorsed. This forced netizens to accept the truth. Such a terrifying resume continuously shattered the limits of trending topics on Weibo. Everyone was astonished that Yang Yu had such a past. How could he possibly be an ex-convict who would serve time in prison? Yang Yu's records vanished 3 years ago, with no trace of him since. Could even a godlike figure like him have fallen so low? Would a man of such divine stature truly descend into a life of crime? What they didn't know was that Yang Yu's disappearance over those 3 years was orchestrated by the Chinese authorities, all to ensure his safety. At this moment, Wang Feng from the PR department of Qingfei Entertainment felt uneasy after seeing Yang Yu's identity revealed online. Wang Feng immediately took this news to the boss's office and explained everything in detail, saying, "Boss, this guy seems to be someone important. Are we really going to target him? Could we be biting off more than we can chew this time?" Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Lu Lulu clearly sensed his intention to persuade Zheng Chang to back off. She immediately cooed, "Brother Chang, godfather, you can't back down now. If you do, what will your precious goddaughter do?" Zheng Chang frowned at first, but then, upon hearing Lu Lulu's words, his expression brightened. He said firmly, "All right, my dear goddaughter, as you wish. Your godfather won't back down no matter what." With that, Zheng Chang turned to Wang Feng and said in a deep voice, "Keep intensifying the smear campaign against this Yang Yu and Ma Shufan. No matter what their background is, they must make way for our lion capital. Fabricate every possible piece of damaging information, spare no cost in pushing this forward." Zheng Chang declared firmly. "I'll personally call the head of Weibo later. Leave this matter to me. Even if it's white, I can wash it black." Seeing Zheng Chang's determination to persist despite all reason, Wang Feng sighed inwardly. With no other choice, he silently accepted the order and slowly withdrew. At Ma Shufan's home, Yang Yu looked at Shufan, who was sulking, and originally planned to comfort and coax her. However, at that very moment, Yang Yu's phone suddenly rang. Yang Yu picked up the phone and saw that the caller was none other than Xiao Feng, the war marshal of the Longyan war zone. The fact that Xiao Feng was calling at this moment meant he had something very important to tell Yang Yu. After a moment's thought, Yang Yu decided to step outside and answer Xiao Feng's call. The phone had just connected when Xiao Feng's deep, resonant voice came through like a roaring beast, sending chills down the spine. "Chief Engineer Yang, you've suffered unjustly. Our comrades at the Security Bureau only recently discovered those malicious rumors online. This was our negligence, and we've let you endure hardship. To insult a pillar of our nation is tantamount to striking at the backbone of our country. We, the people of China, will not stand for this." Chapter 9, the National Security Agency steps in, summoning all for questioning. To insult the very backbone of our nation is tantamount to stabbing the country in its spine. We, the people of China, will not stand for it. Chief Engineer Yang, rest assured, during this period we will spare no effort to protect your reputation and prevent anyone from insulting you again. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu fell into deep thought. He could already tell that Xiao Feng was blaming the incompetence of the Security Bureau. However, Yang Yu knew that this incident wasn't the security bureau's fault. It was simply that someone behind the scenes was manipulating netizens and steering public opinion. It was utterly excessive. How dare they slander his wife and daughter like this? I dedicate my youth to my homeland, solely to learn better scientific research techniques and educational philosophies, and to contribute everything to the nation. This is the duty and obligation I bear as a descendant of China. I have never sought rewards, nor do I desire any special treatment, Yang Yu said. Upon hearing Yang Yu's response, Xiao Feng grew increasingly anxious and said, I've already reported this matter to the leadership of the Security Bureau. The Security Bureau will undoubtedly severely punish these online rumor mongers. Chief Engineer Yang, please don't worry. I'm truly sorry, Chief Engineer Yang. I will definitely seek justice for you in this matter. Xiao Feng said with deep remorse. I've lived under an assumed name for 3 years, never expecting to be discovered in this manner. Yang Yu sighed softly and said, Actually, I've long known that there are dark forces at play in this world. But I never imagined the darkness would reveal itself in this way. This is something I cannot tolerate. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Feng fell silent upon hearing Yang Yu's words. Chief Engineer Yang, your suffering is our pain, and the pain of our Chinese government as well. Rest assured, I will get to the bottom of this matter. Xiao Feng said solemnly. Chief Engineer Yang, during this period, please try to avoid going out as much as possible. Stay at home and refrain from unnecessary outings. If you're photographed outside, I'm afraid it might affect your family. Chief Engineer Yang, there are some people in this world whose malice is particularly potent. Once they emerge, you must take sufficient precautions, otherwise, they will harm the friends around you. Xiao Feng was deeply anxious in his heart. This group had already threatened the dignity of China. If this wave of public opinion was not handled properly, it would damage the entire image of China. This was absolutely unacceptable to Xiao Feng. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, Yang Yu was also filled with emotion. I will, thank you, Comrade Xiao Feng. However, I don't want my identity to be exposed. After all, if my identity is revealed, it won't just affect our small family, it could pose a risk to our entire nation. We naturally understand this, but Chief Engineer Yang, you should also realize that this is a society governed by the rule of law. Fabricating information out of thin air infringes upon others' rights, especially when it involves someone like you. Xiao Feng said resolutely. I understand that too. Yang Yu sighed and said, however, I hope Comrade Xiao Feng can consider my suggestion. It would be better to handle this matter discreetly. At such a young age, Yang Yu has already achieved so much, showcasing his remarkable talent. Moreover, his sense of responsibility, willing to sacrifice himself for the nation and its people, demonstrates that he is truly someone ready to lay down his life for his country. Xiao Feng genuinely admired Yang Yu immensely. Xiao Feng had long been disgusted by the despicable actions of these online trolls, who only spread rumors on the internet. Tarnishing others' reputations, they were nothing but societal scum. This time, they even targeted Yang Yu's wife and children, proving how utterly deranged they were. Against such madmen, Xiao Feng naturally showed no mercy. Such a person deserves to be severely punished by the law. Therefore, he believed he should take the greatest responsibility for Yang Yu's matter. Hearing Xiao Feng's anxious tone, Yang Yu never expected that someone in this world would slander and attack him so viciously. It was nothing short of the greatest provocation against him. He then spoke up, tarnishing my personal reputation is one thing, but I cannot tolerate them defaming my wife and daughter. They are my reverse scales. Whoever dares to touch them will pay a bloody price. Xiao Feng sensed the determination in Yang Yu's tone and said solemnly, Chief Engineer Yang, I understand your anger. But rest assured, this time we will ensure the Security Bureau severely punishes that malicious journalist. Just give me your approval, and I will deliver a satisfactory outcome for you. I still don't really want you to get involved in this matter because of my personal affairs. After all, I don't want you to be implicated because of my issues. After hearing this, Yang Yu smiled and said, What are you talking about? You are a national hero and a pillar of our country. How could we let you be dragged into such trivial matters? This time, I'm truly determined to teach those who slandered Chief Engineer Yang and your wife and daughter a profound lesson. I will make them understand how foolish it is to offend a national hero. Alright, I believe you will seek justice for me. Then I'll trouble you with this, Yang Yu said firmly. Yang Yu also understood in his heart that relying solely on his own strength, he could never eradicate these rumor-mongering parasites lurking in the shadows. Since Xiao Feng was willing to help him resolve this, leveraging the power of the state to strike back against these malicious capitalists wasn't such a bad idea. The current development of this matter has become intolerable for Yang Yu. He has just returned to the country and must take good care of Xu Fan and Xian Xian. He cannot let Xu Fan and Xian Xian suffer such grievances. Public opinion on the internet can easily overwhelm a person or even a nation. The current chaos in the media industry is rampant, and it's also an opportunity to use the power of the state to give these people a warning. Since Chief Engineer Yang has agreed, I will proceed immediately. These people must pay the price. I won't disturb Chief Engineer Yang's rest any longer. Xiao Feng said solemnly. Chapter 10, Another Bombshell. Was she really kept by someone? After hearing this, Yang Yu hung up the phone. Yang Yu gazed at the pitch-black night sky outside, where the stars seemed to twinkle incessantly. Feeling the cool night breeze, he smiled faintly. The calm before the storm, it truly brings an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Returning indoors, Yang Yu noticed that Shu Fan, who had been fuming earlier, had secretly glanced at him. He knew he still held an important place in Shu Fan's heart. Shu Fan stood up, hands on her hips, putting on a fierce expression as she said, 3 years. You've been gone for 3 whole years without a word, leaving me and Xian behind without a care. Why come back now? We've gotten used to living just the two of us. Since you left, you might as well stay gone. Xian suddenly ran over, holding the lollipop Yang Yu had bought for her, and said, Xian isn't used to it. Xian wants to be with daddy. Xian loves daddy. Xian. Hearing her daughter's words, Shu Fan stomped her foot in frustration. You little thing. How could you not take your mom's side at all? Shu Fan walked over and picked up Xian, pinching her chubby little cheek and said, You little girl, always defending your dad like that you've only seen him for a few days. Xian giggled and said, Xian will always side with mommy from now on, mommy don't be angry. Looking at his daughter's adorable expression, Yang Yu felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Shu Fan looked at Xian with adoration, then turned to Yang Yu, come outside with me. Shu Fan's attitude softened a bit as he gazed gently at Yang Yu, tell me honestly, where have you been these past 3 years? Yang Yu was taken aback, then chuckled, what nonsense are you talking about? There's really nothing wrong, I just went away to study. Don't ask me anymore, just trust me, okay? Yang Yu, I really hope you can tell me. I don't believe you, just tell me where you've been these 3 years. Ma Shu Fan said as tears began to fall. Yang Yu looked at his girlfriend, feeling a pang in his heart, but he knew that at this moment, he had to be strong. He absolutely couldn't show any sign of vulnerability now, or it would only make Shu Fan even more upset. Thinking this, Yang Yu reached out to wipe away Ma Shu Fan's tears and said with a smile, how can my girlfriend be so silly? I'm really fine. Yang Yu. Seeing that Ma Shu Fan was about to say something more, Yang Yu quickly reached out to pat her head and whispered, Shu Fan, I'm sorry for letting you and your daughter down these past 3 years. Then at least tell me, is the online rumor about you committing a crime and going to jail true or not? Shu Fan asked with tears in her eyes. Yang Yu's heart stirred slightly. Seeing how worried Shu Fan was about him, he spoke up, you have to believe me, I haven't done anything illegal or taboo, so please rest assured. Yang Yu couldn't jeopardize his country for the sake of his own small family. He had to keep the nation's secrets safe, but he truly felt guilty towards Shu Fan in his heart. Seeing that Yang Yu was reluctant to tell her, Ma Shu Fan knew he didn't want her to worry. But she was really worried and afraid that her man might encounter some danger. Although Ma Shu Fan desperately wanted to ask him what had happened, Yang Yu didn't want to tell her, and she didn't want to force him to reveal what he had gone through over the past 3 years. After all, given their relationship, she shouldn't make him go through such hardship. Ma Shu Fan thought about this, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and smiled, since you don't want to tell me, then I won't force you. But you must take care of yourself and don't overexert yourself. Alright, don't worry. I'll not only take good care of myself but also of the two of you. You can rest assured. Yang Yu said, reaching out to gently rub Ma Shu Fan's head. On the other side, at the Hujiang Qingfei Economic Company. In Zhang Chang's office, the female celebrity Lulu was happily discussing with her sugar daddy how to smear that fox-like female journalist. Lulu, my godfather has uncovered more scandalous information about that vixen. What kind of dirt? Lulu asked curiously. Lulu said to Zhang Chang in a sweet voice, Daddy, just tell me. Upon hearing Lulu's words, Zhang Chang felt a tingling sensation run through his body, his heart racing wildly, as if he were being teased to the brink of madness. He took a deep breath and smiled at Lulu, saying, Lulu, don't worry. Your godfather has promised you. I'll make sure that Shu Fan never gets another chance. Although this Shu Fan has been relatively clean since starting work, my godfather found out about her English proficiency test score from university. Shu Fan's CET6 score was only 350, but her godfather knows that the passing score for CET6 is 450. Lulu, upon hearing this, puckered her lips in dissatisfaction and muttered, what kind of dirt is that? How could a single English score affect that fox-like journalist? Zhang Chang stroked Lulu's small hand with a lecherous smile and said, my dear daughter, you just don't understand. Your godfather has a clever plan. Don't underestimate this seemingly ordinary grade, it has great potential. Lulu, do you know why your godfather made you a star? Lulu looked puzzled, because I'm good looking? There are plenty of good looking girls out there, but it's not just about that. It's also about the image your sugar daddy has crafted for you. Character? That's right, the persona your godfather arranged for you is the key to your fame. For a celebrity to become famous, they must have a strong fan base, an influential company, and a unique, defining keyword that is exclusively theirs. All of these elements are essential. Without any resources to support them, a celebrity will forever remain a second-tier star and never rise to the top. Think about it, which of those celebrities whose personas have collapsed have ended up well? But Dad, what does her English grade have to do with her persona? Lu Lulu asked in confusion. Zhang Chang picked Lu Lulu up and held her in his arms, explaining. Shu Fan works at the TV station, and her excellence is evident. Therefore, in the eyes of netizens and fans, she has been labeled as outstanding, not only for her work capabilities but also for her academic performance. If we destroy this label, her persona will be ruined, and her life will be ruined as well. At that point, countless netizens will seize on this piece of dirt and go all out to smear her. We won't even have to lift a finger. Lu Lulu understood Zhang Chang's meaning and excitedly said, "You're truly my godfather. This is a perfect solution." As she spoke, Lu Lulu kissed Zhang Chang on his chubby cheek. Zhang Chang grinned lewdly and said, "My precious daughter, will your fans be jealous when they see this? Will they be so jealous they see green in their eyes?" Lu Lulu blushed and turned to Zhang Chang, saying, "You're such a bad stepfather. You have to keep this a secret for me." Chapter 11, The Red-Headed Document. After finishing his call with Yang Yu, Xiaofeng slowly walked out of the secure communication room. His hands were clenched tightly, his fingernails digging into his flesh, and blood kept flowing from his hands. Xiaofeng's bodyguards noticed this and immediately rushed forward, concerned, asking, "Commander, what's wrong with your hand? What happened? What happened? Quickly call the medics." The guard shouted loudly to the soldiers outside. Xiaofeng frowned and said, "No need to make a scene. I did this to myself. Only pain will make me remember this humiliation forever. I cannot allow myself to make this mistake again." Xiaofeng clenched his teeth, his hatred boiling over. Yes. The guards looked at the hatred in Xiaofeng's eyes and felt a sense of terror themselves. "Connect to the National Security Bureau immediately." Xiaofeng sat in his seat and issued the order. The bodyguards immediately set off to connect the call to the National Security Bureau. "Hello? This is the director of the National Security Bureau." A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. "This is Xiaofeng. I have been authorized by Yang Zongshi and can proceed immediately," Xiaofeng said in a firm voice. Upon hearing the news from Xiaofeng, the director of the National Security Bureau jumped to his feet in excitement. "Excellent. Finally, we can take action. These online rumor mongers are so ungrateful. They dare to continue spreading such nonsense online? They're asking for trouble. I can't take it anymore." Since the National Security Bureau director received the news, he had been closely monitoring the situation. He never expected these rumor mongers to become even more brazen. "Do you know that Yang Zongshi is a national hero, a pillar of the nation, and someone who must not be slandered? Now he finds himself in such a dire situation, and it's simply unbearable. The National Security Bureau has made comprehensive preparations. Relevant staff members have drafted an official document titled Urgent Notice on the plan to address online false rumors and misinformation, which has already been approved by higher authorities. We are now awaiting your instructions." The news transmitted by Xiaofeng left the director of the National Security Bureau deeply excited. After waiting so long, they could finally take decisive action against these online criminals. "Commander Xiao, the National Security Bureau recommends that you take charge of this matter, and the higher-ups have also agreed for you to serve as the overall commander of this operation," the director of the National Security Bureau stated. Xiaofeng was thrilled to hear the news and slapped the table in excitement. He hadn't expected the higher-ups to agree to let him take charge of this operation. It seemed that the higher-ups were also very angry about the malicious rumors being spread online to smear Yang Zongshi. "This is truly wonderful news. I was even willing to give up this position to fight for the chance to lead this operation, but you've recommended me instead. I'm truly grateful," Xiaofeng said excitedly. "Commander Xiao, there's no need to be so formal. We all share the same goal, to clear Yang Zongshi's name and restore his reputation. We must ensure that these online rumor mongers pay the price for their actions," the National Security Bureau chief said with a smile. "Great. I'll go to the Security Bureau immediately and we'll act together." Xiaofeng calmed himself down and said in a firm voice. That night, a red-headed document was issued overnight to all cultural management departments responsible for entertainment. Upon receiving the document, the relevant cultural management departments swiftly convened a meeting to discuss specific action plans and solutions. All relevant staff members were summoned to attend the meeting that night. Countless phone calls were made to various leading companies in the entertainment industry. The heads of major companies such as Douyin, Kuaishou, and Weibo were all awakened by the calls. The head of Douyin, still half asleep, lied to the staff and said, "I'm not in the area right now. Can I skip it?" After all, given his status in the capital industry and the entertainment circle, such a request would typically be accommodated. According to our investigation, you're in Luzhou. If you don't cooperate with us, we'll have your platform shut down tomorrow," the staff member warned sternly. Upon hearing this, the Douyin representative immediately snapped out of his daze, perked up, and quickly responded, all right, I'll head over there right away for the meeting. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up the phone, the Douyin manager opened the entertainment industry entrepreneurs group chat and found that the group was already in an uproar. Everyone was complaining about what had happened and why they were being called to a meeting in the middle of the night. Who did what? Did someone cross the legal line? I don't know. The person on the other end of the phone sounded very angry. I'm afraid something serious has happened. Never mind, never mind. I'm driving there right now to attend the meeting. Let's resolve this as soon as possible. I've arrived. Hurry over here. The Douyin manager looked at the message with a grim expression. National Security Bureau Conference Room. In the center of the conference room sat Xiaofeng, dressed in a black suit. To his left sat the director of the National Security Bureau, and to his right sat the head of the Cultural Management Bureau. Outside the meeting room, fully armed special police officers were stationed at the entrance. The heads of major companies arrived at the door of the meeting room. Looking at the heavily armed guards at the entrance, they were terrified and trembling all over. Many of them arrived and began whispering among themselves. What's going on? Why did they even call in the military? The microwave department head asked in a low voice. The search team leader thought for a moment and said, I don't know. Something big must have happened. Otherwise, why would there be such a commotion? We'll find out once we get inside. Let's wait a bit longer. I've already instructed my team to delete all the content that's borderline. The head of Kwaisa laughed. Ha, there are no sensitive words or videos on my platform. You're really something. You act so quickly, exclaimed the Weibo manager in admiration. I need to immediately arrange for staff to clean up the platform. If something really happens, the consequences could be too much to handle. The others also chimed in. Just then, the head of Douyin rushed in. Seeing all the big shots at the meeting room door, he couldn't help but exclaim, you guys are the big shots we can't even get to come when we invite them, and here you all are. The head of Douyin was also stunned by the scene. He also realized the severity of the situation and the terrifying influence of the government authorities. Hurry up and have your staff clean up your platform. Don't give them any ammunition to use against you, the microwave manager advised kindly. The Douyin manager thought for a moment and said, our platform is strictly regulated on a daily basis, such content shouldn't exist. This time, I might just be an observer, the matter should have nothing to do with me, right? Then, a staff member came out of the meeting room and said to the people outside the door, the boss said you can all come in now. As the heads of various companies entered the conference hall, they saw the leaders responsible for their respective companies. What puzzled them was why these leaders were not seated in the main seats. When they saw the three people on the podium, they were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat and began to tremble uncontrollably. Sitting in the middle was none other than the commander of the Iron Army's 18th Division of the Long Wild Battle Zone. Xiaofeng, one of the three great war generals of Huaxia. This is General Xiaofeng. The head of the search team exclaimed in shock. The head of Kwaisa tried to butter him up. General Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you. Would you be interested in visiting our company? Xiaofeng's expression darkened as he looked at the quick search manager indifferently and said in a low voice, I didn't call you here today to hear such words. I have important business to discuss with you. If it weren't for the formal setting of this meeting, Xiaofeng would have already lost his temper with the quick search representative. He was also an accomplice in the dissemination of false information. However, the mastermind behind the scheme was someone else, and Xiaofeng saw no point in engaging with him further. After hearing Xiaofeng's words, the quick search manager gave an awkward smile and immediately returned to his seat. Once all the company representatives had arrived, Xiaofeng fixed his piercing gaze on the crowd below and said, I assume none of you are aware why we have gathered you here so late for a meeting. Everyone looked puzzled and shook their heads. Xiaofeng spoke in a solemn voice, let me introduce myself first. I am Xiaofeng, the commander of the 18th Iron Army Division of the Longye War Zone, and also the overall coordinator of this meeting. The gentleman to my right is the director of the National Security Bureau of the Huaxia Nation, and the gentleman to my left is the director of the Cultural Affairs Bureau. Sigh. As soon as he said that, everyone in the room gasped in shock. Chapter 12, Immediate Rectification at the Late Night Meeting. The heads of various cultural and entertainment companies never expected three such high-ranking figures to appear together. What major incident could have occurred to attract such prominent officials? What could have happened to alarm all the leaders? The microwave department head dared not breathe heavily as he asked. Xiaofeng looked at everyone and said with a smile, I'm sure you all have some answers in your hearts. This matter concerns the security of our country. Although Xiaofeng wore a smile, the icy glint in his eyes was impossible to hide, sending a chill down the spines of all the corporate executives present. We have been following the regulations issued by higher authorities. How could this possibly endanger national security? The head of Douyin asked in confusion. Xiaofeng saw the Douyin representative speak and his expression instantly turned icy cold, causing the temperature in the entire meeting room to drop suddenly. The Douyin representative sensed Xiaofeng's change and dared not look up to meet his gaze. Is that so? Open your eyes and take a look at this. Xiaofeng waved his hand to signal the staff. The next second, the false statements insulting Xu Fan and Yang Yu appeared on the projector screen at the back of the meeting room. The head of Douyin looked up at the images on the projector, which were all defamatory comments and video screenshots targeting Xu Fan and Yang Yu. However, he couldn't understand how this was related to national security. The Douyin official asked in confusion, "These are just entertainment and marketing tactics from the entertainment industry. It's my fault for not managing properly, but what does this have to do with national security?" Slap. Xiaofeng heard the words spoken by the head of Douyin and slammed his palm on the table, shouting angrily, "You call this poor management? Our regulatory department staff have already conducted an investigation at your company, and the results are now in. The findings show that while you may not be the masterminds, every one of you is an accomplice. Moreover, this is state secret. Do you think you have the right to know the specifics of the incident?" Xiaofeng shouted angrily. Xiaofeng's booming voice terrified the head of the Douyin department, causing his legs to tremble and cold sweat to pour down his body. "You should be grateful you weren't arrested." Xiaofeng continued, "All of you here have, to some extent, been involved in this incident. That's why we've called you here today to demand immediate rectification. I hope the plans you present will satisfy me. Otherwise, you know the consequences." After speaking, Xiaofeng sat down at his seat with a serious expression. The entrepreneurs from various entertainment industries present were all unable to remain calm after hearing what Xiaofeng had said. They were all startled, sweating profusely, and looked puzzled, none of them understanding who this Xu Fan was. How could someone have the influence to convene such a high-level meeting in the middle of the night and even elevate the matter to a national level? The heads of various companies glanced at the fully armed guards at the door and immediately began discussing plans. Half an hour later, a plan for rectification was drafted by the head of Kuaishou. 1. All negative information related to Xu Fan must be completely removed. 2. From now on, we will strictly manage the information published on our respective company platforms. Upon seeing this plan, Xiaofeng snorted coldly and said, You think you can fool us with these two measly rules? It seems you're eager to spend some time in the prison of the Longya battle zone." Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, all the company executives present were so terrified they nearly wet their pants. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Xiaofeng was so intense that they dared not even breathe loudly. The second set of rejected. Third set of rectification measures. Rejected. Fourth set of rectification measures. Rejected. The fifth set of rectification measures. Rejected. They revised the plan 18 times. 1. Immediately remove all negative information related to Xu Fan and Yang Yu. 2. Conduct more rigorous reviews of all other unverified information circulating online. 3. The entertainment industry will crack down on unscrupulous and illegal talent agencies. This 18th set of rectification measures consists of over 30 items, and everyone present also revealed the true mastermind behind the scenes, the Wujiang Qingfei Entertainment Company. Everyone present was required to pay a fine of 2 million yuan. After all the company executives signed the rectification plan and placed their fingerprints on it, Xiaofeng finally allowed them to leave. The head of Douyin had just stepped out of the meeting room. He took off his suit jacket and found it completely soaked through, clearly showing how frightened he had been, with sweat pouring down his entire body. He almost thought he was really going to end up in jail. "This damn Zhang Chang, he's ruined me." The head of Douyin threw his phone to the ground and shouted loudly. The other entertainment company managers also looked grim, each of them seething with anger with no outlet for their frustration. After sending all the company heads away, Xiaofeng dialed the phone number of the local military zone commander in Luzhou. The Lujiang local military region was under the jurisdiction of the 18th Military Region, and Xiaofeng was considered their superior. However, the Lujiang area had always been self-governed by its local military region. After the call connected, Xiaofeng spoke in a low voice. "Hello, may I speak with Commander Li Hang of the Lujiang local military region?" "Who is this?" Li Hang asked after answering the phone, looking at the number from the 18th Military Region with some confusion. "I am Xiaofeng." Xiaofeng replied. Upon hearing this, Li Hang immediately perked up, straightened his posture, and spoke in a solemn tone. "This subordinate is Li Hang, commander of the Luzhou military region. I pay my respects to Commander Xiao." Well, I won't blame you for being negligent in your duties," Xiaofeng said indifferently, then proceeded to give his orders. "I contacted you this time because I have a secret mission to assign to you." Li Hang naturally knew Xiaofeng's temperament. Upon hearing that Xiaofeng wasn't holding his negligence against him, he secretly sighed in relief. "Please punish me, Commander Xiao," Li Hang said in a solemn voice. Punishment is unnecessary, but if you mess up this secret mission, you'll see what happens to you," Xiaofeng barked harshly. "Commander Xiao, I guarantee I will complete the mission," Li Hang replied. "May I ask, Commander Xiao, what important secret mission have you assigned to me that you place such importance on it?" Li Hang asked curiously. "There is a man named Yang Yu in Luzhou. Have your men mobilize, fully armed, and ensure his safety without any gaps," Xiaofeng said solemnly. Li Hang heard Xiaofeng's words and pondered them in his mind for a moment, but he couldn't recall the name Yang Yu. "Commander Xiao, who is this person that requires our military region to deploy such a large force to protect him?" Li Heng asked in confusion. Upon hearing Li Heng inquire about Yang Yu's identity, Xiao Feng's tone turned icy, and he barked harshly, I'm telling you, do not inquire about his identity, do not seek information about him, and do not keep any records. You must protect her in secret and under no circumstances disturb him. Moreover, the protectors must be the cream of the crop, absolutely loyal individuals. Furthermore, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone. From now on, you and I must maintain single-line communication. Do you understand? Understood, sir. I will not disappoint Commander Zhao's expectations and will complete the mission flawlessly. Li Heng replied in a loud and clear voice. There's such a prominent figure in Luzhou that even Commander Zhao holds him in such high regard. I wonder who he is. Li Heng thought to himself, feeling a bit uneasy. After a moment's thought, Li Heng immediately grew serious. His expression grew solemn. This person must not be allowed to make any mistakes. Under no circumstances could this man named Yang Yu be exposed to any danger. Immediately, Li Heng summoned the captain of his strongest squad, the Wild Leopard team. Li Heng carefully instructed him on the task of protecting Yang Yu and emphasized that he must keep it strictly confidential. Chapter 13, Disaster Looms. You call this an ordinary person? Hujiang Qingfei Economic Company. In the chairman's office, Zheng Chang was lying leisurely on his large sofa chair. By his side, Lu Lulu held a plate of grapes, feeding them one by one to Zheng Chang. Zheng Chang took a bite of the fruit and kissed Lu Lulu's lips, smiling as he said, My precious daughter. The news I posted earlier about Xu Fan's English proficiency test results has caused a huge stir online. The public opinion is about to overwhelm her. Xu Fan is completely in our hands now. With just one word from me, I can ruin her reputation. Zheng Chang said with a smug smile. Daddy, you're amazing. I love you so much. Lu Lulu said in a spoiled tone. Can you have the marketing accounts give me some more attention today? My precious daughter, your godfather has already arranged it for you. Zheng Chang pinched Lu Lulu's buttocks and said with a smile. Do you remember what your godfather told you last time? When a person's public image collapses, they will be ruined. Saying this, Zheng Chang took out his phone and showed Lu Lulu the screenshots of the netizens' comments, saying, My dear daughter, take a look. We previously said he wasn't clean, that he rose to prominence by selling his body. At the time, we hadn't yet released the photoshopped videos of him sleeping with other men, so most people online were still skeptical, making it impossible to gain the trust of the majority. The second time, we released the photoshopped videos and photos, which were more effective in gaining the trust of these netizens. Third, I released her English proficiency test scores from university, completely undermining her image and deepening the netizens' suspicions. They would naturally connect these things together. This way, the effect we wanted to achieve is accomplished. That is, transforming Xu Fan's character into a college-era underachiever who rose to prominence solely through her beauty and physical appearance, essentially a manipulative schemer, and it was through such behavior that she managed to secure a position at the television station. Lu Lulu listened to Zheng Chang's words, and it felt like the door to a new world had been opened. If she weren't the one in the know behind the scenes, she might have been fooled by the string of online messages as well. Godfather, you're amazing. Lu Lulu felt she had found the right person, a powerful ally she could rely on. Zheng Chang also reached into Lu Lulu's blouse, pinching her soft flesh, and asked with a lecherous smile, How will you repay your godfather, my precious daughter? After saying that, Zheng Chang squeezed her slightly, and Lu Lulu let out a soft moan, her face flushing as she looked at Zheng Chang and said, Godfather, you're so bad. Just then, the door to Zheng Chang's office suddenly knocked. Bang! Boss, it's Wang Feng. Something's wrong. Something's happened. Wang Feng was shouting anxiously outside Zheng Chang's office. Zheng Chang heard Wang Feng's words and thought to himself, this guy really came at the worst possible time. He looked displeased and said to Wang Feng, Come in. What's wrong? Don't always make such a big deal out of everything. Stay calm when faced with problems. How did I teach you? Zheng Chang pulled his hand out of Lu Lulu's blouse, took a sip of tea, and asked. Boss, it's bad news. All our company accounts have been blocked. Wang Feng said nervously. What did you say? Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Zheng Chang's eyes widened in shock, then he pressed further, All the accounts have been blocked? Yes, boss. Wang Feng nodded and said, Weibo, Douyin, Kuaishou, and all the other accounts have been blocked. Yes, boss. Wang Feng nodded and said, Weibo, Douyin, Kuaishou, and all the other accounts have been banned. How is that possible? We've signed contracts with these platforms. Why would they suddenly ban our accounts? Zheng Chang hurriedly picked up his phone to check Weibo. When he opened the Weibo app, a pop-up window appeared. Lujiang Entertainment Zheng Chang, your account has been suspended for 3,650,000 days. Zheng Chang couldn't believe it was true. He thought for a moment, I'll call them to confirm. Just then, a message suddenly popped up in the group chat of the entertainment industry's top executives. Invitation to video call. Zheng Chang, feeling a bit nervous, clicked on the video call. With a smile on his face, he asked, Everyone, what can I do for you? As soon as Zheng Chang finished speaking, he was met with a barrage of angry curses. Microwave department head, Zheng Chang, you're such an idiot. Do you really think you're someone important? Do you have any idea how much money you've cost me? Quick search manager, Zheng Chang, you good for nothing. You've made all of us clean up your mess. You'll be in court soon. I'm not playing around with you, just wait and see. Douyin manager, I'm the one who's been hit the hardest by this. What do you think you're doing? Cultural Supervision Bureau staff have already been stationed at our company, and I have to write daily reports to my superiors. The heads of various cultural and entertainment industries in the group berated Zheng Chang for a full hour before things finally calmed down a bit. Zheng Chang listened to the harsh criticism from these industry heavyweights, completely dumbfounded. He looked confused and asked, but Xu Fan and Yang Yu are just ordinary people. Why are you all so angry? Zheng Chang was better off not saying anything, but the moment he spoke, it only made the big shots even more furious. Ordinary people? You call this an ordinary person? What kind of ordinary person is that? Can ordinary people cause such a commotion overnight that the higher-ups have to personally issue a red tea document? Are you kidding us? We were summoned in the middle of the night for a 5-hour meeting, spent the entire night drafting 18 plans all just to clean up your mess, you bastard. We helped you spread the dirt on Xu Fan and Yang Yu, and it even alerted the military and the National Security Bureau. If it weren't for the fact that they still value our contributions to the country, we'd probably be rotting in the 18th Military Region's prison right now. Chapter 14, It's time for my daughter to start kindergarten. Lujiang Community, Yang Yu's home. Xu Fan walked to the window, gazing out at the star-filled sky, her mind filled with thoughts. Yang Yu, I never meant to drive you away. Everything I said earlier was just out of anger. Don't take it to heart. Yang Yu, who was playing with Xian, heard Xu Fan's words and smiled slightly, saying, Xu Fan, it's okay. I didn't take it seriously. I know you love me. Speaking of which, Xian is of age now. Should we start looking for a kindergarten for her to attend? Yang Yu suddenly spoke up. Yes, Xian is old enough now, it's time for her to go to kindergarten. Xu Fan sighed. Her current situation had added even more difficulties to her life. Oh no! School will cost a fortune, and I've lost my job. What are we going to do now? Yang Yu had just returned home and was also unemployed. She had no savings of her own and couldn't possibly afford Xian's tuition fees. Xu Fan, don't worry. I'm Xuan's father. I'll figure something out. I'll make sure Xian goes to the best kindergarten. Yang Yu said confidently. Yang Yu. Xu Fan suddenly changed his tone, sounding a bit angry. Yang Yu, don't joke with me. You don't even have a job right now. Where are you going to find a kindergarten for Xian to attend? The best kindergarten, you say? Xu Fan, trust me, I don't say anymore, I'm feeling a bit tired. Xu Fan hesitated, unable to continue. Xu Fan, don't worry. I'm capable. I will definitely make sure Xian goes to the best school. Yang Yu looked at Bingbing, whose face was haggard, wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and said with a smile. 3 years had passed, and many things remained unresolved in Xu Fan's heart. She felt that those matters no longer mattered now. For her, the most important thing now is that Yang Yu has returned, their family is reunited, and she and Xian no longer have to live in loneliness and hardship. This is the best thing that could happen. She can bury all those grievances deep within her heart now. Alright, I believe you. Go to bed early. Xu Fan struggled internally for a long time but ultimately decided not to tell Yang Yu about the injustices she had endured over the past 3 years. After seeing Xu Fan and Xian lying in bed fast asleep, Yang Yu took his phone and stepped outside. Hello, Commander Xiao? I'm sorry to disturb you so late. No problem. I'm not bothering you, Mr. Yang. I'm still awake. No problem, no problem. Yang Zongshi, don't worry about disturbing me. I'm still awake. Xiaofeng, who heard it was Yang Yu calling, hurriedly explained on the other end of the phone. I have something I need your help with. What kind of favor? If it's something I can do, I'll do my best. My daughter Xian is also a school age now. As you know, I just returned to the country and don't have many connections, so I can't send her to the best school. I would like to ask for your assistance. Mr. Yang, there is no need to be so formal with me. This is my duty. Mr. Yang, I'm truly sorry. Your safety is my responsibility, and I should also be responsible for the well-being of your family. Failing to arrange proper accommodations for your family is a dereliction of my duties. How about this? I'll give you the phone number of the director of the Education Bureau in Luzhou City. You can contact him directly to handle it. I'll make sure everything is arranged properly. Xiaofeng then sent Yang Yu a phone number. Commander Xiao, thank you. Yang Yu hung up the phone, waited 10 minutes, and then dialed the mobile number Xiaofeng had sent him. Hello, you must be Mr. Yang, the honored guest of Commander Xiao. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone, seemingly that of a female bureau chief. Hello, this is Yang Yu. Has Commander Xiao already informed you about my situation? Yes, Commander Xiao has already explained everything to me. You can entrust any matters to me in the future. The director of the Lujiang City Education Bureau spoke with great respect, as if Yang Yu were his immediate superior, his tone extremely gentle. May I ask which kindergarten Mr. Yang has his eye on? I will arrange enrollment for your daughter immediately. Yang Yu pondered for a moment. Having been away from here for 3 years without keeping up with the world, he had no idea which kindergarten was good or bad. He then asked, which kindergarten in Luzhou City is the best? The best kindergarten in Luzhou City? That would have to be the Lion Kindergarten. The minimum requirement for enrollment at Xiongshi Kindergarten is an asset value of 200 million yuan. Additionally, the kindergarten conducts an IQ test for children, and they must score at least 90 on the IQ test to be admitted. However, Mr. Yang need not worry. Commander Xiao has made it clear that your request must be fulfilled under any circumstances. As long as you wish for your daughter to attend this kindergarten, I can arrange her enrollment tomorrow. After hearing the words of the Education Bureau director, Yang Yu thought for a moment and said, then please arrange it for us. My daughter's name is Yang Yashuan. The IQ test will not be cancelled. Please proceed with the test as scheduled. Are you sure? The Education Bureau director asked with a touch of concern. I'm certain. I believe my daughter can pass such a simple test. Yang Yu said with a smile. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, the Education Bureau director had nothing more to say and promptly arranged all the necessary procedures for Xuanxuan's enrollment. Mr. Yang, I have already arranged your daughter's enrollment. You can simply bring her to school tomorrow. Thank you. Yang Yu said gratefully, then hung up the phone. The next day, after breakfast, Shufan, looking worried, picked up her phone and tried to call an old classmate, hoping to ask for help in finding connections to arrange for Xianxian to enroll in a better kindergarten. Yang Yu saw Shufan pick up her phone and reached out to press it down, smiling as he said, Shufan, don't bother others. I've already made arrangements. I'll take you and your daughter to school later. We'll go to the Lion Kindergarten. What? Xiongshi Kindergarten? When Shufan heard the name, she was so shocked that her jaw dropped. She covered her mouth with her hands, too stunned to speak. Yang Yu, don't joke with me. The Lion Kindergarten is the best kindergarten in Luzhou City. Just to qualify for admission, you need assets worth 20 billion. Yang Yu, did you sleep in too late and get confused? How could you say such nonsense? As he spoke, Yang Yu grabbed Shufan's hand tightly and looked at her with a gentle expression, saying, Shufan, I promise to send Xianxian to the best school. Can you trust me this time? Lion Kindergarten isn't too far from our house. I'll take you and Xianxian there for enrollment later. You'll see for yourself. Plus, they'll even line up to welcome Xianxian to school. Do you believe it? Chapter 15, Lion Kindergarten. Do you even deserve to be here? Shufan listened to Yang Yu's words and felt deeply concerned. Shufan thought to herself, did the words I said last night put too much pressure on Yang Yu, causing him to lose his senses? At that moment, Yang Yu was playing and teasing in an, Dad, will Xianxian make a lot of friends at kindergarten? Are there a lot of kids there who are the same age as me? Xianxian looked at Yang Yu with innocent eyes and said in a soft voice, Yes, there are lots and lots of children the same age as Xianxian. Then Xianxian will have lots and lots of friends to play with. Yang Yu stroked Xuanxuan's head and said affectionately, Ah, that's great. Xianxian is so excited. Xianxian wants to play with the other children. Shufan walked over, pinched Xuanxuan's little cheek, and smiled, saying, Xianxian is going to school. Are you scared? Xianxian isn't afraid. Xianxian is so happy. Xianxian said with a smile. There are teachers at kindergarten. If Xianxian misbehaves, the teacher will spank you. Xianxian is the best behaved child, so the teacher won't spank her. Shufan and Yang Yu looked at Xuanxuan's innocent and happy face, and both of them smiled happily. Then Yang Yu got up and went to the room to get a pink little backpack for Xianxian to wear. Xianxian, let's go. Mom and I will take you to school. Anan, carrying his little backpack, cheered excitedly and spun around in circles with joy. Lujiang City, Upper City Center. Lion Noble Kindergarten. The kindergarten is built like a small castle, with security guards at the entrance dressed in blue uniforms, speaking and behaving with great elegance and poise. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and various other luxury cars are parked outside the kindergarten. The people getting out of the cars are dressed in suits and ties, and the wealthy women, dressed in elegant and luxurious attire, are sending their children to school. This scene draws envious glances from passers-by. A striking banner reading warmly welcoming little Princess Yang Yashuan to kindergarten was prominently displayed at the entrance of the kindergarten. The principal and director of the kindergarten, along with all the teachers, stood in a line at the entrance to welcome the new students. The successful businesspeople and wealthy women who had alighted from their luxury cars looked at the banner hanging at the kindergarten entrance, feeling both annoyed and curious. They gathered together and whispered among themselves. Who is Yang Yashuan? Whose child is she? Is there a wealthy family surnamed Yang in Luzhou City? I don't know, I've never heard of one. I really want to see what kind of person could get such a welcome from a kindergarten. When my son first enrolled here, he didn't receive such a lavish welcome. At that moment, an excited voice of a little girl rang out from the crowd. Daddy and Mommy, we've arrived at kindergarten. At that moment, everyone present turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. Upon closer inspection, an elegantly dressed woman with long hair sneered disdainfully, "Isn't that Shu Fan, the one who recently went viral online for failing the English proficiency test and using her body to climb the social ladder, only to be sponsored by a wealthy individual? And the man beside her is her husband, Yang Yu, isn't he? He's quite handsome, but it's a shame he's a criminal. What are they doing here? Are they coming to attend the Lion kindergarten? No way. They're so poor they'll never be able to afford a kindergarten like that in their entire lives." Before Yang Yu and his group could even step inside, an elegantly dressed socialite began to mock them loudly. "Criminals and whores dare to come here? Don't tarnish the reputation of the Lion kindergarten." Yang Yu heard this and stopped in his tracks, giving the socialite a disdainful sneer. Shu Fan sensed that Yang Yu was about to speak up to save her face, so she quickly grabbed Yang Yu's arm and whispered, "Yang Yu, she's my former colleague from the TV station, Yuaning. Her husband is the CEO of Chaowei Company. We can't afford to mess with them." Back when Yuaning was at the TV station, she had always been overshadowed by Shu Fan's reputation and couldn't make a name for herself. Later, for some reason, she suddenly hooked up with the CEO of Chaowei Company and her status skyrocketed overnight. Later, Yuaning frequently requested that Shu Fan interview their company, but the station director politely declined each time. Some people seem to think that just because they've hooked up with a rich guy, they've suddenly become someone special, but in reality, they're still just ordinary people. "You! Who are you cursing at?" Yuan Ing was exposed, and in an instant, she completely lost her composure. "You're laughing? You've already admitted it yourself, why are you asking me who I'm talking about?" Yuan Ing was so angry she clenched her teeth. Since she married the CEO of Chaowei Company, no one had dared to speak to her like that. Now she was being insulted by a criminal. "Are you looking for trouble? How dare you insult me? My husband knows the director of the Lujiang City Education Bureau. I see your daughter is going to kindergarten, right? If you offend me, I'll make sure no kindergarten in Luzhou City dares to admit your daughter." Yang Yu heard Yuan Ying's words and burst into laughter, saying, "Oh? Are you that powerful? Then I'll say my daughter is already enrolled at the Lion kindergarten. Will you die of anger?" Yuan Ying heard Yang Yu's words and replied with a mocking expression, "With your poverty, you probably can't even afford to step foot inside the Lion kindergarten. The minimum admission requirement for the Lion kindergarten is a net worth of 20 billion. With your poverty, you don't stand a chance. 20 billion? Is that even money?" Yang Yu sneered and said, "Don't even mention 20 billion, 200 billion is just a word from me." Yang Yu wasn't exaggerating. The nuclear project he had developed wasn't worth 20 billion, it was worth trillions. If Yang Yu were willing, he could simply sketch out a design, and countless people worldwide would rush to buy it. "When I worked with your wife before, I already knew she wasn't a good person. Now her sordid past has been exposed. And you, don't think I don't know you committed a serious crime, served 3 years in prison, and now you're out here trying to act all high and mighty. I'd almost give you the award for the year's best show-off." At this point, other successful individuals and prominent socialites began to mock Yang Yu. In their eyes, Shu Fan and Yang Yu were merely two impoverished individuals who dared to show off in their presence. Criminals? Hearing their conversation, the people around them and the security guards at the door all looked at them with disdain, their hearts filled with disgust and hatred. "Security! Security! Hurry up and get this criminal out of here. This criminal appeared at the Lion kindergarten and poses a threat to the children's safety." Yuan Ing stood with her hands on her hips, addressing the security guard at the kindergarten entrance. The security guard heard Yuan Ying's words, walked over, and glanced at Yang Yushu and Fan Han's shabby clothes. He also believed what Yuan Ing had said. Chapter 16, the chief arrives in person. "The parents of our Lion kindergarten have spoken. Don't linger here. We don't want to resort to violence. Please leave immediately," the security guard said to Yang Yu with a dismissive tone. Yang Yu, upon hearing this, smiled instead of getting angry and said, "He's a parent at the Lion kindergarten. Does that mean I'm not?" Yuan Ing burst into laughter upon hearing Yang Yu's words, filled with contempt. "You think you're worthy? Shu Fan, I think your husband has lost his mind. It's so embarrassing." The successful individuals and wealthy socialites all looked at Yang Yu and his group with disdain. Yang Yu looked handsome and charming, with a sunny disposition, but why did he speak so unrealistically? He wouldn't even qualify to sell his organs to get into this prestigious kindergarten. Do you really think anyone can just walk into this Lion Cub kindergarten? At that moment, Shu Fan tightly gripped Yang Yu's hand and said with a flushed face, "Yang Yu, let's go home." Yang Yu turned around and looked at Shu Fan with a gentle expression, saying, "Don't worry. Trust me. I've promised I won't let you two suffer anymore. I'll make sure you have a good life. I always keep my word. What are you still lingering here for? Get out of here immediately. Don't make a scene here." Yuan Ing sneered disdainfully. "Yuan Ing, dare you bet with me? Facing Yuan Ying's mockery, Yang Yu said indifferently. What's there to be afraid of? What do you want to bet on? If I were a parent at Xiongshi Kindergarten, you would kneel at the school gate and say I was wrong 3 times in front of everyone. Do you dare? Yuan Ying was taken aback. In her mind, she was certain that Yang Yu couldn't possibly be a parent from the Lion Kindergarten, but the expression on his face when he spoke seemed very confident. Yuan Ying was puzzled. Was Yang Yu truly confident, or was he just putting on a show? Moreover, the banner hanging at the kindergarten gate today read warmly welcoming little Princess Yang Yashuan. Yang Yu's daughter must also have the surname Yang. Could she be Yang Yu's daughter? Yuan Ying felt a sudden pang of anxiety. The security guard beside her saw this and walked over, whispering to Yuan Ying, Mrs. Yuan, I've seen all the parents who came to enroll their children at our kindergarten, but I've never seen this person before. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ying felt a surge of confidence, her panic dissipating instantly. She couldn't help but smile smugly, looking down on Yang Yu with disdain. What's there to be afraid of? I'll bet you. If you're a parent at this Lion Kindergarten, I'll kneel down at the kindergarten gate in front of everyone and say I'm sorry 3 times. If you lose, you'll kneel down in front of everyone, lick my shoes, and shout 3 times, I'm poor. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Yuan Ying spoke with confidence and arrogance. She was determined to make this pretentious criminal suffer the ultimate humiliation today. Yang Yu looked at Yuan Ying with a disdainful expression and said mockingly, What are you afraid of? I'll take it. Yuan Ying glanced at him with a confident expression, then turned to the security guard and said, Please bring me the list of kindergarten parents. Mrs. Yuan, this is the roster for our Lion Kindergarten. Look, your name isn't on it. Yuan Ying sneered at Yang Yu. Then she lifted her foot and pointed at Yang Yu. Come on, kneel down and lick my shoes, then scream 3 times, I'm poor. The other wealthy women and successful individuals also began to mock Yang Yu together. Looking at him, I knew he was just a poor man. Exactly, he's showing off at the entrance of the Lion Kindergarten. Doesn't he know where he is? You sure know how to put on a show, but now that you've been exposed, why don't you just find a hole to crawl into? A poor schmuck, daydreaming like this, talking big, what a disgrace. Get down on your knees and lick their shoes. Don't forget to shout 3 times, I'm poor. A crowd of people kept mocking Yang Yu and Shu Fan. You actually believe what a little security guard says? Go ahead, call your kindergarten principal over here. Yang Yu remained unfazed, tightly holding Shu Fan's hand as he spoke calmly. What's the point of putting on a brave face when death is imminent? Yuan Ying sneered disdainfully. He believed Yang Yu was merely stalling for time. Alright, since he said that, let him die thoroughly. Please call the kindergarten principal over. I want this criminal to admit defeat willingly. The security guard immediately ran to the school gate and called over the principal, who was still standing in line with a smile on his face. After arriving, the principal looked at Yang Yu, then at Xianxian, and thought for a moment. The little princess who was supposed to enroll in kindergarten today was indeed named Yang Yashuan, but she didn't look like her at all. The principal examined Xianxian carefully and then shook her head and said, The matter of Yang Yashuan enrolling was personally instructed by the director of the Education Bureau last night. This little girl is dressed so shabbily, how could the director of the Education Bureau have called in the middle of the night to make such an arrangement? She doesn't look like someone important at all. Upon hearing the director of the Lion Kindergarten speak so bluntly, everyone present gained the courage to mock Yang Yu openly. What a person who won't shed a tear until she sees the coffin. What else do you have to say now? Come over here and lick my shoes. Yuan Ying immediately lifted her foot and looked down on Yang Yu with disdain. Director, did the Education Bureau director not inform you about this last night? Please call her immediately. Facing the overwhelming mockery from the crowd, Yang Yu spoke calmly. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, the principal trembled all over, broke out in a cold sweat, and thought to himself, this can't be good. Could Yang Yu really be the person the Education Bureau director sent last night? But once the words were out, they couldn't be taken back, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and call the director of the Education Bureau. The call went through. Hello, this is the director of the Education Bureau. A stern female voice came through the phone, and Yang Yu felt it was completely different from the person he had spoken to last night. There was no trace of last night's gentleness, only the authority of a superior. Director, this is the principal of Xiongshi Kindergarten. Someone is impersonating Mr. Yang. Please verify their identity. What? Someone dares to impersonate Mr. Yang? They must be tired of living. I'll gather some people and go arrest them right away. Xiao Commander specifically instructed her that Yang Yu's safety is the safety of Lu Jiang. There can be no mistakes. Otherwise, she won't be able to bear the consequences. You think you can get away with this? Just wait and see what happens to you. Yuan Ying continued to mock after hearing the words of the Education Bureau director. Just as the laughter had not yet died down, a police car pulled up and out stepped a stunningly beautiful woman with a figure to die for. She was none other than Su Ningran, the director of the Education Bureau. Chapter 17, You bastard, you dare to talk back. The moment Su Ningran saw Yang Yu, she was so scared that she started trembling uncontrollably. Mr. Yang. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. I was worried someone might be impersonating you, so I. Yang Gongzi? You? Yuan Ing and the others were all stunned. Yang Yu smiled slightly without saying a word. Su Ningran saw Yang Yu like this and immediately flew into a rage, shouting at the principal, "What use are your dog eyes? Didn't I send you a photo of young Master Yan yesterday?" The principal was so frightened that he couldn't think straight. He never imagined that the legendary Yang Gongzi would be dressed so shabbily. Su Ningran glared at the principal with a cold, piercing gaze, her anger reaching its peak. She reached out and slapped the principal across the face. What a worthless dog! Yang Gongzi is the most noble person in Luzhou. How dare you be so rude to her? And you dare to insult Yang Gongzi? Get out of here immediately. You will no longer be the principal of the Lion Kindergarten. The director of the Education Bureau was furious. This was someone personally arranged by Commander Xiao. How could they be so blind? If they want to die, don't drag her down with them. Director, our principal is so scared he can't even speak. Smack! Smack! Su Ningran slapped the principal across the face twice more. Get out of here! Did you hear me? I don't want to repeat myself. The principal covered his face and fled in disarray. Yang Yu looked at the female bureau chief and felt a newfound admiration for her. She was indeed capable and deserved her position. Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you today. Please don't be angry. I'm just a lowly person who doesn't deserve your attention. Su Ningran explained nervously to Yang Yu. The atmosphere in the entire hall seemed to freeze. No one could have imagined that the esteemed director of the Education Bureau would show such respect or even humility toward Yang Yu. Yuan Ing was completely speechless. She had no idea what to do now. The other socialites and successful individuals were all keeping their distance from her, afraid of getting involved with Yang Yu and causing trouble for themselves. How about it? Admit defeat now? Come on over. Quickly get down on your knees and bark like a dog for me. Yang Yu looked at Yuan Ing with disdain and said. Yuan Ying's face turned green. Yang Yu, Xu Fan, you two just wait. I don't know how you managed to get close to Director Su, but this isn't over. Su Ningran saw Yuan Ing still daring to speak so boldly, furrowed her brows, and coldly ordered her subordinates, take him away. How dare you show disrespect to Yang Yu in front of me? As soon as Su Ningran finished speaking, her subordinates immediately moved forward to grab Yuan Ing. At that moment, Xu Fan, who hadn't yet recovered from the previous scene, grabbed Yang Yu's arm and said softly, "Husband, let it go. After all, she once worked with me." Yang Yu hadn't intended to do anything to Yuan Ing in the first place. Since Xu Fan had spoken up, he decided to let it go. Director Su, since my wife has pleaded for mercy, please let her go. Yang Yu said to Su Ningran with a smile. Seeing Yang Yu speak, Su Ningran waved her hand to signal her men to step back, then smiled at Yang Yu and said, "Today, we have caused you trouble, Yang Gongzi. I sincerely apologize. I hope you will be magnanimous and not report this to your superiors. Otherwise, I fear I may lose my position. Director Su, you're too kind. You've already done so much for me, I can't thank you enough." Yang Yu smiled and hugged his daughter as he walked toward the Lion Kindergarten. Su Ningran had appointed a new principal and arranged everything in order before approaching Yang Yu with great respect and saying, "Mr. Yang, I have something I need to discuss with you at the Education Bureau." "Ms. Su, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Yang Yu. If you're going to the Education Bureau, I need to drop my wife off at home first. If you need to go to the Education Bureau, you'll have to wait until I drop my wife off at home first," Yang Yu said with a smile. Su Ningran took out the car keys and said, "Let's drive the lady home." "No, it's not necessary." "No, thank you. Xu Fan and I prefer to walk, there's no need to trouble you." After saying that, Yang Yu saw Xu Fan coming out of the kindergarten. She waved at Su Ningran, then Yang Yu walked over to Xu Fan and said, "Honey, let's go home." Xu Fan smiled and nodded, then linked her arm through Yang Yu's and slowly walked toward home. Xu Fan recalled what had just happened and asked, "Husband, how did you manage to get Anan enrolled in the Lion Kindergarten? Why does Director Su respect you so much?" Yang Yu, afraid that Xu Fan would worry, made up an excuse and smiled at her, saying, "When I was in the north, I knew the former Education Bureau director. We were close, and this Director Su was promoted by me, so she respects me so much. I asked her yesterday to help arrange for Xian to attend kindergarten." Xu Fan smiled happily upon hearing this. She felt that now she had a powerful ally, and she could live a stable life with Yang Yu from now on. After Yang Yu dropped Xu Fan off at home, he headed out to the Education Bureau. Lion Kindergarten. The kindergarten is organizing games for the children. A physically fit physical education teacher is supervising the children at the playground. Xian is happily swinging on a swing at the amusement park. Many boys are helping Xian swing, and she swings higher and higher, laughing joyfully. Just then, a little girl dressed in a beautiful princess dress saw all the boys gathered around Xian and felt extremely jealous. She puckered her lips, ran over, and pushed Xianxian off the swing, then sat down on it herself. The swing was swinging high and fast. Xianxian was suddenly pushed to the ground, her palms hitting the ground, and her entire palms were scraped raw. What? Why are you bullying me? The wound on her palm hurt so much that Xianxian sat down on the ground and started crying. My mom said your mom is a fox-like journalist who seduces men. You're a little fox spirit too, no swinging on the swing. The little girl scolded Xianxian. Xianxian heard the little girl insulting her mother and wanted to confront her, but the little girl pushed Xianxian again, and Xianxian almost fell over. Seeing this, the children's physical education teacher rushed over to stop them. He looked at Xianxian sternly and said, Yang Yaxuan, how long have you been playing? Let Zhuang Yui play on the swing. Don't fight with her. Her father is the director of the propaganda department of Luzhou City, and her mother is the director of the urban construction bureau of Luzhou City. They're not people your parents can afford to offend. Do you understand? But Xianxian had only been playing for 3 minutes. Xianxian said with a pout, lowering her head. You little brat, you dare talk back to your teacher? Who taught you that? The teacher, hearing Xianxian dare to speak up, said angrily. Your father is a notorious criminal. I don't know how he managed to get close to Director Su and even got my brother fired. I'm not my brother. I won't put up with this. I have powerful backers. With their influence, even Su, the bureau chief, would have to give them some leeway. She can't touch me. Chapter 18, Women are inherently weak, but when they become mothers, they become strong. Criminals and whores are a perfect match, but the child they produce will surely be a bastard. Who knows where that wild child came from? The female PE teacher glanced sideways at Xianxian and mocked her. Xianxian ran to the side and started crying tearfully. She didn't say another word. Xianxian was a good girl because her mother had told her not to argue with teachers and to listen to them. She didn't want to cause her parents trouble because of her. In the afternoon, when kindergarten dismissed, Shufan had been waiting at the kindergarten gate for a long time to pick up Xianxian and take her home. When Shufan saw Xianxian pouting with a look of grievance on her face as she walked out of the kindergarten, Shufan felt something was wrong. She then noticed Xuanxuan's small hands covered in bruises. Xianxian, who did this? It was me who fell. Shufan looked at her daughter, who was lowering her head and avoiding her eyes, speaking hesitantly, and knew that Xianxian wasn't telling the truth. She then continued to ask, Dear daughter, tell mom what really happened. Upon hearing that it was the physical education teacher who had acted unreasonably, relying on his power and influence to bully her daughter, Shufan knew she had no connections to turn to. However, since Xianxian had been wronged, she was determined to seek justice for her daughter. Shufan took Xianxian to the female PE teacher's office. As soon as Shufan entered the office, she was shocked. The entire office was filled with coat racks, and they were covered with revealing clothes. The female PE teacher was applying makeup at the vanity table. Upon seeing Shufan enter with Xianxian, she sneered and said, Come back tomorrow if you have any business. I've already clocked out. Shufan quickly walked over with Xianxian, opened her swollen little hand to show her, and angrily demanded, Why don't you care about my child and only favor the other one? Oh my, how did she get hurt so badly? Let the teacher take a look. As she spoke, the female teacher took Xuanxuan's little hand with a feigned expression and squeezed it tightly. Ah! Wah! Xianxian cried out in pain, and the intense pain made Anan cry out instantly. How dare you treat my daughter like this? You're not fit to be a teacher. Shufan grabbed Anan tightly and turned to the PE teacher with hatred in her eyes. The female physical education teacher snorted disdainfully and then sneered, I didn't even bother to hold your daughter accountable for her mistake. How dare you compete with Zhuang Yui for the swing? You'd better not mess with the Zhuang family's influence. Do you want to know what kind of background the Zhuang family has? Let me tell you, her father is the head of the propaganda department of Luzhou, and her mother is the director of the urban construction bureau of Luzhou. Even if you call Su Ningran, it won't help. Given her parents' status, do you think Su Ningran would stand on your side? The female physical education teacher, seeing Bingbing's resentful gaze, laughed triumphantly. This morning, because of you and Su Ningran, my brother was fired. I won't hold it against you. But if you dare to provoke me, or if your little bastard makes me unhappy, I'll fire her. Shufan heard the PE teacher's words and felt deeply wronged. Her daughter was being bullied, yet the other party was so domineering and didn't even apologize. Xianxian had finally managed to enroll in kindergarten through Yang Yu's connections. She didn't want anything to go wrong and didn't want everything to go back to the way it was before. But seeing Xuanxuan's swollen, bruised hands, Shufan had already made up his mind. You must give me justice today and apologize to my daughter. Shufan said sternly. Though she was a delicate woman, she was a mother with unwavering resolve. She believed that if Yang Yu had witnessed this, he would have made the same choice as her. Alright, you want justice, do you? I'll give it to you. The PE teacher sneered and dialed Zhuang Yui's mother's phone, deliberately turning on the speaker. Ms. Li, someone said your child is bullying their child and refusing to leave my office. Oh? Which inconsiderate individual dares to cause trouble for my dear friend? You wait, I'll be right over. Shortly afterward, a elegantly dressed woman arrived at the physical education teacher's office, accompanied by Zhuang Yue. My dear friend, why does your room smell so poor? It's disgusting. The woman walked in and gave Shu Fan and her mother a disapproving look. Exactly. They're like pesky bugs that won't go away no matter what. I'm really at my wit's end. The PE teacher looked at Shu Fan with a mocking expression. Then the wealthy woman looked at Shu Fan and said, I'm not someone who can be dismissed with a few words from Su Ningran. You dare to mess with me? Aren't you afraid you've lived too long? It was your daughter who pushed my daughter off the swing. Look at my daughter's hand, it's all bruised. You must give me an explanation today. Shu Fan said to the wealthy woman. Li Qingqing sneered, my daughter pushed her, that's your daughter's good fortune. After saying that, she added, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. You're just a bunch of poor people who only want money. With that, Li Qingqing pulled out a stack of money from her diamond-encrusted wallet and said, I have plenty of money. Isn't that what you want? Remember to come find me every day, and I'll have my precious child push your little bastard around every day. Who cares about your stinking money? I want your daughter to apologize to my daughter today. Shu Fan slapped the money Li Qingqing handed her out of her hands and shouted angrily. Ha, with your poverty, you think my daughter will apologize to yours? I'm telling you, it's absolutely impossible. Li Qingqing sneered. She then picked up the phone and called, I hope you still have the same backbone when my husband arrives. Shortly afterward, Li Qingqing's husband, Zhuang Jingqi, the propaganda minister of Luzhou City, arrived with several henchmen in tow. Such a filthy woman even working at a kindergarten, she's corrupting the children. Zhuang Jingqi sneered at Shu Fan as soon as he entered. Although Shu Fan saw that Zhuang Jingqi was accompanied by several henchmen, his demeanor remained unwavering. Do you want your daughter to continue attending the Lion Kindergarten? Zhuang Jingqi looked down on Shu Fan and said. It doesn't matter if she can't attend, but your daughter must apologize to my daughter Xianxian today, or this matter won't be settled. Shu Fan remained as resolute as ever. Zhuang Jingqi snorted derisively and then turned to the female physical education teacher, saying, fire this Yang Yashuan immediately. The physical education teacher feigned a look of great difficulty and said, Mr. Zhuang, you don't know her husband is acquainted with Su Ningran, who is a powerful figure. I dare not touch her. Humph. Just because of Su Ningran? Zhuang Jingqi sneered at the mention of Su Ningran's name, then picked up the phone and called her, saying, today, I'll show you what it means when someone is one rank higher than you. Chapter 19, The Wild Leopard Strike Team is on the move. The other party sneered a few times before dialing the number. Hello, this is Su Ningran, the director of the Education Bureau. Hello, Director Su, I am Zhuang Jingqi, the Minister of the Propaganda Department. Oh, it's you, Director Zhuang. I know you. What can I do for you? Su Ningran, who was handling the paperwork for Yang Yu at the Education Bureau, also felt a surge of excitement upon receiving the call. It's like this, Director Su. I need to expel a little girl named Yang Yashuan from the Lion Kindergarten. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing Zhuang Jingqi's words, Su Ningran suddenly froze, her gaze shifting to Yang Yu beside her, feeling at a loss. Mr. Yang, what should we do? Su Ningran asked. Tell him you agree. Yang Yu noticed Su Ningran's pressure and smiled. He thinks that being one rank higher means you can crush people, right? Today, I'll show him what kind of expression he'll have when faced with the pressure from the commander of the 18th Military Region. Su Ningran heard Yang Yu's words and knew that Yang Yu could bring in someone of a higher rank. She silently prayed for Zhuang Jingqi in her heart. Why did he have to provoke this man, who was so highly respected even by the military region? Su Ningran thought to herself. Minister Zhuang, since it's your decision, I naturally agree. After hearing Yang Yu's words, Su Ningran smiled and replied to Zhuang Jingqi. At the Lion Kindergarten, Zhuang Jingqi had his phone on speaker, and everyone present could hear Su Ningran's words. Zhuang Jingqi looked smug, mockingly at Shu Fan and said, Did you hear that? The Su Ningran your husband brought in dares not even breathe in my presence. If I tell her to go south, would she dare to go north? Zhuang Jingqi's arrogant and tyrannical demeanor, abusing his power to commit evil deeds, is truly despicable. His ugly face is utterly repulsive. Even if you fire Xianxian, even if you hold all the power in the world, your daughter must apologize to my daughter today. Shu Fan didn't expect Su Ningran to agree so readily to Zhuang Jingqi, but as Xianxian's mother, even though she had no power or connections, she had to stand up for her daughter. People fight for their dignity, and trees fight for their bark. If she were to yield to such power today, it would cast a huge shadow over Xuanxuan's future, leaving her unable to hold her head high ever again. Even if she can't attend the best kindergarten or receive the best academic education, Shu Fan will make sure Xianxian learns the principles of being a good person. She must never allow Xianxian to become one of those people who appear cultured and refined on the surface but are corrupt and dark within. Li Qingqing heard Shu Fan's words, furrowed her brows, and angrily pointed at Shu Fan, shouting, Where did you get such ideas? Didn't you hear what my husband said? Your daughter has already been expelled. Get out of here immediately. What are you still doing here? Do you even deserve it? If you keep hanging around like a cockroach, I'll call security. At that moment, Xian Xian saw Li Qinxin's terrifying expression with her eyes wide open and was so scared that she immediately hid behind Shufan. Look forward. Mom, let's go home. Xian Xian is okay. Xian Xian tugged at Shufan's hand and said softly. In Xuanxuan's world, she felt that these people were all so fierce and terrifying. They had been bullying her mother, and Xuanxuan's tears welled up in her eyes again. Xian Xian, Mom will definitely get you justice today. If they don't apologize to you, Mom won't leave. Xian Xian, don't cry. Mom is here. Be a good girl, don't be afraid. With Mom here, they won't dare to bully you. Shufan knelt down, wiped the tears streaming down Xuanxuan's little face, and smiled at her. It's all my fault, Xian Xian. I'm not strong enough to protect Mom. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have argued with Zhuang Yui, causing Mom to be bullied by those aunts and uncles. Wah! Xian Xian rubbed her eyes and said tearfully. Look at this little girl, how understanding she is. What a good child. Zhuang Jingqi walked over, knelt down, and pinched Xuanxuan's little cheeks. Looking at her reddened eyes, he smiled and said, Don't touch my daughter. Shufan was about to step forward to push Zhuang Jingqi away, but unexpectedly, two of his henchmen emerged from behind Zhuang Jingqi and firmly grabbed Shufan. This little girl has such delicate skin, white and plump, she's so cute. Zhuang Jingqi pinched Xuanxuan's smiling face and said with a wicked grin. You rascal. Let go of my mom. Xian Xian saw her mother being grabbed by the bad guy and bit Zhuang Jingqi's arm. Ah! Zhuang Jingqi's agonized screams echoed throughout the entire office as he slapped Xian Xian across the face, sending her flying backward. You little bastard, how dare you dare to touch me? Hit her. Zhuang Jingqi rubbed his arm, the pain subsiding slightly. He looked at the deep tooth marks on his arm. And a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Several henchmen slowly approached, their faces twisted into menacing expressions as they glared intently at Xian Xian. Suddenly, a figure flashed past the office door, moving so quickly that most people couldn't notice it. Outside the office stood a tall, muscular man wearing a mask and a hat to conceal his face. The man walked to a secluded corner of the corridor, pulled out a military-issue walkie-talkie from his upper pocket, and spoke into it. Eagle calling wolf. Eagle calling wolf. Wild wolves, this is Eagles. Please proceed. I have discovered that Yang Yu's wife and daughter may be in danger at the Lion Kindergarten. Eagle, please provide instructions. After a moment of silence on the walkie-talkie, a voice spoke urgently. The Lu Jiang Wild Leopard team is departing immediately and will arrive shortly. I order the Eagle to ensure the safety of Yang Yu's wife and child at all costs. There must be no mistakes. The Wild Leopard team captain dared not delay, immediately sounding the alarm and assembling the team for deployment. Yang Yu's safety is entirely my responsibility, and the safety of his wife and daughter is no exception. If anything happens to them, even the slightest mishap, I will hold you all accountable. The Wild Leopard team captain shouted over the radio. 3 minutes later, all 20 members of the Wild Leopard squad, fully armed, had assembled. Their black gold battle armor and high-tech equipment were dazzlingly bright. The high-tech combat helmets and goggles, with their innovative design, allow them to clearly see enemies in the darkness and dust. The latest War Dragon AK-85 assault rifle, China's most luxurious rifle, can be equipped with various types of ammunition, including 5.56mm and 7.62mm rounds, enabling it to effectively handle enemies in a wide range of scenarios. The full body armor allows it to adapt to any combat environment, even converting the impact of landmines into propulsion to enhance mobility. The captain of the Wild Panther squad looked down at the assembled members and began his briefing. This time, we are heading to Lion Cub Kindergarten to protect the safety of a woman and a young girl. Their safety must be our top priority. Do you understand? Chapter 20, the situation escalates. Yes. The captain guarantees the completion of the mission. The members of the Wild Leopard team shouted in unison. The ordinary troops of the entire Lujiang military region saw the Wild Leopard squad assembling and their eyes were filled with an expression of disbelief. Must be some important figure arriving in Luzhou. Even the Wild Leopard squad is mobilizing. The Wild Leopard squad is the strongest team in all of Luzhou. The only missions that would mobilize them are national-level tasks involving threats to national security, and yet they've all gathered here today. The truth is with the Wild Leopard team. I really want their gear. That's a high-tech product developed by the National Research Institute. Each piece is 50 years ahead of other countries. Even M country dares not touch us lightly now. The armed forces helicopters are buzzing loudly in the sky. The people of Luzhou were all stunned, gazing up at the helicopters in the sky, wondering what on earth was happening. The TV director and station manager saw the helicopter flying toward the Lion Kindergarten, their eyes filled with bright anticipation. The station director squinted his eyes, staring intently at the helicopter in the sky, stunned. It's the Lujiang Wild Leopard Task Force. Their aircraft only take to the skies for matters of national importance. What could possibly be happening? Hurry and call the reporters, this is sure to be big news. The station director's professional instinct told him that something big was about to happen. It turned out that military news had always been handled by Xu Fan, but now Xu Fan had been dismissed by the station director due to those negative reports and was waiting for the impact of the incident to subside. Sun Ye was bored in the office, organizing documents. He had already compiled all the incriminating evidence against Xu Fan and was contemplating whether to release it. He and Xu Fan had both joined the TV station at the same time, but she had always remained obscure and unnoticed, while Xu Fan had always been the station's focal point. This made her feel very upset, but this time, Xu Fan's leaked scandal presented him with a golden opportunity to turn the tables. He sensed this chance and, after much deliberation, decided not to upload the scandalous information to the television station. Sun Ye, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. Sure, director, I'll be right there. Upon hearing this, Sun Ye immediately packed her things and rushed to the station manager's office. Sun Ye, I have an important task for you. There might be big news coming up. The Lujiang Wildcats have been activated, and a helicopter has been sent to the Lion Kindergarten. If you handle this task well, I'm sure you'll make a name for yourself at the station. After entering the station director's office, the station director handed Sun Ye her press credentials and interview materials, then smiled and said to her, Station manager, rest assured, I promise to bring you a big scoop. I won't let you down. Sun Ye nodded in agreement and then walked out with the items in hand. The station manager smiled and saw her off. Go ahead, Sun Ye. I'm waiting for your good news. In the afternoon, at the Lion Kindergarten, a purple Ferrari pulled up at the entrance of the kindergarten. Yang Yu and Su Ningran, dressed in stylish attire, got out of the car. Mr. Yang, are you sure you want to go in alone? Su Ningran is only the director of the Education Bureau, she doesn't have the authority to enforce the law. Yeah, what's the matter? Yang Yu asked curiously. Zhuang Jingqi is extremely dangerous. He has connections in both the underworld and the legitimate business world, and has monopolized countless industry resources under his control. He also has many henchmen at his disposal, making him a formidable opponent. If you go in there recklessly, I fear you may be in grave danger. Su Ningran knew Yang Yu standing in Commander Zhao's eyes. She didn't want Yang Yu to take such a risk or put himself in a dangerous situation. No, don't worry. Even if it's extremely dangerous inside, my wife and daughter are there. I must face everything with them. Yang Yu shook his head and refused Su Ningran's kindness, his gaze unwavering. However, I suggest that Director Su stay outside. Yang Yu smiled at Su Ningran and said. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Su Ningran smiled and said, if you're not afraid, why should I be? I'll go in with you. That way, Zhuang Jingqi won't dare to do anything too outrageous. By the way, Mr. Yang, have you contacted Commander Xiao? I'm afraid only Commander Xiao can resolve this issue now. Su Ningran suddenly thought of something and asked Yang Yu. I've already contacted him. Someone will be on their way immediately. Yang Yu nodded and replied in a solemn tone. Su Ningran heard these words and felt a weight lifted from her heart. With the military zone involved, Zhuang Jingqi wasn't so intimidating anymore. In the female physical education teacher's office, Zhuang Jingqi's henchmen were preparing to attack Xianxian. At that moment, Xu Fan, who had been restrained, struggled violently to break free. She then charged toward the thugs, knocking them all aside in an instant. She shielded Xianxian behind her, picked up the scissors on the desk, and pointed them at Zhuang Jingqi. If any of you dare to take another step forward, I'll stab you to death. Zhuang Jingqi sneered at Xu Fan, who was holding a pair of scissors, then pulled out a realistic-looking handgun from his clothes. It didn't look like a domestic product, its design resembled a Western-made firearm. Zhuang Jingqi pointed the gun at Xu Fan and sneered, come on, let's see who's faster, your scissors or my gun. Xu Fan saw the gun in Zhuang Jingqi's hand, slowly lowered the scissors in his own hands, then tightly shielded Xianxian and shouted, don't hurt my daughter. Upon seeing the guns in their hands, Xu Fan's first thought was that he would risk his life to keep Xianxian alive. Do you think you're in a position to negotiate with me? Zhuang Jingqi said disdainfully. He then waved his hand at his henchman and ordered, come on, strip her naked, take a video, and post it online. I want the whole world to know what happens to those who dare to offend me, Zhuang Jingqi. The henchman stared at Xu Fan with lecherous expressions and laughed, brother, can we have some fun too? The brothers haven't touched a woman in ages. Zhuang Jingqi nodded and said, alright, she's just A. If you ruin her, no one will care. Go ahead and enjoy yourself. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Although she's A, her looks aren't any worse than other women. This kind of fake innocent deserves to feel what it's like to be with a real man. Several henchmen heard Zhuang Jingqi's words, their faces lit up with lust, and they pounced toward Xu Fan. Just at that moment. Boom! A loud bang echoed through the office as the door was smashed to pieces. Chapter 21, I'll see who dares to touch her. Yang Yu's face was as cold and grim as a demon who had just emerged from the battlefield, emanating a chill that sent shivers down the spine. Yang Yu suddenly appeared at the office door and spoke in a deep voice, whoever dares to touch her will die. Yang Yu! Dad! At that moment, the weather outside also turned gloomy. Suddenly, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, and the wind howled fiercely, as if a storm was about to hit. Yang Yu's figure was illuminated by the lightning, making him look like a god of death. Yang Yu, who was handsome and well-mannered, heard Zhuang Jingqi insulting Xu Fan at the door. As a man, he was furious to the extreme. Xu Fan and Xian Xian were the sore spots of Yang Yu. Anyone who dared to touch them would surely die. When Xu Fan saw Yang Yu appear at the door, she could no longer contain the injustice she felt and burst into tears. Her man always appeared when she needed him most. "I'm sorry, Xu Fan, I'm sorry I was late." Zhuang Jingqi frowned, staring at the man before him who was brimming with murderous intent, a hint of fear flickering in his heart. However, when he saw Su Ningran standing behind Yang Yu, all traces of fear vanished from his heart. "I thought someone else had come. It's the criminal father of that little bastard." Zhuang Jingqi mocked sarcastically. "Oh, I hear you're a big official now, powerful enough to crush people?" Yang Yu looked at Zhuang Jingqi with a cold gaze and asked, "What's the matter? You don't agree? I'm a higher-ranking official, so I can crush you. Look at her, Su Ningran, does she dare to breathe loudly in front of me?" Zhuang Jingqi said without any hesitation. "Zhuang Jingqi, you'd better show some respect to Yang Yu. I heard every word you said to insult his wife. If you continue down this path, the only thing waiting for you is life imprisonment." Su Ningran spoke in a stern voice, glaring at Zhuang Jingqi with a piercing gaze. At that moment, not far from the office, Sunya and the journalists had already captured what was happening inside on camera. I didn't expect that Fox to be inside too." Sunya saw Xu Fan in the office and whispered to herself. "Ha!" Upon hearing Su Ningran's words, Zhuang Jingqi burst into laughter, sneering, "You're just a minor education bureau chief in Luzhou, and you dare to speak to me in such a tone? With your status, you dare to threaten me? What kind of person do you think you are? I can make you lose everything right now, do you believe me?" Zhuang Jingqi was just worried about where to place his subordinates. It was perfect timing to get rid of Su Ningran and replace the education bureau director with one of his own people. "I just heard you say that whoever touches this little one will die, right?" He then raised his hand to strike Xu Fan. Just then, a figure suddenly burst in from outside the door, moving at an incredible speed to reach Xu Fan's side and grab Zhuang Jingqi's hand. The man's strength was immense, causing Zhuang Jingqi's pistol to fly out of his hand. Upon closer inspection, the man was dressed all in black, wearing a hat and a mask. Zhuang Jingqi stared at the mysterious man before him and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you touch me? Do you want to die?" After saying that, Zhuang Jingqi ordered his henchman to pick up the pistol and point it at the mysterious man's head. The mysterious man in black sneered disdainfully, "Look at what's on your chest." As he spoke, Zhuang Jingqi looked down at his chest and saw a gun pressed against his chest. Zhuang Jingqi instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "Sir, please listen to me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Wealth, power, anything I have, I'll give it to you. Please spare my life." Zhuang Jingqi suddenly became as meek as a lamb, begging the mysterious man for mercy in a low, pleading voice. Just then, a loud noise came from outside the office. Armed forces aircraft landed directly on the square of the Lion Kindergarten. Zhuang Jingqi saw that the armed helicopters had arrived here, and he suddenly felt confident. He smiled slightly and said, "The armed helicopters have come to rescue me. None of you will be able to leave today." Ha! It must be that this criminal hired a hitman who was discovered by the military. "You won't be able to escape this time." At that moment, Li Qinshin also gained confidence and chimed in. Outside the office, journalist Sun Yu witnessed the scene. Armed helicopters had landed at the Lion Kindergarten, and she became incredibly excited. She shouted to the cameraman, "Get a clearer shot. Yang Yu actually dared to hire a hitman to kill Zhuang Jingqi? Does he really think the Luzhou military region is just sitting around doing nothing?" At that moment, members of the Wild Leopard squad began descending from the helicopters and quickly landed outside the office. All members of the Wild Leopard team raised their guns and aimed them at the interior of the room. At that moment, Tang Quan, the captain of the Wild Leopard squad, appeared and slowly walked into the office. The terrifying pressure emanating from Tang Quan caused the atmosphere in the office to freeze instantly. The mysterious man, seeing Tang Quan enter, lowered the gun he had been holding against Zhuang Jingqi's chest. Zhuang Jingqi recognized Tang Quan's face and rushed over to him with a smile, bowing respectfully and saying, "Sir, do you remember me? I had the honor of dining with you at a banquet once." Tang Quan ignored Zhuang Jingqi and instead shouted sternly, "All members of the Wild Leopard squad, salute." All the Wild Leopard team members outside and the mysterious man inside the house immediately stood at attention and saluted Xu Fan in unison. Zhuang Jingqi saw the Wild Leopard squad saluting Xu Fan and felt uneasy. He said, "Don't let them deceive you. They're a criminal and a prostitute. You must have made a mistake. I am Zhuang Jingqi, the propaganda minister of Luzhou City." "You?" Zhuang Jingqi hadn't finished speaking when a loud slap echoed through the room. Tang Quan had slapped Zhuang Jingqi across the face, and the other members of the Wild Leopard squad rushed in as well. "Everyone, put your hands on your heads and get down on the ground." The members of the Wild Leopard squad rushed in, pointing their rifles at Zhuang Jingqi's henchmen and shouting at them. He's a criminal, and Xu Fan is a. Have you got the wrong person? Zhuang Jingqi covered his face, looking utterly disbelieving. Our Wild Leopard team carries out missions that threaten national security. If you don't want to be sentenced to a serious crime, you'd better shut your mouth. Then Tang Quan pulled out a red-headed document from his chest and read aloud. Now, I will read the official document from the Luzhou central government. Due to the fact that Zhuang Jingqi, the Minister of Propaganda of Luzhou City, abused his power to use money to forcibly upgrade the rank of his department, despite having no actual authority, this has severely impacted the governance of Luzhou City and hindered its development. Effective immediately, his department is hereby dissolved, and this decision is hereby made public to the entire society. Chapter 22, The Background of Reaching the Heavens. Zhuang Jingqi and Li Qinxin are suspected of investigating state secrets, intentionally harming state secret personnel, and endangering national security. They have been immediately arrested and sent to the Luzhou Judicial Processing Hall for further handling. After Tang Quan finished reading the charges, 2 pairs of handcuffs appeared in his hands. He looked at Zhuang Jingqi and Li Qinxin with a cold smile and said, "Let's go." Minister Zhuang. Tang Quan emphasized the word director with particular emphasis, as if deliberately mocking the other's lowly status. After Tang Quan had his men escort the person away, he bowed respectfully to Yang Yu. Yang Yu smiled at Tang Quan, and their eyes met. Everything was understood without words. Su Ningran watched as the members of the Wild Leopard team escorted Zhuang Jingqi and Li Qinxin away, her eyes filled with shock as she looked toward Yang Yu. She had imagined many people who might come to help Yang Yu, but she never expected members of the Wild Leopard squad to appear here, and she had just heard the official document issued by the Luzhou central government. She had also speculated about Yang Yu's identity, but she never could have guessed that a single phone call from Yang Yu could prompt the Luzhou central government to issue a red-headed document, and all within an hour. Who are you, exactly? You're so terrifying. Su Ningran whispered. Yang Yu smiled faintly and whispered in Su Ningran's ear, the matter I entrusted to you before coming here, please assist me with it shortly. Members of the Wild Leopard team came over to give Xuanxuan's palm some basic treatment. Her palm had already started to swell and was much better. The Wild Leopard team members conducted a brief examination of Xu Fan and Xianxian, confirming that Xianxian was safe and unharmed. The Wild Leopard team then boarded the armed helicopter, along with Zhuang Jingqi, Li Qinxin, and Zhuang Yui, and departed from the Lion Kindergarten. Xu Fan felt that the Wild Leopard team members had taken such meticulous care of her, fearing she might get hurt. She suddenly recalled how the Wild Leopard team members had saluted her earlier. Xu Fan's mind was filled with confusion. She cast a complicated glance at Yang Yu and silently speculated, why would they dare to come here to save us? Could it be that Yang Yu brought them here? Yang Yu saw Xu Fan and was extremely worried. He rushed forward to protect her and said with concern, "Are you okay? You scared me to death." "I'm fine. Look, aren't Xianxian and I okay?" Xu Fan felt the warmth of Yang Yu's body and smiled warmly. Then he asked, "Yang Yu, did you call these people over? Why are they saluting me?" Xu Fan asked in confusion. Yang Yu touched Xu Fan's forehead and patiently explained, these people were all invited by Director Su. Director Su sent the evidence of Zhuang Jingqi's crimes to the Luzhou central government. Those people were afraid that Zhuang Jingqi would continue his criminal activities, so they asked Director Su to request the Wild Leopard squad to come and arrest Zhuang Jingqi. Xu Fan remained confused and looked at Su Ningran with suspicion. She had clearly seen Su Ningran looking shocked earlier. If Su Ningran had indeed done this, why would she be so shocked? Director Su, is what Yang Yu said true? Xu Fan turned to Su Ningran and asked softly. Su Ningran hadn't recovered from the shock of what had just happened. Upon hearing Xu Fan's words, she hurriedly replied, yes. That's right, everything Yang Gongzi said is true. As soon as we found out about this, we immediately notified the Luzhou central government and handed over the evidence of Zhuang Jingqi's crimes. At that point, they learned that Zhuang Jingqi intended to harm you, so they instructed me to contact the Wild Leopard squad to come and rescue you. Su Ningran remained silent for a moment before explaining to Xu Fan. Xu Fan listened to Su Ningran's explanation, but her heart was still filled with doubts. She didn't fully believe what Su Ningran had said, but at that moment, she didn't care about those things anymore. As long as she and Xianxian were safe and sound, and the family was together, that was enough for her. She then turned to Yang Yu and said, "Husband, let's go home." "Alright, I'll take you and Xianxian home." Yang Yu responded gently to Xu Fan. After bidding farewell to Su Ningran, the three of them walked home together under the setting sun. At that moment, in a corner of the kindergarten, Sunya and several photographers meticulously documented every detail of the incident, which was then broadcast live on the television station's live news channel. Suddenly, Sunya's phone rang. It was the station director calling. "Stop the live broadcast immediately. You've captured something you shouldn't have. Turn off the camera right now," the station manager said anxiously. "Alright, station manager, what's going on?" Sunya instructed the cameraman to stop the live broadcast immediately and asked in confusion. I've received notification from the military zone. This operation involves state secrets. We've captured footage that may have leaked state secrets. We need to immediately erase all traces and minimize the impact. I have to go now, there's an urgent meeting. With that, the station director hung up the phone. Beep. Sunya carefully thought about what had just happened. Everything was so strange. Was this operation related to state secrets? Did the Wild Leopard team salute Shufan? Could it be? Does Shufan have a powerful backer behind him? What kind of background do they have? Sunya, filled with confusion, left the Lion kindergarten with the cameraman and returned to the television station. That day, the short video clip of Sunya's live broadcast was edited and spread widely online. Members of the Wild Leopard team actually saluted Shufan. Just like before, all the defamatory rumors about Shufan that had been circulating online vanished without a trace overnight. What kind of power is quietly driving all of this behind the scenes? This woman's identity is so mysterious, go investigate her background thoroughly. Could she be the daughter of some high-ranking official? When some netizens posted topics related to Shufan on Douyin, all of these messages were automatically deleted and could not be sent out. The Douyin account manager responsible for this matter dared not touch any news related to Shufan anymore. He didn't want to be summoned to the National Security Bureau in the middle of the night again, an experience he would never forget for the rest of his life. What do you think could have caused the Wild Leopard team to mobilize all their forces this time? I'm sure it's because Shufan's family has some powerful connections. Do you have any inside information? Share it with everyone. Do I really need to spell it out? There must be someone at the national level backing Shufan. Who else could get the Wild Leopard team to come to his rescue? Don't you know that the Wild Leopard team is solely responsible for national security? They only deploy for missions involving threats to national security. There are also netizens continuing to discuss the matter. Last time it was when spies from country M were threatening China that they finally took action. Those who were wildly exposing Shufan's dark past online back then probably aren't faring well now. Chapter 23, A Warm Little Home. Speculation about Shufan continues to grow online, with more and more people paying attention to his identity and making many unrealistic guesses. However, none of this affects the safety of Shufan and Yang, so the Cultural Supervision Department has chosen not to intervene in these matters. These baseless speculations were quickly dismissed by netizens, who unanimously concluded that Shufan is undoubtedly a mysterious figure with a terrifying background. At that moment, Yang and Shufan also returned home. After a long day of running around, Yang suddenly felt a bit hungry. He took some vegetables and meat from the refrigerator, washed and chopped them, and began preparing dinner. You're cooking? Shufan heard the clanging sounds coming from the kitchen and was surprised. Can you cook? Yang laughed, of course I can. Shufan laughed, what can you do? Can you cook? Look. Yang came out of the kitchen with a smile, holding a knife in his hand. This knife is my cooking tool. Shufan. Alright, go rest outside. Shufan said to Yang. No, I want to help. Yang said firmly. Don't make things worse. Shufan said, as he could only brush Yang off like this, since Yang truly couldn't cook. No way, I don't trust you. Yang said firmly. Just let me help you from the side. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Alright, then. Shufan sighed helplessly and let him stay. Yang stood beside Shufan, watching him skillfully slice the meat. He was secretly amazed. I never expected his movements to be so skilled. Can you cut vegetables? Shufan asked. Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. No. Forget it, don't bother helping me. Shufan said. No, I can't cut vegetables. But I can learn. I'll learn slowly, Yang said firmly. Shufan sighed. Do as you please. Yang looked at Shufan and chuckled. I knew you'd agree. Shufan was speechless and could only continue with what he was doing. Shufan thought for a moment and said, I'll make sweet and sour pork. I remember you used to like it. Great. Let's do it. Yang agreed happily. As he spoke, Shufan placed the sliced pork tenderloin into the pot, added water, and began boiling it. He then added the seasonings. At this point, Shufan added the ginger slices to the broth, followed by salt, MSG, and a small amount of sesame oil. Finally, he added the chopped scallions and a suitable amount of pepper powder. Yang stood by, watching Shufan's movements with a gentle gaze, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. To have such a wife, what more could a man ask for? After a while, the aroma of the food began to waft through the air. Wow, it smells so good. Yang sniffed the aroma, swallowed hard, and couldn't help but praise it. Yang picked up his chopsticks and was about to pick up a piece of pork tenderloin to taste it. Why are you acting like a child? Don't be so impatient. Wait until I've finished cooking, and we'll eat together with Xianxian. Shufan said with a smile. I'll make you some tang yuan. As she spoke, Shu Fan took out some glutinous rice flour from the cabinet, kneaded the flour into a smooth dough, added a little water, and mixed it thoroughly. She then rolled the dough into small squares with a rolling pin, shaped them into small round balls, and finally, the adorable tangyuan were ready. Yang Yu looked at Shu Fan with admiration and couldn't help but exclaim, "You're so amazing, you can even make tangyuan yourself. You don't need to worry about that. Just eat." Shu Fan laughed. "Alright." Yang Yu replied. Shu Fan put the tangyuan in the pot to boil, and after they had softened, she placed them in a small bowl. She then stir-fried 2 servings of green vegetables. Soon, the aroma filled the entire living room. Yang Yu couldn't help but swallow as he inhaled the scent in the air. "Wow! It smells so good!" Yang Yu exclaimed. "Of course it is. Enjoy the meal I prepared for you," Shu Fan said proudly. At that moment, Shu Fan also brought out the other dishes. One plate was sweet and sour pork, and the other 2 were spicy and sour potato strips, braised eggplant, and cold cucumber salad. These dishes looked quite ordinary, but in Yang Yu's eyes, they were absolutely delicious. These dishes were all prepared by Shu Fan herself. Each plate was visually appealing, with an aroma that filled the air, making one's mouth water. After finishing the dishes, Shu Fan arranged them on the dining table. Looking at the 4 dishes and a soup on the table, Shu Fan felt a sense of fulfillment. This was the first time in his life he had cooked, and it was something he had done entirely on his own. "Everyone, please sit down and eat," Shu Fan said, sitting down himself. "Try this sweet and sour pork and see what it tastes like." After the 3 of them sat down, Shu Fan was the first to pick up his chopsticks, took a piece of sweet and sour pork, put it in his mouth, chewed a few times, and immediately felt the flavor lingering in his mouth. Not bad," Shu Fan commented. Yang Yu and Shu Fan had identical tastes and enjoyed the meal thoroughly. "This tastes amazing," Yang Yu kept praising. "It's delicious," Yang Yu kept praising. "If you like it, eat more," Shu Fan said, picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork and putting it in his mouth to chew. Yang Yu picked up another piece of braised eggplant and put it in his mouth. Yang Yu looked utterly intoxicated, as if he had already immersed himself in the deliciousness of the sweet and sour pork. "Is it delicious?" Shu Fan asked. Yang Yu nodded vigorously. "It's delicious. Since it's so good, eat more." Shu Fan picked up another piece of sweet and sour pork and fed it to Yang Yu. Yang Yu chewed it and praised it again. Shu Fan smiled slightly and said, "Try these dumplings too." As he spoke, Yang Yu used a spoon to scoop up a dumpling and put it into his mouth, saying, "The dumplings your wife made are delicious." Shu Fan looked at Yang Yu and asked, "Do you know what these dumplings symbolize?" "What's the meaning?" Yang Yu asked in confusion. "Tangyuan is used to commemorate a beautiful memory. It also symbolizes a family gathering together," Shu Fan said with a smile. Yang Yu listened and couldn't help but feel a surge of sadness in his heart. He smiled at Shu Fan and Xianxian and said, "What a beautiful meaning. Let's stay together as a family forever and never be apart." "Alright, husband, the 3 of us will never be apart again." Shu Fan wiped away the tears welling up in the corners of her eyes and nodded before speaking. "Alright, eat quickly before it gets cold." Yang Yu said no more, focusing on his meal. After the meal, Shu Fan felt deeply moved. He sensed that his heart had been filled with something, leaving him with a sense of fulfillment. "Yang Yu, meeting you in this lifetime is the greatest luck of my life." Yang Yu's heart trembled. He hadn't expected Shu Fan to say such a thing suddenly, and a wave of emotion welled up in his heart. He felt his eyes welling up with tears. He felt that having such a kind and considerate wife, such a well-behaved and understanding daughter, and such a warm and loving family was all he could ever ask for in life. Just then, Yang Yu's phone on the table suddenly rang. Yang Yu saw the name on the phone and his expression turned serious. He said to Shu Fan, "Honey, I have something to do. I'll go answer the call. You and Xianxian eat first. I'll be back soon." Chapter 24, The Challenge of the Star Cloner. After finishing his conversation with Shu Fan, Yang Yu quickly walked out and pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Chief Engineer Yang?" "Yes, it's me." "Hello, this is Academician Zhang. We are currently facing a very difficult problem in our research, and I'm afraid only you, Chief Engineer Yang, can solve it." This Academician Zhang is the very person whom Yang Yu entrusted with the Tsanglong Research Institute back then. Hearing the familiar voice on the other end of the phone, Yang Yu's expression grew serious. He asked earnestly, "What specific difficulties have you encountered? Tell me about them in detail." After some thought, Academician Zhang replied, "We conducted another nuclear fusion simulation experiment yesterday, but the results were unsatisfactory. The Wendelstein 7X stellarator type controlled nuclear fusion device you left behind experienced plasma pulse disruptions during startup, triggering an ion outburst that destroyed much of our laboratory equipment. We are unsure which specific step went wrong, and we believe only you can identify the root cause upon your return. Therefore, we can only rely on your expertise at this point." After listening to Academician Zhang's words, Yang pondered carefully in his mind. Could it be that the controlled nuclear fusion device and the stellar imitation device I've been researching has issues? Does this device still have some flaws? Yang continuously disassembled, reassembled, and simulated the controlled nuclear fusion device he was studying in his mind. After some thought, he was certain that his device was flawless. The problem must have originated from some experimental procedure, leading to the plasma turbulence. He couldn't let this issue escalate further. If it continued to appear in the simulation tests, all the hard work he had put into the 3-year research project at the Tsanglong Research Institute would be completely ruined. Academician Zhang, I understand. I will make time to return as soon as possible, Yang said solemnly. Yang Yu hung up the phone. His gaze turned to the twinkling stars in the sky, and he sighed helplessly in his heart. He knew that this time he would have to leave Xianxian and Shufan for a few more days. When Yang Yu returned to his room, he found Shufan waiting at the door, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. Who was looking for you just now? You looked so serious, Shufan asked with concern. Nothing, it's a colleague from the north. He said there's a job only I can handle, so I need to go back and conduct a detailed inspection. Yang Yu smiled at Shufan, who looked very serious, and said with a smile, why didn't you even put on a coat before coming out? You can see that Shufan is only wearing a very thin shirt, and then Yang Yu takes off his own jacket and drapes it over Shufan. Are you leaving us again? Shufan said to Yang Yu with reluctance, tears already welling up in her eyes. Yang Yu noticed the tears in Shufan's eyes, and his heart ached. However, this matter was extremely serious, and Yang Yu had to return to resolve it. He had no intention of deceiving Shufan. When the two returned to the room, they saw Xianxian standing on a high stool, washing dishes at the sink. Upon seeing this, you quickly picked Xianxian down from the high stool and held her in your arms. Yang Yu looked at Xianxian with concern and said, Xianxian, you're standing so high. What if you fall? Although Yang Yu was very worried, seeing his daughter take the initiative to help with household chores and wash dishes for her parents made him, as a father, feel very happy. Yang Yu carried Shi to the bedside, gently placed Xianxian on the bed, and then went to wash and clean all the dishes Xianxian had not yet finished washing. Yang Yu neatly placed the bowls and chopsticks in the cupboard, scrubbed the pot clean, and set it aside. He turned to look at the mother and daughter lying on the bed. Yang Yu felt deeply guilty and couldn't bear to leave. It had been 3 years since he last returned home, and yet he still hadn't been able to provide them with a proper home. He felt he had let them down. This time, when I return from the Tsanglong Research Institute, I will definitely buy Shufan the best house. After all this time, I have owed them so much, and they still don't have a proper home. As a husband and father, I have truly failed them. Yang Yu vowed silently to himself. Yang Yu had already made up his mind. After returning from the Tsanglong Research Institute this time, he would definitely buy the best house in the center of Luzhou City for Shufan and Xianxian. Yang Yu looked at Shufan, whose face was filled with sadness and sorrow, and slowly approached her, smiling and asking, are you so reluctant for me to leave that you're even crying? You've only been back for a few days. You made me wait for you for 3 years, and now you're leaving again. How could I not be sad? Will you be gone for another 3 years once you leave? Shufan wiped away her tears, turned her head away with a pout, and whispered softly. Yang Yu could tell that although he had the dignity and rationality of a mother in front of Xianxian, in front of him, Shufan was always the little child who needed to be protected. Is Dad leaving Xianxian? At that moment, Xianxian, who was sitting on the bed eating a lollipop, seemed to have understood her mother's words. Xianxian suddenly felt that the lollipop in her mouth wasn't sweet anymore. She looked at Yang Yu, her eyes sparkling with tears, as if she were about to cry. Yang Yu walked over, gently touched Xuanxuan's head, pinched her little cheek, and smiled at her, saying, Xianxian, do you know? A huge villain has appeared in the north. Dad must go defeat the villain to protect the world. Your dad has always been your hero, hasn't he? Upon hearing the words big villain, Xuanxuan's expression changed constantly, filled with both worry and curiosity. Will Dad be in danger? I don't want Dad to be bullied by the bad guys. Xianxian had seen bad guys on TV who were very fierce and powerful, so she was very afraid that her father might be in danger and asked worriedly. After hearing Xuanxuan's words, Yang Yu smiled, wiped away the tears from the corner of Xuanxuan's eyes, and said to her with a smile, no, Dad is very strong. When the bad guys see Dad, they'll turn and run away. So just wait here quietly, Xianxian. Dad will definitely chase the bad guys away. Dad is Xuanxuan's hero, and heroes don't fear big bad guys. Xianxian, just wait for Dad's good news. Xianxian nodded obediently and smiled at Yang Yu, saying, Dad has always been Xuanxuan's hero. Please come back soon, Dad. Mom and I will miss you very much. Chapter 25, Traffic Control, Military Escort. As night deepened, Yang Yu put Xianxian to sleep and then held Shufan tightly in his arms. Honey, when are you planning to leave? I'll come to see you off. Shufan didn't try to stop him from going, because she knew that he wasn't just Xuanxuan's hero, he was her hero too. She believed that Yang Yu was contributing to the nation and that everything he was doing was for the greater good. So she wouldn't stand in his way. Yang Yu held Xianxian tighter and gripped her hand tightly, saying, stay home with Xianxian. Someone will come to pick me up later. But if you want to come, I don't mind. He. Yang Yu teased. After hearing Yang Yu's words, Shu Fan gently pinched Yang Yu's arm and said shyly, Yang Yu, you're so mean. You're driving me crazy. The two of them gazed at each other with love in their eyes, the atmosphere growing increasingly hazy as affection quietly blossomed between them. Yang Yu slowly moved closer to Shu Fan, who suddenly turned her head away and said, I'm not ready yet. Yang Yu heard Shu Fan's words and knew she was shy. He then gently turned her head back toward him. Yang Yu's eyes locked onto Shu Fan's lips. He felt the warm breath coming from Shu Fan's mouth, he heard Shu Fan's breathing, and he also heard his own breathing. Yang Yu suddenly reached out and gently cupped Shu Fan's face. He closed his eyes and pressed his lips against Shu Fan's lips. Shu Fan also closed her eyes and responded. They kissed each other passionately, savoring the sweetness and flavor of each other's lips. Both were completely immersed in their own world, unable to tear themselves away. They held each other tightly, embracing and rubbing against one another. That night, both of them had very sweet dreams. The next day, the entire airspace over Luzhou City was placed under air traffic control. All military personnel in the entire military district of Luzhou City began to bustle about. A road directly connecting the military district airport to Yang Yu's residence was strictly sealed off by traffic control. Even all relevant leaders and officials from the city's security departments have arrived at the military airport. Fully armed military personnel have surrounded the airport in layers, securing it tightly. The security is so stringent that not even a fly could get in. Countless unaware civilians were only aware that an extremely important figure was being escorted onto a plane today. The leaders and responsible officials of the security departments in Luzhou City felt that the scale of the operation was somewhat excessive. Although they felt it was a bit excessive, in the view of Military Region Commander Li Hang, such a scale was not even half of what was needed to meet the standards for Yang Zongshi's travel. Because abroad, assassination attempts in such situations are not uncommon. Although the military zone commander Li Hang was unaware of Yang Yu's true identity, given the high regard in which Yang Yu was held by his superiors, it was clear that he was a highly influential figure of national importance. Shu Fan had just woken up when he looked out the window and saw the Special Forces unit standing in neat formation, fully armed. The members of the high-tech combat unit Wild Leopard team stood as straight as pine trees, their eyes fixed ahead, unaware of how long they had been standing there. Upon waking up and realizing Yang Yu was not by his side, he went to the kitchen and saw Shu Fan preparing breakfast for him. Why are you making breakfast here? There are so many people waiting for you outside. Why aren't you leaving yet? Shu Fan, still half asleep, looked at the Wild Leopard team members standing outside and turned to Yang Yu. It's okay, don't worry. I've already told them. We'll leave after breakfast. Yang Yu smiled at Shu Fan. As he spoke, Yang Yu brought the bread, milk, freshly cooked porridge, and fried eggs to Shu Fan and said, Shu Fan, eat while it's hot. Let's leave after you've had your fill. Leave it for our daughter. I'm not eating. I need to lose weight, Shu Fan shook her head and said to Yang Yu. Yang Yu had already guessed that Shu Fan would say that. He took out another breakfast from the kitchen, turned around, and smiled, saying, I've already prepared your daughter's portion. You can have this one, okay? After breakfast, could you give me a send-off? I have to leave soon. Yang Yu glanced at the special forces standing outside and turned to Shu Fan with a touch of reluctance. Shu Fan looked at the breakfast Yang Yu had prepared with care and smiled, saying, Alright, I'll eat first. I'll send you off after I finish. Honey, eat quickly. Eat more. I'll go wake up Xianxian for breakfast. Yang Yu waited until Shu Fan and Xianxian had finished breakfast, then took them to the car that had come to pick him up. A luxurious extended Lincoln, with an extremely spacious interior, the entire vehicle was crafted from the highest quality black metal. The body was shaped like a fierce lion, with a streamlined design that looked incredibly elegant. However, the patterns on the body exuded a cold and domineering aura, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Upon entering the vehicle, Shu Fan was immediately stunned. He looked around cautiously, gently touching the various items inside the car. Honey, are you that amazing? Such a nice car came to pick you up. When I was working at the TV station, I only saw high-ranking officials ride in such cars, but yours seems a bit different from theirs. Your car is even more luxurious than theirs. I never imagined in my wildest dreams that I'd ever get to ride in such a luxury car, and with Wild Leopard team members escorting me. Yang Yu noticed the envious look in Shu Fan's eyes and smiled, asking, Do you want one, honey? If you want one, I'll buy you one. I'll pass. Who would drive a car like that? Those are for bosses with drivers who sit in the back. Shu Fan blushed and shook his head with a smile. My wife is the boss, and I'm her driver, Yang Yu said with a playful smile to Shu Fan. Humph. Shu Fan puckered her lips and gave him a disdainful look, saying, I don't like being so flashy. Just buy a regular car for daily use. 20 minutes later. The extended Lincoln, guarded by the Wild Leopard team, arrived at the military airport under heavy security. Shu Fan peered through the car window and saw the Special Forces soldiers standing in neat formation at the airport, along with the luxurious cruise fighters, causing him to suck in a sharp breath. Shu Fan was completely stunned. She had never seen such a scene up close before. The oppressive presence of the military and the suffocating atmosphere made Xu Fan, who was sitting in the car, feel as though she couldn't breathe. I chose the right man after all. Chapter 26, Return to the Kunlun Research Institute. In that moment, Xu Fan felt that the 3 years of hardship he had endured were not in vain. This man was worth waiting for, and he was worth loving. Dad, look outside. There are so many big airplanes. Xianxian looked at the planes outside and said excitedly. Yang Yu stroked Xuanxuan's head and asked with a smile, Xianxian, do you want to go out and play on those planes? He then added, these planes are among the fastest in the world. At this point, Yang Yu was tempted to mention that some of these fighter jets were his personal aircraft, but he managed to swallow the words before they left his mouth. At the military airport, countless soldiers watched as the extended Lincoln limousine slowly pulled in, their eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. They all wanted to see what this mysterious figure, the subject of so many rumors, actually looked like. Among the female officers in the military, some of the outstanding ones gaze at the Lincoln vehicles with eyes brimming with admiration. Yang Yu held Xianxian in his arms and led Xu Fan as they slowly stepped down from the car. Everyone present was stunned, their minds filled with confusion. This mysterious, revered figure who had even the military so deeply in awe actually had children. This was a significant departure from the image of the great figure they had imagined, leaving them momentarily unable to accept it. The female officers who still harbored some illusions felt a pang of disappointment when they saw Yang Yu holding a child in his arms and holding a woman's hand. Who would have thought that such a great man had already married and even had a child? His wife and children are truly blessed to have such a man as their husband and father. Xu Fan also slowly emerged from behind Yang Yu. Wow! His wife is so beautiful. Wow! His wife is so beautiful. She's a real beauty, and he's a real hero. They're a perfect match. His wife's every smile and frown is like a fairy descending from heaven. I never imagined there could be such a beautiful woman in the world. Li Hang and Su Ningran walked up to Yang Yu together. With a serious expression, they said to Yang Yu, Mr. Yang, how are you? Hello? Yang Yu greeted him as well. Li Hang then introduced himself to Yang Yu. My name is Li Hang. I am the head of the Luzhou military region and also the overall commander. We will likely have many opportunities to work together in the future. If there are any areas where I may not perform up to expectations, I kindly ask for your understanding and forgiveness. Li Hang was dressed in a black military uniform, standing tall and straight, with a square face and an air of integrity. Yang Yu extended his hand and gripped Li Hang's firmly, then smiled and said, Commander Li, no need to be so formal. After exchanging a few casual words, Li Hang smiled at Yang Yu and said, It's time to board the plane. Commander Shao is waiting for you on board. Yang Yu heard Li Hang's words and looked up at the plane that had come to pick him up today. With a surprised expression, he muttered under his breath, I didn't expect them to come all the way to pick me up. After speaking, Yang Yu turned around, his gaze gentle and affectionate as he looked at Xu Fan, and said in a deep voice, This life I pledge to the country and the next life, I pledge to you. Take good care of Xianxian, wait for me to return. Xu Fan nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. She then took a scarf from her bag and wrapped it around Yang Yu's neck, reluctantly saying to him, This is something I specially prepared for you. The weather in the north is cold, so take care of yourself and don't catch a cold. Travel safely, and I'll wait for you to return. Yang Yu nodded, hugged Xu Fan, and said, I will. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Yang Yu turned resolutely and boarded the plane that had come to pick him up. This was the plane sent to pick him up, a small passenger aircraft. Since the journey to Kunlun was long and arduous, traveling by this type of aircraft would allow for a more comfortable arrival. Upon boarding the aircraft, Yang Yu immediately spotted a man sitting at a table drinking. It was none other than Xiao Feng, the commander of the 18th Military Region. I never expected you to come to pick me up. Yang Yu walked over to Xiao Feng, sat down with a smile, picked up a wine cup, and poured himself a full glass of wine. I thought you said you were going to quit drinking. Why are you drinking again? Sighing, he took a sip of wine and said with a smile. Sigh. That's a lot of force. Yang Yu quickly put down the wine glass in his hand, turned his head, and took a big gulp of water, which finally eased the tension a bit. Master Yang, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Xiao Feng's face was filled with self-reproach as he picked up the wine cup, intending to drink it all in one gulp. There's no need for you to feel this way. This wasn't your fault, you didn't do anything wrong. This was all my own choice. I'm already deeply grateful for anything you can do to help me. Yang Yu reached out to stop Xiao Feng and spoke up. You know I can't drink much. If you insist on drinking, I'll drink as much as you do. Yang Yu couldn't overpower him, so he spoke again, You know I can't hold my liquor. If you insist on drinking, then I'll drink as much as you do. Seeing Yang Yu's serious expression, Xiao Feng knew he was serious. Xiao Feng felt that the more indifferent Yang Yu appeared, the more he felt he owed him, and he wanted to make amends for his mistakes. Today, Xiao Feng had originally planned to go down personally to greet Yang Yu at the airport, but upon hearing from Li Hang that his wife and children would also be coming, Xiao Feng felt awkward about going down to greet Yang Yu and could only drink alone on the plane. Are you still the Xiaofeng I know, the commander-in-chief of the 18th Military Region? How did you become so talkative? Xiaofeng heard Yang Yu's words and shook his head helplessly with a smile, saying, It's just that your older brother feels a little guilty toward you. I don't want to owe you a favor. Alright, stop beating around the bush. What did I do to you? I've never once blamed you. I understand, Xiaofeng said, turning his gaze toward the clouds outside the window. Xu Fan watched as the plane slowly took off from the airport. Hundreds of fighter jets formed a squadron, tightly escorting the aircraft. Xu Fan was utterly shocked. At that moment, an answer had already begun to take shape in his mind. Someone who had received such high-level treatment from the state would never engage in any illegal or criminal activities. The rumors circulating online about Yang Yu's past were undoubtedly nothing but baseless rumors. At this point, Xu Fan had already come to a clear understanding: Yang Yu must be engaged in work that contributes to the nation. He has dedicated his entire life to the nation. He did not tell Xu Fan because it was likely due to state secrets that he could not disclose the details. Xu Fan now also understood the difficulties Yang Yu was facing. Shortly afterward, Su Ningran approached Xu Fan and greeted him proactively. You must be Xu Fan. I'm Su Ningran. Yes, Director Su, hello. Is there something you need? Xu Fan was surprised to see Su Ningran coming over to him and quickly responded. No need to be so formal. We've met before. Just call me Ningran. No need to be so formal. We've met before. Just call me Ningran. Chapter 27, please come back. Xu Fan felt a bit puzzled. He thought about it for a moment but still couldn't remember. He then spoke up and said, I'm sorry, I can't remember. We met at a press conference 2 years ago. I was the person in charge of the press conference that day, and I was feeling a bit under the weather. You even came out specially to bring me some medicine. Do you remember? Su Ningran recalled the events of 2 years ago and spoke to Xu Fan. After hearing Su Ningran's words, Xu Fan suddenly recalled the press conference 2 years ago and smiled as he said, I remember now. I never expected that in just 2 years, you've risen from being in charge of a press conference to becoming a bureau chief, while I'm just an ordinary reporter who's been suspended from duty. Xu Fan couldn't help but marvel in his heart. How had Su Ningran, a woman, managed to climb so high in just 2 years? Su Ningran spoke comfortingly, It's okay, everything will be fine. Hearing Su Ningran's words, Xu Fan smiled helplessly and said, I hope so. Su Ningran changed the subject and said, Let me take you around this military airport, and then I'll drive you home later. Alright. As she spoke, Su Ningran led Xu Fan on a tour of the military zone. Xianxian looked at the planes and tanks, feeling very excited. She looked at Xu Fan with envy and asked, Mom, when will we be able to have a car like that? I really want to own a car like that. Upon hearing this, Xu Fan smiled and stroked Xuanxuan's head, My adorable little Xianxian. You'll have one when you grow up. After spending a long time at the military zone, Xu Fan and Su Ningran gradually became more familiar with each other, and their relationship grew closer. After some time, Su Ningran took Xu Fan and Xianxian into her car, preparing to drive them home. Suddenly, Xu Fan's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from the TV station's management. Why didn't she answer? It was my previous boss who called you. I don't work there anymore, so why are they calling me? Answer it. I guarantee he's calling to apologize. The incident has escalated so much online, and it's all just wild speculation from those people, causing such a huge impact on you and Yang Yu. As a TV station leader, he must come to apologize to you. Alright. Alright then. Despite feeling uneasy after hearing Su Ningran's words, Xu Fan still answered the call. Hello, is this Xu Fan? This is Director Li from the TV station. Do you remember me? Yes, I remember Director Li. What can I do for you? Have you found a new job yet? Li, the station manager, asked with concern. I don't have a job yet. Is there anything you need? If not, I'll hang up. Xu Fan replied indifferently. Xu Fan, I'm really sorry. It was all because of some misunderstandings between us. Our TV station made that decision to eliminate the negative public opinion. After hearing Xu Fan's words, Li Taichang's tone softened immediately. This is all our station's fault. Don't be angry. Are you still willing to come back to work? If you're still willing to come back and work at our TV station, I'll hand over full control of the entertainment division to you. I'll promote you immediately and double your salary and benefits. Ah, it's me, I spoke out of turn. I was wrong. Such a serious incident has occurred, and you must be feeling upset right now. Let's do this, take some time off to rest at home first. If you're willing to return to work afterward, I'll count this period as paid leave. As long as you're willing to come back, feel free to name any conditions you have. Xu Fan was deeply puzzled. What could have possibly happened to make Li Taichang's attitude toward him become so humble? Although he still felt a bit unhappy, the generous offer of a promotion and a raise that the other party had mentioned did indeed make Xu Fan feel tempted. Xu Fan believed that all of this was likely due to Yang Yu's influence. But what he didn't know was that after his video was leaked from the TV station, higher-ups had contacted the station and specifically inquired about the decision regarding Shu Fan. The TV station held numerous internal meetings to discuss the matter, and higher-ups also contacted the station multiple times. The higher-ups' instructions are clear: the TV station must make amends for its mistakes, regardless of the outcome. No matter what demands Shu Fan makes, you must do everything in your power to seek his forgiveness and invite him back to the station to continue working. Additionally, they must issue a news statement through the television network's official channels, formally apologizing to Shu Fan. Ultimately, the entire incident was attributed to the head of the department responsible for Shu Fan. The director of the main station, Lee, contacted Shu Fan's supervisor multiple times and reprimanded him repeatedly. Not even trusting his own subordinates, he listened to rumors on the internet and suspended Shu Fan from his duties. This is truly disheartening. In the end, Director Lee also issued an order to the kitchen manager: if he cannot obtain Shu Fan's forgiveness, you will no longer be needed at work. Shu Fan remained silent for a moment before responding: "Thank you for your kindness, but I think I'm better suited to returning to my previous role as a junior reporter. I don't think I'm cut out for the entertainment industry. If Mr. Lee is free, I'll hang up now." "Don't hang up yet. Why don't you consider working in the military research field instead? I can meet any of your requirements, and I'll double your salary. Please come back to work." As soon as Shu Fan mentioned hanging up, Lee, the station director, said anxiously, "Can you really fulfill all my demands?" "Sure, anything is fine. Just tell me what you want." "I just want to go back to the local station and work in my original field of research. I also want to continue being a regular reporter." When Director Lee heard Shu Fan say she still wanted to return to Fingfan's research field, he was so upset he was about to cry. "Please, we've already transferred everything from the branch station to the main station. As long as you come back to work at the main station, I'll fulfill any request you have. Even if you want my position, I'll give it to you." The disciplinary action and decision taken by the television station against you at the time were truly regrettable. At the time, I was also deceived and unaware of the truth. I sincerely apologize to you now. I am truly sorry. Please, I beg you to come back to the main office to work. Otherwise, I will also lose my job. You can imagine your daughter having adequate benefits and a higher salary, which would allow you to better support your family in Luzhou. I've secured a position for you in the military research division at the headquarters. Whenever you're ready to join us, please feel free to contact me. Is that all right? Take some time to rest first. I won't disturb you anymore. I'm truly very sorry. I apologize." Shu Fan waited until Li Tai-chang had finished speaking before coldly responding. "Let me think about it." After saying that, Shu Fan hung up the phone. Chapter 28, Internet Parasites? After hanging up the phone, Shu Fan couldn't stop thinking about what Director Lee had said. After going through the ordeal of being swept up in public opinion and suspended from duty, he felt that the main station was a place that took advantage of others' misfortunes, and he really disliked it. However, as Li Tai-chang had also mentioned, if she were to return to Fengtai and continue working as an ordinary reporter, her meager salary would barely suffice to support herself and Xianxian's basic living expenses. Just as Shu Fan was hesitating, Su Ningran suddenly spoke up. "Such a great opportunity, why not take the job at the main station? If you stay at the branch station, how many years will it take you to climb the ranks?" "Ah, you have a point. Yang Yu is back now, and we're still living in that old, run-down neighborhood. If word gets out, it'll be embarrassing." Shu Fan sighed helplessly. "Over the years, I've managed to save a little money, but if I want to buy a house in Luzhou, I can't even afford the down payment. However, if I work at the main office, I can earn money quickly and pay the down payment in a shorter time." "Haha, why don't you come work at the Education Bureau?" Su Ningran joked. "Really? If I could work at the Education Bureau, that would be amazing." Shu Fan's eyes lit up as he said happily. "But the Education Bureau can't afford to pay such high salaries as the TV station. I was just joking with you. You should go work at the main station instead. That's also a pretty good choice for you," Su Ningran hurriedly said. Su Ningran was surprised. She hadn't expected Shu Fan to actually want to work at the Education Bureau. She had only been joking. The two chatted happily along the way, their relationship growing closer and closer, even agreeing to become each other's best friends. Su Ningran persuaded Shu Fan for a long time on the way, finally convincing her to take a job at the national broadcaster, but not in the entertainment field, but instead in the military research field where Shu Fan excelled. Su Ningran could tell that Shu Fan had an extraordinary talent in military research. She grasped concepts related to military research quickly, and once explained, she understood immediately. That day, the television station aired a program during prime time. Online Parasites, False Information and Malicious Slander. The host of this program, Zhua Sisi, is a very famous host at the Central Broadcasting Station, and the program has garnered significant attention across the internet. Today, we're going to talk about something strange. What on earth is it that can make white appear black and black appear white? It is none other than the online trolls of today. How many people have been maliciously slandered and pushed to the margins of society and driven to the lowest depths of their lives under the false rhetoric of these online parasites? Hello everyone, I'm host Zuasisi. Welcome to this program. I will take you on a journey into the world of online parasites. The audience's emotions were fully stirred by Cece's explanation, and everyone eagerly awaited his continued remarks. A popular actress, driven by jealousy over the beauty of a female journalist she was hosting, harbored a deep-seated hatred toward her. Through illegal means and by exploiting public opinion, she maliciously slandered someone she had never even met. By defaming others, she attained her status as a celebrity. Is this really the kind of celebrity we want? Do you share my confusion about how online public opinion can take an issue from nothing, gradually amplify it, and escalate it into an uncontrollable situation filled with malicious intent? Do you also find this situation astonishing, and think it's impossible for anyone to achieve such a level of influence? Today, I will tell you that such things are actually quite common in our real lives, we just aren't aware of the inner workings. Some unscrupulous companies, such as NetEase, use social media platforms and related software to post malicious edited text and photoshopped videos online. Once they have sparked widespread public attention, they will flood the internet with defamatory information to provoke debates, enticing netizens to investigate the truth. This strategy aims to tarnish the individual's reputation in the public eye and align them with the entertainment company's narrative, ultimately shaping them into the persona the company desires. In this program, Zuasisi did not reveal the real-life individuals they were targeting. Zhang Chang and Lu Lulu used the internet to viciously smear Xu Fan and Yang Yu, causing them significant harm. That night, the topic discussed on the show directly trended on Douyin's hot search list. Everyone knew that the topic being discussed on the show was indirectly referring to the malicious smear campaign against Xu Fan that had occurred online a few days prior. Upon learning the truth, netizens were outraged. They realized they had been manipulated by Zhang Chang and Lu Lulu, used as tools to harm the innocent Xu Fan and Yang Yu. Many righteous and passionate netizens exposed the masterminds behind the malicious smear campaign against Xu Fan, Zhang Chang and Lu Lulu by posting their photos on Douyin and publicly condemning them. Lu Lulu is truly a vicious woman, truly, the most poisonous heart belongs to a woman. All she did was go to work to interview Lu Lulu, yet she was jealous of her and slandered her. I wonder how many others have been ruined by their underhanded tactics. Lu Lulu and Zhang Chang, this pair of treacherous scoundrels. They are no better than beasts. I suggest that Zhang Chang and Lu Lulu be banned from all online platforms. I agree. Everyone, don't forget there's a mastermind behind the scenes. It's the Douyin platform. They may not be the masterminds, but they're definitely accomplices. Not only did they fail to set things right, but they continued to fan the flames, misleading the general public and pushing this incident toward an even worse outcome. This unhealthy trend must be stopped. Exactly. Douyin must be reformed, otherwise, such incidents will continue to occur frequently in the future. The brothers above are absolutely right. The head of Douyin is too scared to even go to work at the office, fearing that he'll get ambushed and beaten up if he steps outside. He's hiding at home, trembling in fear, secretly watching the flood of insults and condemnation directed at him online. Watching netizens who are reporting Douyin to higher authorities and demanding fines, he truly has no way to express his suffering. He has already been fined, and if he is fined again, he will lose everything. The Douyin official is currently unable to block these comments from netizens, as his superiors had previously instructed him that after this incident, he must guide public opinion in a positive direction and clear Xu Fan's name. He really can't afford to offend anyone now. He doesn't want to be summoned for a late-night meeting again. That experience was so traumatic that he never wants to go through it again. The head of Douyin thought to himself, better to just apologize publicly. He now wished he could cut Zhang Chang into 1,000 pieces. He hated himself for believing Zhang Chang's lies. This was the worst decision he had ever made in his entire life. Chapter 29, Paying a Visit to Apologize. A video of the head of Douyin publicly apologizing was released and quickly spread online. In the video, the Douyin representative admitted to all the mistakes they had made, apologized sincerely to the online community, and promised to strictly adhere to regulations in the future, ensuring such issues would not recur. However, this simple public apology video has failed to quell the anger of netizens toward Douyin. Instead, Douyin's past scandals are now being gradually uncovered by netizens, truly proving that what goes around comes around. Xu Fan and Xianxian returned home in Sun Ningran's car. He noticed that the once dirty and cluttered entrance to their home had been cleaned up spotlessly. Someone had also painted a picture on the wall across from Xu Fan's house, depicting the three of them holding hands, looking very happy and warm. At the bottom right corner of the painting, there was a small line of text written, "A tribute to those who once found themselves in darkness but never gave up." After seeing this painting, Su said to Xu Fan, "The human heart is still mostly kind. Most people in this world are simply overwhelmed by the tidal wave of public opinion, and their own thoughts are swayed by it, leading them to do such things." Xu Fan nodded slightly and said softly, "Yes, there aren't that many malicious people in this world. Kind-hearted people are still the majority. Let's not talk about it anymore. You two should go home quickly." I still have some things to take care of at the Education Bureau. After seeing Shufan and Xianxian back home, Su drove back to the Education Bureau. As soon as Shufan and Xianxian sat down at home, they heard a loud knock on the door. Shufan thought it might be Su who had something else to tell her, so she didn't think much of it and went to open the door. Upon opening the door, Shufan's expression changed drastically. It was the female physical education teacher from Xiongshi Kindergarten, accompanied by the newly appointed kindergarten principal, standing at her doorstep. Ms. Ma, I'm so sorry. I'm the newly appointed kindergarten principal. The matter last time was handled too hastily, and it was all my fault for causing you inconvenience. I've brought the person here to apologize to you. The new principal of Xiongshi Kindergarten apologized. Did I bring you here to stand around and daydream? What am I telling you to do? Have you forgotten? The newly appointed kindergarten principal shouted angrily at the female physical education teacher. The female PE teacher pouted, her face full of reluctance, but seeing the principal's menacing gaze, she reluctantly said, I'm truly sorry. Last time, I intentionally favored Zhuang Yue, which led to your daughter Xianxian being bullied. Please forgive me. As she spoke, the female physical education teacher bowed deeply to Shu Fan. Then, the female physical education teacher took out a box of yogurt and some fruits from behind her, placed them in front of Shu Fan, and said, This is a small token of my apology. I hope you will accept it. I don't expect you to forgive me, but this incident has nothing to do with the Lion Kindergarten. Please don't blame the kindergarten. The female physical education teacher said in a submissive tone. Shu Fan listened to what the physical education teacher had to say, glanced down at the gift she had brought, and spoke with a cold expression, I only hope you never show your face before me again. Leave my house immediately. Didn't you hear what Shu Fan said? Get out of here. The new kindergarten principal glared at the female physical education teacher, who then picked up her belongings and left as if she had been granted a pardon. The newly appointed kindergarten principal was a kind-faced middle-aged woman. She walked up to Shu Fan with a smile and said apologetically, This was all my fault. I have already fired the female physical education teacher. I hope you can forgive us this once. Also, it wasn't Tini who insisted on bringing her here, she wanted to apologize to you herself. After the Wild Leopard team rescued Shufan and Xianxian, the female physical education teacher became very upset. She returned home and went to her brother to cry and vent her feelings. To her surprise, her brother didn't care about her grievances at all and instead unleashed a torrent of abuse on her. After hearing the full story from her, her brother immediately told his sister to go apologize to Shufan and not cause any more trouble for them. Someone like Zhuang Jingqi, a powerful and influential figure, was easily dealt with by Yang Yu. For someone like him, Yang Yu could eliminate them without breaking a sweat. Shu Fan despised the female physical education teacher with every fiber of her being, but upon seeing the newly appointed principal of the Lion Kindergarten come personally to apologize, she couldn't help but feel a modicum of understanding. After all, she too had her own difficulties to contend with. That morning, the former principal, who was also the physical education teacher's older brother, had just been fired. By the afternoon, the new principal hadn't even started her position yet, and such an incident had already occurred at the kindergarten. It wasn't her fault. Principal, there's no need to apologize. It's not your fault. Shu Fan said with a smile. Shu Fan thought for a moment before speaking again, I will still take Xianxian to kindergarten tomorrow morning. Could you please take extra care of my daughter at that time? The principal smiled and said, Of course, no problem. Please rest assured. Such incidents involving the physical education teacher will not happen again. That female physical education teacher was hired through connections because her brother was the previous principal. The other teachers at our school are not of such low caliber. Moreover, we have already dismissed her from the kindergarten. We sincerely apologize for the incident that occurred last time. Such individuals are a cancer on our kindergarten, and their actions have tarnished the reputation of our Lion Kindergarten. The new kindergarten principal looked helpless and apologetically spoke up. Shu Fan's concerns were also alleviated, and she replied, Since you've said that, I understand. I don't blame you after all, it wasn't your fault this time. In theory, a high-end kindergarten like Xiongshi Kindergarten should have very high standards for hiring teachers. Even if their teaching skills aren't great, their overall quality should still be decent. But when Shu Fan found out that her daughter had been bullied by a teacher at school, she was utterly shocked. How could a female teacher at such an elite kindergarten do something like this? Isn't that just tarnishing the reputation of their own kindergarten? Alright, since that's the case, I'll be going now. If there's anything, feel free to contact me. By the way, I'll make sure to take good care of Xianxian at the kindergarten. The new kindergarten principal said with a smile, then turned and left. The principal also sighed in relief the matter had finally been resolved. Chapter 30, Yang Zongshi is back. After watching the new principal leave, Shu Fan took out his phone and called Li, the station director. At that moment, Li Tai was reporting to the station's general manager about the specifics of trying to get Shu Fan to return to work at the station. Upon hearing that he hadn't succeeded, the general manager was scolding him. Just then, his phone rang. He looked down and saw it was Shu Fan calling. He immediately became excited and said with a delighted expression, "It's Shu Fan's call, sir." "It's Shu Fan. She must have decided to come back to work. What are you waiting for? Answer it quickly." Lee, the station manager, hurriedly answered the phone and asked in a low voice, "Hello, is this Shu Fan? Have you decided yet? Are you coming back to work?" "Well, here's the thing, Director Lee. I've decided I can come back to work, but I have one condition. You said you'd meet any condition I have. I can work at the front desk, but you can't assign me to the entertainment department. I need to return to my military research field. Furthermore, I only accept working within the station and will not accept any assignments outside the station." No problem, no problem. As long as you're willing to come back, I'll agree to all your conditions." Lee, the station manager, was overjoyed to hear that Shu Fan wanted to return and said happily, "Alright, since you've agreed, let's settle this then. I'll start work tomorrow. Can you arrange that for me?" "Great, great. I'll arrange it right away. You can come to work tomorrow." "Alright, got it." After saying that, Shu Fan hung up the phone. In the office of the television station's director, both the station manager and the head of operations wore expressions of joy. At the same time, both of them let out a long sigh of relief. The task the leadership had entrusted to them had finally been completed. They had finally managed to get Shu Fan back to work. The heavy weight on their hearts had finally been lifted. The station's general manager then turned to Lee, the station director, and said, "Go immediately and arrange the best office in the station for Shu Fan." "Yes." Lee Tai-chang responded before leaving the general manager's office with a smile. "Yes." Lee Tai-chang responded and then cheerfully walked out of the general manager's office. At that moment, in the northern part of China, at the Kunlun Mountain Tsanglong Research Institute. On the helipad of the Tsanglong Research Institute, a passenger aircraft slowly descended. It was the passenger aircraft carrying Yang Yu that had arrived at the Kunlun Tsanglong Research Institute. The researchers inside the institute heard the roar of the aircraft and were overjoyed, rushing out to greet it. They knew their hope had returned. It was Yang, the chief engineer, who had returned. "Yang, the chief engineer, is back. Everyone, hurry up and welcome Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang is here. Our problems are finally solved." More people inside the Kunlun Tsanglong Research Institute laboratory heard the news that Yang Zongshur had returned, immediately stopped their experiments, and rushed out to greet him. Over 30 academicians emerged one after another from the laboratories, standing respectfully to await the passenger aircraft carrying Yang Yu, which slowly landed at the Tsanglong Research Institute's airport. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Yang Yu was as though a divine being had descended to save them. For in their hearts, they were certain that only Yang, the chief engineer, could return and resolve the scientific research challenges that had plagued them for so long. Over 30 researchers lined up at the airport tarmac, ready to welcome Yang Yu as he stepped off the plane. All members of the Tsanglong Research Institute warmly welcomed Yang, the chief engineer, back to the Tsanglong Research Institute to lead us in breaking through the experimental challenges. Academician Zhang took the lead, stepping forward to become the leader of everyone. Following his example, everyone saluted Yang Yu in unison, creating a truly spectacular scene. The 30 academicians from the Tsanglong Research Institute were all highly renowned talents on the international stage. Any one of them, if they were to appear on the global stage, would attract attention from countries around the world. Yet, no one expected these individuals to be here, and all of them were showing such profound respect toward Yang Yu. Such highly talented individuals typically possess a strong sense of pride, yet at this moment, all their gazes are fixed on Yang Yu as he steps off the plane. They genuinely admire Yang Yu from the bottom of their hearts, and their expressions of respect are entirely sincere. Xiaofeng, who had been carving on the plane, watched as Yang Yu safely arrived at the Tsanglong Research Institute before setting off on his return journey. Since he had not obtained permission from higher-ups, he did not have the authorization to enter the Tsanglong Research Institute. As one of the lead researchers of the Tsanglong Research Institute's nuclear fusion project, Xiaofeng was well aware of the high regard in which Yang Yu was held by the other researchers. These individuals were the nation's top-tier talent, each possessing exceptional intelligence and formidable experimental capabilities. As such, each of them had their own sense of pride. Therefore, it was essential to have someone even more outstanding and powerful to unite them into a cohesive team, channeling all their efforts toward a common goal. It was precisely Yang Yu's genuine expertise and abilities that truly earned the respect of the team, enabling him to lead them in their experiments. As can be seen, Yang Yu's talent is truly extraordinary, capable of making even these individuals feel ashamed of themselves. There's no need to be so polite. Yang Yu, upon seeing the 30 researchers lined up to welcome him back, quickly raised his hand to return the greeting and spoke. "Mr. Yang, the current in the external conductor and the magnetic field generated by the device I developed have consistently failed to confine the plasma. I believe the issue may not lie with the device itself." As soon as Yang Yu landed, the researchers rushed over to seek his advice. Before the researcher could approach, he was pulled back by academician Zhang, who glared at him and scolded, "Yang, the chief engineer, has just returned. He hasn't even had a chance to sit down and take a sip of water. Could you not wait a moment? Why are you in such a hurry? The researcher heard academician Zhang's words and immediately realized his mistake. His face turned red with shame, and he hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I really shouldn't have done that. Mr. Yang, this question has been bothering me for a long time. I was just so excited to see you that I got a little carried away. It's okay. It might be that the temperature of your heating conductor isn't high enough, so the current and magnetic field aren't strong enough. You need to know that when the mass of a star doesn't exceed the mass of most stars in the universe, it can't break through the Chandrasekhar limit. Your device works on the same principle. You can try a different approach, and I believe the problem will be solved. Yang Yu smiled slightly and explained the matter to the researcher. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Yang. We didn't mean to have you dive straight into work as soon as you returned. Academician Zhang sighed, then turned to the researcher and said in a stern voice, You're being too harsh. Write a self-criticism report and submit it to me today. Did you hear me? Chapter 31, Welcome Banquet. The researcher also hung his head in shame and whispered, It was all my fault for being too impatient. I will gladly accept the punishment. Thank you, Academician Zhang. Don't dwell on it. We're all so familiar with each other, why make things so stiff? It's okay. Yang Yu sighed helplessly. Although he had just gotten off the plane, he felt that he had come to the Changlong Research Institute to help these researchers solve problems. He could start helping them right away, and in his heart, he didn't think it was a big deal. Mr. Yang, we know you're returning today, so we've especially prepared a welcome banquet for you. Let us celebrate properly tonight, and we'll officially start work tomorrow, okay? Academician Zhang looked at Yang Yu and spoke. That's right, Academician Zhang is correct. You just returned today, how could you start working so immediately upon your return? We couldn't bear to see you work so hard. Yes, please rest well today. There are still many unsolved issues in the laboratory, and today is already busy enough, there's no need to rush. Exactly. If you overwork yourself, we wouldn't be able to take responsibility for that. The other researchers also tried to persuade him. Alright, let's go inside and talk. Everyone is dressed lightly, don't catch a cold outside. Yang Yu listened to the researchers' pleas and felt a warm glow in his heart. Seeing everyone standing outside in their white lab coats for so long, he felt a pang of sympathy and quickly urged them all inside. The canteen of the Changlong Research Institute was located on the lowest floor of the laboratory. The entire dining hall spans approximately 600 square meters and can accommodate more than 5 times the number of researchers working at the institute. The architectural design of the entire Changlong Research Institute is extremely complex. At the very center is a circular glass column that runs straight from the lowest level to the top floor. The glass column has a total of 15 floors, each of which is the core of the Changlong Research Institute's nuclear fusion project. Each layer is named according to its serial number, and each laboratory has 2 to 3 academicians responsible for the implementation and research of the experimental projects. There are a total of 72 small laboratories on the walls surrounding the research institute. These laboratories are responsible for assisting the main laboratory in conducting experimental research. These are specifically managed and implemented by secondary research scientists. This is merely the tip of the iceberg at the Changlong Research Institute. At the very bottom of the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute lies a storage room and fuel hall, each 5,000 meters deep. These supplies enable the researchers at the Changlong Research Institute to survive for a full 20 years without relying on external supplies. Additionally, the Changlong Research Institute boasts a 300-member armed force equipped with high-tech combat aircraft, PL-16 anti-radiation missiles, Shanglong strategic reconnaissance drones, and annihilation laser cannons, providing robust security measures for the safety of all personnel at the Changlong Research Institute. The group arrived at the restaurant located at the lowest level of the Changlong Research Institute via the elevator. As soon as Yang Yu entered, he saw that the large dining table in the center of the restaurant was adorned with an array of delicacies from land and sea. Each dish looked incredibly delicious and appetizing, with a perfect balance of flavor, aroma, and presentation. All of them were of the caliber of dishes served at state banquets. On this grand banquet table, a total of 72 dishes were laid out. Although this was far fewer than the 300 dishes of the Manchuhan banquet, Yang Yu, as the chief engineer of the Changlong Research Institute, still preferred to be frugal. The 72 dishes were still reduced to such a small number. Originally, the Changlong Research Institute had planned to prepare a total of 502 dishes to commemorate the 502 scientific achievements completed by Yang Yu at the Changlong Research Institute. Everyone then took their seats one after another. Of course, Yang Yu sat in the main seat. Looking at the delicious, tender, and juicy dishes on the table, Yang Yu felt his appetite stir. He looked around and noticed that everyone was sitting on their chairs, staring intently at him with serious expressions. Yang Yu looked at everyone and said, "Why aren't you eating? Why are you all staring at me?" For a moment, Yang Yu also hesitated to reach out and pick up any food. The researchers all shook their heads. Then academician Zhang spoke up, "If you don't take the first bite, we dare not touch our chopsticks." Yang Yu looked around at the circle of researchers sitting around him. They were actually sitting there waiting for him to eat first, everyone staring at him without moving. Sighing helplessly, he spoke up, "Alright, since you all want to watch me eat first, I won't be polite then." Yang Yu felt a bit awkward inside. So many people were gathered around watching him eat, but if he didn't eat first, there was nothing else he could do. He then picked up a piece of abalone and put it into his mouth. Seeing Yang Yu start to eat, the other researchers also began to pick up their chopsticks and join in the meal. Yang Yu glanced up at the researchers and smiled helplessly. An hour and a half later, the welcome banquet finally came to a successful conclusion. It was getting late, and most of the staff had already gone back to rest. Yang Yu asked the dozen or so academicians specifically responsible for this research project to stay behind. Subsequently, Yang Yu summoned the dozens of individuals to the top floor of the Tsanglong laboratory and instructed them to begin reporting on the scientific challenges and related difficulties encountered during the nuclear fusion project. Zhang Shuwen, who had been appointed as the project's overall responsible person after Yang Yu's departure, stepped forward first and provided Yang Yu with a comprehensive overview of the specific experimental processes, the issues encountered, and the obstacles faced. Academician Zhang turned on the projector and began his presentation. The Tsanglong Research Institute is one of the most prestigious research institutions in China, housing multiple research projects and engineering initiatives. The overall research projects are clearly categorized, with each of the 15 floors of this research institute assigned different tasks. The 12th floor primarily focuses on the research and development of precision-guided weapons, including guided bombs, guided artillery shells, guided cluster munitions, cruise missiles, and anti-radiation missiles. The achievements of this research will enable future precision-guided weapons to achieve higher accuracy and a certain level of intelligence, potentially allowing them to actively identify and engage targets. The 34th floor is primarily responsible for researching stealth weapons. This includes stealth aircraft, stealth tanks, and stealth ships, which are specifically designed for reconnaissance. These weapons can reduce radar reflection waves to less than 1/10 of those from conventional weapons, significantly reducing the enemy's detection and discovery range. The 56th floor is primarily responsible for researching high-tech combat platforms, which are new types of combat aircraft, warships, tanks, and armored vehicles equipped with advanced technology. As carriers for lethal weapons, they all possess excellent maneuverability, protective capabilities, and strong electronic shielding performance. The primary focus of current research and development is the tri-service manned aircraft carrier. The 78th floor is primarily responsible for researching space-based weapon systems. These include military reconnaissance, communication, and navigation satellites deployed in space, as well as weapons and other celestial combat platforms capable of anti-satellite operations. The 910th layer is primarily responsible for researching command, control, communications, intelligence, and electronic warfare systems. This system serves as the nerve center for coordinating future high-tech combat operations and is composed of various information systems formed by various electronic information equipment. Chapter 32, Spacetime Whole Engine. From the 10th floor upwards lies even more critical research. Academician Zhang paused for a moment before continuing. 1112 is primarily responsible for new concept weapons. These are conventional weapons developed based on new principles and concepts. Such weapons are currently under development, progressing well, and will soon be deployed for practical application. New concept weapons primarily include laser-based blinding weapons, high-power laser weapons, microwave weapons, and particle beam weapons, among others. 1314 is primarily responsible for researching new types of biological and chemical weapons. With further advancements in science and technology, new biological and chemical weapons with practical application value and novel lethal mechanisms will be developed, such as genetic weapons and new chemical warfare agents. The most critical 15th layer is primarily responsible for researching space warfare vessels and nuclear fusion and fission projects within the space exploration program. Yang Yu listened quietly as academician Zhang finished his explanation. Every project assigned to each floor was a decision he had made back then. After finishing his explanation, academician Zhang asked, "Mr. Yang, is there anything you still don't understand or have questions about? I would like to learn more about the progress of the 15th floor space travel plan and the spacetime whole engine propulsion project," Yang Yu said in a low voice. Academician Zhang heard what Yang Yu said, frowned deeply, and then began to explain. The most critical project in the space exploration program, the development of space battleships, has encountered difficulties during experimentation. After you left the Tsanglong Research Institute, we conducted simulation experiments using a model scaled down by 10,000 times. However, the simulation experiments failed and resulted in a dangerous atomic explosion. The project for the spacetime wormhole engine propulsion system is also facing major challenges. The engine is no longer functioning properly, so the entire space exploration program has come to a standstill. What about the other project on the 15th floor? What challenges has the spacetime whole engine power project encountered? Yang Yu was deeply shocked by what academician Zhang had said and immediately asked for more details. Academician Zhang, upon hearing Yang Yu's question, felt deeply guilty and spoke in a subdued voice. Apart from the nuclear fusion and nuclear fission projects you have been leading, all other projects have come to a standstill. As for the issues with the space-time vortex engine propulsion project, we have not yet identified the specific problems, so we had no choice but to bring you back. Yang Yu could not have imagined that all the projects that were still functioning normally before he left had come to a complete standstill in just a few days. The nuclear fusion and fission technology he had been leading had already reached at least 95% completion. Without Yang Yu's guidance and leadership, it was likely that other projects would make little progress for decades. Yang Yu's expression grew increasingly solemn. These numerous projects were not something that could be accomplished overnight. If he wanted all the projects at the Tsanglong laboratory to proceed smoothly, he would have to reside at the Tsanglong Research Institute. However, before leaving, Yang Yu had promised Xu Fan and Xianxian that he would definitely return to see them. Therefore, no matter what happened, he had to go back to be with his wife and daughter and could not stay at the Tsanglong Research Institute, where he couldn't live permanently. Yang Yu clenched his fists tightly. After a moment of thought, Yang Yu spoke in a solemn voice. It's all my fault for being too hasty when I left. That's why so many projects have come to a standstill. Since it's already happened, I won't blame any of you. How are the other projects below the 15th floor progressing at the moment? Well, the other projects are progressing smoothly so far. Although they are not developing as quickly as they were when you were here, they are still moving forward steadily. It seems like there isn't much for me to handle when I return. As long as I can restart these projects and ensure that the remaining ones continue to progress steadily, that should be sufficient. First, let us eliminate the potential risks associated with the space exploration program. Then we'll restart the other projects one by one. Academician Zhang and Academician Lu, please come with me. The rest of you stay here and prepare a project report outlining all the issues and current progress of the other projects. I'll review these reports after I've addressed the space battleship matter. After speaking, Yang Yu led Academician Zhang and Academician Lu to the laboratory where the space exploration program was being conducted. The laboratory was extremely large, spanning over 1,000 square meters, filled with various instruments and dozens of personnel wearing white coats and goggles, busily checking the power, intensity, and other performance metrics of each piece of equipment. When Yang Yu entered the laboratory, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to him. Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang is here. Our problems are solved. In the experiment, the researchers all stood up and respectfully greeted Yang Yu. Their faces were filled with excitement, as if they had seen a savior descending from heaven. Upon entering the laboratory, Yang Yu made his way to the main control console, which was equipped with precision instruments. The instrument panels featured countless buttons and a complex control panel. Yang Yu extended his hand and unlocked the main control console using his fingerprint. With a beep from the system, the surrounding space gradually became clearer, and Yang Yu clearly saw a model of the space battleship, scaled down by 10,000 times. From the main control console, the spaceship appeared to be operating normally. Yang Yu stared at it for a moment, thought for a while, then typed in a string of code. Upon seeing the code Yang Yu had entered, Academician Zhang's eyes widened in shock. He exclaimed, Mr. Yang, have you really decided to proceed with this? Isn't this too dangerous? Academician Zhang stared at the dangerous code Yang Yu was typing. He knew the code was extremely dangerous, but he still trusted Yang Yu implicitly. However, he couldn't help but speak up to remind him. I plan to use nuclear fission technology to restart the space battleship. I believe that only nuclear fission technology can meet the energy requirements of the battleship and achieve the speed we envision. At this point, I am unable to determine whether the issue lies with the engine's kinetic energy or the shape-shifting gas system. Before Chief Engineer Yang and Academician Zhang could finish speaking, Yang Yu had already pressed the start button. Boom! All that could be heard was the intense humming sound of the space battleship. In an instant, a powerful kinetic energy was transmitted from the experiment, and the impact force generated by the kinetic energy instantly sent Academician Zhang and Academician Lu flying through the air. Soon after, with a series of humming sounds, the spaceship gradually stabilized. Chapter 33, The Invitation from Headquarters. Yang Yu kept his eyes fixed on the monitor of the space battleship. On the screen, 3 red lines had already crossed the safe threshold. These 3 lines represented kinetic energy, propulsion power, and energy generation. Zhang and Lu, who had just been blown away, rushed over, their expressions solemn as they stared at the screen displaying the warship monitor. With a look of shock on their faces, they exclaimed, "That was terrifying. It actually worked." Due to Yang Yu's extremely dangerous actions, the particles within the warship's interior were now highly unstable. If the star-mimicking device malfunctions or fails to contain the particles, it could trigger a powerful explosion, potentially causing the entire Tsanglong Research Institute to collapse. The power generated by this star simulator is likely to be several times stronger than that of the most powerful nuclear bomb currently in existence. Lujiang City, Yang Yu's home in an abandoned residential area. In the morning, Shu Fan woke up, turned her head, and noticed that her husband was not by her side. She felt a sudden sense of emptiness, but then she thought about it and realized that Yang Yu might be making a significant contribution to the nation, so she felt at ease. Shu Fan saw the faint dawn light streaming through the window onto her bed. She silently wondered what Yang Yu was doing now and whether he had eaten properly. After thinking for a moment, Shu Fan got up and went to the kitchen. She toasted a slice of bread, heated a cup of milk, and made a fried egg, preparing breakfast for Xianxian. Once everything was ready, Shu Fan went to wake Xianxian up. After Shu Fan and Xianxian had breakfast, Shu Fan took Xianxian and headed toward the Lion Kindergarten. Now, Shu Fan was a well-known figure in Lujiang. Along the way, many people saw them and quickly took photos of Shu Fan and Xianxian. How envious! Her daughter actually gets to attend the Lion Kindergarten. My son went there several times, but the Lion Kindergarten wouldn't accept him. Yeah, even though I pulled some strings, my kid still couldn't get in. I think a regular kindergarten would be fine. There are plenty of kindergartens around, so there's no need to force your way into the Lion Kindergarten. She must have paid a hefty price to get her daughter into the Lion Kindergarten. The other children at the Lion Kindergarten are picked up and dropped off in luxury cars. Look at them, they don't even have a car. They must have sold everything they own just to send their daughter to this kindergarten. Passers-by on the street couldn't help but gossip when they saw Shu Fan and Xianxian. Shu Fan dropped Xianxian off at the kindergarten gate. The security guard saw Shu Fan approaching and quickly ran out from the security room to greet him, smiling and saying, "Ms. Ma, thank you for bringing her. I'll take the child inside." "No trouble at all. It's actually more trouble for me." Shu Fan smiled brightly and replied, "Bye, Mom. Xianxian is going to kindergarten." Xianxian waved at Shu Fan and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, dear." Shu Fan suddenly noticed some leftover egg from breakfast on the corner of her daughter's mouth. She wiped her daughter's mouth, removed the egg residue, then gently stroked Xuanxuan's head and said to her, "Xianxian, you must be a good girl and go to kindergarten. Listen to your teacher and study hard to learn knowledge, understand?" Xianxian smiled and nodded, then said, "Okay, Mom, I will definitely study hard and listen to the teacher's words." "Xianxian is such a good girl. Hurry up and go to school. You're going to be late." Hearing Xuanxuan's words, Shu Fan's face lit up with a pleased smile. She waved goodbye to Xianxian and watched her run toward the school building. After seeing Xianxian run into the school building, Shu Fan headed toward the television station's main office. Today was her first day working at the TV station. On the way there, Shu Fan kept thinking about how to get along well with her new colleagues, how to communicate with them in a pleasant manner, and how to avoid making the relationship seem awkward. When he arrived at the main building of the television station, he saw a prominent banner hanging at the entrance, with many colleagues on either side, smiling and welcoming her. At the forefront of the crowd was none other than Director Li. When he saw Shu Fan approaching, he quickly raised his hand to signal to his colleagues behind him, and then heard a chorus of cheers. A warm welcome to Shu Fan for joining the headquarters team. A warm welcome to Shu Fan for joining the headquarters team. Immediately, Director Li hurried forward with a smile on his face and said to Shu Fan, "Welcome to the main studio." Shu Fan also smiled slightly and said, "Thank you all. Everyone should go back to work. I need to report to the manager's office now." Shu Fan said to Li, the station director, in a calm tone. After finishing his words, Shu Fan walked into the television station. Upon arriving at the station director's office, Shu Fan spotted a familiar face and exclaimed with delight, "Director Zhou. Director Zhou, what are you doing here?" Zhou Taichang gave an awkward smile and said, "I was transferred here from the main station to take charge of the Military Research and Development Division. Additionally, I've been promoted to Deputy Station Director, which makes me your superior." "Is that really the case? That's wonderful," Shu Fan said happily. Working alongside Zhou Taichang would be a pleasure for him as well. At that moment, the station's general manager walked over to Shu Fan, looked at him with a serious expression, and said in a solemn voice, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. President. We made some wrong decisions earlier that hurt you. We hope you can put the past behind you and continue to work hard. We are all looking forward to your outstanding performance." "It's okay. I don't blame the station. I won't let you down," Shu Fan replied. Shu Fan knew in her heart that the station had made this decision for the future development of the television station, not because of any personal grievances with her. Shu Fan smiled and nodded, then turned and left the office of the station's general manager. Shu Fan took the elevator to the Military Research and Development Office area. As soon as he arrived, he was immediately captivated by the intense military research atmosphere. At the entrance of the corridor, dynamic video footage and moving statues documented major military research events from around the world. Shu Fan's eyes sparkled with a look of longing. "Everyone, look! It's Shu Fan." Shu Fan had just arrived at the entrance to the Military Research and Development Office area when colleagues who were setting up the welcome ceremony spotted him and immediately pointed excitedly at him, shouting out his name. Then a group of people walked toward Shu Fan, each holding a sunflower in their hands. A warm welcome. A warm welcome to Shu Fan for joining our military research division at the headquarters. Chapter 34, Why are you avoiding me? One of the male colleagues spoke up first. In our field, where there are few women and many men, Shu Fan, you're like a vibrant, delicate flower. You've come this far, attracting countless admirers. We'll always be there to protect you. Shu Fan looked at her male colleagues, feeling both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. At that moment, a girl walked over from the side and smiled at Shu Fan, saying, "Don't be afraid. They're all kind-hearted. These stubborn old men are into military research. This is just their way of welcoming new female colleagues. Besides, with such an outstanding husband, who would dare to make a move on you?" The girl had a curvaceous figure, wearing a blue work uniform, with her hair tied up in a bun, exuding elegance. "Hello, my name is Anran. We'll be working together from now on, so please take care of me," Anran said, reaching behind her back to hand Shu Fan a rose. Shu Fan looked at the roses in the hands of her male colleagues, but she ultimately chose the sunflower from Anran's hand. Though she didn't know what it symbolized, she figured choosing a flower from a girl was always the right choice. Anran's office was right next to Shu Fan's. Anran came to Shu Fan's office to help her tidy up. Shu Fan suddenly stopped what he was doing, looked at Anran curiously, and asked, "Anran, why did you send me flowers this morning? What does that mean?" Anran smiled and said, "Oh, you didn't know? I thought you did. Choosing sunflowers means you want to be pampered by your male colleagues like a star, while choosing roses means you want to achieve great things in your career." After hearing Anran's words, Shu Fan smiled helplessly and said, "There's such a saying? But I think it's actually you, Anran, who seems more suited for great achievements. I'll pass." After tidying up Shu Fan's office, Anran also explained the detailed procedures for handling matters related to military research to Shu Fan and his team before leaving. On his first day at the main television station, Shu Fan had no specific tasks yet. Sitting in his spacious office, he was deeply surprised, as such a large office was rare even at the branch station. His office was nearly the same size as the station director's, though the two had different styles. The station director's office had a rigid and austere style, while his was very modern, featuring a large floor-to-ceiling window that offered a stunning view of the most luxurious seaside scenery in Lujiang. Compared to his previous office, which was located on the outskirts of Luzhou City, the new office is now in the city center. The Luzhou City television station can also be considered one of the most iconic buildings in Luzhou City. Working here is a dream come true for many people. Shu Fan had been sitting in his office for quite some time, but no one had come to assign him today's tasks. He began to feel a bit anxious and decided to step outside the office to take a walk and look around. Upon arriving outside the office, he saw his colleagues holding stacks of documents. He walked over to offer his assistance. When the colleagues saw Shu Fan coming over to help, they quickly took the documents and moved out of his way, smiling awkwardly and saying, "No need for you to help me. I can handle it myself. Go rest." The man was holding a stack of documents taller than himself, which made him feel puzzled. He muttered to himself in confusion, "Why is he avoiding me and not letting me help him?" Shu Fan, filled with curiosity, made his way to Zhou Taichang's office. Shu Fan knocked on the door and said, "Director Zhou, are you there?" "I'm here. Is it Shu Fan? Come in quickly," Zhou Taichang said. As he spoke, Shu Fan pushed the door open and walked inside. As soon as he entered, Shu Fan saw Zhou Tai, the station director, assigning tasks to several colleagues and distributing press passes and related materials to them. "Shu Fan, what are you doing here? If you have nothing to do, go rest. It's your first day, get familiar with the environment first." Zhou Tai quickly gathered the documents and press passes on the desk and hurriedly said to Shu Fan. Shu Fan saw Zhou Taichang hurriedly putting things away and immediately said, "The work here is pretty much the same as what I did at the branch office. Just assign me some tasks to do. I'm bored out of my mind just sitting around." Shu Fan felt really guilty inside. All the other colleagues were busy working, while he was the only one sitting idle in the office, yet he was receiving a higher salary than everyone else. "I just noticed there's an extra press pass on your desk that hasn't been claimed yet. This assignment must still be short-staffed. Why don't you give it to me?" Shu Fan said to Zhou, the station director. Upon hearing Shu Fan's words, Zhou Tai quickly put the press pass back into his pocket and explained anxiously, "Oh, there's another one who had to step out for a moment. He'll be back soon. We're not short-handed for this assignment. You should go back and rest." Shu Fan was filled with confusion. Earlier, when they were at the branch office, Zhou, the station director, had practically assigned all the tasks to him. Why had things changed so much now? It seemed as though he was afraid that Shu Fan would be assigned a task and have to go out to work or conduct an interview. "Zhou, you must remember this, don't assign Shu Fan too many interview tasks. This is what the higher-ups instructed us to do. If he gets overworked, neither of us will be able to take responsibility for it. You must remember this. Just let Shu Fan stay at the station and work in peace." At that moment, the station director suddenly walked in and spoke up. Zhou Taichang's face turned red and white, and he frantically signaled to the station director. "Zhou, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you okay?" The station director asked, noticing Zhou's strange expression. Zhou raised his eyebrows toward the corner where Xu Fan was standing. The station director followed Zhou Taichang's gaze and noticed that Xu Fan was standing in the corner, looking at him in surprise. When the station director's gaze met Xu Fan's, he was so startled that he shivered, and sweat broke out on his back. Xian Dong thought to himself, this is bad. Everything I just said was heard by Xu Fan. If this gets back to the higher-ups, we're in big trouble. When the station director realized he had slipped up and was worried about what to do, Xu Fan stepped forward, looking serious, and said to the station director, I came back to work, not to take on menial tasks and eat for free. Xu Fan continued, I don't want to be paid twice as much as others while doing far less work. If you keep this up, how am I supposed to get along with my colleagues in the future? Chapter 35, Zhou Taichang's Arrangements. The station director and Zhou Tai heard what Xu Fan said, and they were also torn inside. Although they admired Xu Fan's actions, they were also afraid that if they made a mistake, their superiors would blame them and their jobs would be in jeopardy. I believe that you get what you put in. If I just sit here doing nothing and expecting rewards, my heart would feel terrible. Xu Fan said to the two station directors with a serious expression. A girl as outstanding as Xu Fan wouldn't do the things that were exposed online. When I saw those rumors online, I knew they were definitely false. A colleague standing nearby couldn't help but praise Xu Fan as well. Since Xu Fan has said that, Zhou Tai, why don't you assign him a task? However, this time it's a major task that will take place in 2 weeks, so you need to prepare the materials in advance to ensure it's completed successfully. The station director turned to Zhou and spoke. In half a month, there will be a top-level national scientific research and military exchange conference. This conference requires us to send someone to cover it. Are you willing to go, Xu Fan? Zhou Taichang said to Xu Fan. The station director turned his gaze toward Zhou and leaned in close, whispering in his ear, with such a massive workload, are you sure you want to assign Xu Fan to cover this conference? Zhou. I'm willing to go. Before the station director could respond, Xu Fan quickly agreed to take on the task. The station director sighed and looked at Zhou Taichang, saying, well, if anything goes wrong with the task you assigned, don't blame me. The master ledger that won't cause any problems is in my hands. I guarantee I'll complete the task perfectly. Last time, the tasks you assigned to me weren't completed, but this time I'll definitely do a good job. Xu Fan spoke up to assure the two station directors. Zhou Tai took a folder from the drawer of his desk, handed it to Xu Fan, and said, I believe in you, Xu Fan. I'm waiting for your good news. Director Zhou, rest assured. I'll bring you good news. Xu Fan nodded seriously and left Director Zhou's office with the document bag he had been given. After Xu Fan had left, the station director was furious and shouted at Zhou Tai, this is an international matter. How could you just hand it over to Xu Fan? If someone tries to use public opinion to smear her internationally, who will be able to save her? If something like that happens, can you handle the anger from above? Do you want to quit working at the TV station? I still want to work here. Don't be angry, director. I believe Xu Fan can complete the task successfully. You heard what Xu Fan said. He doesn't want to do nothing and get paid more than others. If we keep assigning him to sit around in the office, he will be unhappy. We still have half a month left. We can assign someone else to be the main person in charge of the interview, and Xu Fan can just go through the motions when the time comes. Director Zhou said with a smile. Then Director Zhou took out another file folder from his drawer and handed it to the other two staff members in his office, saying, give this to Anran and tell her to prepare for the interview as well. Remember to keep this confidential from Xu Fan. Upon hearing Zhou's instructions, the station director was very satisfied and smiled at Zhou, saying, ha, you're really something. You always have a way of handling things. Northern China, Kunlun, the Tsanglong Research Institute. After a night of intensive research, Yang Yu finally managed to eliminate the potential hazards threatening the existence of the space battleship. The root cause of the issues with the spaceship stemmed from the space-time wormhole engine. Due to negligence, the researchers responsible for the project had installed Yang Yu's star cloning device in the wrong location. As a result, the space-time wormhole engine mistakenly released particles from the star cloning device, leading to the potential hazards. The concept of the space-time wormhole engine was designed by Yang Yu. The concept of the space-time wormhole engine refers to a wormhole creation system. According to Yang Yu's initial design, it generates power at the front of a spaceship to create a relatively stable wormhole. When the spaceship creates the wormhole in spacetime, it can instantly travel to another corner of the universe. This power system is extremely powerful, enabling humans to reach any corner of the universe in an instant. The Spacetime Wormhole Engine project and the Interstellar Travel project were both developed and carried out simultaneously by Yang Yu. After Yang Yu left, both projects were handed over to Academician Lu for management. The explanation of the kinetic energy of the spacetime hole engine was specifically provided to Academician Lu. When Yang Yu first proposed the Spacetime Wormhole Engine and Interstellar Travel projects, Academician Lu believed such things were impossible to achieve. However, after seeing Yang Yu print a prototype model using a 3D printer, Academician Lu was utterly amazed by Yang Yu's achievements. As you wished, once this project is successfully developed, will humans truly be able to travel freely through the cosmos? Academician Lu asked. Yang Yu nodded and said solemnly, that's correct. If the project achieves its expected results, it will enable humans to reach any location in the universe. With our current technological achievements, even traveling at the speed of light, it would still take at least 30 years to reach the nearest habitable planet for humans. Humanity doesn't have that much time to wait. However, once our spacetime wormhole engine is successfully developed, it will enable humans to travel freely between two locations. This is the true power of the spacetime wormhole engine. The reason Yang Yu knows this information is because he is not from this planet. Yang Yu is a time traveler. Yang Yu discovered that while the theoretical development of science and technology on this planet was relatively backward, its practical application was exceptionally advanced. However, even if the application is excellent, without theoretical foundations, progress will be difficult, and experience is also essential. However, in reality, experience alone is not sufficient. Knowledge is also required, as well as the ability to make independent judgments. Although the technological level of this world is not particularly high, the pace of technological development is not much slower than in Yang Yu's original world. On the contrary, the scientific development of this world has already reached a height that this world cannot match, which has also led to highly advanced technological capabilities. This is not without basis. It is similar to the descriptions of technological advancements in a novel from Yang Yu's original world. The technological level depicted in that book is truly advanced. The people in this world are like the protagonists of the novel. Though they lack practical abilities, their knowledge base and comprehension abilities are exceptionally strong. When Yang Yu arrived in this world, he unlocked a system called the Super Science Research System. By completing various scientific research projects, Yang Yu can earn system points, which can be used in the system's points shop to exchange for high-tech design blueprints and various technological products. Chapter 36, The Stargazing Plan. After Yang Yu finished speaking, Academician Lu brought out the latest design blueprints for the spacetime portal engine and showed them to Yang Yu. Looking at the design blueprints, which were already 30% complete, Yang Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Before he left, the blueprints were only 25% complete, which meant that the researchers at the Tsanglong Research Institute could indeed understand his design and ideas. Mr. Yang, there's one part one don't quite understand. Could you please clarify it for me? Academician Lu spoke up. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. Yang Yu said indifferently. Mr. Yang, when we use the spacetime hole engine, how can we avoid leaving traces and being detected? Academician Lu asked doubtfully. Yang Yu paused for a moment before responding. I understand your concerns. You're worried that after the spacetime wormhole engine generates a wormhole, it might be detected by other cosmic civilizations. As expected of Chief Engineer Yang, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I was worried about. Academician Lu praised him admiringly. Your concerns are not unfounded. It's necessary to address them. Yang Yu nodded solemnly. Although we currently lack the ability to detect the existence of other civilizations in the universe, our civilization's star system is but a speck of dust in this vast cosmos, not even worthy of being called a speck of dust. If we were to encounter an invasion by other dark civilizations, we could be annihilated in an instant. Yang Yu continued. After hearing Yang Yu's words, Academician Lu's expression grew solemn as he said, that is precisely what I fear could happen. Even Chief Designer Yang can't do anything about it? Academician Lu pressed further. Yang Yu smiled slightly and said, there is a way. Protecting humanity from being discovered is simple. We just need to use the wormholes generated by the spacetime engine to surround our entire galaxy, isolating it through spatial wormholes. This will prevent other galactic civilizations from detecting us. He then turned to ask, Professor Lu, do you understand? Academician Lu fell into deep thought. After a moment, he spoke up. What you mean is that by using the spacetime wormhole engine to create wormholes, we can surround our galaxy so that other civilizations detecting us won't be able to trace the source, and thus we'll be safe. Is that correct? Exactly. You caught on quickly, Academician Lu. Yang Yu praised him. But surrounding the entire galaxy is probably impossible, isn't it? Academician Lu sighed and said. Don't even mention surrounding the entire galaxy. They haven't even fully explored the entire week yet. Such an operation is simply unimaginable. Actually, it's not as difficult as you imagine. As long as we activate the spacetime engine simultaneously at 36 fixed points, we can achieve the operation of surrounding the entire galaxy. Yang Yu had already thought of this solution and explained it to Academician Lu with a smile. Upon hearing this, Academician Lu felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. A vast conceptual framework exploded in his mind. Covering the entire area from a single point. How had he never thought of this before? The same principle applies to three-dimensional space. By utilizing fixed points and creating a network of points that surround and enclose each other, one can easily cover an entire galaxy. Ding! Ding! At that moment, a crisp sound rang out in Yang Yu's mind. Ding! System notification, array task completed. Spacetime Rift Engine Override Plan activated. Ding! System notification, Array has completed the task. Spacetime Rift Engine Override Plan. Congratulations, host, you have earned 50 system points. Ding! System notification, Array task completed. Spacetime Rift Engine Overriding Plan. Upon hearing the system notification sound, Yang Yu saw a system interface appear in his mind. Super Science Research System. Host, Yang Yu. Rank, Level 5 Scientist. Abilities, Superb Memory, Light Speed Analysis, Precise Insight. Task List. Stargazing Plan, Progress 0%. Login Plan, 0% complete. Tri-Mode Airborne Manned Warship Development Program, 70% complete. Space Exploration Program, 45% complete. Nuclear Weapons Manufacturing Program, 50% complete. Scientific Research and Development System Points Mall. Currently holds 200 system points. Supernova Energy Converger requires 60 points to redeem. Magnetic Turbine Supercharger requires 20 points to redeem. High-Tech Electronic Equipment Design Drawings Exchange requires 20 points. Airframe Survival Nutrition Chamber Design Drawings Exchange requires 30 points. Network Coverage Insight Design Drawings Exchange requires 20 points. Triple Roll Airborne Personnel Carrier Design Blueprints 80 points. Cosmic Insight Design Blueprints requires 80 points to redeem. Destruction Level Laser Beam Emitter Design Blueprint requires 60 points to redeem. God Tier Artificial Intelligence Yang UI Design Blueprints Redemption requires 200 points. After browsing through the system's points shop, Yang Yu quickly exchanged several important blueprints. Supernova Energy Converger Magnetic Turbine Supercharger Triple Roll Airborne Personnel Carrier Hull Design Blueprints. System Notice, Redemption Successful, Remaining Points, 40. After redeeming these design blueprints, Yang Yujo spoke solemnly to Academician Lu. Academician Lu, the Spacetime Portal Engine Coverage Plan is a long-term initiative that requires careful planning and steady progress. We must advance step by step and move forward steadily. There is no room for haste. This entire project is a scientific research endeavor that could alter the destiny of our Chinese nation. If we can take the lead and successfully develop it first, then our Chinese nation will no longer have to endure humiliation. Academician Lu nodded, sighed, and spoke with a sense of helplessness. After Yang Yu instructed Academician Lu on how to address some issues, he asked Academician Lu to preside over the scientific research symposium. Shortly thereafter, a young man dressed in blue approached Yang Yu with a trembling expression, holding a document in his hands. He stood behind Yang Yu, looking as though he had something to say but hesitated to speak. Xiong Tianhua, since you're here, just say what you need to say. Yang Yu, who had been watching the surveillance screens and the main control panel, suddenly spoke up. This young man appeared to be around the same age as Yang Yu, yet he was the only research project leader at the Tsanglong Research Institute who was not an academician. This young man in blue robes is named Xiong Tianhua. He is also a prodigious talent of the Huaxia nation. By all accounts, he should be highly sought after by the nation and a truly brilliant genius. However, under Yang Yu's godlike brilliance, the two are like fireflies in the full moon. How can fireflies compete with the moon's radiance? Xiong Tianhua heard what Yang Yu said and took a deep breath. He tried to calm himself down, hoping to organize his thoughts before speaking to Yang Yu again. Yang Chief Engineer, the manned spaceflight program is currently facing technical issues. The problems that have emerged this time should be related to aviation. Xiong Tianhua was desperately trying to stay calm, but when he saw Yang Yu turn and lock eyes with him, he stammered again. His heart was racing, and the words he had just organized in his mind suddenly failed him. Chapter 37, The Face of the Old Apothecary. Yang Yu smiled and patted Xiong Tianhua's arm, whispering, "Don't rush. Tell me slowly. What's the current progress of the manned space battleship project? Give me a detailed report." Reporting to Chief Engineer Yang, the manned space battleship project is currently mostly complete, but there are issues with the kinetic energy system and the design of the battleship's main hull. Xiong Tianhua took 3 deep breaths, forcing himself to stay calm, before speaking slowly. This time, Xiong Tianhua explained the entire situation in detail. "Tell me in detail what specific issues arose." As he spoke, Yang Yu sent the 3 blueprints he had exchanged from the system's points store to the supercomputer center at the Tsanglong Research Institute and had them printed out. After pondering for a moment, Xiong Tianhua spoke up. Due to the excessive weight of the Tri-Mode Airborne Man warship's hull, the kinetic energy system cannot support the warship's cruising speed, let alone reach the 4,800 km per hour you require. If we reduce the warship's weight, the combat performance and crew capacity of the Tri-Mode Airborne Man warship will both plummet drastically. Furthermore, the design of the Tri-Service Airborne Man warship's airframe also has numerous issues. Many of its performance capabilities cease to function normally once it enters the upper atmosphere. I have solutions to improve the load-bearing capacity and kinetic energy systems of the Tri-Service manned aircraft carrier. After listening to Xiong Tianhua's explanation, Yang Yu spoke up. Go to the upper-level nuclear fusion project team and request a small-scale Wendelstein X7 stellar replicator device. With this device, we will have sufficient kinetic energy for the manned space battleship. Xiong Tianhua heard this and still had doubts. He asked, there's another issue. The fuel supply for the manned space battleship is also insufficient. The amount of fuel the spacecraft can carry is only enough to sustain flight for millions of kilometers, far from meeting the requirements for the mission. Xiong Tianhua, you're still too young. Ha! Yang Yu smiled at Xiong Tianhua after hearing his question. Xiong Tianhua was completely confused, his mind filled with questions. He opened his mouth hesitantly and asked, did I say something wrong, Mr. Yang? Not only did you say it wrong, but you also overlooked a basic fact, Yang Yu said calmly. After seeing Xiong Tianhua fall into deep thought, looking puzzled and confused, Yang Yu explained, the original purpose of developing this project was to create a vehicle capable of operating in 3 different domains: land, sea, and air, and working together in combat. Do you know what's in seawater? Ah, I see. Seawater contains abundant deuterium and tritium. If we can convert them into energy using nuclear fusion and fission technology and continuously supply it to manned aerial warships, then fuel can be replenished endlessly, eliminating any concerns about fuel consumption. After hearing Yang Yu's explanation, Xiong Tianhua exclaimed in astonishment. That's right. 70% of our planet is made up of seawater. However, once the energy sources deuterium and tritium are extracted from this seawater, they would be sufficient for human use for 300 billion years. That's amazing. How did I not think of that? Xiong Tianhua exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. Xiong Tianhua was completely stunned by Yang Yu's intelligence and wit, and then exclaimed in admiration. Currently, manned aircraft carriers from other countries can only operate at sea. However, the tri-mode manned aircraft carrier you have developed, Mr. Yang, has truly opened a new chapter in human history. Moreover, the fuel issue has been resolved, allowing for an endless supply of fuel. If the design of this project were to be leaked, Mr. Yang would likely be regarded as the most hated enemy by foreign civilizations. When Xiong Tianhua first received this research project, he believed that Yang Yu was merely aiming to create a spacecraft capable of flight. He never imagined that Yang Yu's true objective was to develop a 3-mode manned invincible warship with unlimited range and rechargeable power. Here are the design blueprints for the new tri-mode manned warship, along with the magnetic turbocharger and superstellar energy concentrator designs. Take a look at them first, and if you have any questions, come back to me. Saying this, Yang Yu handed the freshly printed blueprints he had just exchanged from the system store to Xiong Tianhua and spoke. Xiong Tianhua quickly took the blueprints and carefully examined the intricate designs and concepts on them. He was already deeply engrossed in them. After carefully examining the drawings for 2 hours, Xiong Tianhua identified a serious issue with the 3 sets of plans. Furrowing his brows, he addressed Yang Yu. Mr. Yang, if we proceed with the design based on these 3 sets of blueprints, this warship will likely be unable to take off. Why do you say that? Is there something wrong with these 3 sets of blueprints? Yang Yu asked. Their designs are all flawless and ingenious, but the battleships designed based on these 3 blueprints would have a displacement of around 120,000 tons. Even the heaviest battleships in M country are about 30,000 tons lighter than that. The propulsion system might not be able to support such a battleship setting sail. Just as Yang Yu was about to speak up to explain to Xiong Tianhua, he looked up and saw Xiao Feng and an elderly man dressed in black approaching. Master Yao, how did you suddenly find the time to come to the Tsanglong Research Institute? It's truly my fault for not greeting you properly. It's truly my fault for not greeting you properly. The old man's name was Yaxingguo, who had been the chief planner and designer of the entire Tsanglong Research Institute's research program. However, after Yang Yu arrived, he had transferred to another department to serve as director. Moreover, Yang Yu and he had an extraordinary relationship, as he had once been Yang Yu's mentor. Nice to see you again, Mr. Yang. Xiao Feng waved his hand and spoke to Yang Yu. Although Yang Yu had taken over the position of the old pharmacist, he still deeply admired this true master of scientific research from the bottom of his heart. Yao Xingguo walked up to Yang Yu with a smile. He then took the blueprints from Xiong Tianhua's hands, examined them carefully, and his expression turned shocked. He nodded at Xiong Tianhua and said, "This power system is absolutely flawless. Proceed with the design according to Yang's blueprints. I just attended the Six Nations Peak Military Conference. The propulsion systems they developed are, in my opinion, not even 10% as good as the one designed by Yang Zhongshe. If Yang Zhongshe's project is successful, it could potentially reshape the global military landscape. Truly, the disciple has surpassed the master. Yang Yu, I can't compare to you," Ye Xinghua said humbly. Xiong Tianhua recognized Ye Xinghua. Since the old master had spoken, Yang's proposal must also be sound. He had no objections in his heart. "Master, what are you saying? I am your disciple. Everything I know, I learned from you. No matter what happens, I will always pass on your skills." Yang Yu spoke up. Chapter 38, Assembling the Warship. Yao Xinghua smiled at Yang Yu and said, "I know you don't want to make your teacher sad, but having a disciple like you is a source of pride for me. If you can take my place and make greater contributions to our country, I would consider my life fulfilled. Then, Yang Yu smiled and asked, Teacher, is Commander Shao also going with me to the Tri-Mode Manned Spaceflight Department for the final arrangements? Is this plan already complete? Ye Xinguo looked at Yang Yu in disbelief and asked. Xiaofeng didn't quite understand, but he knew this thing must enhance the combat capabilities of the national forces, and he definitely wanted to take a closer look. Xiong Tianhua nodded and replied, under the leadership of Yang Zongshi, all the components for the airship's hull and propulsion system have been manufactured. Now, we just need to assemble them. With the assistance of our high-tech intelligent assembly machines, we should be able to complete the assembly within 8 hours. After hearing Xiong Tianhua's words, Ye Xingguo's eyes sparkled brightly, and he then said in a solemn voice, let's hurry up. The moment when humanity makes history is right here and now. The group made their way to the central elevator of the Tsanglong Research Institute. They then arrived at the third-generation amphibious aircraft carrier development zone on the 6th floor of the high-tech combat research and development area. This was an extremely vast space, spanning over 2,000 square meters, specifically designated for the research, development, manufacturing, and assembly of aviation manned warships. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by the sight of an enormous manned aircraft carrier. Holy cow! The scene left Xiaofeng speechless. Xiaofeng looked out and saw that this was the scale of an aircraft carrier, and it was actually twice the size of M Nation's mothership. Upon seeing the three-mode aircraft carrier designed by Yang Yu, Ye Xinguo was utterly speechless with awe. This is merely the basic hull we have assembled, and it is still much smaller than the hull designed by Chief Designer Yang. Xiong Tianhua began to explain, then led the group into the Construction Command Center of the amphibious aircraft carrier. The Construction Command Center was located on the top floor of the entire laboratory, offering a panoramic view of the entire warship. The design of the laboratory was simple, with only a holographic image suspended above the main control console. This holographic projection serves as the control panel for the high-tech intelligent assembly machine. By operating this holographic image, you can control the high-tech intelligent assembly machine to assemble the tri-mode aerial manned warship. As soon as Yang Yu, Yao Lao, and Xiaofeng entered the laboratory, all the researchers present immediately saluted them with a military salute, their expressions solemn. Mr. Yang, please take charge of the operation. Xiong Tianhua transferred all the blueprints to the machine, and the newly added details gradually appeared on the holographic projection. After receiving confirmation, he proceeded to the main control console, placing his hands on the sky sword. The entire holographic image was magnified several times, and the laboratory was filled with pale purple light. Let's start by assembling the power system. Yang Yu quickly operated the machine, attaching 6 massive wings to the spacecraft. At the center of each wing, he installed a spacetime engine, with 3 on each side. I call this the navigation wing. Countless researchers watched as machines in the factory below worked swiftly to construct a framework, which was then combined with several rare metals to form the shape of the flying wing. When combined, these rare metals can withstand temperatures as high as 20,000 degrees Celsius and as low as 300 degrees Celsius. They also possess the ability to absorb impact energy and convert it into stored energy. When facing enemy energy attacks, they can convert the damage from the attacks into kinetic energy for the spacecraft. The flight wing assembly is complete. After placing the 6 spacetime engines inside the flying wing, Yang Yu began modifying the entire hull of the spacecraft. In Yang Yu's opinion, the current hull was still too small, capable of carrying only 10 bombers and 20 fighters. Yang Yu needed to double that number. Under Yang Yu's relentless modifications, all the researchers were on edge, as his changes were extremely bold. He had removed the original bottom section designed for balancing the spacecraft and converted it into a weapons launch and storage warehouse. As a result, the entire spacecraft would lose its structural support, potentially causing it to lose balance. This could severely compromise the spacecraft's stability, and in the event of an accident, the entire spacecraft could disintegrate. However, Yang Yu proceeded with the operation, leaving all the researchers present completely stunned. Yang Yu managed to achieve this by layering structures of different designs, using different support points, overlapping and covering them, and leveraging forces in such a way that not only did the spacecraft remain balanced, but it also gained additional points of force application. This made the spacecraft significantly more stable than before, while also enabling it to store several times more weapons and ammunition while maintaining stability. After the entire ship's body was modified, Yang Yu called a department at the Tsanglong Research Institute. A few minutes later, a grayish-black liquid spray was evenly applied to the spacecraft's surface. This is the stealth coating developed by our Tsanglong laboratory. It is composed of nanomaterials and utilizes the genetic cells from lizard skin, enabling it to change its color according to the surrounding environment, thereby allowing for covert operations in any environment. Xiong Tianhua stared wide-eyed at the grayish-black liquid spray and began to explain. At the Tsanglong Research Institute, Xiong Tianhua had once heard Yang Yu mention the plan to develop this invisible spray, but he never imagined that such an invisible liquid spray could be developed so quickly. As everyone watched intently, Yang Yu continued his operations. 7 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Sweat beads began to form on Yang Yu's forehead. At this moment, Yang Yu was working on the most critical components of the spaceship's power engine system and control system. Even the slightest error could result in the entire spaceship needing to be reassembled from scratch. Everyone in the laboratory held their breath. They stared intently at the young genius before them, his fair features and handsome appearance radiating brilliance. Their hearts pounded faster and faster, as if they might leap out of their throats at any moment. For this was the moment that would change the course of human history. Everyone present silently prayed for the success of Chief Engineer Yang. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Yu carefully manipulated the holographic image, installing the star simulating device Wendelstein 7X and the seawater element extractor onto the energy system. Everyone in the laboratory held their breath. The silence was so thick it felt almost tangible, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A group of science enthusiasts, all on the edge of their seats, were so tense they could barely breathe. All the researchers in the laboratory were intently watching Yang Yu's precise movements, daring not to make the slightest mistake, fearing they might miss even the tiniest detail. Chapter 39, A Moment in Human History. All that could be heard was a loud click. A crisp sound came from the spacecraft below. The small star simulating device, the Wendelstein 7X, was securely installed on the tri-service man warship. Yang Yu had installed it perfectly, with not a single flaw. Wow! Wow! Roar! Long live Yang Zongshi! The world's first tri-capable manned aircraft carrier was built by our Chinese nation. This truly marks a historic moment in human history. In an instant, cheers echoed throughout the entire laboratory. After 8 hours of intense, focused work, Yang Yu had completely exhausted all his physical strength. He let out a sigh of relief, collapsing into his chair, and looked at the spacecraft that had been successfully assembled, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Xiaofeng looked at the assembled spaceship before him, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "To witness the entire construction process of China's first spaceship, I truly feel blessed beyond measure." Yao Xingbo looked down at the fully assembled three-mode amphibious aircraft carrier and was equally overwhelmed by the sight before him. "Everyone, don't get too excited just yet, we haven't even conducted the startup test yet." Yang Yu sat on the chair and said weakly. After 8 consecutive hours of non-stop high-intensity work, Yang Yu had no strength left to speak. This opportunity to test the three-mode airborne man warship is now yours. Who wants to give it a try? Yang Yu looked at everyone and asked with a smile. Everyone was tense and nervous, glancing at each other and beginning to recommend others to participate in this important initial test. "I recommend Comrade Xiong Tianhua." Because Comrade Xiong Tianhua has dedicated himself tirelessly to this three-service manned aircraft carrier project, sacrificing sleep and rest, and has invested a great deal of effort, I recommend him as the initiator of the first test of this three-service manned aircraft carrier. Other researchers have also joined in recommending Xiong Tianhua. Everyone highly appreciates his dedication and hard work. Chen Tianhua, seeing that everyone was nominating him, quickly waved his hands and said with a wry smile, "I'll pass. Let Commander Xiao take the lead instead." Xiao Commander is a military officer, and this warship will undoubtedly be under military command in the future. It's best to let him handle it. Him serve as the initiator is the most appropriate choice. Upon hearing Xiong Tianhua's recommendation, Xiaofeng quickly shook his head and declined, saying, "I'm the least suitable person for this. At such a historically significant moment, I believe it should be initiated by the old herbalist." Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, the old alchemist turned his gaze toward Yang Yu and spoke. "I am also unsuitable. The most appropriate candidate present is Yang Yu, the chief designer of the Tsanglong Research Institute. He is jointly responsible for hundreds of projects at our Tsanglong Research Institute and has significantly improved our country's military research and development capabilities in just 3 years. He even led the development of this groundbreaking tri-capable manned aircraft carrier for our nation. I believe he is the most suitable candidate for this task." Upon hearing the old alchemist's words, everyone present turned their gaze toward Yang Yu. At that moment, they all nodded in agreement, finding the old alchemist's words to be highly reasonable. Xiaofeng also agreed that Yang Yu was the most suitable candidate to serve as the initiator for the first test launch of the three-mode aircraft carrier, given the immense effort and dedication he had invested in the project. Xiong Tianhua, on the other hand, believed that Yang Yu had resolved the most issues for this project, and even claimed that at least 90% of the credit for the spacecraft's successful construction should go to Yang Yu. Yang Yu looked at everyone and smiled helplessly before speaking. "Didn't I tell you to choose someone? Why are you all looking at me?" "Because everyone thinks you're the most suitable candidate," said the old alchemist with a smile. Yang Yu looked at everyone's expectant expressions, sighed wryly, and reluctantly stood up from his chair and walked to the control panel. After Yang Yu entered a series of codes into the control console, the control system of the three-mode airborne man warship was activated. The tri-mode airborne man warship operating system has been activated. Please authorize. Yang Yu placed his palm on it. Fingerprint recognition successful. The operating system has been activated. Welcome to use it, Mr. Yang, Chief Engineer. A red start button then appeared on the main control interface. Under the watchful eyes of the researchers, Yang Yu took a deep breath and pressed the start button. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Triple roll manned aircraft carrier, launch. All that could be heard was a humming sound emanating from the three-winged man warship as its six wings spun wildly, and the warship slowly rose into the sky. At that moment, the alloy ceiling above the laboratory slowly opened. Even in the midst of summer, snow was still swirling outside. Soon after, the warship slowly rose into the sky. The two heat jet engines mounted at the rear of the warship emitted faint red flames, providing powerful propulsion for the amphibious aircraft carrier. Upon witnessing the successful takeoff of the warship, the numerous researchers present all erupted into excited shouts. After all these years, the project they had been developing had finally succeeded. Lujiang City. Since the day the heads of several entertainment companies had a heated argument with Zhang Chang, he advised Lu Lulu to keep a low profile in the near future. Lu Lulu heeded Zhang Chang's advice and stayed home quietly, waiting for the storm to pass. However, when she saw the articles whitewashing Shufan flooding the internet, she couldn't help but feel deeply frustrated. Lu Lulu felt that her actions had not only failed to use her persona to defeat Shufan but had instead become a stepping stone for Shufan, propelling him to immense online fame. Every time she thought about it, Lu Lulu felt extremely unbalanced. Now, just seeing the two characters Shufan made her incredibly annoyed. Those two characters were like a nightmare, constantly appearing in Lu Lulu's mind, keeping her awake all night. Lu Lulu lay in bed, staring at the messages online. The more she read, the angrier she became. She was so furious that she jumped out of bed, grabbed the glass cup on the bedside table, and smashed it to pieces on the floor. Why does Shufan have such good luck? Shufan, you fox, just wait and see. This time, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Even if it means ruining my reputation, I'll make sure your online persona collapses, so that every netizen despises you. Lu Lulu was in the room, screaming wildly. She then picked up her phone, intending to use her Douyin account to post defamatory information about Shufan. However, just as she was about to send the information, the Douyin official system prompted her, "The content you are about to send contains prohibited keywords and cannot be sent." Chapter 40, Lu Lulu's Tragic News. Following this, Lu Lulu turned her attention to sending fabricated false information related to Shufan's daughter's name and appearance, attempting to continue using the internet to smear their reputation. However, the result was the same as before. Even Xuanxuan's name had been flagged as a prohibited term, and as soon as the message was sent, the system prompted, "The content you are sending contains prohibited terms and cannot be sent." I still can't send it. I just don't believe this nonsense. Lu Lulu saw that even Douyin had protected Shufan and Xianxian, and her anger grew even more intense. She then switched to a secondary account. Lu Lulu might have thought that her main account had been blocked by the Douyin platform, which is why she couldn't post. If she used a secondary account, it should work, right? As she spoke, Lu Lulu switched back to her secondary account, drafted a new fabricated defamatory post, and prepared to send it. This time, Lu Lulu had learned her lesson and did not mention Shufan and Xianxian by name in the content she was about to send. Instead, she used a veiled and indirect manner to slander Shufan and Xianxian. She believed that this way, the platform's moderation system would not detect it, allowing her to successfully send the message. I'm the smart one after all. It went through successfully. Lu Lulu said triumphantly. However, before Lu Lulu could enjoy her victory for long, the system sent a notification. Due to the content you sent containing prohibited words and fabricated false information, the official platform has deleted your content. Lu Lulu stared in disbelief, muttering to herself, "Is the official bot on this Douyin platform really that intelligent? It even detected and blocked this kind of content." Next, Lu Lulu went into a frenzy, acting wildly. She posted numerous sarcastic and provocative articles on the Douyin platform. However, this time, within half a minute of posting, her articles were immediately deleted, and the Douyin official platform sent her a system message. "Due to your account frequently sending prohibited messages and false content, the platform will permanently ban your account." Lu Lulu, upon seeing that her secondary account had been permanently banned, flew into a rage and shouted at her phone, "Why won't this crappy platform let me post anything? This is ridiculous." Before Lu Lulu could finish her rant, a call suddenly came in. "Hello, this is Yuan Film and Television Company. May I speak to Lu Lulu?" Upon hearing that it was a film company calling, Lu Lulu was thrilled and immediately replied, It's me. I'm Lu Lulu. Are you calling to continue working with me?" "I'm sorry, Ms. Lu. This call is an official notification from our company, Yuan Film and Television Company, informing you that we are terminating all contracts with you." The representative from Yuan Film and Television Company said coldly on the other end of the phone. Upon hearing the media company's words, Lu Lulu's attitude immediately softened, and she humbly said, "I can reduce my fee. I don't even need a fee. Please don't terminate my contract with me." However, the response from the representative of Yuan Film and Television Company remained cold and indifferent. They calmly stated, "We are simply informing you of our decision to terminate our contract with you. You no longer qualify to continue collaborating with us." After saying that, the representative from Wangyuan Film and Television Company hung up the phone. Immediately after the call from Wangyuan Film and Television Company was disconnected, another call came in. "Ms. Lu Lulu. This is Starry Sky Film. We regret to inform you that we are formally terminating our contract with you. This is Sisters Film Company. We are truly sorry to inform you that we are unable to continue our collaboration with you. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. This is Chinese Media Company, Limited. Ms. Lu Lulu. Given that your actions have caused serious harm to our company's interests, we are hereby formally notifying you of the termination of all contracts with you. Hello, this is Albot Advertising Company. We regret to inform you that due to the signing of a new celebrity spokesperson, we must unfortunately terminate our cooperation with you. Grass Hat Advertising Company, we apologize. Siki Media Company. 1 call, 2 calls, 3 calls, 4 calls. Lu Lulu received more than 20 calls one after another. All the companies that called were film production companies, advertising agencies, and live streaming e-commerce companies that had previously collaborated with Lu Lulu. They all called to terminate their contracts with her. Some companies are even seeking legal action against Lu Lulu, demanding compensation for the losses incurred by their companies. One piece of bad news after another kept coming in, and Lu Lulu hurriedly drove to the Hujiang Qingfei Economic Company to find Zhang Chang. She had no other options left. She could only turn to her godfather, Zhang Chang. Lu Lulu believed that only her godfather could handle this matter. She intended to confront Zhang Chang and demand a clear explanation of what had happened. Why? On this very day, all the companies have terminated their cooperation with her. Upon arriving at the Hujiang Qingfei Economic Company, Lu Lulu quickly ran upstairs straight to the chairman's office. As soon as she reached the door of Zhang Chang's office, she heard people discussing her inside. "Mr. Zhang, what should we do now? Our company has been blacklisted by all major platforms, and all the artists under our company are willing to pay breach of contract fees to terminate their contracts with us." Wang Feng said anxiously. "If they want to terminate the contracts, let them. Isn't it better to make some money from the breach of contract fees?" Zhang Chang raised his eyebrows indifferently. "But Mr. Zhang, our contracts don't comply with labor laws. If so many people go to the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau to report us, we'll be in big trouble." Wang Feng frowned and said in a low voice. "But Mr. Zhang, our contracts don't comply with labor laws, and there are so many people involved. If they all report us to the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau, we'll be in big trouble." Wang Feng frowned and said solemnly. "Well, what should we do now?" Zhang Chang sighed, sounding as deflated as a punctured balloon, and spoke up. "We can only let them go now. We can't force them to stay, or else the consequences would be too much for us to bear. Unless we can offer them more favorable terms to convince them to stay." Wang Feng thought for a moment before speaking. Zhang Chang grew increasingly furious, clenching his teeth and snapping, "It's all Lu Lulu's fault for insisting on slandering Xu Fan. If it weren't for her, how would our Hujiang Qingfei Entertainment Company have ended up in this predicament?" Zhang Chang sighed helplessly and added, I was also deceived by her at the time. I really ended up shooting myself in the foot." Seeing Zhang Chang like this, Wang Feng spoke up, "Should I post a public video statement clarifying that all these things were done by Lu Lulu behind our backs and have nothing to do with our company? Maybe we still have a chance." Chapter 41, Who Do You Think You Are? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air. Lu Lulu burst through the door, glaring angrily at Zhang Chang and shouting, "Godfather, didn't you say I was your precious one? Didn't you say you'd always stand by me and support me? Are you abandoning me now?" Zhang Chang coldly looked at Lu Lulu, who had barged into his office, his face filled with disgust. He then spoke coldly, "Come into my office. Don't you even know how to knock anymore?" Zhang Chang was in no mood to deal with Lu Lulu. All the companies he had been collaborating with had terminated their contracts with his company, and the company's finances had completely collapsed, leaving him in a state of utter chaos. As she spoke, Lu Lulu ran to Zhang Chang, crying, and began to plead with him. "Wah, Daddy, didn't you say you'd always help me?" Zhang Chang looked at Lu Lulu crying uncontrollably, and felt a pang of sadness and pity in his heart. With a sigh, Zhang Chang gently embraced Lu Lulu in his arms, stroked her head, and spoke comfortingly. "It's okay, don't cry, my dear daughter. Everything will be fine. Your godfather is here to help you. But now, your godfather's company is also on the brink of collapse. Can you understand your godfather's situation? Your godfather didn't mean to say those things earlier. Don't take it to heart, my dear daughter." Lu Lulu could sense that Zhang Chang still cared about her, and she felt a little happier. She then asked, "So, what should we do now to turn things around?" "Wah, that Xu Fan is such a fox. She managed to lure so many people to protect her and even help her clear her name. I'm so wronged. Godfather, you must stand up for me." Lu Lulu continued to pout and plead. Wang Feng saw that Zhang Chang had been charmed by Lu Lulu again. He sighed and spoke softly, Mr. Zhang. The company has already lost a lot of money. I don't know how much is left. I'll go to the finance department to check the accounts first. Zhang Chang glanced at Wang Feng and said, alright, go ahead. After saying that, Wang Feng hurried out of the office as if he had been granted a pardon. After Wang Feng had left, Lu Lulu and Zhang Chang became intimate again, and Zhang Chang promised her that he would definitely take care of it for her. Shu Fan, that fox, what power does she have that makes so many people stand up to protect her? Lu Lulu said angrily. My company is in this state because of Shu Fan. Does she really think I, Zhang Chang, am a pushover who can be pushed around? I will make her pay for this. Zhang Chang, provoked by Lu Lulu's words, lost his temper and shouted angrily. Although Zhang Chang didn't know who the powerful figures behind Shu Fan were, he wasn't someone to be pushed around either. If he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, he wouldn't have been able to survive in the entertainment industry in Luzhou for so long. Exactly, Godfather. What does that fox deserve? Godfather, you must eliminate her this time and ensure she never rises again. Lu Lulu clung to Li Gang's arm, rubbing her head against his thick neck, and incited him further. My precious daughter, just wait. Your stepfather will come back and get justice for you. Zhang Chang kissed Lu Lulu's cheek and spoke in a doting tone. I'll find someone to call the head of Douyin right now. Maybe it's just a small misunderstanding between us. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up, we'll make sure Shu Fan gets what's coming to him. Zhang Chang thought for a moment, then picked up his phone and called one of his friends. He asked his friend to contact the person in charge at Douyin. Zhang Chang's friend was a member of the underworld, and such individuals had access to underworld information. They could use their connections to obtain the contact information of Douyin's representatives. Of course, Zhang Chang also promised to provide significant benefits to the other party, who then agreed to assist you with this favor. A few minutes later, Zhang Chang received a text message on his phone, which was the phone number of the Douyin contact person. He immediately called the number. Hello, this is the manager of Douyin. Who is this? At the Douyin company building, the Douyin manager is conducting employee training for newly hired staff. These newly hired employees are specifically responsible for manually reviewing the platform. Some information that cannot be detected by robots must be verified manually by them. This newly established manual verification position was specifically created for Shu Fan, solely to handle false information and intentional smear campaigns targeting Shu Fan online. Hello, I am Zhang Chang from Hujiang Qingfei Economic Company. Zhang Chang introduced himself with a smile. How dare you, you bastard? Do you know how much trouble you've caused me? You have the nerve to call me? Are you here to die? Upon hearing this name, the Douyin manager flew into a rage, his eyes blazing with fury as he shouted at Zhang Chang. Ah, boss, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? Zhang Chang said softly. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be between you and me, you bastard? The Douyin manager said, still in a bad mood. If there's any misunderstanding, why don't I treat you to a meal? We can talk it out and clear up the misunderstanding. What do you think? Zhang Chang heard the other person cursing him, but he dared not even breathe heavily, continuing to smile and speak politely. Who do you think you are? You don't even deserve to eat with me. What on earth is going on? Why are you talking to me like that? After all, we are your partners, aren't we? Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking. All I can tell you is that you've provoked someone you shouldn't have, and someone you can't afford to provoke. After saying that, the Douyin representative hung up the phone. Listening to the other party's tone, Zhang Chang was completely baffled. What could have happened to make such a big shot so angry? When they were dividing the money together earlier, he hadn't seen any signs of this kind of emotion. Although many people online had already forgotten about Shu Fan's incident, a small group of fans were still discussing their situation. Some people are aware that this matter is not straightforward, so they have been closely monitoring it online. That night, overnight, major internet platforms such as Kuaishou, Weibo, Douyin, Xianxian Station, Enterprise, Ali, and WeChat all deleted all the negative information about Shu Fan. They believe that there must be powerful figures behind the scenes manipulating everything. They also believed that this matter would not simply end here, and that even bigger events were sure to unfold in the future. At the same time, they find the actions of Lu Lulu and her brainless fans and haters laughable. They believe that if these people continue their actions, something big will happen again before long. Chapter 42, Joint Statement. After considering these points, everyone became excited. They imagined countless possible scenarios and had already made preparations on Douyin. However, in the eyes of Lu Lulu and her fans, these netizens' imaginings were nothing more than Shu Fan's fans entertaining themselves. On this day, these netizens created a discussion thread. I predict that the matter involving Shu Fan will not end so simply. Something major is about to happen. Those who don't believe me can come in and comment below. I believe that within 7 days, all film companies, advertising agencies, and live streaming e-commerce companies associated with Lu Lulu will terminate their contracts with her. Additionally, Lulu will be banned from the industry, and the media company backing her will also face a ban. This simple statement sparked a flood of responses from Lulu's die-hard fans in the comments section of this post. What the hell are you talking about? Have you been eating too much junk food and lost your mind? Do all of Shufan's fans have a persecution complex? My Lulu is a top-tier celebrity. All the major online companies are clamoring for her. Who wouldn't want to make money? Are capitalists all idiots? I think it's just you, Shufan, who's jealous of our Lulu. She's beautiful, has abundant resources, and excels in every aspect. Now you're posting online to vent your jealousy. It's hilarious. Ha ha. The brothers above are right. I support you guys. All online posts about Hey Shufan have been deleted. I think the people behind this will soon reveal themselves. Countless mocking comments and questions. Lulu's brainless fans are going crazy in the replies to this post. At the same time, there was a small group of people speaking up for Shufan, but all those supporting Shufan in this post were completely overwhelmed and silenced. The next day at 11 a.m., the online entertainment company always posts an explanation about the incident on Douyin's official account. On behalf of the entire entertainment industry, we, the network entertainment company, issue this statement regarding the malicious use of netizens by Zhang Chang's Hujiang Qingfei Economic Company to spread false information online and slander Bingbing. We, the Network Entertainment Company Association, are deeply disgusted and outraged by the actions of Zhang Chang, Hujiang Qingfei, and their economic company. As a member of the entertainment industry, instead of guiding online public opinion in a positive direction, they have abused their private power to defame others, destroy their reputation, and maliciously manipulate netizens' thoughts and public opinion. Such self-serving behavior will be despised throughout the entire industry, and it has already crossed the bottom line of our industry. Therefore, our online entertainment company has decided to impose a complete ban on all celebrities and artists under the Hujiang Qingfei Entertainment Company. All staff members associated with the Hujiang Qingfei Entertainment Company have been added to our entertainment industry's blacklist and permanently banned from engaging in any entertainment-related work. This statement, once published online, sparked intense discussions among countless netizens, with everyone discussing the statement issued by the headquarters of this online entertainment company. They are well aware that the online entertainment company's headquarters holds significant influence within the entertainment industry and has the authority to speak on its behalf. Companies that have been blacklisted by them effectively lose their foothold in the entertainment industry. This is definitely false information. Someone must have hacked the official account of the Online Entertainment Companies Association and posted false information. It must be Shufan's fans who hacked the official account of the Network Entertainment Company Association and used it to make such a false statement. Lulu's brainwashed fans are still clinging to hope, stubbornly believing that this statement is fake and not actually released by the Network Entertainment Company Association itself. However, when other entertainment companies began reposting the statement and issuing their own official statements on their accounts, they had no choice but to acknowledge that the incident had indeed occurred. Those die-hard fans of Lulu, having run out of arguments, have since gone silent. Who would have thought that in just a few hours, the online public opinion would undergo such a drastic change? Shortly after the online entertainment company issued its statement, the advertising company also released a statement on their official platform. Regarding the moral misconduct and distortion of facts by Lulu, an artist under the management of Zhang Chang Hujiang Qingfei Entertainment Company. All advertising companies in Luzhou City have always adhered to correct values. However, the actions of Zhang Chang, Hujiang Qingfei, and their agency have severely violated the principles of all advertising companies in Luzhou City. From this point forward, all advertising companies in Luzhou City will cease all cooperation with Zhang Chang, Hujiang Qingfei, and their agency. Furthermore, since Zhang Chang Hujiang Qingfei Entertainment Company has signed cooperation contracts with numerous advertising companies, and given that Lulu has been banned across all online platforms due to her moral misconduct, we will jointly file a lawsuit with the court to freeze all assets related to Zhang Chang Hujiang Qingfei Entertainment Company and Lulu. After the statements were issued by the General Association of Online Entertainment Companies and the General Association of Advertising Text Companies, the Cultural Supervision Bureau also reposted their statements and responded accordingly. Defying heaven's will is unforgivable. Many netizens also commented below. Truly, heaven has eyes. Those who commit such heinous acts will not escape a terrible fate. Exactly. Karma is inevitable. Those who commit such immoral acts will inevitably face the consequences they deserve. Hujiang Qingfei Economic Company. In the chairman's office, Zhang Chang and Lulu saw the statements posted online by these major departments, and both were so frightened they nearly lost their wits. Before they could recover, they heard a loud knock on the door. We're done for, Godfather. Someone's coming to arrest us. What should we do, Godfather? Lulu said fearfully, looking toward the door. Zhang Chang's office was on a high floor, and jumping out the window was no longer an option. The police had already blocked the door to their office, and going out would be like walking into a trap. They had no way out. Zhang Chang sighed helplessly, stood up from his office chair, and ran to the door to open it. Zhang Chang looked at the police officer in the blue uniform at the door and said, "Officer, I'm turning myself in. Can I earn leniency for my crimes? I've already helped you arrest Lulu. I hope you can show mercy and let me off with a warning. I'll do anything you ask, just don't send me to prison." Zhang Chang, you ungrateful man. You only care about saving yourself and don't care about me at all. I really misjudged you. Lulu was so angry she was about to explode, shouting at Zhang Chang. Chapter 43, Court Summons. It's too late to talk about this now. This is a court summons. You'll have to explain yourself to the judge in court. The police officer leading the arrest of Zhang Chang pulled out a pair of handcuffs and cuffed him. Come on, take both of them away. The lead officer looked at Lulu in the room, then turned to the officers behind him and ordered. Lulu heard the police officer's words, her body tensed, and she quickly ran out the door. But no matter how fast Lulu ran, could she outrun the police? Several police officers quickly caught up with Lulu, handcuffed her, and took her away along with Zhang Chang. On the same day, the news that Hujiang Qingfei Economic Company and Lulu had been completely banned online had already spread like wildfire across the internet. Although this incident only involved Hujiang Qingfei Entertainment Company and Lulu, it had no impact on other celebrities online. However, other celebrities were quietly monitoring the online public opinion. The incident involving Zhang Chang and Lulu served as a wake-up call for other celebrities. Among those observing the situation, there were some who had previously helped Lulu ensnaring Xu Fan by adding fuel to the fire. At this point, their agents and bosses, seeing the overwhelming online abuse directed at Lulu, the statements being made, and the netizens demanding accountability from Lulu and Zhang Chang, have also begun to panic. They fear that netizens might uncover their past involvement in helping Lulu, which could draw unwanted attention to themselves. However, the situation has already escalated, and if the focus shifts to them, they might end up facing legal consequences as well. A celebrity who had once helped Lulu spoke anxiously to his agent and boss. I helped Lulu smear Xu Fan last time. What should I do now? Will they arrest me too? The celebrity's boss thought for a moment before speaking. Hurry up and delete the posts where you helped Lulu smear Xu Fan. Don't let this fire spread to us. This time, they really lost both the battle and the war. After saying that, the agent quickly deleted the posts that had previously helped Lulu slander Xu Fan. However, shortly after the deletion, a netizen dug up the female celebrity's previous posts and reposted them online. They also commented below. You don't want to admit what you've done, so you deleted the post and think you can just get away with it. Are you scared? Let's all go expose this celebrity together. You just want to delete the post and get away with it without apologizing? Just wait to get banned. The female celebrity's agent quickly took these comments from netizens and showed them to his boss. After reading them, the boss furrowed his brows. He raised his hand and slammed it hard on the table. These people were really making him furious, and the star under his management was also really good at causing trouble for him out of nowhere. But getting angry wouldn't solve anything. After thinking for a moment, he turned to his agent and said, "Use our account to post an apology statement online. I'll contact the victims of the online bullying and raise funds for them. Hopefully, this can compensate them for some of their losses." After saying that, the boss sighed deeply, slumped in his chair, and thought to himself, this is truly karma. The fallout from the Lulu incident had finally reached them. If the cultural supervision authorities decided to investigate this matter, it wouldn't be so easy to resolve. His company has just started to show some results, and he certainly doesn't want to see it all go down the drain here. The agent, who was skilled with his phone, quickly posted an apology statement on their official account regarding the incident. However, the agent felt that simply issuing an apology statement was insufficient. They then approached the female celebrity and said, "You must record a sincere apology video and post it online. Otherwise, our company will terminate your contract." The female celebrity heard the agent's demand to record an apology video. She felt deeply wronged. After all, she was a celebrity with millions of fans, and now she was being asked to apologize to an unknown person. She was extremely reluctant to do so. However, even if she was unwilling, when she saw the menacing glances from her boss and agent, the celebrity had no choice but to give in. "Alright, I'll record an apology video and post it online." The actress reluctantly took a deep breath, stood in front of the camera, recorded an apology video, and posted it online. After both the apology letter and the apology video were posted online, due to the company's sincere apology, the fans were somewhat convinced, so the netizens also let the female celebrity off the hook. At that moment, inside the Ali Entertainment Media Agency, a male celebrity is arguing with his boss. The male celebrity's name is Tao Tao. He is a newly popularized internet celebrity who has recently gained fame. Due to his exceptional basketball skills, netizens have nicknamed him the hottest junior brother. At Ali Entertainment Media Agency, both the agent and the boss are urging Tao Tao to write an apology letter, film an apology video, and post it online. They claim that this is the only way to save the company. However, Tao Tao refused to comply and instead got into an argument with the boss. I'm currently a top-tier celebrity with the highest popularity among male stars. Even the senior star Lulu can't compare to me now. Why won't you listen to me? What you're saying is true, your traffic is now dozens of times higher than Lulu's, but that doesn't mean anything. You must know that even with millions of followers, you're just a drop in the ocean in the online world, the boss said anxiously. You're wrong about that. Senior influencer Lulu ended up in the same situation precisely because she had too few fans and low traffic, which led to public opinion often being biased against her. If something like that happened to me, with my fan base and traffic, I would never end up like her. You're completely wrong. Lulu Senior was targeted by public opinion precisely because she had too few fans and low traffic. If something like that happened to me, with my fan base and traffic, I would never end up in her current situation. I would never have the same outcome. Tao Tao, can't you see it? Shu Fan isn't someone to mess with. There must be powerful figures behind her pulling the strings. Even the higher-ups haven't revealed a single word to us. We can't afford to offend such powerful figures. The boss pleaded earnestly. If it weren't for Tao Tao's massive following and fan base, he would have forced him to post an apology video long ago. He doesn't want to lose such a talented artist for his company. The boss, think it through. I was the one who brought Lulu into the entertainment industry. Plus, we've referred to each other as siblings in many public settings. If I were to release an apology video and letter now, wouldn't my image be ruined? I can't afford to lose my reputation. I'll handle this myself. Tao Tao insisted. Boss, think it through. I was the one who was brought into the entertainment industry by senior Lulu. Plus, we've referred to each other as siblings in many public settings. If I were to release an apology video and letter now, wouldn't my public image also collapse? Tao Tao said in a low voice. Chapter 44, Tao Tao's Plan. After hearing Tao Tao's words, the boss pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, we really have no other options now. If your image is ruined, so be it. We can always create a new one for you. The main issue we're facing now is that if you don't apologize properly, release an apology video, and write an apology letter, our company might not be able to survive in the entertainment industry anymore, and you can forget about any future prospects. As a boss, he was quite rational. He knew that if they didn't release an apology video and letter now, the only thing waiting for them would be a ban from the cultural regulatory authorities and online entertainment companies. However, just at that moment, the agent suddenly spoke up. Boss, it's bad news. Our fans and Shufan's fans have started arguing. Because Shufan's fans found out that Tao Tao once helped Lulu slander Shufan, so now many people are attacking Tao Tao, and our fans couldn't stand it and started arguing with them. Plus, our fans are really skilled. They used all sorts of twisted logic and arguments, leaving Shufan's fans speechless and unable to refute them. Now look at the female celebrity who posted the apology video and letter, sincerely apologizing to Shufan. At this moment, her fans are still in the comments section constantly apologizing to Shufan, basically not even bothering to respond to the insults. Now look at our side of things, it's a stark contrast, with two completely opposite extremes forming a sharp contrast. When the boss saw that it was their top fan, he led the way down to argue with the other party. If it were just an ordinary fan, they could explain that it was the fan's own behavior and had nothing to do with the idol. However, the actions of the top fan can be seen as representing the official stance to a large extent. Given how the situation has escalated, the company is unlikely to escape unscathed. It's over, completely over. Everything is ruined. The boss's mind went blank. He collapsed into his chair, looked up at the ceiling, and sighed helplessly. Boss, since things have already come to this, why not use this opportunity to establish myself as someone who knows how to repay kindness? Tao Tao, seeing the boss's dejected expression, thought for a moment before speaking up. I have a plan. Here's the deal, Shufan's TOEFL score was only 350, right? The passing score was at least 450, so someone with that score could get into normal university. Regarding his score, this is all the truth. It's not fabricating false information. The main reason Lulu's reputation collapsed and she was banned was because she posted false information and maliciously smeared Shufan. However, Shufan's score is an undeniable fact. Douyin trying to block this information makes no sense. Now we can even post messages saying that someone paid Douyin to do this. Subsequently, various departments of Aoli Entertainment Media Agency released related content through major media circles. This content was precisely about Shufan's university English proficiency test score of 350. This time, Douyin was unable to delete the content and could only allow media outlets to repost it, as this is a legal right granted to media by the state. Many netizens discovered that there were still people daring to slander Shufan online, finding it truly shocking. They must be incredibly bold. Do they really not fear the consequences? There are actually people daring to slander Shufan? Don't they really fear being banned across the entire internet? Now, all the other celebrities suspected of helping Lulu smear Shufan have publicly apologized online, yet there are still people daring to smear Shufan here. I really wonder which entertainment company is backing these celebrities. Are they tired of living too long? At first, there were many comments online defending Shu Fan, but once Cao Cao's fans gained the upper hand, public opinion began to shift. Suddenly, there were some bystanders who swayed with the wind and didn't take sides. If a score of 350 in English is enough to get into normal university, then I want to ask, with a score of 360 in English, will normal university accept me? Let us set aside the malicious smear campaign against Shu Fan for now. Is it really normal for her to have such a low score on the English proficiency test? How did she manage to get into normal university with such a score? And how did she end up working at a television station with such a score? There is a big speculation that Shu Fan must have a powerful sugar daddy behind her. During her high school days, she sold her body to her sugar daddy, who then supported her financially, allowing her to sail through life smoothly. This time, she sold her body again to beg her godfather for help, which is why he was willing to step in and resolve the situation for her. Even if her godfather is as powerful as he is, he can't change the fact that Shu Fan's English proficiency test score is only 350. Even my stuffed toy can score better than her on the Teletubbies test. I suggest you Shu Fan fans switch your allegiance to Cao Cao. Our standard-built handsome senior brother not only plays basketball well but also speaks English fluently. Last time, my Cao Cao even won the Merlin Music Award. Compared to this unknown woman who is being kept by someone else, you still think she is outstanding. I advise you to abandon the dark side and join our ranks under Cao Cao. Stop aiding this so-called Shu Fan. After some time, a hot search topic about Shu Fan's English proficiency test score of only 350 points began to trend. On Weibo and Douyin, it was constantly being shared and remained at the top of the search rankings. As time went on, more and more people joined the discussion, and at this point, Cao Cao's fan base and online traffic began to show their advantage. Countless netizens who spoke out in support of Shu Fan also fell victim to their attacks. In the chairman's office of Douyin Tower, the company's executive was savoring a glass of Spanish wine when he heard hurried footsteps outside. Moments later, a figure rushed into the office. The Douyin executive looked at the flustered assistant, Song Feiyang, who had barged in, and spoke with a displeased tone. "Why didn't you knock before entering?" The Douyin manager then put down the wine glass in his hand, looked up at Song Feiyang, and asked, "What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry?" Song Feiyang ran in, out of breath, and said anxiously to the Douyin manager, "Something big has happened. Something big has happened. More negative information about Shu Fan has appeared on Douyin." Song Feiyang ran in, out of breath, and urgently said to the Douyin representative, "There's a major incident. There's more negative information about Shu Fan on Douyin. Don't panic." Today, so many industry associations have issued statements. Who would dare to continue posting negative information about Shu Fan online today? Even if someone does, haven't we specifically set up a manual review department? Let's have the manual review department block all the negative information about Shu Fan. The Douyin representative said calmly. Chapter 45, Douyin's Countermeasures. He believed that the current situation was favorable and that no major issues would arise, with everything proceeding in a positive direction. Assistant Song Feiyang handed the phone to the agent at this point and said, "The online public opinion has already erupted. Take a look." The manager took the phone, opened the Douyin trending topics list, and glanced at it. He was so shocked that his heart skipped a beat. Countless pieces of negative information about Shu Fan were constantly flooding the screen, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. "Hurry up! Call someone immediately and delete all of this." The Douyin manager lost his composure and shouted at Song Feiyang. Song Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, "Sir, we can't delete this content. It was published by the media, and according to national law, the media has the freedom to publish such content. Unless they fabricated false information, we can't delete it. But everything they published is true." After hearing Song Feiyang's words, the Douyin manager looked at him in panic and shouted, "No matter what you do, you must suppress this matter." Upon hearing his boss's orders, Song Feiyang quickly left the Douyin manager's office. He then went to the manual review department responsible for verifying information related to Shu Fan. He addressed the staff members of the department and instructed them. The boss said that no matter what methods you use, you must suppress this matter at all costs. However, you must not delete the articles published by the media, or we will be reported. Later, Assistant Song Feiyang also went to the Douyin operations department and conveyed the boss's instructions to them. This request was indeed challenging for both departments, but they eventually found a solution. They used internal operations to suppress the buzz, ensuring that these messages about Shu Fan were no longer recommended to ordinary netizens, making it impossible for them to receive the related information. Soon, these messages would be forgotten by people. In the eyes of those seeking to smear Shu Fan, the more aggressively Douyin suppresses the heat, the more it appears they are acting out of fear. Ali Entertainment Media and Economics Company. In the chairman's office, Cao Cao, the agent, and the boss watched the rapidly rising popularity and the success achieved by Cao Cao's human resources efforts, feeling extremely excited. Initially, when he agreed to Cao Cao's plan, he had only intended to take a gamble, but he never imagined they would actually win. Cao Cao's image as someone who repays kindness has already been successfully established in the eyes of his fans, and that's enough. Now they just need to keep Cao Cao's popularity at its peak. Boss, it looks like Cao Cao is going to become a top-tier celebrity again, the agent said excitedly. I remember Cao Cao recorded a new dance last month, right? Hurry up and pair it with some music, record a video, and post it online. This is the perfect opportunity. The agent hurriedly spoke up. Sir, I've been waiting for you to say that. The copy is already written, I just need your go-ahead to post it. After saying that, the agent picked up the phone and called the company department responsible for this project. Shortly after, Cao Cao's music video with a dance routine appeared on the trending list online, causing countless female fans to go wild. In stark contrast to this, some people began to grow increasingly disdainful of Xu Fan, and the entertainment media's narrative began to shift wildly in favor of Cao Cao. Boss, they've already started suppressing the buzz around this news. Although they haven't deleted the comments about Bingbing's performance, they're no longer pushing these topics to the general public, making it difficult for ordinary netizens to receive such information, thereby significantly reducing the topic's heat. After hearing the agent's words, the boss nodded and said in a low voice, indeed, Cao Cao has been able to maintain his popularity by spreading rumors about Xu Fan's academic performance. If this topic is suppressed, it will effectively suppress Cao Cao's popularity as well. The boss looked at Cao Cao and asked, Cao Cao, do you have any other ideas? After thinking for a moment, Cao Cao replied, Boss, hasn't Douyin been suppressing the buzz around the topic about Bingbing lately? We can keep posting messages saying that Douyin is feeling insecure, and Xu Fan must be relying on some powerful backers to help him suppress the buzz. This time, even Douyin dared not delete the information, which means this matter must be true and not fabricated out of thin air. All we need to do is raise the banner of free speech, unite under the name of Douyin and the capitalists, and use this as an opportunity to launch an attack on Xu Fan. All it takes is a simple hint, and Xu Fan will be widely condemned by many ordinary netizens. The boss is also shocked at this moment. He never imagined that Cao Cao could control public opinion with such sophisticated methods, arranging everything so flawlessly. This is simply unbelievable. With someone like Xu Fan, he dares to challenge me? He's really overestimating himself. Cao Cao spoke disdainfully. The boss immediately slapped the table and said, all right. Let's do it the way Cao Cao suggested. But you must not engage in any illegal or criminal activities. You must absolutely not cross the legal boundaries. You must exercise proper judgment and control in this matter. After hearing the boss's instructions, the agent took Cao Cao to the relevant authorities to discuss the specifics of smearing Xu Fan's reputation, removing any mechanisms that might cross the legal line from the upcoming press release. At Ali Entertainment Media Agency, staff members from the relevant departments, Cao Cao, and the agent are currently discussing a plan to smear Xu Fan. We should still follow the boss's instructions and not post any false or misleading information. We must clearly define our primary objective, which is to use actual events to achieve the goal of smearing Xu Fan's reputation. However, there are only two actual events that occurred. First, Xu Fan's English exam score was only 350 points, and second, Douyin is currently suppressing the buzz surrounding the Xu Fan incident. A staff member spoke up. I think we can do this. We will post an article about Douyin suppressing the buzz around the Xu Fan incident on the platform, and then subtly hint to netizens. This will make netizens believe that Xu Fan must have powerful backers, which is why Douyin is suppressing the buzz. But what if Douyin continues to suppress the popularity of our article? What should we do then? Another staff member asked. Upon hearing the staff member's question, everyone present remained silent, as they believed there was no solution to this problem. Chapter 46, A Colleague's Misunderstanding. Soon after, Cao Cao spoke up in a solemn voice to everyone. If Douyin dares to continue suppressing this incident, we can manipulate it to make it explode completely. How would we do that? The other staff members looked puzzled and asked curiously. Cao Cao smiled slightly, looked at everyone, and spoke slowly. All we need to do is collaborate with other celebrities to issue a joint statement condemning Douyin for suppressing our freedom of speech, and this matter will explode into the open. Such a joint statement will definitely attract significant attention from netizens, and by then, even if they want to suppress it, they won't be able to do so easily. This way, we can draw the attention of numerous netizens, prompting them to thoroughly investigate whether Douyin is suppressing the buzz surrounding this incident. If netizens discover this, Douyin will be in a difficult position. However, the Entertainment Association has already issued a statement. Will other companies still be willing to collaborate with us to release a joint statement condemning this? The agent spoke with a worried expression. Don't worry about that. Our company still has many celebrities, and I also know some independent external celebrities. As long as we negotiate with them properly and offer them some benefits, they will definitely join us in issuing the joint statement. Cao Cao said with a smile. Everyone listened to Cao Cao's words and were all deeply impressed by him. Lujiang City Television Station Headquarters. Upon arriving at the main station, Su Fan noticed that some of her colleagues in the department were avoiding her, as if they were deliberately keeping their distance. Su Fan returned to her office, filled with confusion. Since the incident where he and Yan Yu were slandered last time, Su Fan hadn't looked at the internet again. His phone was now only used for making and receiving calls. This was Ran from the neighboring office suddenly coming over to Shu Fan's office to find him. Ran saw Shu Fan organizing documents and looked at him in surprise, asking, "Sister, such a big thing happened, how can you be so calm? Aren't you worried?" Shu Fan looked at Ran's astonished expression and smiled as she asked, "What happened?" Ran opened the news about her on her phone and showed it to Shu Fan. She said, "Everyone is talking about how you only scored 350 on your English exam. They're saying you got into the TV station by sleeping with someone powerful. Don't you know anything?" "Oh, I don't look at the internet anymore, so I haven't heard any of this." Shu Fan heard more negative rumors about herself being spread online, but she had already grown accustomed to it and didn't think much of it. Her life had just started to settle down, and she certainly didn't want to be dragged into another online bullying incident after only a few days of peace. At that moment, Su Fan thought to herself that her decision to never look at the internet again was the right one. Speaking, Ran walked over, sat beside Bingbing, and held her hand tightly, asking with concern, "So, is it true that you scored 350 on your English exam?" After hearing this, she nodded and replied, "It's true. I only scored 350 on my English exam, but I'm a special talent student. I got into normal university because of my special talent." After hearing Shu Fan say all this, Ran suddenly realized and exclaimed in shock, "Wow, so that's how it is. I knew those people online were just trying to frame and slander you again. They have no good intentions, they're all bad people." Shu Fan said with a smile, looking at Ran. "Why bother getting angry with those people online? As long as we live our own lives well, isn't that enough? Let them say whatever they want. You're so patient. If it were me, I'd go online and tear those netizens to shreds. No way, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'll go tell the station manager and have him do a special episode to clear things up for you." Ran suddenly said angrily. Shu Fan shook his head and said to Ran, "It's okay. I don't even care myself, and besides, I'm just a small reporter at the station. How can I bother the station manager over my own matter? What you're saying is completely wrong. You're an employee of the main station. Slandering you is slandering the entire TV station. How can we let them get away with this?" Ran clenched her teeth, looking fierce, and spoke to Shu Fan. "Alright, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I need to go collect information from other departments." Saying that, Shu Fan picked up the documents and walked out the door. "Ran, I'll go handle this first. Let's have dinner together after work, okay?" Shu Fan said with a smile. "Ran, I'll go get started. Let's grab dinner together after work, okay?" Shu Fan said with a smile. Ran looked at Bingbing's innocent and pure face. Such a sweet and adorable girl had been slandered so badly. Ran clenched her fists in anger. These online usernames are truly despicable. Such a good girl has been slandered by them time and time again. Shu Fan had just stepped out of her office and reached the neighboring department when she heard some colleagues in the office area discussing her. "Is this the Shu Fan everyone's been talking about online? She does look pretty, but who would have thought she rose to fame through a sugar daddy? She only scored 350 on her English exam, yet she managed to become a journalist. Does the university and the broadcaster have no standards at all? Moreover, the Douyin platform is really interesting. It doesn't even allow people to tell the truth and deliberately suppresses any discussion about this incident. Exactly, it's truly hypocritical." These insulting and abusive remarks kept reaching Shu Fan's ears, and she felt extremely wronged and distressed. She quickly finished gathering the materials and rushed back to her office. Upon entering her office, Shu Fan quickly locked the door from the inside. Ran saw this. After Shu Fan quickly ran back into the office and locked the door from the inside, she couldn't help but worry secretly. Has something happened to Shu Fan? Just as Shu Fan returned to the office, his phone rang. It was his mother calling. "Shu Fan, I know you've had a tough time, but what's going on with all these things circulating online? You're a young woman, how could you be so irresponsible? A few years ago, I thought Young Yu was a decent guy. Though he didn't seem very wealthy, he treated you well. How could you do such a thing?" Hearing that even her own mother didn't believe her, Shu Fan felt deeply hurt. She didn't say a word and hung up the phone, then began to cry bitterly. Chapter 47, Joint Protest. One call after another kept ringing on Shu Fan's phone. Her former high school classmates who had studied calligraphy together, along with her closest female friends, were all calling to urge Shu Fan to stay on the right path, not to abandon herself for petty gains or trivial matters, and not to sell herself out. Some even comforted her, saying, "You're still such a wonderful young woman. You must learn to love yourself." Shu Fan felt that no one in her world believed her anymore. The words accusing her kept echoing from the kitchen, making her feel like she was about to break down. An overwhelming sense of injustice welled up in her heart. Shufan's inner grievances had no one to share them with. As a girl, she had been enduring everything alone all this time. Who could possibly bear such grievances now? However, when Shufan thought about Yang Yu's special status, she could only choose to swallow her anger and bury all her grievances deep within her heart. Ali Entertainment Media and Economics Company. Everything unfolded exactly as they had planned. Douyin opted to suppress the buzz surrounding the news, but this move only played into their hands. As I expected, they have essentially chosen to suppress the buzz. Now is the perfect time for us to act. We can raise the banner of free speech and redirect all the hatred from the netizens toward Douyin. Tao Tao quickly reported his plan to the boss. After listening, the boss nodded and happily agreed to Tao Tao's plan. He then turned to his agent and instructed, cooperate with Tao Tao, follow his instructions, and hurry up and get these things done. Soon, under the coordination of Tao Tao's company staff, a post appeared on various platforms the next day, titled, "Oppose Douyin's malicious suppression of popularity and restore our right to free speech." In this post, they exposed all the methods Douyin uses to suppress popularity. Events that would have originally become trending topics were rendered irrelevant through internal manipulation. At the end of these posts, there are also joint statements of support and cooperation from over 20 celebrities. Although only 2 of these are top-tier celebrities, their support and cooperation, combined with the joint condemnation of the other dozen or so celebrities, are more than enough to attract the attention of netizens. In no time, the post went viral across all major platforms. As the saying goes, a spark can start a prairie fire. After this incident spread on Douyin, many netizens were drawn to it. Many Douyin users are aware that the platform can suppress the popularity of videos and articles internally. Even if some people haven't seen it themselves, they've heard about it. When they saw this message, their attention was immediately drawn to it, and they came to read the detailed analysis and case studies of how Douyin suppresses the popularity of content. They couldn't help but feel outraged. At this point, Taobao Company had achieved its objective, successfully portraying Douyin as a hypocritical and cunning corporate entity in the public's mind. Although Douyin did engage in malicious efforts to suppress its popularity, it was by no means as bad as portrayed, nor was it so hypocritical and cunning as to be unforgivable. Regarding some of the information in this article, there may be some exaggeration or inaccuracies, but ordinary netizens are unaware of this and have been swayed by the extensive arguments and theories presented in the article. Even so, under the influence of public opinion, the post published by Taobao Company has completely sparked a storm of controversy regarding Douyin. Oppose Douyin's suppression of the trend and malicious non-promotion of videos. Douyin has done similar things before. The specific methods they used to suppress popularity are still recorded in videos on my phone. So many people hate Douyin too? I guess I'm not the only one. Douyin has been relentlessly hyping up the story about Shufan only passing the English proficiency test at level 6 and scoring just 350 points. They're all cut from the same cloth. I suggest that relevant authorities immediately shut down Douyin and remove this deceptive and cunning app from app stores. Under the relentless pressure of public opinion, Shufan has become closely associated with Douyin, adopting the same deceptive and cunning tactics as the platform itself. Some ordinary netizens, upon seeing Shufan and Douyin linked together, began to viciously insult Shufan as well. The entire situation had descended into complete chaos. Inside the office of the person in charge of Douyin Tower, the head of Douyin was utterly shocked. As he watched the comments and replies on the internet being constantly refreshed, he never imagined that this incident would be completely sensationalized into such a major event accusing Douyin of suppressing freedom of speech. He also began to feel afraid. If this matter was not handled properly, it would not only tarnish the country's reputation but also make him the target of public criticism. However, he couldn't ignore the negative information about Shufan either. The Douyin executive was deeply troubled, unsure of what to do. This matter truly had him in a bind. It's over. Everything is ruined. It seems our previous approach was a complete failure. The head of Douyin sighed and slumped into his chair, feeling that he had no more options left this time. He desperately wanted to know who was behind this, as the situation had escalated so dramatically. Not only were they continuing to smear Shufan, but their methods were even more ruthless than those of Lulu in the past. It seems that the only option now is to seek assistance from higher-up authorities to resolve this matter. The head of Douyin muttered to himself. After instructing everyone else to leave his office, the Douyin representative picked up the phone and called the Cultural Supervision Department. As soon as he received the call, the head of the Cultural Supervision Department arrived and gave the Douyin representative a severe reprimand. After the scolding, the head of the Cultural Regulatory Department sighed and said, "This issue is indeed a bit tricky to resolve, as they have invoked the right to freedom of speech granted to citizens by the state. If this matter is not handled properly, it won't just be you who suffers the consequences, I'll be in trouble too. Do you have any good ideas?" The person in charge said helplessly, "If I had a solution, I wouldn't have contacted you. I'm also at a loss right now. This matter is truly difficult. Freedom of speech must be granted to them, but at the same time, we cannot allow Shufan to continue being cyberbullied by them." The head of the Cultural Regulatory Department spoke hesitantly. If this matter is not handled properly, none of us will fare well. I think we should proceed cautiously. The head of Douyin stated. Chapter 48, Specialized Students. The head of the Cultural Regulatory Department thought for a moment before speaking. I have an idea. Instead of continuing to suppress the buzz, why not give them free rein to discuss the topic of Shufan? We can then guide the discussion and uncover the mastermind behind it all, and then we'll make our move. However, you must be prepared. If any overly extreme comments or articles appear, you must delete them immediately. If the situation becomes critical, I will take responsibility for this matter. Let us proceed according to the plan we discussed. We must take it slowly, step by step, to uncover the mastermind behind this. The head of Douyin responded, No problem, sir. We will implement your plan as instructed. In fact, I believe the plan you have devised is the best solution for this matter. After confirming the details with each other, they hung up the phone and began taking action. After the head of the regulatory department hung up, he immediately called Li Hang at the command center in Luzhou and said, Sir, I am the head of the cultural management department in Luzhou. There are now numerous defamatory comments online targeting Yang Yu and his wife Shufan. We need to request your assistance in protecting Yang Yu's wife. Upon hearing this, Li Hang was furious and exclaimed, These people are truly fearless. Go find the mastermind behind this immediately. I'll lead a team to arrest them. Sir, please don't get angry. I will definitely find the mastermind for you, but I need a little more time. Once I have it, I will notify Director Su of the Education Bureau and have him coordinate with the relevant departments. We will conduct the arrest together, and you will be present as well. Because at present, we are still unclear about their motives for targeting He Shufan. Li Hang, after listening to the head of the Cultural Regulatory Department, said impatiently, I'll tell you now, any actions to defame Yang Yu and those around him are in violation of the national security law, and I have the authority to arrest them. I hope you understand this. You are correct, but you are ultimately the last resort. It would be better not to act rashly. We will do our utmost to minimize the impact of this incident. The head of the Cultural Regulatory Department dared not argue back and could only smile and say. In the office of Shufan, the head of the television station's main office. Shufan turned on her computer and looked at the articles and comments slandering her achievements. She thought to herself, for Yang Yu, what does this little humiliation matter? Although Shufan didn't know what Yang Yu was doing, she was certain in her heart that he was making contributions to the nation. For her husband, even if she had to face the malice of the entire world, what did it matter? After thinking it over, Shufan took out her academic records, glanced at them, and then organized the relevant documents proving her special talents into images before posting them online. After Shufan posted his grades and the relevant proof of his special talents online, the public opinion on the internet can be said to have completely reversed in an instant. I knew it. Shufan couldn't have gotten into normal university through connections. Turns out he's a special talent student. I just knew it. How could our Shufan be the kind of person who would sell her body for a little bit of gain? See clearly, this is the truth. I told you our Shufan is a good girl. Did those who slandered Shufan see that? Look at our family's Shufan's report card. She was officially admitted to normal university. Exactly. I've always believed that Shufan wouldn't resort to selling her body to climb the ranks or get a job at the TV station. In the office of the manager of Douyin Tower. After seeing Shufan show off his report card, the head of Douyin also showed an excited expression on his face and quickly turned to Song Feiyang to give him instructions. Go and handle this matter immediately. Now that we have evidence, we must wrap up the heat and ensure that Shufan's transcript is placed at the top of Douyin's trending list so that everyone can see it and know that there are people maliciously smearing Shufan online. The Douyin manager was thrilled. He felt he had finally caught a golden opportunity to turn the tables. He could use this to shift public opinion back in his favor. Even if others continued to smear Shufan, it wouldn't be as one-sided as it was now. Ali Entertainment Media Economic Company. He was so shocked that Shufan actually posted his own report card online that he angrily shouted, How dare Shufan post his own report card online? All our efforts have been wasted. No, we can't let her get away with it so easily by using her status as a special talent student to whitewash herself. As he spoke, Tao began searching for the specific grades of the special talent student from back then on his computer. After finding the grades, he compared them with the average grades for that period and a smug smile appeared on his face. Humph. I finally caught you red-handed. Tao said with a disdainful smile. Saying that, Tao took the grades to show the boss. After seeing Shufan's grades, the boss and the agent asked, what does this have to do with Shufan's weakness? After Tao entered the scores into the table, it was clear that Shufan's scores were only in the lower middle range, and her ranking was slightly low. Even with such average scores, normal universities still admit students. Doesn't this prove that Shufan must have gotten in through connections? Tao said with a cold smile. The agent and the boss also showed expressions of joy on their faces and praised him. Chow chow, you're really something else. You could come up with such a scheme. You're truly a talent. After hearing the boss's praise, Tao smiled and said, then, boss, leave this matter to me. I will make sure Shu Fan becomes my stepping stone forever. Back then, I also went to school in H country thanks to my special talent, but my grades were much better than his. Comparing my current popularity and attention, it's sure to skyrocket even more. The boss, upon hearing this, could still boost Tao Tao's popularity and buzz, and a smile appeared on his face. For him, there's nothing more enjoyable than making money. I'll contact the finance department immediately to ensure this becomes a trending topic on Douyin, attracting widespread attention from netizens. The boss picked up the phone to contact the finance department and arrange the funds for Tao Tao to carry out the task. Tao Tao then arranged for the relevant staff to prepare the content and post it on Douyin. The post stated that Shu Fan's exam scores were relatively low, only at an average level, and that such a level was commonplace. Without the support of influential figures, how could the normal university have admitted someone like her? Chapter 49, M Country Satellite? Subsequently, Tao Tao posted the edited copy on Weibo, and the article quickly became the second most searched topic on Douyin. Compared to the search trend related to Shu Fan's performance, this one was equally popular. In an instant, public opinion shifted once again. Huaxia Kunlun Tsunlong Research Institute. Triple Capability Space Capable Man Warship Manufacturing Plant. As the dome of the laboratory alloy slowly opened, the turbofans of the tri-mode space capable man warship spun rapidly like the eye of a tornado, continuously sucking air into their core. Under Yang Yu's control, the three-mode space capable man warship slowly rose into the air. When the fuselage reached the external sky, everyone in the laboratory erupted into cheers and celebrations. The successful test flight held immense significance. It signified that our nation had broken through human history and become the only country in the world to possess a three-mode space-capable man warship. Yang Yu glanced at the control panel before continuing to maneuver the three-mode space-capable man warship higher and higher into the sky. Upon witnessing this, the old alchemist felt an uneasy sensation in his heart and hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Yang Yu, you must not raise the three-mode space-based man warship to the stratosphere. Our three-mode space-based man warship will be detected by satellites from other countries. It's fine, Yao Lao. It's okay, Master Ye. Xiaofeng suddenly stepped forward to block Yixinghua, then looked at Master Ye with a smile. Xiaofeng spoke with a smile, his voice solemn, led by M country, these nations are exerting strong pressure on our Chinese nation, causing our international standing to decline continuously. They even exploit their capital advantages to devalue our currency, inflicting severe economic losses on our nation. As a result, our economy has plunged into crisis within a short period, with factories and enterprises halting operations, pushing our socio-economic system to the brink of collapse. If the satellites of Country M can see our three-serviceman space battleship, let them take a good look. Xiaofeng said solemnly. Yao Lao heard Xiaofeng's words. He had returned from M country to support China, and upon hearing this news, he was deeply shocked. He never imagined that the inner workings of M country could be so evil. M country is truly despicable. Thankfully, I didn't stay in M country back then. Yao Lao thought of M country's actions over the years and spoke angrily. At that moment, Yan Yu was continuing to control the three-mode space-based man warship as it ascended. Yan Yu's forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat. For every 10 kilometers the three-mode space-based man warship ascended, Yan Yu had to manually adjust multiple different parameters throughout the warship. When the three-mode space-based man warship reached an altitude of 50 kilometers, Yan Yu halted the test and suspended the sky carrier at that height. At that moment, satellites in low Earth orbit belonging to Country M also detected the numerous changes occurring in the airspace over the Kunlun Mountains region of China and captured countless photographs, which were then transmitted back to Country M. At that moment, the screens in M Country's intelligence center suddenly displayed a red alert, and the alarm sounded throughout the entire intelligence center. The M Country Intelligence Center, which had been calm for over a decade, suddenly erupted into chaos. All staff members fixed their eyes on the screens, closely monitoring the developments. A sense of fear crept into the hearts of everyone present. An unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly overwhelmed them. They knew that the mysterious Eastern power was about to rise. What on earth is this? Commander Stafford asked in shock. As they watched the three-mode space-based man warship flickering on the screen, everyone in the intelligence center of Country M couldn't believe that China had managed to develop such a thing. Reporting to the commander, we have traced the origin of this device. In S Nation, there was once a plan to equip aircraft carriers with wings to enable them to take off, but the attempt failed. What did you say? Make an aircraft carrier fly into the sky? When Commander Stafford heard this astonishing news, the shock he felt was beyond words. Goodness gracious, such an unimaginable feat has actually been accomplished by those people from China, Commander Stafford said in a low voice. He gazed up at the colossal object in the sky, which, to the people of M Nation, seemed like a blade descending from the heavens. However, at that very moment, the footage from M Nation's satellites showed the massive object suddenly vanishing without a trace. The screen went blank, revealing only a vast expanse of snow-covered mountains with feather-like white snowflakes drifting through the sky. There was no sign of the three-mode space-capable man warship. Reporting to Commander Stafford, the Chinese warship has vanished. Stafford stared at the empty screen, his eyes filled with confusion. Where had the Huaxia's three-mode space-based man warship gone? Hadn't it just been here a moment ago? A warship of that size should have been detectable by our satellites, no matter how fast it was flying. Why did it suddenly vanish from our satellite monitoring? Go investigate immediately and get to the bottom of this. This is a matter of national security. Stafford ordered his subordinates in a stern voice. Depart immediately. This matter cannot wait. Upon receiving orders from Commander Stafford, the staff at the M Country Intelligence Center sprang into action, deploying countless satellites from M Country. They conducted an intensive, blanket-style scan over the territory of China, but detected no trace of the tri-mode space-based man warship. Reporting to Commander Stafford, we have searched the entire territory of China and found no trace of the Chinese warship. Reporting to Commander Stafford, we have searched the entire territory of China and found no trace of the Chinese warships. Reporting to Commander Stafford, we have searched the entire territory of China and found no trace of the Chinese warship. The staff of the M Country Intelligence Center reported. This is truly strange. I clearly saw a large space battleship hovering over Chinese territory just now. Could our satellites be malfunctioning? At this point, Staub began to suspect that their country's satellites might have malfunctioned, leading to the capture of the strange object. Report this matter to your superiors immediately. I find it hard to believe this incident, but it must be due to a malfunction in our satellite. Stafford said in a low voice. Based on his past experience with China, he knew that China often came up with unexpected things to give them a taste of their own medicine. If they didn't clarify the truth of the matter, it could very well put our country in a difficult position. Moreover, over the past 3 years, China's technological development has seemed to advance at an astonishing pace. Just recently, I even saw that China has begun producing high-tech weapons, and the advanced nature of these weapons far surpasses anything we have in our country. I absolutely refuse to believe that today's incident was merely a coincidence. Chapter 50. No one knows China better than I do. Huaxia Kunlun Tsunglong Research Institute. Triple Capability Space-Based Man Warship Manufacturing Plant. After Yang Yu raised the tri-mode space-based man warship to an altitude of 50 kilometers, he immediately activated its stealth mode. Shortly thereafter, the tri-mode space-based man warship, piloted by Yang Yu, soared to an altitude of 100 kilometers. After reaching the high altitude, Yang Yu activated the propulsion engines of the three-mode space-based man warship, and the star-mimicking engines ignited instantly. The massive humming sound could actually be heard all the way down to the manufacturing plant 100 kilometers below. Then, under the gaze of everyone in the manufacturing plant, Yang Yu piloted the three-mode space-capable man warship and headed westward. The numerous researchers in the laboratory saw the direction in which the three-mode space-capable man warship was heading and immediately realized where Yang Yu intended to take it. Mr. Yang, don't go that way. There are anti-aircraft radar systems in the skies above M Country, the researchers in the laboratory shouted. Yang Yu heard the voices urging him to stop from behind him and sneered disdainfully. I'm just going to take a look. Besides, what's so special about their air defense radar? The stealth liquid spray I've developed can render radar scans ineffective. They'll never find me. 40 minutes later, the tri-service manned space battleship arrived above the capital of M Country. Due to the sudden appearance of this massive object, the sky above the capital of M Country turned pitch black, yet the sun remained high in the sky. This bizarre sight caused the people in the capital to look up at the sky in astonishment. However, upon looking up, they discovered that there was nothing in the sky. The midday sun was high in the sky, but not a single ray of sunlight reached the earth. Oh, my God! This must be a miracle. This must be a miracle from God himself. The masses of M Country are all kneeling on the ground in prayer. However, Yang Yu and others were in the laboratory, watching the surveillance footage transmitted from the tri-mode space-based man warship. They saw the people of M Country kneeling on the ground and worshipping their tri-mode space-based man warship, yet they themselves were unaware of this. This sight caused everyone in the laboratory to burst into laughter. When the three-mode space-based man warship entered their airspace, the M Country's air defense radar detected not a single fluctuation. Yang Yu activated the stealth mode of the three-mode space-capable man warship. Upon arriving at the capital of M Country, he witnessed the superstitious sight of its people. It was merely the stealth capabilities of the three-mode space-capable man warship refracting the sunlight, yet they were already prostrating themselves in worship. Yang Yu then activated the ultimate monitoring system of the three-mode space-based man warship and deployed the particle monitoring robots developed by the Tsunglong Research Institute from the warship. The robots immediately dispersed into countless smaller units. A swarm of robots infiltrated the White Palace, bypassing layer upon layer of security, and reached the innermost office. Numerous particle robots emerged from various locations and entered the office. Subsequently, countless small particle robots reassembled themselves and hid in the corners, observing every move Suleiman made. Once a small robot reassembled itself, it could function as a surveillance recording device. It recorded everything that happened in the deepest office of the White Palace and transmitted the information to the trimodal space-based man warship. The screen showed Suleiman in the office, happily swaying his body, then tapping a blue button on the desk. This button was a food delivery button set up by Suleiman. Whenever he pressed it, the soldiers below would bring him a delicious hamburger, fries, and a Coke. When his subordinates brought him the hamburger, cola, and fries, a staff member dressed in black entered the office. "General Suleiman, there is an urgent matter I must report to you." The staff member spoke solemnly. "What is it?" General Suleiman said after eating some fries and taking a sip of Coke. "Reporting to the commander, we have detected an aircraft carrier flying in the skies over the territory of Huaxia Kunlun, and it is twice the size of the largest aircraft carrier we currently possess." Upon hearing the report, Suleiman's eyes flickered with disbelief. He quickly finished his hamburger in a few bites and said with a smile, "Bring me the photos. I don't believe such a thing exists." The staff then brought the photo taken with WeChat to Suleiman. "Come on." After seeing the photo, he frowned slightly. His fingers tapped the table repeatedly as he spoke. "This is impossible. This must be fake." The staff member looked at Suleiman, sighed inwardly, but dared not speak. He then said in a low voice, "Commander Suleiman, this information is absolutely accurate. These are indeed photos taken by our M-Country Intelligence Center's satellite over China." After speaking, the staff member immediately dialed General Stafford's phone and instructed him to explain the situation to Suleiman. Upon answering the call, Stafford began explaining to Suleiman, "Commander Suleiman, this is absolutely true. Although we are currently unable to track the location of the tri-mode space-based man warship in Chinese airspace, I am certain that China has indeed developed this massive war weapon. This must be a lie. I absolutely refuse to believe it. You must be trying to convince me to stop targeting China. This is impossible." Suleiman shouted loudly. After thinking for a moment, Suleiman spoke again, "No one understands China better than I do. I know that they absolutely do not have the capability to develop such high-tech weapons. And no one knows our satellites better than I do. It must be a malfunction in our satellites that caused these false images to be captured." Stafford heard Suleiman's words and spoke helplessly. "Alright, if you still don't believe me, I'll show you the evidence." Drip. Before Stafford could finish speaking, Suleiman hung up the phone. Within the Huaxia Kunlun Tsanglong Research Institute, numerous researchers listened to the conversation between Suleiman and Stafford through the screen. Everyone burst into laughter. This Suleiman actually didn't believe what his subordinates were telling him. No wonder people online are joking that this Suleiman is truly the hope of M-Country. Yang Yu noticed that Suleiman was either eating burgers and drinking Coke or dancing every day, completely uninterested in national affairs. Yang Yu felt that continuing to watch was pointless and a waste of time, so he recalled the particle robot and then controlled the tri-mode space-based man warship back to the Tsanglong Research Institute. Chapter 51, The Superior's Decision. "It seems our country is going to win this economic war." The old alchemist looked at Yang Yu, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, and said with a smile, "The economic war waged by M-Country against our nation has been ongoing for over a year now. Many goods within our country have seen significant price hikes, and this has already had a severe impact on our economy. It appears that Suleiman has no clear understanding of our country's true capabilities. Our objective of keeping our strength hidden has been achieved. We can now use this to our advantage. Once they make a clear statement on the international stage, we can then unveil our three-dimensional space-capable man warship. I am confident that China's status in the world will inevitably change as a result." Xiaofeng looked at the screen displaying the three-service space-capable man warship and smiled as he spoke. "We've waited far too long for this day in the Huaxia nation, a full 200 years. I never imagined I'd be here to witness this historic moment of our nation's rebirth." Xiaofeng took a deep breath and spoke. Xiaofeng had been influenced by his family environment from a young age and had always been determined to restore the glory of the Chinese nation. However, as he grew older, he realized how incredibly difficult this task would be. Over the years, the Huaxia kingdom has stood alone in its struggles, facing the coercion of Western nations. The protective walls we have today were built with the blood and tears of our ancestors. Xiaofeng has finally seen the hope of Huaxia's rise. With the advancement of our technology, we will surely enable Huaxia to once again hold its head high in the world, no longer subjected to others' humiliation or forced to look to others for approval. After the three-purpose space-capable man warship returned to the manufacturing plant, Yang Yu handed over the remaining tasks. Xiong Tianhua, although the three-mode space-capable man warship has successfully completed its test flight, the manufacturing process for the three-mode space-capable man warship is not yet fully completed. Yang, the chief engineer, I am well aware of this. If there is anything you need me to do, please feel free to give me instructions. Alright, the next phase of work will require your assistance. We need to carry out a comprehensive renovation of the tri-mode space-based manned warship, including the construction of the command center, the construction of the rest compartments, and the testing of the emergency escape compartments, including the anti-missile system, the docking system, the takeoff equipment, and the intelligent AI settings of the three-mode space-based manned warship. Except for the AI programming work, the rest is all up to you. It won't be long before higher-ups announce this project, so make sure you don't drop the ball when the time comes. Just as Yang Yu finished speaking, Xiao Feng's phone suddenly rang. Upon hearing the news of the successful test flight of the three-mode space-based manned warship, the higher-ups immediately called Xiao Feng. I hear that the test flight of the three-mode space-based manned warship you developed was successful. That's correct, sir. The three-mode space-capable manned warship has successfully completed its test flight. All of this is thanks to Chief Engineer Yang. As soon as he returned, he got this project off the ground, and many stalled projects at the Tsanglong Research Institute have been restarted and are now progressing steadily. Good, very good. The hardships endured by the Chinese people over the years have not been in vain, and their long wait has not been in vain. Over the years, the Chinese people have endured immense suffering and injustice, yet they have never abandoned hope or their dreams. The Chinese people firmly believe that they will one day rise again. Mr. Yang, we have not misjudged you. You are truly the hope of China. Master Yang is truly the pride of our nation. How fortunate we are to have Master Yang. Master Yang is far more important than a 3-in-1 space-carrying warship. That's right. Let Yang, the chief engineer, take the call. After handing over his work, Yang Yu watched as Xiao Feng walked toward him with the phone in hand. Xiao Feng spoke in a low voice. It's for you. Upon seeing Xiao Feng's expression, Yang Yu instantly realized who had called. He quickly answered the phone and spoke respectfully. Hello, sir. Mr. Yang, there's no need to be so formal. You have made such tremendous contributions to our country. You are a hero of our nation. This time, you successfully built a three-mode space-capable manned warship for our nation, which has elevated our national strength to a whole new level. This has given us a tremendous boost in confidence. We are well aware of the immense sacrifices you have made for the Tsanglong Research Institute project. However, rest assured that for every ounce of effort you contribute to the nation will repay you tenfold. You will never be shortchanged or treated unfairly. We hope you will continue to work hard in the future and help the Tsanglong Research Institute achieve even greater scientific breakthroughs. Alright, I will definitely do my best. Thank you for your support and recognition. After thinking for a moment, the superior leader said in a solemn tone. We will be holding a press conference soon, and we kindly request your presence at that time. Yes, sir. I will definitely be there. Yang Yu said solemnly. After inquiring about Yang Yu's family life once more, the senior leader hung up the phone. He then returned the phone to Xiao Feng and asked, Is Commander Xiao heading back to the 18th Military Region shortly? Xiao Feng smiled and nodded, saying, That's correct. The successful test flight of the three-mode space-based manned warship is a matter of great importance. There may be significant changes ahead, so I must return immediately to prepare for any contingencies. What about you, old alchemist? Should you stay here a few more days? Yang Yu invited him. The old herbalist smiled and shook his head, saying, I won't stay either. I need to return to the research department to secure project funding for you all. You've all developed the Super 3-in-1 space-based manned warship. Don't I need to go and give you credit for that? Ye Xinghua continued with a smile. Yang Yu nodded and spoke up. Alright then, I'll go handle the other projects first. Take care on your way. After finishing their conversation, the three of them took the elevator back to the main area of the Tsanglong Research Institute. Lujiang City Cultural Supervision Bureau. Within the Cultural Supervision Bureau, the head of Douyin is also present here. The heads of the Cultural Supervision Department in Douyin are constantly searching for the mastermind behind the scenes on the surveillance screens. After several days of arduous efforts, they had finally uncovered a lead and were on the verge of exposing the mastermind behind the operation. As the responsible party and head of the Cultural Supervision Department, their eyes were fixed on the screen, not daring to relax for a moment. Half an hour later, the name of a company suddenly appeared before them. Chapter 52, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes Has Been Found? Ali Entertainment Media and Economics Company. It was them. The head of Douyin was utterly shocked. He never imagined that the mastermind behind the scenes would be Ali Entertainment Media and Economics Company. He had worked with Ali Entertainment Media and Economics Company on numerous projects, but every time they collaborated, the company had shown a strong resistance to following regulations. He never imagined they would resort to smear campaigns behind the scenes. Truly two-faced. Their boss doesn't seem like the type to do such things. The Douyin representative said puzzledly. What do you mean? Are you close with their boss? The head of the Cultural Supervision Department asked after hearing the Douyin representative's words. The Douyin representative nodded and said solemnly, I do know him, but it was a long time ago. However, in my memory, the boss of Ali Entertainment Media Economy Company has always been a cautious person. He has never dared to cross the line. Why would he do such a thing this time? The head of the Cultural Supervision Department sneered and said, "There are no unchanging people in this world. Their eyes are fixed on eternal interests. In this money-driven society, in this money-driven era, no one can remain unchanged forever." Sometimes, you can't blame God for being heartless. It's these people who are too greedy and too opportunistic. Even the most cautious person, when faced with sufficient temptation, will take risks. As the saying goes, money can make the devil grind the mill. That's exactly right. Sometimes I too get swept up in the vortex of greed and can't extricate myself. The head of Douyin sighed and spoke. Actually, he and the boss of Ali Entertainment Media Agency were high school classmates, and the two were even roommates. However, he managed to build Douyin through sheer luck. Immediately notify Director Su of the Education Bureau. The mastermind behind this has been exposed, and we can now arrange a departmental meeting. The head of the Cultural Supervision Department said in a solemn tone. After Xu Fan posted his grades online, he no longer paid attention to the developments on the internet. He shared his English scores and certificates of special achievements solely to prove to others that he had reached this point through his own efforts, without relying on anyone else, and that his heart belonged solely to Yang Yu. After finishing work at the TV station, he graduated and came to the Lion Kindergarten to pick up Xianxian after school. In the past few days at Xiongshi Kindergarten, Xianxian has learned a lot of knowledge. Her IQ is significantly higher than that of her peers. Xianxian remains a very intelligent, outstanding child, and she is also very well behaved. Mom, Xianxian is so amazing. She has already mastered two-digit mental arithmetic, Xianxian said with a smile to Xu Fan. After hearing Xuanxuan's words, Xu Fan's eyes lit up with an expression of disbelief. His daughter had only just started kindergarten, yet she had already mastered first-grade math and could even do calculations at kindergarten. Such talent, I wonder if she inherited it from her father's genes. Along the way, Xu Fan tested Xianxian on many two-digit addition, multiplication, subtraction, and division problems, and Xianxian could solve them all quickly. The speed of her arithmetic even made Xu Fan feel a bit ashamed. When Xu Fan wanted to do division, he had to think about it for a moment, but Xianxian could just blurt out the answer without hesitation. Seeing her daughter's mathematical talent, Xu Fan felt deeply reassured. When Xu Fan returned home, she saw three familiar figures waiting at the door. Dad! Mom! How did you guys get here? They immediately recognized their parents and quickly walked forward with Xianxian. The three people heard the sound and turned around to see Xu Fan. One of them, a woman slightly older than Xu Fan, saw the study and said happily, "Xu Fan, have you been busy lately? Auntie, why are you here?" Xu Fan was also thrilled. He hadn't expected his aunt to return from her hometown in Xiguan to visit her in Luzhou City. "Xianxian, come over here and quickly call Grandpa, Grandma, and Auntie." Xu Fan hurried over and told Xianxian to call them. Xianxian opened her big eyes, blinking as she looked at the three people. She opened her mouth and called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie, I'm Xianxian." What a cute little girl. Auntie knelt down, pinched Xuanxuan's little cheeks, and stroked her head, clearly delighted. Xu Fan's parents called Xu Fan aside and asked in a low voice, "Whose child is this?" Xu Fan looked at his parents' serious expressions and slowly said, "This is Yang Yu and my child." Yang Yu? Isn't he already dead? Xu Fan's parents were furious upon hearing that name. From the very beginning, when Yang Yu and Xu Fan were together, the two of them felt that they weren't quite suited for each other. They had always wanted Xu Fan to marry a businessman from Luzhou City, but Xu Fan insisted on being with Yang Yu, so the matter was eventually dropped. Later, when they learned that Yang Yu had suddenly disappeared, they couldn't understand Xu Fan's choice at all. "You should listen to your mother and return home with your parents. I'll find you a good husband when the time comes," Xu Fan's mother said firmly. Xu Fan shook her head and said, "I won't leave Yang Yu, and I won't leave Xianxian either. If I leave, what will Xianxian do on her own at such a young age? Oh, who cares about Yang Yu's child? We can just send him to an orphanage. Don't worry about it, Mom will take care of everything. Mom, I told you 3 years ago that I only want Yang Yu in this lifetime, and I will only marry Yang Yu. If Yang Yu dies, I will remain a widow and help raise Xianxian." Upon hearing her mother's words, Xu Fan's expression grew serious, and she spoke slowly. Xu Fan's parents were so angry that they trembled all over upon hearing her words. They had never imagined that the child they had raised would disappoint them so much. They truly couldn't understand what was so good about Yang Yu. "Let's go inside and talk." After hearing what his parents said, Xu Fan also felt a bit upset. He then opened the door and spoke in a low voice. After Xu Fan's parents and aunt entered the room, they continued to mock Yang Yu, saying that he hadn't even bought a house for Xu Fan and now he was making her suffer alone in such a place. Yang Yu is just a good-for-nothing loser who only knows how to talk big. I advise you to snap out of it and come back home with us. Chapter 53, Wedding Invitation. My aunt spoke earnestly, trying to persuade him, "If you come back to our hometown with us, you'll be able to live in a house that's several times better than this one. Xu Fan, you're not that bad either. Why are you always siding with that penniless good-for-nothing Chung Yang Yu? He has nothing to offer, and after all these years, he still makes you raise the children on your own. Just thinking about it makes me feel sorry for you. After hearing what they said, Shufan's face showed a look of great injustice, and tears kept welling up in his eyes. This feeling was something he hadn't experienced even when he was being constantly slandered online. Please stop talking. I'll cook for you. Saying this, Shufan went to the kitchen to cook for everyone. Although they wanted to continue talking, seeing Shufan's expression, they felt a bit unhappy and closed their mouths. After the meal was ready, Shufan's parents looked at the simple food on the table and started talking about Yang Yu's faults in front of Shufan again. We really don't know what kind of magic potion that good-for-nothing boy gave you to make you take his side like this. He's been gone for so long, with no word for 3 years. I think he's already run off with another woman. Why would he care about you? You're still waiting for him like an idiot, even raising his child. Are you really that stupid? Shufan's parents shook their heads helplessly, their faces filled with worry. Yang Yu has never abandoned me. He even came back to find me recently. It's just that the country needs him now, so he's gone north to contribute to the nation. Shufan spoke in a sullen voice. Shufan's parents heard his words and sneered, "Don't lie to us. Don't lie to yourself either. He never came back, did he?" At that moment, Xianxian heard her grandparents' words and opened her little mouth in a babyish voice, saying, "His dad did come back. He really did come back. Dad even bought me a lollipop to eat. Dad also took me to an airport with lots of big airplanes, and there were many uncles in military uniforms who saluted my dad." What airport and planes? And men in military uniforms? Shufan's parents heard Xuanxuan's words and smiled so much their eyes squinted, then they spoke again. You really are like your father. Yang Yu is nothing but a liar, and he's got you wrapped around his finger. I never thought his daughter would be so young and already know how to lie. What you just said implies that your father is someone even the military respects. I think it's probably the exact opposite. Your dad is a criminal, isn't he? The military wants to arrest your dad and send him to prison. Shufan's parents' words reached Xuanxuan's ears. Upon hearing this, Xianxian felt deeply wronged and burst into tears. Xianxian wasn't lying. Her father wasn't a criminal, and he hadn't lied either. With tears streaming down her face, Xianxian slowly turned her body away. She didn't want her mother to see her crying. Shufan immediately realized that Xianxian didn't want her to worry about her. Her nose also felt a little sore, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Mom and Dad, Xianxian is still a child. How could you speak to her like that in front of her? Shufan confronted her parents. Shufan didn't want to explain to them because no matter what he said, they wouldn't believe him. Although his aunt could understand Shufan's feelings, she still spoke on behalf of Shufan's parents. She then spoke up, he's just a penniless man, still living in this dilapidated house. What's the point of you following him? And I heard he's an orphan too. Apart from his looks, he's completely useless. How could he possibly be worthy of you, Shufan? As she spoke, her aunt picked up her Chanel handbag and flaunted it in front of Shufan. Shufan, this is the handbag your uncle bought for me. Look at someone like Yang Yu, a penniless loser. Could he ever afford to buy you one like this in his entire life? I've told you before, even if Yang Yu is a penniless young man, even if he has nothing, even if he's lying in bed as a vegetable, I will only love him for the rest of my life, and I only want to be with him for the rest of my life. After hearing Shufan's words, her aunt spoke up, alright, if you love him so much, why don't you ask him to come back and meet the family? I can ask your uncle to arrange a job for him at the research institute back home. That way, you won't have to suffer here anymore. Shufan's parents, upon hearing her aunt's words, quickly chimed in, exactly. Your aunt's husband is the director of the research institute back home. That's a promising career. Even if you don't come back with me, just have Yang Yu come out to meet us. You've been married for so long and haven't even come to visit us yet. Have your aunt's husband arrange a job for Yang Yu at the research institute. That would be so much better. Otherwise, with Yang Yu treating you like this, are you going to suffer with him for the rest of your life? Shufan remained silent, not bothering to argue. However, in her eyes, there was a look of unwavering determination. Shufan, I'll be honest with you. My aunt pulled out a white invitation from her bosom and said. Shufan took the invitation and read it carefully. It simply stated the following. Wedding invitation, we sincerely invite you to witness our happiness. We cordially invite you to attend the wedding of Miao Jianming and Feng Jiqi. The ceremony will take place on September 9, 2026, at 11:50 a.m. at the exclusive hotel of the Westgate Research Institute. Thank you for your support. We look forward to seeing you there. I'm about to get married, so I really hope you and Yang Yu will come to support me. Auntie smiled and said to Shu. Shufan looked at her aunt in shock and said, Auntie, didn't you say you'd never get married in your entire life? It's because I really like him. He's rich, and he can give me everything I want, so I'm willing to marry him. My aunt said with a smile. Once upon a time, your aunt was just like you, deeply in love and unable to extricate herself. But those were all unrealistic things. Love without material foundation is like loose sand, it doesn't even need the wind to scatter. It just falls apart after a few steps. Your aunt still wants to advise you, don't be so foolish. Go choose someone suitable that's far better than choosing someone you simply like. Auntie held Shufan's hand and spoke earnestly. After listening, Shufan also spoke in a solemn tone. I know you want me to have a better life, but I'm different from you. I will never marry anyone else in this lifetime. I only love Yang, and I want everything he can give me. No one else can give me that, only he can. I am already very content with what I have now. Chapter 54, The backbone of the nation must not be slandered. For Shufan, Yang was like a ray of light in her life. Whenever she needed him most, he would always appear in time to help her resolve crises. Moreover, she could tell that Yang's heart belonged solely to her, and he loved only her. Therefore, no matter what happened, Shufan would unconditionally and without reservation stand by Yang's side and love him forever. That afternoon, department heads led by Education Bureau Director Su Ningran arrived at the Cultural Supervision Department to attend the meeting. In the large conference room, Su Ningran took the seat of honor and began to speak. This incident concerns national security, so I will take the lead in organizing this meeting. After speaking, Su Ningran used her remote control to operate the projection screen behind her, displaying the theme of the meeting. A line of text appeared on the main screen. The backbone of the nation must not be defamed. Those who engage in online violence and spread rumors must pay the price. The leaders of various departments read these bold words and couldn't help but gasp in shock. They could sense that this incident was different from previous ones and far more serious. This meeting was not like the usual informal discussions. Evidence had already been found, and they were ready to take direct action. I'm sure you all know that higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously, so I hope you can also recognize the importance of this incident. The mastermind behind this incident has been identified as the Ali Entertainment Media and Economics Company, which orchestrated this series of smear campaigns targeting Shufan. Under the umbrella of this company is a top-tier celebrity named Tao Tao, who also appeared in the recently viral videos circulating online that championed free speech and called for a boycott of Douyin. It is clear that Tao Tao is one of the biggest beneficiaries and masterminds behind this incident. Our objective this time is to arrest all the celebrities and entertainers who appeared in the video, as well as the talent agencies behind them. We aim to apprehend them all in one fell swoop. We must make an example of them to deter others. Otherwise, they will never learn that testing the limits of the law and endangering national security will have serious consequences. The internet is not a lawless zone. Although Su Ningran did not specify exactly what kind of behavior could endanger national security, everyone present understood very well that this matter must be taken seriously. After all, they had heard about the military zone summoning the heads of various online entertainment companies last time, and this time, even the Luzhou military region had been deployed, indicating that this matter was far more serious than the previous one. I am Li Hang, the commander of the Luzhou military region and the commander of this operation. This time, we must use decisive measures to bring all these criminals endangering national security to justice. And let these criminals remember this lesson forever. This operation must be conducted in strict secrecy. We must not alert the enemy under any circumstances. Li Hang slowly stood up and addressed the group. At this meeting, Li Hang held the highest official position, and as the commander, he commanded the respect and obedience of everyone present. I have already dispatched the Wild Leopard Squad to establish a base at Ali Entertainment Media Economy and are conducting round-the-clock surveillance. First, have the Public Security Supervision Department lead the personnel to make the arrests. The Municipal Department will cordon off the area around the scene and clear out the general public. The Political and Legal Affairs Department will dispatch prosecutors to read the arrest warrants. Li Hang said solemnly to the people present. The Lujiang military is our last resort. If they attempt to flee forcefully, I will order the Wild Leopard Squad to deploy and apprehend them. Any objections? No objections. Receive the order. We will ensure the task is completed. Everyone present stood up and saluted Li Hang, responding in unison. Li Hang then proceeded to the command center, where dozens of armored vehicles and 3 special police units were stationed at the base of the building, along with a group of prosecutors dressed in black. The aura that the prosecutors carried with them was their most powerful weapon, as they represented the dignity of the law. The law itself is perhaps the most powerful weapon in the world. Ali Entertainment Media Economy. The agent had just bought a bowl of fried noodles from downstairs, brought it up to Tao Tao, and gave him a meaningful look. Tao Tao was eating the fried noodles and didn't notice the agent's glance. Instead, the boss noticed the agent's strange expression and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so off?" The agent shook his head and replied puzzledly, "I don't know why, but when I went downstairs just now, there wasn't a single person around, not even a car. It's really strange. You're probably just overthinking it. There are so many brokerage firms around here, someone must have blocked the road." Tao Tao, who was eating fried noodles, spoke with slurred words. The agent heard this, thought for a moment, and then said, "Maybe I'm overthinking it. The online public opinion trend has been very favorable in recent days, bringing our company a lot of profit," the agent said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the boss was equally delighted and replied with a smile, "That's right. Thanks to this incident, Tao Tao's popularity has skyrocketed. In fact, many production teams have already reached out to me, hoping to cast Tao Tao as the male lead in their projects. See, I told you so. We're going to make a fortune, Tao Tao said proudly while eating his noodles. However, before they could celebrate for long, 5 ropes suddenly appeared outside their window. The 3 people inside the room looked at the thick ropes, filled with confusion. The next moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. And they seemed to hear the sound of metal clanging together. The 3 people in the third room were puzzled when 5 black figures slid down ropes and entered their office. These individuals were wearing military helmets. They then picked up their weapons, smashed the glass with force, entered the room, and aimed their guns at the 3 people inside. Special police enforcement. Get down on the ground and cover your head immediately. The 5 of them moved extremely quickly, entering the room in less than 10 seconds, effectively taking control of the entire situation in an instant. Inside the room, the boss, the agent, and Tao Tao were so caught off guard that they didn't even have time to react. One of the 5 shouted toward the door, "A team has already secured the scene. The area is safe." Second team, copy that. Prepare to breach the door. The person outside the door spoke up. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door was blown open, and a dozen police officers armed with rifles entered in formation, surrounding the group tightly. Chapter 55, Arrest and Return to Justice. Reporting to the command center. Team 2 has secured the scene. Report to the command center. Team 2 has secured the scene. Tao Tao looked at the police officers rushing in, his face filled with confusion. He spat out the food in his mouth and quickly walked toward a special police officer, saying, "Did you come to the wrong place? I'm Tao Tao. I'm the hottest top-tier celebrity right now. Be careful, I'll sue you for trespassing. Get down. Put your hands on your head. Don't move. Jump." As Tao Tao stood up, the special police officer fired a warning shot at the hoverboard and warned him. "You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can be used against you in court." After finishing, he continued to warn, "We are not in the wrong place. We are here to arrest you. We hope you will cooperate with our work. Otherwise, the consequences will be your own responsibility." After the special police officer finished speaking, he took out his walkie-talkie and reported, "We have the situation under control. The prosecutors can come up now." 3 minutes later, a prosecutor dressed in black entered the room. After surveying the room, he straightened his collar and said, "You are being arrested for violating the national security law. The Joint Law Enforcement Department of Luzhou City will now take into custody the responsible party of Ali Entertainment Media Company." "Mr. Prosecutor, when did we violate the national security law? Why are you arresting us? We haven't broken any laws, and we haven't been involved in any activities that threaten national secrets," Tao Tao said humbly. The prosecutor snorted lightly before speaking, "You can say that in court. Go tell the judge." The prosecutor then pulled out the arrest warrants, showed them to the 3 men, and said, "These are your arrest warrants. Please take a look. If there are no objections, please come with us. We really haven't broken any laws. You must have made a mistake. Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" The boss also spoke up anxiously at this point. "Right now, you can only cooperate. You have no right to ask questions. We will not arrest the wrong person." After the prosecutor finished reading the arrest warrant, he turned to the special police officers behind him and said, "Handcuff him and take him away." At the command center, Li Hang watched the footage being transmitted from the scene. His expression remained solemn. He then issued an order, "Continue capturing the remaining celebrities." As soon as Li Hang gave the order, several small teams from other entertainment companies swiftly took control of the entire building. When some celebrities realized something was wrong and tried to escape, the Wild Leopard Squad swooped in like a blade from the sky, capturing them all. "I'm a law-abiding citizen. I didn't do anything. Why are you arresting me?" When a top-tier female celebrity saw the Wild Leopard Squad, she knew that trying to escape was pointless. She immediately stopped in her tracks, covered her head with both hands, and crouched in the corner. The Wild Leopard team didn't pay any attention to the female celebrity, just leaving her with a simple message. "You are suspected of spreading rumors online and endangering national security. Please come with us." After speaking, the members of the Wild Leopard Squad showed their identification to the female celebrity, then produced a pair of handcuffs and cuffed her. After hearing the charges against her, the female celebrity carefully recalled the events of the past few days and cursed inwardly. "Tao Tao, you bastard. How dare you lie to me, saying that issuing a statement was safe and that we could make a fortune. I should never have trusted you. I'll expose all your secrets later, and don't blame me for being heartless." The arrest operation went smoothly. Including the boss and the agent, all 90 individuals involved in planning the online rumor-mongering incident were apprehended without exception. In the neighboring building, paparazzi spotted a celebrity being escorted out of the building by police. Realizing something big was happening, they quickly snapped some photos and prepared to post them online. "Big boss, big news. The paparazzi looked over at the team leader, who was staring at his phone, and spoke up. The leader of the paparazzi team turned his head at the sound and looked out the window at the building below where Ali Entertainment Media and Economics Company was located. All the celebrities inside the Ali Entertainment Media and Economics Company were being escorted by special police officers onto police vehicles. So many people were arrested? What serious crime did the Ali Entertainment Media and Economics Company commit? The leader of the paparazzi team asked curiously. Just as he was speaking, he saw the special police and prosecutors force Tao Tao out as well, but unlike the others, he was escorted alone to a military green police vehicle. The paparazzi's henchmen were snapping away enthusiastically, capturing every detail. We never expected that even Tao Tao was taken away. We finally have some big news. Amidst the shocked expressions of the paparazzi leader, Tao Tao and the other two were escorted into a military green police car. Could this be a vehicle from the Luzhou military region? The leader of the paparazzi thought for a moment before speaking. Before the leader could react, he suddenly noticed his subordinate sitting in front of the computer, about to upload the photos online. Stop! Don't upload them online. The leader of the paparazzi rushed forward and turned off the computer. Do you know who those people are down there? If someone misuses these photos after you upload them, we'll be in big trouble. They'll arrest us and throw us in a police car too. The leader of the paparazzi took a deep breath and spoke. The younger member was full of doubts and asked, aren't they just a few celebrities who evaded taxes? Isn't it common knowledge in the industry that they evaded taxes? Young man, you're completely mistaken. The head of the paparazzi took a deep breath before speaking. Have you ever seen a tax evader being arrested with the military zone of Luzhou personally involved? I've been in Luzhou for so long, and I've never seen such a thing. Did the Lujiang military region really send troops? The paparazzi's assistant also looked utterly shocked, then quickly ran to the window to re-examine the situation below. The paparazzi's gaze kept sweeping over these people. If it weren't for the boss's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed at all. Boss! What should we do now? Should we delete the footage we've already taken? The paparazzi's eyes were filled with reluctance. This was a rare opportunity for a big scoop. I don't want to lose such a big scoop either. The paparazzi boss sighed and said. All we can do now is figure out the true purpose of the Lujiang military deployment. As long as our reporting is accurate, we won't get burned. After pondering for a moment, the paparazzi boss turned to his subordinate and said. Chapter 56, The Cultural Supervision Bureau's Statement. The leader of the paparazzi opened his computer and searched online for Tao Tao's latest activities. Soon, he came across a video where Tao Tao had joined several celebrities in recording a statement condemning Douyin for restricting freedom of speech. Based on his years of experience as a paparazzi boss, he knew this matter wouldn't be as straightforward as it seemed on the surface. As the paparazzi boss delved deeper into the investigation, he connected this incident to the smear campaign against Xu Fan. Earlier, a TV program had specifically aired an episode about cyberbullying, but it only mentioned it vaguely without explicitly stating the details. Later, the Entertainment Industry Association and the Advertising Industry Association imposed a complete online ban on Lululu. It seems that there must be some powerful figures backing Xu Fan. When his gaze shifted to Yang Yu, the paparazzi boss discovered Yang Yu's astonishing past. How could this man be so terrifying? But why couldn't any information about him be found in the past 3 years? The head of the paparazzi team was utterly shocked. Moreover, a sudden sense of fear crept into his heart. His years of professional instincts told him not to delve any further into this matter. There must be something he couldn't touch lurking behind it. Alright, let's post the video of Tao Tao's arrest online tonight. But the title should read The Price of Online Bullying and Slander. That evening, news of Tao Tao's arrest spread online, accompanied by a headline that many found incomprehensible: the price paid by online bullies and rumor makers. Many of Tao Tao's fans were still mindlessly defending him at this point, fiercely refuting the claims and reporting the post repeatedly. In Tao Tao's fan group, the top fan is furious that the reports filed by their fans on Douyin have had no effect. We've reported this so many times, why hasn't it had any effect at all? Exactly. I even organized over 10,000 people to report it, but the paparazzi's videos are still clearly up on Douyin. Everyone, don't give up, keep reporting it. I just won't believe that Douyin can beat us. However, once this message spread online, the Douyin management team immediately placed it at the top of the Douyin trending list. Tao Tao's fans went on a frenzy, flooding Douyin with posts for 2 straight hours. At this point, the official account of the Cultural Supervision Department issued a statement. This statement shocked the entire entertainment industry and countless ordinary netizens in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Douyin officially announced the permanent suspension of all official accounts associated with the involved celebrities and imposed a 1-month ban on all accounts belonging to Tao Tao's irrational fans. The fan circle was rocked by a series of major changes overnight, leaving netizens overwhelmed and feeling that each day was more dramatic than the last. The Cultural Supervision Bureau of Luzhou City has issued the following statement. Regarding the malicious defamation of Ms. Ma online, as it involves Ms. Ma's family, our agency takes this matter extremely seriously. Her family members are the backbone of our nation. Yet they are being viciously slandered online. We, as Chinese citizens, will never tolerate online violence or defamation against our heroes. Hujiang Qingfei Economic Company and Aoli Entertainment Media Economic Company have consecutively orchestrated defamation campaigns and utilized their company resources to engage in illegal activities, causing severe impacts on the safety and lives of our nation. The primary responsible individuals of both companies have now been apprehended. Today, the Cultural Supervision Department hereby confirms that all negative information about Shu Fan circulating online is completely false. Although this statement is very concise, it is highly authoritative and has effectively deterred those who spread false information from continuing their online slander. Of course, the online discussion about this matter has once again heated up. My goodness, Shu Fan's family are the backbone of the nation. Who is that person? It feels like the country is deliberately hiding this information. I suggest you stop digging into who the backbone of the nation really is. That's not something you should be getting involved in. Exactly. The cultural authorities have already stated that they are the backbone of the nation. What does that mean? It means they are individuals of utmost importance to our country. If you were to uncover their identities, it could potentially plunge our nation into crisis. Exactly. The backbone of the nation are those who are extremely valuable to the country. You'd better not investigate their affairs. If intelligence leaks to Western countries, it could put our national treasures in danger. Has anyone considered that this time it was Tao Tao who was secretly slandering Shu Fan behind the scenes? I immediately suspected that Tao Tao might be smearing Shu Fan, but I wasn't certain. Now that the official announcement has been released, it must be something Tao Tao did. At the time, I felt something was off about Tao Tao's fans. They were constantly praising their idol while attacking Shu Fan, apparently trying to boost their star's popularity. It's just that they have more fans, so they can achieve this effect. I've been annoyed with Tao for a long time. A trainee who came back from H country, dancing like that is utterly unbearable. Let the national prison take good care of your best Tao Tao now. Last time we made a perverted video online, someone even sent me a private message threatening me. Hope our best Tao Tao is doing well in prison. Tao Tao, be careful and remember not to pick up soap. I doubt they'll force you to fence, huh? Shu Fan's parents and aunt also saw the news about Shu Fan online and kept refreshing the page. In the room, Shu Fan's parents saw the proof issued by the Cultural Supervision Department for Shu Fan on their phones. They couldn't believe it was true. They were still wondering if they had seen it correctly. A certificate from the Cultural Supervision Department? Is this real? Shu Fan's parents spoke in disbelief. It says here that Shu Fan's family was slandered by netizens, and even used the serious term, the backbone of the nation. Feng Jiqi, come and see. There's a statement issued by the Cultural Supervision Department addressed to Shu Fan. Shu Fan's parents quickly handed over their phones to Feng Jiqi, who was trying to persuade Shu Fan to return home to her hometown. Oh no, uncle. Auntie. I'm trying to persuade Shu Fan. Don't interfere. Feng Jiqi was slightly annoyed by Shu Fan's parents. Come and see. This is the truth. Shu Fan's parents looked at Feng Jiqi with serious expressions. Chapter 57, Shocking News That Stuns the Nation. Feng Jiqi saw the situation, furrowed his brows tightly, took the phone, glanced at it, then sucked in a sharp breath. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. It was indeed a statement issued by the Cultural Supervision Department. 5 minutes later, after Feng Jiqi had calmed down, she exclaimed in shock. The government actually arrested Tao Tao, a top-tier celebrity, for Shu Fan's sake? What on earth is going on? Feng Jiqi was once one of Tao Tao's fans as well. Seeing her former idol arrested for posting defamatory material online was truly hard for Feng Jiqi to believe. Is this true? I don't believe it. Feng Jiqi clicked on the account's homepage, thinking that this must not have been posted by the official account. However, when the homepage loaded, Feng Jiqi saw the profile picture on the homepage, with a line of small text on the right stating official account verified. This is actually real. Feng Jiqi looked at Shu Fan with a slightly different expression than before. He had always thought that being connected to the director of the research institute in his hometown was already quite impressive, but he never imagined that Shu Fan could be connected to someone so influential that even the Cultural Supervision Department had to get involved. Feng Jiqi hurried over to Shu Fan's side and asked with a smile, "My dear Shu Fan, who is this person?" Upon hearing her aunt's words, Fan immediately thought of Yang Yu, but he didn't know exactly what he did. However, even Guijia had to conceal his identity, so it was unlikely that he would reveal what he was doing as a hobby. I don't know who it is, it must just be a coincidence. Shu Fan spoke slowly. However, in Shu Fan's heart, she was certain it was Yang Yu who did it. Because Yang Yu always appeared when Shu Fan needed him most, rescuing her from danger. This time, Shu Fan believed it was definitely Yang Yu helping her behind the scenes. That's impossible. How could you not know? It clearly says it's you, and it even mentions that your family is the backbone of the nation. There can't be another Shu fan online, can there? Feng Jiqi exclaimed in surprise. After that, Feng Jiqi seemed to understand why Shu fan didn't want to tell her. Oh, Shu fan, you were afraid that telling us would change the impression we have of you, weren't you? Oh, don't worry. Just tell us. Don't treat us like outsiders. Look, if you really manage to get close to such a powerful person, we'll all be happy for you. We think this is the right path for you to choose. Shu fan's mother heard what Feng Jiqi said and chimed in from the side. That's right. Your father and I will both support you. Dad. Mom. Auntie. After hearing the three of them speak, Shu fan's expression grew anxious as he spoke up. I really don't know any important people. Feng Jiqi looked at Shu fan's anxious expression and said, if that's the case, then we won't ask you anymore. We just wanted to say that no matter what, finding anyone else would be much better than finding that penniless good-for-nothing Yang Yu. We're all family, after all. You're a girl, you have to think more about yourself. What kind of good life can you have with that penniless good-for-nothing Yang Yu? Ha! After hearing the three of them, Shu fan picked Xianxian up from the bed, grabbed her backpack, and walked out the door. After taking a few steps, she turned around and said, Auntie, Dad, Mom, I'm taking Xianxian to school. After saying that, Shu fan walked out the door, getting farther and farther away. That evening, at 7:30 p.m., all television programs were abruptly halted. One by one, the hosts sat before the cameras with smiles on their faces. Not only were the television stations on TV affected, but even all live streams on online platforms were switched to the live broadcast of China's central television. Good evening, everyone. In just 30 minutes, we will be broadcasting an extremely important announcement. Please remain tuned for further updates. The sudden halt in the entertainment industry has sparked a lot of discussion online, with many netizens wondering what major event is about to unfold. Online, various speculations are also circulating. All the people of Huaxia are eagerly awaiting this moment, waiting for this news of immense importance to the entire Huaxia nation to be announced. On the streets, vehicles and pedestrians have all come to a complete stop, and everyone outside has taken out their phones. People at home were also glued to their TVs, even holding their breath. Many people in Huaxia were eagerly awaiting something big to happen. The live stream was flooded with countless comments, with a wide variety of content. Big news is coming. There must be something extremely important about to happen. Is the government going to restrict minors from playing games? No, I think it must be because meat prices are going down. Why meat? I think it should be seafood prices that are going down. Guys, let me say this, it must be because we can no longer afford imported food. 8 hours 59 minutes and 50 seconds. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. People on the streets held their breath as the countdown continued. When the countdown ended, a scene slowly appeared on the television screen, filling everyone's eyes. Then, two hosts appeared before the audience. Both hosts had uncontrollable excitement and enthusiasm on their faces. If it weren't for their years of professional discipline, they would have surely jumped up and danced with excitement. It was clear that the two of them had just received the news themselves. Our station has received the latest news and is now officially announcing it to the citizens of Huaxia. The Huaxia nation has achieved a world-shocking feat, rewriting human history. The achievements we have attained today will fundamentally alter the position of the entire Huaxia nation on the global stage. The first three-mode space-capable man-warship of the Huaxia nation has been successfully constructed and test-flown. After the two hosts announced the news, the live stream was flooded with question marks. No way, our country has actually developed such a large and powerful weapon. Isn't this something that only exists in science fiction novels? Hey everyone, is this for real? I haven't even used Apple 20 yet, and they've already built this 3-in-1 space-capable man-warship? Chapter 58, Suleiman finally couldn't sit still any longer. In my lifetime, I have truly witnessed a miracle of history. This isn't just a miracle of history, it's a miracle of humanity, and even more so, a miracle of our Chinese nation. How fortunate we are to be living in this era. I really want to see what the 3-in-1 space-capable man-warship that our great nation of China has built looks like. Further notice, China will hold a press conference in Xi'an to unveil its 3-mode space-capable man-warship. The event will take place at 7 p.m. 3 days from now. At that time, everyone will be able to witness the true form of the tri-mode space-capable man-warship. We hope that all our people will take pride in our motherland. We also hope that our Chinese nation can become stronger and go further in this world. These few short sentences instantly set the entire internet ablaze. In just 3 days, we'll get to see the full appearance of the 3-mode space-capable man-warship. This good news came way too fast. I was just thinking about how I wanted to see what the 3-mode space-capable man-warship looks like, and now I'll be able to see it in just 3 days. Wow. If this news were to reach the Western countries, would it scare them out of their wits? I'm really looking forward to the press conference in 3 days. The anchor's last words seem to have a deeper meaning. This news has already been broadcast nationwide, so Western countries will definitely find out about it as well. Please note that you must not believe the fabricated information posted online by Western forces operating as spies in our country. If you come across any such information, please report it immediately. Capital of country M. In Suleiman's office. Suleiman was eating a hamburger and fries, drinking coke, and dancing to slow music. At that moment, some loud noises suddenly came from outside the office. General Suleiman, there is an emergency situation we need to report to you immediately. A man's voice came from outside the door. Come in and speak. Suleiman said. Only Stafford was seen leading some staff members into the office. He then spoke to Suleiman in a low voice. General Suleiman, something serious has happened. Why are you so panicked? Calm down and speak slowly. If there's something important, why didn't you just call? Why did you have to come all the way to my office? Come out. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he spoke slowly. General Suleiman, we are facing an unprecedented crisis. If we handle this improperly, we may lose our position as world leader. Stafford said solemnly to Suleiman, who remained calm and composed. General Stafford's words reached Suleiman's ears. He glanced up at Stafford's anxious expression, then furrowed his brows slightly and spoke deeply. Speak. What's the urgent matter? Why did you rush over here to find me? Stafford had his staff bring over the satellite images taken earlier in today's newspapers from China, placing them in front of Suleiman for him to examine. These are the images we captured a few days ago, as I mentioned to you earlier. Stafford pointed to the outline of the warship in the photo and said, this is the aircraft carrier developed by China that can take to the skies. It's essentially an aircraft carrier in the sky, and its performance is twice that of our aircraft carriers. The number of bombers and fighter jets it can accommodate is also twice that of our aircraft carriers. Ah, that's it. You told me about it before, but that's impossible. No one knows China better than me. Though hesitant, he still didn't believe what Stafford said and spoke confidently. Can you know more about Huaxia than I do? Could Huaxia possibly have a mothership that surpasses ours? That's completely impossible. No one knows more about the mothership than I do. Suleiman narrowed his eyes at the photo and continued speaking slowly and deliberately. As he spoke, Suleiman clasped his hands together, then slowly spread them out flat, making a confident gesture. General, you are mistaken. You are utterly mistaken. General Stafford repeated. Seeing that Suleiman still did not fully understand the true strength of China, General Stafford then began to explain. What you see in this newspaper are the latest news reports about China this week. When Stafford handed the newspaper to Suleiman, Suleiman's eyes widened suddenly. He stammered, is this really true? Stafford nodded and said, I've already contacted the relevant leaders from the other places. They've decided to hold a meeting, and I'm here to ask you to attend it. After Stafford finished speaking, his assistant brought over a projector. Stafford turned it on, and the screen behind him displayed the meeting footage from the other locations. Upon seeing Suleiman, the leaders from other regions were all deeply moved. Mr. Suleiman, you finally arrived. The five of us have been waiting for you for a long time. Suleiman's expression gradually grew serious. He now finally understood that what Stafford had said was not false information, everything had actually happened. If that was the case, it meant that China had indeed developed warships more powerful than those of their own country, the United States. This would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to them. Does anyone have any good ideas? Suleiman asked in a low voice. The other 5 people in the scene looked uncertain, unsure of what to do. After a moment of hesitation, a slender man spoke up. I don't think China has the strength to create such a powerful weapon at this point. I think we should all give this some serious thought. Can China really build a flying battleship? As soon as he finished speaking, several people in the meeting fell into deep thought, and soon others chimed in to agree. I also believe that, given China's current economic strength, it is simply impossible to build such a 3-mode space-capable manned warship. Moreover, we have already identified the origins of flying warships. We have thoroughly reviewed the former research archives and experimental records from S country, and their failures were utterly complete. This plan simply cannot succeed. Even if China were to successfully develop a 3-mode space-capable manned warship, it would likely still fail to meet the cruising requirements for a flying warship, as its hardware would certainly fall short of the necessary standards. A godman spoke up, I believe China is deliberately releasing this information to gain an advantage in the economic war, but we will never allow such a thing to happen. Chapter 59, the press conference is about to begin. At that moment, Stafford was whispering into Suleiman's ear, General Suleiman, the information about the Chinese flying battleship captured by our satellites has not been shared with other countries. Please consider this carefully before making any public statements. Suleiman understood the meaning behind Stafford's words. Currently, no other countries have any information about the Chinese flying warships, while they possess satellite photographs of them. Although it disappeared in an instant and no further traces of the Huaxia flying warship were detected, Suleiman understood that the probability of Huaxia possessing a flying warship was still quite high. At that moment, a woman who had remained silent throughout the meeting suddenly looked up at Suleiman and asked, "May I ask, General Suleiman, do you still remember when you once forcibly detained a genius from the Huaxia nation within your borders? A genius from the Huaxia kingdom? There are quite a few geniuses from the Huaxia kingdom who chose to stay in our country, but they all did so voluntarily to serve us. Who exactly are you referring to?" Suleiman replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others also showed expressions of joy on their faces and echoed his words. Indeed, there is a genius from China in M country, and I have a very deep impression of him. I also recall that there was indeed a genius from the Huaxia kingdom who passed all the universities in our country. After hearing the two men speak, Suleiman seemed to recall something. He then turned to Stafford and asked, "I recall that 3 years ago, we left behind a young man from the Huaxia kingdom. What was his name?" "His name was Yang Yu, but after he left, we had been keeping him under surveillance in secret. However, one day he suddenly disappeared. The personnel we sent to monitor Yang Yu also reported that he seemed to have vanished without a trace, and there has been no further information about him since then. As a result, we have withdrawn our personnel from the area," Stafford said in a low voice. Upon hearing the name, Suleiman felt a sense of familiarity. After pondering for a moment, he spoke up, "There does seem to be such a person, but why bring him up? Could it be this person who stole our technology and brought it back to China, enabling them to successfully build the flying warships?" the gaunt man said. "Impossible," Suleiman said firmly. "This man has vanished from the face of the earth. He might even be dead." "Impossible. This person has vanished from the face of the earth. He might even be dead," Suleiman said confidently. "We didn't see him die with our own eyes. He disappeared. It's possible that the Chinese government deleted his information from the internet," the woman said. "Didn't the Huaxia nation announce that they would hold a press conference in 3 days? Everything will be clear then," the gaunt man added. "Therefore, we should unite now. If Huaxia truly succeeds in building the flying warship, we should hold another meeting to discuss how we should respond." After speaking, the woman withdrew from the meeting. After hearing the thin man's words, Suleiman also agreed and finally said, "Then let's proceed according to the method we discussed earlier. These people are stubborn to the end, still thinking about sanctioning China, because in their eyes, China simply doesn't have the strength or the resources to build flying warships." 3 days later, at a national-level hotel in Xi'an. As dawn broke, Yang Yu had already risen. There were still 12 hours left before the press conference was scheduled to begin. This press conference will be the first time Yang Yu's work is publicly displayed. Although he is the chief designer of this 3-in-1-man space battleship, he must remain anonymous and not reveal his name or appearance. Yang Yu has long since grown accustomed to this situation. It means nothing to him, as his heart is solely devoted to Shufan and Xianxian. Glory and such things are merely external trappings to him. However, since it was such an important occasion, Yang Yu still needed to arrive early to make some preparations. In fact, Yang Yu even dressed up in a formal dark blue suit. After everything was in order, Yang Yu opened the door and stepped outside. The hotel where he was staying was heavily guarded. Every 3 meters, there was a special forces soldier on duty. After taking the elevator downstairs, Yang Yu spotted Yao Xinghua at the main entrance of the national-level hotel. Upon seeing Yang Yu approaching, Yao Xinghua smiled and joked, "Mr. Yang, you look particularly handsome today." As he spoke, staff members dressed in black opened the car doors for Yang Yu and Yao Lao at the side of the hotel's main entrance. "Ha," Yao Lao was joking. "I look this handsome every day." Yang Yu and Yao Xinghua joked around as they got into the car together. In front of the vehicle, traffic police led the way for Yang Yu, while special police and military personnel followed closely behind to ensure his safety. After about 10 minutes, Yang Yu and the old man arrived at the press conference venue. This place was called Hero Square, and atop Hero Square stood a massive stone monument. Engraved on this monument were the names of the heroic martyrs who had sacrificed their lives for our nation, the Chinese Empire. It was precisely because of the blood and tears of these heroic martyrs that our nation, the Chinese Empire, enjoyed peace and prosperity today. In the square stands a red building, square and symmetrical, resembling a red cube. Under the dazzling sunlight, the red building emits a brilliant glow, giving off an air of majesty. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yang Yu noticed that everyone who had arrived here had several stars on their shoulders. It was clear that those who had made it to the press conference were high-ranking officials of the state. "Oh, it's been ages since I last saw you, Mr. Yang." At that moment, Xiaofeng, dressed in formal attire and adorned with numerous medals on his chest, stepped out of the car. As he got out, he immediately spotted Yang Yu, ignoring everyone else who was smiling and greeting him, and rushed straight over to Yang Yu. After exchanging pleasantries with Yang Yu and the old herbalist, Xiaofeng entered the press conference hall together with them. "Hey, Commander Xiao, what brings you here?" Yang Yu asked curiously. Zhao Zhen smiled slightly and said, "It's all thanks to you, young chief engineer. You'll find out once the press conference begins." When the 3 of them arrived at the venue, Yang Yu noticed that the entire venue was under strict security, with security measures even more stringent than those at the hotel earlier. After walking for a few minutes and turning a corner, Yang Yu spotted the journalists in the interview room. These journalists were required to remain in this area for the half hour leading up to the press conference. Chapter 60, Left and Right Hands. The purpose of doing this at the venue was to protect Yang Yu's identity and information, to prevent them from running around the venue and seeing Yang Yu's appearance. A few minutes later, they arrived at a place with even stricter security. The people there were all older, with various medals and awards hanging from their chests, each of them being high-ranking officials of the Huaxia nation. When Yang Yu and his two companions entered, the others were not unfamiliar with the two men accompanying Yang Yu. One was the host of today's press conference, Minister of the National Research and Development Ministry, Ye Xinghua, also known as Old Ye. The other is one of the three great war generals of Huaxia, commander of the Longye Battle Zone and the blood-soaked Iron Army's 18th Division, Xiao Feng. The appearance of Yang Yu, however, piqued the curiosity of the others present. Everyone looked at this young man, not even 30 years old, who could sit on equal footing with the old herbalist and Xiao Feng. After making preparations at the venue, Yang Yu was taken by Ye Xinghua to the press conference site. On the podium at the press conference site, there were 10 seats, each occupied by prominent figures of great renown in the Huaxia nation. In the center is the seat of Ye Xinghua. Next to him is the seat of Xiao Feng, and on the other side is the seat of the Air Force commander. Among these 10 positions, there is no place for Yang Yu. Yang Yu turned to look at the old alchemist and said with a smile, "Old alchemist, there's no spot for me here either." Yao Lao sighed and then pointed to the middle seat in the first row below the stage, saying, "Your seat is here. Only you can sit in the first row. Everyone else must maintain a distance of at least 5 meters from you, so they must be seated 3 rows away from you. Additionally, there is a camera behind you, which will only capture your back. Your true appearance must not be revealed to the public for national security reasons, so you cannot appear on camera facing forward. Mr. Yang, we cannot use your real name. We need you to use a pseudonym, which is also for your safety." After hearing the old man's words, Yang Yu sighed helplessly and said, I think that's fine too." Yang Yu didn't find anything inappropriate about it. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up, "Just call me Su Fan." "Su Fan? Su Fan? Are you sure you want to use that name?" Yao Xinghua spoke up to confirm. Yang Yu nodded and then said, "My heart belongs only to Shu Fan, so let's call him Su Fan." After adjusting the camera behind Yang Yu, it was already 6:30, leaving only 30 minutes until the press conference was set to begin. At this point, the journalist slowly walked in from the back of the venue and sat 3 meters away from Yang Yu, unable to see his face clearly. At the same time, the homepages of major platforms and software were all displaying links to the press conference for the 3 serviceman worship. The high-ranking officials of the Huaxia nation are also arriving one after another at this time. Upon seeing Yang Yu seated in the center of the first row, they all stood up and saluted him in respect after taking their seats. At that moment, hundreds of millions of people across China were watching this press conference. The live stream is flooded with comments from netizens. At this moment, it's not just the people of China who are waiting for the press conference to begin, the entire world is watching this press conference. In the West, on the Potato live streaming platform, the event has already generated nearly 200 billion views, so much so that it had to be split into 200 separate live streams to prevent the platform from crashing. People from all over the world are watching this press conference with bated breath from the comfort of their own homes. At that moment, Shu Fan hurriedly bought some vegetables at the market, quickly picked up Xian Xian from kindergarten, and rushed back home. Upon arriving home, Shu Fan quickly prepared a simple meal for his parents and his aunt, and at his aunt's urging, they all gathered to watch the news conference for the Huaxia Tri-Service Airborne Warship. "Shu Fan, let me tell you something. Your aunt's husband told me last time that his superior is very likely one of the researchers involved in the development of the Tri-Mode Man warship. That person was secretly recruited 3 years ago. This project is one of the most important projects for our country, and it's hard to believe it's been realized so quickly. Your aunt's husband also mentioned that if he works hard for a few more years, he might even secure a spot in this national-level program to engage in scientific research and development. Aren't you the one who always talks about how much you admire people who do research? Take a look at this. Doesn't this sound like something you'd be interested in?" Feng Jiqi said as she took out a photo of a man from her bag and said to Shu Fan, "This is a research expert from your aunt's research institute. He said he wants to find a girlfriend in China, and I think the two of you would make a good match. Plus, the chances of him being assigned to such a top-secret research project are pretty high, you know." After listening to Feng Jiqi's words, Shu Fan focused his attention on the phrase, "He was secretly recruited 3 years ago. Isn't Yang Yu also in a similar situation?" After a moment of reflection, Shu Fan's expression returned to normal. Shu Fan's parents looked at him, who remained silent, and their brows furrowed deeply. "Don't think about that penniless good-for-nothing anymore. He's a heartless man. He might have already died and won't come back for you." At this point, there were only 3 minutes left before the press conference began. Feng Jiqi spoke to Shu Fan's parents. "Hey, didn't we agree not to talk about this? Let us not talk about it now. Let us watch the press conference first, okay? It's about to start. It's about to start." Look quickly. Shufan stared blankly at the TV screen. This life is dedicated to the country. In the next life, I will dedicate it to you. Now that I've returned, I will never let you suffer injustice again. Shufan's mind flashed with Yang Yu's face, and the words he had once spoken echoed repeatedly in Shufan's ears. As the clock ticked down to the start of the press conference, a promotional video about Huaxia was played first, followed by a cut to the main venue of the press conference. Yang Yu was nowhere to be seen in the footage. Instead, the camera focused on the 10 prominent figures seated at the center of the stage. Only the old alchemist slowly stood up and addressed the camera, saying, "Welcome everyone to the press conference for the unveiling of the Huaxia Tri-Service Manned Aircraft Carrier. This press conference will reveal the design of the Tri-Service Manned Aircraft Carrier, outline its intended, and announce the selection of its captain." Chapter 61, Is this what they call a public intellectual? In Shufan's home in the dilapidated neighborhood of Luzhou City. Upon seeing Yixingua, Feng Jiqi exclaimed proudly, "This is Yixingua, the Minister of the National Research and Development Department. My aunt's husband told me about him. He's a pillar of our country. I bet the 3-in-1 manned aircraft carrier project was led by him, right?" At the press conference, after the old man in the white coat delivered a brief opening statement, Yao Lao raised his hand and pointed toward Yang Yu, then spoke solemnly, "Before introducing myself, let me first introduce to everyone the father of China's 3-mode manned aircraft carrier." As soon as he finished speaking, the camera slowly panned downward, and Yang Yu's silhouette appeared on the television screen. Yang Yu slowly stood up, bowed to Yuan Lao, and then slowly sat back down. Then the old man continued his introduction. "He is the youngest engineer in our country, the backbone of our nation. It was thanks to his assistance that our country was able to catch up with the world's scientific research progress step by step. Through his relentless pursuit and efforts, our country has achieved scientific research that far surpass those of the world. In fact, due to his exceptional talent, he has faced hostility from other nations, which even went so far as to detain him abroad and prevent him from returning to China. However, at that time, our nation was under siege by other countries. Despite this, he resolutely chose to return to China, where he worked tirelessly to help our nation achieve one scientific breakthrough after another, continuously establishing our nation's advantages on the global stage. It is thanks to his efforts that our nation now enjoys peace and our people now live in happiness. As the Minister of Science and Technology, I feel deeply ashamed of myself. I am more than willing to step down in his honor. I also deeply desire for him to truly appear before all members of the Chinese nation, so that we may all witness this national hero, the true backbone of our nation. Although we have developed a 3-service manned aircraft carrier, our crisis has not been resolved, and the dangers facing the entire world have not disappeared. We must protect his safety. It is precisely for this reason that we cannot allow him to appear in public. That is why we have taken such measures, all to ensure his safety. However, everyone must remember that he is the greatest contributor to the rise of our nation today." As soon as the words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and all eyes turned to the figure standing at the center of the front row on the podium. Feng Jiqi was so shocked by these words that she couldn't speak. It was a young man not even 30 years old who had accomplished all of this. That's simply incredible. Shufan's parents watched Yang Yu's back with admiration. They praised him, saying, "That's what you call being young and accomplished. Just look at that poor boy Yang Yu. He's always scurrying around like a mouse, hiding here and there, and he can't do anything right." Upon comparison, the two elders immediately looked down on Yang Yu in their hearts. In their eyes, such a great man was the perfect match for their daughter. However, upon further reflection, they realized that such a prominent figure was far beyond their reach, and they could only dream of such a union. However, such top-level geniuses are still in the minority. Shufan, don't be so foolish. It's better to focus your attention on someone else than on that penniless Yang Yu. You're in the prime of your life, with so many years ahead of you. This meal of youth won't last forever. In a few years, when you're old, you'll regret it, and then it'll be too late. Feng Jiqi spoke up to her. At that moment, Shufan was staring intently at the silhouette on the TV screen. Shufan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity toward the silhouette, but couldn't quite place who it was. However, when Shufan saw that silhouette, he suddenly felt a sense of peace in his heart. The capital of M country. Suleiman was in his office, closely watching the press conference from Huaxia. His eyes were filled with caution. "Stafford, send someone immediately to investigate who that person in the background is. Also, have someone smear China's reputation online regarding this press conference. Do it now." Stafford looked at Suleiman's fearful expression and heard his firm tone. He knew that Suleiman was truly terrified this time. Stafford then returned to his office to handle the matter. He dispatched numerous task forces to launch a massive online smear campaign against China's recent Tri-Service Manned Aircraft Carrier launch event. While the Chinese press conference was underway, countless defamatory comments began to appear on Chinese social media platforms. The 3-service manned warships are all fake, they're just a scam. Throughout human history, and even within the entire academic community, there has never been a single scientific case of a flying mothership being successfully constructed. How could a nation possibly have created a sky mothership? It is absolutely fake. These statements sparked numerous comments from netizens below. Still trying to stir things up here? You really don't know who you are. You really aren't afraid of death, are you? Don't you fear that the Chinese government will track you down one by one from behind the internet and throw you all into prison? Just because you don't know doesn't mean others don't. So-called public intellectuals are simply laughable. These comments were quickly overwhelmed by domestic netizens. It can be said that this person had no chance against the overwhelming number of netizens. When Stafford saw how the situation was unfolding, he ordered his subordinates to intensify their efforts and subsequently dispatched more people to spread false information on Chinese social media. A so-called three-service manned aircraft carrier that dares not reveal a single detail dares to hold a press conference so brazenly? What a shameless act. I hope everyone can keep their eyes open. We don't want this kind of fake scientific achievement. Let us all stand together against the three-in-one man worship. We don't want to survive under falsehoods. If we survive under falsehoods, our safety won't be guaranteed. Countless statements opposing the three-service manned aircraft carrier are mysteriously appearing online. This matter has also drawn the close attention of national security agencies, which have immediately launched an investigation into who these individuals are acting on behalf of and why they are engaging in such activities. Below these statements, numerous supporters have emerged out of nowhere, with some even attempting to analyze from what they claim is a professional perspective that the three-in-one man worship is simply impossible to manufacture. This person's name is Stars Are Really Bright. Chapter 62, The Birth of a Genius. The stars are truly bright. The following comments were posted online regarding the impossibility of successfully manufacturing a three-mode manned aircraft carrier. A tri-service manned aircraft carrier requires extremely powerful fuel as its propulsion source. Even the most basic requirements for endurance and takeoff fuel alone would render the so-called tri-service manned aircraft carrier project unfeasible. Moreover, the propulsion system required for a three-service manned aircraft carrier must be capable of generating at least 1 million tons of energy, unless they can develop nuclear-fission propulsion systems and nuclear energy conversion devices. However, such a device does not exist in this world, so the three-service manned aircraft carrier is definitely fake and cannot be successfully manufactured. Therefore, I urge everyone to think carefully, remain calm, and not believe these false claims. What will happen when these false claims are exposed? Although there are many people who are vigorously defending the three-service man worship, the opposing side is a professional smear campaigner who was paid to do so, and they quickly turned public opinion online against it. Some even went so far as to post proof from a nuclear research institute on the mainland, claiming that everything they said was absolutely true. This incident quickly garnered numerous comments and shares from netizens, instantly becoming the top trending topic on Douyin. Although what you say seems reasonable, the technology for nuclear fusion and nuclear fission is advancing rapidly. As for engine technology, it is slightly more challenging, but I believe our country has the capability to successfully develop it. The stars are truly bright. In response, someone commented, "What you say has some merit, but developing such a large-scale scientific research facility requires a significant financial investment. Does our country really have that much funding to allocate? Additionally, it would require the involvement of numerous highly accomplished researchers. Does our country truly have that many researchers available for such a project? Have you never considered that our great nation of China could also produce geniuses? Under the leadership of geniuses, any plan could progress at an astonishing pace, and creating anything would not be impossible. The stars are truly bright." In response, someone commented, "If such a genius truly exists, please inform me immediately." You wouldn't be referring to the person sitting in the front row at the press conference, would you? That's the genius you're talking about, right? Someone like that wouldn't even dare to show their face. Who knows if they're just an actor hired by the government? I know all the geniuses in the scientific research field internationally, but I've never heard of anyone like him. I can tell you Haven T paid close attention to the press conference. The old man clearly stated during the press conference that he is the chief engineer of the three-mode man worship project, and he has led our nation in developing numerous high-tech products. How could someone like you possibly know such a person? What's your background? The stars are really bright, replied. If an actor could compare to me, then I can only say you'll never wake up someone who is pretending to sleep. I'll give that line right back to you. I think the one who's really pretending to be asleep is you. In your heart, you don't believe that we Chinese could ever produce such a thing. Just wait and see. This press conference will definitely expose you for what you are. The stars are really bright, he replied. There will absolutely be no videos or photos related to the three-service man worship at this press conference. Forget about it. At that moment, no one on the entire internet could match Star's bold statement. Suddenly, a netizen posted their ID online. With that intern ID, you'd better not embarrass yourself here. I also work at the Nuclear Research Institute, but I've never seen you before. This person not only posted his ID online but also filled his homepage with videos of nuclear fusion devices. This unexpected person really made a big splash, leaving everyone speechless. He couldn't sit still and continued to defend himself, saying, "The place I'm at is a classified project, ordinary people wouldn't know about it." Alright, if you're part of a secret project, you're still someone from the research institute. Let me test you on some basic knowledge. Can you answer this? How many times more powerful is nuclear fusion than nuclear fission? Use the standard equation from the Nuclear Energy Research Institute to write it out for me. The stars are really bright. Reply received, nuclear fusion is 4 times more powerful than nuclear fission. Everyone knows that. Did Baidu tell you that? Using the equations from our research institute, we can calculate the exact values. How could it be as vague and unclear as you describe? You can't even answer such a simple question. You so-called public intellectual should stop pretending to be knowledgeable here. You scum, you dare to try to endanger the safety of our Chinese nation? You should be grateful they didn't arrest you and execute you by firing squad. At that moment, many people came out to attack the brightly lit face. The government has officially announced the name of the chief engineer, and the rumors circulating online have been debunked. Just wait and see, you'll be banned from the entire internet. At that moment, Shufan was at home staring at the TV, carefully watching the familiar figure on the screen. The light in Shufan's eyes began to flicker. The chief engineer's name was Su Fan. Upon hearing the name Su Fan, Shufan's eyes widened instantly, his expression filled with shock. Shufan paused for a moment, his mind racing with a question: could it really be Yang Yu? The figure he had seen was identical to Yang Yu's when he was walking at the airport. Therefore, when Shufan saw the silhouette on TV, he began to suspect that it was Yang Yu. The more he looked, the more he felt it resembled him. Aunt Feng Jiqi noticed Shufan staring blankly and asked, "What's wrong? Have you fallen for Mr. Su, the chief engineer? Why are you staring at him?" Feng Jiqi said with a smile. Feng Jiqi noticed that Shufan liked this kind of engineer who was into research, and then teased him. "I knew it, Shufan, you just love these genius researchers. Why don't you go back to your hometown with your aunt?" Feng Jiqi spoke again, trying to persuade Shufan. Speaking of which, Feng Jiqi took out several photos of men from her bag and said, "These are all the men working in your aunt's research institute. Although they may be a bit older, they are all single and highly regarded in their field." As she spoke, Feng Jiqi took out several photos of men from her bag and said, "These are all the researchers at your aunt's research institute. Though they may be a bit older, they are all single and highly talented individuals. They will definitely ensure you live a comfortable life in your later years." Chapter 63, This is my father. Shufan's parents saw Shufan staring at the TV in a daze, so they took the photo from Feng Jiqi's hands and began to look through it. Oh my, a third-level research fellow. Project leader for combat weaponry research. Biologist. Chemistry expert. Physics expert. Shufan's mother looked at these people. Aren't they all much stronger than Yang Yu? Compared to that poor boy, wouldn't choosing them be better? Shufan's mother, holding the photo, smiled at Shufan and said, "Your mother is right. If Yang Yu had even half of these men's achievements, I'd be willing to marry you off to him." Shufan's father chimed in from the side. "Take a good look at them. If you like anyone, I know all their information and can tell you about them in detail." Feng Jiqi said with a smile. "These people all have a good relationship with me." Just then, Xian suddenly furrowed her brows, walked up to the TV, took a closer look, and pointed at the silhouette of Mr. Su, the chief engineer, on the screen, excitedly shouting, "Grandpa and Grandma, that's my dad." Upon hearing Xuan's words, Shufan's parents both wore puzzled expressions. Feng Jiqi then pulled Xian aside, her expression turning serious as she said to her, "How could such a young child speak so recklessly? He's a national-level chief engineer, how could he possibly be your father? Let me tell you, children shouldn't lie, and they certainly shouldn't be vain. You're still young and innocent. Although your father has no conscience and is just a liar who talks big, we mustn't follow his example. If you keep lying, I'll spank your bottom. If you keep lying, I'll spank you. After all, you still have some of our family's blood running through your veins." Feng Jiqi continued. Xian pouted her little lips, tears welling up in her eyes, and muttered softly in a voice full of grievance, "Xian didn't lie. Xian knows that was Dad. Xian recognizes Dad's back." After saying that, Xian pointed at the silhouette on the TV and said, "That's definitely my dad's silhouette." Xian is sure she didn't see it wrong. Xian watched as her father, protected by an uncle in military uniform, boarded the plane. The silhouette was identical. Shufan's parents heard Xian still refusing to give in and continuing to lie. They had never had high hopes for this child. If it weren't for the fact that she shared their blood, they would have sent this little girl to an orphanage long ago. They had spared her because of Shufan's sake, but now Xian was constantly lying, just like her father, and they could no longer tolerate it. You really don't learn the good things. Why do you only copy your father's habit of lying and making empty promises all day long? He's a national-level chief engineer. How could he possibly be your father? You can live in our house, but I won't interfere with you. However, if you continue to deceive people like your father, I'll kick you out and send you to an orphanage." Shufan's mother also spoke with a look of disgust on her face. Like father, like daughter. His father is a liar who spends all day making empty promises, and now his daughter is just the same. She's already picked up all her father's flaws so quickly. What will become of her in the future? She'll probably abandon her mother before she even reaches adulthood. Shufan's mother looked at Shufan and began to Shufan, look at Yang Yu's daughter. She looks exactly like Yang Yu. What will you do if your daughter runs away too? Please stop talking about this. Xian is right. Shufan looked at the TV, where the figure in the background spoke solemnly. My dear daughter, you don't have to go that far just to save face, do you? If Yang Yu is really the chief engineer on TV, I wouldn't mind if he were my father instead of mine. Feng Jiqi, seeing this, chimed in, Yang Yu is just a big fraudster. If being a fraudster can get you a job as a chief engineer, I'd be willing to be his slave, and I wouldn't have a single complaint. Anyone in this world could be that engineer, but Yang Yu is the one who absolutely isn't. I've known it all along, he's just a big fraud. The launch event for the 3-mode manhwarecap was being streamed live on a live streaming platform. After the chief engineer introduced the name of the chief engineer, the entire D-Station live streaming room erupted with excitement, with everyone discussing the name. The name Shufan is really great. That's absolutely perfect. Exactly, what a beautiful name. 666. Just looking at this silhouette, you can tell that Shufan must be a total hottie. Shufan, I want to marry you. Shufan, I want to have your children. Where can I find Sufan's contact information? Don't even think about it. Wake up. Who's dreaming? I've made up my mind, I'll only marry Shufan. Then you're going to be a spinster for the rest of your life. Ha! How could you say that to me? I'm just an innocent girl, sniff. Enough already. Stop insulting our chief engineer Su. However, at that moment, a completely different scene was unfolding on Douyin. I searched online and found absolutely no information about Shufan. Moreover, there has never been any mention of a genius named Shufan anywhere in the world. The stars are truly bright. After hearing this name, I posted another comment online. I'm afraid both the name and identity are fake. This person must be a fake too. Do you still think this live stream is real? It's definitely fake. However, at this moment, the true identity of this star, who was shining so brightly, was uncovered by netizens. He is a young man who dropped out of middle school and sought revenge against the state. He had even previously posted numerous comments disparaging those who continued their education. At this point, countless students from prestigious universities and influential figures came forward to challenge him, posting their student IDs in his comment section. Posting all these IDs won't do you any good. This press conference is fake. However, at that very moment, Douyin's trending topics exploded. The original skeptical comments that had been at the top of Douyin's trending topics were instantly overtaken by videos reposted from the live stream. The reposted articles were directly sourced from the press conference of the Tri-Service Airborne Assault Ship. At that moment, the live stream was providing a comprehensive introduction to the Tri-Service Airborne Assault Ship, even revealing actual photos of the vessel. Chapter 64, Real Photos of the Tri-Service Aviation Man Warship Leaked? The article that reposted the photos gained traction by leveraging the alleged real photos of the three-service man warship, quickly climbing to the top of Douyin's trending list. Wow, what a sleek battleship. Holy crap, what an awesome battleship. Those 6 engine wings must be bigger than a 20-story building. It's absolutely terrifying. To witness the true form of a tri-service manned aircraft carrier in my lifetime, I could die a happy man. Ha! Now you're being proven wrong. Those who said the three-service manned aircraft carrier was fake. Within 3 minutes of this reposted article being shared, it received over 500,000 comments. All of them were praising the three-service manned aircraft carrier of the Huashan Nation. Subsequently, someone directly posted the photos to the Stars Are So Bright Douyin account. The Stars Are Really Bright saw the photo and was so moved that they couldn't hold back, posting a frustrated message. This photo must be photoshopped. I can do that too. Does that really prove it's genuine? What a joke. Oh? You can edit photos too? You're exposed. You're the one who's all fake. I knew you were a big fraud all along. Let us all report him together. Dare to slander our country online? Just wait to get your account banned. Exactly. Dare to slander our Chinese heroes? You'll get what's coming to you. The stars are really bright. In response, someone said, "You foolish citizens, they're just using photoshopped images to deceive you, and you still believe them. I have no idea what you're thinking." At that moment, the stars really were so bright, and things started to get tense. He hid in the dilapidated rental room of the unfinished building, took a deep breath, then got out of bed and lit a cigarette. He walked to the door, peeked through the doorway to make sure no one was around, then quickly locked the door from the inside. He was terrified that the police might come looking for him to settle the score, and his heart was filled with anxiety. He opened the account deletion interface on Douyin, intending to delete his account. Although it was a bit late now, at least his personal safety would be somewhat protected. After all, being insulted online wouldn't cause him any real harm. However, when he thought back to the generous reward Stafford had promised him, he became hesitant once again. Could this photo be real? Is it really him? The stars were so bright, and he began to study the photos sent by netizens carefully. The more he looked at it, the more he believed the photo was real. There were no signs of photo editing, and even the back of Mr. Su, the chief engineer, was captured in the photo. The overall effect of the photo didn't look fake at all. Shortly afterward, he sent the photo to Stafford, hoping he could confirm whether the photo was genuine or not. D Station's live stream of the press conference for the 3-in-1 man warship. After releasing the real photos of the tri-service aviation man warship, Deng Yao smiled and said to everyone, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." "Minister Ya, are the rumors circulating online true or false?" a foreign journalist suddenly asked. The relationship between this country and our Huaxia nation is still relatively friendly on the international stage. Yao Lao smiled and replied, "You must be referring to the rumors suggesting that this press conference is fake." The foreign journalist nodded and said, "I just saw a flood of comments online questioning the authenticity of the trispecies aircraft carrier. They're all saying that your country's trispecies aircraft carrier lacks the scientific basis to support its existence in the scientific community, so it can't be produced. You must understand that not everything needs to be spoken aloud. Since there is insufficient scientific evidence in the scientific community, this indicates that the Trispecies Aviation Man Warship project was independently developed by our country, without any assistance from foreign scientific theories. Furthermore, I can assure you with absolute certainty that this press conference is an officially recognized event by the Chinese government. I guarantee, on behalf of the state, that there will be no falsehoods, everything is true." After speaking, the old man smiled at the others and continued, "Are there any further questions?" At that moment, a journalist from the capital of M country suddenly stood up and asked, "Mr. Yuan, you stated that this press conference guarantees absolute truthfulness. However, why have you only released images and not the actual tri-mode airborne man warship itself? Furthermore, as far as I know, our country's research and development budget is more than 10 times that of your country. Despite such high research funding, we in M country have not developed a warship like yours that can soar into the sky and break through human history. We in M country prefer to take things one step at a time. I've also heard that your country, China, places great emphasis on etiquette. I'm sure a great nation like yours would never fabricate such information. What do you think, Minister of Medicine?" the M country journalist said with a smile. At that moment, the Air Force commander sitting on the stage heard the journalist's words and suddenly slammed his fist on the table and roared, "I advise you to learn to behave yourselves. China is no longer the China of the past. I hope you will show us some respect. I hope you understand clearly that for our 3-service manned aircraft carrier, your tiny country can be annihilated in an instant with just a flick of our fingers. You." However, before the Air Force commander could finish speaking, he was pulled down by others. At that moment, the live stream screen was constantly refreshing with numerous comments supporting the Air Force commander. "Wow, the Air Force commander is so handsome. I just love leaders with such charisma. Ha, our country is rising. Look at these Western foreigners daring to speak so boldly in our great Chinese nation. Especially those from the US, they're completely reckless." The journalists in the capital of M country saw the angry expression on the Air Force commander's face and, as if their scheme had succeeded, continued speaking, "As a journalist, I am merely stating the facts. If any of the information I have provided is found to be false, I am willing to accept whatever punishment the Chinese government deems appropriate." The M country journalist adopted a sarcastic tone, which enraged the Air Force commander to the point of fury. He wanted to stand up and confront him, but was restrained by others. At that moment, the host, Yalao, spoke up and replied, "That's because our entire nation of China shares a common goal, and everyone is united. Therefore, there is nothing that our country cannot achieve." Chapter 65, Parameter Overwhelm. Moreover, we have national pillars like Su Fan, so we can turn the impossible into the possible. Because you may not know what it feels like to live under someone else's oppression. Because you have never experienced the taste of humiliation, you will never truly understand how powerful that feeling can be for a nation. A journalist from country M spoke up again, "There is no such thing as an ideal country in this world. Even with the richest imagination, it is nothing more than fantasy." Yao Lao looked at the M country journalist, who was filled with doubt, smiled, and said, "It seems your history lessons weren't very thorough, was it? Looking back at the history of our Chinese nation, aren't there many things that others thought were impossible but we achieved?" As soon as the old man spoke, the journalist was left speechless. After a moment of thought, the American journalist attempted to respond, but the old man had already moved on to the next agenda item, a comparison of the parameters of the 3-service manned aircraft carrier. We will now proceed to the next phase of the press conference, the comparison of the parameters of the 3-service manned aircraft carrier. We will now proceed to the next phase of the press conference, the comparison of the parameters of the 3-service airborne manned warship. Comparison of the tri-service manned aircraft carrier with the Western Wave class aircraft carrier group. Number of aircraft it can carry, 60 versus 30. Locked missile launch capability, yes. Operational capabilities in different environments land, sea, and air, having is better than not having. Travel speed, 700 km per hour versus 70 km per hour. Nuclear fusion energy conversion technology, available. The comparison projects published by Yaxingguo are all projects that are already highly mature. They have compared the parameters of other warships with those of the amphibious aviation-capable manned warship. In some cases, the values have even been deliberately lowered. Of course, the brand new technologies designed by Yongyu have not been disclosed. At this moment, the live stream screen was filled with numerous praise-filled comments, all marveling at the immense strength of our nation. These numbers completely outclass the Western-style aircraft carrier. Chief Engineer Su Fan is truly amazing. Chief Engineer Su Fan, you are the pride of our nation. It can actually achieve such an astonishingly high speed, it's faster than a fighter jet, isn't it? Now looking back at that little journalist from M country, it's simply laughable. They actually have nuclear energy conversion technology, which means that the tri-service manned aircraft carrier no longer needs to worry about fuel supply, meaning it can continuously convert energy. This should increase the usable space of the tri-service manned aircraft carrier, allowing for the design of more functions. I think you're right. On the contrary, I suddenly feel that these data might be a bit too conservative. The Western Wave Aircraft Carrier Group is currently hailed as the most powerful aircraft carrier group in the world. Our country's three-service manned aircraft carrier has completely destroyed it in an instant. 666,666. Moreover, our tri-service manned aircraft carrier can take to the skies and operate effectively across land, sea, and air. Which of these capabilities doesn't completely outclass the Western Sea Wave aircraft carrier fleet? Our Chinese engineers are truly amazing. So powerful. Countless citizens are filled with pride and honor at this moment, for they are Chinese and were born in this great nation. Are there any questions from the journalists present? The old man looked down at the journalists and asked. Then a journalist from M country stood up, looked at the first parameter, and said, the number of aircraft it can carry is not accurate. Our country's aircraft carrier capacity does not include reconnaissance aircraft. You must have included reconnaissance aircraft in that number. Upon hearing the reporter's words, Yao Lao's face betrayed a strange expression. He almost couldn't suppress a laugh, but took a deep breath to hold it back, then spoke solemnly, I think, Mr. Reporter, you may have misunderstood something. Not only reconnaissance aircraft, but even combat training aircraft and fuel transport aircraft were not included in our calculations. Yao Lao's face lit up with pride as he spoke. I hope our three-service manned aircraft carrier will set a standard for the next generation of warships. I believe that the most important aircraft for carrier-based operations are only fighter aircraft and bomber aircraft. Yao Lao's answer is so refreshing. Seeing the expression on that M country journalist's face, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This M country journalist probably never imagined that the actual situation would end up slapping him in the face like this. This is hilarious. Such ignorance. Truly a frog in a well. But this reporter really doesn't know that there are people out there who are even more knowledgeable than him, and that there are always higher realms to strive for. The M country journalist was left speechless by Yang Lao's response, his face turning bright red. He stammered and couldn't say a word. After calming down for a moment, the M country journalist took a deep breath and continued to counter, then your driving speed must be fake. Our M country mothership is already the fastest in the world. How could your three-service amphibious assault ships be nearly 10 times faster than ours, and yet so much larger? You must have made a calculation error. At most, it can only reach 70 kilometers per hour. The journalists from country M have clearly lost their composure, seeming to have lost their rationality and started spouting nonsense. Yao Lao observed the journalist's reaction and did not grow angry. Instead, he saw it as an opportunity to let other countries witness the irrational behavior of M country journalists. This speed is merely our standard cruising speed. Above that, we have a class speed, B class speed, C class speed, and D class speed. What are the specific values for each speed? I won't tell you, lest I embarrass you too much. Yao Lao spoke with a proud expression, his voice calm and composed. Upon hearing the old herbalist's words, the journalists from the capital of M country were so furious that they wanted to leave the press conference immediately. However, the special forces and security personnel present made it clear to them that they were not permitted to leave and must wait until the press conference concluded before departing. Are there any other questions from the other journalists? The old man turned to the other journalists and asked. At that moment, a journalist from S country stood up and asked, how does China plan to utilize the tri-capable manned aircraft carrier? Will your usage be the same as that of M country? Yang Lao heard this very normal question and smiled as he replied, that's a good question. Chapter 66, Captain Xiaofeng and Manhwa. As the first nation in the world to possess a tri-capable manned aircraft carrier, our nation holds a significant position on the international stage. However, I believe this is merely the first step toward future exploration of the universe. We do not harbor the same ambitions as M nation. Our goal is simply to contribute to the advancement of human scientific research. China will never follow M's example, and our three-service manned aircraft carrier will never appear in the skies of any other country. China will continue to maintain the same stance on the international stage as before. We will not make any changes simply because we possess three-service manned aircraft carriers. We will continue to welcome all nations and maintain friendly exchanges with them. A journalist from Country S nodded and said, "Thank you, Director Yao, for clarifying that." The journalist from Country S then slowly sat down. At that moment, another journalist rose slowly and asked, "What is the name of this tri-capable aircraft carrier from the People's Republic of China? Which military region is it currently assigned to?" Yao Lao smiled and replied, "That is precisely what we will be discussing in the next section. Since you've asked, I'll go ahead and move on to the next stage of the explanation." As he spoke, the old herbalist pressed a button on the remote control in his hand, and a video began to play on the large screen behind him. The video showcased the three-mode airborne man warship taking off, with the surrounding real-world environment and terrain concealed. The environment in the video was generated using virtual reality technology. I believe this video should dispel any doubts many people may have had. As I have stated before, the content released at our Huaxia news conference is absolutely true and reliable. I hope everyone will take this to heart. If certain countries refuse to believe the authenticity of our Huaxia news conference and wish to provoke us in Huaxia, then prepare to face our Huaxia's tri-capable manned aircraft carrier. Yao Lao's tone was extremely gentle, and his expression was calm, but the gazes of Xiao Feng and the Air Force commander beside him remained as cold as ice. At that moment, an endless aura of murderous intent was spreading out from the two of them. Now we will proceed to the next phase of the press conference, the appointment ceremony for the captain of the tri-mode airborne warship. The old alchemist spoke. Immediately, a staff member brought over a square box from the side. Inside the box lay a dazzling medal. "Everyone stand up." The old pharmacist said solemnly, "I am now about to announce the national documents. Everyone stand up." Then, Zijian's old man slowly picked up the medal, turned to look at Xiao Feng, and spoke solemnly, "Today, China will establish the three-service aviation-carried man warship special forces and the three-service aviation-carried man warship command headquarters. The state has decided to appoint Xiao Feng, commander of the 18th Military Region, as commander of the Tri-Service Airborne Warship Special Forces and captain of the Tri-Service Airborne Warship Command Headquarters. This authorization is hereby granted." Yang Yu, seated in the central position below, heard the appointment and wore an expression of no surprise. He smiled and said, "So that's how I benefited from your influence. I see you've been appointed as the ship's captain after all?" When Yang Yu first arrived at the press conference today, he had already considered this question. He had been wondering who would be the most suitable candidate for the position of captain. It turned out to be Xiao Feng after all. Xiao Feng assured everyone that he would never let the nation down. Xiao Feng stood tall, raised his head, saluted, and spoke in a firm voice. Then, the old pharmacist smiled as he pinned the medal on Xiao Feng's chest and said, "Congratulations, Captain Xiao Feng." After a round of applause, everyone sat down, leaving only the old man standing. He continued, "Next, we will announce the name of the tri-service manned aircraft carrier. After careful consideration, it has been decided that it will be named the Huayu." As soon as he finished speaking, the old alchemist pressed the remote control in his hand. On the large screen behind him, 3 golden characters appeared prominently, Huayu. At that moment, another reporter suddenly stood up and asked the old man, "Can you explain why you chose this name? Is there any deeper meaning behind it?" The old herbalist glanced at Yang Yu and smiled before saying, "This name was only recently decided upon. As for the meaning of the name, it's actually quite simple. Huayu refers to the idea that the Chinese nation can grow wings to explore the deeper mysteries of the universe." Yang Yu heard the old alchemist's explanation and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He knew it was because his name contained the character Yu Feather, so they had chosen this name for him. After introducing the name of the three-mode airborne man warship, the old alchemist announced that the press conference had concluded successfully. Just as Yao Lao declared the press conference closed, all the lights in the venue suddenly went out. In the darkness, a faint outline began to appear on the live stream screen. In just 3 seconds, the camera perfectly highlighted Yang Yu's silhouette, which could be seen as a form of recognition and affirmation for him. In Xu Fan's home in the dilapidated neighborhood of Luzheng City, Feng Jiqi saw that final figure, her eyes sparkling with light, her face adorned with a sweet, happy smile. Feng Jiqi stared at the slightly clearer outline on the screen, lost in thought, and screamed like a fanatic fan. "Wow, Xu Fan is so handsome." At that moment, Xu Fan also exclaimed in surprise. He looked at the brief 3-second outline on the screen and paused for a moment. It was him, it had to be him. It's definitely him, it has to be him, there's no doubt about it. Feng Jiqi heard Xu Fan's strange words, placed her hand on Xu Fan's forehead, and asked, "Xu Fan, are you okay? You're not running a fever, are you?" Xu Fan's parents saw their son in a daze and felt guilty. They wondered if they had pushed him too hard, causing him to lose his mind. "Xu Fan, if there's anything on your mind, please talk to your parents. We will definitely understand you, but you mustn't do anything reckless." Feng Jiqi then placed the back of her hand on her own forehead for comparison. She felt that Shu Fan's forehead wasn't very hot. She then asked, who exactly was the person you mentioned earlier? Is it someone you know? He's Yang Yu. He must be Yang Yu. There's no doubt about it. Shu Fan's eyes kept welling up with tears. Chapter 67, Air Force Commander-in-Chief. Upon hearing Shu Fan's words, his parents and Feng Jiqi sighed helplessly and said, this child must have lost his mind. He's the chief engineer of the country. How could he possibly be Yang Yu? Besides, everyone has already said his name is Shu Fan. How could he possibly be Yang Yu? Feng Jiqi saw Shu Fan's expression and felt a pang of sympathy. She took Shu Fan's hand and sat down, speaking with concern. I know you want your Yang Yu to become an outstanding talent, and you're trying to comfort yourself, but that's not realistic, Shu Fan. However, Shu Fan remained resolute, speaking firmly. He is definitely Yang Yu. I am certain I did not mistake him. Shu Fan, his name means he has pledged his entire life to me, which is why he is called Shu Fan. Shu Fan spoke with unwavering determination. The parents in the kitchen saw Shu Fan like this and quickly pulled Feng Jiqi aside, whispering, is Shu Fan okay? Why did she become like this? Feng Jiqi looked at Shu Fan's state, thought for a moment, and shook her head before saying, this child seems to be possessed. I wonder what Shu Fan has gone through. Why don't we take Shu Fan to the hospital tomorrow? This isn't a solution. What if he goes mad? Feng Jiqi said solemnly. Shu Fan's parents nodded and said, we must take Shu Fan to see a doctor tomorrow. Could he have developed delusions? We should try to talk some sense into Shu Fan and stop him from fantasizing about unrealistic things. Feng Jiqi continued. As she spoke, Feng Jiqi walked over to Bingbing and said earnestly, Shu Fan, if you say he is Yang Yu, then how could he be with so many high-ranking officials from various countries? Just then, Xian also walked over to Shu Fan's side, pointing at the TV and excitedly shouted in a babyish voice, Xian also saw Dad just now. Daddy is so amazing. Xian wants to become just as amazing as Daddy one day. Xian smiled and said to Shu Fan. Shu Fan listened, pinched Xuan's little cheek, stroked her head, and also showed a look of satisfaction on his face. Xian, you should be just like your father in the future. You should contribute to our country. Shu Fan said to Xian with a doting smile. Xian will definitely do it. Saying this, Xian pulled out a golden medal from her bosom and said with a smile. When Feng Jiqi saw the medal, her brows furrowed slightly. She always felt like she had seen this medal somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. On the golden medal was engraved a pattern composed of 3 overlapping shapes, a square, a triangle, and a circle. For Shu Fan's parents, Yang Yu had been missing for so many years and had never had a stable job, abandoning Shu Fan in Luzhou City all this time. They could never believe that Yang Yu could become the backbone of the nation. In their hearts, they believed that Yang Yu must have already died somewhere out there. Shu Fan's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at her understanding daughter. She gently touched her face and smiled, saying, Mom believes that Xian can do it. After the press conference concluded successfully, the journalists were escorted out of the venue one by the special police officers. In the center of the venue, only Yang Yu and the 10 high-ranking officials remained. Just as Yang Yu was about to stand up and leave the venue, Yalao and Xiao Feng walked over slowly. Yalao smiled and addressed Yang Yu, Mr. Yang, the chief engineer, are you satisfied with today's press conference? I am very satisfied. What qualifications do I have to have the nation name a 3-serviceman warship after me? I truly feel ashamed. Yang Yu sighed wryly and spoke helplessly. What's the matter? Seeing Yang Yu's expression, the others waved their hands and said, what's the problem? The higher-ups think this name is excellent. It not only reflects the determination of the Chinese nation to explore the universe but also highlights your role as the backbone of the nation. There's simply no better name than this. Xiao Feng patted Yang Yu on the shoulder, and the immense force caused Yang Yu to cough violently. Hey, Commander Xiao, be careful. If you hurt Yang Yu, sure, I'll hold you responsible. Yaxingwo said angrily in a low voice. Xiao Feng saw Yang Yu coughing and immediately grew tense, his face filled with concern. He quickly patted Yang Yu on the back and asked anxiously, Yang, are you okay? Yang Yu waved his hand, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, Ha, you actually scared the captain of the Huayu ship into this state. Aren't you afraid others will laugh at you? Ha, I'm the one who's embarrassed, but you can't get sick because of me, Mr. Yang. Xiao Feng said awkwardly with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. Commander Xiao Feng, don't worry. Yang Yu said with a smile. Alright, no need to mention it. The old herbalist waved his hand and spoke. He said, Mr. Yang, someone is looking for you and wants me to introduce you. Do you have time right now? If you don't have time, then never mind. They can wait until next time. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he then spoke up, there's no need to be so formal with me. I have time now. Upon hearing Yang Yu's agreement, the old alchemist immediately led Yang Yu to a top-secret room. Inside the top-secret room, Yang Yu saw a man in military attire, with a square build and a stern expression. His presence exuded an overwhelming sense of terror. Upon seeing the old man introduce him, the man immediately reached out excitedly and said, "You must be Mr. Yang, the chief engineer, right? I've heard so much about you. It's a great honor to finally meet you," the man said excitedly. Yao Lao continued to introduce Yang Yu. "This is the Air Force Commander-in-Chief, whose rank is higher than that of the Air Force Commander." "Commander-in-Chief, it is an honor to meet you." Yang Yu spoke nervously. The Air Force Commander said solemnly, "You have made such tremendous contributions to our nation. On behalf of the people of China, I would like to express our deepest gratitude once again. Without your efforts, China would never have achieved its current status, nor would it enjoy the peace and happiness it does today." Chapter 68, Celebration Banquet. Is there anything you desire? Feel free to tell me, and we will fulfill your every wish. The Air Force Commander spoke with a smile on his face, addressing Yang Yu. Yang Yu thought about it for a moment and realized he didn't really want anything. He wondered if Xu Fan wanted anything. If Xu Fan did, he could ask the Air Force Commander to help him get it. Yang Yu groaned for a moment before speaking up. "I don't really want anything right now, but I wonder if my wife wants anything." The Air Force Commander heard Yang Yu's words and replied, "No problem at all. Whatever your family needs, we will do our utmost to fulfill their requests." The Air Force Commander-in-Chief noticed Yang Yu's hesitation and finally patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Mr. Yang, there's no need to rush now. If you think of anything later, feel free to let me know at any time." "All right." Yang Yu didn't know what he wanted at the moment, so he simply nodded in agreement. "There's a celebratory banquet tonight, and we hope you'll join us." As he spoke, the Air Force Commander took out a bottle of what looked like expensive red wine from the cabinet behind him and smiled. "I've been saving this bottle of red wine for so many years, and this year I can finally open it and drink it. What a pleasure." The Air Force Commander looked at the premium red wine in his hand and smiled as he spoke. "Does this bottle of red wine have a story behind it?" Yang Yu asked in confusion. "Ah, Mr. Yang, you don't know. This bottle of red wine was confiscated by me back then. It's not from our country. At that time, our nation was extremely poor. This bottle of red wine has been with me for over a decade, and today, I finally get to open it and drink it." The Air Force Commander looked at the red wine in his hand and explained to Yang Yu. Yang Yu examined the bottle of red wine carefully and smiled as he said, "So it seems the occasion to drink this bottle of wine is the day China rises to greatness, right?" "Exactly. Exactly. You're truly the Master Yang. You're so smart." The Air Force Commander praised him. After the Air Force Commander-in-Chief gave some further instructions, Yang Yu, the old herbalist, and Xiao Feng got into a car and headed toward the evening banquet venue. Also in the vehicle was the Air Force Commander who had nearly lost his temper at today's press conference. "Oh, it's General Yang. What an honor!" The Air Force Commander exclaimed excitedly. The Air Force Commander shook hands with Yang Yu, then spoke excitedly. "Those arrogant foreigners have finally been humiliated." The Air Force Commander clenched his teeth and made a menacing expression. Then he burst into laughter and said to Yang Yu, "All of this is thanks to you, Mr. Yang." The position of Air Force Commander is slightly lower than that of Air Force Commander-in-Chief. The highest rank in the military is Commander-in-Chief, but the two have different responsibilities. The Commander-in-Chief is responsible for the overall command and control of the military, while the Air Force Commander is responsible for military deployment and related matters. After sitting in the car for about 40 minutes, the vehicle came to a stop at the entrance of the National Banquet Hall. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yang Yu noticed that the area was surrounded by heavily armed Special Forces personnel. Their eyes shone with an intense glow as they maintained a strict perimeter, ensuring that not even a single fly could penetrate the tightly secured perimeter. Outside the National Banquet Hall, numerous black vehicles were parked, from which emerged researchers in white lab coats and military personnel in olive green uniforms. Yang Yu watched the confident-looking soldiers and the researchers walking with purpose, feeling very happy. He then followed the Air Force Commander into the National Banquet Hall. As soon as Yang Yu entered the National Banquet Hall, he was overwhelmed by a sense of grandeur and splendor. The lights above his head shone like a bright starry sky, illuminating them beneath the night sky. The surrounding buildings and walls were all pristine white, evoking a sense of sacred solemnity. The Air Force Commander led Yang Yu to the front and said, "Mr. Yang, please wait here for a moment. The celebratory banquet will officially begin in 30 minutes. After speaking, the Air Force Commander departed with the two soldiers by his side. Yang Yu raised his head and surveyed the entire banquet hall. The hall was vast and spacious, with countless tables. He estimated there must be thousands of them. "Mr. Yang, all the attendees at tonight's celebratory banquet are personnel from the research department and high-ranking officials from the military department. The researchers from the Tsanglong Research Institute will be holding their own celebratory banquet internally." Xiao Feng, sitting beside Yang Yu, smiled and said to him, "Oh my, it's been ages since I last attended such a formal banquet." Xiao Feng said with a smile, "Commander Xiao, now that you're the captain of the Huayu, what will happen to the 18th Military Region?" Yang Yu asked Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng waved his hand, sighed, and said with a helpless smile, "The 18th Military Region will be dissolved and reorganized. Only 1/10 of the personnel will be eligible to join my tri-service aviation carrier-based combat fleet. Moreover, the standards for joining the flying fleet are extremely high, requiring both extensive knowledge and unwavering determination. Xiaofeng spoke, then turned to Yang Yu and said solemnly, when I conduct the fleet personnel selection, I will need Chief Engineer Yang to oversee the process. Because when it comes to unwavering willpower, every soldier in our 18th military region is as tough as nails. However, ensuring these soldiers have sufficient knowledge is quite challenging. These burly men might not even pass the qualification exam. Alas, the 18th military region will cease to exist in 2 months, and these soldiers will be dispersed and reassigned to other military regions. After hearing what Xiaofeng had to say, Yang Yu could clearly sense the reluctance in the other man's heart. The 18th military region was his home, but now, because he had become the captain of a tri-service manned aircraft carrier, the 18th military region had to be disbanded and reorganized, with only 1/10 of the personnel able to remain. This must have been emotionally difficult for him as well. The 18th military region was the pride of our nation. Even if they were dispersed to other military regions, they would undoubtedly continue to shine brightly in their new units. Yang Yu spoke comfortingly in a solemn tone. Xiaofeng smiled faintly and spoke softly, I don't really care about these things anymore. After all, there have already been large-scale reforms within the military. Chapter 69, Large-Scale Reforms. Large-scale reforms? What reforms? Yang Yu had never heard of reforms within the military and asked in confusion. Don't you know? Military reforms are all about paving the way for your future. Xiaofeng said solemnly. Pave the way for me? What are you talking about? Yang Yu asked in confusion. At that very moment, the Air Force Commander-in-Chief arrived at Yang Yu's side with the Air Force Commander and began to explain to Yang Yu, it is precisely because of the high-tech weapons that you, as the chief designer, have brought to our nation that the military must also have personnel capable of operating these advanced weapons. Therefore, the military has undergone a large-scale reform. The content of the military reforms is to move toward high-tech and high-end development. Therefore, the future planning and deployment of the military will still require your continued guidance, and we will fully cooperate with you. After hearing the words of the Air Force commander, Yang Yu nodded and said, yes, high-tech development is indeed our primary direction for the future. Chief Designer Yang, the celebratory banquet is about to begin. Please join me. The Air Force commander said in a solemn tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the Air Force commander slowly walked up to the podium, picked up the microphone, and spoke in a solemn voice, let us all give a warm welcome to Yang Yu, the father of China's three-service manned aircraft carrier. Clap. Snap. A thunderous round of applause erupted in the banquet hall. Everyone in the entire state banquet hall stood up and began clapping. Upon seeing Yang Yu, the commander of the 6th military region was also surprised and exclaimed, I never expected such a young man to be our great engineer of China. Truly, the younger generation is surpassing the older one. Each generation is stronger than the last. To be able to meet the genius who developed the 3-mode airborne manned warship is truly a blessing in my life. A researcher from the National Research and Development Department looked at Yang Yu with eyes filled with admiration. Yang Yu has brought so much hope to our entire nation. Many people watched the young man about to step onto the podium and smiled as they spoke. Yang Yu walked slowly onto the podium and spoke in a solemn voice, thank you all for your applause. This is not the achievement of one person, but the result of everyone's collective efforts. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Mr. Yang, there's no need to be so polite. It is precisely because of you that our country now possesses the 3-service manned aircraft carrier. Without your contributions, we might not have been able to successfully develop such a vessel even after another 50 years. All of these achievements are your doing. You are the one who has contributed the most to our nation, and you are the greatest hero of our nation. I am confident that even without us, General Yang could have successfully developed the 3-service manned aircraft carrier. Yang Yu listened to the praise from the staff of the National Research and Development Department and many prominent figures below the stage, and he couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. At that moment, the Air Force commander waved his hand, signaling everyone to remain quiet, then spoke into the microphone with solemn gravity. The Republic of Huaxia will confer upon Yang Yu, Chief Engineer, the Lifetime Achievement Honorary Medal. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. All those present in the National Banquet Hall, including the researchers from the National Research and Development Ministry and the military personnel dressed in olive green uniforms, stood up and saluted Yang Yu. On the podium, the Air Force commander took out a small square box, slowly opened it, and in the center of the box appeared one of the golden honorary medals. The golden medal was engraved with exquisite patterns, representing the highest honor of the Huaxia nation, the Lifetime Achievement Honor Medal. Fewer than 10 people in the entire nation are honored to possess this medal. When Yang Yu saw this medal, his eyes were filled with awe. He knew how incredibly significant this medal was. This Lifetime Achievement Honor Medal is the most prestigious award in the entire nation. Yang Yu fully understood what receiving this medal truly signified. Those who have received this Lifetime Achievement honorary medal before him are either founding heroes or great figures who have nearly sacrificed their lives for the sake of China. Yang Yu looked down at the crowd paying their respects and suddenly felt that everything he had done was truly worthwhile. It was precisely this group of people who had dedicated their time and their youth to the nation, sacrificing everything to ensure the safety and happiness of all citizens of the Huaxia kingdom. Compared to those who have dedicated their entire lives and even their very lives to the nation, Yang Yu is nothing. For him, Yang Yu, it was merely a waste of his brief 3 years. Those soldiers stationed on the frontiers, enduring the most harsh and unforgiving conditions, their unwavering resolve and the sacrifices they made for their country, that was something Yang Yu could only aspire to. With this Lifetime Achievement honorary medal in his possession, Yang Yu also felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. He vowed to spare no effort to protect the safety of all people within the borders of China and to contribute even more to the nation. For the people of China, for the safety of the nation, even if I were to return to the Tsanglong Research Institute, what difference would it make? Yang Yu said with great emotion and excitement. At that moment, a piece of music began to play softly in the National Banquet Hall. You once dedicated your youth to your motherland. I am embracing the mountains and rivers you have drawn, with the joys and sorrows of a lifetime, to fuel the flame in your heart, dedicating our youth without regret. I will continue to write your spring. You will have a brilliant tomorrow. You will not disappoint your ideals, not letting down our youth. A century of time. Let us continue to write a new chapter together. The Air Force commander solemnly picked up the Lifetime Achievement Honor Medal, took a deep breath, and then spoke. On behalf of the people of the Huaxia Nation, the Huaxia Nation's military, and the Huaxia Nation's Ministry of Science and Technology, I now present this Huaxia Lifetime Achievement Honor Medal, a symbol of the highest honor in Huaxia, to Chief Engineer Yang Yu. Clang! Snap! Applause erupted once again below the podium. The Air Force commander then slowly stepped forward and placed the medal in his hand onto Yang Yu's chest. Congratulations, young Chief Engineer. After the Air Force commander pinned the medal on Yang Yu, he stood at attention, saluted him, and smiled as he spoke. Yang Yu returned the military salute and spoke in a firm voice. I will also continue to strive hard to bring greater breakthroughs in the field of science and technology for the Chinese nation. I will not disappoint the nation's expectations of me, nor will I disappoint the expectations of the people of China. Chapter 70, Higher Level Document. On behalf of the entire Chinese people, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to you. The Air Force commander extended his hand and gripped Yang Yu's hand firmly, then spoke in a solemn tone. With your words, Commander Yang, I can rest assured. I also have some good news to share with you. The Air Force commander smiled at Yang Yu and said. Then the Air Force commander took out a red-headed document, handed it to Yang Yu, and said, this is the red-headed document issued by the higher-ups regarding the research project plan for the Tsanglong Research Institute. Take a look. I am sure you will be very pleased. Yang Yu took the documents and looked at them carefully. The name of the document was Regarding the Fiscal Allocation for the Research Project Plan of the Tsanglong Research Institute. Due to the rapid progress of the Scientific Research Project Plan at the Tsanglong Research Institute, the central government of Huaxia has decided to allocate an additional 60 billion yuan to the Tsanglong Research Institute to provide the strongest possible support for its scientific research efforts. Upon seeing the 60 billion yuan in funding allocated above, Yang Yu also couldn't help but smile with delight. The 60 billion yuan allocated by the state was truly a lifesaver for him. Currently, only a few plans could be implemented, with the rest still in the modeling and design phase. However, with this funding, those projects that were still in the design phase and had not yet been implemented could finally begin. The government is also aware that this amount of funding is not sufficient to support all of the research projects at the Tsanglong Research Institute simultaneously. However, the government has made a firm decision to fully support the research projects at the Huaxia Research Institute. Currently, a significant portion of military expenditure has been redirected to research projects, and this decision was made due to your scientific expertise and capabilities, Mr. Yi. Because our country believes that as long as our technological capabilities improve, there will be fewer unnecessary sacrifices within the military. If we can use money to save the lives of soldiers who are priceless to the nation is more than willing to do so. The Air Force commander spoke solemnly to Yi Yu. Please believe me, Yang Yu will never disappoint the nation's expectations. He will absolutely lead our nation to achieve even greater breakthroughs in scientific research. Yang Yu's face betrayed a look of determination as he spoke in a firm voice. The 3-mode manned aircraft carrier project has been successfully completed. The nation has decided to temporarily shift your focus to mask alignment exposure machines and chip production. The Air Force Commander-in-Chief said with a frown. We have received the latest information that many countries intend to impose chip sanctions on our nation, and we are about to face a chip shortage. This could potentially impact the economic stability of our country. Therefore, we sincerely hope that Chief Engineer Yang can lead our nation through this crisis. Are those foreign countries really reacting this quickly? Yang Yu heard the words of the Air Force commander and furrowed his brows, speaking in a low voice. The Air Force commander nodded in response and said, although those Western countries have not actually seen our 3 service-manned aircraft carrier, they are still eager to target us. They clearly intend to continue imposing sanctions and pressure on our nation. They are undoubtedly also doubting the authenticity of our 3 service-manned aircraft carriers, as they cannot determine their validity. Therefore, they dare not rashly take military action against our nation. We have already ordered the chip manufacturing companies in our country to begin full-scale production of chips. Combined with the chips we have in stock, this will only be enough to sustain our country for 1 month. Yang Yu, upon hearing the words of the Air Force commander, felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grow even heavier. It seemed he must return to the Tsanglong Research Institute immediately to prioritize the chip production plans. Commander, rest assured that I will handle this matter. I will not let the nation down. Within a month, I will ensure that our nation navigates this crisis quietly and successfully. Yang Yu assured the Air Force commander. Seeing that Yang Yu had such confidence and dared to make such a guarantee, the commander was also greatly reassured. He smiled and said, Mr. Yang, there's no need to push yourself so hard. We're not in such a hurry. There is also one very important matter I must inform you of. The Air Force commander said as he took a key out of his pocket and spoke to Yang Yu. This is the house in Luzhou Tangchenipin. It is also a reward from the state for you. Tangchenipin? That's the most expensive property in the entire Lujiang city center. I heard you even have to take an exam to buy a house there. Such an expensive property, and the government actually bought one for me? I feel a bit overwhelmed by this. Yang Yu was so surprised to hear that the government had awarded him the best property in Lujiang that he didn't know what to say. The Air Force commander shook his head and gently placed the keys into Yang Yu's palm, saying, take them. The government knows what happened to you before, and we all feel ashamed. This is the reward you deserve. Though it's not money, it's something you deserve. You are worthy of this honor. A thunderous round of applause erupted from the audience below the award podium at the state banquet. Many people in the hall also turned to Yang Yu and urged him, Mr. Yang, just take it. Mr. Yang, please don't be so modest. This is a task assigned to me by higher-ups. As soldiers, isn't our duty to absolutely obey superior orders and complete the tasks assigned to us? I'm sure you won't make things difficult for me, right? Mr. Yang, there's no need to be modest. This is a task assigned to me by higher-ups. As soldiers, isn't our duty to absolutely obey superior orders and complete the tasks assigned to us? I'm sure you wouldn't want to put me in a difficult position, right? The Air Force commander said with a wry smile. Yang Yu listened to the Air Force commander's words and immediately smiled and said, since the commander puts it that way, I'll humbly comply. Yang Yu felt both thrilled and moved. If he had a house, he could return to Luzhou and officially marry Xu Fan. He would no longer have to live in that old house in the abandoned neighborhood. He had long wanted to move into a sunny, spacious, and elegant house with Xu Fan in Xianxian. This could also be considered a way to make things right for Xu Fan, and a beautiful start to the future for both Xu Fan and Xianxian. Yang Yu made a silent vow to himself that he would do everything in his power to ensure that Xu Fan and Xianxian lived a happy and fulfilling life. After putting the keys away, the Air Force commander and Yang Yu turned to the audience below and said in unison, comrades present, it is now time for us to deliver our final remarks. Chapter 71, Toast. We are truly honored to host this celebratory banquet here today. This is indeed a cause for great joy, but you must also understand that the Chinese nation is not one that indulges in pleasure, nor will we ever become arrogant or complacent because of this small success. Our goals are far greater and stronger. The humiliation of a century ago is now part of the past. However, the path our forebears carved out for us with their blood and tears, and the peace they secured for us, still require the collective efforts of all Chinese people today to uphold. Therefore, the road ahead is long and arduous, and we must persevere with determination. Here, I hope that everyone can shine brighter in their respective fields and work together to lead our Chinese nation toward a more prosperous and thriving future. Now, please welcome Mr. Yang, our chief engineer, to deliver his remarks, followed by the official commencement of this celebratory banquet. Yang Yu stepped up to the microphone, surveyed the numerous researchers and government officials below, took a deep breath to compose himself, and spoke in a firm voice, the commander-in-chief has spoken wisely. As members of the Chinese nation, we must never let our guard down or grow complacent. We must eliminate any potential risks before they have a chance to emerge. As the chief engineer of the Tsanglong Research Institute, my role is to build a technological shield behind you, serving as your strongest support, so that you may advance fearlessly and triumph in all your endeavors. However, we also need you to stand at the forefront of our brave resistance, shielding us from the storms ahead. You need not thank me, for all of this is simply what I, as a son of the Chinese nation, am duty-bound to do. I hope that everyone will continue to unite, strive forward, and work together to create a brighter and more prosperous future for our great nation of China. I hereby declare that the celebratory banquet is officially underway. As soon as Yang Yu finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience below. The celebratory banquet officially began. The banquet hall was bustling with activity, and everyone was beaming with joy, enjoying themselves thoroughly. Everyone was having a wonderful time, and people kept coming up to Yang Yu, insisting on toasting him with a glass of wine no matter what he said. "Mr. Yang, I'll toast you." Yang Yu saw this and also picked up his wine glass and said, "Alright, I'll toast you too." "You don't need to drink it." "I'm toasting you, I'll drink it." "You don't need to drink." "I'm toasting you, I'll drink it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, the man downed the entire cup of wine in one gulp. His face turned a deep crimson, as if what he had just drunk was not wine but milk. Shortly after, dozens of people came forward to toast Yang Yu, leaving him feeling both honored and a bit overwhelmed. Yang Yu smiled at the crowd and said, "I can drink a little, but I'm not very good at it. Since so many of you are toasting me, you're the ones drinking, so I should at least return the favor with a toast." Saying this, Yang Yu picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. Mr. Yang sure can hold his liquor. Mr. Yang is not only highly educated and talented, but also commands our admiration. In terms of his interpersonal skills and conduct, we also hold him in the highest regard. If only I could work as a researcher at your research institute, but unfortunately, my qualifications do not permit it, so I can only do some administrative work. After expressing their feelings for a while, they left, stumbling and staggering. Yang Yu's table had a total of 7 people, including the newly acquainted Air Force Commander-in-Chief and Air Force Commander, as well as 2 others. One was the director of the National Security Bureau, and the other was the commander of the 6th Military Region. "Mr. Yang, you are truly admirable." After seeing Yang Yu return their toast with a glass of wine, the director of the National Security Bureau also felt a deep sense of admiration and spoke up. "Come, Mr. Yang, I'll toast you as well." As he spoke, he raised his glass to toast Yang Yu. Yang Yu quickly stood up and replied, "If you're toasting me, let's drink together." "Mr. Yang, it's not just me toasting you. I'm toasting you on behalf of all my brothers," the director of the National Security Bureau said in a solemn voice. Yang Yu curiously asked, "What's going on? Has something happened?" The director of the National Security Bureau downed the wine in his cup and spoke in a solemn tone, "Mr. Yang, there's no need for you to show me respect. This is my way of honoring you on behalf of my brothers. Thanks to the high-tech weapons developed by Mr. Yang, my brothers have suffered far fewer casualties. Those who have fallen did so for the sake of those who remain, so that we may live better lives in this world. I am certain that they are watching over us from above and feeling a deep sense of comfort and pride." Yang Yu heard this and felt he should drink even more. He picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp, then spoke up. "I'll drink to the brothers as well. If that's the case, then I must toast you even more." The commander-in-chief of the 6th Military Region slowly stood up, raised his glass, and spoke in a solemn voice, "If it weren't for the high-tech weapons you developed, young general, I might have already lost my life at the hands of those vicious criminals." Watching the 2 men rise slowly, Yang Yu already felt some pressure. He wasn't a heavy drinker to begin with, and after a few cups of wine, his head was already spinning. However, these 2 were both high-ranking officials from our country. The fact that they had taken the initiative to toast Yang Yu made him feel both honored and overwhelmed. Just as Yang Yu was about to raise his cup to drink, the Air Force commander suddenly stepped forward to stop him and said, "They both genuinely wish to honor you. Let them pay their respects, there's no need for you to drink with them." Yang Yu saw the smile on the Air Force commander's face and the serious expressions on the other 2 men, then nodded and sat down. After toasting Yang Yu, the 2 men spoke in a solemn tone. "Before General Yang arrived, every mission resulted in the loss of several brothers. I couldn't eat or sleep, and I felt so guilty. Since you arrived, Mr. Yang, and developed these cutting-edge high-tech weapons and equipment, our brothers have mostly only suffered minor injuries." The director of the National Security Bureau suddenly thought of the high-tech intelligent assault rifle developed by Yang Yu and found it truly amazing. Its accuracy and firing speed were beyond imagination, and it was also a highly portable weapon, something that didn't seem like it belonged in this era. Chapter 72, Heroes Are Born Young. The director of the National Security Bureau praised, "Mr. Yang, the weapons you've developed are truly remarkable and leave everyone in awe. Last time I led a small team to participate in exercises in another country, we actually defeated the world's strongest tactical squad. They even reported us, claiming we used illegal weapons, and demanded that the competition organizers replace the weapons we were using. This clearly demonstrates the incredible power of the high-tech weapons developed by Yang Zongshi." At this point, Xiaofeng showed a look of interest and asked, "The exercise you mentioned earlier, was that the Special Operations exercise at the Holt Comprehensive Training Center in Florida?" The director of the National Security Bureau nodded and replied, "That's correct. It's the world-renowned Special Operations exercise competition. During the exercise, we completely annihilated the enemy, but our side suffered no casualties whatsoever." Hearing the director of the National Security Bureau praise himself so highly, Yang Yu actually became a bit shy. "I merely made some minor improvements to the weapons. Winning the competition was due to their own strength, it had little to do with me," Yang Yu said with a smile. The director of the National Security Bureau looked at the young man before him and exclaimed in admiration, "To have such incredible strength yet remain so humble is truly hard to believe." If only my child could be as outstanding as Mr. Yang, the director of the National Security Bureau sighed. At that moment, the commander-in-chief of the 6th Military Region, who was standing nearby, joked, "Hey, old Lu, you're being too greedy. You want to raise your son to be as talented as Mr. Yang? That's impossible. Stop dreaming. What's wrong with wanting my son to look up to Yang Zhongshu as his idol? Is there something wrong with that?" The director of the National Security Bureau scoffed in response to the 6th Military Region commander's words. The commander of the 6th Military Region smiled and said, "If my child could even reach 1% of Yang Zhongshu's level, I would already be very satisfied. I don't even expect him to achieve great things as long as he can learn General Yang's humble attitude, that would be enough." At this point, Xiao Feng spoke disdainfully, "You old fools. When the research project at the Tsanglong Research Institute was on the verge of collapse and about to be dissolved, wasn't it me who strongly recommended Yang Zhongshu? You people have no discernment whatsoever. You don't know how to recognize talent. Who told you to be the only one who came into contact with Yang Zhongshu on the Military Technology Forum? If I had come into contact with Yang Zhongshu, the credit would have been mine," the commander of the 6th Military Region said in a sarcastic tone. Xiao Feng first met Yang Yu during a Military Technology Research Forum discussion. At that forum, Yang Yu was merely participating as an intern from Huaxia University of Science and Technology. At the time, Yang Yu did not demonstrate any extraordinary talent, but he possessed a unique aura. It was precisely this aura that made Xiao Feng feel that this young university student in his 20s had something distinctly different from everyone else. Later, Xiao Feng received a call from the old pharmacist, who informed him that the research project at the Tsanglong Research Institute was facing issues. He explained the situation in detail to Xiao Feng. Coincidentally, Yang Yu overheard the conversation. The problem that had plagued Yixingwa for half a year was resolved by Yang Yu in just a few sentences, and the solution was flawless. Xiao Feng relayed Yang Yu's words to the old herbalist, and the problem was indeed resolved effortlessly. It even opened up significant room for improvement in the research project. Subsequently, Xiao Feng strongly recommended that Yang Yu take the lead in the research project at the Tsanglong Research Institute. "Hey, Yang, how old are you this year?" At that moment, the director of the National Security Bureau suddenly furrowed his brows, then opened his phone to look at a photo of his daughter and asked. "She should be exactly 25 this year," Yang Yu replied casually. Everyone heard Yang Yu's response and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They were secretly amazed. This chief engineer Yang is so young, only 25 years old, yet he has achieved such tremendous success. Truly, great heroes emerge in their youth. Wow, at just 25 years old, he's already built the world's only 3-mode manned aircraft carrier. That's what true young talent looks like. The commander of the 6th Military Region exclaimed in admiration. The Air Force commander's face also betrayed a look of utter astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "I had always assumed the country had kept this a secret for security reasons. So you're really only 25 years old. Yan Yuzhen truly lives up to his reputation as a genius of the Huaxia Kingdom. At just 25 years old, he has already accomplished what most people couldn't achieve in a lifetime." At this moment, the old alchemist smiled and said, "Young Yang is a treasure of our research institute." When I first heard Xiao Feng mention Yang Yu, I didn't pay much attention to it. In my opinion, Yang Yu was just another talent who had emerged from the vast expanse of the country. However, after bringing Yang Zhongshu back to the research institute, I truly realized that I had missed out on him for far too long. However, Yang Yu ultimately shone through, just as the old saying goes, wherever there is gold, it will shine. Master Ye, you're being too humble. If it weren't for you bringing me to the research institute for further studies, I wouldn't have been able to lead the entire Tsanglong Research Institute in continuing our research projects. When the director of the National Security Bureau learned that Yang Yu was only 25 years old, his eyes lit up with surprise, as his daughter was also exactly 25 years old. "Mr. Yang, this is my daughter. Take a look and see if you like her." The director of the National Security Bureau handed Yang Yu a photo of his daughter to take a look at. Yang Yu looked at the photo of the curvaceous young woman on his phone and sighed, "Well, I'm already married and have a daughter." At that moment, Xiao Feng suddenly reached out and snatched the phone from Yang Yu's hand, then threw it back to the director of the National Security Bureau, saying in a sarcastic tone, "You didn't even bother to ask around. Yang chief engineer and his wife have a very good relationship." At that moment, Xiao Feng suddenly reached out, snatched the phone from Yang Yu's hand, and threw it back to the director of the National Security Bureau, saying in a sarcastic tone, "You didn't even bother to find out properly. Mr. Yang and his wife have a very good relationship. Stop thinking about nonsense. His daughter is already in kindergarten." Chapter 73, A New Type of Bullet Weapon? When the director of the National Security Bureau heard that Yang Yu already had a wife and a daughter, he wore an expression of regret on his face and sighed, saying, "Ah, what a pity. My daughter wasn't lucky enough to have such a man. Ah, my dear daughter, it's not that your father won't help you, but Mr. Yang already has someone he loves." The director of the National Security Bureau looked at his daughter's photo and sighed. Everyone present saw the director's expression and burst into laughter. We all hold Yang Zhongshu in the highest regard. You, an old fool, actually dare to claim to be Yang Zhongshu's father? Are you trying to use this opportunity to elevate your own status? After a round of jokes, the commander of the 6th Military Region suddenly turned serious. He looked at Yang Yu, who seemed to be holding back something. He had a problem he wanted Yang Yu to help him solve, but he didn't want to disturb him while he was resting. However, if he missed this opportunity, he feared he might never have another chance to consult Yang Yu about this issue. Xiao Feng and the commander of the 6th Military Region were old friends. He noticed the solemn expression on the commander's face, as if he had something to say. He placed his hand on the other's shoulder and asked, "Is there something you want to say?" The commander of the 6th Military Region glanced at Xiao Feng and then said, "This matter may require the assistance of General Yang." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's expression suddenly grew solemn as he asked, "Is there anything I can assist with? Please do not hesitate to inform me." Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, the 6th Military Region commander took out a bullet the size of a fingertip from his pocket and handed the strange bullet to Yang Yu. Yang Yu examined it carefully and remarked, "The material of this bullet is not white brass, yellow brass, copper-clad steel, or nickel-plated steel. What material is this bullet made of?" Yang Yu asked in confusion. "This bullet's projectile is made of titanium alloy. This type of bullet has anti-terrorism capabilities and can kill enemies hiding behind protective steel walls," the commander of the 6th Military Region said solemnly. "The bullet's projectile is made of titanium alloy. This type of bullet has counter-terrorism capabilities and can kill enemies hiding behind protective steel walls," the commander of the 6th Military Region said in a low voice. Because the 6th Military Region frequently carries out counter-terrorism operations and drug interdiction missions. Those vicious criminals often use strange and unconventional weapons, but since we started using the new high-tech protective gear and weapons provided by Mr. Yang, our casualty rate has significantly decreased. However, the casualty rate has recently begun to rise again. One of the main reasons is that they are hiding behind thick cover, making it impossible for us to force our way through, resulting in an increase in casualties. I understand your thoughts. Yang Yu looked at the titanium alloy bullets in his hand and spoke, "You want these bullets to not explode inside firearms and to have the power to penetrate thick steel plates and heavy walls. Additionally, these bullets must be designed for handguns. In other words, you want to achieve the power of a heavy sniper rifle while maintaining the standard power of a handgun." Upon hearing Yang Yu voice the very thoughts he had been contemplating, the commander of the 6th Military Region smiled and nodded in agreement before speaking. "Chief Engineer Yang is absolutely correct. Our ideas align perfectly with what you have described. It is precisely because these bullets often explode inside firearms that many soldiers have accidentally injured themselves in such situations, leading to the failure of the entire operation. However, through our research, we have discovered that only this titanium alloy material can meet our requirements." Yang, the chief engineer, nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, only this type of titanium alloy material can ensure that the bullet does not disperse its force during flight, allowing it to concentrate the force at a single point. This is essential for enhancing the bullet's explosive power and penetration capability." The others, upon hearing Yang Yu's words, all looked solemn. While such bullets could be used in heavy sniper rifles, installing them in a handgun was nothing short of a pipe dream. I know that solving this problem is extremely difficult at the moment, but we have no other options. The ruthless criminals have realized they can't confront us head-on, so they've found sturdy armor to hide behind. If we can't break through their defenses, we won't be able to complete the mission. The commander of the 6th Military Region wore an expression of deep regret on his face. However, as the commander of the 6th Military Region, this was something he had no choice but to do. Because the location where they were carrying out their mission made it impossible to use heavy sniper rifles, they could only carry lightweight handguns and rifles. In the vast majority of cases, they had to rely on their handguns to protect themselves and confront the vicious criminals. Every time we go on a mission, many soldiers from our military region are injured, forced to retire, or even lose their lives on the battlefield due to this flaw. I feel deeply guilty about this, so even if I have to sacrifice my own reputation, I beg you to help me find a solution to this problem." The commander of the 6th Military Region spoke helplessly, then picked up the half-empty bottle of white wine on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yu felt awkward refusing, so he began to ponder solutions in his mind. Everyone present saw Yang Yu's solemn expression and knew that this matter was not something even Yang Yu could easily resolve. Though they were unfamiliar with scientific research, they understood how challenging it would be to penetrate steel plates and thick walls. Even with a heavy-duty sniper rifle, achieving such results would be extremely challenging. Let alone using bullets from a handgun. Weren't we supposed to be celebrating Yang Zhongshu's achievements today? Why are you saying these things? You're just going to make Yang Zhongshu busy with work again. That's not good at all. As he spoke, Xiao Feng reached out to take the titanium alloy bullet from Yang Yu's hand. Yang Yu looked at the commander of the 6th Military Region, whose face was filled with guilt, and said, "I've dedicated my entire life to research. Can't I enjoy it a little? Keep the music playing. Keep the dancing going. Upon hearing these words, the commander of the 6th Military Region suddenly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. It was my fault for being so rash." After speaking, the commander of the 6th Military Region sat down on the chair, looking dazed and disoriented. Chapter 74, The Energy of Carbon Atoms. However, at that very moment, Yang Yu suddenly spoke up amidst everyone's surprised expressions. "I already have a solution. If the goal is to attach these bullets to a handgun and enhance its firepower, it will be necessary to modify the internal structure of the handgun and alter the bullet's projectile design. The bullet can be modified to utilize the principle of heavy nuclear fission to trigger an explosion, instantly releasing a massive amount of energy to enhance lethality and instantly penetrate protective barriers. The material used for fission in the bullets is one of two different elements, uranium or plutonium, specifically uranium-235 or plutonium-239. When the atomic nuclei inside these materials absorb a neutron, they split into two atomic nuclei of similar size and weight, releasing approximately 200 MeV of energy in the process. For example, when uranium undergoes fission, it produces element 36, krypton, and element 56, barium, with the reaction equation, 235 on 236U plus 140 Ba plus 93 krona plus N. This energy is roughly equivalent to the sensation of the smallest particles visible to the naked eye jumping once. In comparison, the energy produced by the combustion of a single carbon atom is only 41 eV 200 MeV, which is just 1/50 millionth of the energy released by nuclear fission. This is just the energy released by a single atomic fission. According to the laws of chemical reactions, 1 mole of uranium-235 contains 602,102,300 atoms, which is over 6 trillion uranium atoms, with a total weight of 235 grams. Uranium has a density similar to gold, so 1 mole of uranium is roughly the same size as 250 grams of gold and can fit in the palm of your hand. If all these atoms were to undergo fission, the energy released would be astonishingly large, roughly equivalent to the energy released by the complete combustion of 600 tons of coal. The energy released by the complete fission of 1 kilogram of uranium-235 or plutonium-239 is roughly equivalent to the explosive power of 20,000 tons of high-explosive TNT. When the nucleus of uranium-235 undergoes fission, it also emits neutrons, sometimes none at all, sometimes up to 6, with an average of 25. This means that a single neutron-induced nuclear fission releases 25 neutrons. These neutrons, in turn, cause the fission of surrounding atomic nuclei, triggering a series of atomic fissions like an avalanche. This process is called a chain reaction. However, not all neutrons necessarily cause new fissions. For example, since atomic nuclei are extremely small, neutrons may not necessarily come into contact with uranium nuclei. If the uranium block is not large enough, some neutrons will escape from the uranium block and fail to initiate new fissions. Of course, impurities in the uranium block can also absorb neutrons, preventing new fission from occurring. The smallest volume required for a chain reaction in fissile material to continue is called the critical volume, and its mass is referred to as the critical mass. Critical mass is closely related to the purity, type, density, and geometric shape of the fissile material. If the material is enclosed in neutron-reflecting material, the critical mass can be reduced. Generally, the critical mass of spherical pure uranium-235 is approximately 50 kg, while that of plutonium-239 is 15-16 kilograms. When neutron-reflecting materials are added, the critical mass of uranium-235 decreases to 15 kilograms, while that of plutonium-239 decreases to 10-11 kilograms. The reason the material is processed into a spherical shape is that, for a given volume, a sphere has the smallest surface area, thereby reducing neutron leakage. Everyone present stared at the dense array of numbers and formulas Yang Yu had written on the dining table, along with the clear diagrams of every component of the firearm he had drawn, leaving them speechless with astonishment. The commander of the 6th Military Region, witnessing this scene, tears welled up in his eyes as he hurriedly thanked Yang Yuxiang. "Thank you, Mr. Yang. Thank you so much. We truly can't thank you enough." After a deep sigh, Yang Yu tore off the tablecloth and handed it to the commander of the 6th Military Region, saying, "The spherical processing reaction material is nearly complete at our research institute. Mass production should be possible within a month. Return today and manufacture the firearm according to the blueprints. It will definitely meet your expectations. All you need to do is slightly modify the internal structure of the bullet and the gun body. No major changes are necessary. The blueprints for the handgun and the internal structure of the bullet have already been modified for you. This time, follow my blueprints for the design, and there will definitely be no more instances of spontaneous detonation. The bullets should also be made according to the new design I provided, which will definitely improve their speed and power." Yang Yu's previous remarks were merely intended to ease the tension and prevent the commander of the 6th Military Region from feeling overly anxious. He did not want others to think he was arrogant or unwilling to assist others with minor requests. He is not that kind of person. Now that the issue is resolved, shall we continue with the music? Shall we continue with the dance? In the office of Suleiman, the capital of M country. Suleiman was carefully watching the entire replay video of the press conference for the Chinese 3-serviceman aircraft carrier. General Suleiman, you've been watching for over 3 hours. Stafford looked at Suleiman's focused expression and spoke in a low voice. However, Suleiman seemed oblivious to Stafford's words, continuing to stare intently at the video on the screen before him, unable to calm down. He simply couldn't believe that all of this was real. At that moment, an office staff member slowly approached Stafford and whispered in his ear, "The others are already waiting for General Suleiman." "Alright, I understand. Go inform them that General Suleiman will be arriving shortly." Stafford glanced at the staff member who had entered and said in a firm voice. After saying that, the staff member slowly exited the room. Stafford stepped forward, forcefully shut down Suleiman's computer, and said in a low voice, "General Suleiman, it has already happened. The only thing we can do now is to resolve this matter, come up with the best solution, and make sure they don't affect our country's interests. Don't keep wallowing in this slump like this anymore." Suleiman saw the screen suddenly go dark. He felt as though he had awakened from a deep sleep. His body trembled, and he looked up at Stafford standing before him. "Stafford, why did you turn off my computer?" Suleiman demanded. Stafford calmly repeated what he had just said. Upon hearing Stafford's words, Suleiman suddenly snapped back to reality. He realized that he had been so engrossed in watching the video of the Chinese tri-serviceman aircraft carrier launch that he had zoned out. Suleiman gently pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Suleiman spoke, gently pushing his glasses up his nose, took a sip of coke, took a deep breath, and spoke in a solemn voice. "I admit that this matter has put too much pressure and blow on me. I can't accept this fact right now. I'm truly sorry." After speaking, Suleiman stood up and prepared to follow Stafford to the conference room to join the others for the meeting. As he walked through the corridors of the palace, Suleiman looked at the photos of past leaders hanging on the walls, feeling as though his heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 75, Video Conference. Suleiman had no idea how to handle this situation. He didn't know if he could maintain M country's current position in the world. This China. To have accomplished such a monumental feat without anyone noticing, it seems that China's strength truly cannot be underestimated. I underestimated them before I was too arrogant. After sighing, Suleiman spoke in a solemn tone. Suleiman now felt deeply regretful, regretting that he had once underestimated China so much. Stafford spoke in a solemn tone. "What China has done is indeed unexpected. I never anticipated it, and even though we learned of its truth a few days ago, it cannot alter the outcome. What we can do now is maintain the current status quo, preserve our nation's standing, and ensure it does not undermine the position of our country, on the global stage." Upon hearing his words, Suleiman nodded in agreement, then followed Stafford to the entrance of the conference room, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. This meeting was the same as the last one, a video conference. However, this time, the video conference utilized the latest holographic projection technology developed by their country, M. This technology uses 3D scanning to record and reproduce real objects in 3-dimensional images. As Suleiman walked in, he immediately noticed that everyone else was waiting for him. He smiled and addressed the others in the meeting room, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for keeping you waiting." As soon as he finished speaking, Suleiman took his seat and began discussing strategies regarding the Chinese tri-serviceman aircraft carrier with the others in the meeting room. At that moment, one of the men spoke up in a serious tone. "I believe that our attitude toward China should prioritize cooperation above all else." At this point, the others echoed his words. "We agree with his opinion and also wish to maintain friendly relations with China. After all, China now possesses 3-serviceman aircraft carriers, and its national strength is far beyond what we can compare to." However, one of the men sneered and spoke disdainfully, "You're all cowards. The moment someone shows a little strength, you're all scared out of your wits." The other two foreign leaders, who were on better terms, agreed. "I think it should be your country that takes the lead to test whether China will reveal its true 3-serviceman aircraft carrier. Only then will we acknowledge this fact." The leaders present all had differing opinions, and the two leaders who disagreed with them began to argue with the others. After several people argued for over 10 minutes in the conference room, Suleiman slammed his hand on the table and spoke in a firm voice. "Enough. Stop arguing. I have an idea, listen to me. If I could meet the chief engineer Su from China and recruit him to work for us, with him on board, we too could develop a tri-capable manned aircraft carrier. Once we have that, we'll be able to stand toe-to-toe with China." The crowd, who had been arguing heatedly, fell silent upon hearing this. They all turned to look at Suleiman and asked in unison, "Are you confident?" Suleiman looked up at the crowd in the meeting room and shouted angrily, "Are you telling me how to do my job? All right, today's meeting is adjourned. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Dismissed." As soon as Suleiman finished speaking, he ended the remote video conference and returned to his office with Stafford. Xi'an, China. After successfully resolving the challenges faced by the commander of the 6th Military Region, the celebratory banquet continued. Every face present was radiant with smiles filled with joy. They also began to envision a very bold future for the Huaxia nation. I never imagined that one day the Huaxia nation could become a leader guiding the world, Yuan Lao said solemnly. At that moment, the director of the National Security Bureau also looked at Yang Yu with a delighted expression, then sighed and said, "What a pity. If only Yang Zongshi could be my son-in-law, how wonderful that would be." Upon hearing the director's words, the crowd began to mock him once again. The commander of the 6th Military Region spoke up, "You old fool, you had the nerve to speak to me like that earlier. You're just as eager as everyone else to have Yang Zongshi as your son-in-law and become his father. Yang Zongshi is so outstanding, who wouldn't want such an outstanding person to be their son-in-law? But I'm different from you, I have the nerve to recommend my own daughter to Mr. Yang. You old fool, it's just because you have a son that you're saying this to me." The director of the National Security Bureau and the commander of the 6th District suddenly started arguing again. Those present, watching the director of the National Security Bureau and the commander of the 6th District, also burst into laughter. What kind of woman could make our chief engineer Yang so fond of her? I'm really curious. The Air Force commander looked at Yang Yu with a curious expression and asked, "Chief Engineer Yang, could you show us a photo of your girlfriend?" Yang Yu couldn't help but laugh helplessly and politely declined, No, it's better not to see it." However, as soon as Yang Yu finished speaking, the others became even more curious about what his girlfriend actually looked like. Even the 6th Military Region commander and the director of the National Security Bureau, who had been arguing non-stop, stopped and joined the crowd asking for photos of Yang Yu's girlfriend. Yang Yu couldn't withstand the constant harassment and eventually pulled out his wallet, taking out a yellowed old photo. When Yang Yu took out the photo, he felt as though he had been transported back to his university days. Everything seemed so beautiful. In the photo, Yang Yu and Xu Fan looked pure and innocent. It was the first photo they had taken together after they had met. Yang Yu's face was filled with tenderness and nostalgia, and there were even tears glistening in his eyes. He recalled his university days, when the two of them were always bickering, but still felt incredibly happy. Yang Yu had once imagined that one day he could hold Xu Fan's hand every day, walk together on the streets, admire the scenery, and watch the sunset. Perhaps such a life would be quite wonderful. Unfortunately, these fantasies are unlikely to become reality. Chapter 76, A Perfect Match. When everyone saw Yang Yu take out a yellowed old photo from his wallet, they all crowded around to get a closer look at the woman in the photo. After seeing it, everyone couldn't help but praise her. That little girl is so beautiful. She truly lives up to being the young lady that Mr. Yang took a liking to. They really are a perfect match. Who could disagree? They're truly a perfect match, made for each other. I've completely given up hope. Oh well. After the press conference for the tri-capable man warship ended, the internet was abuzz with discussions. Most of the discussions revolved around the 3-service manned aircraft carrier, with some users saving photos of the vessel and analyzing its specific technical details in detail. For example, the prototype of the 6-wing engine of the tri-service man warship is XXX. This red turbine engine is somewhat similar to the one developed by our company, etc. There have even been some comments exposing Xu Fan's identity, but such comments were quickly deleted by national security authorities shortly after they appeared online. This is because Yang Yu's identity remains one of the state's most closely guarded secrets and is something the state must protect. The research and development program at the Tsanglong Research Institute has not yet been fully completed, and if Yang Yu's identity were to be exposed at this stage, it would have a significant impact on both Yang Yu and the research program at the Tsanglong Research Institute. Of course, the state will not keep Yang Yu hidden behind the scenes forever. Eventually, his identity will be revealed, but the time is not now. In an old house in a dilapidated neighborhood of Luzhou City, Xu Fan walked alone to the riverbank. He watched the waves crashing against the shore, with a gentle breeze blowing by. Layer upon layer of foam gradually chased each other, and his heart was as restless as the waves, unable to find peace. It was precisely because Xu Fan had just seen Yang Yu's silhouette on TV that he was absolutely certain that silhouette belonged to Yang Yu. Yang Yu was actually keeping this from me? Xu Fan thought of the highly classified project of the tri-mode man warship, and Yang Yu was actually the chief engineer of that project. After thinking for a moment, Xu Fan picked up his phone and opened Douyin. The moment he opened Douyin, messages flooded his phone like a tidal wave. The constant ding sounds of new notifications from Douyin vibrated so intensely that Xu Fan nearly dropped his phone. Xu Fan opened the private message with a nervous heart. She was even afraid to look at the messages online, fearing that someone was using harsh words to insult her again. However, the messages had already flooded Xu Fan's Douyin feed, with thousands of private messages refreshing every second. However, when Xu Fan, feeling a bit nervous, opened the private messages, she was surprised to find that they weren't insults directed at her, but instead one after another message apologizing to her. Xu Fan, I'm sorry for wronging you earlier. I'm truly sorry. I was swayed by public opinion and mistakenly thought you were that kind of person. I'm truly sorry, and I hope you can forgive me for having previously agreed with others online who were slandering you. None of us meant to do this. We were all just following someone else's malicious intentions. We didn't have the ability to think for ourselves and were led astray. I'm truly sorry for what happened. Shu Fan, I'm so sorry. Shu Fan, I hope you can forgive me. After seeing these messages of apology one after another, Shu Fan could no longer hold back her emotions and shed tears. Because deep down, she felt that finally someone understood that she had been wronged. After seeing these private messages apologizing to him, Shu Fan composed herself and thought it over. If she were to reply to each person individually, she wouldn't be able to handle it all by herself. After thinking it over, she decided to post a statement addressing the matter as a whole to everyone at once. Just then, Douyin officially verified Shu Fan's personal account with an orange celebrity badge. Within just a few minutes, Shu Fan's follower count continued to rise rapidly. 10,000 followers. 20,000 followers. 50,000 followers. 100,000 followers. 500,000 followers. 1 million followers. 5 million followers. 10 million followers. 20 million followers. The number of followers skyrocketed, and soon Shu Fan had over 30 million followers. Currently, Shu Fan's fanbase has surpassed that of Lulu's Douyin followers. Following the two previous smear campaigns, Shu Fan has become widely recognized by millions of netizens as a pure and innocent beauty. Shu Fan, who has been watching Douyin, has finally begun to smile again, as the internet and the people have finally cleared her name. At that moment, Shu Fan felt that the doubts that had been weighing on her heart for so long had finally been resolved. Shu Fan finally understood what Yang Yu had been doing all along. The defamation against her on Douyin had all been cleared up. It seemed that her life would be exactly as Yang Yu had said it would only get better and happier from here on out. After pondering for a moment, Shu Fan took a deep breath and turned to walk back home. As soon as Shu Fan arrived home, she saw Xianxian lying on the sofa playing with a broken phone. She sat down beside Xianxian, gently touched her head, and smiled as she asked, "What are you doing, Xianxian? This phone is already broken. What do you want to do with it?" Xianxian wants to fix the phone and call Dad. Xianxian blinked her innocent big eyes and smiled as she spoke. "Xianxian, don't worry. Dad will be back soon to find us." Shu Fan took a lollipop out of his pocket, handed it to Xianxian, and said, "As long as Xianxian studies hard, serves the country, and makes sacrifices for the country, Dad will always be by Xuanxuan's side." Xianxian took the lollipop from Shu Fan's hand and began to eat it happily. Xian, China. After a moment of reflection, the leaders of Huaxia Kingdom looked at Yang Yu with the same affectionate gaze one might reserve for a stepson, each eager to help him build a happy family. "Mr. Yang, what does your girlfriend do in Luzhou City? Do you need me to help arrange something for her?" the Air Force commander asked. The Air Force commander genuinely admired Yang Yu and genuinely wanted to help him, as well as to assist this pillar of the nation who had dedicated so much to the country. Seeing this, the others present also expressed their willingness to provide Yang Yu with some supplies to help Shu Fan live a happy life. "Why don't I arrange for your girlfriend to work as a civilian staff member at the military zone in Luzhou?" After pondering for a moment, the Air Force commander spoke in a solemn tone. Chapter 77, Calling Dad. Yang Yu saw this and was startled, but quickly smiled and refused. "This position is indeed very good, but precisely because it's so good, I'm afraid Shu Fan won't accept it, because I know Shu Fan doesn't want to become that kind of person. However, I still appreciate your kindness, Commander. I will take your offer into consideration." "General Commander, you're speaking too highly of me. There's no need to be so formal. Your safety and the safety of your family are our top priorities. We absolutely cannot allow your family to be put in danger. If we were to assign your girlfriend to the Luzhou military region, I could personally ensure her safety." "Yang, the chief engineer, you're being too formal. There's no need to be so formal. Your safety and the safety of your family are our top priorities. We absolutely cannot allow your family to be put in danger. If we were to assign your girlfriend to the Luzhou military region, I could arrange for my soldiers to go and protect your family." The Air Force commander spoke up. "Really, there's no need. This is too much trouble for you." Yang Yu politely refused. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, the Air Force commander waved his hand and spoke in a solemn tone. "This isn't troublesome, Mr. Yang. These are all minor matters, and they are all in compliance with the law. I am confident that if it were your girlfriend, she would pass the assessment flawlessly." Everyone present began to speak earnestly to Yang Yu, but Xiao Feng remained silent, saying nothing. After all, Xiao Feng had known Yang Yu for many years and was well aware of both Yang Yu's and Shu Fan's personalities. Seeing Yang Yu in such a difficult situation, Xiao Feng stepped forward to intervene, speaking in a firm tone. "Why don't you just let Yang Zhongshe go? Yang Zhongshe's girlfriend works at the main office of Luzhou TV station. He's also very talented, isn't he?" When everyone present heard that Yang Yu's girlfriend still works at the TV station's headquarters, they all praised the couple, saying that they truly are a perfect match, and both are talented and accomplished at such a young age. "It's truly thanks to the kindness of all the leaders. Yang Yu expresses his gratitude here." Yang Yu said with a smile. "My wife and I both deeply love our country, but we don't want to take anything for free. We just want to do our part, earn our own living, and live a peaceful and happy life." After hearing Yang Yu's words, the others no longer felt comfortable continuing the discussion. However, this incident also allowed them to see Yang Yu's outstanding qualities and his unwavering determination. Master Yang, you truly are both patriotic and family-oriented. Master Yang, you are truly noble, the Air Force commander praised him generously. In an old house in a dilapidated neighborhood of Luzhou City. After Shufan fell asleep, Xianxian watched the news conference about the three serviceman worship being repeatedly broadcast on TV. Every time she saw the last scene with that slightly clearer outline, Xianxian would excitedly call out, "Daddy." Seeing that her mother had fallen asleep, Xianxian tiptoed over to her mother's side and pulled out the phone that was tucked under the pillow. Xianxian took the phone to the room outside, her face lit up with a smug expression, and she murmured to herself, "Ha, finally, Xianxian can finally call Dad." The next moment, the phone screen lit up with a soft blue glow. Xianxian excitedly shouted out, but as soon as she made a sound, she quickly covered her mouth with her small hands, afraid of waking her mother. She then cautiously returned to the room to take a look. Thankfully, she hadn't woken her mother, and she let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was close. I almost woke my mom up," Xianxian said with relief. Xianxian opened her phone contacts, scrolled through the long list of names, and spotted a phone number with only the character Yang as a note. There were no call records for this number, but it had been saved separately by Shufan. The detailed note next to the phone number read Yang Yu. Upon seeing this, Xianxian couldn't help but smile happily. She then quietly went outside and dialed Yang Yu's number. Beep. Xianxian saw that the call had been successfully connected and a happy smile appeared on her face. At that moment, the phone in the secure communications studio suddenly rang. The few staff members present became extremely tense. The staff members in the confidential communications room took out their phones and, after seeing the notes on their phones, said in confusion, "Isn't this Yang Zongshi's phone? It seems to be a call from Mr. Yang's girlfriend. Should we take this phone to Mr. Yang?" The staff member responsible for keeping the phones was unsure and asked. Several staff members looked at each other, unsure of what to do. After all, this was a highly confidential banquet, and confidentiality was essential. Therefore, they needed to keep Yang Yu's movements confidential. The person in charge of the confidential communications room where the phones were kept also furrowed his brows and spoke in a low voice. "I know what you're thinking, but under these circumstances, we can't guarantee that this phone hasn't been used by a spy. For safety's sake, we should keep this phone here and not give it to Mr. Yang." Another staff member overheard the head of the confidential communications room and nodded in agreement, saying, "The head is right. We must keep Yang Zongshi's whereabouts confidential. We can discuss the rest later." The head of the confidential communications room said in a low voice. "The Air Force commander has specifically instructed us. After careful consideration, we should take the phone to Yang Zongshi, but we must bring along devices to eliminate location tracking and counter-location reconnaissance aircraft." The head of the confidential communications room instructed another staff member in a low voice. According to the confidentiality agreement, they should not answer any calls under any circumstances. However, the head of the confidential communications room had received orders from the Air Force commander to ensure that Yang Zongshi's feelings were not hurt. Therefore, he must confirm whether the call was made by a foreign spy. The head of the confidential communications room and a staff member then took a device to eliminate location trackers and counter-surveillance equipment to the National Banquet Hall to find Yang Yu. At that moment, Yang Yu had just politely declined the kind offer from the Air Force commander and everyone else when he saw the head of the classified communications room and a staff member approaching with two precision instruments. "Mr. Yang, there's a call for you," the head of the room said respectfully to Yang Yu. "Mr. Yang, there's a call for you." The head of the room addressed Yang Yu respectfully. "Oh? Who was that?" Yang Yu asked curiously. "The name on the screen is Shufan. Please answer the call, but please understand that we need to activate the equipment to disable the location tracking. Please put the call on speakerphone, as we cannot confirm whether this is a call from a foreign spy," the supervisor said in a low voice to Yang Yu. Chapter 78, Your Dad is Fighting a Giant Monster. Prepare to activate the equipment to eliminate the locator and anti-location reconnaissance aircraft. The head of the classified communications room spoke in a low voice to another staff member, giving orders. Yang Yu took the phone handed to him by the head of the confidential communications room and looked at the number displayed on the screen. After waiting for several staff members from the confidential communications room to set up the professional equipment, he decisively pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone to listen. Yang Yu knew that these national security forces tasked with confidential missions definitely had their own channels for obtaining information, such as their own contact details, and would also have a complete monitoring system in place. "Hello, is this Dad?" As the phone connected, a soft, childish voice came through. Everyone in the state banquet hall looked startled and uncertain. "Is this a trap to lure us into a trap?" the staff in the confidential communications room said in a low voice. The head of the confidential communications room furrowed his brows even more tightly before turning to another staff member beside him and issuing an order, "Locate their exact position immediately." The head of the confidential communications room gestured again, signaling Yang Yu to remain silent. All right. Upon receiving the order, the staff in the confidential communications room immediately began their operations. Additionally, please conduct a voice recognition verification to confirm whether this voice is machine-generated. The head of the confidential communications room instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff in the confidential communications room opened their computers and began working. They extracted a segment of audio and loaded it into the audio analysis system, initiating the analysis process. Soon, the results of the voice analysis were available. The staff in the confidential communications room looked at the results displayed on the computer and spoke to the head of the confidential communications room in a low voice, reporting to the head, the voice on the other end of the phone is not synthesized, it is real. The location indicated that the phone was in an abandoned residential area in Luzhou City. Upon hearing the results, Yang Yu spoke into the phone and asked, "Is this Xian? You have to tell me first if you're my dad. Otherwise, Xian won't tell you who I am, because my dad told me not to just tell strangers my name." Xian heard no response from the other end of the phone and immediately grew wary, but she still blurted out her name without thinking. Everyone in the state banquet hall heard the soft, childlike voice coming from the other end of the phone and couldn't help but laugh helplessly. "How adorable is this little one?" the Air Force commander said with a smile. Yang Yu smiled slightly and replied, Xian, it's me, your dad." Xian, did you call your dad for something? Where is your mom right now? What's dad doing?" Xian misses dad. Upon hearing it was her father, Yang Xian immediately shouted excitedly. Yang Yu felt deeply moved. This little one is truly very understanding. Xian, daddy is out fighting a big monster. Wait a little longer, and once the monster is defeated, I'll come back to see you. Yang Yu explained, unsure if Xian would believe such a lie, but it was the best solution he could think of. Xian heard this and said, "Oh, you're fighting a monster? Alright, mom's asleep. Dad, did you chase the big monster away yet?" Xian wants to go find dad and help dad fight the big monster. Xian shouted excitedly after hearing Yang Yu's response. Xian, you're still too weak. Dad doesn't allow you to come over. If you come over, it will affect dad's fighting power. You don't want dad to be bullied by the monsters, do you? Be a good girl and listen to dad. Once dad finishes fighting the monsters, I'll come home and play with you, okay? Yang Yu spoke comfortingly, though he wasn't even sure if his lie would fool Xian. After all, she was only 7 or 8 years old. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian quickly responded, yes, Xian doesn't want daddy to be defeated by the monsters. Xian doesn't like big monsters bullying daddy. Xian, be a good girl. Dad will come back soon. Xian was very understanding, but she knew she was too weak to help dad fight the monsters. Hearing Xian say that, Yang Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. Xian was still very understanding and knew she was trying to protect him. Alright, Xian, go to bed quickly. You have school tomorrow. Yang Yu urged Xian to go to bed. Okay, good night, Dad. Xian replied. Good night, Xian. Yang Yu hung up the phone. Who would have thought that our chief engineer Yang has such a cute daughter? After hearing Xian and Yang Yu's conversation in the state banquet hall, everyone couldn't help but praise her. Ha, that's right. This child is simply too smart and adorable, someone laughed. That's right. Mr. Yang is truly blessed, another person chimed in. Hearing these words, Yang Yu could only smile wryly, but his heart was filled with sweetness. After all, the feeling of being a father was truly wonderful. Creak. Just then, Xian heard the sound of the door opening. Yang Yashuan. What are you doing? Who are you calling? Shufan, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly heard Xuan's voice and looked up to see a faint light at the door. Shufan peered through the door and saw Xian holding the phone and talking. He walked over and confronted her. I'm calling Dad. Xian said with a smile. What? Xian, did you fix your phone? Shufan was extremely surprised and took the phone from Xuan's hand. After taking the phone, Shufan glanced at it. The call log showed that the call had indeed been made, and the number was indeed Yang Yu's. I've been trying to call this number for 3 years and couldn't get through, yet you managed to connect it, Shufan said to Anan with a mix of disbelief and admiration. Shufan then dialed the number back. Yang Yu saw the phone ringing again and knew that Shufan must have woken up and was calling him, so he answered the call. Hello, is this Yang Yu? Shufan asked cautiously, her heart filled with anxiety. Yang Yu's heart trembled violently, then he spoke softly, Shufan, it's me. Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Shufan's heart began to race even more wildly, as if it were about to leap out of his mouth. He then exclaimed excitedly, it's really you. Shufan, you're getting too excited, Yang Yu sighed helplessly. Chapter 79, I'll wait as long as it takes. I never expected it to be you. Shufan's heart was filled with excitement. Yang Yu, how are you doing now? Shufan asked softly. I'm doing well. How are you and Xian? Yang Yu hurriedly replied. Xian and I are also doing well. Shu Fan smiled and said. That's good. As long as you and Xian are doing well, I'll be at ease. Yang Yu sighed lightly and said. Yang Yu, where are you now? Shu Fan continued to ask. Yang Yu, where are you now? Shu Fan continued to ask. Shu Fan, I can't tell you, but I promise you, I definitely didn't do anything bad. Yang Yu said in a low voice. Alright, I believe you. I have something I want to tell you. Shu Fan nodded. Shu Fan, what is it? Go ahead and say it. Yang Yu said. Husband, don't worry. I'll raise Xian to grow up healthy and happy. You don't need to worry about us. I know you're busy with your research. Go ahead and focus on your work. Xian and I will be waiting for you at home, safe and sound. Even if it takes 10 or 20 years, I will wait for you no matter how long it takes. Yang Yu heard what Shu Fan said and felt very upset. After all, Yang Yu had sacrificed his entire youth for the sake of the country, yet Shu Fan had to endure all the hardships alone. Yang Yu felt a lump in his throat. He truly owed Shu Fan and her daughter Xian far too much. After hearing Shu Fan's words, the Air Force commander also thought to himself, such a promising youth, yet unable to be by the side of one's wife and daughter, such a thing would be hard for anyone to accept. However, Yang Zongshi did not ask the nation for a single penny in compensation or reward, but instead dedicated himself entirely to serving the country without a single complaint. Shu Fan, rest assured. As soon as I finish my work here, I will return to see you all. Yang Yu spoke in a solemn tone. But deep down, Yang Yu didn't know if he would ever have that chance again in his lifetime. It's okay, Yang Yu. I understand you. Xian and I both support you. It's getting late. Go get some rest. Shu Fan said. Before Yang Yu could say anything else, Shu Fan hung up the phone. Then Shu Fan deleted Yang Yu's number from his phone. After all, Shu Fan knew that what Yang Yu was doing now needed to be kept confidential, and she didn't want others to know about his whereabouts. If others were to find out about Yang Yu's actions, it would undoubtedly put Yang Yu in a highly dangerous situation. Meanwhile, in the National Banquet Hall, Yang Yu listened to Shu Fan's words and couldn't help but break down in tears. His heart ached deeply, and tears streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground with a dull thud, echoing the pain he felt inside. Yang Yu felt deeply saddened. He knew that he had wronged Shu Fan too much in this lifetime, and there was no way he could ever make up for what he had taken from him. The few prominent figures present, upon hearing Shu Fan's words to Yang Yuxing, also looked at him with a complex expression. They simply couldn't believe that a young woman could understand Yang Yuxing so deeply. At the same time, they also felt that Yang Yu had sacrificed far too much for the sake of the Huashan nation. Mr. Yang, why don't you go home and visit them? The mother and daughter, the military department head said, unable to bear it any longer. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke in a firm voice. I'm afraid that if I go back, I might not be able to return. At this critical moment, the nation has already unveiled its 3 service-manned aircraft carrier. I must expedite the research and development progress at the Tsanglong Research Institute to ensure national security remains the top priority. Only then can we prevent other nations from forming an alliance to attack our country. When everyone present heard that Yang Yu was willing to continue his work in Kunlun, they all wore expressions that were hard to describe. In their hearts, they all felt that they owed Yang Yu too much. If it weren't for them, Yang Yu wouldn't have so many unfinished tasks and research plans to tackle. However, these research projects could only be handled by Yang Yu. After agreeing to let him leave last time, they discovered that most of the research projects at the Tsanglong Research Institute had slowed down significantly, with some even coming to a complete standstill. Therefore, the Tsanglong Research Institute simply cannot function without Yang Yu. Without Yang Yu, the Tsanglong Research Institute would be like a fish out of water. It would quickly become chaotic and disorganized, and some might even struggle to survive. Moreover, the decision to grant Yang Yu leave requires the joint approval of the Minister of the National Research and Development Department, the head of the Military Department, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force. In some cases, further authorization from higher-ranking officials may also be necessary. At that moment, the Air Force Commander-in-Chief glanced at Yang Yu, whose eyes were red from crying, and spoke in a solemn tone. I think we should give Yang, the Chief Engineer, a short vacation. Yang Chief Engineer, all you need to do is ensure that the research projects at the Tsanglong Research Institute proceed smoothly over the next few days, keeping all projects on track. You can return to the Tsanglong Research Institute after 7 days. After hearing the words of the Air Force Commander-in-Chief, the old pharmacist nodded solemnly and said, I agree with the Air Force Commander-in-Chief. Yang Zongshi indeed needs to take a break for a while. Now that we have the 3-role amphibious aircraft carrier, we can deploy it into combat at any time. Moreover, I believe other countries will not act rashly against us for the time being. Therefore, granting Yang 7 days of leave should pose no issues. The Air Force commander and the old alchemist both turned to look at the military department head at that moment. The military department head, noticing the 2 men looking at him, sighed helplessly and said, I'll go first. I propose granting Yang Zongshi a leave of absence. There are no issues on the military side. Yang Zongshi can go home and rest with peace of mind. Upon seeing that both General Yuan and the military headquarters officials had agreed, the Air Force commander spoke in a solemn tone, "Then let's settle this matter here and now. Grant Young, the chief engineer, a 7-day extended leave. I will take care of arranging this matter. Let Yang Zongshi rest properly and resolve any lingering concerns so that he can better focus on his research work." As soon as he finished speaking, the Air Force commander turned to the staff in the secure communications room and issued his orders: "Call Xiao Ran in Zhongjiang province and have her come here immediately." Upon receiving the order, the staff in the classified communications room immediately called Xiao Ran in Zhongjiang province. Xiao Ran happened to be nearby handling some matters. Upon hearing that the Air Force commander was looking for her, she hurried to the National Banquet Hall. Xiao Ran was dressed in a black uniform and a short skirt, giving her a very professional and efficient appearance. She wore a pair of black stockings and black high heels, which perfectly accentuated her long, straight legs. Chapter 80, Private Female Secretary. Her skin was fair, her eyes brimming with confidence and arrogance. Her face bore little expression, yet it exuded a powerful allure. Her long, jet-black hair, dyed and styled into large, flowing curls, cascades down her shoulders. Her face is adorned with subtle makeup, giving her a clean and refreshing appearance. She exudes a powerful presence and possesses a remarkably composed demeanor. "Commander, were you looking for me?" Xiao Ran, holding a briefcase, walked slowly up to the Air Force commander and spoke with a smile. "Yes, I have a very important mission for you to carry out." The Air Force commander spoke with a serious expression. Upon hearing that she had been assigned a very important task, Xiao Ran immediately wiped the smile off her face and spoke to the Air Force commander with a serious expression. "Commander, please give your orders. I guarantee I will complete the mission." The Air Force commander smiled slightly, then raised his finger to point at Yang Yu sitting beside him and said with a smile, "Your task is to ensure the safety of this person. May I ask who this gentleman is?" Xiao Ran asked after taking a closer look at Yang Yu. "Who is this?" Xiao Ran asked after taking a closer look at Yang Yu. Xiao Ran felt she couldn't quite figure out the man in front of her. There was something about his demeanor that was strangely captivating. This is none other than Yang Yu, the father of China's 3 service-manned aircraft carrier and the backbone of our nation. The Air Force commander introduced him solemnly to Xiao Ran. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. She had always wanted to see this legendary man, who was said to be as formidable as a god, with her own eyes. She had always imagined that this legendary pillar of the nation would be an elderly man with a white beard, but now it seemed that he was actually around her age. "Is the commander really sure he wants to entrust such an important figure to me?" Xiao Ran asked. After hearing this information, Xiao Ran suddenly became a bit insecure, and her words were a bit unclear. Seeing Xiao Ran in this state, the Air Force commander smiled slightly, pointed at Xiao Ran, and addressed Yang Yu. "Yang Yu. This is Ran Duor from Zhongjiang province. She is the most outstanding female secretary in the entire province. Even our superiors praise her for being efficient, capable, and highly productive. Having her accompany you back to Luzhou is absolutely no problem. Please take good care of her, Xiao Ran." Yang Yu was also deeply shocked upon hearing this. The other party's age should be roughly the same as hers, yet she had already become the most outstanding secretary in Zhongjiang province. It seemed that this beautiful young woman before him must also be exceptionally capable. "Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Ran." Yang Yu was also shocked upon hearing this. The other party was roughly the same age as her, yet had already become the most outstanding secretary in Zhongjiang province. It seemed that this beautiful young woman before her must also be exceptionally capable. "No, no." Xiao Ran quickly shook her head and said, "It's an honor to serve Mr. Yang. I'm so happy. I'm truly sorry for losing my composure in front of you just now." "Xiao Ran, why are you so nervous?" "There's no need to be so nervous. Is it because our director Yang looks so intimidating?" The Air Force commander spoke up upon seeing Xiao Ran's nervous expression. The Air Force commander then briefed Xiao Ran on some crucial aspects of the mission. This time, Yang Zongshi is returning home, and the first priority is to maintain absolute confidentiality. However, during the process, Yang Zongshi must not be subjected to the slightest inconvenience. Therefore, you must coordinate discreetly to ensure that all departments at all levels cooperate actively. At the same time, you must also make proper arrangements for Mr. Yang's family. No one is to disturb Mr. Yang or endanger his safety or that of his family. If Mr. Yang suffers any injustice during his return, I will hold you personally responsible. Do you understand?" After hearing the words of the Air Force commander, Xiao Ran hurriedly nodded repeatedly and promised, "Please rest assured, Commander. With me here, I will not let Chief Engineer Yang suffer the slightest injustice. I guarantee that this mission will be completed successfully." Yang Yu saw that these leaders had made such a decision for his sake, and he knew that the higher-ups would certainly hold them accountable later. Yang Yu was deeply moved and immediately addressed the Air Force commander with gratitude. "Commander, I can't thank you enough." He was well aware that there were still numerous unresolved issues with the research plans at the Tsanglong Research Institute and the Military Research Department, yet he had set these matters aside and returned home alone. Yang Yu truly felt a sense of guilt toward everyone. Please rest assured that when I return, I will resolve all these challenges and make up for the delayed progress. Yang Yu assured them. The Air Force commander looked at Yang Yu and smiled, saying, there's no need to worry about those two matters. The leave was already granted to you, so there's no need to make up for any progress. Upon your return, you can resume your research as usual. Just prepare the research records from the Tsanglong Research Institute and hand them over to the old pharmacist. He will handle the arrangements for you, the Air Force commander-in-chief said with a smile. Yang Yu listened to the Air Force commander's words and wanted to continue thanking him, but upon seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Yang Yu felt a bit at a loss and decided not to speak further. Alright, no more talk. Hurry up and leave. The 7-day vacation starts tomorrow. If you leave today, you'll have a little more time. Yang Yu nodded, then turned to see Xiaoran standing nearby and said, this time, I'll trouble you, Miss Xiaoran. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Let's go, Mr. Yang. Xiaoran said with a smile, but she suddenly felt something was off and quickly corrected herself. No, Mr. Yang, let's go. After leaving the state banquet hall, Yang Yu followed Xiaoran's lead and checked into the national level hotel together. Since Xiaoran had to ensure Yang Yu's safety at all times, the two of them ended up sharing the same room. However, due to Yang Yu's special status, they had booked a presidential suite. Although it was one room, the two bedrooms were separated by a living room, thus avoiding any awkward situations. Mr. Yang, where do you plan to go first? Do you have any plans? Xiaoran quietly stood behind Yang Yu and asked. After a moment of thought, Yang Yu said in a solemn voice, let's go back to my hometown first. I want to go back and visit my parents. It's been a long time since I last saw them. When Yang Yu first arrived on this planet, he was born into an extremely poor family. Their house was made of thatched tiles, but his parents, in order to give Yang Yu a chance at a better life, used all the money they earned from selling farm products to support his education. Furthermore, to prevent Yang Yu from being looked down upon by others at university, they would send him an extra 600 yuan each month for living expenses, so he could buy some decent, presentable clothes to wear. Chapter 81, Official Vehicle. Lutang Village, Jinping County, Yuyao City. It is important to note that Yang Yu's monthly living expenses are 300 yuan higher than the average person's, but this money is all earned by Yang Yu's parents through welfare and pension insurance. Now, Yang Yu has not sent any news to his parents for 7 whole years, and he is deeply concerned about them. On his home planet, he had lived in an orphanage since childhood and had never experienced the warmth of a family. When he first arrived on this planet, he secretly vowed to himself that he would make sure his parents on this planet lived a happy life. Alright, Mr. Yang, I've already arranged a private plane for you. You can fly directly to your destination tomorrow morning, and it'll only take about 2 hours. Xiaoran quickly began operating the laptop and then booked a direct flight to the destination for Yang Yu. Thank you so much. Just call me Yang Yu. Calling me Mr. Yang makes me feel a bit awkward. Yang Yu smiled at Xiaoran and said. Xiaoran looked at Yang Yu's serious expression and knew he wasn't joking. He nodded and said, alright, comrade Yang Yu. Yuyao City, Jinping County, Liutung Village. This place seems like a poor county town. Xiaoran looked at the specific address in her hand and said. Yang Yu nodded and sighed deeply before speaking. Yes, this place has been buried by sandstorms for years. The ground is covered in sand, making it completely unsuitable for human habitation. But even in such a harsh environment, my parents raised me. Now I rarely go back to spend time with them. This time, I must make sure they live a good life. Yang Yu said, gazing at the stars outside. Xiaoran nodded firmly and said, no problem at all. If their parents knew that they had raised a pillar of the nation, a recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award of China, they would certainly be very proud and honored. After hearing Xiaoran's words, Yang Yu took the medal off his chest, looked at it, and then spoke in a solemn voice, but I can't tell them about these things yet. Before I went to university, I told them that after I graduated, I would go to a big city to make my way in life. If I succeeded, I would come back to find them. Yang Yu suddenly recalled the scene when he went to university and made that promise to his parents. Time flies, it must have been 7 years since then. Xiaoran spoke in a solemn voice. Yang Yu nodded, his expression complex as he spoke. I doubt they ever imagined I would return. In the hearts of us locals, almost everyone believes that our hometown is a desolate place, where people only ever leave, but never return. Yang Yu said to himself. After speaking, Yang Yu pulled out a string of Bodhi seeds from his pocket. This string of Bodhi seeds was given to him by his mother when he went to university. His mother hoped that Yang Yu would have smooth sailing in the big city. But before she knew it, 7 years had passed. I am confident that with Yang Zongshi's capabilities, he will be able to transform this place into a place of green mountains and clear waters, a true paradise on earth. Ran Duor stood behind Yang Yu and spoke in a solemn voice. Upon hearing Ran Duo's words, Yang Yu smiled slightly and asked, in your eyes, am I really that capable? Of course. You are now the greatest chief engineer in the entire country, the backbone of the nation, and also the most mysterious figure in the country. Of course. You are the greatest chief engineer of the Huaxia nation today, the backbone of the nation, and also the most mysterious figure in the Huaxia nation. Among these titles, any one of them is something ordinary people could never easily attain. Tell me, aren't you amazing? After hearing Xiao Ran's words, Yang Yu suddenly felt that despite all he had done, he still seemed like an unattainable figure in others' eyes. However, to himself, he only wanted to be the most ordinary person. In your eyes, I may seem like an unattainable figure, but in reality, I just want to be the most ordinary person, someone who blends into the crowd and is easily overlooked. Yang Yu sighed and said helplessly, "Then I'm afraid Mr. Yang will be disappointed. The moment I saw you, I knew you were extraordinary. The light you emit is something no one can hide." Xiao Ran looked at Yang Yu and said firmly, "What kind of light do I have on me?" Yang Yu asked curiously. Finally, Xiao Ran smiled mysteriously and said, "Hee, this is probably what girls call their sixth sense. It's something that can only be felt, not explained. Alright, but honestly, I don't think there's anything special about me. I always feel like I owe others so much. I don't think I'm a good person at all." Yang Yu sighed and said with a bitter smile. The next morning, Yang Yu woke up very early. When Yang Yu finished washing up and came out of the room into the living room, he found the table already set with a breakfast. There were sweet rice cakes from the south and noodle rolls from the north. "You truly are the best secretary in Zhongjiang province. You do an excellent job." As he spoke, Yang Yu picked up a pastry and began to eat it, smiling and praising her. "It tastes amazing." Yang Yu was eating sweet rice while enjoying pastries. At the Tsanglong Research Institute, he had been eating all sorts of delicacies, but none of them had the warmth of home cooking and couldn't compare to the deliciousness of this meal. Except for the meal Shu Fan prepared for him, which had a touch of the warmth of home, everything else tasted bland and uninspired. This was the first time Yang Yu had felt the warmth of home and food made by someone other than Shu Fan, but Xiao Ran would never compare to Shu Fan in his heart. As Yang Yu savored his breakfast, Ran Duo walked over with a notebook. She glanced at Yang Yu, who was eating breakfast, and a seductive smile appeared on her face. She then sat down across from Yang Yu with the notebook and smiled as she asked, "How is it? Is it delicious? I was worried these might not suit your taste, so I prepared breakfast from both the north and south for you." Ran Duo's smile made her look like an innocent little girl, but she was very mature when it came to doing things. "It's okay, I'm not picky. I can eat anything." Yang Yu finished his breakfast in a few bites and said with a smile, "Alright, let's head out soon then. I've already called a car to wait for us downstairs." Yang Yu finished his breakfast, packed his things, and followed Ran Duo downstairs. At that moment, a government-issued vehicle was waiting for the two of them downstairs. Chapter 82, Returning Home in Glory. Under the escort of a government vehicle, Yang Yu arrived at a private runway at Xi'an Airport, where a small passenger aircraft was waiting for him. Under Ran Duo's guidance, Yang Yu and Ran Duo boarded the small passenger aircraft together. Although the passenger plane was small in size, it was fully equipped. The flight attendant approached Yang Yu and Ran Duo with a smile and introduced herself. "Welcome aboard the exclusive aircraft of Huaxia Airlines. I am the flight attendant for this flight. The aircraft features exclusive luxury restrooms, a gym, a restaurant, and a bathroom with shower facilities. You may use the shower and bathtub. The flight will take 2 hours in total. Would the two distinguished guests like to rest in the bedroom?" the flight attendant asked with a smile. Yang Yu shook his head and said, "It's only 2 hours. I'll just watch a movie and we'll be there." The flight attendant heard this and immediately came over to the seat, pressed a button to activate the massage mode, and smiled, saying, "This flight also offers red wine and Western cuisine. Would you like some?" Yang Yu smiled and shook his head, declining, "I don't need any services. You can go rest." "Good customer, if you do need any assistance, please press the call button on your seat at any time, and I will come to assist you immediately." The flight attendant smiled as he finished speaking, bowed deeply to Yang Yu, and turned to leave. "Hello, please wait a moment." Just as the flight attendant was about to leave, Yang Yu suddenly called out to her. The flight attendant turned around and smiled at Yang Yu, asking, "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Yang Yu thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any books on this flight?" Upon hearing Yang Yu's request, the flight attendant asked, "What type of book would you like?" "I would like books related to bridge structures and mountain geology," Yang Yu said in a low voice. We happen to have both types of books on this flight. I'll go get them for you." The flight attendant thought for a moment before speaking. "Oh, right, I also need a topographical map of Yuyao City." Yang Yu continued. "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" The flight attendant smiled and asked. "No, thank you." Yang Yu replied. "Alright, please wait a moment." The flight attendant said and turned to fetch a book for Yang Yu. 2 minutes later, the flight attendant returned with 2 books and handed them to Yang Yu. Yang Yu read quickly, finishing both books in less than half an hour. After finishing the 2 books, Yang Yu looked at Ran Duo beside him. He noticed that Ran Duo was currently wearing noise-canceling headphones, reviewing materials on her laptop while simultaneously creating tables and documents. Yang Yu leaned in to take a closer look at Ran Duer's computer screen and read the title of the document she was working on, Specific Implementation Plan for the Construction of Yuyao City. Yang Yu glanced down and noticed that Ran Duer had a tablet computer on her legs, which read, A Day with Yang Zongshi. Yang Yu looked at the content on the tablet and realized it was a diary entry written by Ran Duer. The diary was recorded in great detail, even noting which hand Yang Yu used to open the door when he left home this morning. Yang Yu, upon seeing how meticulous Ran Duo was with the details, looked at her and felt a slight chill down his spine. He thought to himself, this little girl is so scary, and she's such a perfectionist. I wonder if she remembered how many times I blinked today. Ran Duer, wearing noise-canceling headphones, didn't notice Yang Yu's expression change, but she soon sensed that Yang Yu beside her was staring at her without moving. As she spoke, Ran Duer took off her headphones, turned her head, and saw Yang Yu. She then smiled and said, Sorry, I was so engrossed in my thoughts that I didn't notice. Ah, it's okay, it's okay. Yang Yu waved his hand, then looked at the diary Ran Duo had written and said teasingly, If you don't go for Ran Duo, Yang Yu would really be a shame. Your diary is way more interesting than those surveillance cameras, isn't it? Ran Duo heard Yang Yu's words and quickly pulled the notebook off her legs, then anxiously began to explain. Ah, Mr. Yang, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to record you. I'm not the Ran Duo you're looking for. I'll delete the diary right away. As she spoke, Ran Duo picked up the tablet and tried to click the delete button to erase the diary. However, just as Ran Duo was about to click, Yang Yu reached out and held her hand, preventing her from successfully deleting the diary. I never said you couldn't record these things. They don't violate any confidentiality agreements, they're just trivial matters of daily life. It's no big deal. I actually feel that I don't deserve to be recorded by you. Yang Yu read the diary, which was full of self-praise, and sighed helplessly before speaking. Ran Duo quickly shook her head and explained, No way, Mr. Yang. It's not what you think. I can tell you're an outstanding person. Don't worry. I was just so excited and happy to see you. I was afraid I might never have another chance to spend time with you, so I just wanted to capture this moment. Yang Yu wasn't particularly bothered by Ran Duo or recording his actions in her diary. On the contrary, he was quite interested in the planning documents and spreadsheets she was working on. You've written this in great detail. It seems like you've done a lot of research on Yuyao City. Yang Yu said with a smile. Ran Duo blushed and looked shy, whispering, In your presence, I'm just showing off my limited skills. It's nothing worth mentioning. It's okay, go ahead and tell me. Yang Yu said, turning Ran Duo's laptop screen toward himself and looking at the documents and tables on the screen. It's okay, go ahead and tell me. Yang Yu said, turning Ran Duo's laptop screen toward himself and looking at the documents and tables on the screen before speaking. At that moment, Yang Yu developed a great interest in this outstanding secretary of the Imperial Secretariat. Because the plan she had devised was identical to the one Yang Yu had conceived in his mind. Moreover, she even resolved the part where Yang Yu was torn between two options, choosing a completely different solution to address the issue. Chapter 83, A Prominent Figure from the Western Capital? After finishing 2 books, Yang Yu combined the actual conditions of Yuyao City to develop a reasonable plan. However, when he tested the plan in his mind, he discovered that there were still many challenges, and it wouldn't be as smooth to implement as he had imagined. Ran Duer, after hearing Yang Yu's encouraging words, felt anxious but still slowly shared her thoughts with Yang Yu. Yuyao City, though located in a remote area at the junction of the Western Desert and the Gobi Desert, is technically a border region. However, most people live on the northern side of the border. Due to its location between 2 mountain ranges, the landscape on either side presents completely different features. The mountain on the southern side has layered peaks and ridges, but the trees are lush and green. Ran Duo gently tapped the computer screen, and the satellite map of Yuyao City appeared on the screen. Ran Duo pointed to the mountain range south of Yuyao City and explained, Due to the extremely hot weather, the hot air is blocked by the mountains and cannot circulate, resulting in Yuyao City being in a state of drought year-round, while the neighboring cities are lush with green trees and bathed in sunlight. After hearing Ran Duo's analysis, Yang Yu smiled and nodded, his face filled with approval, then said, You're absolutely right, it's exactly what I was thinking. However, there's one important issue you haven't considered. Yang Yu said with a smile. Ran Duo's analysis was already very thorough, but she still overlooked an important issue. Just as Yang Yu was about to speak up to tell Ran Duo suddenly interrupted him, speaking up first, I know. I didn't think it through clearly. You must be referring to the issue of local residents relying on the mountains for their livelihood, right? Yang Yu was greatly surprised that Ran Duo could answer so quickly, and her response was almost identical to what he had been thinking. Therefore, Yang Yu no longer spoke, merely nodding to indicate that she should continue with her explanation. Due to the mountainous terrain, the climate was extremely dry year-round, making it unsuitable for the local residents to develop agriculture or animal husbandry. As a result, people have continuously gone into the mountains to cut down trees, using the timber to obtain resources for their livelihood. However, with excessive deforestation, the local terrain has gradually become desertified, leading to even greater aridity. The already scarce arable land, which was once suitable for farming, was eventually covered by the vast expanse of yellow sand and could not escape the fate of becoming barren. This is why this area has become one of the most inhospitable regions. Without any survival skills, even sustaining oneself would be extremely challenging. Ran Duor discussed numerous issues related to the geological environment of Yuyao City with Yang Yu on the plane. She occasionally had her own plans, hoping to lead the local residents to a better life. However, Ran Duor's ideas sounded a bit naive to Yang Yu. Nevertheless, overall, the idea was still quite good. Above the airport in Yuyao City. Amid the hum of the aircraft, the private passenger plane carrying Yang Yu was preparing to land. It was still around 5 a.m., but all the high-ranking officials of Yuyao City were already gathered at the airport, ready to welcome him. They had all received word that a high-ranking national official was scheduled to arrive in Yuyao City this morning. At that moment, at the front of the crowd stood an elderly man with snow-white hair, leaning on a golden walking stick. His face was filled with anxiety as he gazed intently at the sky, his eyes fixed on the plane slowly descending from above, brimming with admiration. Who could this important figure be? Even Huang Zixue, the patriarch of the Huang family, had come out personally. A young assistant in the municipal government's welcoming party glanced at the elderly man ahead on the right side of the group and whispered to himself. The Huang family, a major figure in the coal industry of Yuyao City, is akin to the energy that keeps the engine of Yuyao City running. If the Lu family is the engine of Yuyao City, then the Huang family is the energy that powers it. Even the municipal government of Yuyao City has to kowtow to the Huang family. Grandpa, wipe the sweat off your forehead. It's over 40 degrees out here, and you've been standing for so long. A young man approached Huang Zixue from behind, handed him a damp towel, then opened an umbrella to shield the elderly Mr. Huang from the scorching sunlight. Get out of the way. If any high-ranking officials come down and see me hiding under the umbrella, our Huang family will be finished. Do you understand? Today, I, Huang Zixue, will die of heatstroke here, and all of you will wait here with me. Old Mr. Huang pushed away his grandson, who was trying to hold an umbrella for him, and scolded him. At that moment, standing beside the Huang family was another prominent family from Yuyao City, the Lu family. Although the Lu family was small in number, all its members had also come to greet them. Lu Hongwen is the current head of the Lu family. At the age of 18, he started from scratch and took control of the entire financial industry in Yuyao City, making him the undisputed financial tycoon of Yuyao City. Lu Hongwen looked at Huang Zixue, who was sweating profusely, and mocked him, saying, if old Huang can't hold on, he should go home early. Lu Hongwen, you good-for-nothing brat, you think you can make the Huang family miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? You're dreaming. Huang Zixue tapped the ground with his cane and shouted back. As he spoke, Huang Zixue suddenly turned around and shouted angrily at the impatient younger generation waiting behind him, listen carefully. If our Huang family can seize this opportunity, our Huang family can thrive in Yuyao City for another 50 years. All of you stand straight and listen. At that moment, the small private passenger plane carrying Yang Yu slowly landed on the tarmac of Yuyao City Airport. Everyone waiting at the airport held their breath, their eyes fixed on the aircraft's cabin door. While Yang Yu and Ran Duo were still discussing specific solutions to the issues in Yuyao City inside the plane, the flight attendant approached them and smiled, saying, distinguished guests, we have arrived at Yuyao City Airport. Yang Yu and Ran Duo exchanged glances, then Yang Yu opened the window shade and looked out. Through the window, they saw a large crowd of people standing in neat rows to greet them. Yang Yu finally realized that they had arrived in Yuyao City. After tidying up the items they were carrying, the two prepared to stand up and disembark the plane together. Under the gaze of the welcoming crowd, Yang Yu and Ran Duo slowly stepped off the passenger-only aircraft. How could he look like a young man in his 20s? Was this really the high-ranking official from Xi'an? Chapter 84, A Big Shot from My Hometown? Listening to the chaotic shouts and exclamations from the crowd, the members of the major families in Yuyao City all wore expressions of surprise. When Yang Yu and Ran Duo stepped off the plane, the mayor of Yuyao City rushed forward with a smile, greeting Ran Duo, who was standing beside Yang Yu. Hello, hello. Welcome to our city of Yuyao, distinguished leader. The mayor of Yuyao City completely ignored Yang Yu, who was standing beside Ran Duo. His actions caused Yang Yu to couldn't help but laugh a little. The mayor of Yuyao City saw Yang Yu laughing and turned around with an unhappy expression, scolding him, "What's wrong with you, secretary? What are you laughing at?" Ran Duo saw that the mayor of Yuyao City dared to scold Yang Yu. Unconsciously, cold sweat broke out on his back. He then tugged at the mayor's sleeve and whispered, "This is the leader who is coming to inspect your area. I am his secretary." What? After hearing Ran Duo's words, the mayor of Yuyao City couldn't believe his ears. He looked at the man in front of him with a mix of disbelief and admiration. The mayor of Yuyao City couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Such a young man was actually a high-ranking official from Xijing. The mayor of Yuyao City looked at Yang Yu's smile, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He felt extremely anxious and uneasy. He had just spoken to the high-ranking official in such a manner his career might be coming to an end right here. However, what Yang Yu said next left him utterly stunned. It's fine, I don't mind. It's just that the scale of your welcoming party is a bit too grand, isn't it? Yang Yu looked down at the two clearly divided family groups below and spoke in a solemn tone. The mayor of Yuyao City began introducing Yang Yu. This is the Huang family, the tycoons of the coal industry in Yuyao City. This is the Lu family, the tycoons of the financial industry in Yuyao City. Yang Yu then approached the two family patriarchs and shook their hands, saying, Mr. Huang, hello. Upon seeing Yang Yu come over to shake his hand, the old man's face broke into a smile. After shaking hands with Huang Jiwen, Yang Yu approached Lu Hongwen, the head of the Lu family, and shook hands with him as well. The purpose of my visit to Yuyao City is to improve the current environment here. As prominent families in Yuyao City, I hope you will all actively cooperate with my work. Of course, I won't let everyone work for nothing. Yang Yu stood in front of everyone and spoke in a deep voice to those present. After finishing, Ran Duo informed the mayor of Yuyao City about Yang Yu's current need to return to the county first. The two then borrowed a car and set off on their journey home. Yang Yu's home was in Zita Village, Jinping County. Jinping County is the least developed county in the entire Yuyao City. Even within Jinping County, there are no modern shopping malls, making it one of the poorest small counties in Yuyao City. After passing through numerous tunnels and mountains, we arrived at a place that seemed to belong to a mountainous region from decades past. Ran Duor looked out the car window and saw carts rushing by, sheep grazing on the road, and people farming on the hillsides. Can such hard soil be cultivated? Ran Duor looked at the barren mountains and spoke with concern. Yang Yu sighed and said solemnly, the environment here was even worse than it is now over a decade ago. I remember that the most common food I ate back then was mud and flour mixed together into flatbreads. Can you eat dirt? After hearing Yang Yu's words, Ran Duor, who was born in a big city, couldn't even imagine it. It can be eaten, but it's not very tasty. Yang Yu's expression grew distant. Childhood memories began to surface in Yang Yang's mind. When their vehicle came to a stop about 10 kilometers away from Purple Wisteria village. I'm truly sorry, but the road ahead is impassable. I can only take you this far. The driver looked at the sheer cliff and the narrow, steep mountain road before him and spoke helplessly. It's okay, just take us here. Thank you. Yang Yu grabbed his belongings and got out of the car. Ran Duor looked ahead at the sheer cliff that seemed like a natural barrier, and with no other choice, she carried her belongings and walked alongside Yang Yu toward the cliff. How are we supposed to get through this? Ran Duor looked at the cliff and the narrow path, barely wide enough for half a person, and asked. Make sure you have everything. I'll lead the way. Yang Yu opened his backpack and packed Ran Duor's belongings into it. After packing everything, Yang Yu glanced at the road ahead and smiled as he asked, do you want to walk quickly or take your time? Ran Duor looked at the cliff ahead, which seemed like a natural barrier, swallowed hard, and hurriedly said, I want to get there quickly. Let's take the faster route. I have a fear of heights, I can't walk on this path. After hearing Ran Duor's response, Yang Yu took out the safety rope and pulley from his backpack. He then put on his backpack and approached a nearly 1,000-meter-long iron cableway. Yang Yu turned around, waved to Ran Duor, and said, come over here. Ran Duor saw the iron chain suspended between the two mountains ahead and spoke nervously, can we not take this? Sure, let's walk along the cliff instead. Yang Yu smiled and pointed to the narrow path on the mountainside, which was only half a person wide, and said. Then I'll just stay here, Ran Duo said as she approached Yang Yu. However, since the pulley could only carry one person at a time, they had to secure a safety rope to Ran Duo's body and then attach it to Yang Yu's body before both could cross together. Be careful, hold on tight. We're about to go down. Yang Yu looked at the end of the iron chain nearly a kilometer away and spoke in a low voice. Ran Duor, perhaps feeling shy, only held onto the hem of Yang Yu's clothes. Whoosh! Ah! As Yang Yu slid down the iron chain, Ran Duo screamed loudly, instinctively hugging Yang Yu's waist tightly and closing her eyes. The pulley moved at an incredible speed, and within just a minute, they had already reached the entrance of Liuting village. Alright, you can open your eyes now. Yang Yu noticed that Ran Duor hadn't shown any signs of opening her eyes yet, so he gently tapped her shoulder and spoke. Ran Duor opened her eyes upon hearing this, but she still looked frightened, her hands tightly clinging to Yang Yu's waist. Chapter 85. Did you let Shufan down? Yang Yu had long since grown accustomed to it, but Ran Duor, who had just finished her rollerblading and was now standing nearby, tears streaming down her face and retching, was quite heartbreaking to behold. Lutang village is the hardest place to reach in Jinping County. The students there face immense difficulties just trying to go to school. For over a decade, they've relied solely on an iron chain and a narrow cliff path between two mountains. Yang Yu looked at the narrow path, barely wide enough for a person, slowly winding upward along the cliff, and sighed. Why not build a bridge between the two mountains? Ran Duor took a sip of water, feeling a bit better after the earlier discomfort. She walked over to Yang Yu's side and looked at the narrow path on the cliff, asking, why not build a bridge between these two mountains? Because it's quite difficult. There are two problems that can't be solved. The first is funding, and the second is the terrain. Because this is a canyon, surrounded by towering mountains, and the distance between the two mountains is nearly a kilometer, we simply cannot complete the construction in a short time and will need to invest a significant amount of time. If we were to build such a bridge in an area with slightly flatter terrain, we could save some time. But here, it's simply impossible. After hearing these words, Ran Duo fell into silence. Yes. She had also noticed this earlier, but she had overlooked one crucial point: there was simply no way to repair the bridge at this moment. Yes. She had noticed that too, but she had overlooked one crucial point: there was simply no way to repair the bridge at the moment. If we were to repair the bridge, we would have to go through the gap between these two mountains. But how could we traverse such a vast distance? And how could she be certain that there wouldn't be any dangers along the way? After all, this is the convergence point between two mountains. No one can guarantee that something unexpected won't happen. Yang Yu saw Ran Duo's worried expression and patted her shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, there's no need to be concerned. We're not in a hurry. If we think about it slowly, we'll eventually find a solution. Let's rest for a while first. Once we've rested, we'll head back to the village. Ran Duo turned around and saw the village monument standing beside the cable car. The village monument of Yangyu village was nearly 2 meters tall. It doesn't seem too poor here, Ran Duo said, looking at the stone monument of Liutung village. 6 years ago, a rare medicinal herb was discovered here, and it's only produced in this area nationwide. As a result, the village has become slightly more prosperous in recent years, but overall, it's still considered a poor village. After finishing his explanation, Yang Yu led Ran Duo toward the village, continuing to explain as they walked. Along the way, Ran Duo got her first real glimpse of rural life. He saw pigsties filled with countless piglets, numerous cows and sheep, and wild kittens and puppies that had been following them since they left the village entrance. Here, he truly felt the essence of rural life, the warmth and vitality of everyday existence. As he watched the wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys of each household, it reminded him of the idyllic scene described by the five-willow hermit in his writings. After a while, Yang Yu stopped in front of a thatched cottage. The house was surrounded by a fence, and behind it lay a field of golden rapeseed flowers. Beside the flower field was a winding small stream. At the entrance to the courtyard lies a large black dog, motionless on the ground with its ears drooping. A middle-aged woman with a slightly hunched back was picking wild fruits from the vines. There was also a middle-aged man alone by the well in the courtyard, struggling to draw water. Yang Yu watched the scene before him, lost in thought. His eyes gradually grew red. Memories pulled him back to the past. Back then, his mother didn't have to bend over to pick fruit, and his father carried water with ease. Now, both of them had entered their 60s. Dad! Mom! Your unfilial son Yang Yu has returned to see you. Yang Yu, carrying his backpack, hurriedly ran into the courtyard. The black dog in the courtyard first barked at Yang Yu twice, then wagged its tail and came over to rub against Yang Yu's pant legs. The middle-aged woman and man heard Yang Yu's voice and squinted their eyes toward the door. The man loosened his grip, and the bucket clattered to the ground. The vegetable basket in the middle-aged woman's hands also fell to the ground, her face filled with an expression of disbelief and excitement. You're? Is it really you? The middle-aged woman excitedly walked toward Yang Yu, and with each step, they seemed to be wondering if this was all a dream. It's me. I'm Yang Yu. Dad. Mom. I'm back. Yang Yu was sobbing uncontrollably as he spoke. The two elders hurried over and the three of them embraced each other, crying uncontrollably. Ran Duo watched as the family reunited once again, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He was genuinely happy for Yang Zongshi. Yang Yu's father gave him a firm pat on the back. This man, who had shouldered the weight of the entire family with unwavering resolve, was now crying like a child. Yang Yu's mother tightly embraced her son, holding his hands tightly and feeling the calluses on his hands. She wept uncontrollably and said, "My Yu has grown up." At that moment, the three of them embraced tightly. Everything was left unsaid. "Good boy, don't cry. It's good that you're back." Yang Yu's mother wiped away the tears from the corner of Yang Yu's eyes and then spoke comfortingly, "Mom is so happy to see you again. Mom, your son has made something of himself. I've carved out a life for myself in the big city, and I came back this time to give you a better life." Yang Yu said. This wish had been in his heart for 25 years, and now he finally had the opportunity to make it a reality. "Good boy, don't worry. Your father and mother are doing just fine." Yang Yu's father stroked his son's head and spoke tenderly, "As long as you can come back, your father and mother will be very happy." "How long can you stay this time?" His father, with slightly gray hair, looked at Yang Yu and asked. Yang Yu thought for a moment before speaking in a solemn tone, "I plan to stay at home for 5 days, then spend the remaining 2 days in Luzhou to visit Shufan." Yang Yu's father was named Yang Haochen, and his mother was named Meng Meidan. They both know a great deal about their son, as they occasionally receive government grants. Yang Haochen is aware that his son is conducting research for the nation, and this fills him with pride and satisfaction. The two elders did not inquire too much about Yang Yu's work. After carefully examining Yang Yu from head to toe, his mother's eyes filled with concern as she said, You've lost weight. After carefully examining Yang Yu from head to toe, his mother looked at him with a look of concern and said, You've lost weight. No matter how busy you are working outside, you must take care of your health. Yang Yu's mother spoke with concern, her eyes filled with worry. You don't understand. Yang Yu's father spoke sternly. Yang Yu's father, however, spoke sternly. What do you know? Our son is already very strong. He's doing research, not manual labor. However, at that moment, Yang Yu's father caught a glimpse of Ran Duor standing behind him. Who is this? Yang Yu's father, seeing such a mature-looking girl following behind Yang Yu, his old face suddenly grew serious again. Yang Yu's father pulled Yang Yu aside and asked sternly, tell me the truth. Have you let Shu Fan down? Chapter 86, She's just my assistant. Yang Yu heard his father's words and sighed helplessly before explaining, This is my assistant, not my girlfriend. I wouldn't betray Shu Fan. An assistant? Such a beautiful woman as your assistant? Yang Yu's father looked at Ran Duor, who had a curvaceous figure like a devil, and exclaimed in surprise. Even Yang Yu himself found it hard to believe, but that was the truth, so he could only nod in agreement. After learning the truth, Yang Yu's parents invited the two of them inside to sit down. Although Yang Yu's old home was a tile-roofed house, the interior was very clean. There were fresh flowers on the balcony, and the rooms were filled with a faint, pleasant fragrance. At that moment, a middle-aged woman dressed in a red leather jacket appeared at Yang Yu's front door. Aren't you Yang Yu? Big nephew, why are you back? The person who came was none other than the second aunt who lived in the brick house next door. The second aunt was roughly the same age as Yang Yu's parents, but it was evident that she appeared significantly younger. I listened as familiar voices came from outside. It's you little rascal, you're back. Auntie pointed at Yang Yu and said with a smile. When Auntie Air saw Ran Duo sitting beside Yang Yu, she looked surprised and praised, Oh, nephew, your girlfriend is so beautiful, just like a movie star. Auntie then sat down next to Ran Duor and continued to ask, Little beauty, how did you end up liking my nephew? He's such a blockhead. Ran Duor sighed helplessly with a wry smile, her face also showing embarrassment. She quickly waved her hand and explained, I'm Yang Yu's assistant, not his girlfriend. How could she possibly be Yang Zongshi's girlfriend? She felt she wasn't worthy of the backbone of the nation. Ran Duo thought to herself, she was just an ordinary secretary, while the other person was the chief engineer of the Tsanglong Research Institute, someone who could change the fate of the nation with his own abilities. Upon hearing Ran Duor's words, her aunt's face betrayed her surprise. Looking at the beautiful young girl before her, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Yang Yu, who had been away for 7 years without returning home, could have such a good female assistant. Is there any justice left in this world? But in his heart, he thought to himself, my son is so outstanding, yet the female secretary at his company isn't very attractive. But Auntie Air still kept a smile on her face and said, I shouldn't have called you a loser back then. Now even losers have assistants. Perhaps heaven has been kind to little kids after all. Yang Yu didn't take his aunt's sarcastic words to heart and simply replied in a casual tone. After all, Yang Yu had finally returned home after a long time, and he didn't want to make things unpleasant. After chatting for a while, Auntie Air began her relentless barrage of questions. Do you have a stable job yet? Yeah, it's pretty stable. Have you bought a house yet? Not yet, but I'm planning to buy one. Where are you planning to buy a house? You can't buy one in Yuyao City, the houses there are all junk. If you're going to buy, you have to buy in a big city. I plan to buy a house in Luzhou. Upon hearing that Yang Yu planned to buy a house in Luzhou, his aunt praised him. Oh my nephew has really made something of himself. He's actually buying a house in Luzhou. What big business has he gotten into to make so much money? Why not bring your cousin along to make some money too? Oh, right, how's my cousin doing these days? Yang Yu suddenly remembered and asked. Oh, right, how's my cousin doing? Yang Yu suddenly remembered and asked. Upon hearing Yang Yu ask about his cousin, he perked up and said, Your cousin? How's he doing these days? Do you know about the herbal medicine business around here? Yang Yu nodded, furrowing his brows slightly, and asked, Is my cousin now in the herbal medicine business? That's right. All the herbs in our village are being sold through your cousin's company, said his aunt proudly. His company is about to open soon. Oh, congratulations. That's wonderful. When Yang Yu heard that his cousin's company was about to open, his first reaction was to offer his congratulations. However, upon hearing Yang Yu congratulate him, he felt quite pleased with himself and adopted a haughty demeanor, saying, My dear nephew, if you ever find yourself struggling to make it on your own, your aunt can speak a word on your behalf and have your cousin find you a job at his company. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ran Duo couldn't help but laugh out loud, causing his aunt, who was in the middle of her speech, to look extremely displeased. Ran Duo really couldn't hold back. She truly hadn't expected anyone to say that Yang Zong wouldn't be able to make it on his own outside. Yang Zong is the chief engineer of the research project at the Kunlun Tsanglong Research Institute. He is unlikely to ever struggle to make a living outside. Besides, he is not short of money. You young people these days, always looking for assistants or secretaries. I've told my son many times not to do that, but he still hired a secretary to help him manage the company. Auntie Tu said in a sarcastic tone. I wonder why Auntie Air is acting so pretentious, making it seem like everyone doesn't know they're the wealthiest family in the entire village. Sigh, nephew, how much do you pay this little beauty each month? Is it 3,000 yuan? Auntie suddenly asked Yang Yu with a smile, her expression tinged with sarcasm. However, Yang Yu didn't want to respond. At that moment, Yang Yu's mother came out to smooth things over and said, "Oh, let's not talk about that now. Dinner is almost ready. Let's go eat first. Second sister, why don't you stay and eat with us too?" Yang Yu's mother said with a smile to her second aunt. After glancing at Yang Yu, second aunt smiled slightly and agreed to stay for dinner before leaving. You dress like a gentleman, but I haven't seen you doing anything worthwhile outside. You think you can show off in front of me? Just wait, I'll make sure you lose all your face. Auntie Tu thought to herself. A few moments later, a middle-aged man with a center parting and wearing a Zhongshan suit walked in. This middle-aged man was Yang Yu's uncle and also the village chief of Lutang village. Just then, a ding sound from the system alert rang in Yang Yu's mind. Ding! New emergency task triggered, help Lutang village build a bridge. Reward, 1 fragment of the exposure machine blueprint with the mask aligned. Only Uncle Liang entered the house with a powerful aura. When he saw Yang Yu, he did not show any signs of joy on his face. Instead, he stiffly extended his hand to shake Yang Yu's hand and spoke in a solemn tone, 7 years. You finally decided to come back and visit your parents, did you? Chapter 87, Building a Bridge for the Village. After hearing their uncle's words, Yang Yu's parents spoke up to smooth things over for him. At the dining table, the second uncle took off his Zhongshan suit and hung it on the chair. After leaning back in the chair, he slammed the car keys on the table. These were the keys to a Land Rover Evoque. While such a car wasn't considered a luxury vehicle in a place like Luzhou, in Liotong village, it was a symbol of success. Uncle Air looked increasingly smug. He then began to critique, saying, Yang Yu is a smart kid. If he hadn't gone to school and instead followed his cousin to make his way in the world, he'd probably be living it up more than I am now. Yang Yu didn't take these words to heart, he just continued eating quietly. As the meal was nearly finished, Yang Yu suddenly spoke up, Uncle, I want to build a bridge between the 2 mountains in our village of Liotong. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yang furrowed his brows and said in a solemn tone, Yang Yu, are you okay? Have you lost your mind? Building a bridge for Lutang? Did I hear that correctly? Because he nodded and spoke up, that's right, I want to build a bridge for our village. I want the children in the village to have an easier time going to school in the future. Uncle Tu sneered disdainfully, do you know how much it would cost to build a bridge in our village? And it's not just about the money. Technically, it's impossible to build one here. You know the terrain, the 2 mountains are nearly a kilometer apart, and the valley between them is bottomless. When Uncle Air questioned his capabilities, Yang Yu didn't rush to defend himself. Instead, he calmly said, I came back this time specifically for this matter. I've already made the plans, and I can complete the design drawings in just 1 hour. Ha, you think just because you went to college you're something special? Let me tell you, college graduates are a dime a dozen these days. You can't even afford a house yourself, and you want to build a bridge? What do you have to build it with? Do you even have the money? Uncle Yang mocked him ruthlessly from the side. Auntie chimed in, oh, nephew, how did you become so unrealistic? Do you really think what you're talking about is realistic? Technically, it's not a problem. If it's about money, I can borrow it from the bank. Yang Yu said indifferently. For Yang Yu, borrowing money from a bank was the simplest thing in the world. All he needed was a single word, and he could immediately secure a large interest-free loan. Making it easier for the children to go to school is the most important thing. It would also make life more convenient for everyone, which is beneficial for both the country and the people. After hearing Yang Yu's words, Uncle Air looked at the innocent child in front of him and couldn't help but speak up. Nephew, do you know that we've already decided to move to the county seat? By then, fewer and fewer people will be living here. What use will building this bridge serve? And do you think building a bridge is an easy task? I hired college graduates with degrees in civil engineering, and they couldn't do it. You're just a researcher, you want to come here and build a bridge? Are you joking? Yang Yu's mother spoke up, second brother, don't say that. You was just trying to do what's best for our village. You're back after all these years, still trying to put on a show in front of us. It's not just your uncle saying this, but you really need to change your ways. Uncle Yang spoke in a condescending tone. You shouldn't be bragging about how great you are in front of everyone. If you must compare your current career achievements. Do you know which connections your cousin has hooked up with now? Have you heard of the Huang and Lu families in Yuyao City? The Huang and Lu families have jointly invested in your cousin's company. With their resources and connections, it won't be long before your cousin's company becomes a prominent company in Yuyao City. I advise you to work hard and be diligent. This way, you might still have a chance to catch up with your cousin. Yang Yu's father and mother turned pale upon hearing Huang and Lu's words. Because the Huang and Lu families were top-tier leading enterprises in Yuyao City. Such large-scale companies were completely out of reach for ordinary people, and one could only look up to them from afar. At this moment, Yang Yu's parents felt an inexplicable sense of defeat welling up inside them. The feeling spread from their hearts to their limbs, leaving them feeling deflated and slightly disappointed. Even though Yang Yu was already considered exceptionally talented in their eyes, under the spotlight of his cousin's brilliance, Yang Yu's parents couldn't help but acknowledge that his cousin's future was indeed brighter and more promising. Nephew, didn't you just say you wanted to take out a loan? Coincidentally, I just met with a bank manager today, and he happens to be from the Lu family. Do you want your uncle to have him come over and help you with the loan paperwork? Uncle spoke with a playful smile on his face. Yang Yu heard his uncle's words and thought about it carefully before saying indifferently, if uncle doesn't mind the trouble, then please call him over. That way, I won't have to go to the bank to find someone. Yang Yu heard his third uncle's words, thought carefully for a moment, then spoke softly, if my second uncle doesn't mind the trouble, then please call him over. It'll save me the trouble of going to the bank to find someone. Yang Yu's father and mother, upon hearing his words, quickly stepped in to smooth things over and spoke up. Second uncle, don't be like that. Second brother, stop. Yang Yu was just joking with you. If we really borrowed money from the bank to build a bridge, how would we pay it back? Uncle Er saw Yang Yu's parents trying to dissuade him, but he paid no heed. Instead, he mocked them, saying, oh, that's all Yang Yu's good intentions. I wouldn't want to let him down. If we want to build a bridge for the village, as the village chief, I can't just sit idly by. I'd feel a bit ashamed of myself. Auntie, standing nearby, could see what Uncle was thinking. As long as a bank employee came over and discovered that Yang Yu was completely unqualified to approve the loan, they could beat him up badly, and Yang Yu's face would be so disgraced that he would never dare to act like a respectable person in front of them again. Immediately, Uncle Tu dialed the bank manager's phone and began speaking. Hello, is this Manager Zhang? You haven't left yet, have you? I have a young nephew who wants to ask your bank about a loan. Why don't you come over and help him with the paperwork to see if he qualifies for a loan? Ah, Manager Zhang heard someone wanted to apply for a loan and immediately became very interested. But then he suddenly remembered that this was Lu Tang village, and most of the villagers there didn't have any assets. The bank wouldn't possibly lend money to them, they simply didn't qualify for a loan. However, from the tone of Uncle Li's phone call, it seemed like he was trying to use this opportunity to pressure someone. Manager Zhang thought for a moment and agreed, alright, I'll go there right away. Chapter 88, Loan? Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang felt that this would be a favor to the other party, and he was more than willing to do it. When Uncle called, he deliberately put it on speakerphone, so everyone could hear. When Bank Manager Zhang mentioned handling the loan, Yang Yu's father and mother both showed signs of anxiety on their faces. Yang Yu's parents looked at him with great concern in their eyes. Uncle and Auntie, on the other hand, wore smug expressions, gazing at Yang Yu as if they were waiting for him to make a fool of himself, eager to watch the show. Only Ran Duo's brows furrowed tightly. He knew very well that if Yang Yu wanted to borrow money from a bank, no bank in the entire Huaxia kingdom would refuse him. This time, his second uncle and aunt had probably hit a brick wall. Duaner thought to himself, why did they have to pick on Yang Yu? They could have picked on anyone else. Ran Duo wanted to speak up in Yang Yu to spare her uncle and aunt, but she thought carefully and realized that the other party had indeed gone too far. A simple warning would suffice. Ran Duo wanted to speak up in Yang Yu to spare her uncle and aunt, but upon further consideration, she realized that the other party had indeed gone too far. A simple reprimand for the two of them would suffice. Uncle Ran's fingers tapped the table incessantly, his eyes gleaming with a smug expression as he waited to see Yang Yu make a fool of himself. Yang Yu, even though our Yang family has fallen on hard times, we've never had someone who could brag so much. Don't go around tarnishing our family's reputation. Uncle Yang spoke in a sarcastic tone. Auntie also chimed in from the side, adding, exactly. You, with your personality, would probably bring shame to the entire Yang family if you were out there. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. Uncle Er hurriedly got up and walked toward the door. There stood a man in a blue suit, walking toward the thatched cottage of Yang Yu's family. After giving the dilapidated house a thorough once-over from top to bottom, Manager Zhang sneered disdainfully. He looked at the man who had come out to greet him and said, Yang Dogwang, this is the family you mentioned earlier who needs a loan, right? This place looks way too run down. Zhang Manager spoke bluntly. After Uncle Er heard Zhang Manager mention that Yang Yu's family was poor, he also wore a smug smile on his face. Then, looking at Yang Yu, he said to Zhang Manager, he's a university graduate, a high-achieving student. Who knows, he might have made a fortune out there. So, isn't this why you brought him here, to see if you can arrange a loan for him and lend him some money? Uncle Tu spoke with a smug expression on his face. Uncle, you know how much credit and assets Yang Yu has accumulated outside. Maybe a small loan is possible, but a large loan is out of the question. Uncle Air knew that Yang Yu had accumulated credit and assets while working abroad, so a small loan might be possible, but a large loan was out of the question. When Auntie saw Mr. Zhang, the manager dressed in a suit, standing outside the door, she shouted loudly at Yang Yu's father and mother, "Why aren't you rushing out to greet him? Whether your son can secure the loan depends entirely on Mr. Zhang." Upon hearing her words, Yang Yu's parents hurried over to Mr. Zhang as if they were servants being summoned. Yang Yu's parents humbly approached Song Manager, their faces adorned with a fawning expression. When Manager Zhang saw the two of them running toward him, his eyes filled with disgust. He quickly patted his sleeves and said, "Where did these beggars come from? Stay away from me." Upon hearing this, Uncle Air's face immediately broke into a smug smile. He turned around and coldly addressed Yang Yu's father and mother. "Didn't you hear what Manager Zhang said? Get out of here." Although the parents at home felt deeply wronged, they were willing to do so if it meant their son could secure the loan, so they stepped aside to make way for the other party. Meanwhile, the second uncle acted like a dog begging for scraps at its master's feet, leading the way with a sycophantic smile. "Who needs a loan? Where is the person?" Manager Zhang asked as he walked. "Why didn't anyone come out to greet me? What does he think I am?" Zhang Manager said angrily, kicking the bucket that Yang Yu and his father had just started filling with water, spilling all the water they had just collected. At that moment, Yang Yu was sitting inside the room, his eyes filled with coldness as he witnessed everything that had happened. "Mr. Yang, should I call and have the Lu family fire him?" Ran Duor whispered into Yang Yu's ear. Yang Yu remained expressionless and coldly replied, "No need. I have my own plans." Zhang Manager, with his nose in the air, entered the room led by his uncle. Upon seeing Yang Yu still sitting on the stool, his uncle flew into a rage and shouted at Yang Yu, "You little brat, get up and greet Zhang Manager immediately." "Greet him? Humph." Yang Yu snorted coldly before slowly standing up. The moment Zhang Manager saw Yang Yu, he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from him, an aura that was clearly not something a poor man could possess. After all, having spent many years in the banking industry, out of professional habit and instinct, Manager Zhang reached out to shake Yang Yu's hand. However, Yang Yu merely lifted his eyelids to glance at him before sitting back down. "Mr. Zhang, please sit down," Yang Yu said indifferently. Upon seeing the young man who had immediately intimidated him upon entering, Manager Zhang's professional smile faded, revealing a cold expression. He snorted disdainfully and said, "You sure do have a big ego." Uncle Tu chimed in with a sarcastic tone, "My brother's son must have lost his mind. Please forgive him, Mr. Zhang. You said he was a university graduate, didn't you?" Manager Zhang sat down with a cold smile and asked in a deep voice. Uncle San immediately brought over a cup of tea, placed it in front of Manager Zhang, and flattered him with a smile. That's right. He's the first college graduate in our village, and the only one who got into Huaxia University of Science and Technology." Huaxia University of Science and Technology? Upon hearing the name of the university, Manager Zhang's eyebrows suddenly raised slightly. He knew the prestige of this university and was clearly taken aback for a moment. However, his expression quickly returned to normal, and the surprise faded away. Immediately, Manager Zhang smiled and looked at Uncle Air and Yang Yu's parents, who spoke in a sarcastic tone, "But as far as I know, in the past decade, not a single student from Yuyao City has been admitted to Huaxia University of Science and Technology. Is that really true?" Uncle's face showed confusion as he asked. Chapter 89, Credit Check. "You're not a blacklisted individual, are you?" "My son is planning to apply to this university, so I know it very well." Zhang Manager spoke in a serious tone. After hearing what Manager Zhang said, Uncle Air sneered and said, "Even if it's not this kid, he probably just got a fake university diploma to deceive us." "A fake university diploma?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's parents also suddenly grew tense. Manager Zhang spoke in a sarcastic tone, "It's nothing. Being able to make a fake one look real is also a kind of skill. Although the skill of bragging only gets you beaten up, it can also add a bit of fun for everyone, can't it?" Manager Zhang said disdainfully. "Is that so? As the village chief, I'll have to investigate this thoroughly." Uncle Chen Shang spoke up. "So you've been deceiving us all these years. Your aunt thought you had something big going on, but it turns out you're just a big fraud." Uncle and Aunt Yang, without distinguishing right from wrong, immediately jumped on the bandwagon and began mocking Yang Yu. "You must know that I'm a special admissions student at the University of Science and Technology, right?" Yang Yu looked at the few clowns in front of him, then turned around, opened the drawer, and took out an old photo inside. The photo showed the president of Huaxia University of Science and Technology personally visiting Yang Yu's village to present him with the special admission notice. Upon seeing the photo, Manager Zhang's anger instantly subsided, and his face turned green. He then spoke disdainfully, "Who knows if this is something you forged yourself? Humph. I don't care if you're a student at Huaxia University of Science and Technology. You want a loan, don't you? Just say how much you want to borrow." Manager Zhang asked in a deep voice. Yang Yu didn't hesitate for a moment and blurted out, 5 million yuan. Sigh. As soon as Yang Yu spoke, the entire crowd was stunned, and everyone stared at him with their mouths wide open. You little brat, have you lost your mind? Your cousin's company only has 2 million in registered capital and you want to build a bridge with 5 million? With your connections, do you think you can even get a loan? Uncle Tu looked at Yang Yu in disbelief, breaking out in a cold sweat, and blurted out an oath. Manager Zhang saw the confident expression on the other person's face and looked at the astonished expressions of the family. He strongly suspected that this was a person with delusions. However, based on his years of experience in the banking industry, he sensed that this person was not pretending. With a mix of doubt and curiosity, Manager Zhang spoke in a low voice, "That I need to check your credit history and online asset information. Is that okay?" Upon hearing this request, Yang Yu's expression also grew serious. He didn't know whether checking his credit history and asset information would reveal state secrets. When Uncle Er saw Yang Yu's expression become serious, he got up and instantly became arrogant again, saying, "What's wrong, nephew? Just show Manager Zhang your credit report, and he'll tell you exactly how much you can borrow." "You wouldn't dare show your credit report to Manager Zhang, would you, nephew?" His aunt chimed in with a sarcastic remark. "I heard that these days, newly graduated college students are all burdened with a mountain of debt. Big nephew, your credit score hasn't dropped to 0, has it? If it has, your uncle and I can lend you some money to pay off your debts." Ran Duor listened to these seemingly caring words, but they were filled with strong sarcasm. After a moment, Yang Yu slowly raised his head and handed his ID to Manager Zhang. Yang Yu said indifferently, "Go ahead and check." Yang Yu had already figured it out. His credit history did not involve state secrets. If it did involve state secrets, then given his status, he would definitely not be able to access it. Uncle Tu and Aunt Tu both wore smug expressions on their faces, eagerly awaiting the moment when Manager Zhang would reveal the results of the inquiry, so they could humiliate Yang Yu in front of everyone. Yang Yu's father also looked at him with a worried expression, feeling extremely anxious. Yang Yu had been away for so many years and must have no savings, and there was even a possibility that he was burdened with debts. What should we do if Yang Yu can't secure the loan? Yang Yu's mother gripped her husband's hand tightly, her eyes filled with worry. Manager Zhang then took Yang Yu's documents and entered them into the bank's system. He was also eagerly awaiting the results of Yang Yu's credit check. If Yang Yu is truly a high-level talent, his credit rating should be excellent. However, if Yang Yu is a big fraudster, his credit rating will be very poor. 3 minutes later, Manager Zhang's system sent Yang Yu's credit report over. The credit report is in document format and consists of 15 pages. Haha, a 15-page credit report? You must have a lot of debt on your back. Upon seeing the number of pages in the document, Manager Zhang was certain that Yang Yu was a heavily indebted individual. Little did anyone know that Zhang Manager's face lit up with a smug expression. He opened Yang Yu's credit report and then turned his phone around to show it to everyone. However, in the next moment, the shocked expressions he had anticipated did not appear. Instead, everyone looked at their phones with confusion. Even Uncle Er and Aunt Er looked completely bewildered. What's going on here? Is there something wrong with this credit report? Manager Zhang noticed everyone's strange expressions, then turned his phone over and began reading the credit report himself. In Zhang Manager's eyes, the entire credit report was completely blank. Although the report had 15 pages, every single page was blank and unreadable. What is going on here? How could it all be blank? Manager Zhang couldn't believe his eyes. The credit report was completely blank, and there were 15 pages of it. This was highly unprofessional. What's going on? Can Manager Zhang not access my credit report? Yang Yu saw Manager Zhang looking completely bewildered and smiled as he spoke. Seeing that Yang Yu was questioning him, Manager Zhang, in order to save face, said in a low voice, "You must have been blacklisted by the bank's credit system." Seeing that Yang Yu was questioning him, Zhang Manager, in an effort to save face, spoke in a stern tone, "You must have been blacklisted by the bank's credit system. Otherwise, how could there be no mention of you in the system?" After hearing Manager Zhang's words, Uncle Er immediately chimed in, "Yang Yu, what's the deal with these 15 pages of credit reports?" Yang Yu actually wanted to tell him that the 15-page credit report was entirely about the research project plan of the Tsanglong Research Institute, but these people had no right to hear it, and they weren't worthy of hearing it. Chapter 90, You have no right to see his files. These are all top-secret state documents. Even to view them, you need a red-headed document issued by high-ranking state officials. I think you simply don't have the qualifications to see them. Yang Yu spoke casually. When Manager Zhang heard Yang Yu say that he wasn't qualified to see his credit report, he flew into a rage, stood up, and started yelling at Yang Yu, "Who do you think you are? I've been a bank manager at the Lu family's bank for 15 years. I've seen more of the world than you have, and I've saved at least 100 million yuan. Do I not have the qualifications to look? No one in the entire city of Yuyou is more qualified than me." However, at that very moment, Zhang Manager's phone received a text message, and the content of the message was precisely about Yang Yu's asset report. Manager Zhang opened the file, read it, and burst into laughter. "Ha, so you just have an old house in Lujiang?" Manager Zhang said with a smile. And this house is co-owned with your girlfriend, with 3 people living in a dilapidated little bungalow that's about to be demolished, a half-finished building in a rundown neighborhood. You dare to come here and act so arrogant in front of me while living in a half-finished building in Luzhou? After hearing Manager Zhang's words, Uncle Air and Aunt Air looked at Yang Yu's parents, who were looking dejected and defeated, and the smug expression on their faces was impossible to hide. Oh dear, nephew, you'd be better off coming back to help your cousin sell herbs. Your cousin can arrange for you to share a room with someone else, there's no problem at all. Isn't that much better than living in that half-finished building in Luzhou? However, at that very moment, Yang Yu approached Zhang Manager, glanced at the information about his assets on his phone, smiled, and then spoke up. Dare you bet with me? A bet? What kind of bet? Manager Zhang asked with a puzzled expression. I'll bet you I can secure a 5 million loan. Yang Yu said casually. Upon hearing this, Uncle Air and Manager Zhang couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you going to bet? If you don't have a stake, why should I bet with you? Manager Zhang asked with a cold smile. If you lose, you'll crawl on your knees to my front door and apologize to my parents. Yang Yu's face turned icy as he spoke coldly. Let this be the stakes. 2 days, dare you accept? Ha, you're really a kid with delusions of grandeur. Alright, I'll agree. If you lose the bet, you'll have to crawl under my legs. Manager Zhang, upon seeing Yang Yu, seemed eager to court death and readily accepted the bet. After agreeing with Yang Yu, Zhang Manager took some stimulants to stay awake, prepared to leave, and didn't forget to kick over the flower pot at Yang Yu's front door. After kicking over the flower pot, Manager Zhang turned around confidently and said, I'll come back here in 2 days. By then, I'll be waiting for you to crawl under my legs. Uncle Air saw that Yang Yu dared to bet with Manager Zhang and couldn't help but feel that Yang Yu had gone too far. However, he also wanted to see Yang Yu humiliated, as this would be advantageous for his son. Then, everyone in the village would think that his son was the most promising person in the village. At that point, his son would be able to secure more loans from financial institutions, operate more smoothly, and alleviate a great deal of pressure on himself. Thinking of this, Uncle Air hurried out to see off Manager Zhang. Mr. Zhang, please don't take it personally. My nephew has a bit of a mental disability. Although he has a mental disability, my son is a rare commercial genius. He will definitely succeed in starting his company this time. I hope you can give him your support when the time comes. What do you mean? Just say it straight. Zhang Manager rolled his eyes, and Uncle Zhang spoke in a low voice. Uncle Air saw that Manager Zhang had spoken, and immediately smiled flatteringly and said, Manager Zhang, about the interest-free loan I mentioned to you last time, could you please look into when it might be possible? Are you referring to the 500,000 interest-free loan from last time? Manager Zhang thought for a moment before asking. Uncle Zhang hurriedly nodded, then took out a pack of Manhwa cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over, smiling as he said, yes, that's the interest-free loan. If Manager Zhang can secure this loan, I can make him a major shareholder in our company. Upon hearing his uncle's condition, Manager Zhang raised his eyebrows. He was aware of his uncle's son's family business. The herbal medicine industry was unique and unmatched, with only his family holding the rights. If he could expand it, he was certain to make a fortune. In Lutang village, aside from his family, no other household had the capability to establish a company specializing in the herbal medicine industry. Securing a major shareholder position in such a company would be an exceptionally lucrative opportunity. Alright, I'll look into it and get back to you once I return. Zhang Manager said casually. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Thank you. Upon hearing Manager Zhang's agreement, Uncle was overjoyed, his face lit up with excitement, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. But you must also be clear in your heart, the Lu family can lift you up, but we can also bring you crashing down and even kill you. After saying this, Manager Zhang quickly left the area. After the matter was settled, watching Zhang Manager leave, Uncle Tua's face also broke into a joyful smile. With this interest-free loan of 500,000 yuan, his son's family assets would now reach a level sufficient to establish a company, allowing the business to officially open. Back at Yang Yu's home, his uncle approached him and spoke earnestly, My dear nephew, your uncle has secured a 500,000 yuan interest-free loan from Manager Zhang. If you ever find yourself in a bind and can't make ends meet, come work at your cousin's company. We're all from the same village. If we can help you, we definitely will. When Auntie Air heard that Uncle Air had secured a 500,000 yuan interest-free loan, she was so excited she almost jumped for joy. If the 500,000 yuan interest-free loan couldn't be secured, not only would the company be unable to open, but there wouldn't even be enough money to purchase the necessary equipment. Uncle Tu walked over to Yang Yu, patted him on the back, and spoke earnestly, My dear nephew, sometimes you can't be too impatient. Acting too hastily and seeking quick gains won't get the job done. Chapter 91, The Blue and White Porcelain Jar. Let's put off the matter of building a bridge for our village for now. Uncle Air continued. We can't put it off. The children in our village can't even finish elementary school. I must resolve this matter. Yang Yu shook his head. In Yang Yu's heart, this was something he had to do. Oh, you stubborn boy. Uncle Air sighed and then said, if you hadn't been so stubborn just now, maybe Manager Zhang could have arranged some more of a loan for you. Your second uncle would definitely have said a few good words for you in front of Manager Zhang. In life, don't be so impatient or arrogant. When you need to be flexible, but when it's time to stand up for yourself, stand up. Your uncle spoke earnestly. Uncle Air took out 300 yuan from his pocket and slipped it into Yang Yu's hand, saying, all these years, I haven't been able to do much for you. Take this money first and use it to improve your life. Although we're all from the same village and our family, you know your cousin is about to start a company, so helping with the bridge construction is something we really can't do. We can only contribute a little bit of money. Yang Yu had originally thought that his uncle had finally shown some conscience, but it turns out I was the one with the true colors showing. All he cares about is his own money and his son's future. He came to talk to me like that because he was afraid I would ask them for the money to build the bridge. Yang Yu sighed helplessly, smiled, and said, Uncle, I won't ask you for money to build the bridge. I can borrow 5 million on my own. Although he didn't know if his uncle was being sincere or not, seeing that he had come to speak to him, Yang Yu no longer held a grudge against him for what he had done earlier. Uncle, you sometimes have a hot temper and speak bluntly. Big nephew, don't take it to heart. Your uncle can be a bit impulsive at times and speaks his mind directly. Big nephew, don't take it to heart, okay? His aunt also chimed in from the side, trying to smooth things over. It's okay. What my uncle said actually motivates me a lot. Remember when Uncle Lee said I'd never get into college? If it weren't for my uncle's encouragement back then, how could I have worked so hard to prove to you all that I could get into college? Yang Yu waved his hand and smiled as he spoke. His second uncle looked at Yang Yu's expression, smiled awkwardly, and said helplessly, you were just a youngster back then, who would have known you'd be so clever? You really know how to keep your cards close to your chest. But as for the bridge building project, you'd better not get involved in that. Uncle Air continued too. His aunt chimed in from the side, nephew, don't think your uncle is being too blunt, but these are all facts. Yang Yu heard his uncle's words but didn't say anything. He didn't want to prove anything to the two of them, he just needed to wait until the bridge was built, and everything would be clear then. Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang exchanged glances. They felt there was no point in wasting any more time at their adopted daughter's home. They exchanged polite farewells with Yang Yu's parents and returned to their own home to begin planning their son's future. You've suffered so much out there over the years. It's all my fault as your mother for not being able to provide you with better conditions. It's all my fault. Yang Yu's mother looked at Yang Yu, her eyes filled with sorrow. As for the bridge building project, perhaps you should put it on hold for now. Your mother is worried that even if you manage to secure a loan, you won't be able to repay such a large sum. Yang Yu shook her head and smiled at her mother. Yang Yu shook his head and smiled at his mother. Mom, don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm doing well out here. Yang Yu comforted his mother. Mom, don't worry. I can handle the money. Just then, Yang Yu's father suddenly stood up, pulled out a key from his waist, and opened a dark golden wooden box on the cabinet. He took out a porcelain jar wrapped tightly in cloth. Yang Yu's father removed the cloth and placed the porcelain jar in front of Yang Yu. This is a blue and white porcelain jar passed down through our Yang family. If you're in urgent need of money, you can sell this jar. Yang Yu's father spoke softly. This was the last thing he could do for Yang Yu. Ran Duo recognized it at first glance. The blue and white porcelain crown was a rare treasure, and an extremely rare one at that, featuring carved patterns from the Ming dynasty. Yang Yu's father was truly a good father. Even though his own life was filled with hardship and difficulties, he was willing to sacrifice everything to help his son fulfill his dreams. Such a father is so much better than the uncle who just left. This is what a great father should be like. If this were to be sold at an auction, it would fetch at least $7 or $8 million. This item has been passed down through our Yang family for generations. It's considered our family heirloom. I absolutely cannot sell it. Please put it away quickly. Believe me, I can handle the money myself. Yang Yu picked up the cloth, carefully wrapped the blue and white porcelain crown, and then solemnly placed the jar back into the dark golden wooden box, locking it securely. After speaking, Yang Yu led Randuo outside. Just as Yang Yu was about to speak, Randuo suddenly said, "Why don't I call the bank for the Lu family? They'll definitely help us get a loan." Yang Yu shook his head and said, "I need to handle this myself. I don't want to owe anyone a favor." "We don't need to owe anyone a favor. I plan to use our research and technology as collateral to secure a loan," Yang Yu said in a firm tone. After speaking, Yang Yu turned to Randuo and instructed her, "Please help me contact the municipal government of Yuyao City shortly. Tell them this: I am planning to establish a company, and the legal representative will be Yang Hao Chang. As for other matters, do not inquire too much or ask too many questions. If asked, simply say it is state secret." After finishing his instructions, Yang Yu returned to his bedroom. As he pushed open the bedroom door, a cloud of dust swept toward him. However, the room was indeed very clean, as if someone had been cleaning it regularly. There was hardly any dust on anything except the windows and doors. Yang Yu glanced outside, then locked all the doors and windows before opening the interface of his super tech research and development system. Chapter 92, Technology Pledge. Ding! The system congratulates the host on successfully completing the Tri-Mode Aviation Man Warship project. Reward, Nanomedicine Drug Design Blueprints, 50 system points. Ding! System congratulates the host on successfully advancing to Level 6 Scientist, unlocking the new ability, Top-Tier Creativity. Host, Yang Yu. Rank, Level 6 Scientist. Abilities, Superb Memory, Light Speed Analysis, Precise Insight, Top-Tier Creativity. Task List. Stargazing Plan, Progress 0%. Login Plan, 0% complete. Space Exploration Plan, 47% complete. Nuclear Weapons Manufacturing Program, 52% complete. Yang Yu then opened the system store. Science and Technology Research and Development System points. Mall remaining system points, 90 points. High-tech electronic equipment design drawings redemption requires 20 points. Airframe survival nutrition chamber design drawings exchange requires 30 points. Network coverage insight design drawings requires 20 points to redeem. Cosmic insight design blueprints redemption requires 80 points. Destruction class laser beam emitter design blueprint requires 60 points to redeem. God tier artificial intelligence Yang UI design blueprints requires 200 points to redeem. Yang Yu browsed through the system's points shop and found nothing he wanted, so he took the nanomedicine drug design blueprint he had just received as a system reward and exited the system. Currently, Yang Yu's system points were still quite abundant. As long as he returned to the Changlong Experimental Research Institute later, he should be able to immediately put some plans into motion. Yang Yu then took out paper and pen, carefully compared the nano blueprint design drawings he had exchanged from the system with the newly obtained drawings, and meticulously sketched the design onto the paper before stepping out the door. As soon as he stepped out the door, Yang Yu saw Ran Duer walking toward the entrance from outside. "How's it going with the Yuyo municipal government?" Yang Yu asked. Duer nodded vigorously and said, "Things are going very smoothly with the Yuyo municipal government. Not only have they waived the basic registration fees for us, but they're even prepared to provide subsidies. The mayor of Yuyo City really knows how to spot a good opportunity." Yang Yu smiled, then handed the design sketch he had just finished drawing to Ran Duer. "Copy this design sketch to the computer and send it to the Tsanglong Research Institute." Ran Duer took the detailed blueprint drawn by Yang Yu, glanced at the densely packed and highly complex structure, and then sucked in a sharp breath. This was only half an hour ago. This legendary figure had already developed such a scientific achievement. Remember to include this in the information. I need to use this as collateral to secure a loan from the bank. Yang Yu instructed in a serious tone. Just leave it to me. Although I don't understand the blueprints, I can definitely convey your instructions accurately. Ran Duer gave a playful smile and then winked at Yang Yu. Yang Yu saw Ran Duer's playful expression and didn't say anything else. He then walked into the house and started chatting with Yang Yu's parents. Northwest China's Tsanglong Research Institute. The old herbalist was in the top-floor command laboratory, assigning tasks. Looking at the command room screen filled with densely packed projects and progress updates, he felt overwhelmed. It was truly hard to imagine how Yang Yu could possibly manage to coordinate so many projects simultaneously and keep them all on track. As he looked at the overwhelming schedule, he felt a sense of helplessness, knowing that he simply didn't have the resources or expertise to handle such a daunting task. Yao Lao couldn't help but recall Yang Yu's usual carefree demeanor. He truly felt that being the chief engineer of the Tsanglong Research Institute was no easy task. Moreover, his progress was currently at its slowest pace, making it hard to imagine how Yang Yu must have been so busy when he had ordered the research department to have the Tsanglong Research Institute develop the project at full speed. Just then, the large screen suddenly lit up. A staff member suddenly stood up and shouted, "Report to the old man, Mr. Yang has sent a message." "Should we confirm and open it? Has the identity been confirmed?" Master Pharmacist asked cautiously. "Reporting to Master Ye, the identity has been confirmed. It is indeed Mr. Yang, the chief engineer." The messenger spoke solemnly. "All right, then open it," the elder ordered. When the message opened, the first thing the app displayed was a headline. Nanomedicine Drug Design Blueprint. Upon seeing this title, the old pharmacist furrowed his brows slightly before showing great interest. He immediately instructed the staff to open it. Upon opening the design blueprints, the first page contained Yang Yu's explanation of the application of this technology and some future expectations. This technology should be applied to the innovative pharmaceutical industry. It can alter drugs at the nanoscale. Additionally, nanotechnology can precisely enhance a specific function of a drug, thereby reducing side effects and making the drug's efficacy more accurate. This also enables hospitals to prescribe medications more accurately, thereby reducing post-treatment complications and side effects for patients. It can even reduce the probability of side effects occurring to nearly zero. Upon reading this overview, the numerous researchers present were left speechless, and the command center of the laboratory fell into complete silence. Academician by Pharmaceuticals are your area of expertise. What are your thoughts on the technology sent by Mr. Yang? The elderly man, who seemed to have an otherworldly aura and was completely gray-haired, approached and asked. Academician by stroked his beard, took a deep breath, and spoke in a solemn voice. I simply cannot believe that all of this is true. As the old saying goes, all medicines have some toxicity, which is a fundamental and unalterable principle of medical science. However, if the thing that Yang Zongshur sent is truly developed successfully, it might just overturn the most fundamental theories of medicine. Nano-level precision pharmaceuticals, nano-level precision drug delivery, do you know what that means? The old pharmacist looked at the slightly dazed expression on the academician's face, filled with admiration, shook his head, and said, I don't know. Please enlighten me. This means that humans can now target treatments at the cellular level. In other words, even incurable diseases like AIDS and leukemia can be cured as long as the technology is mature. It can be said that there is no disease in the world that cannot be cured. Upon hearing these words, the old pharmacist couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How could Yang Zongshur be so remarkable as to develop such a thing? Immediately convene an academic symposium. If the design plan is feasible, arrange relevant experiments for testing and initiate initial production trials. The old pharmacist issued his orders. Chapter 93, The Old Alchemist's Rage. As the old alchemist's orders were issued, the command center of the entire laboratory suddenly became bustling with activity. Countless medical experts from the Tsanglong Research Institute were all gathered in the conference room on the top floor of the laboratory. In the spacious and vast conference room, all the medical researchers were dressed in white lab coats. The research projects they were working on were all classified as low-security projects. Being summoned to the top floor conference room, everyone looked puzzled and slightly shocked. The leaders presiding over the meeting were Yalao and by Academician. When Yalao and by Academician unveiled Yang Zongshur's nanopharmaceutical drug design blueprints in the conference room, the reactions of those present were even more intense than those in the command center earlier. The products developed based on this design diagram had undeniably shattered their conventional knowledge and understanding. In their medical theory, humans are incapable of overcoming diseases like AIDS and leukemia. However, someone has now informed him that this seemingly insurmountable challenge could be overcome within their lifetime, leaving them utterly speechless. This is actually true. Even HIV cells can be targeted for treatment. This ingenious design is truly remarkable. I never imagined that modern medicine could achieve such tremendous progress. Yang Zongshur is truly amazing. Mr. Yang, I truly admire you so much. This is absolutely amazing. Great, really great. After a moment of astonishment, the old herbalist and the white-haired academician stood up and interrupted the discussion. All right, everyone, stop arguing. We have gathered you here today not to make you admire how capable Yang Zongshur is. This is a fact that has already been decided, so there is no need to discuss it further. We all know that Mr. Yang is indeed very talented. The issue we need to discuss now is whether the items on this design drawing can be actually implemented. If it cannot be implemented, we will need to continue discussing this with Mr. Yang. Yao Lao and by Academician spoke solemnly to the dozens of medical researchers present. Let us see the design drawings behind you. One of the medical researchers present spoke up. Following this, the elderly pharmacist pressed a button on the remote control in his hand and began to display the specific details and content of Yang Yu's designed nanomedicine drug design drawings for everyone to view. As one design diagram after another, densely packed and extremely complex yet exquisitely crafted, flashed before their eyes, the people's mouths grew wider and wider, and their eyes widened to the point where it seemed as though their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. This design is definitely feasible. Yang Zongshur's design is something I could never have imagined in my entire life. Every single idea in this design drawing is a complete disregard for my profession. Before the design drawing had even been fully reviewed, a 30-something medical doctoral student stood up and exclaimed in astonishment. Working with Mr. Yang, one truly feels that even after studying diligently for over 30 years, one still cannot compare to the tip of his toe. Setting aside whether this proposal is feasible or not, the ingeniously designed instruments and concepts alone leave me in awe. All those years of medical studies were a complete waste. I feel utterly ashamed as a medical student and can't even bring myself to continue my research here. When Yang Yu finished reading the message he had sent, everyone present saw the line of text left by Ran Duor. Yang, the chief engineer, had sent this design drawing back to the Tsanglong Research Institute with the intention of building a bridge for the village in his hometown. However, Yang currently lacks the funds required for the bridge construction, so he needs to apply for a loan from the bank. Zhang, the manager of the Lu family bank, has been making things difficult for Yang at every turn, even going so far as to declare that if Yang cannot secure a loan of 5 million yuan, he will make Yang crawl under his legs. Therefore, we earnestly request your assistance in helping Mr. Yang. Upon reading the final sentence of the message, all the researchers present clenched their teeth in anger, their eyes filled with fury. A loud bang. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand down on the table with great force. Many researchers stood up and shouted angrily, "Who the hell is that? They don't know when to back down. How dare they insult our chief engineer Yang? They must be out of their minds. Insulting Yang Zongshire is the same as insulting all of us at the Tsanglong Research Institute." All the researchers present were furious, glaring angrily at the final sentence. That's right, this isn't just an insult to our entire Tsanglong Research Institute, it's an insult to the entire nation of China. When the old alchemist read the final lines, he was also filled with anger. He then picked up the phone and called the relevant regulatory authorities directly. "Hello, who is this?" The person on the other end of the line answered with an impatient tone. "This is Yaxingwo, the director of the National Science and Technology Research Department. Are you from the Banking Regulatory Department of Yuyao City?" Yaxingwo asked in a solemn voice. Upon hearing Yaxingwo's identity, the other party immediately perked up, stood up, and replied with a smile, "Yes, yes. I am Wang Lichuan, the head of the Banking Regulatory Department of Yuyao City. May I ask the head of the Pharmaceutical Department if there are any instructions for me? I am issuing this official document on behalf of the National Research and Development Department. Although I am not your direct superior, a joint document will be issued shortly. I hope you will take this seriously." Chen Shang, the senior pharmacist, spoke up. The old herbalist's tone was extremely cold, causing the head of the Banking Regulatory Department on the other end of the phone to break out in a cold sweat. "Please go ahead and tell me." "I will listen carefully," the head of the Banking Regulatory Department in Yuyao City said without daring to delay. "Is there a commercial company called Lu's Bank in Yuyao City?" Upon hearing the name Lu, the head of the Banking Regulatory Authority in Yuyao City paused for a moment before responding. "There is one, but we have no jurisdiction over them." "You can't handle them?" Lao Yao immediately flew into a rage and shouted. "What are you, the person in charge, doing? Why can't you control them?" The head of the Banking Regulatory Department also spoke helplessly. "Lu's Bank is the pillar of our city, and many departments have no way to deal with them. We are no exception. Moreover, even if we were to intervene, it would only be superficial and have no real effect." After hearing the words of the head of the Banking Regulatory Department in Yuyao City, the old man warned in a solemn tone, "You don't want the 18th Military Region to come looking for you in Yuyao City, do you?" Chapter 94, The Enforcement Team Assembles. This is an official document issued jointly by multiple departments. Even if you can't do it, you must do it for me. The old pharmacist spoke sternly with a serious expression. Upon hearing the words 18th Military Region, the head of the Banking Regulatory Department was so frightened that he lost his composure and immediately responded, "Yes, yes, I will definitely follow your instructions and handle it for you." "May I ask exactly how we should proceed?" the head asked curiously. Yao Lao said solemnly, "First, impose a fine of 4 million yuan on Lu's Bank. Second, order Lu's Bank to immediately initiate self-inspection and self-rectification, and continue until we notify them that it is acceptable to stop. Third, Lu's Bank must fully cooperate with Yang Yu of Lutang Village, Jinping County, Yuyao City. Article 4, each member of your bank's regulatory department must submit a self-criticism report to their immediate superior every day for 1 week. The content of the self-criticism is up to you to determine, and this process will continue until it is approved by your superiors. Additionally, the third point is the most critical matter. If you fail to handle it properly, you will be held personally responsible for the consequences." After saying that, the old man hung up the phone. Fortunately, he found out about this first. If Xiaofeng had found out, things would not have been so easy to resolve. At that point, Xiaofeng might have brought his elite special forces to Yuyao City and would certainly have sought justice for Yang Yu. And that bank manager, who came out of nowhere, will probably end up getting beaten to a pulp. Upon hearing the muffled sounds from the other end, the bank manager, still shaken, turned to his female assistant and said, "Connect me to Lu's Bank." Seeing the manager's frightened expression, the assistant quietly asked, "Shall I get you a glass of water first?" Just as the female assistant had finished pouring the water and placed the cup in front of the supervisor suddenly knocked it over. He then angrily shouted at the female assistant, "Didn't you hear what I just said? Call Lu's Bank." However, Lu's Bank said they only have time to take calls in the evening. The female assistant didn't know why the manager was so angry and quickly explained. At that moment, a document was transmitted to their confidential computer. The supervisor picked up the document and glanced at it. It was indeed the red-headed document he had just requested, and it was a jointly signed document. The responsible official furrowed his brows tightly and said in a solemn voice, "This matter cannot be delayed. It absolutely must not be delayed." As soon as he finished speaking, the supervisor put on the enforcement uniform hanging on the coat rack and immediately turned to his female assistant, barking out orders, "Go notify all members of the enforcement team to assemble immediately. I will personally lead the team to Lu's Bank." Seeing the urgent expression on the manager's face, the female assistant dared not delay and immediately pressed the emergency assembly button. Immediately, the alarm bells rang throughout the entire office building of the Banking Regulatory Department. All enforcement officers quickly put on their uniforms and rushed downstairs to assemble. After putting on his uniform, the supervisor organized his documents, took a deep breath, and stood before the assembled crowd. He spoke in a firm voice, "Everyone, we have a very important mission this time. We must not show any mercy to anyone from Lu's bank. If we show them even the slightest mercy, we won't have a good outcome." In the command center of the top-floor laboratory at the Huaxia Kunlun Tsanglong Research Institute. After finishing his call with the local banking regulatory authorities, the old alchemist's expression betrayed a look of concern. Judging by the tone of the local banking regulatory authorities, it seemed that this matter would not be easily resolved. "We absolutely must not delay Mr. Yang's vacation. What the head of the banking regulatory authority in Yuyao City just said seems to indicate that they are deeply afraid of the Lu family bank. Yao Lao believes that relying solely on their words will likely be insufficient to resolve this matter." Yao Lao thought for a moment, then opened his phone's contact list and found the phone number of the president of the head office of Huaxia Bank. Beep. Ding. "Hello, this is Yaxingwo, Minister of the National Research and Development Department." After the call connected, Yaxingwo immediately identified himself to the other party. Upon hearing that it was Yao Lao calling, Wu Xiaoming, the president of the head office of Huaxia Bank, was greatly surprised and then spoke with a sense of honor. "You called me? Is there something important you need to arrange?" Wu Xiaoming was well aware of the esteemed position that the old man held among the high-ranking officials of Huaxia Nation. Although the old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology was merely an elderly figure in the department with little actual power, his background was truly astonishing. Even local influential figures had to give him some respect. Needless to say, Wu Xiaoming is even more fortunate. The fact that the old man can call him is like a blessing from a previous life. The chief engineer of our Tsanglong Research Institute's research project was being harassed by a bank in Yuyao City, and they even spoke disrespectfully, insulting our chief engineer. The old herbalist said in a solemn voice. Upon hearing this, the branch manager also drew in a sharp breath. Although he had not been involved in the research project plan of the Tsanglong Research Institute, he was still somewhat familiar with the institute's affairs. Of course, he was well aware of the immense value and prestige associated with the position of chief engineer of the research project plan at the Tsanglong Research Institute. Everyone held high hopes for the Tsanglong Research Institute, even positioning it as a fundamental strategic policy for the nation. Just tell me who did it. I'll make sure he pays dearly for this. Why pick on the chief engineer of our great nation? This is absolutely unforgivable. Wu Xiaoming fully understood that this matter must be resolved immediately. Otherwise, if the chief engineer of the Chinese nation were to suffer any injustice, he would never be able to take responsibility for it. Yuyao City, Lu's bank. The old man said. Upon hearing the name, Wu Xiaoming immediately opened his computer to search for information about Lu's bank and then sent a copy of the information to the old herbalist. "Yao Lao, the information on Lu's bank has been sent to you. Do you have any instructions?" Wu Xiaoming's tone was extremely serious, showing no intention of covering for Lu's bank. This completely different attitude left Yao Lao highly satisfied. If the old pharmacist had said that Lu's bank should be shut down immediately, Wu Xiaoming would have likely issued the order without hesitation. However, the old pharmacist did not want to do that to him. He simply felt that it was excessive for the bank to allow such an innovative invention to be used as collateral for a loan. Chapter 95, Everyone Stay Late. If we were to mortgage this new medical invention to the Lu family bank, and if this technology were to leak overseas, we might lose the ability to use this technology throughout all of China. This is the last thing the old pharmacist wants to see happen. Thinking of this, the old pharmacist spoke solemnly to Wu Xiaoming. Because the bank refused to grant a loan to our chief engineer, he wanted to mortgage the technical patent to secure a loan from the bank. Moreover, the chief engineer's ultimate goal was to make it easier for the children in the village to attend school, which is why he decided to build a bridge for them. Yet, despite this, they still refused to lend him the money. My demand is that you issue an order to the other party, regardless of how much money the chief engineer needs to borrow, they must agree unconditionally. Even if it means using reserve funds. After hearing the old pharmacist's words, Wu Xiaoming also felt that the Lu family bank had gone too far. After clearly understanding the old herbalist's instructions, Wu Xiaoming nodded and agreed, "I'll go arrange it right away." Upon hearing this, the old herbalist hung up the phone. Wu Xiaoming, to prevent the order from not being carried out immediately, did not call the head of the Lu family bank directly, but instead called the local government of Yuyao City. "This is Wu Xiaoming, the president of the head office of Huaxia Bank. I need to speak with your mayor." Wu Xiaoming spoke in a cold, firm tone. At that moment, Cheng Fangming was leisurely sipping tea in his office when he suddenly saw his young assistant rush into his office. The young assistant burst in, startling Tang Yongning, who nearly choked on his tea. To his surprise, Tang Yongning frowned and scolded him loudly, "Don't you even know to knock before entering my office?" The young assistant quickly apologized and then said helplessly, "Mayor Tang, the president of the head office of Huaxia Bank is looking for you." "The president of Huaxia headquarters is looking for me? Are you sure?" Upon hearing the assistant's words, Tang Yongning's angry expression vanished instantly, replaced by a look of confusion. The young assistant nodded repeatedly before explaining, I confirmed the caller's phone number. It is indeed the phone number of the headquarters of Huaxia Bank. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and take me there. Tang Yongning, upon hearing that it was the president of the Huaxia Bank's headquarters calling for him, immediately poured out the tea in his hands and rushed out the door. Tang Yongning dared not show the slightest sign of delay. He rushed out, answered the phone, and spoke with a smile on his face. Hello, this is Tang Yongning, the mayor of Yuyao City. May I ask what instructions the leader has for me? Upon hearing Tang Yongning's fawning tone, Wu Xiaoming snorted coldly and then repeated every word of the instructions given to him by the old man, making sure to emphasize each detail. After Tang Yongning had clarified the matter, he immediately spoke up and assured him, Sir, please rest assured. I will handle this matter perfectly. The mistakes made by Lu's bank, I will make sure they are fully compensated for. Tang Yongning had originally thought that the head office's bank president was seeking out a confidant for some major project requiring funding, but he never imagined that the head office president had come to confront him. After hearing the entire story from start to finish, Tang Yongning quickly realized the importance of the matter. Wu Xiaoming had not revealed Yang Yu's true identity to Tang Yongning. He had only told him that Yang Yu was a high-ranking official at the national level and that he must handle the matter properly. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yongning thought back to the national-level official who had come from Xi'an to Yuyao City earlier. Tang Yongning didn't know if the two were the same person, but from Wu Xiaoming's tone, this man named Yang Yu must be of extremely high status. Someone of his caliber would personally call to arrange such a matter. This clearly indicated that the matter was of the utmost importance. Mayor, has something major happened? You look so worried. At that moment, the young assistant brought over a cup of tea and asked with concern. Tang Yongning took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn tone. We've received a message from higher-ups stating that even if we have to declare Lu's bank bankrupt, we must fulfill all of Yang Yu's demands. This Yang Yu is terrifying. What kind of person is she? Ugh. Sigh. After hearing the mayor's words, the young assistant also found it hard to believe. Since the higher-ups have issued instructions, we can only follow what the leaders have said. What does the mayor need me to do? The young assistant asked in a low voice. Tang Yongning furrowed his brows deeply, his face filled with worry as he struggled to make a decision. After all, Lu's bank was the pillar of Yuyao City. If they were to deliver a harsh reprimand to them now, it might affect the entire city. However, since the higher-ups had already made the arrangements, they could only follow their instructions and carry out the tasks as assigned. Help me find the contact information for the manager of Lu's bank. I need to confirm with him first. Is this really happening? Tang Yongning set down his tea and instructed his assistant. But it's almost time now. There are only a few minutes left before the end of the workday. The assistant glanced at his watch. There were only 3 minutes left before the end of the workday. Tang Yongning turned around, his eyes cold as he asked in a harsh tone, Do you think it's more comfortable for us to go home and sleep now, or for the higher-ups to stop investigating us altogether? Send out the notice. Everyone at the office is required to work overtime today. No one is allowed to go home. No one is to leave until this matter is resolved. Tang Yongning berated his assistant harshly before falling silent. After listening to Tang Yongning's words, the young assistant also got back to work. The young assistant went to the municipal government's archive in Yuyao City and searched through the vast archive for a long time before finally finding the information on the manager of Lu's bank. The assistant then handed the documents to Tang Yongning and said, Mayor, these are the complete records of all 1,000 bank managers across the 10 districts and counties under Lu's bank. All right. Tang Yongning glanced at the documents he had opened, confirmed that there were no issues, and then instructed, All right, you may go now. Then notify the others that we will be holding a meeting tonight. Everyone should be prepared. After speaking, Tang Yongning dismissed his assistant, while he remained in the room, carefully reviewing the documents. Using the data on his computer, Tang Yongning precisely narrowed down the 1,000 manager profiles to just 5. Tang Yongning glanced at the phone numbers of the 5 managers and then picked up the phone to call each of them one by one. Chapter 96, The Disaster of the Lu Group. Just as Manager Zhang had returned to the office and was about to leave for the day, the phone in his office suddenly rang. Manager Zhang furrowed his brows slightly, not wanting to answer the call. However, the phone kept ringing insistently. He walked over to take a look and found it was a call from the Yang City government. The Yuyao City government? What could they possibly want from me? Zhang Manager was completely puzzled and decided to answer the call. This is Mayor Tang Yongning of Yuyao City. Upon hearing Tang Yongning's voice, Manager Zhang immediately grew respectful, quickly switching to a smile and responding, Mayor Tang, hello. Is there anything I can assist you with? Why did you call me? What instructions do you have for me? Manager Zhang asked with a smile. Tang Yongning's tone was very serious as he coldly demanded, Why did you take so long to answer my call? Did you not want to answer my call? Manager Zhang, seeing Tang Yongning confronting him, immediately softened his tone and began to explain, Mayor Feng, you know how it is. I was almost done with work, so I didn't notice. Humph. Just because you're leaving, does that mean I don't have to work? If it weren't for you, I would have already gone home by now. Tang Yongning said angrily. Earlier, Tang Yongning had already called the other 4 people to confirm, so Tang Yongning was certain that it was this Zhang manager who had caused the entire Yuyao city to fall into crisis. If it weren't for the things he did, none of the higher-ups in Xijing would have been alerted. It was precisely because of the things this manager Zhang did that everyone in Yuyao city had to clean up the mess. They had to bear the consequences for his mistakes. Manager Zhang heard Tang Yongning's furious voice and was startled. He paused for a moment before speaking. Mayor Tang, what are you doing? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Why are you so upset? Tang Yongning sneered disdainfully and asked coldly, Humph. Did you encounter someone named Yang Yu today who wanted to process a loan with you? Upon hearing the name Yang Yu, Zhang Jingli thought for a moment before smiling and saying, Ah, you mean him? I've encountered him before. But he's a big fraudster, Mayor Tang. You mustn't let him deceive you. A poor college graduate who wants a loan and boasts that he doesn't have the qualifications to check his credit report. He even had the nerve to say that even without me, he could borrow 5 million yuan in Yuyao City. A college graduate with no money trying to borrow 5 million yuan in Yuyao City is nothing but a pipe dream. Manager Zhang grew more animated as he spoke, and on the other end of the line, Tang Yongning was so enraged that he trembled all over, wanting nothing more than to grab him and give him a good lesson. I rejected his loan application today. After returning, I added his information to our bank's blacklist, so no matter how poor he becomes, he won't be able to secure a loan. Ha! Tang Yongning heard Zhang manager's words, which sounded like he was gloating over someone else's misfortune, and his face turned ashen with anger, his heart boiling with fury. It was you all along. Tang Yongning gritted his teeth and said, if this incident leads to a significant reduction in funding allocations from higher-ups to Yuyao City, I won't be able to continue working here. It's truly a case of a few bad apples spoiling the bunch. You actually have the nerve to say that. Do you even know who you've offended? Are you trying to get me killed? Tang Yongning could no longer contain his anger and unleashed a torrent of abuse at Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang was puzzled by Tang Yongning's sudden outburst. After all, he was just a poor college graduate. What was there to be afraid of? It's just a junior college graduate who's poor. What's there to be afraid of? Manager Zhang muttered under his breath. He should have kept his mouth shut. When Tang Yongning heard those words, he flew into a rage and started berating Zhang manager non-stop. You worthless piece of trash. You don't know anything. Do you have any sense of remorse? You dare to say you're just a poor college graduate? Do you know that it's because you deliberately made things difficult for them and alerted someone important? The mess you've created has even caught the attention of the higher-ups in Xi'an. Upon hearing Tang Yongning's furious words, Zhang manager was completely stunned. He collapsed into his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had left his body. He couldn't believe it. All he had done was intentionally harass and insult a poor vocational school student, yet it had somehow caught the attention of a big shot in Xi'an. He couldn't accept this reality. Tang Yongning glanced at the time, sighed in relief, and then spoke up. Thankfully, it hasn't been 24 hours yet. There's still a chance to make amends. After hanging up, Tang Yongning began to think about specific measures to make up for the delay. Lu's financial tower, Yuyao City. Lu Hongwen was sitting in his office, playfully teasing his female assistant. He even had her pick up things he threw out with her mouth, a rather mischievous and playful act. However, what he didn't know was that the alarm bells were already ringing downstairs. Banking regulatory enforcement officers and the head of the banking regulatory department had already arrived at the lobby of the Lu family financial tower. The staff of Lu's financial company and the security guards responsible for security, upon seeing the group of enforcement officers in uniform approaching, showed no sign of fear on their faces. The security team leader approached the bank manager with a smile and said, Sir, I'm very sorry. Our Lu's financial company does not receive visitors in the evening. After saying that, the security captain waved his hand at the security guards behind him and said, Someone come and escort them out. However, before he could finish his sentence, the law enforcement officers behind the bank manager had already subdued the security team captain. What are you doing? Are you tired of living? I work for Lu Financial Company. If you dare touch me, you'll lose your job. Our captain, seeing that he had been restrained by the enforcement team, began shouting loudly, his demeanor extremely arrogant. The security guards and thugs hired by Lu's financial company also rushed over, wielding sticks and engaging in a fierce struggle with the law enforcement officers. The bank manager snorted coldly. As he watched the security guards fighting with the law enforcement team members, he opened the briefcase he was holding and pulled out a red-headed document. This is an official document issued by higher authorities regarding joint law enforcement operations. I hope you will cooperate with my work. Chapter 97, The Wronged Manager Zhang. After speaking, the bank manager turned to the members of the enforcement team and issued a stern order, Take them all down. Take them away. As soon as the head of the Banking Regulatory Authority finished speaking, the members of the enforcement team drew their weapons and immediately arrested all the security guards and thugs from Lu's financial company. After dealing with these individuals, the head immediately divided the enforcement team into two smaller units. One squad proceeded to Mr. Zhang's office to arrest him. The other team was responsible for accompanying the head of the Banking Regulatory Department to Lu Hongwen's office. Lu Hongwen's chairman's office was located on the top floor of the Citigroup building. Lu Hongwen was still flirting with his female secretary in the office. He didn't hear the neat footsteps coming from the corridor outside. When the footsteps outside the corridor stopped, the female secretary seemed to notice something was amiss and spoke to Lu Hongwen. "Sir, listen, there seems to be a noise outside." Upon hearing the secretary's words, Lu Hongwen furrowed his brows, glanced toward the door, and noticed there was no significant commotion outside. He then smiled and said, "Sweetheart, there's nothing going on. Let's continue. This is Yuyao City. No one in the entire city would dare to cause trouble for me here," Lu Hongwen said with a smile. Bang! Just as Lu Hongwen was basking in his triumph, the door to his office suddenly burst open. Lu Hongwen and his female secretary were both startled by the sudden noise. Lu Hongwen turned around with a puzzled expression and looked out the door. "Who dares to be so bold here? Don't you know who I am? I'm Lu Hongwen." Lu Hongwen shouted angrily toward the outside. After the door was blown open, a cloud of dust filled the air, making it impossible to see who was outside. Once the dust had settled, Lu Hongwen saw several fully armed law enforcement officers standing outside the door, with the head of the Banking Regulatory Authority at the front. Upon seeing them, Lu Hongwen felt extremely annoyed. He frowned and angrily exclaimed, "Director Wang, what are you doing here today? Do you have nothing better to do than come looking for me?" However, the head of the Banking Regulatory Department remained unfazed. He simply waved his hand forward, and the enforcement team members behind him charged into the office, lining up neatly on both sides and surrounding Lu Hongwen and his female secretary in a tight circle. "I am here on orders from my superiors to arrest you. Do you understand that you have broken the law?" Wang, the bureau chief, barked coldly. Lu Hongwen scoffed dismissively upon hearing Wang's words. He hadn't done anything wrong recently. How could he have broken the law? It was undoubtedly Bureau Chief Wang seeking some advantage for himself at Lu's financial company. "If you want something, just tell me directly. There's no need to go to all this trouble over a little money and fabricate charges against me. For me, it would be very difficult for you to arrest me." Lu Hongwen showed no sign of fear. He casually took a cigarette from the drawer, placed it between his lips, and his female secretary lit it for him. Lu Hongwen smoked the cigarette, walked slowly toward Bureau Chief Wang, exhaled a puff of smoke, and spoke disdainfully, "Go ahead, what do you really want?" However, Bureau Chief Wang remained expressionless and coldly ordered, "Arrest him and take him away." As Director Wang waved his hand, he dispersed the smoke that was blowing toward him, then turned and left the room. Upon receiving Director Wang's orders, the enforcement team members immediately approached Lu Hongwen, handcuffed him, and took him away. Lu Hongwen seemed to want to say something, but his mouth was blocked by an object. The enforcement team member warned him, "This operation is authorized by higher authorities. We hope you will cooperate. Otherwise, the entire Lu financial company will be sealed off." Lu Hongwen and his female secretary were both arrested by the enforcement team and taken downstairs. When Lu Hongwen saw the members of the enforcement team, he realized they weren't joking around. Although he was very confused, he knew that something serious might be happening this time. When Lu Hongwen was brought to the lobby of the Lu Financial Company building, the object blocking his mouth was removed by the enforcement team members. What on earth had happened? At this point, Lu Hongwen no longer attempted any futile resistance. He just wanted to figure out what had happened that had led to his arrest. Director Wang snorted coldly, then glanced at Lu Hongwen and said, "You'll find out soon enough." As soon as Director Wang finished speaking, the elevator of the Lu Group building dinged and descended to the first floor. Zhang manager, who was handcuffed, was escorted out of the elevator by members of the enforcement team. "It's all because of him that you ended up breaking the law. Since you are the boss of Lu's financial company, you also bear primary responsibility. Now, I will take you to the banking regulatory authorities for questioning." Wang, the bureau chief, spoke in a stern voice. After hearing Director Wang's words, Lu Hongwen glanced at Zhang manager, who had just kicked Zhang manager in the butt, sending him stumbling. He then shouted angrily, "You, what illegal activities have you been involved in?" "Boss, I didn't do anything." "Boss, I'm being framed. Today, when I went out, I encountered a poor college graduate named Yang Yu. He wanted to ask me about a 5 million yuan loan that our bank had approved, but I had rejected it. I just mocked him casually. Furthermore, upon returning, I added him to the blacklist in our bank's system," Zhang manager said with great grievance. After he finished his call with Tang Yongning, the members of the enforcement team blew open the door to his office and burst in. Before he could react, they handcuffed him and brought him here. "Yang Yu? Who is he?" Lu Hongwen heard the name Yang Yu and asked with a puzzled look on his face. At that moment, Director Wang snorted coldly and said, "That's the person you've offended. It's because you offended him that the departments in Xijing were alerted and issued a joint document against me. Now I have to clean up your mess. Do you understand? Upon hearing Wang, the bureau chief's words, Lu Hongwen's expression became extremely complex, and his eyes grew unfocused. Lu Hongwen had been implicated by manager Zhang, so the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Eventually, he lashed out at manager Zhang with a barrage of punches and kicks. Chapter 98, Provincial Leaders Pay a Visit. However, just as Director Wang was about to pull the two men apart and escort them to the banking regulatory authorities, Mayor Tang Yongning of Yuyao City suddenly called him. Director Wang, please bring the individuals to the municipal government office. We need to hold a collective meeting to discuss this matter. The meeting will focus on the matter concerning Lu's bank. Upon hearing Tang Yongning's words, Director Wang was equally shocked. He had not anticipated that this matter was also connected to the Yiyang City municipal government. It seems that Yang Yu is indeed a very formidable figure, capable of mobilizing so many departments at the same time. Without further ado, Director Wang escorted the two men to the car, preparing to send them to the Yiyang City government. At that moment, inside the Yiyang City government building, Tang Yongning had already arranged the meeting room and was now waiting for everyone to arrive before discussing a solution. This time, he was determined to resolve the issue perfectly. Not long after, Director Wang escorted Lu Hongwen and manager Zhang to the meeting room of the Yiyang City government. Upon arriving at the conference room, they noticed that the city government building was still brightly lit despite the late hour. Everyone present wore expressions of grave concern, which made the two of them fully realize that they had crossed someone they couldn't afford to provoke. You good-for-nothing fool! Why did you have to go and provoke such a high-ranking official? If our company gets shut down because of you, I swear I'll make sure you pay dearly for this. Lu Hongwen glanced at Zhang manager beside him, growing angrier by the second, so much so that he began to tremble uncontrollably. Let them go. This time, we must come up with a feasible solution. There must be a perfect compensation outcome. Tang Yongning, as the host of this meeting, spoke in a solemn tone. Director Wang nodded and then ordered the members of the enforcement team to release Lu Hongwen and manager Zhang. As soon as they released Lu Hongwen, he kicked Zhang manager in the butt, sending Song manager flying backward. It was highly inappropriate to resort to violence in such a setting. However, no one in the meeting room intervened, not even Director Wang and Tang Yongning, who glared at manager Zhang with clenched teeth. If it weren't for the fact that their positions made it inappropriate for them to intervene, they would have beaten the hell out of this bastard. If it weren't for this Zhang manager, none of the subsequent series of unfortunate events would have occurred. After Zhang manager was beaten up by Lu Hongwen, the meeting officially began. As the host of the meeting, Tang Yongning first explained the impact, consequences, and severity of the incident to everyone present. This matter has already alarmed various departments in Xijing, who have jointly issued documents, and even the head office of Manhwa Bank has been alerted. If none of you here wish to be dismissed from your positions, this matter must be handled seriously. After speaking, Tang Yongning turned to look at Zhang manager, who had been beaten until his face was swollen and bruised. Zhang manager slowly sat down on the chair, noticing that everyone was staring at him. What are you all staring at me for? Manager Zhang noticed that everyone in the meeting room was staring at him, and he felt extremely frightened and panicked. We need to know the detailed process of what happened yesterday, Tang Yongning said in a low voice. Director Wang also nodded and spoke in a low voice. Hurry up and tell us everything you know clearly. Otherwise, you'll have to face the consequences. Zhang manager noticed that everyone present was staring at him with fierce expressions, and he felt like a deflated balloon, completely unable to resist. He then obediently recounted the entire incident in great detail to everyone present. The people in the meeting room now realized that the true source of the incident was not just manager Zhang alone, but also Yang Dogwang and his wife, who had been stirring up trouble from the sidelines. This Yang Dogwang must also be dealt with severely. After hearing the detailed account from manager Zhang, Tang Yongning was filled with intense hatred for Yang Dogwang, who had sought to use others to achieve his own ends. It was clear that Yang Dogwang was trying to use Zhang manager to discredit the chief engineer. If such a person is not properly disciplined, he will inevitably cause more trouble for the chief engineer in the future. I agree. This kind of two-faced, clever, and fickle behavior is the most despicable. Although the matter was carried out by manager Zhang, it was all instigated by Yang Dogwang. Now everyone in the meeting room understood that Yang Dogwang was the real mastermind behind it all. What should I do now, Mayor Tang? Lu Hongwen asked. Tang Yongning gave Lu Hongwen a cold look and said in a harsh tone, this matter must be resolved by you. You have too many things to do. Just then, the sound of police sirens echoed from below the municipal government building. Soon, several police cars pulled up at the entrance, and several officials dressed in black suits stepped out and entered the building. The young assistant in the lobby saw the officials dressed in black suits walking in and looked extremely surprised. He quickly walked up to greet them. I am the team leader of the 2nd inspection team of the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Bureau. I am the head of the branch of the Huaxia Bank in the provincial capital. Two leaders dressed in black suits spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing the two reveal their identities, the young assistant broke out in a cold sweat. In his eyes, these were all super important figures, people he might not even get to see in person on an ordinary day. Yet here they were, appearing together in this place. Gentlemen, you didn't inform us beforehand. We weren't prepared to welcome you properly. The team leader of the Disciplinary Inspection Bureau's inspection team, standing at the front, glanced at the young assistant and then asked, "Where is the mayor of Yuyao City?" "The mayor is currently in a meeting. Would you like to wait a moment?" "The mayor is currently in a meeting. Would you mind waiting for him for a moment?" The young assistant replied with a forced smile. The young assistant clearly knew that the arrival of these individuals meant that the matter had escalated to a very serious level. He never expected that the higher-ups would arrive so quickly. They had already begun addressing the issue immediately, but before they could resolve it, the higher-ups had already arrived. The assistant tried to delay things further, but the head of the Disciplinary Inspection Office's inspection team and the branch manager from the Huaxia Bank headquarters paid no attention to him and walked straight toward the second-floor meeting room. Chapter 99, The Commitment Letter. The young assistant hurried forward, stretching out his arms to stop the group. "Would you like to rest for a moment, everyone? I'll get you some water. You've just arrived from the provincial capital and it's been a long journey. Why don't you rest for a while?" The head of the Disciplinary Inspection Bureau's inspection team and the head of the provincial capital's Huaxia Bank branch glared at the young assistant and spoke in a stern voice, "How dare you block us? Do you know what kind of trouble you've gotten yourselves into? If this matter isn't handled properly soon, even our entire provincial department will be dragged down by you." At that moment, the head of the provincial branch of Huaxia Bank pushed aside the young assistant and coldly said, "If you dare to block us again, you'd better start writing your resignation letter." After speaking, the two hurriedly made their way toward the second-floor conference room. The people inside the meeting room, who were discussing solutions to the problem, suddenly saw someone open the meeting room door. Two middle-aged men dressed in black suits walked straight into the meeting room and spoke up loudly. "Is Mayor Tang Yongning of Yuyao City government present? Is Wang Lichuan, the head of the Banking Regulatory Department of Yuyao City, available?" Upon seeing the two men enter, Tang Yongning and Wang Lichuan quickly stood up to greet them and spoke first. "Good afternoon, leaders. I am Tang Yongning." "Hello, leaders. I am Wang Lichuan." Upon seeing the two individuals, the head of the inspection team from the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Bureau and the head of the branch of the Huaxia Bank in the provincial capital, their faces were filled with displeasure. They then proceeded directly to the central seat at the front of the conference room and took their seats. "We have received orders from higher authorities to officially station ourselves here starting today to supervise and guide your work," the two leaders said in a solemn tone. The two leaders who had just arrived were the direct superiors of Tang Yongning and Wang Lichuan. If they were to speak up, they could dismiss Tang Yongning and Wang Lichuan at any time. "Have you apprehended anyone who has offended the chief engineer? Have you gained control over Lu's financial company?" the head of the provincial inspection team asked in a stern voice. Tang Yongning heard the head of the provincial inspection team demanding the men, and immediately pointed at manager Zhang and Lu Hongwen, saying, "It's those two. The men you're looking for are right here." Upon hearing Tang Yongning's words, the two leaders' eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent as they turned to look at Lu Hongwen and manager Zhang. Zhang manager and Lu Hongwen sensed the murderous intent in their gazes, and they were filled with fear. Cold sweat poured down their backs, and they clenched their lips, dared not utter a word. Lu Hongwen couldn't hold back any longer and quickly spoke up to apologize, saying, "I'm sorry, truly sorry. This is all my fault. I will definitely apologize to the chief engineer and compensate him. I promise. I also hope that the two leaders will believe me. I will definitely resolve this matter perfectly." The provincial inspection team leader glared coldly at Lu Hongwen and said in a harsh tone, "According to the law, insulting the chief engineer constitutes a violation of the national security law. Additionally, considering your actions, you are also charged with insult and defamation. I now have the authority to arrest you, and based on these charges, you will face a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison. However, the chief engineer's time is extremely valuable at this moment. Therefore, your superiors have granted you an opportunity to atone for your crimes. I hope you will seize this chance." As he spoke, the head of the Huaxia branch handed a document to Lu Hongwen and said, "Sign your name and press your fingerprint here." Lu Hongwen quickly took the document and glanced at it. He noticed that the title of the document was Commitment Letter. The contents stated, "I, Lu Hongwen, voluntarily agree to assist the chief engineer, even if it involves unlimited loans, without seeking any compensation." Lu Hongwen looked at the loan amount and related terms on the commitment letter and asked in confusion, "Why is the loan amount unlimited?" The bank manager, seeing Lu Hongwen's attitude, immediately reached out to take back the commitment letter and said in a stern voice, "If you don't want to sign and seal it, the consequences will be your own responsibility. There are plenty of people willing to sign if you don't. Don't blame me if you don't take this opportunity." After hearing the manager's words, Lu Hongwen carefully considered the matter in his mind. Yang Yu's status must be extraordinary. Even the higher-ups in Xijing had been alerted. If this matter were handled properly, he would have a high probability of befriending Yang Yu, and the benefits that could bring him in the future would be several times greater than his current efforts. Moreover, when he heard Zhang manager describe the process, he learned that Yang Yu only wanted to secure a loan to build a bridge for Lutang village, so it shouldn't require a large amount of money. No, I'll sign it. Lu Hongwen hurriedly grabbed the commitment form with his hands, then immediately pressed his fingerprint onto it and signed his name. The two leaders acted swiftly. Upon seeing that Lu Hongwen had already signed the commitment form and affixed his fingerprint, they asked, Tang Yongning, do you know where the chief engineer is currently residing? Tang Yongning thought for a moment before speaking in a solemn tone. The chief engineer should be staying in Liuting village in Jinping County. The distance from here isn't too far, but the roads in Liuting village are all mountain roads, so vehicles can't access the area. The inspection team leader glanced at his wristwatch and then spoke in a solemn tone, there's still time. If there's no way to get there by car, let's arrange for a helicopter. After speaking, the inspection team leader turned to Tang Yongning and issued a firm order. Tang Yongning, go arrange for a helicopter immediately. We must arrive at Liuting village before dawn. Upon hearing the patrol team leader's words, Tang Yongning quickly nodded and then assured him, I guarantee we'll complete the mission. Tang Yongning immediately called the local military region and, taking a bold risk, borrowed an armed helicopter from the military region. 20 minutes later, the helicopter landed at the entrance of the Yiyang City government building. The inspection team leader waited until the helicopter was ready, then directly boarded it with Tang Yongning, Wang Lichuan, Lu Hongwen, and Zhang manager. The group boarded the helicopter and set off toward Liuting village under the dazzling night sky. It was now around midnight, and most of the residents of Yuyao City had already fallen asleep. The buzzing sound woke many residents, and when they looked out the window at the helicopter flying overhead, they were about to go out and yell at it. However, they saw the weapons on the helicopter, including machine guns and rocket launchers. Chapter 100, Armed Helicopters Deploy. It's actually an armed helicopter. What's going on? Where are they going? That must be the legendary armed helicopter, right? It actually looks pretty cool. I wonder when I'll get the chance to ride one of those. This must be really expensive, right? I heard that only high-ranking officials or the richest people are allowed to ride this kind of thing. Don't even think about it. I wonder where they're going and what they're doing. It's so strange. In an instant, the chat forums across the entire city of Yuyao were abuzz with activity, as countless people discussed where the helicopter had come from, where it was heading, and what its purpose might be. My cousin's husband works for the municipal government. Apparently, two high-ranking officials from the provincial capital arrived today and arrested Lu Hongwen from Lu's financial company and one of his managers. It's rumored that it's because they offended a villager. What did he do to offend a villager? Which village's villager has such influence that the municipal government and the provincial capital had to get involved? I'm not sure about that, but my cousin's husband told me that this incident is related to a villager from that village. As for who exactly, I don't know. Why do I hear someone talking? Did someone just speak? It seems like it. There definitely seemed to be voices just now, but why didn't I hear them? Maybe we were just half asleep. Never mind, let's get some rest. We have to go to work tomorrow. Okay. More than an hour later, the helicopter arrived at Liuting village. The buzzing sound of the helicopter's rotors woke Yang Dogwan and many of the villagers. In the village, faint lights had already begun to glow. What's that? It looks like a helicopter. Quick, go find someone to ask what's going on. The villagers rushed out of their houses and stood at the village entrance, looking at the aircraft flying in the distance. What's going on? Why is a helicopter coming to our village? Could something big have happened? Who knows? Hurry up and send someone to notify the village chief so he can lead the villagers in preparing. Yes, that's right, tell the village chief to get everyone ready immediately. At that moment, Yang Dogwan was sound asleep in his room. The sudden sound of the aircraft woke him from his dreams. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and saw a dark mass outside. He felt a little strange. Who could that be? But he immediately got up and put on his clothes, intending to go out and see what was going on. When he stepped out of the courtyard gate, he heard a buzz of conversation coming from nearby. Do you think the helicopter is heading toward the village chief's house? Of course it is. That's where the village chief lives. Shoo, the village chief is coming out. The villagers saw the village chief emerge and quickly stopped talking, their eyes fixed on him, wondering what he was going to do. Yang Dogwan had just stepped out when he heard the villagers discussing where the helicopter had come from. And when he heard them mention his own home, Yang Dogwan was filled with confusion. Although the helicopter had awakened many villagers in Zitua village, it did not disturb Yang Yu and his family. This was because the two officials from the provincial capital had issued an order. Under no circumstances were they to disturb Yang Yu's family. If Yang Yu were awakened, the pilot's salary for the entire year would be deducted. The pilot of the armed helicopter had originally thought that working overtime in the middle of the night would earn him some extra pay. However, he never expected that if he made a mistake, his wages would be deducted. This frightened him so much that he remained highly focused, daring not to make even the slightest error. Many villagers from Liuting village saw the helicopter hovering approximately 00 meters away from Yang Yu's house. Isn't that Tang Yongning, the mayor of Yuyao City, who appeared on TV? Why would such a high-ranking official come to our village of Liuting? What could he possibly be doing here? The villagers were all surprised when they saw Tang Yongning step out of the helicopter and began to speak. However, the next moment, Lu Hongwen's appearance stunned everyone present, and the CEO of Lu's financial company also arrived. With so many important figures present, why did Wang Lichuan come to our Lu Tang village at this late hour? What could he possibly be up to? They're all important figures. The head of Lu's financial company has arrived. Does our village of Lu Tang have such great influence? At that moment, Tang Yongning and Lu Hongwen both looked up with expressions of deep respect toward the two leaders in black suits who had just stepped out of the helicopter. When the villagers saw the leaders dressed in black suits, they were even more shocked. Such high-ranking officials from the provincial capital, who only ever appeared on TV, had actually come to their village of Liuting. Behind Tang Yongning were other officials, and together with Tang Yongning, Wang Lichuan, and Lu Hongwen, there were a total of 5 high-ranking officials who had come to visit their village of Liuting village late at night. The villagers had never imagined in their wildest dreams that their village of Liuting would one day be honored by the presence of so many high-ranking officials. But what they never could have imagined was that Yang Yu was the one they were here for, and that he was the much more powerful and influential figure behind their visit to Zita village. Who exactly are these high-ranking officials coming to our Zita village to find? A villager stepped out of his front door, looked at the high-ranking officials getting off the helicopter, and whispered to himself. One after another, villagers who had gotten out of bed to watch the commotion kept coming out of their doors, seeing these few people heading toward the direction where Yang Dogwan lived. These people must be here to find the village chief. I heard that the village chief's son is planning to start a big company to run the herbal medicine business in our village. This is a major business opportunity. It's only natural that such influential people would take an interest in this herbal medicine business, isn't it? Otherwise, why would they bring along a bank manager and the chairman of Lu's financial company? That makes sense. I really envy Yang village chief's family. This time, they're really going to make it big. They've managed to get connected with such high-ranking officials, and now these officials are even coming to the village in the middle of the night by helicopter to find him. However, just as the villagers of Liuting village thought these people were there to find Yang Dogwan's family, the group walked straight to the door of Yang Yu's house and stopped. Lu Hongwen glanced at the dilapidated, dark-colored tile roofed house in front of him, then kicked Zhang manager's knee with his foot and shouted angrily, "Get down on your knees and apologize to him." Although such violent behavior was highly inappropriate, no one else intervened to stop Lu Hongwen. After all, if this matter wasn't handled properly, all of them would suffer the consequences, so they refrained from interfering further. Chapter 101, Let's wait until the chief engineer wakes up. Lu Hongwen's behavior can also be seen as a stance on this matter. After all, only by clearly stating his position can he continue to survive in Yuyao City. At that moment, Yang Dogwan had dressed himself and walked slowly out of the courtyard. Upon seeing several high-ranking officials standing at the entrance of Yang Yu's home, he was deeply shocked upon recognizing the leader dressed in a black suit. Oh my goodness, the high-ranking officials from the provincial capital have come to our village to visit me. Why didn't anyone inform me earlier? Leader, did you come to the wrong place? I live over there. That's not my house. That's my nephew's house. They're not very capable, so don't wake them up. They're so slow and will just end up making all of you leaders uncomfortable again. What are you doing in front of that poor family's door? Don't get yourselves covered in bad luck. Yang Dogwang hurried over to the group of officials, smiled, and greeted them, saying, "Gentlemen, you came all the way to Liuting village to see me without even letting me know beforehand. Come on, let's go inside. It's freezing out here, don't catch a cold." The head of the inspection team heard Yang Dogwang's mocking words and gave him a cold, icy glance. He spoke in a deep voice, "You're Yang Dogwang?" Yang Dogwang quickly nodded and smiled, saying, yes, sir. I am Yang Dogwang, the village chief of Liuting village." However, in the next instant, the inspection team leader's expression darkened, and he coldly said to Yang Dogwang, "Very well. From today onward, you are no longer the village chief." Upon hearing the inspection team leader's words, Yang Dogwang froze in place. Seeing Zhang manager kneeling motionless on the ground, he asked in confusion, "Sir, why? Have I done something wrong?" Tang Yongning showed no mercy, shouting angrily, "Didn't you hear what the head of the inspection team just said?" Yang Dogwang saw Tang Yongning's attitude, but he still had no idea what had actually happened. Tang Yongning looked at the head of the inspection team, walked up to him, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Sir, should I knock on the door and call Mr. Yang?" Ridiculous. Mr. Yang is sleeping soundly right now. If you disturb the chief engineer's rest, won't all our efforts be in vain? Everyone here, stay put and wait for me. We'll wait until they wake up on their own and get out of bed before we go knock on the door. Got it? Stand straight and stand properly. Don't slouch or lean to one side. If anyone dares to complain, tell them to write their resignation letter right now. The inspection team leader glared at everyone with a cold expression and spoke in a stern voice. Yang Dogwang heard the words of the high-ranking official from the provincial capital and his expression grew extremely complex, while his heart was filled with confusion. Why would this high-ranking official order so many people to wait outside the door of his poor nephew's house? What could this possibly be about? Moreover, he was stripped of his village chief position without even being allowed to defend himself. Are all these important figures here to find Yang? Yang Dogwang thought to himself. But at that moment, he dared not say much, simply standing quietly behind the leaders, feeling a bit anxious inside. Suddenly, Yang Dogwang's gaze locked onto Zhang manager, who had been ordered by Lu Hongwen to kneel on the ground in front of Yang Yue's house and apologize. Oh, Manager Zhang, why are you kneeling on the ground? Get up, get up. Yang Dogwang saw Zhang manager kneeling on the ground in front of Yang Yue's house and hurried forward to help him up. If you dare to pull him up today, all your family's loans will be cancelled, and from now on, Lu's financial company will never cooperate with you again. Lu Hongwen said coldly. Yang Dogwang heard Lu Hongwen's words and looked up to see the chairman of Lu's financial company standing beside him, who had remained silent the entire time. Mr. Lu, you're here too. This was the first time Yang Dogwang had ever seen Lu Hongwen in person. So far, he had only seen Lu Hongwen in photos and on TV. Seeing him in person in Liuting village made him extremely excited. He spoke and then extended his hand, walking toward Lu Hongwen. However, when Lu Hongwen saw the other person approaching him with his hands raised, he furrowed his brows, took a step back, and spoke with a look of disgust and contempt. Don't come near me. I don't want to have anything to do with you, and I don't even want to say a single word to you. Yang Dogwang saw Lu Hongwen gradually backing away and didn't know why the other person was so disgusted with him. Could it be because of what happened earlier today when he had used Zhang manager's hand to make Yan Yu look foolish? Can you shut your mouth? Didn't you hear what the inspection team leader just said? Tang Yongning turned to Yang Dogwang and shouted angrily. Yang Dogwang, upon hearing Tang Yongning's words, wisely shut his mouth obediently. Seeing the attitudes of everyone present, Yang Dogwang also began to form some suspicions in his mind. It seemed he had truly underestimated his own nephew. He had managed to stir up such a commotion that so many high-ranking officials had rushed to Luteng village in the middle of the night to wait and apologize to Yang Yu. Just at that moment, Auntie Air, still half asleep, rubbed her eyes and walked out the front door. Dogwang, why are you still outside? Why didn't you bring the boss inside? Second aunt was always loud. The moment she stepped out of the house and shouted, Yang Dogwang, who was already nervous and anxious, felt his heart race and his chest tighten. Yang Dogwang quickly ran over and covered his aunt's mouth with his hand, afraid that his wife might say something unnecessary and upset the leaders. What are you doing? Why are you covering my mouth? Auntie struggled fiercely, prying Yang Dogwang's hand away from her mouth, then spoke up. Yang Dogwang quickly explained, can't you be quiet? Don't you see all these leaders here? Upon hearing this, Auntie too turned her head and saw several leaders with fierce, icy stares. She was instantly scared into silence and followed Yang Dogwang, standing quietly behind them. Come with me. We'll stand here and wait for Yang Yu to wake up, Yang Dogwang whispered to his aunt. Why do we have to stand here and wait for Yang Yu to wake up? Auntie Air looked puzzled and asked, why do we have to stand here and wait for Yang Yu to wake up? Chapter 102, The Surprised Elders. Why so many questions? Just come with me. Yang Dogwang said in a deep voice. The two of them obediently stood behind the leaders and waited. Everyone present waited in silence. During this time, even if their bodies felt extremely uncomfortable, they stood straight with their backs rigidly straight. They stood from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock, then from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, and finally from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. During this time, 3 whole hours had passed. Many villagers had already gotten up and started their farm work. As they passed by Yang Yu's house, they saw the neatly lined up crowd and couldn't help but look curiously. They wanted to approach and ask what was happening, but were all deterred by Yang Dogwang's fierce glare. By around 8:30, everyone was standing there with their legs numb and their bodies aching. Suddenly, the door to Yang Yu's house opened a crack. Those present were as though they had been injected with stimulants, feeling as though they had been granted a pardon. They forced their bodies to straighten and stand tall, then fixed their gaze intently on the entrance to Yang Yu's house. The front door of Yang Yu's house was slowly pushed open. Yang Haochen held a hoe in his hand, intending to go out to work in the fields, while Meng Meidan carried a vegetable basket to the well to pick vegetables. When they opened the door and saw the crowd standing at the entrance, they were all startled. This was. Who are you? Yang Haocheng saw the crowd standing at his front door, all with unfamiliar faces, and asked in confusion. At that moment, Tang Yongning suddenly turned around and addressed Yang Dogwang. Whether you can atone for your mistakes this time depends entirely on your performance. Hurry up and go introduce us. Yang Dogwang heard Tang Yongning's words and quickly nodded in agreement. He then hurried over and smiled as he introduced Yang Haocheng. Haocheng, this is Tang Yongning, the mayor of Yuyao City. This leader has come specifically to find you. There is an important matter to discuss. After introducing Tang Yongning, Yang Dagwan was very considerate and stepped back politely. Tang Yongning then smiled and walked forward, shaking hands warmly with Yang Haoqing and Meng Meidan. He took a deep breath and excitedly said, "Mr. Yang, I am Tang Yongning. You can just call me Yongning from now on. The gentleman behind me is Wang Lichuan, the head of the Banking Regulatory Department of Yuyao City." Tang Yongning pointed to Wang Lichuan behind him, who was smiling, and said, "Just a moment ago, Wang Lichuan looked so stern, but now he seems like a completely different person, so kind and approachable. This is my superior, the head of the inspection team from the provincial capital. Surrounding them are the main executives from the provincial branch of the Huaxia Bank. They have all come together to pay a visit to your family." The two senior officials, dressed in black formal attire, are also smiling broadly. They hurriedly stepped forward and firmly shook hands with Yang Haoqing and Meng Meidan. Upon learning the identities of these prominent figures, Yang Haoqing was utterly shocked. He couldn't fathom why such influential individuals would come to his home. Moreover, the warm and welcoming attitude of these high-ranking officials left Yang Haoqing and Meng Meidan feeling both honored and overwhelmed. "Thank you very much for nurturing such an outstanding talent for our great nation. This is a source of pride for the entire Binshan province." The head of the inspection team gripped Yang Haoqing's hand tightly and spoke excitedly. No, you're too kind, sir. We couldn't possibly have cultivated someone worthy of the province's pride." The inspection team leader took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. "The Yang Yu have cultivated is the pride of our entire Huaxia nation. If that doesn't qualify as talent, then we're not even worth a feather." The inspection team leader's joke made Meng Meidan laugh. It was the first time someone had praised his son like that in his own home, and he was truly delighted. "Really? My son is already contributing to the nation. He has really made something of himself," Yang Haoqing said excitedly and happily. The head of the inspection team nodded firmly and spoke in a solemn tone. "Yes, your son has always been exceptionally outstanding." Yang Haoqing spoke and was about to invite a few people inside to sit down. The head of the inspection team, upon seeing Yang Yu's father, who was a kind-hearted man, felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "All right, let's go inside together." The head of the inspection team no longer hesitated and let everyone into the house. Just then, footsteps could be heard coming from inside the room. Yang Yu, still half asleep, stretched lazily and slowly emerged from the bedroom. Seeing the sudden crowd, Yang Yu froze for a moment before yawning widely. Yang Haoqing saw Yang Yu's sleepy expression and smiled before saying, "What? Still not awake yet?" Yang Haoqing turned to the head of the inspection team and the others who were approaching and said with a smile, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope you won't mind." The inspection team leader and the others also smiled, but when they saw Yang Yu still looking as though he hadn't woken up yet, their smiles vanished instantly. They all grew tense, their hearts racing in fear of upsetting Yang Yu. Yang Yu yawned, squinted his eyes, and asked, "Dad, who's here? Why so early?" Just then, a voice that sent a shiver down everyone's spine came from inside the room. Everyone turned toward the room, their eyes wide with shock. Under everyone's gaze, a shapely figure with an exquisite figure emerged from the house. Her steps were light and swift, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Those large, watery eyes seemed to gaze at Yang Yu outside the door with a hint of longing, while her waist-length hair swayed gently in the breeze, emanating a vibrant, youthful energy. A pair of long, snow-white legs were exposed to the air, those smooth, jade-like legs resting on a pair of black high heels. The slender, delicate waist and the firm, rounded buttocks outlined a perfect curve, and that alluring cleft was faintly visible, enough to make any man's blood boil with just one glance. This. Who is this girl? You don't know? How did she come out of Mr. Yang's bedroom? No way. Could she really be in that kind of relationship with Yang Yu? Everyone couldn't help but whisper among themselves, but their eyes remained fixed on Ran Duo. Chapter 103, I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. Ran Duo slowly approached Yang Yu. She raised her hand to help Yang Yu, who was still half asleep, tidy his clothes. Her eyes were filled with love and warmth, as if she had already decided in her heart that the man before her was the one she would spend the rest of her life with. Ran Duo smiled and spoke to Yang Yu, "You haven't washed up yet." The head of the inspection team saw Ran Duo and was startled. While others didn't recognize her, he certainly did. Ran Duo was the most outstanding secretary in Zhongjiang province, and her rank was several levels higher than his as the head of the inspection team. A woman as beautiful, capable, and hard-working as her was typically hand-picked by senior officials and given special attention in government agencies. However, once selected, such individuals become highly sought after. Even if their parents are not influential figures, they undoubtedly hold significant positions. Such women are so esteemed that even the head of an inspection team would find it difficult to curry favor with them. Yet here she was, standing right in front of Yang Yu? This left the inspection team leader completely speechless, and everyone else rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Ran Duo had already turned her head by then. Though her face was still flushed, no one dared to mock her. After all, what had just happened was simply too shocking. That was Ran Duo. The most outstanding secretary in Zhongjiang province, someone even the high-ranking officials in Xijing had to treat with respect. And it was rumored that Ran Duo was the niece of a powerful figure in the central government. How could she be serving Yang Yu here? Yang Yu yawned, rubbed his eyes, and saw Ran Duo standing in front of him. He was also taken aback. Wake up a bit. Ran Duo gently picked up a towel and wiped Yang Yu's face, then smiled and said. The inspection team leader noticed Ran Duo and turned his gaze toward her. He quickly stood up and hurried over to her side, extending his hand with a smile and saying, Hello, Secretary Ran. I am the team leader of the second inspection team from the provincial capital. However, Ran Duo ignored the hand extended by the head of the inspection team. Instead, she turned her body and looked at Yang Yu with her clear, transparent, and watery eyes, sweetly asking, Mr. Yang, did you rest well last night? I'm okay. Yang Yu paused for a moment. Meanwhile, the head of the inspection team awkwardly withdrew his hand and scratched his nose, cursing himself silently hundreds of times in his mind. Then Ran Duo turned to the head of the inspection team and coldly said, You're way too late. Ran Duo's simple statement sent a chill down the inspection team leader's spine. Could Ran Duo be planning to fire him? After all, if he reported this to his superiors, his position would likely be in jeopardy. Yang Yu glanced at Ran Duo and sighed helplessly. Since Ran Duo had been assigned by the Air Force commander to be by his side, protecting his daily life and safety, she had never let Yang Yu do anything on his own. No matter what the task, she insisted on doing it for him. Even something as simple as getting dressed was done by Ran Duo, who refused to let Yang Yu do it himself. Though Yang Yu desperately wanted to handle these tasks independently, he knew that if he refused, Ran Duo would start crying, and over time, he had no choice but to silently comply. The reason Ran Duo does this is quite simple: she doesn't want to leave a messy impression in Yang Yu's heart. Although she knows Yang Yu might care about such things, she would rather do them herself. Ran Duo didn't know what was wrong with her. Whenever it came to anything related to Yang Yu, she wanted to do her best to please him, not let him down, and not even make him feel annoyed. The changes in her mindset were something she couldn't explain to herself. Yang Yu's lips twitched slightly. He glanced at Ran Duo, and a pang of guilt suddenly welled up in his heart. Seeing that Ran Duo did not step forward to shake hands with the head of the inspection team, Yang Yu walked over and took the head's hand, smiling as he said, Thank you for caring so much about my situation. No, it's my fault for arriving too late and causing Mr. Yang to feel inconvenienced. I sincerely apologize, the inspection team leader said apologetically. No, it's my fault for arriving too late and causing Mr. Yang inconvenience. I'm truly sorry, the head of the inspection team apologized. Yang Yu's father, mother, and his uncle and aunt witnessed the scene unfolding before them. They were all completely stunned. After all, this was a high-ranking official from the provincial capital who had actually taken the initiative to shake hands with their son. I said, Hao Chang, my younger brother, what kind of influential person did your nephew meet outside that even a provincial leader would personally come to visit? Yang Daguang, seeing everything that was happening before him, couldn't help but ask Yang Yu's father in a low voice. Yang Yu's father shook his head in confusion and said, I'm not sure either. What exactly has Yuer been up to these past few years? I have no idea. All I know is that he's been contributing to the country. What do you mean contributing to the country? Are you telling the truth? Yang Daguang, upon hearing his nephew mention contributing to the country, looked at Yang Yu's father with some excitement. Probably. Yang Haochang wasn't sure either. After all, he didn't know Yang Yu very well. Then the merit he has earned this time must be significant, right? Yang Daguang continued to ask. I really don't know. Yang Haochang hesitated before speaking. Anyway, as long as he can earn others' respect now, I'm already very satisfied. I don't really care what he did. Yang Haochang looked at the senior officials before him showing such respect toward Yang Yu, and a sense of pride welled up within him. Meanwhile, Yang Daguang, after hearing Yang Haochang's words, his eyes darted around nervously. He was contemplating whether he should approach Yang Haochang later to mention this matter. After all, such an opportunity was an absolute windfall for him or his son. If he could really climb onto this big tree, then his future and that of his children would no longer be confined to the small town of Yuyao. They might be able to thrive within the system or even make significant progress in their political careers. If I had known that education could lead to such a promising future, I would have encouraged Yang Yu's cousin to pursue his studies diligently. How could we have ended up in this situation today? Uncle Tu sighed and spoke. Chapter 104, Introduction. After hearing her uncle's words, Auntie Air's face also turned a bit pale. After all, she had previously advised Yang Yu not to waste his time studying, and now, just 2 months later, this completely overturned her previous beliefs, leaving her feeling rather embarrassed. It wasn't just her. Yang Daguang also felt a bit ashamed. He had considered sending his son to school, but the boy simply had no aptitude for learning, so he and his wife had no choice but to give up on the idea. At that moment, the head of the inspection team from the provincial capital began introducing everyone present to Yang Yu. This is Tang Yongning, the mayor of Yuyao City. You should have met him before. Upon seeing Yang Yu, Tang Yongning quickly stood up, shook hands with him, and smiled as he said, "When you first arrived in Yuyao City, it was I who greeted you at the airport. Do you remember?" "Yes, I remember," Yang Yu replied. "Oh, it's all my fault. I didn't think about these things at the time. It's all because I was careless and didn't arrange your itinerary properly, which led to this situation. Please rest assured that I will make sure this doesn't happen again in the future." "Oh no, it's all my fault. I didn't think of these things at the time. It's all because I was careless and didn't arrange your itinerary properly, which led to this happening. Please rest assured, I promise it won't happen again," Tang Yongning said with a sense of shame. It's okay. This isn't really your fault. No one could have predicted something like this would happen," Yang Yu said with a smile. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, everyone present also sighed in relief. This man truly was the backbone of the nation, with such a broad-minded heart that he didn't even hold this incident against anyone. "Good afternoon, Mr. Chief Engineer. I am Wang Lichuan, the head of the Banking Supervision Department of Yuyao City. As the head of the Banking Supervision Department, I am here to introduce myself." Wang Lichuan stood up and introduced himself. "Director Wang, hello. This is also causing you trouble." "Thank you." Yang Yu began by expressing his gratitude. Although Yang Yu knew that Wang Lichuan certainly hadn't volunteered to help him, overall, Wang Lichuan had still helped him handle the matter, so Yang Yu naturally felt he should express his gratitude. No problem, Mr. Yang. Please don't mention it. It's all part of my job." Wang Lichuan waved his hand dismissively. Yang Yu nodded in agreement beside him. After some brief small talk, the head of the inspection team turned his attention to Lu Hongwen, who was sitting in the corner. "This is Lu Hongwen, the chairman of Lu's financial company." When Lu Hongwen faced Yang Yu, he felt a bit uneasy inside. He dared not even meet Yang Yu's gaze. Seeing that Lu Hongwen dared not look him in the eye, Yang Yu remained silent. He then took the initiative to speak first. "Hello, Mr. Lu. We met at the airport. Do you remember me?" With that, Yang Yu extended his hand to shake Lu Hongwen's hand as a gesture of goodwill. Lu Hongwen was taken aback by Yang Yu's generosity, especially since he had even taken the initiative to extend his hand for a handshake. He immediately stood up and shook hands with Yang Yu. I remember. We met at the airport that day," Lu Hongwen hurriedly said. "My men did such a disgraceful thing to you, yet you are so magnanimous. I truly feel ashamed." Lu Hongwen sighed wryly and spoke. Ran Duor turned her head, furrowed her brows slightly, and stared at the head of the inspection team from the provincial capital, speaking in a low voice. "How do you plan to resolve this matter?" "Secretary Ran, please rest assured. I will definitely provide Mr. Yang with a satisfactory response. I believe that in our time-honored nation of China, we are a country that upholds the rule of law. Any illegal activities, once exposed, will inevitably result in legal consequences. We will thoroughly investigate this matter and ensure that justice is served." The head of the inspection team spoke in a firm tone. "Then I hope you will follow through on your words," Ran Duor said indifferently. Certainly. The head of the inspection team nodded repeatedly. Then, the head of the provincial inspection team turned to look at Lu Hongwen and Wang Lichuan. Upon feeling the inspector's gaze, the two immediately spoke up to assure him, "Please rest assured, Secretary. Starting today, I will conduct investigations and interrogations of all bank managers across the city, strictly cracking down on any operations, and ensuring that such incidents will never occur again. Our Lu Financial Company will also conduct a series of reviews of the bank managers under our jurisdiction to firmly prevent such behavior from occurring again." Lu Hongwen added. "Please rest assured, Mr. Yang and Ms. Ran. The higher-ups have already issued instructions. Regardless of your needs, we will guarantee unconditional cooperation. Please rest assured, Mr. Yang and Ms. Ran. The higher-ups have already issued the documents. Whatever your needs may be, we guarantee absolute and unconditional cooperation." The head of the inspection team nodded. "You better keep your word," Ran Duo said coldly. Ran, the director, was about to continue scolding them, but Yang Yu interrupted Ran Duo first and said, "Thank you all for your help with this matter. You've all worked hard. I'll treat you all to a meal once everything is settled." Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, the head of the inspection team and the others all shook their heads. "Mr. Yang, please don't say that. We are just doing our duty. It's all our fault for arriving late. You are too generous, Mr. Yang," the head of the inspection team said shamefully. Yang Yu's words left everyone present feeling both honored and overwhelmed. "All right, everyone, please sit down. Why are you all standing there?" Seeing everyone standing neatly in a line and looking at him, Yang Yu smiled and gestured for them to sit down. Good. Everyone hurriedly responded to Yang Yu's words. After everyone had seated themselves, Yang Yu's parents also hurried over, brewed some tea for everyone, poured several cups, and placed them before the group. Yang Yu saw his parents busy at work and quickly stepped forward to help his mother serve the tea, one cup at a time, to everyone seated at the table. When everyone saw Yang Yu holding the teacups and handing them out, everyone was filled with excitement. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone present spoke up one after another. Yang Yu nodded and sat back down. Yang Yu's father and mother saw the excited expressions of the leaders and spoke up. Oh, they're all guests, no need to be so polite. Go get some peanuts and soybeans. Yang Haocheng said to Yang Yu. Everyone present felt uneasy when Yang Yu's father asked her to fetch peanuts and edamame. No need, there's no need to trouble yourself. We've already eaten before coming here. The head of the inspection team also hurriedly spoke up at this point. How could he bear to have Yang Yu fetch peanuts and soybeans for them? Chapter 105, Accountability. Please don't let your son attend to us anymore, we're feeling a bit overwhelmed. The head of the inspection team spoke up at this moment, addressing Yang Yu's parents. The rest of the people present all nodded in agreement. Yang Haocheng and Meng Meidan were also flustered by the inspection team leader, their faces turning bright red. Yang Haocheng, feeling particularly embarrassed, scratched his head, unsure of what to do. Yang Yu stepped in to break the ice and said, "It's okay, Dad. You and Mom can chat with the leaders first. I'll go get some peanuts and soybeans." As Yang Yu turned and left the room, everyone present finally let out a sigh of relief. After letting him finish speaking, he ran to the warehouse in his own backyard, rummaged around, and quickly brought back some peanuts and soybeans. After all, you're my guests. When guests come to my house, as the host, I must at least show some hospitality. I can't be rude. Yang Yu smiled as he spoke, placing the peanuts and soybeans on the table. At that moment, the head of the inspection team, the manager of the provincial branch of Huaxia Bank, and Tang Yongning and Wang Lichuan all stood up simultaneously, bowing deeply to Yang Yu in gratitude. Yang Haocheng watched the scene unfold before him. Though he didn't know what was going on, he hurriedly asked, "What's happening, everyone? Haocheng, what exactly is the status of our nephew?" He actually managed to get these few leaders to salute him together. When Uncle Air and Aunt Air saw these high-ranking officials, whom they rarely even got to see in their daily lives, bowing deeply to Yang Yu, they were also deeply moved. Moreover, it seemed that these officials held Yang Yu in high regard. "Leaders, please don't stand there. Sit down. What's going on?" Yang Haocheng also spoke up at this moment. Upon hearing Yang Haocheng's words, everyone present saw that Yang Yu had also nodded at them, so they all hurriedly sat down. Just then, they saw several other senior leaders bowing to Yang Yu. He took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed deeply to Yang Yu. After the other leaders had all sat down, Lu Hongwen remained standing. Lu Hongwen spoke slowly. "What happened this time is the fault of the Lu group. We are truly sorry for the inconvenience caused to you. We appreciate your generosity for not holding this against us. On behalf of the Lu Group and all employees of its subsidiaries, I would like to express our sincere apologies to you." Yang Yu's eyebrows twitched slightly. After saying this, Lu Hongwen turned to the door and shouted in a deep voice, "Hurry up and get in here and apologize to Mr. Yang." At that moment, Zhang manager, who had been kneeling outside the door, heard Lu Hongwen's words and immediately stood up from the ground, rushing in with a mix of running and stumbling. Yang Yu's father and mother, seeing Zhang manager covered in dust and looking so dirty he was barely recognizable, momentarily failed to recognize who he was. Yang Yu's parents walked closer to take a better look, then spoke up, "Hey, isn't that the bank manager from the other day? How did he end up like this? How did he get so dirty all over?" "Oh, it's Manager Zhang." Yang's father and mother were both startled by his appearance, but they smiled and nodded in greeting. After all, Manager Zhang's current state was truly pitiful. Yang Yu's mother reached out to grab a towel from the side to help Zhang manager wipe the dust off his body. Manager Zhang dared not let Yang's mother wipe him down. He quickly took the towel and began to wipe himself haphazardly, repeatedly saying, "Thank you, no need, no need. Mr. Yang, Mrs. Yang, just call me Zhang Lei." Manager Zhang spoke respectfully at this point. "Zhang Lei, do you have the nerve to show your face?" At that moment, Lu Hongwen glared at Zhang Lei and shouted angrily, "I don't deserve it. It's all my fault. I deserve everything that's happened to me. I'm sorry." Zhang Lei knelt on the ground, speaking with a sense of guilt. Yang Yu's parents heard what Zhang manager said and were also left speechless. They had originally intended to help Zhang manager tidy up and ask him not to be so angry, perhaps even lend Yang Yu some money. But they never expected Zhang manager to act so strangely, leaving them utterly baffled. Lu Hongwen then bowed deeply to Yang Yu and apologized solemnly, "This is all my fault. I failed to discipline my subordinates properly, causing you so much trouble. I sincerely apologize. I hope you will forgive me for this minor offense. I promise this will never happen again. If there is anything we can do to assist you, please do not hesitate to ask. Lu's financial company will do everything in our power to support you." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu smiled and shook his head, then reached out to steady Lu Hongwen. He said, "Mr. Lu, there's no need for you to go to such lengths. This matter isn't really your fault, so please don't dwell on it." Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Lu Hongwen was also taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Lu Hongwen immediately turned his head and glared coldly at Zhang Manager, shouting angrily, "Zhan Lei, if it weren't for you, how could such a thing have happened? If it weren't for you, would our Lu group be in crisis? Would the Lu group have ended up in this dire situation? Let me tell you, you better pray that my company can weather this crisis. Otherwise, I'll make sure you end up in prison, and you'll learn why the flowers are so red." Manager Zhang was completely stunned. He never imagined that this matter would have such severe consequences. Zhang Lei was completely speechless. As soon as Lu Hongwen finished speaking, Zhang Manager thought for a moment, then immediately crawled on his hands and knees to Yang Yu's feet, frantically slapping his own face while pleading, "It's my fault. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. I truly know I was wrong." Yang Yu saw this scene, furrowed his brows, and sighed softly. Although he hated Zhang Manager for what he had done, it was ultimately just Zhang Manager's actions. If Zhang Lei really went to prison, it would be a huge loss for their company. Therefore, even if Zhang Manager had done those things, he would still choose to forgive him. After all, this world can be so pragmatic at times. Manager Zhang was completely overwhelmed at that moment. He never imagined that he had angered such a powerful figure. He was now filled with regret. Lu Hongwen noticed Yang Yu's uneasy expression and continued, "Mr. Yang, rest assured. I will give you a satisfactory resolution. I will not let you suffer this injustice in vain. I will immediately dispatch an investigation into Zhang Lei's embezzlement and bribery over the years. Once confirmed, we will immediately pursue his legal responsibilities." Chapter 106, The Attitude of a Great Nation-Statesman. At that moment, everyone present fixed their gaze on Yang Yu and his group, fully aware that Yang Yu's attitude was the decisive factor in how this matter would be resolved. If Yang Yu had even the slightest dissatisfaction with their proposed solution, none of them would escape unscathed. The head of the inspection team noticed Yang Yu's furrowed brows, his expression growing grim. He swallowed hard and thought to himself, "This is all over." However, at that very moment, the serious expression on Yang Yu's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a smile. Yang Yu bent down to help Zhang Manager to his feet, then smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not blaming you. This isn't entirely your fault. I was just thinking about other things earlier." "Mr. Yang, are you serious? You're not angry? Aren't you afraid?" Lu Hongwen was so excited that his lips were trembling. Just moments ago, he had already prepared himself for the worst, ready to accept Yang Yu's exorbitant demands. He never expected Yang Yu to let it go so easily and forgive him outright. Yang Yu smiled faintly and said, "It's okay, I don't blame you. Mr. Yang, please rest assured. I will make sure to expel Zhang Lei from our company upon my return, apologize to you, and provide you with a satisfactory compensation package. Whatever conditions you propose, I will agree to them. I only ask that you spare us this time." Lu Hongwen spoke up at that moment. Yang Yu waved his hand. Lu Hongwen heard that Yang Yu was willing to forgive him and immediately felt a sense of relief. He knew that if this matter escalated further, he wouldn't end up in a good situation. However, fortunately, Yang Yu seemed to genuinely not hold any ill will toward him. Zhang Lei, on the other hand, collapsed onto the ground, completely defeated. These matters didn't require such a commotion. If I had known, I would have made it clear to the old herbalist in the text message I sent earlier. I never expected him to go to such lengths for me. Yang Yu sighed wryly and spoke helplessly. Yang Yu's original intention was merely to inform the Tsanglong Research Institute that he wanted to use this research achievement to apply for a bank loan. He had no intention of asking Yalao to help him solve the problem. However, he never expected that Yalao would take it upon himself to intervene on his behalf. These were all things Yang Yu had never anticipated. When Manager Zhang saw that Yang Yu was so magnanimous, showing no intention of blaming him, and even spoke up on his behalf, he was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. The head of the inspection team had never had any prior interaction with Yang Yu, but from this incident and the way Yang Yu handled the situation, he could clearly see that Yang Yu was a very tolerant and generous person. This made the team leader's opinion of Yang Yu grow increasingly higher. No wonder he is the man who can make even the most outstanding secretary in Zhongjiang province willingly serve by his side. He is truly exceptional. Truly the backbone of the nation. This is the kind of grandeur possessed by the great men of our great nation, leaving me feeling ashamed of myself. As everyone looked on, their gazes toward the two men shifted slightly, and they couldn't help but marvel at Yang Yu's extraordinary presence. He truly was a great man of the nation, the backbone of the country. Xiaoran, send an urgent message to the old doctor later and ask him what to do about this situation. Yang Yu turned to Ran Duer and said in a serious tone. The head of the inspection team hurriedly stood up and spoke anxiously, No, Mr. Yang, please don't mention this to the old herbalist again. Otherwise, we're all in big trouble. Yang Yu looked at the anxious expressions on their faces, then sighed helplessly and said, Alright, Xiaoran, let's not disturb the old alchemist anymore. Alright. Ran Duo replied. Ran Duo looked at Yang Yu, her eyes brimming with intense admiration. How could she not be drawn to such an outstanding man? She felt the charming aura emanating from Yang Yu. Ran Duo thought to herself, if I were Yang Yu, I would never forgive Zhang Manager, who had been so difficult with me yesterday. For some reason, I always feel like you're someone I can't figure out. How many more secrets do you have? Ran Duo's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke softly to Yang Yu. Landoer's heart was racing. This sudden surge of emotion made her feel utterly enchanted. The man before her seemed to possess a magical allure, drawing her irresistibly into his spell. Yang Yu gently touched his nose, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, "I'm not as outstanding as you say. I'm just an ordinary person." The head of the inspection team and others saw that Yang Yu didn't intend to blame the Lu Group or manager Zhang, and the heavy burden in their hearts finally lifted. At the beginning, before they came to Yang Yu's home to apologize, they were extremely anxious and uneasy. They had considered many possibilities. What if Yang Yu was very angry and refused to let them in? However, Yang Yu's calm and composed demeanor caught them off guard. Although they had heard some rumors about Yang Yu's personality, his actions and attitude today were something they had never anticipated. They couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt in their hearts. Why had Yang Yu let manager Zhang off so easily this time? According to normal logic, he should have given manager Zhang a thorough scolding first. However, since Yang Yu had already agreed not to pursue the matter further, there was no point in dwelling on it any longer. They simply needed to focus on completing the tasks at hand. Lu Hongwen had originally thought it would take a lot of money to resolve this matter, but he never expected Yang Yu to be so magnanimous. This made Lu Hongwen feel deeply ashamed. After all, it was his own subordinate who had made the mistake, causing the other party to suffer a loss, yet in the end, they had to rely on the other party as help to resolve the issue. Such behavior was indeed a bit unprincipled. "Mr. Yang, today's incident was our oversight. We sincerely hope you can forgive us." Lu Hongwen stood up, bowed deeply to Yang Yu, and spoke with a sincere tone. Yang Yu looked at the boss of the Lu Group, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said, "Since the matter has been explained clearly, I won't hold it against you. However, you should also pay attention to disciplining your company's employees." Lu Hongwen then pulled out a loan agreement from his pocket and said, "Mr. Yang, you don't need to use your research findings as collateral for the loan. After all, this was our mistake. Consider this money as our full support for your plan to build a bridge for Lutang Village." Chapter 107, Revitalizing the Hometown, Yan Yuxiao. After all, it's also for the local students to have easier access to education, so our Lu Group also wants to contribute our share. Yang Yu nodded, took the loan agreement from Lu Hongwen's hand, glanced at the figure written on it, and was startled. He said, "There's 30 million? That's way too much. I can't handle that much." Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, his uncle quickly leaned in to take a closer look at the loan agreement in his hands and exclaimed in shock, "There's really 30 million? Uncle Air, upon seeing the number on the loan contract, noticed that there were 7 zeros following the number 3. He had lived his entire life and had never seen such a large sum of money before. It was an astronomical figure to him. However, when Uncle Air saw the final sentence of the loan agreement, he was completely overwhelmed and lost his composure on the spot. The loan contract was actually an interest-free loan, to be repaid over 3,000 years. Furthermore, it states that even in the event of currency inflation, the repayment amount will remain unchanged. Such a loan contract. Yang Dogwang had never seen anything like it in his entire life. Because this money was essentially being given away for free. If he simply deposited the 30 million in the bank, the interest alone would be enough to cover each monthly loan payment. Uncle Air was so shocked he couldn't think straight. He sat motionless in his chair, clutching the teacup tightly. He suddenly felt envious of Yang Yu, envying the young man's incredible luck. Lu Hongwen waved his hand. "We also considered that the construction project in Lutang Village definitely requires funding. Without financial support, this project would be impossible to carry out. That's why we didn't increase the loan amount. We have also recognized our mistake, so we hope that Mr. Yang will not refuse. But this is really too much," Yang Yu said in a low voice. "Mr. Yang, please accept it. Don't refuse. This money is our sincere apology to you." Lu Hongwen shook his head and said. Yang Yu remained silent for a few seconds before looking up at Lu Hongwen. "All right, I will accept your kindness. I speak on behalf of the students of Lyotum Village to express our gratitude to you. Revitalizing the education sector in Yuyao City and cultivating more talent for the nation, what's there not to like?" Lu Hongwen smiled as he spoke. Although these plans had already been thoroughly discussed and finalized among a few officials at the municipal government, Lu Hongwen had initially been reluctant to voluntarily hand over the funds. However, now, seeing Yang Yu's attitude toward them, he felt ashamed and realized that he had been nothing but a stingy little man before. Yang Yu's generosity in contrast to his own meanness left him feeling utterly ashamed. After taking the loan contract from Lu Hongwen's hands, Yang Yu immediately handed it over to Ran Duer. "I will handle the handover with you," Ran Duer said in a solemn tone. Lu Hongwen nodded in agreement before continuing, "It's not just me, they all have something they wish to present to you as a token of their apology." Upon hearing Lu Hongwen's words, Yang Yu felt puzzled inside and looked at the others with a confused expression. As he spoke, Tang Yongning took out his phone from his pocket, dialed a number, and said, "In order to better assist the elementary school students in the impoverished mountainous areas of Yuyao City with their education, I have decided to build a building next to each school and construct dormitories specifically for these impoverished mountainous area elementary school students, so that the children can live more comfortably. Thank you all for your support." Yang Yu's eyes welled up with tears. This initiative effectively amounted to donating a set of housing units to the underprivileged students in the mountainous areas. This will also greatly enhance the learning atmosphere, making it an excellent initiative. The specific construction work for building structures next to each school will be carried out by the top construction team in Yuyao City, Huangshe Construction Group. Lu Hongwen continued. Yang Yu also nodded in agreement. This was indeed a matter worth celebrating. To Yang Yu, there was nothing wrong with what he said, but to his uncle, it was a completely different matter. After hearing what Tang Yongning had said, his expression became extremely complex and envious. He couldn't believe what he had heard was true, because Huang's construction company was the top construction company in Yuyao City. Just the basic fees for them to take on a project would cost several million yuan. My nephew, you're really lucky. Even the Huang family construction company has personally contracted you to build this dormitory building. Uncle Heir couldn't help but exclaim. Are you really the chosen one? Yang Yu heard his uncle's words and felt like he had really hit the jackpot this time. Because Tang Yongning had already taken care of everything for him. Yang Yu turned to Tang Yongning and expressed his gratitude. You are willing to do these things for the students of Liutung Village. I am truly grateful to you. On behalf of all the students of Liutung Village, I extend our sincere thanks to you. Tang Yongning saw the joyful expression on Yang Yu's face and secretly sighed in relief. For him, contacting the Huang group was nothing more than a trivial matter, and it was said that Mr. Huang was also more than willing to help Yang Yu carry out his plan. Mr. Huang, you should have heard what Mr. Yang said. Mr. Yang is very grateful to you. Tang Yongning spoke into the phone, and the voice on the other end replied with a smile. On the other end of the phone, an elderly man's voice could be heard. Huang Jiwen smiled and said, "It is our honor to serve Mr. Yang. Please entrust us with the task of building a bridge for Lutang Village and constructing dormitory buildings for students in impoverished mountainous areas. We will not charge any fees for these projects, and we have already completed the design plans. Please take a look and let us know if there are any issues or additional requirements." Huang Jiwen said with a smile. As he spoke, Huang Jiwen sent over 2 copies of the design drawings. The first set of design drawings were conceptual designs for a bridge to be built between the 2 mountains in Liuting Village. The bridge depicted in the design drawings featured a simple yet elegant design, spanning the entire distance between the 2 mountains from east to west. On either side of the bridge, 2 massive stones were erected as bridge pillars, with the words Yangyu Bridge inscribed on them. Chapter 108, Yangyu's Suggestion. On the other side of the bridge lies the boundary between Liuting Village and Yuyao City. From now on, by crossing Yangyu Bridge, one can travel directly from Liutung Village to Yuyao City. Huang Jiwen's conceptual design is truly excellent. If this concept is actually implemented, not only will residents of Liutung Village be able to directly access Yuyao City, but people from other townships will also be able to enter Liutung Village from Yuyao to purchase goods. This design is truly convenient. I am very satisfied with this design. With this bridge, children will have an even easier time going to school. Yang Yu nodded in admiration. Tang Yongning assured Yang Yu, "Please rest assured, Mr. Yang. I will personally oversee and ensure the completion of this bridge building project. Once the equipment is installed and tested, it will be officially put into use." Yang Yu also had great confidence in Tang Yongning's capabilities and proceeded to open the second set of drawings for a thorough review. The second set of blueprints contained significantly more information than the first. The buildings they designed to be constructed next to each school consist of 3 structures. One building is dedicated to fostering students' interests and hobbies, another focuses on academic issues, and the third serves as a dormitory for students. The 3 buildings are arranged in a triangular formation, adjacent to the sides of each school's main building. In the center of the 3 buildings is a small plaza, with a statue carved in the exact likeness of Yang Yu at its center. Upon seeing the statue, Yang Yu asked, "Isn't it inappropriate to have my statue included in your design?" Tang Yongning shook his head and said, "You are the pride of Yuyao City. Erecting a monument for you will help these students learn about your existence and remind them that you changed their lives. It will also inspire these students to learn from you and dedicate themselves to the nation without regret." Yang Yu smiled upon hearing Tang Yongning's words, but he still shook his head to decline. "This statue is too big and too conspicuous. I think we should just forget about it," Yang Yu explained. Tang Yongning was helpless upon hearing Yang Yu's refusal, but ultimately agreed to his request. However, the overall design was quite reasonable. In addition to the 3 buildings, there was a 1,500 square meter playground, which included badminton courts, volleyball courts, table tennis courts, a soccer field, a basketball court, and a football field. Furthermore, there are numerous fitness equipment available for students to use, including treadmills. After Yang Yu and the others finished discussing this matter, Huang Jiwen continued, "We will also set up a bus stop at the entrance of each school, and we will assign patrol teams to maintain order at the entrance of each school. We will also construct a bus stop in Liuting village, designate a parking area at the village entrance, and clearly mark the gate numbers of the parking area. Additionally, we will detail the specific conditions of each street and install surveillance cameras in every alley. I will arrange for traffic lights to be installed on every road and cameras along the routes. This way, in case of congestion, we can promptly intervene to prevent serious traffic accidents." After hearing Huang Ziwen's words, Yang Yu was completely reassured. He then bowed deeply to the people present and expressed his gratitude. "On behalf of the villagers of Liuting village, I thank you all. You have helped our village achieve such remarkable changes. Although in modern society, some places no longer need buses or trains, in rural areas, especially remote mountainous regions, without a bus, there would be a large number of people walking to the village, especially during the summer, which would be a disaster. Such situations have occurred in the past, where someone would collapse halfway and be unable to get back up, and there was nothing that could be done about it. If there were a vehicle available, there would be no need for such concerns, and it would also alleviate the burden on the villagers." Tang Yongning and the others quickly waved their hands and said, "Mr. Yang, you're too kind. This is what we should do." Everyone present saw that Yang Yu was very satisfied with their arrangements and felt that the matter had been resolved perfectly. However, they also thought to themselves that if they could get to know this high-ranking official, their future paths would likely be much smoother. Moreover, the woman behind him was the most outstanding female secretary in Zhongjiang province, who could also reach the highest levels of power. Moreover, the woman standing behind him, the most outstanding female secretary in Zhongjiang province, was also a powerful figure who could influence decisions at the highest levels of government. "I wonder how long Mr. Yang plans to stay in Yuyao City this time?" Tang Yongning asked. "If you could stay in Yuyao City a little longer, we would be very happy. Yuyao City also has many places with beautiful scenery and landscapes, and these places also have many delicious foods and fine wines. Lu's Financial Group would also like to invite Mr. Yang to visit us for an inspection and provide us with valuable feedback on areas where we can improve." After hearing the warm invitations from several people, Yang Yu shook his head, gave a wry smile, and spoke in a solemn tone, "I appreciate your kindness, but I have returned this time solely to spend time with my father and mother. I will be leaving here in a few days." "So soon?" Upon hearing that Yang Yu was leaving so quickly, Tang Yongning's expression grew slightly somber. Yang Yu's response also left him feeling a bit disappointed. Because if Yang Yu could stay in Yuyao City, it wouldn't just boost the city's economy, it could even make Yuyao City a first-tier city within China. "Don't be disappointed. I do have some suggestions for the economic development of Yuyao City. I wonder if you would like to hear them." Yang Yu spoke to Tang Yongning in a low voice. Upon hearing Yang Yu's suggestions regarding the economic development of Yuyao City, Tang Yongning immediately responded, "We humbly request Mr. Yang's guidance." Tang Yongning also adopted a posture of attentive listening. "First, I suggest that Yuyao City implement a public transportation system at the beginning of this year. For the planning of this system, we can adopt some special measures, such as designating our Liuting village as a transfer station, allowing more people to take the bus to the county seat and then take a long-distance bus home from there. This would facilitate the flow of passengers on the buses and the operation of public transportation, while also reducing traffic congestion on the buses." After Yang Yu finished speaking, Tang Yongning and Huang Jiwen both looked thoughtful. This was indeed a good solution. Chapter 109, Future Development. Secondly, we plan to construct a high-speed rail station near the County Party Committee and county government offices in Yuyao County. In the future, we can convert the existing buses into general-purpose high-speed rail services, which will save us a significant amount of time. Yang Yu paused for a moment before continuing. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Tang Yongning nodded in agreement. In this era of rapidly advancing internet technology, the advantages and disadvantages of high-speed transportation are quite evident. A truck loaded with goods simply won't work, so if we want to solve this problem, building a high-speed railway is essential. This would also save a significant amount of time. Yang Yu continued, "Third, I believe we can establish a bus route, enabling more villagers to travel to various towns and villages for support." Yang Yu's suggestion was naturally supported by Tang Yongning, as once buses became widespread, it would bring significant benefits not only to the development of the village but also to the surrounding towns and villages. This would also enhance communication channels between rural areas and the outside world, which was precisely what they hoped to achieve. Yang Yu began to speak again. "Fourth, I think we can still develop some tourism industries." Yang Yu continued. "Tourism industry?" Tang Yongning spoke hesitantly. "Yes, the tourism industry, that includes travel agencies, tourism companies, and tourism bureaus. Travel agencies are responsible for managing our village and the surrounding environment. They primarily focus on the development of tourism projects and oversee the management of the tourism industry, including hiring staff and paying wages. The travel agency is responsible for management, and the higher the management position, the higher the income," Yang Yu said slowly. Tang Yongning also became excited upon hearing Yang Yu's words. He wasn't necessarily interested in becoming such an official, but he believed that accelerating the economic development of Yuyao City would be beneficial for the entire city. At least, it was an extremely good thing for the residents. What do you think should be done? Tang Yongning couldn't help but ask. It's actually quite simple. We just need to transform our travel agency into the top travel agency in the country, or even the top travel agency internationally, and then wait for the increase in customer traffic. Yang Yu didn't have any specific ideas, he was just speaking based on his own memories. He knew that the global tourism industry would be extremely prosperous in the future, and there would be many top-tier international travel agencies. All they needed to do now was find some professionals domestically, train them, and then officially launch the business. Do you mean to first establish the tourism brand and then develop it gradually? Tang Yongning also caught on Yang Yu aim to create a top-tier domestic travel agency. Only by having such an agency could Yuyao City's economic development keep pace. Exactly. Yang Yu nodded in agreement. Only by doing so can we truly go global. We can't stay stuck here forever. Tang Yongning also nodded heavily. Yang Yu continued, finally, I believe we must change the situation where the residents of Yuyao City rely solely on the mountains for their livelihood. I propose that we transition from the agriculture we are currently engaged in to the pharmaceutical industry. Yang Yu's proposal left Tang Yongning somewhat speechless. Pharmaceutical industry? Yes. Yang Yu explained with a smile, although the profit margin in the pharmaceutical industry is relatively low, it can help us improve our quality of life. If large-scale pharmaceutical factories are put into operation, our city of Yuyao will also enter a period of rapid development, and we will be able to truly achieve poverty alleviation and prosperity. Really? Tang Yongning spoke excitedly. For agriculture, this is equivalent to the supply chain for raw materials. If this supply chain is disrupted, it would be devastating for farmers. Of course it's true. Moreover, I believe the pharmaceutical factory can drive a series of related industries in the surrounding areas, such as cattle and pig farming, vegetable cultivation, and so on. These are all worth promoting vigorously. Yang Yu nodded in agreement. In this day and age, rural residents generally don't have much disposable income, but livestock farming can provide them with substantial returns, even enough to live comfortably. Such opportunities hold immense appeal in the eyes of local residents. I think it's feasible. I'll start researching this over the next few days and draft a plan as soon as possible. However, we must not proceed recklessly with the pharmaceutical factory. Tang Yongning said solemnly, this concerns the future of the entire Yuyao region, there can be no room for carelessness. Of course, our technology definitely won't allow that. The raw material output of medicinal herbs within Yuyao City is quite high, but we lack the pharmaceutical manufacturing technology. Yang Yu nodded. For him, these were no big deal, as his system had a wealth of technologies at its disposal. Moreover, Yang Yu was confident that these technologies could be widely adopted on a large scale. As for technical issues, I can handle them. I have developed a device that helps people efficiently extract medicinal herbs, enabling large-scale drug production. I also have some drug design blueprints. Once these medications are manufactured, our city of Yuyao can continuously produce drugs and sell them to surrounding cities. Really? Tang Yongning clearly found this hard to believe at that moment. Yang Yu nodded slightly, of course, this will allow our city of Yuyao to develop even better. After hearing Yang Yu's words, Tang Yongning and the others also showed expressions of surprise on their faces. They hadn't expected that this trip to Liutung village would yield such a significant outcome. After discussing these matters with Yang Yu, everyone prepared to leave and return to Yuyao City. Yang Yu's father and mother, seeing that the leaders were about to leave, hurriedly spoke up, it's already time for dinner. Why don't you all stay here and have dinner before leaving? Yang Yu also quickly stood up and said, that's right, it's already mealtime. Why leave now? My mom is a great cook. You guys are in for a treat today. Yang Yu chuckled. Meng Meidan spoke up, I made fish soup for you all. You'll love it. Yang Yu's mother was indeed an excellent cook, and her culinary skills were truly remarkable. Even the simplest dishes she prepared tasted extraordinary. Upon hearing Yang Yu's mother's words, everyone looked a bit conflicted, but they didn't feel comfortable eating at Yang Yu's home. So the team leader of the inspection group spoke up first, Mrs. Yang, we're not hungry. We already ate before coming here. There's really no need to trouble you. Chapter 110, Stay for dinner before leaving. At that moment, Yang Yu heard everyone's stomachs growling and couldn't help but laugh as he said, since we're already here, there's no need to rush. Let's eat first before leaving. The head of the inspection team, upon hearing Yang Yu's words, no longer refused and sat down at the table. The others hesitated for a few seconds before following suit. Since they were already there, they decided to give Yang Yu's mother's cooking a try. I'll go serve the soup. Wait a moment. Meng Meidan said with a smile. It's my first time at Yang Zongshi's house, and I'm so embarrassed to be eating here. The head of the inspection team felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. Yang Yu's father, however, laughed heartily. It's no problem. You're all guests here. Don't be so formal. Stay for dinner before you leave. Yang Yu's mother then poured the fish soup from the clay pot into bowls, placed them on the table, and handed out chopsticks and spoons. She then addressed Yang Yu and the others. Everyone, please eat first. I'll go back to the kitchen and prepare a few more dishes. Mom, let me help you. Yang Yu immediately said, then headed toward the kitchen. Ran Duo followed Yang Yu into the kitchen, where Yang Yu was constantly being scolded by Mang Meidan and Ran Duo. Just don't get in Xiao Ran's way. Look at how nicely Xiao Ran cut the vegetables, and now look at what you did. Mang Meidan complained about Yang Yu while handing him the freshly washed greens. Yang Yu took the vegetables from Mang Meidan, examined the plate in front of him carefully, and found that, just as Mang Meidan had said, the vegetables had been diced into small pieces, with many fragments scattered about. Mom, please spare me? I promise I'll cut them into even cubes next time. Yang Yu said helplessly. I don't believe you. Alright, don't be so hard on your. He's a grown man, and this dish must be pretty challenging for him. Plus, he can't even tell the difference between salt and sugar, so it's no wonder he can't cut vegetables properly. After all, he didn't take his studies seriously. Yang Yu's father spoke up. Ha! After hearing Yang Yu's parents' words, Ran Duo also laughed beside them. You say you can't even cut vegetables properly. How much hardship have you endured following him? Yang Yu's mother looked at Ran Duo and said. Upon hearing Yang Yu's mother's words, Ran Duo's cheeks flushed instantly, and she spoke softly, Uncle and Aunt, please don't tease me. Yang Yu is also very talented. Ran Duo didn't care at all whether Yang Yu could chop vegetables or cook as long as Yang Yu made it. She thought it was wonderful. Look at little Ran. She gets up at 6 in the morning to exercise. You, on the other hand, sleep in every day. Yang Yu's mother continued. Yang Yu heard his mother's words and couldn't help but give a wry smile. Although he knew his mother wasn't targeting him specifically when she said that, he still felt a pang of sadness. He then explained, Mom, I didn't go to bed until 12:30 last night. Look at Xiao Ran, she went to bed at midnight and still gets up early every morning to exercise and work hard. Ran Duo, upon hearing Yang Yu's mother praise her so highly, blushed and lowered her head, shyly saying, Auntie, please don't say that. Yang Yu was completely speechless, and his father couldn't help but laugh alongside him. Uncle too looked at the people in the kitchen, chatting and laughing, and couldn't help but feel envious. Yang Yu, that good for nothing, managed to find such a beautiful and capable girl to be his secretary. It's like his ancestors are smiling down on him. If only I had such a beautiful daughter-in-law, but alas, I wasn't meant to have such luck. Uncle couldn't help but sigh. A while later, the meal was ready. Several leaders, along with Yang Yu's parents and his uncle and aunt, were seated at the dining table, looking at the sumptuous meal spread out before them. The leaders couldn't help but swallow hard. Yang Yu brought the last dish to the table and sat down. Yang Yu's mother smiled and said, Try it and see if you like it. Taste the food I made. Seeing that Yang Yu hadn't touched his chopsticks yet, the other leaders dared not eat first. Everyone's gaze turned toward Yang Yu. Feeling the stares, Yang Yu sighed helplessly and then picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth. Seeing that Yang Yu had started eating, the other leaders also picked up their chopsticks and began to eat the dishes in front of them. After taking a bite of chicken, Yang Yu's mother spoke up, How is it? This tastes good. The head of the inspection team said, and after finishing his sentence, he couldn't wait to take his second bite. Seeing this, the other leaders didn't want to be left behind and quickly joined the crowd scrambling for food. Soon, the entire restaurant was filled with the sound of chewing, and everyone was eating so enthusiastically that their mouths were dripping with oil. Yang's mother laughed and said, Take your time, no one is rushing you. If you want more, just ask for some. I'm just a glutton. Look at this chicken wing, it's so fragrant with just one bite. Wang Lichuan said with a smile. Another leader also hurriedly chimed in, I think the pork knuckle is better, and the pork shank is also good. The fish is also very fresh and delicious. Uncle Air also plucked up the courage, took a bite of the pork shank, and began to savor it carefully. Uncle, the pork knuckle Xiao Ran made tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Uncle took a bite and nodded. Delicious. It's really good. I never expected such a young girl to be such a great cook. You're right, Xiao Ran's cooking is really good. Yang's mother also smiled and said. At that moment, Yang Haoqing brought out a bottle of aged wine from his room, placed it on the table, and said, Come on, everyone, eat well and drink well. Have some wine to warm your bodies. Upon hearing Yang Haoqing mention drinking, everyone nodded happily in agreement. Yang Haoqing and Yang Yu exchanged glances and immediately opened the bottle of white wine. This wine is a 15-year-old vintage that I've been saving for years. I've never been able to bring myself to drink it. Yang Haoqing said. After pouring wine for all the leaders, Yang Haoqing sat down and began drinking as well. After drinking, the conversation among the group gradually became more lively. After chatting for a while, the leaders present also began to relax, no longer as reserved or tense toward Yang Yu as before. Chapter 111, After 3 rounds of drinks. So, many leaders began to praise Yang Yu. Mr. Yang, it is thanks to your nurturing that we have such an outstanding talent like Mr. Yang, the chief engineer. It is because of this that our country, China, has achieved such a prominent position on the international stage today. I truly admire Mr. Yang. At such a young age, he has achieved remarkable accomplishments in the field of research and development, and he possesses a kind and responsible heart. Under his leadership, our nation will undoubtedly become even stronger. Our great nation has made tremendous progress under the guidance of Mr. Yang, and all of this is thanks to him. Mr. Yang is truly remarkable for his achievements at such a young age. When Yang's parents heard the other leaders praising Yang Yu, their faces were filled with pride, and even the corners of Yang Yu's eyes and brows carried a hint of joy. Yang Yu picked up the cup in front of him and spoke in a solemn voice, "Everyone, I toast to you all." "Mr. Yang, you're too kind." Everyone stood up, raised their cups in the air, and drank them in one gulp. At this moment, Uncle Air also spoke up. "I've always known that my eldest nephew would amount to something great in the future." When the leaders present heard Uncle Liang say this with a smug expression, they all wore strange expressions on their faces. Previously, Yang Daguang had always shown great contempt for Yang Yu, refusing to even mention his name. Although no one knew why Yang Daguang's attitude had suddenly changed, it did not affect his impression in the eyes of others. Tang Yongning sneered, "Just shut up." His uncle also looked embarrassed. He knew what he had done before, and he had always looked down on Yang Yu's family from the bottom of his heart before today. But now, in this situation, he couldn't say those things anymore. Moreover, his son still wanted to start a pharmaceutical company, and he needed Yang Yu's help for that. Moreover, his son still wanted to start a pharmaceutical company, and he needed Yang Yu's help to make it happen. Moreover, if Yang Yu didn't agree, Lu's financial company would likely refuse to approve the loan for Lu's son's pharmaceutical company. Without Yang Yu's approval, Lu's financial company would likely refuse to approve any further loans for him. No. I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart. Uncle Lu persisted, his face flushing with embarrassment. Then, Yang Daguang pulled out a yellowed old photo from his pocket. It was a childhood photo of Yang Daguang and Yang Yu. Pointing at the photo, Yang Daguang said, "Yang Yu has always been a smart child, though he's just a bit quiet." "Ah, Yang brother, you really have a wonderful son." "Oh my, if only my little rascal were half as talented as your son." "Uncle Air, I've always thought you'd amount to something when you grew up." Uncle Air looked at the yellowed old photo of himself and Yang Yu when they were children, and suddenly tears welled up in his eyes. The image of a strong, upright man was shattered in an instant. However, everyone present was also taken aback to hear Uncle Yang actually cry out loud. Yang Daguang cried as he spoke, "Everything that happened earlier was my fault. It was all my mistake. But I didn't mean to think or act that way." Yang Daguang wiped away his tears, suddenly stood up, and bowed deeply to Yang Yu, apologizing, "Everything that happened earlier was my fault. I hope my nephew can forgive me and not hold it against me." After all, Uncle Yang was Yang Yu's elder, and this sudden gesture startled everyone else, leaving them speechless. Yang Yu watched the scene unfold, sighed, and said, "It's okay, uncle. I don't hold a grudge against you for this." Hearing Yang Yu say this, Uncle Yang also sighed in relief. This matter was finally put to rest. With tears streaming down his face, Uncle Yang slowly raised his head and looked at Yang Yu. His eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. He had never expected Yang Yu to forgive him. "Have you really forgiven your uncle?" Uncle Yang couldn't believe it, his voice trembling as he asked. Even Yang Daguang knew how despicable his previous actions had been, and he was truly worried that Yang Yu would hold a grudge against him forever because of this incident. Yang Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry, uncle. It's okay. I'm not the type to hold a grudge." Hearing Yang Yu's response, Uncle finally relaxed. "Uncle, you can rest assured. Regarding my cousin's plan to start a herbal medicine company, I will definitely support him wholeheartedly." Yang Yu could see through Uncle's true intentions behind his actions, so he spoke in a solemn tone. Yang Daguang was so moved by Yang Yu's words that he nearly shed tears again. His nephew was truly a sensible young man. His uncle was also moved and said, "Then I'll trouble you, my dear nephew. You must know how important these things are to me and your aunt." Yang Yu nodded. "Uncle, don't worry. I'll definitely help you out. This favor you've done for me, uncle, I can't possibly repay you. But I will always keep it in my heart. As long as I'm still in Liutung village, I'll make sure your parents never suffer the slightest injustice." Lu Hongwen also heard what Yang Yu said. Though he was a bit tipsy after several rounds of drinks, he still stood up and said, "Since Mr. Yang has spoken so decisively, I will approve your family's loan request to our Lu Family Financial Company." Upon hearing Lu Hongwen's statement, Uncle Air turned to Yang Yu and cried out many times, "Thank you." At that moment, Zhang Manager, who was also sitting at the dinner table, witnessed everything unfolding before him. He couldn't help but admire Yang Yu's broad-mindedness and magnanimity. In such a situation, he could still remain so calm. He couldn't help but secretly thank himself for not having done anything too extreme to Yang Yu earlier, for not having confronted him head-on. If he had indeed confronted him head-on, perhaps Yang Yu wouldn't have forgiven him so easily. Manager Zhang couldn't help but look at Yang Yu with newfound respect. Under Yang Yu's reassurance, Uncle Air's mood gradually calmed down. Everyone continued eating, though this meal was destined to be anything but peaceful. Yang Yu's father, Yang Haochang, was particularly cheerful today. He never imagined that their son had achieved such success. The meal was a joyful one for both hosts and guests, and in the end, Yang Haochang was drunk. After the meal, everyone rested for a while, and then the head of the inspection team spoke up. "Thank you, Mr. Yang, for your generous hospitality. It's time for us to head back." Yang Yu did not try to stop them this time either. He smiled and said to them, "All right, everyone, thank you for your hard work. Please be careful on your way back." Chapter 112, Exploring the Village. "Do you need me to walk you back?" Yang Yu suddenly asked again. "No need to trouble Mr. Yang, we'll manage on our own." Upon hearing Yang Yu offer to send them, the others quickly shook their heads in refusal. They dared not trouble Yang Yu to send them after all. The journey had been exhausting, and if he were to tire himself out, they wouldn't know how to make amends. "All right then, I want to see you off. Let us have tea together next time we meet." Yang Yu also extended a warm invitation. Under Yang Yu's gaze, the few leaders hurriedly ran out the door. Yang Yu saw this scene and couldn't help but give a wry smile. After the leaders had left, Uncle Air and Aunt Air quickly walked up to Yang Yu and asked, "Nephew, what exactly have you done for the country? Seeing those senior leaders so tense and cautious in your presence, it feels like you're someone even they can't afford to offend." Aunt Yang sighed. Yang Yu's father and mother were also filled with confusion and looked at Yang Yu, wanting to know the truth behind the matter. Yang Yu, seeing the eager looks on everyone's faces, sighed helplessly and said, "Dad, Mom, Uncle and Aunt, please don't ask me any more questions about these matters. I am just a drop of water wherever the land needs me, I will go to nourish it." What Yang Yu is currently doing is the highest state secret. Even his own father and mother cannot be told. Moreover, they are currently living peaceful and safe lives, and Yang Yu does not want to involve them, putting their lives at risk. Uncle Air and Aunt Air saw Yang Yu in this state. They knew he didn't want to talk about it, so they kept quiet and left silently. As he watched their retreating figures, a complex expression flashed across Yang Yu's eyes. If he could, he too would wish to live a simple, peaceful life with his parents. But this was not something he could choose for himself. His life's purpose and responsibility were to ensure the nation's future would be brighter and more prosperous. All he could do was fulfill his duty. Yang Yu took out his phone to check the date and sighed inwardly. Time flies so fast. It's already been 3 days since I left home, and the time I can spend at home is growing shorter and shorter. Ah, never mind, I won't think about it anymore. Yang Yu took a deep breath and muttered to himself. "Xiao, do you want to go for a walk in the village with me?" Yang Yu suddenly spoke up, addressing Ran Duer, who was busy clearing the dishes. "Ah, sure." Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Ran Duo was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming with delight. Yang Yu's father and mother looked at the two of them and nodded in agreement. It's a good idea to take a walk in the village. The scenery there is quite beautiful with all the flowers in bloom lately. Take Xiao Ran and go explore the village. Yang Yu's parents said to him. In Yang Yu's parents' hearts, their impression of Xiao Ran was still quite favorable. After all, the young lady was both beautiful and capable, and she was also well behaved and understanding. The two of them liked her very much. After Yang Yu's parents agreed, Yang Yu took Xiao Ran and walked toward the village. Lutang village was extremely vast, with very flat roads. Several kilometers away, there was a highway, though it was privately maintained and not accessible to others. Two people walked side by side through Lutang village. Ran Duor's beautiful face was radiant with a sweet smile. She felt herself falling for Yang Yu. Now that the two of them were walking side by side, Ran Duor's heart was racing. The villagers, upon seeing Ran Duor's beautiful face, couldn't help but envy her, saying that Yang Yu had managed to find such a beautiful girlfriend. "I wish I could live here forever." Ran Duor looked around at the lush mountains, clear waters, and the picturesque rural scenery filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and spoke with a gentle smile. Yang Yu sighed helplessly, then joked, "You're a girl from the big city. Do you think you'll be able to get used to living in the countryside?" Ran Duo pouted and said, "What's the big deal? I love living in the countryside." Just then, a car sped past the two of them, splashing water from a puddle on the road onto Ran Duor. Yang Yu saw this, knelt down to help Ran Duo wipe the water off her shoes and pants, and said, "Little Ran, are you okay?" Ran Duor looked up at Yang Yu with a smile and said, "It's okay. My shoes are thick, so they should be fine." After saying that, Yang Yu stood up. The car that had splashed water all over the two of them suddenly stopped in front of them and slowly backed up to Yang Yu's position. A chubby young man got out of the car, saw Yang Yu, and excitedly rushed forward to shake his hand, saying, "Wow, it really is you, Yang Yu. It's been so many years." The chubby young man who got out of the car was wearing a black mink coat. His skin was so pale it was almost scary. He had thick glasses on his nose, a thick gold chain around his neck, and a Rolex watch on his left wrist. His entire appearance was that of a newly rich person. The chubby man noticed Yang Yu's confused expression and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Yang Yu shook his head helplessly and said with a wry smile, "I really can't remember." Seeing Yang Yu's expression, the chubby boy sighed, reached out, and grabbed Yang Yu's shoulder, saying, I'm Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun? You're going to watch this little chubby guy? He then began searching through his memories for this name. Suddenly, he remembered a classmate from his school days named Ma Hongjun. However, back then, he was the skinniest person in the entire class. Seeing him now, he really couldn't recognize him. Ma Hongjun. You've changed so much. Yang Yu looked at the person in front of him, who was once his classmate, and shouted. I remember you were as skinny as a monkey in middle school. How did you get so fat? Yang Yu asked. Ma Hongjun heard what Yang Yu said and sighed helplessly before responding, Oh, I have no choice. Ma Hongjun then patted Yang Yu on the shoulder and said, Brother, I never thought we'd meet again under these circumstances. How are you? Are you doing okay now? I'm doing fine. How about you? Yang Yu nodded. Chapter 113, Old Classmate. My father made a fortune in business, so I often accompanied him on his deals. The clients would often eat and drink with us, so I ended up getting fat like this. Ma Hongjun sighed helplessly. But none of that matters now. After all, I have money. In this day and age, as long as you have money, why would you worry about women not throwing themselves at you? Besides, things aren't as conservative as they were 10 years ago. Ma Hongjun said triumphantly. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun turned his gaze toward the breathtakingly beautiful woman named Ran Duor standing beside Yang Yu. He, Ma Hongjun, had seen countless women over the years, but the woman by Yang Yu's side truly opened his eyes. A woman of such beauty and grace was someone even he, who had seen countless women, had never encountered before, especially her figure, which was simply breathtaking. How could such an otherworldly beauty willingly choose to live with someone as penniless as Yang Yu? Doesn't she find Yang Yu repulsive? Ma Hongjun couldn't fathom what was going on. Could it be that Yang Yu had resorted to some underhanded, despicable tactics to force her into this? Such situations were not entirely unprecedented. After all, today's young men were not as pure as they had been a decade ago. Though their appearances remained as clean as white paper, their hearts had long been corrupted by darkness. After taking a good look at Ran Duor, Ma Hongjun found himself completely captivated. Her charm was simply overwhelming, making him unable to resist the urge to touch her. Hey, Ma Hongjun, what's wrong with you? What are you spacing out for? Yang Yu noticed Ma Hongjun's fixed gaze and waved his hand in front of him, speaking up. Ma Hongjun finally snapped out of it, glanced at Ran Duor, and then smiled at Yang Yu, saying, You're one lucky guy. You managed to find such a beautiful wife. Ran Duor, upon hearing that the other person had mistaken her for Yang Yu's wife, her face instantly turned bright red. She quickly spoke up to explain, I'm not Mr. Yang's wife. I'm just his secretary. Ma Hongjun heard Ran Duor's words and his eyes lit up with curiosity. Could it be that Yang Yu had also made a fortune outside? Otherwise, how could such a beautiful woman willingly agree to be Yang Yu's secretary? Yang Yu, what have you been up to all these years? Have you also made a fortune in business? Interested in bringing your brothers along to invest in stocks? Ma Hongjun asked Yang Yu with a smile, but his eyes were filled with doubt. Because back when they were in school, not only Ma Hongjun but also the other students around them believed that Yang Yu simply didn't have the natural talent for business or trade. Over the years, I've been working outside, and I haven't made much money. When we were in school, didn't you all say I didn't have the mind for business? It seems like you were right after all. Yang Yu heard Ma Hongjun's words and smiled slightly before speaking. Ma Hongjun, upon hearing Yang Yu's words, also sighed in relief. He had always known that Yang Yu had no natural talent for business, and this outcome was exactly what he had expected. Although Yang Yu had always been at the top of his class in school, business was a test of one's character, and it wasn't something that could be mastered simply by being academically gifted. Sure enough, he's just a worker. I told you so. Even if Yang Yu had studied as well as he did, he'd still end up working for us college graduates in the end. Since you can't provide a good life for this beautiful secretary, don't blame me for snatching her right in front of you. Ma Hongjun thought to himself. When Ma Hongjun found out that Yang Yu was just an ordinary worker with no real abilities, he set his sights on Ran Duor and decided to poach her for his own team. Yang Yu, you should stop working so hard outside. Come work with me. I can arrange a cleaning job for you at my company. Ma Hongjun placed his hand on Yang Yu's shoulder and spoke with a smile. I appreciate your kindness, but I think I'll pass. We're doing fine working outside. Plus, if I join your company, it might cause you trouble. And honestly, I'm not very physically fit. Cleaning might be too much for me. Yang Yu replied softly. Don't look down on my company. We've made a fortune over the years, and we're about to secure investment funds from the City Financial Group. Ma Hongjun said arrogantly. And once that happens, my father will hand over the position of company chairman to me very soon, and then I'll be the big boss. As long as you follow me, I'll make sure you live in luxury and have everything you desire. Ma Hongjun finished speaking and gave Ran Duo a flirtatious glance. Ran Duo felt that Ma Hongjun might have some inappropriate thoughts toward her, but since he was Yang Yu's classmate, she managed to restrain herself and didn't react. After all, Ran Duor was the most outstanding secretary in Zhongjiang province and had no interest whatsoever in such a nouveau riche second-generation rich kid. Ran Duor's eyes flashed with a cold expression. When Ma Hongjuan's gaze met Ran Duor's again, he felt the icy chill in her eyes and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Ma Hongjun could tell from Ran Duor's gaze that the woman before him was no one to be trifled with. However, Ma Hongjun wasn't one to give up easily either. After all, in Ma Hongjuan's eyes, he was the most successful person from their class who was currently making waves in society. Yang Yu, I'm here in Liuting village today to pick someone up. We happen to have an old classmates reunion. Do you want to come along? Ma Hongjun smiled and said to Yang Yu. He knew that if he could invite Yang Yu to the class reunion, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. At that time, Ran Duor would definitely come along too, and he would have the chance to pursue her. He was confident that with his good looks and abilities, he could make Ran Duor fall head over heels for him. No need. Yang Yu spoke softly, I'm busy right now. I need to accompany Xiao Ran for a walk around the village. Upon hearing Yang Yu's refusal, Ma Hongjuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. However, Ma Hongjun did not give up. He stepped forward and grabbed Yang Yu's arm, pleading, let me go. We haven't seen each other in so many years, and all your old classmates miss you very much. Yang Yu hesitated for a moment, glancing at Xiao Ran. He had promised Ran Duor that he would take him around the village, but he hadn't seen these old classmates in years either. If he missed this opportunity, it might be a long time before they saw each other again. Chapter 114, Class Reunion. Ran Duor seemed to have noticed Yang Yu's dilemma, so she smiled and said, it's okay, Mr. Yang. You go ahead and attend the class reunion. We can explore the village together next time. As Ran Duor smiled, the dimples on her cheeks flickered in and out, like the warm sun on a winter day, making her look incredibly sweet and charming. Even Yang Yu was mesmerized, let alone the man standing beside him, Ma Hongjun. Look, everyone says it's okay. Come with me. Let's go to the class reunion. Ma Hongjun grabbed Yang Yu's arm and tried to pull him toward the car. Yang Yu was indeed a bit reluctant to refuse the other person's enthusiastic invitation, and at the same time, he also wanted to meet his old classmates, so he agreed. Alright then, Xiao Ran, go home first and let my parents know. Tell them I'm going to a class reunion and will come back as soon as it's over. Yang Yu instructed Ran Duo. Mr. Yang, please take your time. I'll be waiting for you at home. Ran Duo nodded, then secretly slipped something into Yang Yu's pocket before turning and heading toward Yang Yu's house. Yang Yu saw Ran Duo heading toward her home. After returning, he followed Ma Hongjun into his car. This car is an Audi A8, priced at 3.65 million. What do you think? Ma Hongjun boasted about his new car on the road. Not bad. Being able to drive an Audi A8 around here in Yuyao means you're one of the winners in life around here. Yang Yu nodded and said solemnly. Yang Yu sat in the passenger seat, watching Ma Hongjun drive. Ma Hongjun suddenly smiled faintly and boasted casually, this is just the beginning. Once the investment from Chen's financial company comes through, cars like Mercedes-Benz and Ferrari will be child's play. Yang Yu, you've always been pretty smart since you were a kid. After all these years of studying abroad, you must have learned a lot. Why don't you consider joining my company? If you do a good job, I'll give you this car in the future. What do you think? Ma Hongjun looked at Yang Yu and asked. The two chatted and laughed along the way, reminiscing about many things that had happened between them at school. They had decided to hold their class reunion at a hotel in Jinping County. Ma Hongjun drove Yang Yu there, and after about half an hour, they arrived at the hotel's entrance. A golden signboard hung on the hotel's entrance, bearing 3 large characters, Jinjiang Lu. Jinjiang Hotel is a 3-star hotel with luxurious decor and an overall European style. The exterior resembles a dragon winding its way around the mountainside. The interior is extremely spacious, with numerous potted plants arranged in the central hall. Ma Hongjun parked his car at the hotel entrance, and the two then entered the hotel lobby. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and guests had already begun to arrive at the hotel. Coming to such a high-end place for a meal, it seems like you're hosting this old classmates reunion, right? Yang Yu smiled and said to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun replied, this is still a fairly ordinary restaurant for me. I didn't choose a 5-star restaurant because I was afraid my old classmates wouldn't be used to it, so I chose this 3-star restaurant instead. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to Yang Yu, saying, Yang Yu, do you want me to buy you a decent outfit? She's coming too, you know. Never mind, don't bother. I'll just wear what I have. Yang Yu heard this and a flash of self-reproach and regret crossed his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand and spoke. That's fine. As long as you're comfortable, that's what matters. That's fine too. As long as you're comfortable, that's what matters most. Ma Hongjun nodded and replied. Upon hearing Yang Yu's refusal, Ma Hongjun didn't press the matter further. He then led Yang Yu to the top floor of the hotel and entered the private room they had reserved. As soon as they reached the door, they heard voices coming from inside. This Jinjiang Lu is really nice. I heard that one dish costs several hundred yuan. That's really expensive. A few $100s is nothing. I heard this hotel is exclusively for high-ranking officials and wealthy elites from the capital. Ordinary people can't even get in. I've heard the same thing. The food there is indeed very delicious, and they say there are some real delicacies, but the price is indeed a bit. What's the point of talking about this? Anyway, someone is spending thousands of dollars to treat us to a meal here. Mr. Ma is really quite extravagant. Yang Yu stood at the door, listening to the discussions inside, feeling a strange sense of loss. Ma Hongjun pushed open the door and walked in. Inside the room were 4 men and 2 women, all of whom were their middle school classmates. As soon as Ma Hongjun walked in, everyone inside stood up excitedly and addressed him, "Mr. Ma, you finally arrived. Come in quickly. Everyone has been waiting for you. Why did you take so long? The food has gone cold, and everyone has been waiting for you for ages." After hearing what the others said, Ma Hongjun smiled and scratched his nose, then quickly picked up the wineglass on the table and said, I'm sorry. I had something come up on the way and was delayed for a moment. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. Ma Hongjun said this and downed 3 cups of wine in one go. Who is this? When the few people present saw the figure behind Ma Hongjun, they looked puzzled and curiously asked. At that moment, a young girl in a white dress sat quietly in the corner. The seat next to her had been empty the entire time, with no one sitting there. While everyone else was engaged in lively discussion, she remained silent, but the commotion around her caught her attention. She raised her head slightly and looked toward the person behind Ma Hongjun. When she recognized the figure, her pupils trembled slightly, and tears began to well up in her eyes. After hearing everyone's words, Ma Hongjun also smiled awkwardly and quickly said, "Oh, look at me, I forgot to introduce him to everyone. I was late because I went to pick him up on the way." Ma Hongjun walked over to Yang Yu's side, smiled at the few people in the private room, and asked, "Don't you all remember him?" Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, the others fell into deep thought before shaking their heads helplessly. Ma Hongjun smiled slightly, raised his hand, and was about to introduce Yang Yu to everyone. But just at that moment, the young woman sitting in the corner suddenly stood up, looked at Yang Yu standing behind Ma Hongjun, and spoke with a trembling voice, "Yang Yu, have you finally come back to see me?" Chapter 115, The Class Beauty's Tears. Ma Hongjun saw someone interrupt him first, then looked at the shocked expressions of the few people in the private room and nodded with a smile. "No way, you're really Yang Yu? Yang Yu, you've actually come back. Yang Yu, we've all missed you so much. It's been 7 years since we last saw each other, hasn't it? You just left without a word, how come we only found out you were coming back now?" When everyone in the private room realized that the person was Yang Yu, the girls all showed expressions of regret, while the boys picked up their glasses and drank in unison. Everyone sighed in unison. "Sorry, I've been away too long," Yang Yu said softly. "Do you know how long we've been looking for you? You've been gone for so long and you finally come back. Do you know how long Shu Dai has been waiting for you?" Everyone in the private room spoke up one after another. Upon hearing that name, Yang Yu's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. All these years, he had never forgotten Lin Shu Dai. Lin Shu Dai was his lover from his student days, and the two of them had once been very close. However, after Yang Yu was secretly recruited by the Tsanglong Research Institute, he suddenly disappeared, and they never saw each other again. He never expected to encounter Lin Shu Dai again today. "It's been 7 years, and you're still like this? You don't care about your appearance at all, just showing up at our old classmates' reunion in an old t-shirt. You're really embarrassing me. You didn't end up back home because you couldn't make it out there, did you?" Yang Yu listened to the familiar yet unfamiliar accusations from his old classmates, but his expression remained unchanged. He simply stood there quietly, listening. At that moment, Ma Hongjun noticed that the atmosphere in the private room seemed a bit oppressive, so he quickly changed the subject. All right, stop teasing Yang Yu. Even if he's been working outside for 7 years and couldn't make it, at least he's willing to come back and see us old classmates. That's right. After all, we haven't seen each other in ages." The other old classmates, though they said Yang Yu couldn't make it on his own outside, secretly missed the days they spent together. "Yang Yu is willing to come back to see us. Even if he's in a tough spot, we old classmates will definitely give him a hand once he's back home." Ma Hongjun spoke up. The rest of the people present heard these words and then spoke up. "Yang Yu, go sit next to Shu Dai. That's right. You've been gone for so many years without a word. Shu Dai has been waiting for you all this time. Now that you're back, you should at least give her some explanation." 2 young men stood up in the private room, grabbed Yang Yu, and pulled him to sit next to Lin Shu Dai. After being forcibly pulled to sit down, Yang Yu turned his head to glance at Lin Shu Dai, who was lowering her head with tears in her eyes. Seeing the tears on Lin Shu Dai's face and her sorrowful expression, Yang Yu felt as though his heart had been stabbed with a knife. He then softly asked, "Shu Dai, are you doing okay now?" Yang Yu's words instantly eased the previously awkward atmosphere. In this environment, Lin Shu Dai's pent-up feelings of injustice gradually began to surface. She slowly raised her head to look at Yang Yu, tears streaming down her cheeks. Memories from years ago surged forth like a spring from Lin Shu Dai's mind. She clearly remembered that many years ago at school, she had numerous admirers, but she only had eyes for Yang Yu. At that time, she didn't even know what to do. She felt like Yang Yu was a dazzling star, drawing her in, and her eyes couldn't help but follow him. Yang Yu had always been somewhat reserved in nature, but he was exceptionally kind and considerate toward Lin Shudai. He would always think things through carefully for her, and there was no trace of distance between them. They seemed as parallel as two lines that never intersect. During that innocent and sweet period of their relationship, Lin Shudai had fantasized countless times about Yang Yu staying with her forever, getting married, having children, perhaps holding hands while walking down the street, strolling through a park, or going to a movie theater together, spending every day by each other's side. Yang Yu had always been an outstanding student, and Lin Shudai knew many talented young men. However, Yang Yu had always occupied the most important corner of her heart. Despite her parents' repeated objections, she resolutely chose to be with Yang Yu. Until one day, Yang Yu suddenly disappeared. For 7 long years, there was not a single trace of him, leaving Lin Shudai feeling as though the sky had fallen. At the time, she frantically searched everywhere, even traveling to highway exits across the country and purchasing over a dozen train tickets, fearing she might miss any information about Yang Yu's flight. She even reported the matter to the police, hoping they could help her find any leads about Yang Yu. But what was the result? She didn't manage to get even the slightest bit of information about Yang Yu. In the end, she stood there alone in the airport lobby, dazed and confused, like a statue. Yang Yu, where have you been all these years? Why haven't you come back? Do you know how worried I've been about you? Lin Shudai was now sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, her appearance as delicate as a pear blossom in the rain, utterly heartbreaking. Yang Yu looked at Lin Shudai, sighed, and spoke helplessly. This is a long story. Do you know? I haven't been able to find any information about you in the past 7 years. After you suddenly disappeared, I almost broke down. Lin Shudai choked up as she spoke to Yang Yu. I'm sorry for worrying you all this time. Yang Yu said to Lin Shudai with a sense of guilt. Yang Yu silently scolded himself for not realizing that Lin Shudai had been searching for him all this time. He should have left his contact information for Lin Shudai before leaving, so she could have found him through the phone number he left. Unfortunately, he hadn't even considered that possibility. Can you tell me why you disappeared for so long? Lin Shudai wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, took a deep breath, and asked. I encountered some issues outside, which is why I was delayed for all these years. Yang Yu remained silent for a moment before speaking. Yang Yu knew that this explanation was unlikely to earn Lin Shudai's forgiveness. After all, he had disappeared for 7 years without a single word. However, the work he was currently doing was state secret and he couldn't tell Lin Shudai. Chapter 116, Harassment? Yang Yu's heart was filled with self-reproach and guilt, and his eyes were brimming with regret. Lin Shudai clearly guessed the intent behind Yang Yu's words. She gave a wry smile. Since you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. At that moment, Ma Hongjun chimed in with a smile. Don't you all know? Yang Yu has been working for others outside for the past 7 years. Don't think he's been living badly. He's actually found himself a super attractive female secretary. Ma Hongjun said, deliberately showing off. Everyone present heard Ma Hongjun's words and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment within the private room. At that moment, the man sitting in the middle of the private room, directly across from Lin Shudai, suddenly slammed his fist hard on the table and said, Yang Yu, do you know how long Lin Shudai has been waiting for you? And you're still out there looking for a beautiful secretary? I really feel sorry for Yun Dai. The man thought to himself. This man was named Li Haoyu. During his student days, he had been one of Lin Shudai's suitors. To this day, he had not married, as he had always harbored feelings for Lin Shudai and had been secretly keeping tabs on her all along. He has confessed his feelings to Lin Shudai on multiple occasions, but she has politely declined him each time. Li Haoyu couldn't understand what he lacked compared to Yang Yu. He had money, ability, and good looks. Why was Lin Shudai so determined to wait for Yang Yu, who had suddenly vanished without a trace? Was Yang Yu really that important to her? Li Haoyu's father was the owner of a leading company in Jinping County, and his status, wealth, and influence were on par with those of Ma Hongjun's father. Since our boss Yang can afford such a beautiful secretary, why don't we let him treat us to dinner? As soon as Li Haoyu finished speaking, the entire private room suddenly fell silent, with everyone turning their attention to Li Haoyu and Yang Yu. Many people knew exactly what that meant. It was clearly directed at Yang Yu. Moreover, everyone was well aware that, even during their school days, Li Haoyu had always harbored deep envy and resentment toward Yang Yu. Because Li Haoyu also liked Lin Shudai, and over the past 7 years, his feelings for her have never changed. However, Lin Shudai's heart has also never wavered. She has always been devoted to Yang Yu, waiting for him to return and find her. Everyone present saw Li Haoyu with a cold expression, gazing at Yang Yu with icy eyes. That's right, Li Haoyu is correct. Yang Yu, you haven't been back for 7 years. You should treat us to a meal at this class reunion, shouldn't you? And you can find such a beautiful woman to be your secretary while you're out there. I'm sure a meal is no big deal for you. Mr. Yang, that's not very considerate of you. You've made so much money and are hiding away out there by yourself, not even coming back to see us old classmates. Forget about us even if it's just for Shudai's meal, Mr. Yang, you should at least treat us. Ha, you really think highly of him. Even though Yang Yu was a good student when he was in school, what good did that do him? In the end, he still had to go out and work. Thank goodness Shudai didn't end up with you, otherwise, I'm sure you would have made her suffer a lot. A few people who were close to Li Haoyu spoke up one after another. Facing everyone's mockery and criticism, Yang Yu remained expressionless, sitting there quietly. However, the mockery and ridicule directed at Yang Yu grew increasingly harsh. These words pierced his heart like venomous snakes, leaving his entire heart feeling icy cold. What are you all doing? Just eat your meals. Stop making things difficult for Yang Yu. This class reunion was my idea, and we agreed that I would treat everyone to dinner. If anyone wants to host, it's on me. After hearing the increasingly harsh words from the crowd, Ma Hongjun couldn't take it anymore and stepped in to help Yang Yu out of the situation. In truth, Ma Hongjun understood that this class reunion no longer had the same feel as the ones from their school days. It was more of a business-oriented banquet than a class reunion, as many of the classmates had since risen to prominence, and for them, they were no longer the anonymous students they once were. Because everyone's current status, family, and career are different. The relationships between them no longer seem as pure as they once were. At that moment, one of the boys who was very friendly with Li Haoyu approached Yang Yu with a glass of strong white liquor, placed it in front of him, and then pointed at the glass and said, "Come on, Yang Yu, it's been years since we last saw each other. Let's have a drink." Yang Yu looked at the glass filled to the brim with strong white liquor, smiled slightly, and picked up the glass. Over 2 ounces of the strong liquor were downed in one gulp by Yang Yu. Yang Yu's actions completely stunned the young man who had come to toast him, and everyone present also looked surprised. Lin Shudai watched as Yang Yu downed the glass of white wine in one gulp, her face filled with concern, and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. She asked with concern, Yang Yu, are you okay? When Li Haoyu saw Lin Shudai still caring so much about Yang Yu, the humiliation and bitterness he had buried deep in his heart for 7 years erupted suddenly. He was filled with hatred. Why did he always feel like he couldn't measure up to Yang Yu? Li Haoyu suddenly stood up from his seat, then walked over to Yang Yu with a wine glass in hand. He poured a full glass of white wine and said to Yang Yu, after all these years, we've never had a proper drink together. Let's drink until we're satisfied this time. Li Haoyu also picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp. After finishing the over 2 ounces of alcohol, he opened his mouth wide and coughed twice, his face contorted in pain. Yang Yu saw Li Haoyu's reaction and knew that Li Haoyu was trying to overcome himself in some way. Moreover, you also know what the relationship between Li Haoyu and the sunrise was like before. He no longer wanted to compete with Li Haoyu over anything. He picked up the wine glass, held it with the other hand, smiled slightly, and said, Li Haoyu, I can't drink as much as you. I admit defeat. Li Haoyu saw Yang Yu's hand on the rim of the glass, his expression darkened slightly, and he sneered, no way. You have to drink with me today, no matter what. Li Haoyu didn't need Yang Yu's pity, he wanted to defeat Yang Yu fairly and squarely. Chapter 117, this amount of money might not be enough? Yang Yu saw the serious expression on Li Haoyu's face and realized that no matter what he did, he couldn't refuse him today. He took a deep breath, picked up the cup, and spoke softly, alright, I'll have a drink with you, but today we're just drinking no matter who wins or loses. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Li Haoyu's face also betrayed a look of contempt. He thought to himself that Yang Yu must be afraid. Under the gaze of everyone present, the two of them drank cup after cup. Li Haoyu and Yang Yu each drank 7 cups of high-proof baijiu, each cup containing over 2 ounces. By this point, Li Haoyu's face was flushed red, and his head was spinning, but Yang Yu still looked as calm as ever. If it weren't for the others trying to stop Li Haoyu from drinking more, he would probably have passed out by now. However, Li Haoyu's eyes still betrayed a glimmer of rationality at that moment. Li Haoyu's eyes were filled with hatred, as if he were hating himself. 7 years had passed, yet he still couldn't match Yang Yu in any way. Mr. Yang, you should treat us to dinner. You must have made a fortune out there, you wouldn't be unable to afford this meal, would you? Li Haoyu knew he couldn't outdrink Yang Yu, so he spoke up. At that moment, a few of Li Haoyu's close friends chimed in from the side, exactly. How could Mr. Yang let someone else pay? This is a rare gathering. Don't you agree? The guy next to Li Haoyu also chimed in, of course not. These dishes are all top-notch, costing thousands of dollars each. We never get to eat such things in our daily lives. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Exactly. Mr. Yang wouldn't be so stingy as to deny us this meal, would he? The other guy beside him also laughed and agreed, yeah, Mr. Yang should be willing to treat us to dinner, right? Yang Yu heard what they said and didn't feel like arguing with them, so he agreed and then spoke up. I wonder how much this meal will cost in total. I still have a little money on me. If you don't mind, I can use it to pay the bill. Yang Yu said, then took out the last 5,000 yuan he had on him from his pocket and placed it on the table. Although Yang Yu was the chief engineer at the Sanglong Research Institute, he rarely spent any of his own money in his daily life. Most of his salary was deposited in a bank account, specifically a fixed-term deposit that couldn't be withdrawn. He didn't want to compare himself to his old classmates using his status, so he had no choice but to withdraw the only money he had on him. Yang Yu's salary, aside from what he saved, was mostly given to his parents and Shu Fan and her daughter. Mr. Yang, this amount of money won't be enough. This meal alone will cost at least 40,000 yuan. You're way off the mark here. At that moment, the young man who was close to Li Haoyu spoke up loudly. Exactly. Just the white wine you just drank alone is worth 10,000 yuan. The young man next to Li Haoyu chimed in. Lin Shudai looked at everyone present who was making things difficult for Yang Yu, and she felt very anxious. She stared at Li Haoyu and said in a low voice, Yang Yu must have had a tough time these past few years. Please don't make things harder for him. Li Haoyu heard Lin Shudai speaking up for Yang Yu, the poor man, and his heart nearly broke. All the negative emotions he had been holding in reached a breaking point and finally erupted at that moment. What on earth is there to love about this penniless man? What makes him better than me? Am I really not good enough for you? Do you really not like me at all? What did I do wrong to make you treat me this way? If he can't even afford to pay for a simple meal, how can he possibly provide you with a good life in the future? I know you've waited for him for 7 whole years. If you ask me to, I'll never show my face in your lives again. But Yang Yu must treat you to this meal today. Only then will I be willing to believe that you won't suffer if you stay with him in the future. Li Haoyu walked over to Lin Shudai's side, looked at her with a heavy expression, and said in a low voice, Shudai, even if you don't want to be with me, don't stop me now. I'm doing this for your own good, because he owes you. Just as Lin Shudai was about to say something else, Yang Yu suddenly interrupted her. Shudai, Li Haoyu is absolutely right. This has nothing to do with you. This is something I should do. I will treat you to dinner no matter what. Yang Yu said in a low voice. Li Haoyu heard what Yang Yu said and couldn't help but laugh, saying, Ha, Yang Yu, don't be so stubborn and suffer for the sake of your pride. With just the 5,000 yuan you've got, what are you going to use to treat everyone? Yang Yu smiled slightly, then turned to look at everyone and continued, What else would you like to eat? You can order more. Tonight's dinner is on me. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Li Haoyu also turned to the crowd and said, Everyone, did you hear that? Tonight, Yang Boss is treating us. Let's just order whatever we want. Since Mr. Yang has spoken, we can't refuse his kindness. Let's eat to our heart's content. Upon hearing Li Haoyu's words, the others present also began to agree one after another. At that moment, Ma Hongjun approached Lin Shudai from the other side, leaned down beside her, and whispered, Shudai, Yang Yu is going to be in a tough spot soon. What should we do? Lin Shudai turned her head and looked at Yang Yu. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, her smile sweet. She said with a smile, Yang Yu has changed so much over the past 7 years. Now I barely recognize him anymore. I think maybe I'm overthinking it. You used to be such a steady person, and you wouldn't do something without being sure. Whatever you do, it's something you've thought through carefully, meaning you're certain you can do it. This is also why I've been waiting for Yang Yu for the past 7 years. I know he still cares about me, so I believe he will definitely come back to me. Ma Hongjun listened to Lin Shudai's words, turned to look at Yang Yu, then furrowed his brows slightly and sighed helplessly. At that moment, Li Haoyu pressed the service bell, summoning the waiter, and spoke in a solemn tone, Waiter, could you please bring us the VIP exclusive menu? Someone in this private room would like to order the VIP exclusive dishes. Chapter 118, Die for Face, Suffer in Life. I'm sorry, honored guest, I'm afraid I can't make that decision regarding the VIP dishes. Let me go get our manager over here. The server spoke politely. Alright, go ahead. Just tell them Li Haoyu is here. Li Haoyu said arrogantly. Alright, distinguished guests, please wait a moment. The waiter spoke slowly, bowed deeply, and then left the room. Li Haoyu had extensive connections in Jinping County. He was acquainted with the leaders of virtually every major company in the county and was considered one of the most prominent figures in the area. A few minutes later, a man dressed in a blue suit walked in. The man spoke slowly, I am the manager here, Zhao Shang. I heard that Mr. Li would like to order some VIP exclusive dishes. What would you like to order? As he spoke, Manager Zhao brought over the VIP exclusive menu. Li Haoyu looked at the extremely expensive dishes on the VIP menu, then turned to Yang Yu and asked, Yang Yu, are you sure you want us to just eat and order whatever we want? If I order something that breaks the bank, don't come complaining to me later. Yang Yu heard Li Haoyu's sarcastic words, but his expression remained unchanged. He merely smiled faintly and said, It's okay, you can choose whatever you like. I owe everyone anyway, so I'll treat you to this meal. What a face-saving fool. If I don't bankrupt you today, I'll write my surname backwards. Li Haoyu, seeing Yang Yu agree with a blank expression and a smile, felt annoyed and thought to himself. Mr. Zhao, do you have any premium dishes to recommend? Price isn't an issue, the more expensive, the better. Li Haoyu asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhao was also very pleased. He then pointed to the dishes on the VIP exclusive menu and said, This 6 shrimp noodles is highly recommended. This is made by our restaurant's top chef, and we only make 10 portions a day. This noodle dish is made by extracting shrimp roe, shrimp meat, shrimp brains, shrimp oil, and shrimp broth from 1,000 river shrimp, then mixing them together to create a unique flavor. This noodle dish is extremely complex to prepare, but the flavor is exceptionally delicious. Li Haoyu followed the dish that manager Zhao pointed to, took a quick look at the price, and said, "Alright, we'll take this 6 shrimp noodle dish. 1 portion each for everyone." Li Haoyu saw the price of the 6 shrimp noodles. Just 1 serving of noodles cost 3,000 yuan. There's also this 5 dragon noodles dish, made by blending the essences of 5 types of dragons: black dragon, Zilong, earth dragon, golden dragon, Zilong, and flying dragon, and cooking them together. Its flavor is fresh and crisp, melting in the mouth, making it a rare and exquisite delicacy. It also has health benefits such as strengthening the body, nourishing the skin, and replenishing blood and moisturizing the lungs, making it particularly popular among young women. "Bring me one," Li Haoyu said. There's also the lotus crab dish, sea cucumber fried rice, dripping lotus root, phoenix brain, and chicken bone bamboo shoots. Manager Zhao kept introducing the dishes. "Come on, everyone, let's all try some." Li Haoyu ordered a total of 12 dishes, each one exquisitely prepared, with vibrant colors, aromatic fragrances, and delicious flavors, making one's appetite soar at first glance. "Alright, please take a seat, the dishes will be served shortly." Manager Zhao smiled and departed. Li Haoyu picked up his teacup, sipped the fragrant tea, and then ate 2 pieces of candied bird's nest. These were the signature dishes of the restaurant. Although he wasn't very knowledgeable about wine, he could tell from the dishes that this restaurant must have some history and tradition. Li Haoyu placed the menu on the table, looked up at Yang Yu with a smug expression, as if he were waiting to see the embarrassing look on Yang Yu's face when he couldn't come up with an answer. The other students present were shocked to see Li Haoyu go so far. Though they felt it might be a bit harsh toward Yang Yu, they didn't speak up to stop him. After all, Li Haoyu was a prominent figure in Jinping County, and it wasn't wise to cross him lightly. Yang Yu was likely in a difficult situation now. If Li Haoyu keeps this up, this meal might end up costing tens of thousands of dollars. It's likely that even if Yang Yu's family sold everything they own, they wouldn't be able to afford this meal. Who told him to go and compete with Li Haoyu for Lin Shudai? If it weren't for Yang Yu's appearance back then, Li Haoyu would probably already be married to Lin Shudai by now. The others present murmured among themselves. Under the constant urging of manager Zhao, Li Haoyu ordered nearly 150,000 yuan worth of dishes and 70,000 yuan worth of fine wine. "Now I can't believe it." Adding all these items to the dishes and drinks they had already ordered, the total comes to nearly 300,000 yuan. Such an exorbitant price would make even Ma Hongjun feel a slight chill in his heart, let alone Yang Yu, who had been working hard outside for 7 years and was still struggling financially. Li Haoyu couldn't help but think about how Yang Yu wouldn't be able to come up with that much money to pay for it later. Yang Yu would definitely end up looking humiliated and embarrassed, and just thinking about it made him feel incredibly happy. A short while later, manager Zhao led a group of waitstaff into the room. The group set the table with an array of delicious dishes. "Mr. Li, your order has arrived. Please enjoy your meal," manager Zhao said. Li Haoyu stood up and gestured to everyone, "Everyone, today Mr. Yang is treating us. Please don't be shy and eat as much as you like." After saying that, he picked up some dishes and began to taste them. He had already decided how to handle the situation. If Yang Yu really couldn't come up with enough money to pay the bill, then he would lose his authority in front of everyone. Even though he was talented, his tendency to make empty promises would be exposed, and everyone would realize he was a fraud. At that point, Lin Shudai would also lose all trust in Yang Yu. At that point, if Li Haoyu steps forward to cover the bill, he will appear stronger than Yang Yu, more deserving than Yang Yu, more responsible than Yang Yu, and more worthy of Lin Shudai's choice and affection. Li Haoyu and manager Zhao already had a prior connection, so he wouldn't need to spend over 300,000 to settle this bill. Li Haoyu then asked manager Zhao to bring the bill over. Looking at the bill for over 300,000 yuan in front of him, Li Haoyu smiled slightly. He then handed the bill to Yang Yu and smiled as he asked, "Mr. Yang, would you prefer cash or card?" Yang Yu remained seated without moving, while Li Haoyu continued to smile at him. Lin Shudai, on the other hand, looked at Yang Yu with a worried expression. However, the scene Li Haoyu had imagined did not unfold. Yang Yu remained as calm as ever, showing none of the anxious emotions Li Haoyu had anticipated. Chapter 119, You're Fired. Yang Yu took the bill Li Haoyu handed him, glanced at it, smiled slightly, and said casually, "Just this much? It might not be enough for everyone. Let's order some more. Add 2 more servings of bird's nest for everyone, and 2 more servings of shark's fin for everyone as well." Yang Yu casually said this, and the bill shot up by another 20,000 yuan. He then ordered several more expensive desserts. After eating such rich food, everyone should have some tea snacks to cut the richness. "Please bring some more for everyone." Everyone present saw that Yang Yu was still continuously ordering dishes and couldn't help but look puzzled. "Yang Yu, if you keep ordering like this, can your wallet handle it? It's already quite expensive." Yang Yu, if you can't afford it, just don't click. Why insist on saving face? Yang Yu, if you keep ordering, the total bill will reach over $40,000. Yang Yu heard what everyone was saying and simply smiled and said, it's okay. If you can't finish it, you can take it home. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yu handed the menu back to Manager Zhao and then gave him the 5,000 yuan. Yang Yu spoke casually to Manager Zhao, you can keep this for now. Zhao manager, seeing that Yang Yu had only given him 6,000 yuan, snorted disdainfully and said, with just this much money, you dare come here to eat? Are you trying to eat for free? You're poor if you can't afford it, don't order so much. Manager Zhao looked at Yang Yu and mocked him. At that moment, Yang Yu ignored Zhao manager's harsh words, maintaining a calm expression as he sat quietly there. Everyone in the private room assumed that Yang Yu was about to be cornered into a corner when the door to the private room suddenly burst open. The tense atmosphere in the private room was disrupted by the sudden appearance of a girl. Everyone looked up and saw an unfamiliar face they didn't recognize. Ma Hongjun looked up, raised his eyebrows, and smiled at the girl at the door, saying, hey, isn't that Yang Yu's secretary? Ran Duo suddenly appeared at the door of the hotel suite. She gave Yang Yu a faint smile before walking over to Manager Zhao. Ran Duo glared at Manager Zhao with a cold stare and spoke in a low voice, who did you just say couldn't afford it? Who did you call poor? What's your problem? He wanted to come here and eat for free. What did I do wrong? Manager Zhao retorted. What? Just because you call a secretary over, you think you can pay the bill? Manager Zhao sneered disdainfully, speaking in a sarcastic tone. What? Just because you called a secretary, you think you can afford to pay the bill? Zhao manager sneered disdainfully, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Sorry, you're fired. Ran Duor looked at Zhao manager and said indifferently. What did you say? Fire me? What right do you have? Manager Zhao sneered. Ran Duo snorted coldly and said disdainfully, this store already belongs to my boss. He bought it. Upon hearing Ran Duor's words, Manager Zhao looked puzzled and said disbelievingly, you're pulling my leg. With him? With him? He can buy our store? Manager Zhao said with disdain. Ran Duor smiled slightly, then took out the acquisition contract she had just signed and sealed, and handed it to Manager Zhao. Zhao manager took the contract, looked at it carefully, and saw that it indeed bore their boss's name in black and white. It was definitely not forged. Mr. Zhao's expression suddenly turned extremely shocked. He turned his head to look at Yang Yu, who was sitting there quietly with a blank expression, and swallowed hard. He couldn't believe that this young man wearing an old t-shirt was such a wealthy and influential figure. When Manager Zhao finished reading the acquisition contract that Ran Duor had brought out, he was completely speechless. He couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Who are you? Manager Zhao was so shocked that his lips trembled as he stared at Yang Yu in disbelief. Yang Yu, however, remained expressionless, sitting calmly in his seat. He spoke in a steady voice, Shudai, is there anything you'd like to eat? Shudai shook her head, then looked up at Ran Duor and smiled, saying, Yang Yu, the female secretary you found is really great. At that moment, Lin Shudai became even more convinced that Yang Yu was someone worth waiting for. Yang Yu, can you accompany me for a walk? Lin Shudai stood up, took Yang Yu's arm, and asked softly. Ran Duor felt a strange sensation in her heart when she saw Lin Shudai holding Yang Yu's arm. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she understood her own position and the relationship between Lin Shudai and Yang Yu, so she didn't do anything. Yang Yu withdrew his hand from Lin Shudai's arm, then touched his nose and smiled, saying, alright, let us go for a walk. Seeing the two of them walk out of the private room together, Zhao Yang's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected that the meticulously prepared plan he had spent so much effort on would ultimately be thwarted by Yang Yu. Lin Shudai didn't even glance at Zhao Yang, whose face was dark with anger. She smiled and followed Yang Yu's footsteps, leaving Zhao Yang standing there alone, filled with resentment and fury. Zhao Yang glared fiercely at the departing figures of the two, clenching his fists tightly and swearing that he would never let Yang Yu off so easily. The other students present, seeing Zhao Yang's expression, which looked as though he had eaten something disgusting, all sighed helplessly. Li Haoyu heard the other old classmates sighing over there and suddenly flew into a rage, shouting at them, are you just going to watch Shudai and Yang Yu leave like this? Why aren't you doing anything? No one had a response, and no one paid any attention to Zhao Yang, leaving him alone to vent his anger. Li Haoyu, seeing that the other students present were ignoring him, turned to Ran Duor and demanded, who are you? What's your relationship with Yang Yu? Ran Duor remained expressionless and replied calmly, I am Mr. Yang's secretary. May I ask what you need? After hearing Ran Duor's response, Li Haoyu continued to speak in a stern tone, I can tell you're just an actor hired by Yang Yu. I never expected Yang Yu to have become this person. He has no skills of his own, yet he still has to hire someone to act for him. Li Haoyu continued to mock him. After hearing Zhao Yang's words, Ran Duor's eyes were filled with icy coldness as she stared intently at Zhao Yang. Ma Hongjun had seen Ran Duor's icy gaze before, and at that moment, he dared not even lift his head to meet her eyes. Chapter 120, Fate's Cruel Joke. Ever since Ma Hongjun caught the icy glint in Ran Duor's eyes, he had already abandoned any notion of trying to take her away from her. Because deep down, Ma Hongjun had a gut feeling that this woman was extremely dangerous, someone he simply couldn't afford to provoke. If you make Mr. Yang unhappy, just wait until I acquire your company. Then you'll see whether I'm really an actor or not. Ran Duor spoke disdainfully to Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang glanced at the acquisition contract on the table. He desperately wanted to retort, but didn't know where to begin. This woman exuded an overwhelming aura. There was a sharp, ruthless energy about her. Standing among the crowd, her gaze was as cold as ice. Yet there was also an undeniable allure to her beauty, a deadly temptation that drew one in irresistibly. Yet beneath her alluring exterior lies a sharp blade, and even standing there, she still sends a chill down one's spine. Yang Yu walked side by side with Lin Shudai. Though there were a few steps between them, Yang Yu could always feel the girl's gaze fixed on him. Yang Yu's lips curled slightly upward, and his eyes flickered with an inexplicable meaning. Lin Shudai's beauty had already penetrated Yang Yu's very bones. Even when she deliberately hid it, Yang Yu could still keenly sense her true thoughts. At this very moment, Lin Shudai was clearly caught in a dilemma, her attitude toward Yang Yu both cold and slightly ambiguous, as if she had something to say but dared not speak it. The two of them arrived at the street outside the hotel. Yang Yu stretched lazily, then turned to look at Lin Shudai beside him and said in a light-hearted tone, "What's wrong? Is there something you want to tell me?" Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Lin Shudai paused for a moment, then her face suddenly turned bright red, as if her deepest thoughts had been exposed. She lowered her head, twisting her hands at the hem of her clothes. After a moment, she looked up at Yang Yu and asked, "Yang Yu, can you tell me where you've been all these years?" Seeing Lin Shudai in this state, Yang Yu felt his heart clench painfully, but he forced himself to suppress the pain. The work Yang Yu was currently involved in was classified as state secret, but he didn't want to deceive Lin Shudai, yet he couldn't reveal the truth to her either. With that thought, Yang Yu sighed deeply and spoke slowly and calmly, "Shudai, all I can tell you is that I'm working on a national research project." Yang Yu did not reveal the entire truth to Lin Shudai, as he was well aware that if he did, it would inevitably put her in a dangerous situation. Therefore, he could not bring himself to do so. Although Lin Shudai knew that Yang Yu was working for the country, Yang Yu had been missing for 6 or 7 years, so Lin Shudai still felt some concern. However, since Yang Yu had said that, Lin Shudai knew that asking any further questions would be pointless. "Alright, I understand." Lin Shudai nodded, her expression returning to normal. Yang Yu smiled and patted Lin Shudai on the shoulder, comforting her softly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." The two fell silent for a moment. Lin Shudai nodded slightly, then reached behind her back, pulled out a black box, and opened it to take out a silver necklace. "What is this?" Yang Yu looked at Lin Shudai in confusion. Lin Shudai approached Yang Yu, stood on tiptoe, and placed the silver necklace in her hand around Yang Yu's neck. She then explained, "Don't you remember? We made a promise in high school that whoever won an award would give the other a gift." "Oh, that." Yang Yu smiled as he touched the pendant around his neck. The silver necklace was engraved with a delicate butterfly design. Yang Yu had seen it on the school forum before. The silver butterfly symbolized love. At the time, he had felt envy and jealousy. "Why did you suddenly bring that up?" Yang Yu asked in confusion. "Actually, this was something we should have prepared long ago. We've known each other for 18 years, yet we've never even exchanged a single gift." Lin Shudai said with a hint of sadness, her eyes brimming with reluctance. "How long have you been preparing this?" "I decided when I turned 19. Yang Yu nodded slightly. "I still remember how lively and adorable you were back then. Now you've become so outstanding. I'm also very sorry." Lin Shudai lowered her head and murmured, "I've been preparing this silver necklace for 7 years. Back then, I never imagined that we would meet again in this lifetime, so..." Yang Yu smiled, gripped Lin Shudai's hand tightly, and said gently, "It's okay. You're wonderful now, and I love this gift." Thank you." Lin Shudai suddenly felt tears welling up in the corners of her eyes and spoke softly, "Yang Yu, this is probably our last meeting. I have to leave now." "Leave? Where are you going?" Yang Yu hurriedly asked. Lin Shudai shook her head bitterly. "I'm going abroad to do volunteer teaching. This was our shared dream back then, and now I'm going to make it happen. Once I leave, we may never see each other again." 7 years have passed. This time, I came to the class reunion to say goodbye to everyone before I leave. I waited for you for 7 whole years. When I finally decided to leave, I never imagined you would reappear in my life. It truly is a twist of fate." Shudai, Yang Yu, hesitated to speak. "You don't need to say anything. I know you can't be with me anymore. You don't owe me anything." Lin Shudai finished speaking and rushed forward, tightly embracing Yang Yu. After a long while, Lin Shudai let go of him. She tiptoed and kissed Yang Yu on the lips. After a brief, butterfly-like kiss, Lin Shudai's eyes turned red, and she choked out, "Yang Yu, goodbye." Lin Shudai turned around and sprinted across the street. This was the path she had chosen, and she knew she could never look back. "Goodbye." It was his fault, and Yang Yu waved helplessly at Lin Shudai. Yang Yu stood there motionless, a bitter smile curving his lips. Yang Yu wanted to speak up to try to keep her, but he couldn't find a reason, because at that moment, his heart belonged solely to Shu Fan. Watching Lin Shudai disappear from sight, Yang Yu's face was filled with sorrow. So many years had passed, and Lin Shudai had grown from the little girl she once was into a beautiful young woman. Alas, fate seemed to take pleasure in tormenting people. Chapter 121, Youth always has its regrets. Regardless of whether Yang Yu and Lin Shudai were destined to miss each other, at that moment, Yang Yu truly felt the pain deep within his heart, as if his heart had been stabbed sharply. Yang Yu stood there motionless, staring in the direction where Lin Shudai had left, his mind flashing back to the countless memories he shared with her during their 3 years in high school. Those 3 years of high school were the only period in Yang Yu's school life that he could look back on with genuine happiness, as he and Lin Shudai had been inseparable, and Lin Shudai would always offer to massage his legs whenever he was tired. Yang Yu had always been a solitary person, but Lin Shudai was the complete opposite. Not only was she beautiful on the outside, but she also had a cheerful and sunny personality. The two of them always managed to find something fun to do together. However, Yang Yu never imagined that he and Lin Shudai would end up like this. He didn't even say a word before watching her leave, and his heart was filled with guilt. But none of this could be changed now. He already had Shu Fan, and Shu Fan was the person he deeply loved. He had already betrayed Lin Shudai, how could he bear to betray Shu Fan as well? Shu Fan, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I will do my best to forget Lin Shudai and be with you again. Wait for me. I will make you happy and fulfilled. Yang Yu clenched his fists tightly, then suppressed his sorrowful emotions and walked toward the hotel entrance. Upon returning to the hotel, Yang Yu informed the other classmates about Lin Shudai's plans to leave the country, then departed the hotel with Ran Duo in tow. Mr. Yang, where should we go now? On the way, Ran Duo turned her head to look at Yang Yu in the driver's seat and asked softly. Let's go home to see my parents first, then we'll head back to Luzhou. I need to go see Shu Fan and Xianxian. Yang Yu smiled and said to Ran Duo. All right. Ran Duo nodded. When Ran Duo heard Yang Yu mention returning to Luzhou to meet Shu Fan, a sudden wave of inexplicable sadness welled up inside her, but she quickly suppressed it. When are we leaving? She asked calmly. Yang Yu thought for a moment and said, let's leave tomorrow. After all, I don't have much vacation time left. Let's hurry up. All right, Ran Duo replied softly. I've already bought the tickets back to Luzhou. We can leave tomorrow. Ran Duo spoke softly after a moment. Ran Duo then asked softly, the woman chosen by Mr. Yang must be exceptionally outstanding, right? Yang Yu remained silent, not responding immediately. Instead, he slowly recalled the many things he had experienced with Shu Fan. After a moment of reflection, Yang Yu spoke in a solemn tone, Shu Fan and I met by chance in university. She often argued with me, but later, some events occurred that drew us to each other. Upon hearing this, Ran Duo narrowed her eyes. She had already guessed the direction the story was heading from Yang Yu's words, but she was still curious about the rest of his story. Moreover, such matters were indeed worth exploring. Ran Duo smiled and asked, oh? What is it? Yang Yu sighed wryly, shook his head, and continued, after we graduated, we went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married. Although it was a bit rushed, the wedding was quite grand. The whole campus was abuzz with it. The passion Shu Fan showed when he pursued me back then is still vivid in my memory. Shu Fan was truly in love with me at the time and didn't object to my decision. Instead, she helped me plan the wedding. 3 months after we got married, we found out we were expecting. As the child grew older, Shu Fan gradually transformed into a devoted wife and mother. Ran Duo nodded. She knew the story Yang Yu was talking about. Shu Fan has always treated me with tenderness and consideration, even more so than before. We've been married for several years, and she has never once complained about me. Instead, she has always comforted me, encouraged me, and supported me wholeheartedly, without a single complaint. Yang Yu spoke slowly. Ran Duo heard this and couldn't help but feel a touch of jealousy. This woman named Shu Fan, how could she be so lucky? The men she's encountered are all top-notch, and they've pampered her to the heavens. She didn't realize how much envy and jealousy she had felt in just a few minutes. However, Ran Duo quickly composed herself. Looking at Yang Yu, whose expression remained calm, she spoke with a faint smile on her lips. I truly envy her for finding such a wonderful man like Mr. Yang. Yang Yu smiled faintly and continued, yes, to be honest, I still find it hard to believe myself. I never even dreamed in my wildest imagination that I would end up marrying such an amazing woman like Shu Fan. In your eyes, I might just be the high and mighty chief engineer. But I can only watch over her in the shadows, even if she has no idea. Shu Fan is a very understanding and rational woman. In her eyes, love and family are the most important things in life. If she had to choose, she would rather give up everything than hurt either side. Ran Duo nodded in agreement. She understood this deeply. She looked at Yang Yu sitting beside her and said, actually, you should cherish what you have. Without Shu Fan, you might not have made it this far. You're right. I am indeed that kind of person, so this time I'll do my best to protect her. Yang Yu remained silent for a moment before speaking firmly. Ran Duo heard this and a bright smile spread across her face. She nodded and said, "Best wishes to both of you." There were many people on the road, and Yang Yu talked about many things that had happened between him and Shu Fan. They chatted happily along the way, and before they knew it, the two of them had already returned home. Upon returning home, Yang Yun told his father and mother about everything that had happened that day. Subsequently, Yang Yu informed his parents that he would be leaving the next day. Are you leaving so soon?" Yang Yu's mother asked with a touch of reluctance. She knew her son must have important matters to attend to. Yang Yu sighed and said, "I really want to stay and accompany you, but I can't. I have too many responsibilities on my shoulders now. Mom knows you're a filial and good child. Don't worry, your father and I will take care of ourselves. You don't need to worry about us either. We'll eat well and rest properly. Once you've finished your work, you can come back to visit us anytime. We'll definitely take care of ourselves." Yang Yu's mother spoke up. Chapter 122, Forgetting the Son After Having a Granddaughter. Yang Yu heard this and nodded, saying, "Don't worry. If I have time in the future, I'll bring my granddaughter back for you to see." Upon hearing this, Meng Meidan immediately became excited and nodded hurriedly, saying, "All right, you must come back soon. We've been eagerly awaiting the day when you two bring us a grandchild to hold." Hearing Meng Maidan's words, Yang Yu couldn't help but flash a look of embarrassment on his face. He cleared his throat and said, "Am I really your biological son? Why aren't you concerned about me anymore now that you're talking about a granddaughter?" At that moment, Yang Yu's father chuckled and said, "That's right, you're not our biological son. We found you on the side of the road. Do you know how much money we could have saved if we hadn't had to raise you? Alright, old man, stop teasing our son." "Oh, I was just teasing him." Meng Meidan and Yang Haoqing, this old married couple, were like two roosters fighting, competing with each other. Yang Yu, who was standing by, couldn't help but burst into laughter. The everyday bickering between these two old married couple was truly full of the warmth of everyday life. Yang Yu also spoke with a touch of guilt, "Mom, I really do have something important to do right now. Once I finish this, I'll definitely spend some quality time with you both." Yang Yu's father spoke up in a solemn tone, "Alright, go ahead and leave. Your mother and I will take care of things here. Don't worry about it." Yang Yu listened to his parents' instructions and suddenly felt a warm glow in his heart. Perhaps, his parents were the people who loved him most in the world. "Dad, Mom, take care of yourselves. I'll go pack my things first." Yang Yu stood up and headed toward the upstairs room. Watching Yang Yu's figure disappear from sight, Yang Yu's father sighed and said to Meng Meidan, "Our son will eventually spread his wings and fly into the blue sky." Yang Yu's mother glared at Yang Yu's father and said impatiently, "Stop worrying so much. Our son has made something of himself now. We should be proud of him. Besides, at his age, it's indeed time for him to go out and make his way in the world. I also hope he achieves something soon." Yang Yu's father heard Meng Maidan's words and paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. He didn't say anything, just turned his head to look out the window. Yang Yu and the two elders spent the rest of the evening in a cheerful atmosphere, which also made Yang Yu feel less sad when it was time to leave. The next morning, Yang Yu saw several large trucks delivering construction materials such as cement and gravel to Liutung village. It seemed that the municipal government, led by Tang Yongning, had begun arranging to take over the project. Yang Yu's parents had gotten up early to prepare a hearty breakfast for him and packed some steamed buns, eggs, and pickles for him to eat on the way. Yang Haoqing helped Yang Yu carry his backpack to the side of the road that Ma Hongjun was repairing, then handed the backpack to Yang Yu and spoke to him earnestly. "Yang Yu, remember what your father told you. Once you go out into the world, work hard and don't let money blind you. In this life, never let material possessions or money make you lose your dignity. Always do your work diligently and don't let external factors control you. Don't worry about us here. We can take care of ourselves. Mom really wants you to stay and be with your parents, but Mom knows you have your own responsibilities. You still need to serve your country. The responsibilities on your shoulders are heavy, and we can't be so selfish. But please take care of yourself while you're away. Make sure to eat well and don't stay up late. Remember to bring your granddaughter back next time so we can see her." Yang Yu's mother also chimed in with a reminder. Yang Yu nodded and said, "Dad, Mom, I understand." Yang Yu's mother finished her instructions to Yang Yu, then turned to hold Ran Duer's hand tightly and said to her, "Little Ran, our son Yang Yu can sometimes be a bit stubborn. He has a stubborn temper. If he ever gets angry with you or makes you feel wronged while you're taking care of him, just tell your aunt, and I'll stand up for you. Mrs. Yang, he wouldn't. Yang Yu is the kindest and gentlest man I've ever met." Ran Duo shook her head and smiled at Yang Yu's mother. Yang Yu's mother heard this and also smiled happily. Meng Meidan knew deep down that her own son wasn't nearly as outstanding as Ran Duo had described him to be. Yang Yu's mother could tell that Ran Duo still had some feelings for Yang Yu. Just then, Uncle Air and Aunt Air also came out of the room and rushed to Yang Yu's side, saying, "Nephew, you're leaving already? Why didn't you say goodbye to your uncle?" "Yes, nephew, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Could there be something important? Yes, nephew, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Could there be something important? Yes. If it's really urgent, wait a few days until your uncle and aunt have time to accompany you. Uncle and auntie's tone was very warm, as if they were afraid that Yang Yu would leave the village if they waited any longer. Seeing the warm-hearted uncle and auntie in front of him, Yang Yu felt quite happy inside. After all, they were his relatives, even though they didn't particularly like him in the past. Now, at least their relationship had improved, and his wish had been fulfilled. Moreover, his parents would surely be delighted when they heard about this. So Yang Yu smiled and said, "Uncle, auntie, don't worry. This departure is indeed due to some matters that need to be handled." Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Uncle and Aunt Yang's faces showed disappointment, but they still managed to force a smile. That's good. Alright, hurry up and get in the car. Don't be late for the airport. Yang Yu's father urged her. Yang Yu nodded and then walked toward the station. Just as Yang Yu was about to step through the door, he turned around and said to his uncle and aunt, "Uncle, auntie, please take good care of my parents for me." "We know, don't worry, we will." Aunt Yang waved her hand dismissively, but her expression was half-hearted, and there was no trace of warmth in her eyes. Yang Yu noticed everything clearly. Seeing her aunt's expression, Yang Yu sighed softly and then got into the car. Be careful on the road." Yang Yu's parents said in unison. "Got it, Dad. I will." Yang Yu leaned out the car window and waved goodbye to everyone. Chapter 123, Waiting at the Airport. The car slowly started moving and gradually grew more distant. The business vehicle sent to pick up Yang Yu this time was driven by Tang Yongning, a dedicated government vehicle dispatched from the Yuyou municipal government, offering a high level of comfort. Since Yang Yu requested a low-key approach this time, Tang Yongning and his team were not sent to Liuding village to pick him up. Instead, he arranged for a dedicated vehicle to directly transport Yang Yu and Ran Duer to the airport. As soon as they entered the airport, Yang Yu and Ran Duer felt many eyes turning toward them. However, it seemed like all the eyes were on Ran Duer, not on Yang Yu. Ran Duer didn't really care about such things, but when the two were about to board the plane, she noticed that their private boarding entrance had been blocked by someone. Ran Duer was slightly displeased by this. How could the dedicated boarding passage be blocked? Did Tang Yongning not notify the airport to open the dedicated boarding immediately? Ran Duo thought to herself. The airport manager is also at fault. Instead of handling the situation promptly, they left it unattended. If something had gone wrong, who would have been held responsible? It seems necessary to contact Tang Yongning and have him properly manage the airport. Ran Duo thought to herself that it must be because Tang Yongning and T made proper arrangements for them. She took out her phone and was about to call Tang Yongning to confront him. However, just as Ran Duo was about to dial the number, Yang Yu suddenly reached out and stopped her. Yang Yu glanced at Ran Duo and then whispered to her, "Let's keep a low profile this time and not draw too much attention. We'll just go to the regular ticket gate and wait in line slowly. Xiaoran, although I know we have the qualifications to use that special VIP entrance, let's keep a low profile this time," Yang Yu said to Ran Duo in a calm tone. Ran Duo raised her wrist to glance at the time. The departure time for this flight was fast approaching, but there were still many people queuing at the boarding gate. Ran Duo raised her wrist to check the time. The departure time for this flight was already very close, but there were still many people waiting in a long line at the boarding gate. They had chosen economy class tickets instead of first class tickets to keep a low profile, so the boarding process was moving slowly, and they were very worried they might miss the flight. After all, Yang Yu's time was extremely valuable, and Ran Duo didn't want to waste it on such a boring wait. However, since Yang Yu had spoken, he had no choice but to obediently join the queue and wait. Ran Duo looked at the long line and felt extremely anxious inside. However, just at that moment, sudden screams echoed through the airport, followed by lights gradually illuminating the terminal. Several bodyguards dressed in black suits could be seen escorting a woman wearing a highly revealing and eye-catching outfit as they walked over from the side. Surrounding the woman were countless enthusiastic fans, wildly shouting her name. "Faye! Ah, Faye, you're so beautiful. You're even more beautiful in person than in the photos." At that moment, the entire airport was completely electrified, with all the fans going wild and pulling out their phones to take photos. Yang Yu turned his head toward the source of the sound and saw that it was a celebrity who wasn't particularly famous these days, but was still considered an old-timer in the industry. After all, she was now in her early 30s. Though her appearance wasn't particularly striking, she still had the advantage of being relatively young, which allowed her to attract a significant male audience. These guys are always so flashy wherever they go. Ran Duo rolled her eyes and thought to herself. However, Yang Yu had clearly grown accustomed to such situations and didn't bother to pay any attention to them. Just a second-rate has been celebrity, coming to board a plane and making such a big scene. Ran Duo glanced at Li Fei walking towards Xiang Chao and snorted coldly before speaking. "You actually know him? I didn't expect you to know anything about celebrities." Yang Yu looked at Ran Duo in surprise and said. Seeing Yang Yu's surprised expression, Randuor smiled slightly and said, I know a lot about celebrities, and I also know many of their scandals. Many people have reported them, but some evidence still needs to be verified. If it is confirmed that they have committed illegal or criminal acts, they will be arrested immediately. Sigh, running into a celebrity at the airport is really a headache-inducing hassle. Yang Yu looked at Li Fei's large entourage slowly approaching him and sighed helplessly. Yang Yu noticed that the group seemed to be heading toward the same flight as them. Yang Yu was just about to speak up and ask Randuor to make way for them to pass. But unexpectedly, one of the other party's male agents had already rushed over to Yang Yu and Randuor and demanded, What are you doing here? What kind of question is that? We're obviously here to check in and board the flight. Randuor, seeing the other party's arrogant demeanor, snorted coldly and spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing Randuor's words, the male agent turned beet red and shouted angrily at Yang Yu and the others, Can't you see that our Miss Fei is coming over? You're blocking the way and ruining her image. Get out of here immediately. The male agent saw that Yang Yu was only wearing a tattered t-shirt and assumed he was just an ordinary resident, so he didn't take him seriously at all. Randuo was already furious from the agent's words and wanted to step forward to argue with the male agent, but Yang Yu stopped her. With your penniless state, what can you possibly do to me? The male agent, seeing Randuor's furious expression, grew even more arrogant in tone. Why are you stopping me? Let me deal with him. This guy is way too arrogant. Randuo pouted and asked Yang Yu. Although Randuor usually acted very obedient, she was still only a 23-year-old girl and was going through her rebellious phase, so she naturally had a bit of a temper. In such a situation, it was inevitable that she couldn't control her temper. Don't be impulsive. Yang Yu grabbed Randuor and whispered reassuringly, Don't bother with such people. It's not worth it. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Randuo's expression changed instantly, realizing that now was not the time to act. She suppressed the anger boiling within her. Just then, the boarding gate for their flight suddenly closed, and the sweet, gentle voice of a flight attendant echoed through the speakers, Dear passengers, due to weather conditions, this flight has been temporarily delayed. We anticipate a 2-hour delay. The cabin crew will now escort you to the rest area for your convenience. Chapter 124, VIP Rest Area. Hey! What's going on? Why is it still closed? Asked the companion beside him. I don't know, probably something happened. The person next to him guessed. The man next to him replied, Let's just go to the lounge and wait. The crowd at the airport also began to discuss the matter. Randuor heard the news about the flight delay. She turned to look at Li Fei, who was not far away, then said to Yang Yu, Let's go wait in the departure lounge. I don't want to stay here and watch them. Yang Yu naturally understood what Randuor meant, so he nodded slightly and smiled, saying, Alright, I'll follow your lead. Let's go. Then, the two of them walked toward the waiting area. Soon, the two arrived at the airport's departure area and directly entered the VIP lounge, which was extremely luxurious. Even the cushions on the sofas were made of pure white wool, looking extremely comfortable. The room was also decorated with some green plants, and the air was filled with a faint floral fragrance, making the entire lounge feel exceptionally serene. Additionally, there were floor-to-ceiling windows around the lounge, and from this vantage point, one could admire the beautiful scenery outside. The massage chair in the VIP lounge is placed against the wall, and the rest of the room is filled with vibrant bouquets of flowers, making it look absolutely stunning. Randuor was currently sitting on the massage chair, resting her head on it, and gently massaging her temples with both hands, looking extremely relaxed and lazy. On the other side, Yang Yu was sitting on the sofa, surveying his surroundings. Yang Yu picked up a magazine, while Randuo's gaze remained fixed on the scenery outside the window, as if she were looking through the glass toward the distant horizon. Just then, the door to the lounge suddenly swung open. Yang Yu looked up and saw several bodyguards in black suits escorting the heavily made-up Li Fei inside. Yang Yu narrowed his eyes, sighed helplessly, and thought to himself, just as I expected, Li Fei is causing trouble again. Why does it feel like she's targeting me? It wasn't just Yang Yu. When Li Fei entered the room, Randuo's eyes immediately turned cold, and her face, which had been slightly tired, instantly became icy. Upon entering the lounge, Li Fei first looked around. When she saw Yang Yu and Randuo, she wore a look of extreme disgust on her face before speaking. How is it that even random people can enter the airport's VIP lounge now? At that moment, Li Fei's male agent interjected, Sis Fei, don't bother with them. They don't know the rules. Just now, those two were blocking our way outside. The airport management is really poor. How could such people be allowed into the VIP lounge? Li Fei looked at Yang Yu, who was wearing an old t-shirt, and said with a look of disgust, What a disgrace. How can someone like that be allowed in the VIP lounge? Tell him to get out. Li Fei's agent hurriedly said to Yang Yu, Get out of here. Yang Yu, however, remained unfazed and began to look at Li Fei with a playful expression. Seeing Yang Yu's expression, Li Fei grew even more furious and turned to the male agent, saying, Hurry up and call the airport staff over here. Being photographed with such a tacky person will ruin my TD ratings. Li Feier's agent hurriedly nodded and ran out, while Li Feier continued to mock Yang Yu with a smirk, then slowly sat down on a single sofa. A moment later, Li Feier's agent rushed in with several staff members and addressed Yang Yu, who was sitting on the sofa. "Sir, our VIP client requests that you leave this area." Yang Yu heard the airport staff's words and took out his boarding pass to show it to the airport staff. The airport staff member took the ticket, glanced at it, and said in a stern voice, "This is an economy class ticket. You are not eligible to rest here. This is the VIP lounge, which is exclusively for first-class passengers. Economy class passengers must rest in the general lounge." Upon hearing the airport staff's words, Ran Duo couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Your airport service is getting worse and worse. You can't even handle something this simple. I'm going to file a complaint against your airport. I suggest you leave immediately," the airport staff member said. "If you refuse to leave, then you'll have to go with us to the ticket counter to process a refund." Ran Duo took a deep breath and said, "Let's see who among you can make us leave here today. Go get your manager." Li Fei raised an eyebrow, looked at Ran Duo with disdain, and said, "Oh, little girl, you have quite the temper. What? Want to complain? Let me tell you, I'm a VIP customer here. You have the nerve to tell me to leave? Even someone like you can get into the VIP lounge? What are you staff members doing? I'm a celebrity. If someone sees me in the same room as you, it could ruin my career. Who's going to take responsibility for that?" Li Feier frowned and spoke sternly to the airport staff. The airport staff heard Li Feier's words and felt a chill run down their spines. After all, although Li Feier was no longer very popular in the entertainment industry, she had not completely faded into obscurity and was still quite popular among her fan base. Especially after she recently won an award, her fan base surged by over tenfold. If she were to cause a stir here, the airport might indeed be held responsible. Thinking about this, they dared not delay and immediately began to impatiently urge Yang Yu and the others, "I advise you to leave immediately. Your economy class passengers don't linger in the VIP lounge. Go to your regular waiting area. Don't force us to take action." Yang Yu clearly didn't want to continue arguing with him. He nodded and turned to Ran Duo with a smile, saying, "All right, Ran, let's go." After speaking, Yang Yu stood up immediately. However, Ran Duo grabbed Yang Yu's arm, shook her head, and signaled for him not to leave. Then Ran Duo took out a red-headed document from her bag and showed it to the airport staff. Issued by the Yang municipal government, this document confirms that Yang Yu and Ran Duo are entitled to all VIP privileges at the airport. Chapter 125, We Changed Our Flight. After the airport staff clearly saw the official document, their expressions suddenly changed. They double-checked the document before hurriedly explaining, "This is a misunderstanding. Please wait a moment, I'll contact our department manager right away." Soon, the department manager responsible for the airport rest area arrived. He took the document and examined it carefully. Upon recognizing Yang Yu and Ran Duo, the rest area manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "How could you just kick the customers out like that? I must handle this matter seriously." The manager in charge of the rest area glared at the airport staff and scolded them. The airport staff member's face turned pale, as he hadn't expected the situation to escalate in this manner. However, he dared not stop the department manager and could only speak bitterly, "Manager, I know I was wrong." The manager then turned to Yang Yu and Ran Duo and said with a smile, "Both of you, I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. I'll arrange for you to be upgraded to first-class tickets right away." As he spoke, he also instructed the people around him, "Please process the upgrade for these two passengers immediately." The department manager finally waved his hand and said, "All right, you've done your duty. Go ahead and process the upgrades for these two VIPs." The airport department manager's words left Li Feier and her assistant speechless, frozen in place. Li Feier stood there in shock for a while before finally coming to her senses. What was going on? How could these two have special access cards to the VIP lounge? Could their backgrounds be stronger than mine? Li Feier couldn't believe such a thing was possible. Then, Li Fei clenched her teeth and spoke up, "What's going on at this airport? How dare you let these lowlifes stay in the VIP lounge? They're clearly just poor economy class passengers. The documents they just showed must be forged. Doesn't your airline even bother to verify their authenticity?" Li Fei continued, addressing the airport department manager. The department manager was genuinely annoyed by Li Feier's domineering behavior. After glancing at Li Feier, the department manager sighed and said, "Ms. Li Feier, could you please respect our airport's regulations?" This statement left Li Fei speechless, but at that moment, her heart was filled with anger. Why? Who was this man? Why did he have access to the VIP lounge? Li Feier felt her mind spinning, but at that moment, she couldn't find a suitable reason or excuse. The airport staff's words left her speechless, but she couldn't just let it go, as if this matter were to be made public, it could have a significant impact on her acting career. So Li Feier started causing a scene, shouting, "I don't care about any of this. How dare you treat customers like this? Does this airport even have any integrity? I'm going to expose you. You actually brought these two country bumpkins into the VIP lounge? What's wrong with this world? Seeing Li Fei in this state, the airport security guards rushed over to try to calm her down, but she refused to leave and continued to cause a scene. The airport manager no longer wanted to deal with Li Fei. Such a shameless girl wasn't worth wasting any more time on. Seeing that the airport manager was ignoring her, Li Fei panicked. She knew she absolutely couldn't just let this matter go unresolved, otherwise, it would undoubtedly have a massive impact on her acting career. Li Fei turned to the airport department manager, glaring at him angrily and said, "If you don't let us leave today, I'll expose your airport's scandals on Douyin." Li Fei's tactic was quite effective, as Douyin had gained significant popularity in recent years and held substantial influence online. If she were to expose the airport's scandals on Douyin, it would deal a severe blow to the airport's reputation. As a result, the airport manager's eyebrows were slightly furrowed at that moment. Li Fei continued, "Let me tell you, I'm Li Fei. If I wanted to mess with your airport, it would be done in minutes." The airport department manager's expression grew even darker. He looked up at the woman and asked in a cold tone, "Then what do you plan to do? Get them out of this VIP lounge immediately." Li Fei also snorted coldly and addressed the airport manager. The airport manager's expression changed unpredictably. He sighed deeply and said, "I'm sorry, but I don't have the authority to make that decision." "That means you're refusing to agree." Li Fei sneered. "If that's the case, then I'll expose this on Douyin. You know how much traffic Douyin gets. By then, your airport will be infamous." The airport manager frowned as he looked at Li Fei. However, Li Fei stood tall and proud, gazing at the airport department manager as if she had already won the battle. She was certain that if she exposed this matter, the airport would be torn apart on Douyin. However, this scene fell into Yang Yu's eyes, causing him to sigh helplessly. At that moment, Yang Yu understood the difficulties faced by the airport department manager. He stood up and asked the airport department manager, "What time is the next flight to Luzhou City?" Although Yang Yu also wanted to return to Luzhou City as soon as possible to see Xu Fan and Xian, he didn't want to cause the airport staff any more trouble. He understood that the airport department manager was also going through a difficult time. After hearing Yang Yu's words, the airport department manager also sighed in relief. He really didn't want to anger Yang Yu over this matter. After all, someone who could produce an official document from the Yiyang City municipal government was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Now that Yang Yu had brought it up voluntarily, he was naturally willing to cooperate. He quickly explained, "The next flight from here to Luzhou City will depart half an hour after this flight. When would you like to prepare? Let's go there now and reschedule to the next flight." Yang Yu thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, sir. We will reschedule your flight for the next one free of charge." "Thank you, sir. The airport will reschedule your flight free of charge." The airport department manager bowed respectfully to Yang Yu. Li Fei saw Yang Yu take the initiative to request a rescheduling and couldn't help but show a smug expression. Chapter 126, The Triumphant Li Fei. She wasn't really trying to make a big deal out of it. After all, she knew that if it got blown out of proportion, it wouldn't benefit anyone. However, if she could use this incident to deal a severe blow to the airport, or even drive them out, it might not be a bad idea. After all, such behavior isn't illegal, and it's just a small effort. The most important thing is to give Yang Yu a warning. Li Fei's male agent chimed in with a mocking tone, "Weren't some people just bragging earlier? Why are they so deflated now?" Yang Yu smiled slightly, ignoring Li Fei's male agent. Instead, he began to tidy up his clothes, turned around, and called out to Ran Duer, preparing to leave the VIP lounge together and distance themselves from Li Fei and the others. He didn't want to stay and risk hearing more hurtful words from them, which might provoke him to lose his temper, even if he tried to stay calm. However, Li Fei wasn't willing to let him go. As Yang Yu and Ran Duo were about to leave, she suddenly stepped in front of Ran Duo with a mocking expression and said, "Little beauty, would you like to be my assistant?" Ran Duo frowned slightly. She wasn't a little cutie. She could see right through Li Fei's intentions. However, Ran Duo still spoke up, "Sorry, I'm not interested." "It's okay, I'm sure you're interested. What's your name? You look pretty good." Li Fei continued to tease. Ran Duo heard Li Fei's words, narrowed her eyes, and scrutinized Li Fei from head to toe. She then spoke disdainfully, "Sorry, but you? You're not worthy." Li Fei's face flashed with anger upon hearing Ran Duo's words. She had always been arrogant and proud, even though she usually appeared gentle and virtuous. However, the pride deep within her was something she could never shake off. Now, she had been directly humiliated by Ran Duo's words, and she was furious. "What did you say? Say it again if you dare." "I said you're not worthy." Ran Duo stared back at Li Fei without flinching. Li Fei took a deep breath, feeling as though her lungs were about to explode. She suddenly shouted angrily, "Do you know how many people are begging to be my assistant? You dare to refuse me? You're so ungrateful." Ran Duo heard this and a mocking smile appeared on her face. You're not even worthy of tying my shoes. You, Li Fei, dare you say that again?" Say it 10 times if you dare. Ran Duor stared back at Li Fei without flinching, her attitude unusually firm. Li Fei clenched her fists tightly, as if she were about to charge forward and punch Ran Duor at any moment. At that moment, the airport staff spoke up. Miss, please be mindful of your behavior. This is a public area, and we kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing other passengers and those waiting to board. Although the airport staff were also afraid of Li Fei's connections, they had to uphold the airport's interests. Li Fei snorted coldly. As she watched Yang Yu and Ran Duor leave, she stomped her feet in anger. She glared fiercely at the staff following behind her and clenched her teeth, saying, "Just wait and see. You ungrateful wretch. You'll regret this someday." After speaking, Li Fei also headed toward the boarding gate. However, she clearly wasn't willing to give up. Before entering the boarding gate, she turned around and glared fiercely at the staff members once more. Finally got rid of that pesky fly. Ran Duo patted her chest. That Li Fei was way too arrogant just now. If it weren't for the fact that they were at the airport, Ran Duo would have given her a good lesson already. What can you do? She's a celebrity, after all. Yang Yu shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. Watching Li Fei and the others walk away, Yang Yu couldn't help but sigh in frustration. These days, popular celebrities tend to have rather unpredictable personalities. Perhaps it is precisely because such individuals exist that the entertainment industry has become so massive yet also so burdensome. After all, the number of their fans is simply too large. Without sufficient control, these people could become the most terrifying group imaginable. It's no wonder some people compare them to those with genuine acting talent. Moreover, Li Fei's personality is indeed quite peculiar. Regardless of the circumstances, Ran Duor and her probably don't have any deep-seated grudges. As for why Li Fei is so fixated on Ran Duor, it's likely out of jealousy, jealous of Ran Duor's beauty and figure, so Li Fei is seeking attention. Yang Yu doesn't really care about these things. After all, the world is quite open in many ways, especially the entertainment industry. As long as you have enough fans, even if you act outrageously, there will still be countless brainless fans to support you. That's just how the entertainment industry works. Sometimes even the celebrities themselves feel they're being excessive. After all, the more humble you act, the more others might see you as an easy target. So in this world, aside from your own family, there's no one worth going out of your way to please. At that very moment, Li Fei and her mail agent, who were already preparing to board the plane, had no idea what was about to happen. At that very moment, inside the VIP lounge, a male streamer had recorded the entire incident between Yang Yu, Ran Duor and Li Fei using a camera. The male streamer initially believed that Li Fei's behavior was overly aggressive, so he simply wanted to keep evidence to prevent this seemingly ordinary young man from being cyberbullied. However, he never anticipated that Li Fei would go as far as to commit such a despicable act of openly stealing someone else's partner. This is truly sensational news. As a relatively well-known actress, Li Fei going to such lengths was indeed quite excessive. The male streamer's name is Chen Zhijie. After seeing that Li Fei had left and Yang Yu was still unharmed, he saved the video he had just recorded. He then opened Douyin, posted a message, and attached the video he had filmed. Shocking. The top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry is actually like this? Of course, once this post with the video was shared, it immediately went viral, attracting countless netizens to check it out. Who are you up there? I've never seen you before. Has the original poster's account been hacked? This is Li Fei, my idol. How could she be the person you're talking about? This is an insult to my idol. Exactly. Our goddess isn't nearly as bad as you imagine. You don't understand her charm at all. She's a true pure and innocent maiden. How could she possibly do the things you're accusing her of? Chapter 127, The Spread of Public Opinion. This comment instantly sparked a frenzy on Weibo's trending topics list, with Li Fei's fans rushing to her defense. Of course, there were also those who accused Li Fei of putting on an act, claiming that she was actually malicious at heart but deliberately portraying herself as a kind-hearted innocent to deceive the masses. The replies under this comment were equally diverse. Li Fei's incident is like throwing a pebble into water, quickly causing a huge stir, with numerous netizens criticizing her in the comments section. How dare someone like Li Fei act so recklessly in a public place in China? Has she forgotten who she really is? Is this what it means to be a celebrity these days? All they do is bully others. I thought Li Fei was different from the rumors. So this female celebrity is really like this? I guess I'll have to keep my distance from her in the future to avoid getting deceived by her. This really blows my mind. I used to think she was pretty, but it turns out she's like this behind closed doors. She's so disgusting. I can't do this anymore. I'm done with idol worship. The person above is absolutely right. What Li Fei did was way too much. This is clearly bullying an honest person. Although I also like Li Fei, what she did this time was really too much. This time, I'm standing on the side of this honest guy. I hope everyone will stop liking such malicious women in the future. I suggest that the online regulatory authorities conduct a thorough investigation into this Li Fei. I wonder what other dirty things she's been up to behind the scenes. I agree. After all, good people are still the majority in this world. We can't let her deceive us. It's not just this post that has been widely shared. Almost the entire Douyin platform is filled with discussions about this incident. And it's clear that because of this post, many netizens who were previously unwilling to believe that Li Feier was that kind of person have begun to gradually change their impression of her. Once Li Feier's image is completely overturned, she is effectively ruined. Her current popularity is largely built on her fan base, which requires maintenance. If an artist's fans shift their allegiance to another side, that person will lose all the resources they once had. Chen Zhijie also noticed these online rumors. The post he shared quickly climbed to the top of Douyin's trending list within just a few minutes. Chen Zhijie also wore a satisfied smile on his face. It seemed his luck was good today. Not only had he filmed this video but also captured so much sensational footage. It looked like he'd have to work overtime for the next few days, but that was fine. The value of this video would definitely surpass all his previous earnings. It wasn't just Chen Zhijie. Many passers-by who saw the post began expressing their anger on their own social media accounts and started condemning Li Feier. Some even began attacking her official fan club. Since the incident involving Lulu and Tao Tao last time, Douyin has already taken serious measures to address the issue. The platform's public relations department has also intensified its regulatory efforts, and any minor disturbances in the entertainment industry are immediately reported to higher authorities. However, all of this has been ignored by netizens, as everyone's attention is focused on this video, and everyone is eagerly awaiting Li Feier's response. Half an hour later, Chen Zhijie and Yang Yurando almost simultaneously stood up and left the lounge to head toward the boarding gate. After all three boarded the plane, Chen Zhijie discovered that the other two were also in first class, just like him. Chen Zhijie never would have imagined that the three of them would end up meeting in first class. Are you the one who was just being harassed by Li Feier? Chen Zhijie, upon seeing Yang Yu and the other two, hurried over and said excitedly, I knew you wouldn't let Li Fei bully you so easily. Ha, this is going to be interesting. Yang Yu heard Chen Zhijie's words and couldn't help but look at the young man with a mix of laughter and tears. It's me. What's the matter? Yang Yu shrugged and spoke to Chen Zhijie in a flat tone. Chen Zhijie looked at Yang Yu and praised him with admiration. You really have such a good temper. If it were me, I would have torn Li Feier's mouth to shreds by now. Ha, I just didn't want to bother with her, Yang Yu replied with a faint smile. Chen Zhijie paused for a moment before continuing, I really think Li Feier is being too much. Yang Yu remained silent. Chen Zhijie saw that Yang Yu didn't seem interested in talking to him, so he spoke up, I've already filmed a video of what just happened and uploaded it online. It won't be long before Li Fei's troubles with you spread all over the internet. Netizens will judge this matter, and it will serve as justice for you. Yang Yu heard Chen Zhijie say this. He glanced at the video on his phone screen, a smile curling the corners of his mouth, and said to Chen Zhijie, although I don't really care about this matter, I still appreciate your help. You're welcome. Anyway, I think you're a pretty decent guy. No need to thank me. Anyway, I think you're a pretty decent guy. Chen Zhijie scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Yang Yu nodded faintly and didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, the video of Li Feier had already begun to spread wildly across the internet. It's not just on Douyin. Videos of Li Feier acting like a diva have also started circulating on other software platforms. Many onlookers who watched the video felt a sense of satisfaction afterward. This time, Li Feier's past scandals have also been exposed, revealing just how despicable her personality and behavior truly are. This has led many to question how arrogant and aloof she must have been in the past, otherwise how could she have ended up struggling to make it in this industry? Of course, there are also some more rational individuals who have begun to remind everyone. Stop speculating. Let me tell you, this girl may be a top-tier celebrity, but she was indeed a diva in the past. I've seen the video myself. Li Feier was indeed very domineering on set, often scolding assistants or staff members. Think about it, these assistants are all newcomers. How could they possibly tolerate Li Feier's temper? And didn't you see? In the video, she even threatened the staff, saying she'd fire them if they dared to speak out of turn. You should all know what kind of temper this celebrity has, right? Chapter 128, the situation has escalated. This female celebrity is the most uncultured and disgusting one I've ever seen. Don't let her delicate appearance fool you. Public opinion quickly shifted in favor of Li Feier, with many people beginning to criticize her. More and more people expressed their dissatisfaction with her actions, believing that she doesn't deserve to be a celebrity. After being through the previous two incidents, netizens on Douyin have become much more rational and are now able to view the events from a rational perspective. Does being a celebrity give her the right to bully ordinary people at will? I suggest that the relevant authorities immediately intervene in this matter. Li Feier is becoming increasingly arrogant and tyrannical. She dares to bully people so brazenly, which is a complete disgrace to our country. Li Feier, get out of China. As a popular celebrity, she actually shouted at airport staff and even instructed them to drive away ordinary citizens. Who gave these celebrities the right to act this way? What gives them the authority to treat ordinary people like this? What do they think they're entitled to? In my opinion, it's because the guy has too good a temper, and he even voluntarily rescheduled his flight to the next one. It was just to avoid causing trouble for the airport staff. When you compare the two, I find myself agreeing more with the handsome guy. He's good looking and has a great temperament. The online buzz around this video is skyrocketing. On Weibo, there are also influencers posting videos condemning Li Fei's behavior. Many netizens have reposted the video to their social media feeds, and criticism of Li Fei has flooded the internet. I think Li Fei is probably on the verge of breaking down. This outcome is probably something she never dared to imagine. Her acting career is likely to come to an end here. I never thought anyone would push Li Fei to this extent. Li Fei is my favorite actress. She's a great actress, though her film career hasn't been as successful as Lin Yi's. However, Li Fei is also extremely beautiful. Li Fei's recent actions have completely changed my perspective. The person above is right. No wonder she's my favorite. This move is really clever. If she does this, Li Fei will likely be thrust into the spotlight, and it might even drag the entire entertainment industry down with her. It seems like she's trying to make the entire entertainment industry hate her. Li Fei really has a ruthless heart. And Li Fei's fans, of course, weren't having any of it. Don't do this. Fei isn't that kind of person. Exactly, Sister Fei is such a good person, she would never do something like that. Exactly, Sister Fei isn't that kind of person. We don't believe it. This video is definitely fake. It was released by paid online trolls. It has to be. Many of Li Fei's fans are also defending her, hoping everyone will stay calm. These paid online trolls are clearly intentionally stirring up trouble to smear their idol. However, some people believe that the video may be real, as the Li Fei in the video is completely different from her previous aloof persona. She now appears to be venting her anger like a wild animal. As a result, the online public opinion has shifted significantly. Meanwhile, the boss of Li Fei's talent agency saw the negative news about his artist online and his expression darkened. Since Li Fei's company hadn't anticipated that their artist would cause such a major scandal, the boss of Li Fei's talent agency looked exceptionally displeased. If this matter were to be exposed, their company would be in serious trouble. The consequences of this are something he cannot personally bear. What on earth is this Li Fei up to? Our company put so much effort into boosting her popularity, and now she's just messing everything up. All our hard work has gone to waste. Moreover, if this matter is handled improperly, it could cause significant trouble for our company. You're such a troublemaker. How could you get us into such a mess? Wait until she comes back, I'll make sure she pays for this. As he spoke, Li Fei's boss took out his phone and dialed Li Fei's number. However, Li Fei was on a plane, and her phone was turned off. She had no idea what was happening online. Damn it! Li Fei's boss angrily threw his phone on the ground. His face was ashen, and he couldn't believe Li Fei had been so unreliable. If she had told him earlier, he could have handled the situation sooner, and things might not have escalated to this point. However, before Li Fei's boss had even sat down for long, his assistant walked back into the office. Mr. Li, there are a lot of negative news reports about our company's artists circulating online. Many media outlets are now seeking to negotiate with us. Upon hearing this, Li Fei's boss immediately panicked. What? How could this happen? I specifically instructed no one to report on this. But now the situation has become serious, and our company's image has suffered severe damage. I don't care what method you use, but you must suppress that news immediately. Li Fei's boss said in a stern voice. Also, as soon as Li Fei lands, call her immediately and tell her to come back right away. Cancel the filming in Luzhou. This matter must be handled immediately. Otherwise, our company will be in danger. Do you understand? Alright, I understand. I'll contact her right away. The assistant nodded and hurried off to contact Li Fei. At that very moment, the boss of Li Fei's talent agency's phone was ringing non-stop with incoming calls. All of these were calls from companies that had been collaborating with them, seeking to terminate their contracts, and some were even from major domestic and international companies. This has left Li Fei's boss extremely anxious. He never anticipated that the situation would escalate so quickly or generate such widespread attention. Some partner companies, seeing that they couldn't get through on the phone, sent representatives directly to Li Fei's talent agency to deliver the termination agreements. Additionally, some companies that were already collaborating with Li Fei are now preparing to file lawsuits against her agency in court, demanding that the agency compensate them for the substantial losses incurred by their companies. Chapter 129, Li Fei is stunned. Not only that, but Li Fei's agency also received a flood of complaint letters. Li Fei's company is also in a panic. The company is currently facing a cash flow crisis, and if the situation escalates, it could plunge the company into a dire predicament. Moreover, the mess Li Fei has created this time is too big. This time, it's not just Li Fei who will have to take the blame, her boss will have to take the blame as well. The boss of Li Fei's talent agency is now in a real bind. He has no idea how to handle this situation. Meanwhile, Li Feier is still asleep on the plane. Shortly after, once Li Feier had disembarked from the plane, she turned on her phone and was immediately bombarded with countless Douyin messages, causing her phone to vibrate so violently that she nearly dropped it. Confused, Li Feier quickly opened Douyin to check the messages. She found that all the messages were about her, and the content was mostly related to her, though the general tone was all insults. Li Feier, get out of the entertainment industry. Li Feier, the vicious actress. Li Feier has poor character. Li Fei scrolled down quickly, her expression growing increasingly grim. She had no idea what was going on or what she had done wrong. When Li Fei opened Douyin's trending topics, she saw a video about herself at the top of the popular list, and it had been pushed to the #1 spot. Li Fei looked at the headline, shocking. National goddess Li Fei has poor character, causing a scene at the airport and bullying ordinary citizens. Li Feier was completely stunned. The headline was indeed eye-catching, but no matter how she looked at it, it seemed like something written by a hater. However, Li Fei carefully scrolled through the comments below the webpage and found that almost everyone was criticizing her. Moreover, the topic had already garnered over 100,000 views, making it an extremely popular topic. Moreover, from the tone of these comments, Li Feier could tell that they seemed to already know her well, and they were extremely dismissive of her actions. Upon reading this, Li Fei finally realized that someone had deliberately targeted her, going so far as to upload the video of her argument with Yang Yu in the VIP lounge to Douyin. She couldn't figure out who had done it at the moment. However, there was one thing she was certain of: this matter had to be resolved immediately, or it would undoubtedly have a massive impact on her future acting career. Li Feier was about to call her agency to have them find the person behind the scenes stirring up trouble and resolve this crisis. Before Li Feier could finish dialing the number, the boss of her agency had already called her. Upon seeing it was the boss, she quickly answered the call and anxiously asked, "Boss, what's going on with this video? Can you please investigate this for me? I'm really innocent. I have no connection with him at all." Li Feier's voice was trembling with tears, sounding extremely heartbroken. But to her surprise, Li Feier's boss didn't care about her feelings at all. Instead, he started yelling at her angrily. He shouted harshly, "Do you have any idea how much money your stupidity has cost our company? Do you know that our company was planning to have you star in a new TV series, with an investment of 80 million? If you really get blacklisted, I can guarantee that our company will lose at least half of the profits from this project, maybe even more. Can you afford that? Your top priority now is to find a way to suppress this matter. Our company has already paid off the media. Come back to the office immediately and personally release an apology video on Douyin. We'll swallow the losses this time, but I'm warning you, if you cause any more trouble, don't blame me for kicking you out." Li Feier stood there in shock for a long time before she could compose herself. Her head was spinning. The boss had spoken to her in such a harsh manner. Although he had always been strict with her, he had also been very considerate in the past. She never expected him to threaten her so ruthlessly today. Li Feier felt deeply outraged. But what was the use? Li Feier knew that her boss was telling the truth. If this matter wasn't covered up, she was finished. "I understand," Li Feier replied after a long silence, her voice low and dejected. Li Feier's mind was in complete chaos, unsure of what to do next. She could only silently pray that this ordeal would end soon. Meanwhile, Li Feier's agent was by her side, looking as though he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to speak. Watching her artist leave step by step, the agent felt a mix of emotions. He never imagined that Li Feier would get involved with such a powerful figure. Not only has this contract fallen through, but her reputation has also suffered significant damage. As everyone knows, Li Feier's talent agency is currently relying on her fame to stay afloat. If Li Feier were to fall from grace, her agency would be in serious trouble. Many companies would likely choose to terminate their partnerships with them. Moreover, Li Feier has been dominating the headlines on Weibo recently, with an astonishing number of reposts. She can't afford to ignore these issues, and when combined, they could be enough to bankrupt her agency. Li Feier's incident has gradually spread across the internet. Earlier, someone had already made defamatory remarks online about the country's chief engineer, prompting netizens to express their outrage and insist that such individuals should not be allowed to remain in the entertainment industry. As the incident gained traction, it quickly made headlines, dominating the top of Weibo's trending topics. Even some well-known newspapers have reported on the incident, and Li Feier has become the target of widespread criticism. Of course, Li Feier had no way to respond. She could only endure the criticism in silence. After all, her strength was limited. Even with 1 million followers, she couldn't withstand the onslaught of criticism. The power of public opinion was utterly devastating. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up in Li Feier's fan group. "Our idol, everyone, what did our Feier sister do wrong to be banned and slandered online? Our Feier, I believe this post is definitely not fake. I'm also a die-hard fan of Li Feier. Such an outstanding actress like her would never resort to underhanded tactics with male artists. Li Feier, I don't believe she would be so foolish. It must be someone spreading rumors. Li Fei, fair sister, rest assured. No matter what it takes, I will clear your name. Chapter 130, Fan Support. Li Fei, I believe you're definitely being wronged. You must stay strong. Li Fei, fair sister, we will always stand by your side. Li Fei's fan base erupted instantly, with countless people rushing out to speak up for her. The group administrator then stated, "Tonight, we will release a clarification video on Douyin, stating that this incident was maliciously edited by the other party and does not actually exist. Everyone knows what kind of person our sister Fei is. She would never do such a thing." When Li Fei heard her fans comforting her, a warm wave of emotion welled up inside her. Immediately, the group administrator began drafting a post for Douyin and started responding to the article online. Within 5 minutes, on Douyin, Li Fei's fan group had already started speaking up for their idol. "Fei, are you okay? Fei, my dear, don't be afraid. We will support you forever. How dare this trash slander you? We will fight for justice for you. Fei, I know you're feeling upset, but please calm down. You must believe that you're the best." On the plane, Chen Jie looked at the overwhelming criticism and condemnation of Li Fei online, as well as the clarifying statements from her fans. He knew that relying solely on her fans would never turn the tide. However, not long after, he noticed that many of Li Fei's fans had sent him private messages on Douyin, accusing him of posting the video that had put Li Fei in this predicament, which in turn prompted her fans to start insulting him. "You, as a streamer, are willing to step on our Fei to gain fame. You maliciously edited the video to slander our Fei. Such a streamer is truly malicious. Our little Fei is so beautiful and kind, yet you're so heartless. Don't you fear being struck by lightning?" Reading these private messages, Chen Jie felt his face grow pale. He hadn't expected Li Fei's fans to react so fiercely. He dared not stay on Douyin any longer, fearing that he would be attacked to death by Li Fei's fans. After that, Chen Jie quickly logged out of Douyin and threw his phone aside. Chen Jie then turned to look at Yang Yu, who was sitting on the other side with his eyes closed, apparently resting. He had also seen the online buzz about the incident on his phone, but it seemed as though it had no effect on him at all. He remained calm and continued to rest with his eyes closed. Chen Jie hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Hey, don't you care at all about this?" Yang Yu opened his eyes and glanced at Chen Jie before saying, "These are all trivial matters. They won't affect my life. Why bother?" Yang Yu spoke lightly, but Chen Jie was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. Although the incident had caused a stir online, Yang Yu seemed to think it wasn't worth the effort to resolve it. However, Ran Duer, sitting next to Yang Yu, heard these words and pouted angrily, saying, "You're just too nice. That person was already being so arrogant and bullying you, yet you remain so calm. If it were me, I would have called someone over to teach them a lesson long ago, just to get them out of my sight." Ran Duer was already feeling upset because she was about to return to Luzhou to meet Yang Yu's wife. She was afraid she wouldn't measure up to Lin Wanner, and now, because of Li Fei, Yang Yu had suffered such a humiliation. This made Ran Duer's anger boil over instantly. Yang Yu smiled and said nothing. Seeing that Yang Yu remained calm, Ran Duo became even more furious. She angrily said, "I'll go report this matter to the old herbalist." Upon hearing that Ran Duer intended to report the matter to the old herbalist, Yang Yu also grew anxious. He hurriedly stopped her and said, "Forget it, Xiao Ran. Don't bother the old herbalist with this. We're still on vacation. Let's not go looking for trouble. I just want to spend the rest of the vacation in peace." He was worried about the consequences of Ran Duo's actions. As the Minister of the National Research and Development Department, the old man must be very busy. If this matter were to disrupt his work, that would be highly inappropriate. Ran Duer saw Yang Yu's serious expression, rolled her eyes, and said, "I don't care." At that moment, in the president's office of Luzhou University, the president of Lujian University saw the video of Li Fei bullying Yang Yu online and was extremely angry. After reading the comments online, his face turned bright red with anger. How dare they? These so-called celebrities are so despicable. He recognized the man in the video as Yang Yu. He had once had the opportunity to recruit Yang Yu into his university but failed to do so, leaving him filled with regret. However, Yang Yu was, after all, a talented individual who could be of great use to the nation, and he simply couldn't bear to see him suffer such humiliation. In recent years, he had no information about Yang Yu at all, but he knew that Yang Yu had been a genius in scientific research at the time and was certainly engaged in secret scientific research for the nation now. It is truly heartbreaking that such a patriotic and dedicated individual should be persecuted by a celebrity. This is not merely an insult to Yang Yu as an individual, but a blatant disregard for the nation itself. If we don't impose strict regulations on these popular celebrities this time, who knows what outrageous things they might do in the future? The president of Lujian University said angrily. The president of Lujian University angrily pulled out his phone from the drawer and dialed a number, calling the school's Ministry of Education. "Hello, is this the director of the Ministry of Education, Kang Bowen?" "Yes, this is the president of Lujian University." The president of Lujian University angrily pulled out his phone from the drawer, dialed a number, and called the university's Ministry of Education. Hello, is this Director Kong Bowen of the Education Department? Yes, this is the president of Lujian University. Oh, it's President Lu Minghua. What can I do for you? A respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, I'm the director of the Education Department. What can I do for you? A respectful voice came from the other end of the line. There's something I need you to investigate. It's about the posts that have been circulating on Weibo. I hope the school will take this matter seriously. This incident has already involved the dignity of our Huaxia nation. I hope you will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness. Lu Minghua said. What's going on? It's that serious? Kong Bowen asked. The status our country has achieved on the international stage is entirely due to the development of science and technology. Yet now, our researchers are being arbitrarily bullied by these so-called celebrities. This is utterly intolerable. Lu Minghua said indignantly. However, given our school's status, it is inappropriate for us to get involved in such matters. After all, our school is a foundation for nurturing talent. If we were to meddle recklessly, it might. Chapter 131, The Angry Principal Lu. I know what you're worried about, but we really need to take action now. This matter absolutely cannot be tolerated. We must protect the interests of our Chinese nation. Lu Minghua spoke up, and you can rest assured that we are not targeting anyone without cause. I will hand this video over to professionals for review. We will not wrong any innocent person, nor will we spare any guilty party. Since Director Lu is so insistent, then fine. What should we do? I hope you can step forward and publish articles and academic papers on the importance of promoting scientific research and the moral issues in the entertainment industry. Lu Minghua said. Our school must take a firm stance and make our position clear. We must instill in the people of China the positive values of self-reliance and striving for excellence. We cannot allow today's popular celebrities to corrupt the values of the people. This must be stopped. Yes, we must stop it. The Minister of Education said in a stern voice. Most people today blindly worship these so-called traffic stars instead of respecting the scientific researchers who have made tremendous contributions to our country. We must make the people clearly understand that popularity is not everything. Only those who truly work hard and are diligent are truly worthy of respect. Lu Minghua continued. I took a look, and the TV dramas and movies Li Fei has appeared in are all very vulgar. Such things have no place in society. I find the behavior of these so-called traffic stars utterly despicable. I suggest we draft a joint statement to the media demanding they impose restrictions on these entertainers. I agree with President Lu's viewpoint. Therefore, our school should also do its part and take the initiative to speak out in defense of the authority of our country's scientific researchers. We must make the entire nation recognize that our country is not only worth admiring for its popular celebrities, but that scientific researchers are the true heroes. Alright, I understand. I'll take care of this. I'll release the press release immediately and publish the article. After the two of them had settled the matter, they hung up the phone. After hanging up, Lu Minghua took a deep breath and finally calmed down a bit from his earlier anger. The vice president of Luzhou University happened to pass by and heard the angry voice of President Lu coming from the Ministry of Education. He then went to the president's office and knocked on the door. Come in. The vice principal pushed open the door and entered, only to see Lu Minghua standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, deep in thought. President Lu, what's wrong? What happened? I just passed by the Ministry of Education and heard your angry voice on the phone. I heard you're planning to get involved in the entertainment industry? The vice principal asked in confusion. Please sit down first. Lu Minghua gestured for him to sit down and began explaining the matter. The vice principal's eyebrows furrowed deeper as he listened. Once he had fully understood the situation, he spoke up. Lu, the current internet celebrities are simply too much. Lu Minghua sighed. The nature of this matter is truly despicable, especially since it involves Yang Yu. You should know what kind of person Yang Yu is, right? This young man is highly talented, and I know he is loyal to the nation. His academic achievements are truly remarkable, making him a rare talent for our country. Yet now he is being treated so unfairly by a mere celebrity. The vice principal also felt deeply outraged. Lu Minghua spoke up. Therefore, our school has decided to take the initiative to speak out and tell the entire nation that our country absolutely will not tolerate such reckless behavior from a celebrity. I support your decision. This influencer dares to waste Yang Yu's valuable time. Do you know how important this time is for a senior researcher? In such a short time, with Yang Yu's talent, he could probably design the blueprint for a component. Moreover, this celebrity is so arrogant and bullying. Yang Yu has already made concessions, yet she still refuses to give him any face. This woman is truly malicious. What she's doing is stifling the creativity of researchers. Her actions are even more despicable than those of haters. The vice principal said indignantly. Lu Minghua sighed wryly. Yes, over the years, we've been touting the progress of science and technology, but we've overlooked the birth of science and technology. The reason is simple: science and technology are the cornerstone of human societal progress, and human societal progress requires the collective efforts of scientific researchers. Although our nation now has sufficient resources, there are still many scientific researchers who have dedicated their youth to scientific research. The vice principal nodded in agreement. Lu Minghua was right. China's rise would not have been possible without the contributions of scientists and engineers, but China's level of development also owes much to their hard work. Without them, China would not have reached this point today. The widespread adoption of modern networks is also inseparable from the development and popularization of the internet. As one might imagine, the coverage rate of networks now exceeds 70%, and with the widespread adoption of social media, this figure is expected to grow exponentially. If this trend continues, the standard of living for people in the future will rise to a new level, possibly even doubling. However, at the same time, people's purchasing power will become unprecedentedly strong, leading to an unprecedented level of luxury and material enjoyment. This will place an even greater burden on social stability. The emergence of these traffic stars is closely linked to cyberbullying. Wealthy individuals often seek out such celebrities to gain attention, and these celebrities use various methods to generate profits. This has led to a sense of restlessness in society and disrupted the overall balance of society. Lu Minghua sighed. The most urgent task now is to stop netizens from discussing this. I plan to expose this matter publicly. But how should we handle public opinion? This isn't something that can be resolved with a single statement. The vice principal said solemnly. At that moment, Lu Minghua noticed that on the homepage of Luzhou University, Minister of Education Kang Bowen had already uploaded articles in academic papers emphasizing the importance of scientific research and addressing moral issues in the entertainment industry. Principal Lu and the vice principal read through the articles carefully. Vice Principal Lu nodded in agreement. Kang Bowen's article, once published, would undoubtedly spark intense public debate, and public opinion would soon shift in favor of the education sector. Principal Lu nodded in satisfaction. We should also take this opportunity to issue a statement. The academic papers published by our school focus on the daily psychological state and issues faced by serious researchers. We hope everyone will approach this matter rationally. Chapter 132, The Big Shot Speaks Out. After the two principals had discussed their plan, they picked up their pens and began writing articles. Once the articles were finished, the two principals gathered all the students and teachers in the school and had them come to the campus broadcast station to read their articles aloud. As a leader in the education system, Lu Minghua also personally published a statement in the newspaper. After Luzhou University was the first to release a statement, other universities followed suit. As more universities began to criticize the entertainment industry, the online sentiment shifted dramatically. Many netizens also learned the full story through various channels. Wow, this celebrity is really shameless. They even dare to give our Chinese scientists a hard time. Exactly. Damn it, I'm never going to another celebrity concert again. I'm going to stick to my principles and never buy a ticket. Because of this incident, if anyone ever says anything bad about these celebrities again, I won't hesitate to speak up. These so-called traffic stars are nothing but money-grabbing scammers. The person above is right. I think we, as the younger generation, shouldn't blindly follow these celebrities but instead look up to researchers as role models. After reading the papers published by these universities, I felt like I had woken up from a dream. It turns out that our country has only just begun to establish itself on the international stage in the past few decades. A mere celebrity can cause the young people of our great nation to neglect their studies and blindly idolize them. If this continues unchecked, the younger generation in our country may lose their basic ability to make sound judgments. The online sentiment is gradually shifting toward supporting researchers, prompting many people to take this issue seriously and begin criticizing online celebrities. This has resulted in a wave of criticism and backlash directed at the online influencers. These insults have deflated the once arrogant celebrities, who, despite their fame, cannot withstand the sheer volume of criticism from the masses. Meanwhile, in the comments section of these papers and articles, there were still many of Li Fei's fans desperately defending her. Don't forget that your researchers also rely on gossip and sensationalism for attention. They are human too, they need rest as well. Our Fei just happened to catch the wave of this trend. Why do you dare to say she lacks manners? I've seen plenty of people like you before. Exactly. With such low standards, you have the nerve to criticize others. These are just rumors. If you don't believe me, let's all search for this video together. Although these fans are extremely sarcastic, they seem so weak. Once Li Fei's fans had flooded the comments sections of these articles and papers. These people began to feel like backing down, because they knew that continuing to argue with Li Fei's fans would lead to nothing. Just then, a group of righteous netizens suddenly appeared and began arguing with Li Fei's fans, escalating the conflict instantly. You brainless fans. The things your idol has done are truly despicable, yet you're still here shamelessly trying to whitewash them. Trash. All you know how to do is ride the wave of popularity. These righteous netizens and Lee Fayer's fans started arguing with each other, and the situation escalated, even leading to a direct confrontation on Douyin. The intensity of this online feud exceeded many people's expectations, and soon netizens' attention shifted to Douyin's forum, where discussions about the incident began. Wow! This Lee Fayer is really despicable. How did she manage to do that? I just can't figure it out. Exactly. It was clearly her own doing, yet she had the nerve to threaten airport staff and force ordinary passengers out of the airport, and now she's turning it around on them? Sigh, someone like this dares to claim they keep themselves pure? It's absolutely ridiculous. Haha, no wonder they're entertainers, they're full of tricks. Whether it's scheming or pretending to be innocent, they're the best at it. Oh my goodness, reading this post is making me laugh so hard I can't stop. When did our great nation produce such a peculiar individual? Don't forget, this is a celebrity and a top-tier female celebrity at that. Yeah, celebrities are like that, they always have their flaws. Today's brainless fans are truly blind worshippers. Even when their idols make mistakes, not only do they not show any remorse, but they even go to the comments section of the papers they publish to make excuses. As more and more articles and announcements calling for the public to establish a proper image of scientists and technologists are exposed on Weibo, netizens are gradually coming to recognize the true character of these celebrities. They have finally realized the true nature of these so-called brainless fans. They are just as hypocritical as their idols. The true heroes of the nation and patriotic individuals are the ones who deserve their admiration. This is the correct value system they should embrace. Despite being harshly criticized by netizens, Lee Fayer's fan club remains unwilling to admit they were wrong. After all, their idol is such a beautiful and outstanding person, whatever she does is right. However, faced with an increasing number of righteous individuals, their sophistry eventually had no grounds to stand on. Therefore, they could only choose to temporarily withdraw from the comment section. The administrators of Lee Fayer's fan groups also hid their groups, preventing other netizens from searching for them and entering to criticize them. At the same time, the administrators instructed the fans in the groups to temporarily endure the criticism. Not to confront these righteous individuals head-on, lest they end up embroiled in controversy. Meanwhile, Lee Fayer, who had just gotten off the plane, was being berated by her boss. But Lee Fayer remained very upset and said, "Boss, this really isn't my fault. I really don't know anything about it. I'm also a victim in this scandal." Lee Fayer's agency boss snorted coldly and spoke in a stern voice, "Victim? Haha, victim? Now you know you're the victim, don't you? What were you doing earlier? Do you know how to handle this situation now?" Lee Fayer muttered under her breath, "I've already handled it." Lee Fayer's boss shouted angrily, "You've handled it? Look at what you've done. Look at all these reporters and media outlets paying attention to you. The online trolls I hired to support you have been berated by your fans." Hearing her boss's angry tone, Lee Fayer felt a surge of fear and dared not speak, only silently enduring her boss's scolding. Lee Fayer dared not say a word, keeping her head bowed, not daring to utter a single syllable. In her heart, she wondered if what she had done was truly wrong. Chapter 133, Public Outrage Part 1. Lee Fayer's fan group was going wild online, and this attitude made the entire internet even more annoyed with Lee Fayer and her team. Meanwhile, these outraged netizens have launched a fierce attack on Lee Fayer and her team. Their comments have resonated globally, and for a time, the internet was flooded with insults directed at Lee Fayer. Among these comments, there were also numerous negative reports about Lee Fayer and her team, including allegations of her decadent private life, such as sleeping with men, drinking with them, and taking explicit photos. Once these rumors surfaced, they caused a huge stir, especially with the deliberate fueling of certain individuals. One sensational piece of information after another emerged, each more shocking than the last. Upon hearing his boss's words, Lee Fayer's mail agent quickly opened his phone to check the online news about her. Upon seeing the content, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. These reports were not baseless rumors, they were entirely true, and had been exposed by netizens themselves. Lee Fayer's mail agent quickly handed the phone to Lee Fayer and exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister Faye, take a look at this. What are these?" Lee Fayer's expression was still somewhat tired. After all, she had just been on a long flight, which was quite exhausting. "Look at what's being shared online." After hearing the mail agent's reminder, Lee Fayer took the phone with a puzzled expression and looked at it carefully. When she saw the reports of all the negative news about herself, her face turned completely pale. "This can't be true. These must be fake. They're all lies." At that moment, Lee Fayer was completely stunned, as if she couldn't believe the online reports were true. It wasn't just Lee Fayer who found it hard to believe. Her team and her fans were all stunned when they saw the news. After reviewing all the negative news online, Lee Fayer's face turned pale. This was a situation she had never encountered before. Even though she had many haters who disliked her actions in the past, they had only ever boycotted her. However, this time was different. Some people were even insulting Lee Fayer online, which was something she had never experienced before. Lee Fayer hung up the phone in a daze, her entire body feeling as though she had lost her soul. She stood motionless for a long time, not even noticing her agent calling out to her. At that moment, Li Fei's male agent was also visibly anxious, his face filled with panic as he asked her, "Sister Fei, what should we do now? Things have turned out this way, what should we do next?" Upon hearing this, Li Fei slowly came to her senses. However, when she looked up at the comments from the righteous netizens, her face was filled with bitterness, because she knew that she and her fan base had lost. They had been completely defeated. Moreover, she understood that her career was likely over. In the entertainment industry, besides having strong acting skills, one also needs a loyal fan base, and these fans are the foundation that allows them to stay in the industry. Any artist who is rejected by their fans is basically on their way out. Under the guise of these righteous statements, her fans dare not utter a word. Though they may shout loudly, their voices are now drowned out, no matter how loud or numerous they may be. However, what truly terrifies him is not these articles, papers, or the comments from other netizens. What truly terrifies him are the comments from prominent figures in the academic community and professors and deans from various universities. Every word they speak is precise and incisive, exposing Li Fei's despicable actions in their entirety. In the sharp words of these influential figures, Li Fei seemed to be stripped of her glamorous facade in an instant, appearing extremely aged and utterly disheveled. After reading these posts, Li Fei collapsed onto the chair, her heart broken, tears streaming down her face. While crying, she sobbed to her agent beside her, "Please help me think of a way out. What should I do? What should I do?" Li Fei's agent sighed helplessly. He knew that he was now tied to Li Fei. If she was finished, he would be finished too. But what could he do now? He had no idea either. Seeing this, Li Fei's face flashed a pleading expression as she wailed, please help me resolve this mess quickly. The internet is ablaze with rumors, and we don't know what to do. How am I supposed to explain this to the company?" The agent sighed and said solemnly, "Fei, we need to find a way to resolve this matter. Whatever it takes, just don't leave the entertainment industry and stop creating more scandals. Have you thought of any ideas?" Li Fei frowned and asked. In truth, she had no ideas left. If the agent could come up with a suitable plan, perhaps she could turn the situation around. After all, netizens were currently highly hostile toward Li Fei. If her image were damaged, her die-hard fan support would plummet, and eventually, no one would like her anymore. At that point, Li Fei would never be able to make a comeback. However, Li Fei was well aware that her only way out was to immediately gather her team and hold a press conference to clarify the negative news. Otherwise, her reputation would be completely ruined. "Fei, don't panic. Tell me first who leaked those news reports? Are they our competitors?" the agent urgently asked. Li Fei shook her head and said, "How would I know who it was? All we can do now is hope they stop attacking me. Otherwise, this scandal could drag on for who knows how long." The agent suddenly seemed to think of something and spoke urgently, "Fei, I've suddenly figured out the breakthrough in this matter." "Oh? What breakthrough?" Li Fei heard what her agent said and hurriedly asked. "Have you noticed that many people in the scientific research community are speaking out on behalf of the man we encountered in the airport lounge earlier?" The agent said to Li Fei. "But what does this have to do with me? How does this solve my current problem?" Li Fei furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing this and fell into deep thought. "But it does have something to do with you," the agent analyzed. "From what I can gather, since people in the scientific community have spoken out like this, it must mean that the man in question is quite remarkable. After all, he was able to secure the support of such expert-level scientists, which is no small feat." Chapter 134, Public Opinion Storm Part 2. Upon hearing this, Li Fei's eyes lit up. She had also sensed the hidden agenda behind it. "So you're saying that guy has a powerful background?" Li Fei stared at her agent and asked, desperate for an answer. "If I'm not mistaken, he must be a talent in the scientific research field. A man dressed so simply yet enjoying VIP privileges at the airport, only that could explain it." The agent spoke seriously. Upon hearing this, Li Fei's expression fluctuated between anger and confusion, looking deep in thought. After a moment of silence, she spoke hesitantly, "But even if this matter is explained, even if he is a researcher, what does that prove? Can he really influence the public?" The agent sighed wryly, "Ms. Fei, the point isn't there. The point is that researchers are generally not well off." Upon hearing the agent's words, Li Fei's expression finally relaxed slightly, but she still furrowed her brows and asked in a low voice, "Then what?" The agent hurriedly said, "Fei, think about it. People in research and development don't have high salaries, and judging by his age and attire, he's probably not a senior researcher, just an ordinary research assistant. Moreover, these researchers are often stationed at research institutes for years, working extremely hard and facing significant pressure. Additionally, conducting research inevitably leads to accumulating a lot of bank loans. Therefore, if we focus on this aspect, we can achieve our goal of controlling that person." The agent stated decisively. "How do we control him? Should we go negotiate with that man? Or contact the media?" Li Fei asked in confusion. The agent chuckled and said, Sister Fei, all we need to do is pay him off so he'll voluntarily go online and clarify those negative rumors. Besides, those news articles are all fake. As long as that man isn't stupid, he'll definitely delete the news. That way, we can safely weather this crisis. Upon hearing the agent's words, Li Fei suddenly understood. She had been in a panic earlier and had even forgotten the simplest and most straightforward solution. She tapped her forehead and nodded in agreement. You make a lot of sense. Let's do it then. Even if we don't lose anything, it's better than letting those keyboard warriors tear us apart online. Later, Li Fei praised the male agent again. No wonder I chose you as my agent. You're so smart. That move was really ruthless. The agent was amused by Li Fei's words and laughed heartily. I'm not that clever. It's all thanks to Fei's guidance that I was able to come up with it. The two chatted for a while longer. Just then, Yang Yu and Ran Duo's flight arrived. The male agent hurriedly pointed over there and said, Sister Fei, look, they're about to exit the terminal. Let's go stop them. At that moment, the airplane doors had already opened, and passengers began to exit one after another. The agent hurriedly joined Li Fei and rushed toward the exit to wait. As soon as Li Fei stepped out of the station, she spotted a man and a woman on the platform. The man was Yang Yu, and the woman standing beside him was Ran Duo. Chen Zhijia followed behind Ran Duo and Yang Yu. As soon as he got off the plane, he secretly opened the livestream and started secretly filming Yang Yu and Ran Duo from behind. Although the netizens on Douyin and Li Fei's fans had temporarily stopped arguing, on Weibo, the negative rumors about Li Fei were still spreading like wildfire, constantly flooding the screen. Various articles slandering Li Fei kept appearing, causing her fans to erupt in anger and curse furiously, creating a highly charged atmosphere. At this moment, a fan in Li Fei's fan group noticed that Chen Zhiye had started a livestream and shared the information with others. Subsequently, Li Fei's fans flooded into Chen Zhiye's livestream, continuously posting messages to accuse him. What's happening to our Fei? The public is still attacking her. What are you guys doing? Stop spreading these lies immediately. Exactly. Fei is innocent. You did such a despicable thing just to ride on someone else's coattails. Don't you fear karma? Everyone, join me in reporting this streamer so he gets permanently banned. This kind of streamer who resorts to smearing others just to ride their coattails and climb the ladder deserves to be punished by heaven. If you want to ride someone else's coattails, why not choose another celebrity? Why single out our beloved Fei Jie? You're despicable. Chen Zhiye's social media exploded instantly, with countless comments flooding in like a tidal wave, overwhelming Chen Zhiye. Seeing this situation, Chen Zhiye couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This was exactly what he had wanted to see. Chen Zhiye was also a seasoned streamer. Facing the accusations from Li Fei's fans in the livestream, he responded without backing down, Everyone, don't misunderstand. Your Fei is fine. I just happened to know a bit of gossip about her and decided to capitalize on it. After all, this might not necessarily be a bad thing for her, right? That's hilarious. And even if I were trying to ride someone else's coattails, I wouldn't do it with a has-been celebrity. Your idol's latest TV show was 3 years ago. What kind of buzz is there left for me to ride on? I was just standing up for what's right. I couldn't stand seeing him bully ordinary people. Bull. Chen Zhiye's livestream was immediately flooded with thousands of comments, many of which expressed intense hatred toward Chen Zhiye. At that moment, an account with the ID A Shooting Star suddenly popped up. Chenggu is right. A shooting star is a loyal viewer of Chen Zhiye's livestream, and this livestream was established by Chen Zhiye himself. It has over 2 million followers. At this moment, a meteor led the charge in Chen Zhiye's livestream, helping him retaliate against Li Fei's fans. Ha, you dare to call your idol a top-tier celebrity? With your level of sophistication, she'd be lucky to even be a has-been celebrity. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? What does your so-called sister Fei even look like? With her looks, she's a top-tier celebrity? Put. Exactly. Exactly. Still a popular celebrity? Even if your sister Fei is a top-tier female celebrity, I'd still say the same. If she were truly famous, she'd have already become a household name. Why would she stay in a small city in China just to get by? It's clearly because she lacks the necessary resources. Chen Zhiye saw these comments one after another, and the joy on his face grew more and more evident. Chapter 135, Unreasonable. Just then, Li Fei and her male agent approached Yang Yu and Ran Duo, blocking their path. The agent addressed Yang Yu, saying, Please stay here. What's the matter? Yang Yu looked up and glanced at him. Ran Duo saw that Li Fei and the others were coming to cause trouble again, and she was so angry she could bite her teeth. She gritted her teeth and said, Are you never going to stop? I'm telling you, get out of here immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. The agent sneered and said, Our sister Fei has something she wants to discuss with you. We hope you don't misunderstand our intentions. Sorry, I'm not interested. Yang Yu frowned, pulling Ran Duo by the hand and turning to leave. He didn't have time to waste here chatting nonsense with them. Li Fei's male agent stepped forward to block Yang Yu and Ran Duo's path, smirking coldly, You're just trying to extort money, aren't you? If you help us release a clarification video to prove that Feier is innocent, I'll give you 2 million. How about it? At that moment, Chen Zhijia, who was live streaming, also broadcast everything happening in front of him into his live streaming room. Upon hearing what Li Feier's agent said, the entire live streaming room erupted in chaos. Chen Zhijia's fans were like they had found a loophole, constantly commenting in the live stream. Li Feier actually gave in. Li Feier has been slandered beyond recognition, yet she still wants to compensate them with money. It's utterly unreasonable. Ugh, I've never seen someone so shameless. Look at your big star, they've already backed down and apologized. You idiotic fans are still clinging to your delusions. This is hilarious. Li Feier's fans were left speechless, unable even to curse back. They know they've been completely defeated. Their idol, whom they've been loyally supporting, has done this clearly trying to buy peace with money. Where does that leave the feelings of these loyal fans? Ran Duor nearly fainted from anger after hearing the male agent's words. How dare they use money to insult them? What do they think they are? She took a deep breath and said, "Get out of here. Don't try to tempt us with your filthy money. Do you think everyone is as greedy as you are? You think you can buy Mr. Yang with a few stinking dollars? You can dream on. Get out of here immediately, or I'll call security." Ran Duor said angrily. Li Feier's male agent, upon hearing Ran Duor's words, refused to back down and instead became even more arrogant, saying, Do you think the money isn't enough? 2 million isn't enough? We can add more. Just name your price. Li Feier's male agent was also calculating in his mind. 2 million was enough to get rid of Yang Yu, and once Yang Yu was dealt with, the matter would essentially be resolved. He was confident that as long as Yang Yu wasn't foolish, he would definitely agree, because this was 2 million yuan after all. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu couldn't help but laugh. He had never seen such a foolish male agent like Li Feier's before actually throwing money at himself. This world really does have all kinds of people. Li Feier's male agent, seeing Yang Yu laughing, assumed he must have agreed to his proposal. He smirked and was about to say a few more threatening words when Ran Duor's eyes flashed with coldness. She spoke in an icy tone, "I told you, you trash aren't qualified to talk to Mr. Yang. Get out." "Oh, you're pretty bold. Do you know who I am?" Li Feier's male agent was also getting annoyed. He had already gone this far, yet this little brat still didn't know how to compromise? Didn't she fear that Li Feier's fans would tear her to pieces? Yang Yu walked over at that moment, reached out to stop Ran Duor, who was about to argue with Li Feier's agent, and spoke slowly, "I don't need your money. I'll clarify this matter for you when I have time, but I don't have time to argue with you now. Please step aside." "Thank you." When this scene was seen by the viewers in Chen Jia's livestream, the crowd in the livestream also began to boil with excitement. "This guy is so cool. Ha, now those guys should finally shut up. You look so cool. And the tone is so gentle. What a kind person." Exactly, even after being treated so badly, she still manages to stay humble and composed, and doesn't hold a grudge against them. Such a magnanimous disposition is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. This is what a true gentleman is all about. If I weren't already in a relationship, I'd definitely marry him. Wake up, you fool. He's probably already taken. Meanwhile, Li Feier's fans also took sides and began defending her. He must have something to hide, otherwise, how could he possibly forgive someone who humiliated him? That's right, this guy must have been secretly taking photos of our Fei, so he's feeling guilty. Fei, let's not pay any attention to them. Fei, these two jerks are just trying to provoke us. Don't let them fool you. You're right, Feier, don't worry. We're here, they won't dare touch you. These brainless fans have been spamming the screen non-stop. Some have even screenshotted the livestream and shared it on other major platforms. Chen Jia's livestream has also been flooded with onlookers. Chen Jia watched as the number of viewers in his livestream skyrocketed to over 1 million, leaving him torn between joy and worry. He was happy because his livestream's viewership was increasing, but he was worried about Yang Yu, fearing that this might put Yang Yu in a difficult situation. However, Chen Jia was also surprised to see Yang Yu so calm and composed, and that he would voluntarily agree to help clarify the matter for them. Li Feier's male agent, seeing that Yang Yu refused to take their money and only gave a verbal promise, grew anxious. He hurriedly spoke up, "How can that be? If you don't take our money, how can I trust you to help us clear this up? I've promised you I'll clear things up for you, and I will definitely do it. You can rest assured I won't deceive you." Yang Yu glanced at Li Feier's male agent and said. After hearing Yang Yu's words, Li Feier also grew anxious. She stepped forward to block Yang Yu, then pulled out her phone and started filming him while urgently saying, "If you want to help us, do as I say now. Don't wait until later." As she spoke, Li Feier tried to get Yang Yu to speak up immediately to prove that she hadn't intentionally caused trouble for him at the airport. Chapter 136, Pushing One's Luck? Yang Yu heard Li Feier's words and snorted coldly before speaking, "Although I don't want to cause trouble, your behavior is indeed a bit too much. I said I would help you clear things up, and I will. However, I have matters to attend to now. Please make way for me." "Thank you." At that moment, Randuor's eyes flashed with anger as she spoke. Mr. Yang has already been very considerate toward you. We hope you will heed his words and step aside obediently. Don't push your luck. Randuor was already furious beyond belief, having been provoked by Li Feier's fans. She despised people who bullied others by relying on their power. Yang Yu and Randuor exuded a calm and composed demeanor that comes from having weathered many storms. Additionally, Yang Yu himself had an outstanding presence, so the intangible pressure emanating from the two of them directly created a strong sense of oppression for Li Feier and her male agent. Li Feier's male agent looked extremely embarrassed. He hadn't expected Yang Yu, despite his young age, to possess such an overwhelming presence. This presence even surpassed that of the artists under his agency. At that moment, he felt that the words he had spoken earlier were somewhat embarrassing. Yang Yu didn't need to say anything. If he truly wanted to punish the two of them, he had countless ways to ensure they could no longer act so arrogantly. He didn't need to speak in such a submissive manner as he had just done. However, Yang Yu didn't do that. This was precisely the broad-mindedness cultivated from frequently interacting with influential figures in his daily life. He didn't wish to engage in petty disputes with them. As the most outstanding secretary in Zhongjiang province, Randuor had worked closely with high-ranking officials and thus possessed exceptional poise. Moreover, she was naturally a domineering individual in her daily life, so she had no intention of backing down at that moment. Li Feier looked at Randuor, whose eyes were filled with a cold glare, and suddenly felt a bit afraid. Her hands trembled slightly, and she immediately put her phone down. This girl's aura was truly intimidating. Don't you dare do anything. Li Feier's male agent quickly spoke up. I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything today, we won't hold back. Everything that was happening was also being watched by the viewers in Chen Jia's livestream. Chen Jia looked at Li Feier, who had been intimidated by Yang Yu and Randuor's aura, and smiled at the viewers in the livestream, saying, "This is hilarious. These two cowards actually backed down and dared not confront Yang Yu and Randuor. They're really a bunch of weaklings." Meanwhile, Chen Jia's livestream was filled with laughter. "Ha, I didn't expect these two to be so easily scared. Li Feier is way too weak. With just those two moves, she was actually thinking of getting someone else to deal with them. Ha, that's hilarious. These two have such a strong presence. I can feel the pressure even through the screen. I never expected Li Fei, who was so arrogant just now, to be so cowardly now. She's just a clown. I'm laughing so hard I'm about to pee myself. These two are way too cowardly. Ha, this is what they call what goes around comes around. This is definitely the funniest scoop of the year. A popular female celebrity was so scared by two ordinary people that she was shaking all over. Someone quickly edited the incident into an article and posted it on Douyin. At that very moment, in a certain location in Luzhou City, at Li Feier's talent agency, Li Feier's boss was also watching Chen Jia's livestream. When he saw that Li Feier was still being aggressive and refusing to let the other person leave even after they had agreed to help her clarify the situation, he was so angry he nearly fainted. He immediately spoke up. "What's wrong with Li Feier? The other person is willing to help her, yet she's being so ungrateful? If it were me, I'd just kick her out. Now you're in the wrong. They gave you an out, but you're still not satisfied and keep harping on it. If they really get angry, you'll be begging them on your knees and they won't help you clarify things anymore. I really have no idea what these two so-called smart people are thinking." When Li Feier's boss saw Li Feier and her agent being intimidated by Yang Yu and Randuor's aura and immediately backed down, he knew this was over. These two probably wouldn't let Yang Yu help them clear things up either. This man had so many people speaking up for him, and the resources behind him were undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, judging by Yang Yu and Randuor's attitude, they clearly had no intention of helping him. This made him seethe with anger. He never expected these two to be so foolish. He had sent them over to increase their exposure and buzz, but now they had ended up doing the other side a favor instead. Li Feier's boss was so furious he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Earlier, Li Feier had hung up on him before he could finish speaking. If she hadn't hung up, he could have made her and her male agent compensate Yang Yu and Randuo properly, which might have achieved another outcome. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. He can only sit there sighing and constantly repeating how he made a mistake. This time, he really miscalculated. Li Feier's boss called his assistant in and shouted angrily, "Go get Li Feier back here right now. Don't let her continue to embarrass us out there." Meanwhile, Yang Yu was pulling Randuo away, as he and Randuo had important matters to attend to. Li Feier and her agent watched as Yang Yu and Randuo gradually walked away from them. She felt like she was going to lose her mind. She had never experienced such a humiliating situation before. The feeling of being ignored was almost unbearable, and her resentment toward Yang Yu and Randuo grew deeper by the second. She had been in the entertainment industry for so many years. When had she ever been treated this way? Every artist who had approached her to collaborate had always been respectful and courteous. Li Feier's agent hurriedly supported her as she swayed, asking with concern, "Sister Fei, are you okay? Those two were way too much. You two better remember this. I don't care who was at fault this time. I only know that I was wronged, and I won't let this go. You'll all regret this sooner or later. Li Fei stomped her feet angrily and spoke up. Li Fei's agent also nodded in agreement, promising to take care of it for her. Yang Yu and Ran Duo had already reached the airport exit. Ran Duo was still furious and angrily said to Yang Yu, "They're really pushing their luck." They gave him a chance to save face, but he refused and is now getting even more demanding. Chapter 137, The Private Car Fleet. Mr. Yang, please don't get angry. I'll make sure they come over and apologize to us. Ran Duo spoke seriously at this moment. Yang Yu laughed and said, "Actually, there is no need to get angry at them. After all, we didn't suffer any losses, and we didn't help them clear up the matter either. We just told the truth, and we don't owe them anything. But that's too easy on them." Ran Duo pouted and said, "You don't know how much I hate that Li Fei. She was clearly targeting us on purpose." Yang Yu smiled slightly and said, "It's okay. They're just passing through our lives. There's no need to dwell on it. Alright then, Mr. Yang, the private car I arranged for you should be arriving shortly." Ran Duo nodded in agreement after hearing Yang Yu's words. "Thank you for your hard work, Ran Duo." Yang Yu thanked her, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Ran." Ran Duo could sense Yang Yu's urgent desire to return home to see his wife, which was why he didn't want to waste time on these matters. Ran Duo felt a pang of sadness in her heart, because Yang Yu had always been so straightforward and had never asked her to arrange a private car for him before. It seemed he really wanted to go back and see his beloved. Ran Duo sighed silently to herself, gently biting her lips. She couldn't help but feel a touch of jealousy toward Xu Fan, who had managed to make such an outstanding man like Yang Yu go to such lengths for her, to love her so deeply. Ran Duo bit her lip and asked Yang Yu, "Mr. Yang, you're going home soon, aren't you? You'll finally get to see your wife and daughter whom you've been longing for so much. How do you feel right now?" Upon hearing Ran Duo mention his wife and daughter, Yang Yu's expression softened, and his tone grew gentle as he replied in a soft voice, "Of course I miss them. Even though it's only been half a year, I really can't stop thinking about them." Yang Yu continued, "My wife and daughter are the most important people in my life. This lifetime, I will never allow anyone to harm them." Hearing Yang Yu's resolute words, Ran Duo felt her heart skip a beat. She could sense that Yang Yu truly loved his wife and daughter. And those words fell into Ran Duo's heart like a seed. Ran Duo's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, but after hearing her foster mother's words, she suddenly felt a pang of sadness, and her brows furrowed slightly. She thought to herself, "Does I mean nothing to Yang Yu at all?" Yang Yu noticed Ran Duo's changing expression and guessed what she was worried about. He spoke comfortingly, "Xiao Ran, you are also the most important person in my life. Your presence has brought me a lot of joy and helped me solve many problems. I don't want to see you sad. Rest assured, no matter what happens, we will always be friends." Ran Duo felt a little better after hearing Yang Yu's words. "It's okay, Mr. Yang is a national figure, and you are a great hero of China. There's no need to worry about such a small matter for me, right?" Ran Duo spoke with a smile on her face at that moment. Yang Yu also laughed. Just as Yang Yu was about to say something else, a stretched Lincoln limousine slowly drove into their line of sight, followed by a dozen black Mercedes-Benz SUVs. Passers-by who saw the scene couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "Wow, whose convoy is this? This is way too over the top. I don't think even the mayor of Luzhou City would have such a grand entourage. You're so naive. They're definitely here to welcome some big-name celebrity from the national government. My goodness, a national treasure-level actor? I wonder who the big star is." Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly pointed at the convoy and exclaimed, Look at the license plate numbers of those cars. Oh my god. Louis 0000 A Louis 0000 B Louis 0000 C Louis 0000 D Louis 0000 E Louis 0000 F Louis 0000 G. In an instant, the crowd surrounding the airport was completely stunned. Everyone had their eyes wide open. These black Mercedes-Benz SUVs and extended wheelbase Lincolns were all luxury vehicles from Shanghai City, totaling over 20 vehicles. The scale of the operation was truly intimidating. Moreover, these over 20 luxury vehicles were actually heading straight toward them. This lineup was truly terrifying, especially at 8 o'clock in the morning. Could it be that some high-ranking official was making an inspection tour? Many people couldn't help but speculate about what was happening. When these luxury cars pulled up at the airport exit, the drivers and bodyguards, dressed in suits and leather shoes, got out and approached Yang Yu in unison, bowing respectfully. Yang Yu sighed helplessly and said, "Why all the fanfare?" Just then, a beautiful woman stepped out of the extended Lincoln at the front. She wore light makeup, a light blue jeans, and a white shirt, which complemented her delicate features and a touch of allure, making her appear both elegant and sophisticated yet full of charm. Especially her figure was curvaceous and well-proportioned. Every smile and gesture exuded an irresistible charm, leaving Yang Yu speechless. When he finally snapped out of it, he hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Director Su, what are you doing here?" The person getting out of the car was none other than Su Ningran, the Education Bureau director and an old acquaintance of Yang Yu from Luzhou City. After getting out of the car, Suning smiled and addressed Yang Yu. "Welcome back, Mr. Yang." Yang Yu couldn't help but laugh and scratch his head, saying, "Director Su, you're exaggerating. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of this?" Suning smiled and didn't take Yang Yu's joke to heart. Instead, she turned to Yang Yu and said, "This is the nation's recognition of you. For someone like you, Yang Zongshi, these are just standard procedures. Director Su, you're too kind." Yang Yu quickly extended his right hand to shake Su Ningran's hand, then exchanged a few polite words with her. Su Ningran then turned to look at Ran Duer, extended her hand to shake Ran Duer's hand, and said, "Secretary Ran, welcome to Luzhou City. How do you feel about the special car I arranged for you this time?" Su Ningran asked Ran Duer. Upon hearing Su Ningran's words, Ran Duer turned her head to look at Yang Yu. Yang Yu caught the two of their glances and smiled at Ran Duer and Su Ningran, saying with a smile, "Very satisfied, very satisfied. Compared to the private car I usually ride in, this one is much more luxurious." Chapter 138, Materialistic Woman? Soon after, Su Ningran took Yang Yu and Ran Duer and boarded the extended Lincoln limousine. As Yang Yu approached the car door and was about to open it to get in, Chen Jie also arrived at the airport exit with his luggage rack. However, there was no one waiting to pick him up by the roadside. Chen Jie opened his WeChat app and spoke into the phone. "Didn't you say you'd come to pick me up? Oh my, I'm so sorry. I've already found someone overseas who's better looking and richer than you, so I'm afraid I have to say goodbye." A slightly girly voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Jie heard this and was immediately furious. He sent a few WeChat messages, but noticed that each message had a small exclamation mark on the left, clearly indicating that the other person had refused to chat with him and had blocked him. "You cheating! You deceived my feelings and even swindled my money, claiming you were going abroad to start a business, but instead you were cheating on me with other men behind my back. Damn it, I'm going to sue you for fraud." Chen Jie shouted angrily, his eyes reddening. Over the past few days, he had been pursuing this girl named Su Qian, only to discover that this had been secretly hooking up with other men behind his back. Chen Jie felt incredibly wronged. He felt like his world had collapsed. He collapsed onto the ground, overcome with grief, and began to wail uncontrollably. Meanwhile, fans nearby at the airport quickly pulled out their phones to film this shocking scene, while others took out their laptops to upload the footage to the internet and spread it online. At that moment, Chen Jie's live stream had not yet been turned off, and everyone in the live stream witnessed the scene. As a result, the viewers in the live stream began to comfort him. "Brother Chen, stay strong and stay positive. We're here to support you. Damn it, Brother Chen, don't cry. We can fight again. Damn it, Brother Jia, don't cry. We can still fight again. Jie Ge, don't cry. The brothers will fight with you. What the heck is going on? What happened to Brother Jia? I don't know. I just saw Brother Jia fine a moment ago. No way. What happened? Sigh, I knew it. Someone as outstanding as Brother Jia must have girls swooning over him. I've been watching him for so long without any action, so I guess he just hasn't met his destined goddess yet." As he spoke, the viewers in the live stream sent him many gifts. Chen Jie looked at the fans comforting him in the live stream and thought to himself, "The trashy girl ran off, but I still have this group of brothers. They are the people I love most in this life. I can't give up. I have to stay strong and keep moving forward. Brothers. They are the people I love most in this life. I can't give up. I must stay strong and keep moving forward." Chen Jie wiped away his tears and spoke with difficulty, "Thank you all for the gifts." Chen Jie's home was in Xijing, and his company was also in Xijing. He had come to Lujiang originally to find his girlfriend, but now not only had his girlfriend run off with someone else, but she had even told him outright that she had found a man abroad who was both better looking and wealthier than him. He truly couldn't accept this. Previously, Chen Jie had given 80% of his income to his girlfriend to start a business. He had believed that the two of them could live happily ever after and create a better future together. They had even made plans this year. They were going to buy a house, buy a car, and get engaged and married. However, he never imagined that he would end up in such a dire situation today. Currently, Chen Jie has only 1,000 yuan left to his name. This meager sum is far from enough to cover his basic expenses, and the money from the gifts his live streaming fans have sent him won't be available until next month. He is now destitute, penniless, and in dire straits. At that moment, Yang Yu, who had already opened the car door, stopped in his tracks and didn't get in. Instead, he turned around and walked over to Chen Jie. He knelt down, gently patted Chen Jie's shoulder, and asked in a calm tone, "Are you okay?" Earlier, Chen Jie had helped Yang Yu at the airport, and Yang Yu naturally remembered it well. Moreover, Yang Yu also admired Chen Jie's personality, so he wanted to help him. Seeing Chen Jie in this state now, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Chen Jie wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said, "Brother Yang, don't worry about me. I'm fine. I know how you feel right now." Yang Yu smiled and said, "I have a way to help you." "Really?" Chen Jie suddenly lifted his head, his eyes fixed on Yang Yu as if he had grasped the last straw of hope, looking at him expectantly. Chen Jie raised his head, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Yang Yu and said, "I'm fine, I just feel a little upset." Yang Yu could tell that Chen Jie was genuinely heartbroken. He remained silent for a moment before asking, "Where do you live?" "I'll take you home." Chen Jie thought back to the time he had bought a house for his girlfriend at Tangchenipin in the center of Luzhou City, and a bitter expression flashed across his face. He sighed helplessly and said to Yang Yu, "At Tangchenipin in the center of Luzhou City." He knew Yang Yu wanted to send him home, but Chen Jie didn't want to trouble Yang Yu to go out of his way for him. He thought that if he mentioned Tangchenipin in the city center, Yang Yu probably couldn't afford to buy a house there or even enter the area, so he would definitely give up the idea of sending him home. When Yang Yu heard Chen Jie say he lived at Tangchenipin, his eyebrows raised slightly, and he was also slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Chen Jie to be a hidden big streamer who could earn enough from live streaming to buy a house in Tangchenipin. Yang Yu smiled slightly and said, "You live in Tangchenipin? Then we're neighbors. I happen to live there too." Chen Jie was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yang Yu to also live at Tangchenipin. He exclaimed in surprise, "What did you say? You also live in Tangchenipin in the heart of Luzhou City?" Chen Jie glanced at Yang Yu. He never would have imagined that Yang Yu was also living in Tangchenipin. Actually, Chen Jie didn't have the key to the house at Tangchenipin. When he bought the house, his girlfriend, who had run away, had deceived him into registering the property under her name, and the purchase contract also listed her name. Although he was suspicious, since she was his girlfriend, he didn't think much of it. But now, he suddenly realized that he had been deceived by his girlfriend once again. Chapter 139, The Real Big Shot. Chen Jie had been doing live streaming for 7 years. He had invested all the money he had saved into this house. Now, all his money had been swindled away by that scheming woman, leaving him completely destitute. The viewers in the live streaming room heard Yang Yu and Chen Jie's conversation and were immediately outraged. They all knew the price of Tangchenipin, which was beyond the reach of ordinary people. The fact that Chen Jie owned such a luxurious villa in Luzhou City meant he must be considered wealthy as well. Chen Jie's livestream was flooded with comments from his fans. "That's amazing. Brother Jia, you actually live in Tangchenipin? What do you do for a living? My goodness. Brother Jia, have you made it big? That's incredible. I want to move to Tangchenipin too. I decided I'm going to watch Jia Ji's livestream every day from now on and let him take me on an adventure." Who would have thought that this man who was being bullied by Li Feier is actually a hidden big shot? 666. I can't believe it. You guys are blown away. I've made up my mind from now on, Jiegu is my idol. Jiegu, please let me be your fan. As he watched the excited discussions among the viewers in his livestream, Chen Jie couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had no interest in paying attention to the comments from his viewers at the moment. All he could think about was how to resolve his current predicament. Chen Jie also thought to himself, with the little money he had left, he truly had no idea what to do. At this thought, Chen Jie felt a surge of frustration and anger. Chen Jie was now completely stuck in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. Just then, Yang Yu spoke up to Chen Jie. "I just happened to buy an apartment in the Tangchenipin complex in the center of Luzhou City. I can give you a ride home on my way." Earlier, the Air Force commander had given them an apartment in the Tangchenipin complex in the center of Luzhou City. This would provide them with a place to stay in Luzhou City, allowing him to better care for Shufan and Xianxian. "However, I can no longer enter the premises," Chen Jie said with some hesitation. Yang Yu smiled and said, "It's okay, you can stay at my place for now. We're not in a hurry to move out just yet." "That's really kind of you." Chen Jie hurriedly thanked Yang Yu. Chen Jie thought to himself, "Since I can't get in right now, I might as well stay at Yang Yu's villa for now and move out once I've saved enough money." Having made up his mind, Chen Jie no longer hesitated. Upon hearing Chen Jie's words, Yang Yu also laughed heartily, then turned to Chen Jie and said, "No need to thank me, it was no trouble at all." When Chen Jie stood up and saw the fleet of extended Lincoln and Mercedes-Benz business vehicles coming to greet Yang Yu, he was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in astonishment, "Are all these here to pick you up?" In Chen Jie's eyes, the convoy was simply too massive and impressive. He had never encountered anything like it before, and a look of awe spread across his face. Moreover, on one side of the vehicles stood a row of bodyguards and drivers dressed in black suits, neatly arranged. Chen Jie was startled by the scene before him and thought to himself, what kind of status does Yang Yu have? He can actually hire so many bodyguards and drivers, it's like an emperor on a royal procession. Chen Jie didn't dwell on it further and followed Yang Yu into the stretched Lincoln limousine. Once inside the stretched Lincoln, Chen Jie's mouth formed an O shape in astonishment as he realized just how luxurious the interior of the Lincoln was. What does this even mean? You know, in other countries, even getting a high-end Mercedes-Benz for business use would already cost a fortune, let alone a stretched Lincoln, which is an even more luxurious sedan. Since Chen Jie posted a video online showing Li Feier bullying Yang Yu, Ran Duo still had a somewhat favorable impression of Chen Jie. Therefore, when Yang Yu offered to give Chen Jie a ride home, Ran Duo found it acceptable. After getting into the car, Yang Yu and Chen Jie sat in one row, while Ran Duo and Su Ningran sat in the other row, with all four facing each other. Chen Jie recognized Ran Duo, so he was curious about the beautiful woman sitting next to her, Su Ningran. He smiled and asked, "Beautiful lady, are you Yang Yu's friend?" Su Ningran heard Chen Jie's question and felt uneasy. She couldn't help but glance at Yang Yu, afraid he might mind. She dared not say she was Yang Yu's friend and was about to say she was just one of his subordinates when Yang Yu smiled slightly and spoke up to Chen Jie. "Her name is Su Ningran. We're good friends." Su Ningran felt relieved when Yang Yu spoke up for her, but at the same time, she felt that Yang Yu was perhaps overestimating her. After all, Su Ningran knew very well that she couldn't possibly be compared to someone as legendary as Yang Yu. However, Su Ningran noticed Yang Yu's gaze and understood his meaning. Yang Yu did not want to reveal his true identity, so Su Ningran followed his lead and said, "That's right, Yang Yu and I are good friends." Su Ningran's ability to thrive in the establishment was not merely due to her beauty and figure. Her reaction speed, logical thinking, and analytical skills were exceptional, and she was even more perceptive than many adults. As a result, Su Ningran quickly caught on and continued in line with Yang Yu's narrative. Since Yang Yu had the nerve to call her a good friend, she couldn't afford to miss this golden opportunity. You must know that those who can truly become friends with Yang Yu are of a certain caliber, the level of the commander-in-chief of the 18th Military Region. That is the kind of person who can truly stand on equal footing with Yang Yu. If she could become Yang Yu's friend, there was no doubt that she could elevate her own status by several levels. And if she could use this opportunity to befriend Yang Yu, the legendary figure, that wouldn't be a bad thing either. From the airport in Luzhou City, it wasn't too far to the abandoned neighborhood where Yang Yu lived. Moreover, both Yang Yu's old house in the abandoned residential area and Tangchengipin in the city center of Luzhou City are located on the same road. They departed from Luzhou City Airport and took the fastest route to reach these two locations. This route is called Nanhuang Dadao, which is one of the most important transportation hubs in Luzhou City. Chapter 140, Traffic Jam. This southern ring road runs through a lush forest of sycamore trees and the outskirts of the city, where there are few residents, so there are relatively few people on this road. Additionally, the road is very wide, so even in Luzhou City, which is notorious for traffic jams, this southern ring road rarely experiences congestion. Ningran. Tell the driver to take the South Ring Road, Chen Jie said. I can't get back to my room at Tangchengipin right now. Could you arrange a hotel for me near your residential area? Yang Yu smiled and said to Su Ningran. Su Ningran nodded upon hearing this, then turned to the driver of the extended Lincoln they were riding in and said, "Driver, follow Mr. Yang's instructions. Take the South Ring Expressway. It will take about 3.5 hours. Just stop at the entrance of the residential area when we arrive." The driver nodded and followed Su Ningran's instructions, driving the car away from the airport. In the car, Yang Yu spoke up and asked Chen Jie, "Why can't you enter your own house?" Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Chen Jie could only helplessly tell Yang Yu about how he had been abandoned by his girlfriend and was now in a desperate situation. Upon hearing Chen Jie's story, Yang Yu also furrowed his brows. To be honest, Chen Jie's ordeal was indeed quite tragic. Yang Yu sighed and asked Chen Jie, "I don't understand. Why did you trust her so much?" Chen Jie smiled bitterly and said, "I once helped her. Although I did it to climb the social ladder at the time, I actually liked her. But that girl seemed to look down on me for being poor, so she rejected me. I knew I wasn't worthy of trying to keep her back then, so I endured the pain deep in my heart and worked hard to become the person I wanted to be, hoping she would come back to me. Later, we got together, and she was completely devoted to me. I thought my sacrifices had finally paid off, and I even imagined what life would be like after we got married. But I never imagined that everything would turn out this way. Now I even doubt myself for ever falling for such a heartless woman. She deceived me. She not only swindled my money but also betrayed my feelings, then eloped with a wealthy foreign heir and fled abroad. Now she is living a life of luxury, while I've fallen so low I can't even go back home." Chen Jie grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, clenching his fists tightly as if trying to vent all his anger. Yang Yu fell silent. He couldn't fully empathize with Chen Jie's feelings, but he knew that what Chen Jie was saying was probably true. However, Yang Yu wasn't sure if Chen Jie and his girlfriend had made any agreements, so he asked, "Did you and your girlfriend sign any agreements?" "If there's no agreement, and you officially transfer the house to her, then your belongings would still belong to you, and there would be a way to get your house back." Su Ningran nodded and said, "If you need legal assistance, I can connect you with the best lawyer in Luzhou City to help you win the case." Chen Jie heard Su Ningran's words and his eyes lit up. He looked at Su Ningran excitedly and asked, "Really? You're really willing to help me? Thank you so much." "Yes." Su Ningran nodded gently. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to help. If you can really help me get my house back, as soon as I get my salary next month, I'll pay you immediately." Chen Zijie patted his chest and assured her. Su Ningran smiled and said, "No need for compensation. This is just a favor I'm doing for Yang Yu. Su Ningran truly deserved her reputation for having spent so much time in the bureaucratic circle. She spoke flawlessly, and even managed to steer the conversation toward Yang Yu, which improved Chen Jia's impression of Yang Yu once again. Compared to the meager compensation, Su Ningran valued Yang Yu's favor even more. In her eyes, Yang Yu was like a deity, and if she could cultivate a closer relationship with him, it would undoubtedly benefit her in the future. Since the incident involving the female physical education teacher at the Lion Kindergarten, the higher-ups had highly praised Su Ningran, recognizing her as someone with great potential. The leaders commended her for being diligent, responsible, unafraid of hardship, cautious, and meticulous. These words were deeply meaningful to her. However, if Su Ningran could truly establish a connection with Yang Yu, it would undoubtedly be highly advantageous for her future career prospects. This could be described as a win-win situation. Moreover, now that everyone in the Lujiang City bureaucratic circle knows about the unusual relationship between Su Ningran and Yang Yu, she has faced no further obstacles within the Education Bureau. As Su Ningran had mentioned earlier, some things are such that once you become powerful enough, even a single word from you can cause many to rally behind you. At that moment, traffic came to a standstill on Nanhuang Avenue. This was because Nanhuang Avenue is a road on the outskirts of the city, so it has never been very crowded before. No one knew what had happened today. The driver of the stretched Lincoln spoke up, "Gentlemen, we might not be able to get through South Ring Road. The road ahead is blocked, and there's a long line of cars behind us. It's unlikely we can take a detour. I suggest we go around from the other side." Yang Yu furrowed his brows. He also looked out the window and saw that there were indeed dozens of luxury cars following behind them. Upon hearing the driver's words, Su Ningran immediately opened her phone map to check the exact location of the road. As she did so, her expression turned grim. They had just passed a traffic light, and if they tried to veer off now, it would be no easy task. After all, the main road was packed with vehicles, and navigating through such dense traffic was clearly an impossible feat. Just then, Yang Yu suddenly spoke up and asked, "Driver, if we take a detour now, how long would it take to get there, or is there another route we could take?" "If we take a detour, it'll probably take at least 2.5 hours at the earliest," the driver said after thinking for a moment and looking at the navigation map. Upon hearing the driver's words, Yang Yu felt a sense of urgency. He had just boarded the plane that morning and sent a message to Xu Fan, promising that he would definitely be back before sunset tonight to meet her. Chapter 141, Can't Let Him Pass? However, Yang Yu looked up at the sun in the sky. There was only about an hour left before sunset. Could he possibly make it home in time to see Xu Fan within that hour? This was a serious problem. Thinking of this, Yang Yu spoke in a low voice, "We have at most 1.5 hours left. I must get home before the sun sets to see Xu Fan." Su Ningran spoke with some confusion, "This road has 8 lanes. It's never congested on normal days. Why is it so bad today? Moreover, this road has always been off limits to large freight trucks. Could something have happened?" Su Ningran asked, still puzzled. Su Ningran took out her phone and called her colleague on duty, speaking in a serious tone, "This is Su Ningran. Why is there a traffic jam on South Ring Road?" On the other end of the line, Su Ningran's colleague on duty looked equally puzzled and replied in confusion, "Sir, there's no traffic jam on South Ring Road. We haven't received any reports today about the road being closed." After hearing the on-duty colleague's words, he was also filled with confusion and immediately asked in a serious tone, "Go check it out immediately. What's going on?" Yang Yu looked out the window at the setting sun and felt increasingly anxious. He then spoke in a serious tone, "Why don't I get out and take a look to see what's going on?" Yang Yu said this as he opened the car door, preparing to get out and walk forward to see what was happening. Ran Duo followed Yang Yu out of the car. Chen Jijia followed suit, opening his live stream and getting out of the car behind the two of them. The three of them walked forward together. Yang Yu noticed that ahead, not far away, there were some construction workers wearing orange uniforms and bodyguards wearing sunglasses standing together, using roadblocks and barriers to separate a section of vehicles and block off the road. However, Yang Yu noticed that among the construction workers and bodyguards, there were some community staff members who seemed to be in charge, giving orders to the others, "Make sure you keep a close eye on this area. Not only must vehicles not be allowed to pass, but pedestrians must also be controlled. There must be no mistakes whatsoever. This matter is of utmost importance. If anything goes wrong, you will not be able to take responsibility for it." The staff members made solemn promises, not even a single mosquito will be able to get in. Just at that moment, a mosquito flew onto the desk of the community worker leading the group. The community worker instinctively froze for a moment, and this scene quickly caught the foreman's attention. The foreman, who had been reporting to him, gave an awkward smile and reached out to squish the buzzing mosquito. The construction team leader immediately handed a cigarette to the supervisor and said, "Sir, have a smoke to stay alert. It's so cold out here, don't catch a cold. You've entrusted us with this task, and we'll make sure you're completely satisfied." The supervisor accepted the cigarette with a smile, nodded, took a puff, and then resumed directing the workers on site. The leader was very satisfied with the contractor's attitude, so he felt completely at ease in trusting these tasks to them. All he needs to do is rest in the room and watch them work. At that moment, Yang Yu and the two others approached the construction worker blocking the path and asked, "May we pass through here?" At that moment, the bodyguard noticed someone approaching and quickly stepped in front of the construction crew leader and the few men beside him, glaring coldly at Yang Yu and said, "I'm very sorry, but this road is currently under traffic control. No one is allowed to pass. If you wish to go to the other side, please take an alternative route." Yang Yu heard the bodyguard's words and smiled politely before speaking. "Could you please tell me what exactly happened on this road? Has there been an accident ahead that's blocking the road, or is there an important person here that requires the area to be cordoned off? Are you deaf? I said the road is closed to traffic. You must take another route." The security guard snorted coldly and spoke without any courtesy. "Well, I'd like to know why you're restricting traffic in the first place." Ran Duo couldn't hold back her anger and demanded an explanation in a stern voice. At that moment, the construction crew leader noticed Yang Yu and the others arguing with the bodyguards. He stormed over, glaring at Yang Yu with a mocking expression in his eyes, and said, "Who are you three? Get out of here immediately. You're not welcome here, or else I won't hesitate to take action." The construction crew leader turned to the bodyguards who had been arguing with Yang Yu and the others, and asked in a stern voice, "What were they asking you just now?" "They were asking me why we were blocking the road. They asked me why we were blocking the road here." The bodyguard replied in a low voice. The construction crew leader heard what the bodyguard said, then looked at Yang Yu and the other two, and burst into laughter. "This is hilarious. They ask why we're blocking the road here. Do they really think this is someplace special? Ask me why we're blocking the road? Do you even deserve to know? Get out of here." Yang Yu took a deep breath and asked again, "Why is the road blocked? Did something happen?" The construction crew leader, hearing Yang Yu dare to ask him, glared at him angrily and said, "I advise you not to mind your own business. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it." Chen Jijia, who was live streaming the scene, recorded everything that was happening in front of him and uploaded it to his live streaming platform. Some residents trapped in the cordoned-off area also shared what was happening inside the area in the live streaming chat. "It seems like there's a big streamer hosting an event inside. They've blocked off many roads. Moreover, even residents living in the blocked-off areas were stopped from entering. They started blocking the roads at 7 in the morning, and it's been nearly 90 hours now. They say it might stay closed until 2 in the morning. The big live streamers inside are apparently hosting some kind of outdoor product promotion event, but it's so cold out there, why are they doing that? That doesn't make sense." Chen Jia saw the messages the viewers were sending in the live stream and immediately shared what he knew with Yang Yu and Ran Duo. The messages said that a big streamer was hosting an outdoor event and had closed off the area around South Ring Road since morning. Chen Jia paused for a moment before speaking. Chapter 142, Wow. The big streamer is so arrogant? Ran Duo frowned, feeling puzzled. She found this situation odd, as in this day and age, with the internet so widespread, it should be easy to investigate what exactly happened. After pondering for a moment, Ran Duo approached the construction crew leader and asked, "Are you blocking the road here with official documentation? Have you registered this with the traffic management department?" The construction crew leader, upon hearing Ran Duo's words, glanced at her disdainfully and said, "Who are you? Do you have the authority to speak? Get out of the way. Let me tell you, even if you know, it won't matter. We've already reported this. Without their permission, no one or no vehicles are allowed to pass. You can either take a detour or wait until the roadblock is lifted." Ran Duo took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the anger boiling inside her. Yang Yu heard the construction team leader's words and narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a bit annoyed as well. If the road had been closed due to a traffic accident or someone being trapped inside, Yang Yu could understand. However, closing a road from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. simply because of a so-called online influencer was simply too much. Who gave them such authority to act so brazenly? To arbitrarily block this road? Even during major holidays, when the city is holding celebrations, they would never do this. Even if roads are closed, it is done in a reasonable manner that does not disrupt traffic, and only for a short period of time. Moreover, only vehicles are blocked, not pedestrians. And these are residents living in this area. Yang Yu's gaze fell on the foreman responsible for maintaining order, and he asked, "I would like to ask, who exactly issued this order? Who gave you the authority to block the road for such a long time? Do you know that your actions are illegal? A so-called online streamer dares to block the road so brazenly. Who gave him permission to do this?" At that moment, many pedestrians gathered around Yang Yu and began to vent their grievances together. "My child caught a cold yesterday, and I had planned to take them to the hospital today, but now we've all been prohibited from leaving our homes. This isn't just disrupting social order, it's also violating national laws and regulations." Exactly, these people are getting way too arrogant. Just because some online streamer is hosting an event, they won't let us go out to buy groceries. These people are getting more and more arrogant. Do they really think they're in charge now? Exactly. This world is governed by the rule of law. What gives these so-called influencers the right to block off an entire street? If this continues, won't the entire Huaxia kingdom eventually become the territory of these online streaming circles? Exactly. With such influential live streamers online, what are we ordinary people supposed to do? The crowd that had gathered around also began to discuss the matter. At that moment, the construction crew leader, seeing so many people gathered around him to confront him, shouted directly into the crowd, "Shut up! How we handle this is the police's business. Get out of here! Don't obstruct official duties." As he spoke, the construction crew foreman reached out to push the crowd back. Yang Yu looked at the crowd crying and pleading here, his eyes revealing a chill. He felt he was truly getting angry. He then spoke in a low voice to the construction crew foreman, "Please let them pass immediately. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for the relevant authorities to come and arrest you." However, the construction crew leader paid no heed to Yang Yu's words. As far as he was concerned, as long as these live streaming hosts paid him, he would do whatever they asked. Not only would he block the road for half a day, but he would even keep it blocked for 7 days straight if that's what they wanted. As for the relevant departments mentioned by Yang Yu, the construction team leader didn't take them seriously at all. After all, in his view, these so-called relevant departments had no authority to interfere with his operations. However, even if the relevant departments came to arrest him, he wasn't afraid. He could simply shift the blame onto his superiors. After all, they had all acted according to the instructions of the community leaders. At worst, they might get scolded or even fired, but he didn't believe anyone would hold them personally responsible. Moreover, over the past few years, the construction team leader had encountered all sorts of people, but this was the first time he had come across someone like Yang Yu. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke with a cold smile. "What? Do you think that just because you say something, someone will come to resolve this issue for you? Do you know what these people inside are capable of? You can't afford to provoke them. I'm telling you. Either do as I say, or call the police directly. Either way, I won't let you pass. I'm blocking the road here with permission from the neighborhood office. If you continue to cause trouble here, I can call someone to arrest you right now. Your attitude is very dangerous. If you delay our work, you will suffer the consequences. You might even lose your jobs and be unable to continue living here. If you persist in your stubbornness, don't blame me for being ruthless." The construction team leader also threatened him, and at this point, he had already given up. Upon hearing the construction team leader's words, Yang Yu sneered disdainfully. He was the chief engineer of the Tsanglong Research Institute in Huaxia Nation. There was probably no one in the world who could make him lose his job, not even high-ranking officials from Huaxia Nation. Such a decision would inevitably provoke widespread anger, so in Yang Yu's eyes, the construction team leader was simply talking nonsense. At this point, Yang Yu had already realized that only he could help these innocent civilians and lift the blockade on the road. He then turned to the construction crew leader and spoke in a firm tone, "If you can't make this decision, then please step aside and let me go talk to the community staff who authorized you to block the road." A mere community office who gave them such authority? This is clearly the jurisdiction of the traffic management department. How dare a community office dare to block the road on its own? Upon hearing Yang Yu's request to meet with the community office staff, the construction crew leader immediately waved his hand behind him. A group of burly bodyguards then fixed their gaze on Yang Yu and his companions, clearly professional security personnel, each armed and ready for combat. Chapter 143, Violent Eviction. These people are more like thugs than bodyguards. They'll do anything for money. The leader of the bodyguards stepped forward and spoke disdainfully to Yang Yu. "Who do you think you are? You dare to negotiate with the community staff? Do you even deserve to be here? If you want to see the community staff, you need a pass first." The bodyguard captain's words were clearly meant to make things difficult for Yang Yu and his group. If Yang Yu had an access permit, he wouldn't be standing outside looking so helpless. The bodyguard captain obviously knew this, so this time he was determined to give Yang Yu and his group a hard time, hoping to make them leave in disgrace. Just then, Chen Jie, who was live streaming, stepped forward and spoke in a firm voice. "We have the right to demand to see the community staff responsible for your case. This is our right, and you must let us through." "Ah, you're really funny. I already told you that this road is closed. You still say you have the right to see your staff? Who do you think you are? I said you can't go in, so you can't go in. This is my right." The bodyguard captain snorted and said. Yang Yu heard this and furrowed his brows. He thought to himself, "It seems that with just the three of us, there's no way we can get these people to let us in to see the community office staff. We'll probably have to get Su Ningran to step in to resolve this matter." However, Yang Yu already owed Su Ningran a great favor, and he didn't want to trouble her again. Then Yang Yu spoke in a low voice to the bodyguard captain and the construction team captain. "I'm telling you, if you don't let me in to see the community staff, then you might be in trouble soon. I'm not threatening you." Yang Yu's words were not empty threats. If this matter were to involve Su Ningran, it would certainly not end so easily. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, the bodyguard captain couldn't help but laugh. Pointing at Yang Yu, he said, "Ha! You You want us to get into trouble? Are you out of your mind? Do you know who we are? You're just a beggar. What gives you the right to talk to me like this? The bodyguard captain sized Yang Yu up from head to toe, noticing that his clothes were ordinary, clearly that of an average citizen from an ordinary family. He had no idea who Yang Yu really was. The bodyguard captain thought to himself that dealing with someone like this was too easy. All he needed to do was order his men to use violence to beat Yang Yu up and force him to leave. With that thought, the construction crew leader waved his hand and addressed his men. Guys, get them out of here. Make them leave. I'll see who dares to stop me today. I advise you to leave quickly, or else if you end up getting hurt, don't blame me. I'm telling you, we're not messing around today. Our boss said this road is off limits to outsiders like you. The construction crew members were also acting all tough, mocking Yang Yu and his group from the sidelines. Just then, Su Ningran noticed that Yang Yu and the others had been gone for so long and hadn't returned yet. She grew concerned and got out of the car to look for them. Su Ningran walked over and asked in a serious tone, "What exactly is happening here?" Yang Yu saw Su Ningran approaching and spoke to her in a low voice. Because there's an online streamer doing an outdoor activity here, they blocked off the road. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, she then asked, who gave them the right to openly block the road here? Who is behind this, allowing them to act so brazenly? Yang Yu, upon hearing Su Ningran's words, immediately explained, it's the local community office. They said this area has been expropriated by them, and their meaning is that no vehicles or pedestrians are allowed to pass through. How could such a thing happen? Their nerve is truly unbounded. This is a matter under the jurisdiction of the Traffic Management Department. How dare they deprive us of our rights with just a single statement? This time, Su Ningran was truly enraged. These people's ambitions are simply too great. In such cases, if the Traffic Management Department decides to block the road, it should be reported to the municipal government by the Transportation Management Department. Moreover, even if the road needs to be blocked, it would never be done at this particular time. Moreover, this was done without the approval of the Traffic Management Bureau. Therefore, Su Ningran was well aware that these people were not following the rules. They were clearly bullying others by taking advantage of their position and power. Yang Yu spoke in a low voice, I just told them to let me in. I said I wanted to talk to the community office staff, but they refused. That's why we're arguing here now. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Su Ningran furrowed her brows slightly, her expression darkening instantly. Although Su Ningran knew that, in modern society, as a live streamer, one did have some influence, but acting this way was simply too excessive. These were vehicles and pedestrians, not just anyone. How could they just block the road like that? At that moment, Su Ningran desperately wanted to rush over and give those trashy people a good lesson, but she ultimately managed to control herself. She took a deep breath and then turned to Yang Yu, speaking in a firm voice, don't worry, it's nothing. I'll handle this. Since these people don't want to let us in, we naturally have a way to make them back down. You all just stay here and wait patiently. Su Ningran stepped forward and addressed the bodyguard captain, blocking their way in a stern voice, you dare to be so bold? Get out of our way immediately, or else you'll be arrested. The bodyguard captain sneered disdainfully upon hearing Su Ningran's words, who do you think you are? Do you think we'll just let you pass because you say so? Let me tell you, even if the mayor himself were here, you wouldn't be able to pass through here today. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame us for being unkind. Yang Yu narrowed his eyes. He knew these guys were tough and wouldn't back down easily. If he didn't use some special tactics, there was no way they'd get through smoothly today. If this kept up, these guys definitely wouldn't obey orders. Chapter 144, Hit a Brick Wall. Su Ningran heard what they said and was so angry she couldn't help but laugh. She spoke up, it seems you have no intention of letting us in? That's right, you're not getting in. Let me tell you, our boss has already given orders. Today, not only you, but no vehicles or people are allowed to pass. If you dare to force your way in, don't blame us for being unkind. The bodyguard team leader spoke coldly. At that moment, several other bodyguards pulled out steel rods and glared at Yang Yu and the others with a defiant expression. Su Ningran saw them brandishing the clubs and her expression turned grim. She addressed the bodyguard captain in a stern voice, what you're doing is illegal. Illegal? You dare to come to our place and cause trouble, yet you expect us to follow the law? Do you really think that's possible? The bodyguard captain sneered in response to Su Ningran's words. Illegal? You dare to come to our territory and cause trouble, yet you expect us to obey the law? Do you really think that's possible? The bodyguard captain replied with a cold snort after hearing Su Ningran's words. Su Ningran sneered and said, fine, since that's the case, then you'll just have to wait for the law to punish you. If you dare to block us today, I guarantee you'll regret it. Hearing Su Ningran's threat, the bodyguard captain grew furious. He sneered and said, fine, I'll see just how capable you are of making us suffer the consequences. After speaking, the bodyguard captain signaled to his men, and the bodyguards immediately approached Yang Yu and the others. Yang Yu clenched his fists tightly, preparing to fight. Though these men were called bodyguards, they looked more like thugs. However, they were tall and muscular, and each held a steel rod. If a fight broke out, Yang Yu and his companions would certainly not be their match. When Sunin saw Yang Yu and his group about to confront the thugs, she hurried over to Yang Yu, pulled out a walkie-talkie from her pocket, and spoke in a serious tone, "Please respond immediately. Mr. Yang is in trouble." As soon as Sunin finished speaking, a dozen men dressed in black suits emerged from the Mercedes-Benz van behind the extended Lincoln. Each of them was tall and muscular, exuding a fierce aura, clearly professionals with military training. Bang! Bang! Only to see a dozen men dressed in black suits leap out of the Mercedes-Benz van and quickly approach the group of people. When the bodyguard captain saw the dozen or so black-clad men suddenly appear, his expression couldn't help but freeze for a moment. However, the bodyguard captain had been in the line of work for many years, so after a moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. Seeing this, the bodyguard captain snorted coldly and spoke in a deep voice, "Men, attack." Upon hearing his order, the bodyguards immediately grabbed their clubs and charged toward the dozen or so black-clad men. After a brief skirmish, the bodyguards found themselves completely outmatched. Not only that, but the arms of the bodyguard captain and the other subordinates were also injured. These black-clad men were simply too skilled, so after just a few exchanges, all the bodyguards were knocked to the ground. At that moment, the bodyguard captain and the rest of the henchmen finally realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. The men in black who had gotten out of the Mercedes-Benz SUV were not ordinary people, but former members of the Wild Leopard Squad. They had spent 20 years in the Wild Leopard Squad, always following the squad's commander, and had carried out various missions time and time again. As a result, their combat prowess was absolutely formidable. These former Wild Leopard team members have formed a security detail, constantly keeping watch around Yang Yu to ensure his safety. Upon detecting any attempt to attack Yang Yu, these Wild Leopard team members will naturally intervene to prevent any danger from occurring. This was truly impressive. This scene left Chen Jie speechless. Yang Yu's security team was incredibly skilled. In just a few exchanges, they had taken down all the bodyguards. Moreover, the ruthless and fierce techniques they used earlier suggested that they had undergone rigorous training. Chen Jie live streamed everything that happened at the scene to his live streaming room, and it quickly caught the attention of netizens. At this point, many netizens expressed astonishment and shock. They never imagined that the black-clad men protecting Yang Yu were so formidable, even more so than the police, managing to take down the other party's bodyguards in an instant. Moreover, the way they moved was so clean and precise, clearly the work of highly trained professionals. If they were ordinary bodyguards, they wouldn't stand a chance against these men. Wow, these people are so strong. Who are they? How can they be so skilled? They're even better than the police. My goodness, I never expected them to be this powerful. Yeah, look at how they move. They're just like special forces. They're absolutely incredible. You're right. I've never seen such an impressive security team before. These guys are truly skilled. You're right. I never realized this man's identity was so extraordinary. Who is this man? To have such a formidable bodyguard team is truly remarkable. If such a team were to appear on the streets, it would surely strike fear into the hearts of countless people. People online were watching the video of the black-clad bodyguards and discussing it animatedly, filled with curiosity about Yang Yu. They rarely saw someone so formidable. Upon seeing these black-clad men, the bodyguard captain felt a chill run down his spine, and a cold sweat broke out all over his body. The bodyguard captain knew he had gotten himself into trouble today. He secretly thanked himself for making the right decision earlier. If he hadn't stopped the operation in time, they would probably have been arrested by now. The bodyguard captain cursed under his breath. That damn man. He looks so plain and low-key. How could he possibly know these people? Thinking of this, the bodyguard captain couldn't help but feel resentment toward Yang Yu. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have offended such a group of people. However, now that things had reached this point, even if he regretted it, it was too late. After all the bodyguards blocking the way had been dealt with, Yang Yu walked toward the direction where the community office staff were located. At that moment, Sunin called the nearest traffic management department. Speaking in a furious tone, she demanded, "I am Sunin, the director of the Education Bureau. What are you doing at the traffic management department? Don't you know that Nanhuang Avenue has been blocked off?" Chapter 145, What are you doing? When the head of the traffic management department heard it was Sunin, he was about to speak up to flatter her, but upon hearing the tone of her questioning, they all fell silent, not daring to breathe a word. "We never received any notice to block the road. No one consulted us about this. I really have no idea." The head of the traffic management department spoke up, sounding utterly wronged. "I don't care whether you knew or not. Such an incident occurred within your jurisdiction, so you are responsible. Absolutely responsible for it. I hope you can send relevant personnel to handle this matter as soon as possible. If you continue to delay, you can pack your bags and leave immediately." Sunin spoke directly into the phone to the head of the traffic management department in a stern voice. "Do you know who was blocked on South Ring Road this time? If he gets upset, the entire upper echelon of Luzhou City will suffer. You'd better have the traffic management department send someone over immediately to handle this. Su Ningran said in a stern voice to the head of the traffic management department on the phone. Upon hearing Su Ningran's words, the traffic management department official was terrified. He hadn't realized that the person Su Ningran was referring to was so powerful. If he had known earlier, he would never have dared to come to work on South Ring Road. If he found out, he would rather die than come here. Alright, Director Su, I understand. I'll immediately dispatch personnel to handle this matter as soon as possible. The head of the traffic management department hurriedly nodded in agreement. Su Ningran replied faintly, then hung up the phone. After hanging up, a fleeting expression of uncertainty flashed across Su Ningran's pretty face. Her heart was now filled with worry and anxiety. Su Ningran's brows furrowed tightly as she silently prayed in her heart, hoping nothing would go wrong. After Su Ningran hung up the phone, the head of the traffic management department quickly dialed the number of Deputy Captain Li Jianguo, who was patrolling near South Ring Road. The head of the traffic management department spoke in a stern voice, "Hurry to South Ring Road immediately. You must investigate what happened as soon as possible. Why did someone suddenly block off the road on South Ring Road? You must get to the bottom of this. Hurry over there. If this matter isn't handled properly, we'll all be out of a job." Understood. We'll head to South Ring Road immediately and get to the bottom of this. No matter who did this, we won't let them get away with it. Li Jianguo nodded solemnly and hung up the phone. Li Jianguo was the deputy captain of the traffic management department and one of the frontline traffic management officers on South Ring Road. He was responsible for managing traffic on South Ring Road and was considered an authority on traffic matters in that area. Upon receiving the call, Li Jianguo did not dare to delay and immediately summoned his subordinates to rush to South Ring Road. At that moment, the bodyguard captain saw that all his men had been subdued by the black-clad men brought by Yang Yu. He was completely stunned, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He never imagined that the bodyguards Yang Yu had brought were so skilled. How dare he have dared to provoke these people earlier? Wasn't that asking for death? Who is this guy? How does he have so many agile bodyguards protecting him? The bodyguard captain was deeply puzzled. He really wanted to know Yang Yu's background and why so many skilled people were helping him. Thinking this, the bodyguard captain quickly ran over to the community office staff and asked for help, saying, "Someone is causing trouble here." I couldn't stop them, and they let him in. The staff member from the community office heard the commotion and slowly emerged from the small building. After listening to the bodyguard captain's explanation, he sneered disdainfully, glanced at Yang Yu, and spoke arrogantly, "Who are you? How dare you come here causing trouble?" At that moment, Yang Yu walked over, glanced at the staff member, and spoke to him with obvious displeasure. "What right do you have to block the road here? Don't you know that blocking the road is illegal?" Just then, the sound of a police siren rang out, and several patrol cars quickly arrived near South Ring Road. After the patrol cars came to a stop, a large group of traffic enforcement officers emerged from the vehicles. Leading the group was Deputy Captain Li Jianguo of the Traffic Management Department. The staff members from the sub-district office, upon seeing Li Jianguo arrive, felt a bit puzzled but quickly rushed forward to greet him respectfully, saying, "Captain Li, why did you come personally? We can handle these matters on our own, there's no need for you to trouble yourself." However, the deputy captain of the traffic management department ignored the community office staff member and walked straight towards Su Ningran, speaking respectfully, "I'm sorry, Director Su. It was our oversight that led to this situation. Please forgive us." What are you even doing? Such a serious incident occurred within your jurisdiction, yet you didn't resolve it immediately. Instead, you allowed it to escalate further. Do you really think this matter will be resolved so easily? Su Ningran spoke without any hesitation. Li Jianguo, upon hearing Su Ningran's reprimand, broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Li Jianguo also knew that today's situation was indeed their fault, so he couldn't argue back. "I apologize and am willing to cooperate with the organization's investigation, but I hope Director Su will forgive us. After all, we only just received the news ourselves." Li Jianguo spoke with his head bowed. "Alright, you go and clarify the situation on Nanhuang Avenue first. As for the rest, we'll discuss it later." Su Ningran sighed and said to Li Jianguo, "Alright, first clarify the situation on South Ring Road. We'll discuss the rest later." Su Ningran sighed and addressed Li Jianguo. "Alright, I'll go handle it first." Li Jianguo replied before leading his men toward the entrance of South Ring Road. Immediately turning around, Li Jianguo's expression darkened. He walked straight up to the community office staff and shouted angrily, "What the hell is going on here? Why is South Ring Road blocked off? Is someone deliberately causing trouble? Get South Ring Road reopened immediately." Chapter 146, The Arrogant Big Broadcaster. The bodyguard captain heard that even the deputy captain of the traffic management department showed such respect toward Su Ningran, and his legs went weak. His forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. Moreover, she had just laid a hand on Su Ningran. This time, he had truly provoked someone he shouldn't have. It seemed that Su Ningran would definitely not let him off lightly this time. Just as the bodyguard captain was about to kneel down and apologize to Su Ningran, a staff member from the community office interjected with a flimsy excuse. The construction of this South Ring Road has required significant manpower and resources from our community office, so we have the right to block this road. Moreover, we closed this road to prevent unauthorized individuals from causing disturbances and disrupting residents' rest. The community office staff continued. Oh? Is that so? Li Jianguo sneered. He had worked with the leadership at the municipal government in his early days and considered himself quite familiar with such people. The staff at the community office were taken aback by Li Jianguo's questioning, but quickly composed themselves and replied, "Of course. We're just trying to maintain order." Maintain order? Li Jianguo retorted sarcastically, "I think you're just using this as an excuse to make money. Captain Li is talking nonsense." I'll tell you, the staff from the community office were clearly getting flustered and stood up to argue with Li Jianguo. We blocked the road to support the live streamers' outdoor activity here, also to promote this street and enhance its commercial value. How did that turn into you trying to make money in your mouths? You're not just lying through your teeth, are you? The staff members from the community office spoke up angrily. Commercial value. How did this become about you making money in your mouths? What else is this but blatant lies? The community office staff spoke out indignantly. Li Jianguo, however, coldly stared at the person and said, "If it's for promoting this street, why didn't you even install surveillance cameras? And why did you happen to choose this busy road to set up a checkpoint? Don't tell me it's a coincidence. In my opinion, you didn't follow the proper procedures at all." The staff from the community office were left speechless. "I advise you to hand over the surveillance footage for me to review. Otherwise, this matter won't be so easily resolved. Whoever made the mistake must face the consequences." Li Jianguo glanced indifferently at the group of security guards before speaking. When Yang Yu heard the community office staff's evasive arguments, he was furious. He spoke in a low voice, "This is absurd. What you're doing is obstructing normal traffic, yet you claim it's to enhance the publicity of this street. What about the residents who can't go home because you're blocking them? What about the sick people who can't go to the hospital because you're stopping them? Have you considered their feelings? If something happens to them because of this, can you take responsibility for it?" Yang Yu's tone grew increasingly intense. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Su Ningran's expression also grew extremely solemn. She then turned to Li Jianguo and said in a low voice, "Captain Li, you have about half an hour left. You must handle the situation on South Ring Road immediately. Additionally, you must thoroughly investigate this matter and find out who is behind it. I will not let them get away with this. Director Su, rest assured. I will provide you with a reasonable explanation. The Traffic Management Department will handle this matter impartially." Li Jianguo nodded and then addressed the people he had brought with him, "Everyone, pay attention. Immediately detain and take back all those who are illegally blocking the road." Li Jianguo's order caused the onlookers around him to gasp in shock. "With Director Su here, you have nothing to fear. Anyone who dares to resist may be subjected to forceful measures. This is the law enforcement authority granted to you by the state." The members of the enforcement team behind Deputy Captain Li Jianguo responded in unison upon hearing the order, "Received." After Li Jianguo finished speaking, he immediately directed several law enforcement officers to step forward and, without hesitation, subdued the group. These bodyguards had never seen such a large-scale operation before. They were so frightened that they trembled all over and dared not resist. The bodyguard captain realized at that moment that they were in serious trouble this time. If they were caught by the police or taken to the police station, they would likely face imprisonment, and their parents and relatives might even be implicated. Thinking of this, the bodyguard captain's legs couldn't help but go weak. Just then, staff from the community office called the live streamer who was conducting an outdoor activity on South Ring Road and had him come out. Upon receiving the call, the live streamer hurried out with his fans and bodyguards. Upon arriving at the scene, the live streamer calmly stepped forward and addressed the community office staff, "What's going on? What happened here?" The community office staff then explained the entire situation to the live streamer. Upon learning the full details of the matter, the live streamer calmly lit a cigarette and began to smoke leisurely, showing no signs of anxiety. However, the live streamer's attitude caused Su Ningran to furrow his brows. He suspected that the live streamer before him might be the mastermind behind the scenes. The live streamer then slowly exhaled a smoke ring and casually remarked, "I'm one of the top 10 live streamers in the country. I'm doing outdoor activities in your city of Luzhou because I think highly of you. I hope you can cooperate with my work as it will benefit both of us. Also, you said you're Director Su? Where's your ID? Show it to me. And where did this poor guy come from? He's dressed so shabbily he doesn't look like someone with any manners. Please stay away from me so you don't dirty my clothes." The online streamer eyed Yang Yu up and down before mockingly speaking. When facing Su Ningran and the traffic management officials, the live streamer showed no signs of panic. Instead, he stood there confidently, speaking arrogantly to Su Ningran, "Why aren't you releasing my people yet? He even believed that his men had already gained control of the situation, and that Su Ningran and Li Jianguo should now be wary of him. However, he never imagined that the two people in front of him were completely unaffected by his tactics. Chapter 147, You have no right to watch. You have no right to see the documents. Su Ningran spoke without emotion. Just then, the sound of a police siren rang out, and 6 traffic enforcement vehicles came to a stop in front of the crowd. The head of the traffic management department then jumped out of the vehicle, followed by a group of enforcement officers. The head of the traffic management department first greeted Su Ningran before speaking in a stern tone to the online streamer. You are not authorized to view the credentials of Bureau Chief Su. Who gave you permission to block the road here? Bring him over here immediately. Without permission from the traffic management department, you dare to block the road on your own? Is he just a staff member from the community office, unaware of the consequences of violating regulations? The head of the traffic management department knows that Su Ningran must be very angry right now, but this matter must be resolved through proper enforcement procedures. Therefore, he must summon the head of the community office that authorized the unauthorized road closure. Within your jurisdiction, you should have the authority to decide whether to block the road, right? Moreover, they even took your people away. I'm sure you wouldn't agree to that either, would you? The online streamer spoke coldly. The community office director spoke in a solemn tone. Wait for me to come over. This matter was approved by me. Rest assured, I will handle it immediately, and there will be no issues whatsoever. How dare they arrest my people? Does he not know who I am? I'll go over there and see who dares to be so bold. In the community official's view, although the matter was serious, he was confident he could resolve it. After all, he was the responsible official for this area. Although the other party is from the traffic management department, this is still his territory, and he absolutely cannot lose face. Otherwise, he won't be able to show his face in this circle anymore. He believed he had merely blocked a road. At worst, he would take his men to negotiate with the traffic management department and ask them to give him some face. As for the rest, he wasn't the least bit concerned. Just then, Yang Yu saw that the situation was almost resolved and followed the deputy captain of the traffic management department, saying, since the matter is almost settled, we'll be on our way. Also, after you take these people back, make sure to give them a severe reprimand, especially this online streamer. We can't let such inappropriate behavior spread throughout society. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, the head of the traffic management department nodded repeatedly in approval of Yang Yu's thorough thinking. He then instructed Deputy Captain Li Jianguo to speak up. Li, remember, this matter must be handled with the utmost seriousness. Rest assured, sir. I've got this under control. You can count on me. Deputy Captain Li Jianguo replied confidently. Yang Yu turned to look at Randuer and Su Ningran and said, let's go. Just as Yang Yu was about to lead Randuer and Su Ningran away, the online streamer suddenly stepped forward to block Yang Yu's path, preventing him and the others from leaving, and said, do you think this is someplace you can come and go as you please? You disrupted my outdoor live streaming event today. Do you know how much money this has cost me? You must compensate me for my mental distress and lost wages, or else you won't be leaving. At this moment, the live streamer had become increasingly aggressive. He felt he was in control of the situation, as his side had numerical superiority, and he was certain he wouldn't lose. Plus, being a live streamer, he felt he had nothing to fear. Su Ningran was taken aback by the situation. Just as she was about to speak, she was pulled aside by Yang Yu, who signaled her to stay silent. Yang Yu glared coldly at the live streamer and said, what if I refuse to pay? The live streamer snorted derisively and said, no money? Do you know how severe the consequences of offending me would be? Let me tell you, you'll definitely regret it. Yang Yu heard his words and calmly replied to him, as a top-tier online streamer, instead of bringing positive energy to netizens, you're spreading such negative influences. Don't you feel ashamed? After hearing Yang Yu's words, the online streamer couldn't help but sneer and said, you dare to lecture me? I'm a big streamer with over 100 million followers. Who do you think you are? At that moment, the live streamer noticed Chen Jie standing behind Yang Yu and pointed at him, mockingly saying, isn't that Chen Jie? No wonder. So you're friends with Chen Jie. It's true that birds of a feather flock together, trash sticks together. I was wondering why they were so arrogant. Is Chen Jie trying to ride my coattails and stir things up to gain some followers? Chen Jie, do you know where you fall short compared to me? I treat my fans like family and give them perks that's something you, a trashy streamer, could never do. The online streamer continued to mock him. Chen Jie mentioned his words, sneered disdainfully, and responded, that's how you treat your fans like family, by scamming them out of their money? Putting their money into your own pocket? You must have some brains to even do such a thing. What nonsense are you spouting? Our fans all love me dearly. The online streamer was exposed by Chen Jie, his face turning bright red with anger. He then shouted, Chen Jie, I think you're looking for trouble. With your trashy little streamer status, you dare to show off in front of me? With your fan base and fame, I could take you down with a single finger. You know very well that you're just spouting nonsense. This time, I'll expose all your dirty secrets for everyone to see. We're all in the same industry. Everyone knows you organize these outdoor activities under the guise of giving fans perks, but in reality, just trying to scam people out of money. Charging people thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars for gifts is utterly shameless. Then you post fake news to attract more traffic and hire paid commenters to promote your content. You're nothing but a despicable hypocrite. Chen Jie grew increasingly agitated and exposed all the despicable deeds of this online streamer. When these words reached the ears of the audience in Chen Jie's livestream, the fans who had also been following the online streamer in that room immediately erupted in anger, hurling insults and abuse. What a disgusting person. How could he do such a vile thing? I can't believe I've supported him for so long. Chapter 148, The Inside Story of the Top-Tier Livestreamer. I'm out of here. I'm unfollowing them. This is just a beast in the guise of a streamer. How the hell did I not notice this before? This streamer is nothing but trash. He doesn't deserve to be my favorite streamer. Get out of the entertainment industry. I hate people who deceive their fans' emotions. It's disgusting. After hearing what Chen Jie said, the online streamer was completely shaken. He never expected that Chen Jie, that good for nothing, would actually expose his own affairs. At that moment, the live streamer grew panicked. He glanced nervously at his fans behind him and pointed at Chen Jie, shouting, "Don't talk nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Without evidence, you're slandering me. I have a lawyer. If you don't do as I say, I'll sue you. I'll make sure you go to jail." At this point, Chen Jie smiled slightly and said, "If what I'm saying isn't the truth, then why are you so panicked?" Chen Jie then addressed his live stream audience, "Everyone in the live stream, I'm about to expose the industry secrets of this top-tier live streamer." As soon as Chen Jie finished speaking, the title of the live stream was immediately changed by the moderator to "Chen Jie exposes the ugly side of a top-tier live streamer." As soon as the title was changed, over 100,000 people flooded into the live stream. They watched the scene on the screen and couldn't help but furrow their brows. The looks in their eyes toward the online streamer were filled with disgust, and in an instant, the chat was flooded with messages. Is this guy really a streamer? He looks more like a thug. Exactly, I just feel like he's a complete scoundrel. These days, even scoundrels dare to be live streamers? That's terrifying. How come this kind of streamer hasn't been banned yet? Didn't you see the bodyguards behind him? This must be some rich kid with connections. I think this is real. Look at the two men beside him, they're dressed in designer brands. They're definitely not ordinary people. Rich kids are so spoiled. Yan Yu saw that Chen Jie had revealed everything about the other party and couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Chen Jie decided to expose the true inner workings of the live streaming industry, revealing how they deceive fans into sending gifts through various events. However, the online streamer refused to cooperate. He gritted his teeth, pointed at Chen Jie, and shouted, "Chen Jie, do you think I won't kill you today?" Chen Jie shrugged his shoulders, "Go ahead if you think you can." At that moment, Chen Jie's loyal fans in his livestream began to him, urging him not to do this. They were afraid that if Chen Jie offended this big streamer, he would face retaliation. This streamer wasn't just any ordinary big streamer, he was one of the most popular streamers in the country, with fans all over the world, including many celebrities and wealthy second-generation individuals. Angering these people would mean Chen Jie wouldn't have an easy life. However, Chen Jie simply smiled and shook his head in response to his loyal fans' pleas. He then spoke up, "What I despise most are people who appear glamorous on the surface. This individual has been relying on deceiving female fans for money to sustain himself, yet he pretends to be something he's not. Such a person is utterly unworthy of being our idol." Chen Jie's words completely exposed the true nature of the streamer, and the viewers in his livestream also chimed in, "Exactly. Such scum should be arrested and sentenced to prison. This guy is truly heartless. Let's get him out of our sight immediately. Otherwise, sooner or later, I won't be able to tolerate such a streamer. I'm unfollowing him. I never want to see him again." The live streamer was nearly beside himself with anger. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Now, he couldn't think of anything else. He quickly grabbed his phone and said, "Guys, let us pause for a moment. I've run into some trouble. I'll explain everything later. Let us continue after that. Don't worry, everyone." The viewers were also growing impatient. They had all been looking forward to watching the live stream, only to have this unexpected interruption ruin their plans. This was a waste of their time and money. Chen Jie then addressed the online streamer, "Today, I'll expose all your secrets, tear off your false facade, and let everyone see your true colors." Upon hearing Chen Jie's words, the live streamer's face turned extremely pale. This was the very foundation of his livelihood. If Chen Jie exposed everything, it would likely have a severe impact on his career. He certainly didn't want this insignificant person to destroy the very foundation of his livelihood. "Chen Jie, if you dare to do this, I won't let you off the hook." At this point, the streamer began to threaten Chen Jie. If you insist on doing this, I'm putting it out there today, I'll make sure you can never work in the live streaming industry again. I'll have you permanently banned. Ha ha. Chen Jie's lips curled into a faint smile. At that moment, Chen Jie's live stream fans, upon hearing the online streamer's threat, also began to cheer him on and encourage him. Chen Shui, don't be afraid. The power of our fans is endless. This bastard dares to bully our Chen Shui like this, we won't let him get away with it. We must teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Exactly. Chen Shui, don't back down. Just do it and get it over with. I love your domineering CEO vibe. Even if this streamer is as skilled as they come, what can they do? Dare they offend Chen Shui? You're the most powerful streamer in the Chinese entertainment industry. What makes them think they can challenge you? Exactly. We support Chen Shui. Chen Shui, we're with you. Don't be afraid of him. Even if he has powerful connections, we'll make him pay a heavy price. Right, let's take him down. I can't stand it anymore. Chen Jie saw the fans' reactions and couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then, the number of people in his livestream began to skyrocket. Chen Jie turned around and addressed the online streamer, saying, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'll make it clear right here today, you're the one I'm going to expose today." Yang Yu then spoke up to encourage Chen Jie. "Don't worry, Chen Jie, you don't need to be afraid of him. With me here, he won't be able to do a thing to ban you from the live streaming industry." Then Yang Yu spoke to the online streamer in a serious tone. "Don't overestimate yourself. Your backers may be powerful, but let me tell you, there are always people more capable than you, and there are always higher realms to aspire to." Chapter 149, The True Face of Shan Gu. After hearing what the other person said, Chen Jie sneered disdainfully, turned to Yang Yu, and said, "He just wants to lure all his fans into his live streaming platform so he can use them to generate a steady stream of revenue and popularity for himself. For a streamer like him, the more fans he has, the more marketing accounts he can create, which in turn boosts his fame and attention. This individual relies on this for their livelihood. I have encountered many individuals like him. Not only him, but also numerous other streamers who are similar to him. They all rely on their fan base to develop their companies, thereby rapidly expanding their businesses. These individuals have gradually forgotten their original aspirations and have begun to pursue financial gain by any means necessary." At that moment, the online streamer Shan Gu turned to his fans and said, "Don't believe him. He's just spouting nonsense. I'm a streamer with dreams. I'm fighting for my own dreams, and I would never destroy yours. So please don't listen to his lies. I genuinely want to provide my fans with better service, more benefits, and more advantages. That's why I chose to stream here. All of this is for everyone to live a better life." This streamer, Shan Gu, is clearly playing the emotional card. After all, he did say those words earlier. And the words spoken by this online streamer, Shan, caused the fans who had come to attend his offline outdoor event to cheer and scream with joy. Shan, don't worry. We'll always be by your side. We'll never leave you." I think Shan Gu makes a good point. Think about it, every time we come to watch the live stream and see the streamer broadcasting online, we feel so happy and fulfilled. Without the streamer, how could we possibly experience such happiness? Shan Gu, don't worry. We'll definitely help you handle this. In the live stream where many viewers had originally been filled with anticipation for Chen Jie, those who had come to watch the commotion or ride the live stream's popularity began to waver. Upon hearing the comments from his fans behind him, the online streamer Shan Gu actually started crying, appearing to be genuinely emotional. He continued to address the fans who had come to the event from behind him, saying, "Thank you all for your trust. You are all so adorable. Thank you so much. You really moved me deeply. Shan Gu, don't be sad. We'll always be by your side. If this video really gets leaked, we'll definitely stand by you. We all know you're a very hardworking and dedicated streamer. You'll definitely overcome this with your own efforts. We believe in you. We are firmly on your side. Yes, rest assured. Even if your popularity were to drop to just 1,000th of what it is now, we would still support you. We are willing to stand by your side and face any challenges together. Believe us, your fans will stand by you." At that moment, the fans behind the online streamer also shared their opinions one after another. Meanwhile, the streamer, Shan Gu, finally revealed the smile of a victor. Upon hearing the voices of his fans defending and supporting him, the online streamer Shan Gu was filled with a sense of triumph. He felt that he had won this round, and Chen Jie had lost. Because his fans' fighting spirit far surpassed Chen Jie's. Subsequently, the online streamer Shan Gu turned to his fans and pretended to be upset, saying, "I've always been a poor student since I was young, and I've always thought my life would be like this. But I never imagined that fate would give me this opportunity. It allowed me to become an outstanding streamer. I feel I should create a better environment for my fans, so everyone can have better working and living conditions. I don't want to be like some streamers who only think about making money for themselves. What I care about are my fans." After Shan Gu finished speaking, Chen Jie's brows furrowed deeply. Chen Jie was a smart man. He saw through this guy's tactics at a glance. He was deliberately stirring up his fans to get them to boycott him. If it weren't for Chen Jie knowing his true nature, he might have been deceived by his hypocritical facade. However, Chen Jie remained calm as he pulled out his phone and addressed the live stream viewers. Everyone, look. This top-tier streamer is putting on a show, trying to deceive your emotions. I'll tell you, don't be afraid, I'll expose his true colors for you. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by his act of playing the victim and crying here. In reality, he's the one who's been mistreating his fans all along. And what he loves doing most is hiring paid commenters to bash other streamers. This has happened dozens of times, and he has succeeded quite a few times too. This time, he just had bad luck running into me, Chen Jie. I'm a righteous person, and I won't let him keep harming you all. Just wait and see, I'll expose his hypocritical facade for everyone to see. When the streamer Shan Chan Gu saw Chen Jie directly expose his own deeds, his face instantly turned ugly. This bastard. Chen Jie revealed his secrets, instantly putting the live streamer Shan Chan Gu in a dangerous situation. Even his fans began to look at him with suspicion. While they admired his skills, if he had indeed done such things, no matter how many fans he had, they would still feel uneasy. They wouldn't be like others who would sacrifice everything for their so-called idol. Everyone, listen to me explain. These are all lies he made up. He is trying to slander me. I've never done any of these things. The online streamer immediately tried to defend himself. Then the online streamer, Shan Chan Gu, approached a female fan named Jia and said to her, Jia, do you think your brother might be innocent? How many of the things he said are true? How many are lies? Tell me. Jia hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Shan Chan Gu is a good person. He truly wants to help us. You can't slander him like this. Brother is really talented, and his live streams are indeed very entertaining. We will always believe in him. Chapter 150, Marketing Tactics. This man is just trying to ride on our brother's popularity and buzz by slandering him. Don't let him deceive you all. Last time, when our brother distributed fan gifts to a fan, there was an issue with the warehouse, causing the shipment to be delayed by 3 days. It was our brother who personally covered the costs to repurchase the fan gifts and have them delivered to the fans. Upon hearing Jia repeatedly emphasize the good deed she had done for her fans, the online streamer Shan Chan Gu also smiled contentedly and then spoke up. Did you hear that? Jia said that Chen Jie is only trying to lure you into his account. His fans are all fake. You must not fall for his tricks. Don't let him deceive you. Upon hearing Jia's words, Shan Chan Ji's fans began to question Chen Jie. Chen Jie, don't try to deny it. You're slandering him. We absolutely won't fall for it. That's right, Chen Jie, you have no proof. If you have the guts, show us the evidence. Exactly. If you don't have any evidence, don't just make things up. Otherwise, we won't let you off the hook. The fans of online streamer Shan Chan Gu are all very passionate in their reactions. Some other fans also spoke up loudly. We believe in Shan Chan Gu. Whatever Shan Chan Gu says must be true. We don't need any evidence, we just love Shan Chan Gu. Chen Jie heard what the fans of the online streamer Shan Chan Gu were saying behind his back, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud twice. At the same time, he mocked the online streamer Shan Chan Gu. You're getting better and better at lying. No wonder you were once the top streamer in the Xi'an live streaming scene. It's truly impressive. But today, you need to admit your mistakes. No matter how much you try to cover it up, it won't change the fact that you're the mastermind behind this. Shan Chan Gu, however, wore a look of contempt on his face, clearly not taking Chen Jie and the others seriously. After all, for Shan Chan Gu, he was the top-tier live streaming host in the industry. He would never compromise with them just because of a few threatening words from Chen Jie. As a top-tier live streaming host in the industry, he has his own pride, and it is precisely because of this that he is destined to follow in Li Feier's footsteps. What awaits Shan Chan Gu in the end will undoubtedly be an investigation by regulatory authorities, permanent banning, and a full apology from his agency and himself. He will undoubtedly pay a heavy price for his actions. On Nanhuang Avenue, Shan Chan Gu continued to speak out in defense. My fans trust me so much, which proves that I genuinely love them. Therefore, I hope you will stop speaking. I truly love my fans and wish them all happiness. I will not sacrifice our past feelings for fame. I hope you will stop speaking. Shan Chan Ji's words sounded noble, and his fans behind him were deeply moved, one after another starting to flood the screen. Shan Chan Gu is so touching. Shan Chan Gu is so handsome. This is exactly what an idol should be like. I also like this kind of streamer. He deserves a better girl to love him. Shan Chan Gu, I'm declaring my love for you. I want to have your baby. Shan Chan Gu, please take me with you. The fans behind Shan Chan Gu erupted once again. After seeing these so-called true fans who had been brainwashed by Shan Chan Gu, Su Ningran couldn't bear to watch anymore. He then turned to Chen Jie and asked in a serious tone, in your live streaming industry, are all these things really true? Chen Jie now knew Su Ningran's identity. He nodded at her and said solemnly, yes, Director Su. In the live streaming industry, most streamers organize on-site events or outdoor activities, and the so-called fan benefits they promote are mostly pre-arranged marketing tactics. They have already planned everything in advance during their live streams, and they hype these events on various media platforms at regular intervals. As a result, these marketing tactics do not violate any rules, which is precisely why many fans choose to purchase the products recommended by the streamers. This is also why Shanchan-gu dares to sell counterfeit goods and deceive these fans with impunity. After speaking, Chen Jijia took out his phone and addressed the crowd directly. Today, I'll show you exactly what's going on. Let me first review the live stream replay of this streamer, Shanchan-gu. Then Chen Jijia opened Shanchan-gu's live stream page, logged in, and started playing the video replay. The first video displayed on the screen showed Shanchan-gu's recent appearance in front of the camera. Shanchan-gu was sitting in front of the computer screen, fiddling with the camera equipment for a moment before the camera slowly began to pan to the left. Hey everyone, it's Shanchan-gu. Today, I'm bringing you the biggest limited time offer of the year. I've been preparing for this for a long time. In the video, Shanchan-gu is promoting one of his bird's nest products, priced at 39,999. That's right, I made it myself. I believe you all know that this product is extremely popular in China and has excellent results. Our product is not only for women but also very beneficial for children. The product in our store is a unique health product created in our hometown. It not only helps whiten and nourish the skin but also treats skin conditions. Today in the live stream, I'm offering you the biggest discount ever, not 39,999, not even 3,999, but just 999. You can take this bird's nest home, and there's a high chance your skin will become as white, smooth, and tender as you've always imagined. Shanchan paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to further stir up the fans' enthusiasm. He continued, "Let me tell you, this product is provided by a senior nurse from a beauty hospital that I specifically hired. This nurse even studied abroad in the United States and specializes in researching this type of bird's nest. The taste of this bird's nest is truly exceptional. I believe this bird's nest is absolutely outstanding. Imagine this, if you drink this bird's nest, you will definitely become more beautiful and younger." At that moment, Chen Jijia opened another video. In the video, the merchant next to Shanchan-gu handed him the script he had already written, while shouting loudly beside him, "Shanchan-gu, this price won't work. We'll lose money like this." Shanchan-gu then spoke up, "We agreed today to give fans a special deal. This is the price. Put it up for sale. Any losses will be on me." Chapter 151, Wildly Spreading. "No, Shanchan-gu, this price will really put us out of business." The merchant followed the script and tried to persuade Shanchan-gu. Shanchan-gu then spoke up, "Stop talking. List 100,000 units for me right now at 321. After Shanchan-gu finished speaking, the bird's nest products were snapped up by the fans, who began purchasing them. Some fans even managed to buy out the entire stock in just a few seconds. At that moment, Shanchan-gu looked at the 10,000 units of bird's nest he had listed, which had been completely sold out, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Just then, Chen Jijia paused the video and searched for the same product on JD. He saw that the same bird's nest was only selling for 299 yuan on JD. At that moment, some viewers in Chen Jijia's livestream had already captured this segment of the video, edited it, and uploaded it online. Upon seeing the true price of the bird's nest, Su Ningran was so enraged that her chest rose and fell with each breath, her anger boiling over. These live streamers, in their pursuit of profit, have truly lost all sense of morality. They would even resort to such despicable tactics. This is utterly shameless. Su Ningran was furious. She never imagined that Shanchan-gu would actually dare to scam people in the live stream. At this point, Su Ningran was completely disillusioned with Shanchan-gu. If she hadn't seen the real price of the bird's nest, she might have believed Shanchan-gu's lies as well. This matter must be handled seriously. As soon as I return, I will contact the Market Supervision and Administration Bureau to launch an investigation into them," Su Ningran said in a stern voice. At that moment, the head of the Traffic Management Department addressed Shanchan with a stern voice, "Shanchan, if you don't bring the head of the community office that authorized you to block the road here today, you'll have to come with us. Blocking the road here today is a serious matter. You must find someone to take responsibility for this. This is Luzhou City, and we are the Traffic Management Department responsible for this area. We will not allow any lawbreakers to escape justice." Shanchan-gu listened to the Traffic Management Department official's words, and his expression turned grim. He took a deep breath and then turned to Yang Yu and Chen Jijia, threatening them, "You just wait. You'll get what's coming to you." After that, Shanchan-gu's expression returned to calm. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and then calmly called the head of the community office. Shanchan-gu spoke into the phone, and the person on the other end urged him, "There's a major problem here. Come over immediately. They said if you don't come, they'll arrest me and take me back. I'm on your turf. If they arrest me, where will your face be? Who dares to do such a thing?" The head of the community office asked in a stern voice. It's said to be someone named Su, the director, along with people from the Traffic Management Department. The staff at the community office heard Shanshan Ge's words and furrowed their brows, then spoke in a low voice, "Director Su? Are you sure they're really from the bureau?" The head of the sub-district office pressed further. Shanshan glanced at Su Ningran across from him and then spoke casually, "I'm not entirely sure, but I think there's a high probability that they're imposters." The head of the community office spoke in a solemn tone, "Don't worry, I'll be there shortly. This is my territory, they wouldn't dare cause trouble here. I'll see who has the guts to do this. This is my territory. They actually dare to try to take you away? That's sheer nonsense. I won't stand idly by. Just wait for me. Don't worry, I'll handle this. There won't be any problems." The head of the community office spoke firmly, assuring Shanshan Gu. For the head of the community office, he wasn't afraid of the traffic management department. After all, he was an official with a background in the government. While the traffic management department had significant authority, he wasn't worried about what they could do to him. Moreover, Shanshan Gu is his client, and he hopes that Shanshan Gu can successfully organize this offline event. If Shanshan Gu can conclude this offline outdoor event smoothly, his income will also increase significantly. Additionally, Shanshan Gu has extensive connections, and once the sales volume from this collaboration reaches a certain level, the benefits for him will be substantial. Therefore, since Shanshan Gu has already asked him for help, he naturally must assist Shanshan Gu without hesitation. Just at that moment, the blocked road had been cleared by traffic management personnel, and the crowd on both sides of the road began to point and gossip about Shanshan Gu, the mastermind behind the operation. This guy was truly heartless, selling counterfeit goods and deceiving customers. Such behavior was truly disgusting. After instructing the head of the traffic management department to handle the aftermath of the incident, Su Ningran got back into the car with Yang Yu and Ran Duer, preparing to drive to Yang Yu's home. Yang Yu raised his wrist to glance at the time on his watch, feeling a sense of relief. He silently thanked his luck. "Thank goodness, I only wasted 30 minutes here." When the screen recording of Chen Jia's livestream was edited by netizens and uploaded to various websites, the video quickly spread across major forums, bulletin boards, and social media platforms. Within moments, comments flooded major media outlets and platforms like Douyin, with a wide range of opinions circulating online. "Wow! I just saw a really shocking news while watching the livestream. Turns out this guy, Shanshan Gu, is actually so bad. Hey, did you hear? This guy isn't just selling pirated DVDs, he's also allegedly involved in prostitution. Damn it! This Shanshan guy is a real scumbag. How could he do such a thing? Such scum is still thriving and even started a live stream. He's truly despicable. Such trash dares to act so brazenly on the soil of our great Chinese nation? Exactly. Such people should be arrested and permanently banned. Shanshan Gu has a high profile, and many people have purchased products in his live stream, so the buzz quickly surged to the top of Douyin's trending chart. Initially, the incident didn't generate much buzz and didn't attract much attention. However, it quickly climbed the trending charts largely due to Shanshan Ji's arch-rival, a streamer who had long been overshadowed by Shanshan Gu. Chapter 152, Downfall. Major forums and media platforms also began to feature this incident as a special column, revealing all the details of the matter. As soon as the news was released, it caused a huge uproar. Many netizens were venting their anger, including those who had previously purchased so-called fan products from Shanshan Ji's store, who also began to criticize Shanshan Gu. Subsequently, major media platforms began to criticize Shanshan Gu. After he was exposed, many netizens were left in disbelief, unable to fathom how such a thing could happen online. What has the world come to? Has Shanshan Ji's carefully crafted image crumbled? This phenomenon continued to escalate, eventually erupting into a full-scale online firestorm. What the heck is this? Shanshan Gu not only sells substandard products to deceive customers, but also sells counterfeit drugs? This is simply beastly. Shanshan Gu has completely lost his humanity. Such a person doesn't deserve to be called a man. Damn it! I just spent 300 yuan on Xi'an pork knuckles, and after eating them, my stomach felt warm. Turns out Shanshan Gu is this kind of person. This is ridiculous. This scum needs to be banned. Ban them. At this moment, numerous companies and groups that had been collaborating with Shanshan Gu, upon learning of his impending ban, swiftly terminated their cooperative projects with him. Many smaller companies even withdrew their accounts from his platform. As a top-tier live streamer, Shanshan Gu doesn't just earn money from his fans, he also earns money from merchants and his agency. Many merchants, due to his influence, have had to turn a blind eye to his exploitation. However, now that Shanshan Gu has faced such a serious issue, if it is not addressed promptly, it will inevitably damage the reputation of these merchants. Shanshan Gu is truly in a dire situation. Not only has his reputation been ruined, but all the products under his brand are now facing severe scrutiny, and his products have completely lost their competitive edge. And such an outcome was simply unbearable for Shanshan Gu. As more and more public figures began to repost Shanshan Ji's video, the video's popularity began to skyrocket. Comments and videos related to it flooded in, and even though they all made it to the trending topics list, the previously trending topics were completely overshadowed by this video, disappearing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the popularity of Shanchan Ge's video skyrocketed. Shanchan Ge's offline event illegally blocked roads, disrupting traffic. Who gave him the authority to do this? This topic quickly dominated the top 10 spots on Douyin's trending list. Originally, the buzz around Li Fei had died down after Shanchan Ge's video was released, but many sharp-eyed netizens noticed the connection between the Li Fei incident and the Shanchan Gu incident. The incident where Li Fei insulted Yang Yu at the airport and the incident where Shanchan Gu blocked the road on Nanhuang Avenue both involved the same person, Yang Yu. Therefore, many people online speculate that it might be because Yang Yu was driving home and took the South Ring Road, where he happened to encounter Shanchan Gu, who blocked the road, leading to the current situation. Although many public figures have been sharing the news and some media outlets have spoken out, there are still some netizens who believe that Shanchan Ge's actions were indeed correct. At this point, the Traffic Management Department opened Douyin and began educating netizens who were unaware of the truth about the matter, clarifying the relevant laws. The incident where Shanchan Gu led a group to illegally block off the South Ring Road will be dealt with severely. We will not let any criminal escape justice. Under normal circumstances, only the Traffic Management Department has the authority to block roads. Even in the event of an emergency, community office staff should first report the situation to our Traffic Management Department to obtain authorization to close the road. After the Traffic Management Department posted this information on Douyin, numerous legal experts also appeared online to educate netizens about the relevant laws and regulations. The incident involving Shanchan Gu was anticipated by many, as he had always been extremely arrogant and unrestrained in his behavior, so the outcome was not surprising. However, many people are puzzled by the fact that someone like Shanchan Gu, a celebrity, would dare to commit such a serious crime. This incident has exposed a level of complexity and depth that has surpassed the imagination of many netizens. After all, in the eyes of many, Shanchan Ge's status is quite extraordinary. Even his agency and other wealthy bigwigs treat him with great respect. So he would have no reason to risk his reputation over such a trivial matter. At this point, many media outlets and netizens began investigating Shanchan Ge's previous involvement in the film The Peak of China, which sparked a major uproar online. Did Shanchan Gu actually engage in inappropriate behavior with female characters during the filming of the movie? Holy crap! If that's the case, doesn't that mean the character I fell for was just a scene he directed and acted out himself? Damn it! This is so disgusting, it's making me sick. I've heard about this before, but I thought it was just hype. Now that I see it's real, I almost threw up. This isn't something a human being would do. It's utterly despicable. How can such scum still have supporters? After receiving legal education from traffic management authorities and experts, netizens gradually began to understand the truth of the matter. It turns out that the community office had not obtained approval from the Traffic Management Department. I had assumed they had done so with permission. Shanchan Gu is probably going to lose his position after this incident. Shanchan Gu is just too arrogant and tyrannical. He's capable of doing something like this. If he's allowed to keep hanging around in the live streaming circle, who knows how many more people he'll end up harming in the future. I thought Li Fei was already arrogant enough, but this umbrella brother is even more so than her. I bet these two will discuss it once they're in the station what it feels like to trend on the hot search list on the same day. Chapter 153, You Think You Can Get Back at Me? These so-called top-tier influencers and celebrities, as leading figures in the entertainment industry and live streaming sector and public figures, not only fail to bring positive energy to the public but even engage in actions that harm the interests of the nation and its people. This is truly despicable. We netizens should also reflect on why these influencers and celebrities have such immense power. What exactly are they relying on to achieve their current status? These influencers and celebrities are truly despicable. The experts who educate netizens about the law have taken the Shanchan Gu incident as a typical case, repeatedly tagging Shanchan Gu on Douyin and relentlessly questioning him. While these legal experts were strongly condemning Shanchan Gu for selling counterfeit goods and defrauding his fans in his livestream, many netizens who had purchased items from Shanchan Ge's live streaming room began to voice their concerns online and demanded that Shanchan Gu compensate them. As the online criticism of Shanchan Gu grows, many concerned netizens have also posted video tutorials on various platforms to teach consumers who were deceived by Shanchan Gu how to report him through official channels and protect their rights. When only Douyin was circulating videos of Shanchan Gu, he remained relatively calm. After all, Shanchan Gu has a large fanbase, and even if videos of his live streams were circulated on Douyin, it wouldn't cause much of a stir or have a significant impact. However, when Shanchan Gu discovered that the video had gradually spread to various media platforms, forums, and discussion boards, he couldn't help but panic. This video has not only spread to forums and social media platforms. More seriously, the Market Supervision and Administration Bureau has received over 1 million reports about Shanchan Gu. At this very moment, within Shanchan Ji's agency, Shanchan Gu and his assistant, upon seeing the video spreading online, also looked extremely distressed. The assistant then handed the phone to Shanchan Gu and urgently said to him, "Shanchan Gu, take a look. There are so many people online demanding compensation from us, saying that if we don't compensate them, they'll report us." Although Shanchan Gu was extremely panicked inside, he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface and said to his assistant, "I already know everything. Why are you so flustered? Let them report it if they want to. We haven't lost anything. We just need to wait a few days until the public outcry dies down. I'll hire online trolls to control the comments and ensure that our company doesn't suffer any losses. If you want to bring down my Shanchan brother, it won't be achieved with just a few reports. My Shanchan brother has the backing of the entertainment industry's largest resources. Who dares to mess with us?" Shanchan Gu speaks with great arrogance, showing no fear of external criticism. The assistant looked at Shanchan Gu, who remained calm and composed, and sighed inwardly. Although she had been with Shanchan Gu for some time and had seen many celebrities being mobbed by journalists at their homes, she still couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. However, Shanchan Ji's situation was clearly far worse than theirs. Once this incident had come to light, their reputations were completely ruined, and even if they tried to clean up their image in the future, it would be useless. Moreover, their company's stock has also been affected, and this incident has had a very detrimental impact on their company. Shanchan Gu never anticipated that this operation would fail so completely. He had originally planned to capitalize on the viral online buzz to make a substantial profit. But now, with things turning out this way, the losses this time around are likely to be incalculable. It's not just Shanchan Gu who's facing such a tricky situation. Online public opinion has already turned completely against him. Everyone is criticizing Shanchan Ji's remarks, and netizens are demanding that the government swiftly punish the celebrity who bullies the weak, so they won't dare to bully others anymore. After hearing Shanchan Ji's words, the assistant brought out Yang Yu's photo and pointed to the person with the blurred face in the video, saying, "Shanchan Gu, this young man probably has a very powerful background. No matter what videos are posted online, no matter where or from what angle, this man's face is always blurred. His identity must not be ordinary." Previously, the celebrity Li Feier confronted this man at the airport. After the video was posted online, within just 1 hour, Li Feier completely disappeared from the entertainment industry. Additionally, the relevant regulatory authorities issued an official statement announcing an investigation into Li Feier's agency, and stated that Li Feier is suspected of violating the law. If she does not leave the entertainment industry, legal action will be taken against her. All advertising companies and film production companies have terminated their contracts with Li Feier within this short period of time. The assistant handed the phone to Shanchan Gu and began to explain. Shanchan Gu watched the video on the phone, then glanced at the information on the computer, furrowed his brows slightly, and fell into deep thought. The more Shanchan thought about it, the more frightened he became. His palms began to sweat, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. At that moment, he was filled with astonishment and fear, for he never imagined that the man in the video actually had such deep connections. He had truly bitten off more than he could chew this time. Moreover, what was most important was that he had never imagined the video would spread online so quickly. This was completely unexpected. He then asked his assistant to leave and stayed alone in the room, watching the videos about him spreading rapidly online. When he saw the relentless spread of negative public opinion online, he suddenly felt utterly powerless. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the sofa, his face contorted with despair. "Yang Yu, Chen Jie. I'll remember you both. You've caused me so much suffering, I'll make you pay for this." Shanchan sat slumped on the sofa, muttering to himself. Suddenly, he snapped his head up, his gaze turning cold and ruthless, as if he had made up his mind. He now hated Yang Yu with every fiber of his being. If it weren't for Yang Yu, he never would have ended up in this miserable state and lost his career. "I will not let this matter rest. Not only will you pay the price, but I will push you from the heights to the depths. I will not let you off easily." Shanchan Gu gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. His mind was now consumed by anger. Chapter 154, The Silver-Haired Woman. "Since I can't defeat the two of you, I'll drag you down with me. Even if I have to die, I'll peel the skin off your bodies. I have a way to do that." Shanchan muttered under his breath, a savage smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In an old house in an abandoned neighborhood of Luzhou City, Xu Fan had already prepared dinner at home and was patiently waiting for Yang Yu to come back for dinner. Originally, she had already decided to follow her parents and aunt back to her hometown in Shiguan, but since Yang Yu said he would return today, she chose to stay and continue waiting for him. Xu Fan looked out at the sun, which was about to set completely, and a sense of unease began to grow in her heart. After all, Yang Yu had promised her he would be home before the sun set completely. By now, he should have been back, but there was still no sign of him. Just then, Xu Fan looked out the window at the street below, her heart filled with anticipation for Yang Yu's arrival. Out of Xu Fan's sight, a figure dressed in black was secretly observing her. This black-clad individual had been watching Shu Fan for 5 entire days, waiting patiently for the right moment. As Shu Fan was about to notice him, the black-clad figure swiftly shifted his position and vanished silently into the shadows by the roadside. Shu Fan turned her head toward the direction where the black-clad figure had been standing, feeling puzzled. She couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her, but she couldn't see anyone. She whispered to herself, "That's strange. Could it be my imagination?" Shu Fan looked around again, confirming there was no one else there. She then withdrew her gaze, shook her head to clear her mind of the chaotic thoughts swirling inside, and walked into the kitchen to tidy up the table. After placing the bowls and chopsticks neatly, she stood quietly at the dining room door, waiting for Yang Yu to return, hoping he would come back soon. At that moment, in a hidden spot out of Shu Fan's sight, there was a silver-haired woman dressed in black and wearing a black hat. When the silver-haired woman noticed Shu Fan turning back into the room, she sighed in relief and was about to emerge from her hiding spot when she suddenly received a call from another companion. All he could hear was the silver-haired woman's companion shouting urgently over the phone, "Agent Al-Farah, run! Hurry up! The members of the Wild Panther team are less than 100 meters away from you." The silver-haired woman heard her companion's words, then looked around cautiously and moved a few steps to the side. She noticed that some seemingly innocent bystanders were emitting a dangerous aura, as if she dared to show her face, she would be killed. She immediately lowered her voice and said to her companion, "Damn it, I didn't expect the defenses of the Huaxia kingdom to be so high. What bad luck." After hanging up the phone, the silver-haired woman noticed that the pedestrians with the dangerous aura were slowly approaching her, and it seemed like they were all carrying guns. The silver-haired woman's eyes grew sharp. He knew he had been exposed this time. If he didn't leave immediately, what awaited him wouldn't be death, but the slow passage of life. Thinking this, the silver-haired woman didn't hesitate and sprinted into the alley beside her. Those who exuded a dangerous aura saw her fleeing and immediately gave chase. The silver-haired man sprinted through the alley, moving at an incredible speed. His agile form leaped several meters with each jump, dodging the attacks from the group chasing him. However, the people chasing the silver-haired woman were no pushovers either. As they pursued her, they used the walls to gain momentum, using the rebound force to accelerate their own speed. Finally, the silver-haired woman came to a halt at the deepest part of the alley. She turned to look at the wild leopard team members chasing after her and thought to herself, "These Chinese people are really relentless." She then snorted coldly, pulled out a grappling hook, and secured it around her waist. With a graceful leap, she leaped into the air, gracefully flipping over the roof, and landed steadily on the ground. Then the silver-haired woman turned to the Wild Panther team members chasing her and coldly said, "Don't waste your efforts. Let me tell you this, here, unless I surrender voluntarily, no one can capture me." The silver-haired woman's tone was extremely confident, but it only served to enrage the Wild Leopard team members. They ignored her, and suddenly, a flash of light appeared on their legs. They sprang forward with tremendous force, propelling their bodies through the air like cannonballs, landing directly in front of her. When the silver-haired woman saw this, she was completely terrified. She had initially thought that the Wild Leopard team members were merely skilled in unarmed combat, but she never imagined that their advanced technology would grant them such astonishing burst of power when jumping. They were practically like special agents, and with all those weapons at their disposal, if she were to be separated from the group, she would likely be reduced to a honeycomb in an instant. The silver-haired woman clenched her teeth. In that instant, she suddenly felt the urge to retreat. Though she desperately wanted to survive, she wasn't willing to take such a huge risk. "Someone come and help me. These aren't ordinary military personnel," the silver-haired woman shouted into the phone to her companion on the other end. The high-tech leg strength enhancement device that allows the Wild Leopard team to jump so high is a new technological product developed by Yang Yu at the Tsanglong Research Institute. However, this technological product is only useful for the military or special forces. Others cannot use it at all. The primary function of this technological product is to enhance soldiers' physical capabilities, significantly increasing their combat effectiveness. This is why the members of the Wild Leopard team possess such formidable burst strength and agility. Subsequently, the Wild Leopard team members drew laser tranquilizer guns from their waists, aimed directly at the silver-haired woman, and pulled the triggers. At that critical moment, the silver-haired woman suddenly performed a side flip and rolled to the ground beside her. A tranquilizer dart landed directly where she had been standing, causing dirt and debris to fly everywhere. Taking advantage of the commotion, the silver-haired woman quickly dashed into another alley nearby. Quickly turn the corner ahead and enter the drainage pipe below the third alley. Our people will be there to assist you. The voice of her companion came through the phone, and at that moment, the silver-haired woman realized that it was her own companion who had been covering for her. Though reluctant, the silver-haired woman had no choice but to comply, given the Wild Leopard squad's pursuit. She quickly turned the corner and continued running toward the third alleyway. Chapter 155, El Farah. As the silver-haired woman reached the third alley, she immediately dived into the drainage pipe. Suddenly, a foul odor assaulted her nostrils, causing her to cover her nose and furrow her brows. She knew this was the smell of rotting bodily waste from the sewage pipes, making her feel even more nauseated. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. The silver-haired woman dared not linger. She quickly made her way deeper into the drainage pipe, where her companions were waiting for her. After reuniting, with her companion's help, the silver-haired woman put on a wig and changed into a different outfit. She then emerged in the bustling commercial district crowded with people. The silver-haired woman followed her companion silently, heading toward the outskirts of the bustling district. At that moment, her face was filled with gloom, and she even felt a sense of humiliation. She had come here to carry out a mission, yet in the end, she had been forced to abandon it. For an assassin, this was a disgrace. Their very existence was to kill. How could they fear difficulty? All of this was their fault for not identifying the enemy. Thinking of this, she clenched her teeth in anger. These people had slapped her in the face. Once she returned, she would make them pay dearly. Then, the silver-haired woman made her way to a secluded corner. The area was quite dark, and even the evening lights barely illuminated the darkness, casting only a faint glow. There was a small warehouse there, barely 10 square meters in size, which served as the silver-haired woman's temporary hideout. She then removed her disguise, discarded the foul-smelling skin she had been wearing, and put on the bulletproof vest and pants she had brought with her. She then packed all the knives and laser guns she was carrying into her bag. The silver-haired woman could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Over the past few days, her investigative work in Huaxia had become increasingly difficult. The warehouse was pitch black, with no lights on, shrouding everything in darkness, resembling a prison cell where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Only a faint glow flickers faintly within the room. The silver-haired woman sat down in the chair, opened her laptop, and on the desktop were numerous images and text, documenting recent events that had occurred in the Huaxia kingdom. Below these images and text was a single sentence: the specific details of the target have been sent to the organization. After reviewing the images and documents, the silver-haired woman rubbed her aching shoulders. She sighed, feeling a sense of fatigue, and unconsciously reached up to tap her temples. On the silver-haired woman's desk were 3 photos pinned to it. The 3 photos were of Yang Yu, Xu Fan, and Xian Xian. Yang Yu's photo was taken many years ago in M country. From the 3 photos, lines extend outward, forming a complex web. These intricate lines connect every single connection related to Yang Yu, Xu Fan, and Xian Xian. At the bottom are red lines that resemble a spider's web, connecting all the key points of these connections and forming a network. Yang Yu's photo has a line connecting the recent events to the launch of the 3-in-1-man spacecraft, while the rest are connected to Xu Fan and An. At that moment, the silver-haired woman took out a black marker pen, then connected Xu Fan and Yang Yu together, and stuck a sticky note below it, writing a few lines. Xu Fan, Yang Yu, common point, Wild Leopard Team Guardians. There are very few captions under Yang Yu's photos, only 3. Researcher. Possibly the chief designer of the tri-mode space-based man warship. Guarded by the Wild Leopard team. Below the photos of Xu Fan and Xian Xian were tags with detailed records, including even secrets that they themselves didn't know. This investigation by the silver-haired woman clearly came at a significant cost. A man in a black cloak stood outside the warehouse, scanning the area for any signs of danger. After confirming it was safe, he approached the silver-haired woman's hiding spot and gently pushed open the door. He then entered and addressed the silver-haired woman, who had removed her disguise. Elfra, have you found anything? The World Military Summit is about to begin. We must find out if there really is someone behind the scenes helping China, enabling its technology to make such rapid advancements. Otherwise, we won't be able to account for our actions. The man who entered was named Crotia Baluxai. After hearing Crotia Baluxai's question, Alfara sighed wryly before speaking in a solemn tone. I've managed to uncover a little information, but details about the chief engineer of China are extremely scarce, as if his information has been deliberately concealed. If my guess is correct, the scientist named Yang Yu is likely the person we're looking for. Yang Yu shares similarities with our target. He also participated in international scientific research competitions and achieved notable accomplishments. However, due to certain special circumstances, he left M country and went to China, where he achieved remarkable accomplishments in a short period of time. This led to us losing track of him, so his information is quite vague. We can only infer from his resume that he is Chinese, but his exact nationality remains unclear. This individual is extremely cunning. During his time in M country, he used a fake identity document to deceive everyone. Can you be certain he is the person we are looking for? Crotia asked with a frown. Alfara's lips curled into a cold smile as he spoke slowly. Although we have very little information about him, I have made some deductions. Would you like to hear them? Oh? What inferences? Crotia asked curiously. I've compiled a list of recent events in Huaxia and identified several key clues. Elfer continued. First, there was a recent cyberbullying incident involving a woman named Mashafan. She was maliciously slandered and defamed by a female online celebrity, leading to cyberbullying that caused her to lose her job. Later, the online celebrity, Douyin Company, and other major entertainment companies were all implicated. Such an ordinary woman could never have such powerful connections. Therefore, there must be a powerful force behind this woman, one that she herself may not even be aware of. Elfer explained. Chapter 156, Finally Home. Crodius furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Are you saying that behind this woman are high-ranking officials from the Huaxia kingdom? Elfer nodded and continued, yes, that is exactly how I deduced it. Furthermore, I discovered a highly confidential matter. The Wild Leopard Squad of the Huaxia Kingdom once assisted a young girl named Yang Yashuan, even going so far as to capture a high-ranking official for her sake. Following this incident, the second event that occurred was an online streamer named Tao Tao defaming Ma Shufan online. The outcome for Tao Tao was identical to that of the previous female online influencer. Both were met with the same fate for defaming Ma Shufan online. The outcomes of these incidents are simply too coincidental. I believe that if Shufan were an ordinary person, she would never possess the influence to bring down two top-tier celebrities overnight. Alfara's years of experience told her that there was definitely more to this than met the eye. As an outstanding agent who had carried out numerous missions, including assassinations, she had never encountered such an eerie situation before. She was just an ordinary TV reporter. How could a group of powerful forces suddenly emerge to help her, and how could two top-tier celebrities fall from grace so quickly? Moreover, Alpha discovered something. Despite having been undercover in the Huaxia kingdom for so long, she had found absolutely no information about this ordinary man named Yang Yu. Although our superiors had instructed us to focus our investigation on Yang Yu, he was merely a young man under 30. Could he really be the chief engineer of the Huaxia research program? Crodia asked in a low voice. They are part of a special department that has the most frequent contact with the Huaxia side, so they are relatively well informed about the situation there. But does such a formidable figure truly exist? Alfara narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Yu cannot possibly be just these identities. Since so many people are protecting him, it must mean that the Huaxia kingdom has other identities or factions that we are unaware of. It is possible that this person has been deliberately concealing them all along. But even so, I believe that Yang Yu is no ordinary man. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have sent me here to investigate him. Crodius spoke in a low voice. Even if we can't find the true chief engineer behind the Chinese research program, we should start focusing our investigation on this man named Yang Yu. If he is truly connected to all of this, we will definitely uncover the true chief engineer of the Chinese research program through further investigation. I am entrusting this matter entirely to you. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. This task must be completed successfully. After speaking, Crodia took out a thick stack of money from his coat pocket and placed it on Elfer's desk before opening the door and leaving. Elfara assured him that he would complete the task successfully. Elfara spoke solemnly, making his promise. After Crodia left, Elfara shifted his gaze to a photo in the lower left corner. In the photo was a man with exceptionally delicate features, though there were subtle signs of artificial enhancement. Although his appearance is decent, he looks extremely haggard in the photo, and his attire is disheveled. Below the photo, there was a sticky note with the following written on it. The girlfriend is a certain celebrity. Has been to prison. Owing a large amount of debt. After seeing the photo, Alfara's face lit up with a smile. He tore the photo off the table, put it in his pocket, and walked out of the hidden warehouse. When the convoy escorting Yang Yu arrived near the dilapidated neighborhood where Yang Yu lived, Yang Yu instructed Su Ningran to arrange temporary accommodations for Chen Zijie first. He then informed Chen Zijie that if he needed any assistance, he could contact him directly. After handling Chen Jie's affairs, Yang Yu and Ran Duo got out of the car together and walked toward Yang Yu's home. Yang Yu didn't want so many people to disturb Shu Fan. With an overwhelming sense of excitement, Yang Yu walked to the door of his own room, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Ran Duor looked at Yang Yu, then glanced at the door of Yang Yu's house. At that moment, Ran Duor felt extremely anxious and restless. She had heard Yang Yu praise Shu Fan so much along the way. Deep down, she was deeply afraid that she wasn't as outstanding as Shu Fan and feared she couldn't measure up to him. As Yang Yu knocked on the door, faint footsteps could be heard coming from inside the house. Shortly after, the front door of Yang Yu's house was opened. The moment the door to Yang Yu's house opened, Ran Duo's pearly teeth gently bit her red lips, and she dared not lift her head to look at the woman who had opened the door. Shu Fan opened the door and saw Yang Yu standing at the entrance. A joyful smile spread across her face, and she immediately rushed forward to embrace Yang Yu. Yang Yu extended his arms and tightly embraced Shu Fan in his arms. Shu Fan didn't say a word. She simply leaned against Yang Yu's chest, quietly savoring the warmth of his embrace. Ran Duor watched the two of them tightly embraced, and a surge of jealousy welled up in her mind. She bit her lip and lowered her head, no longer looking at Yang Yu and Shu Fan. Shu Fan sniffled and said, "I told you you'd come back, but they didn't believe me." Just then, Xianxian ran out of the house, tightly hugging Yang Yu's legs, rubbing her little face against his legs, and spoke in a soft, childlike voice, "Daddy, you're back. Xianxian missed you so much." Hearing Xuanxuan's words, Yang Yu's expression softened immediately. He bent down to pick Xianxian up, gently stroking her cheek as he said, "Xianxian, you're such a good girl. Daddy has been busy lately and hasn't had much time to play with Xianxian. Now that Daddy finally has some free time, let's take Xianxian out to play, okay?" Then Yang Yu held Shufan's face in his hands, wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, and said earnestly, Shufan, don't cry. I'm already back to see you all, aren't I? Shufan nodded, but continued to sob, clearly overwhelmed by her emotions from crying earlier. Chapter 157, Making Things Difficult. Yang Yu then pinched Xuanxuan's cute little face and spoke gently to her, Xian, you've grown taller. In Yang Yu's memory, Xian was still the little girl she used to be. Now, she indeed looked much taller than before, and her body seemed much stronger and healthier. It must be because she's been getting better nutrition lately. Xian smiled sweetly and said, I always eat 2 extra bowls of rice when I eat. Dad, do you know why? Yang Yu thought carefully, but in the end, he shook his head, indicating that he couldn't figure out Xuanxuan's logic. Seeing Yang Yu shake his head, Xian muttered something under her breath but then continued, because I don't want Mom to worry. I want to grow tall and healthy so she doesn't have to worry. Mom is always so tired after work, so I need to eat more. When I grow as tall as Mom, I can help her out, and then she can rest. Xian is so considerate. Dad loves you very much, so if you ever need anything in the future, just ask Dad for help. Yang Yu ruffled Xuanxuan's hair, speaking with nothing but affection. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Xian puckered her lips and sweetly wrapped her arms around Yang Yu's neck, whispering in his ear, okay, Xian understands. When Xian grows up, Xian will protect Dad and Mom. After saying that, Xian wriggled out of Yang Yu's arms, reached out her hand toward him, and said in a soft, childlike voice, Daddy, let's make a promise. Yang Yu smiled affectionately, then placed his hand on Xuanxuan's chubby little hand. At the same time, Shufan looked at the father and daughter and said, Yang Yu, it's cold outside. Let's go inside. As Shufan finished speaking, Yang Yu took Xuanxuan's small hand and turned to walk toward the room. At that moment, Shufan noticed Ran Duor standing behind Yang Yu. A woman's intuition made Shufan feel wary of the stunningly beautiful and curvaceous Ran Duor. She immediately asked, Yang Yu, who is this? Yang Yu was taken aback by the question. He turned to look at Ran Duor and smiled at Shufan, who was feeling a bit jealous, saying, she's my secretary. She's been a great help to me this time around. Ran Duor heard Yang Yu's words and her pretty little face flushed with embarrassment. The nervousness she had felt earlier was replaced by a warm current. She knew that Yang Yu still cared about her, even though the distance between them was still vast. At least for now, Yang Yu hadn't abandoned her like other men had. Perhaps that was enough. She still had to give it a try. However, as the most outstanding secretary in Zhongjiang province, Ran Duor was well aware that her previous relationship with Shufan would put Yang Yu in a difficult position. She did not want to put him in such a predicament. Thinking of this, Ran Duo also took the initiative to step forward and said respectfully, Hello, Mrs. Yang. My name is Ran Duo. I am Mr. Yang's secretary. I have received orders from my superiors to take care of Mr. Yang's affairs during his trip. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Shufan looked at Ran Duo with suspicion. She felt an inexplicable sense of threat from the girl, but upon hearing her polite tone, she recalled the large military aircraft she had seen at the military airport earlier. Shufan thought to herself that this Ran Duo might indeed be sent by higher-ups to protect Yang Yu, otherwise Yang Yu might not have been able to return safely. With this thought, Shufan's guard against Ran Duo eased slightly. Then Shufan smiled and said, Let's go in together. I've already prepared dinner. After saying that, Shufan took Yang Yu's hand and led the way into the house. Ran Duo saw this and hurriedly took a few quick steps to catch up with Shufan, then followed alongside Yang Yu as they walked inside together. At that moment, inside the room, Shufan's parents and his aunt Fengjiqi were sitting at the dining table eating dinner. Upon hearing the footsteps entering the room, Shufan's parents spoke without looking up, Shufan, we've already told you, Yang Yu will never come back. Just let it go. However, at that very moment, Yang Yu had already walked up behind Shufan's parents, and his familiar voice echoed out. Dad, Mom, it's been a long time. Have you missed me? Yang Yu? Are you human or a ghost? Shufan's parents heard Yang Yu's voice and looked up at him, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The two elders were stunned into silence, unable to recover for a long time. Dad, Mom, don't you even recognize your own son-in-law? Yang Yu spoke coldly. Because Yang Yu had known for a long time that Shufan's parents had been causing trouble for Shufan, Yang Yu only felt respect for Shufan's parents as their junior, but he didn't have such a good temper. Shufan, do you really think that just because you found an actor to impersonate Yang Yu will give up on making you renegotiate the price? You're being way too optimistic. Fengjiqi recovered from her shock, turned to look at Shufan, and began to mock him. Upon hearing Fengjiqi's words, Shufan's parents also snapped out of their shock, pointing at their daughter and shouting angrily, Fengjiqi is right. How dare you lie like that, Shufan? How could your father and I raise such an ungrateful child? Shufan is my wife, and Xian is my daughter. This is a fact that no one can change in this lifetime. Don't even mention the idea of Shufan remarrying again. If you do, I'll lose my temper. Yang Yu glared at Shufan's parents with a cold expression and spoke in a harsh tone. Yang Yu was truly enraged. He disliked the feeling of Shu Fan being questioned by her family, especially by her own parents. He was certain that if Shu Fan's parents continued to insist on her remarrying, he might not be able to control his anger. Shu Fan's parents and Feng Jiqi, though they often mocked Yang Yu in everyday life, were now intimidated by his fierce demeanor. They lowered their heads and dared not speak, for they knew they were in the wrong, and Yang Yu was speaking the truth. Feng Jiqi struggled to suppress her fear, took a deep breath, and addressed Yang Yu with a trembling voice, "A worthless man like you Shu Fan following you will only end up being dragged down by you sooner or later." Chapter 158, He's just a big fraud. You tell me, what can you offer Shu Fan for happiness? Unless you can provide her with better material conditions after she marries you, I will never allow Shu Fan to be with you. Humph. Yang Yu suddenly burst into laughter at that moment. He then took out the keys to Tangchen Ipin and spoke calmly, "This is the house in the center of Luzhou City. This property is a gift from me to Shu Fan. We can move in any time we want." What? Shu Fan's father stared at Yang Yu with wide eyes, his head buzzing. You bought a house in Tangchen Ipin? Are you kidding me? Tangchen Ipin is so expensive, how could you afford it? Do you think I'm stupid? Feng Jiqi saw the keys in Yang Yu's hand and sneered disdainfully, pretending. There's a limit to bragging. A house in Tangchen Ipin? What makes you think you can afford it, you penniless beggar? Shu Fan, upon hearing Yang Yu's words, looked extremely surprised. He then asked with concern, Yang Yu, is this really true? Did you really buy a house in the city center's Tangchen Ipin? That's the most expensive house in the entire city of Luzhou. With my salary, I'd have to work for 500 years to afford a house there. Yang Yu heard Shu Fan's concerned words and tightly grasped Shu Fan's hand, looking at him with a gentle gaze and speaking softly, Shu Fan, believe me. I've never lied to you, have I? Shu Fan's mother, upon hearing Yang Yu's words, sneered disdainfully, a good-for-nothing playboy who can't even hold down a job dares to claim he can afford a house in the city center's Tangchen Ipin? That's nothing but a fairy tale. And now you've come back with a beautiful woman. All the good men are taken by you. Feng Jiqi also spoke up with a touch of jealousy. Yang Yu faced the mockery of the others and calmly explained, Xiao Ran is my secretary. I've already informed Shu Fan about it. At that moment, Ran Duo also smiled and said, Uncle and Aunt, I am indeed Mr. Yang's secretary, and I came here specifically to assist Mr. Yang with his affairs. Upon hearing this, Shu Fan's parents were completely speechless. They never imagined that Yang Yu could have such a beautiful young woman as his assistant. Could Yang Yu really have made a fortune outside? This was simply a dream come true. At that moment, Feng Jiqi suddenly recalled what Shu Fan had mentioned earlier and turned to Yang Yu, asking, earlier, Shu Fan said you're involved in research. My husband also works at a research institute. Which research institute do you work at? Yang Yu replied calmly, the Tsanglong Research Institute. Yang Yu knew in his heart that even if he told the truth, Feng Jiqi wouldn't believe him. Moreover, the name Tsanglong Research Institute was unknown even to Ran Duo, let alone Feng Jiqi's so-called husband from some obscure little research institute. After hearing Yang Yu's words, Feng Jiqi immediately opened her phone and called her husband, even putting it on speakerphone. Hello, honey? Shu Fan's boyfriend, Yang Yu, just told me that he's also involved in research, working at some place called the Tsanglong Research Institute. Have you ever heard of it? Feng Jiqi asked with a smug expression on her face. Feng Jiqi looked at Yang Yu with a playful expression, waiting to see what embarrassing expression he would make when he was put on the spot. What's the Tsanglong Research Institute? I've never heard of such a department in our country. Even if it exists, it's probably just some obscure, low-tier research institute. Feng Jiqi's husband replied directly at that moment. Feng Jiqi's husband was about to be promoted to director of the Westgate Research Institute, so he had some understanding of research institutes within the country. Among the research institutes he is familiar with, there is no institute named Tsanglong Research Institute, and he has never heard of any researcher named Yang Yu. As soon as Feng Jiqi's husband finished speaking, Feng Jiqi immediately wore a smug expression, as if she had one. Shu Fan's parents' faces immediately betrayed their disdain. Feng Jiqi directly addressed Shu Fan's parents and mocked Yang Yu, saying, Look at him. I told you this guy wasn't reliable. He's just a blowhard. He's a big fraud. At this moment, Shu Fan's parents also stood up and walked over to Shu Fan's side. With cold expressions on their faces, they looked at Yang Yu and said to Shu Fan, look at him. What else can Yang Yu do besides deceive people? A good-for-nothing con artist like him, why don't you break up with him? I'll arrange another marriage for you tomorrow. Shu Fan's parents were extremely firm in their stance, as if in their eyes, Shu Fan could only find happiness by separating from Yang Yu. Later, Shu Fan's parents brought out the photos of the men Feng Jiqi had introduced to them earlier and placed them in front of Shu Fan, saying, I look at these guys, and they're all much better than Yang Yu. Shu Fan, just break up with him. We don't want this good-for-nothing freeloader anymore, okay? At least he has a stable job and we know him well. What's so great about Yang Yu that you like him? Don't let yourself be blinded by love. Break up with him right away. Shu Fan's mother also chimed in to persuade her. Feng Jiqi saw this and immediately chimed in, right, I think you should listen to your parents and dump Yangyu. Break up with him. You won't have a good future with him, and besides. Feng Jiqi continued, look at the clothes you're wearing now, they're all cheap. I really think you're being mistreated by Yangyu. Xu Fan was already upset hearing her parents slander Yangyu like that. Feng Jiqi was just adding fuel to the fire. She reached out and pushed the photo in front of her aside, walked over to Yangyu, wrapped her arms around his arm, and spoke in a firm voice, I believe Yangyu. He would never lie to me. So, I believe he won't lie to me this time either. Xu Fan's mother stepped forward, grabbed her daughter by the arm, and pulled her back. She then raised her hand and pointed it directly at Yangyu's nose, shouting angrily, Yangyu, you big liar. Get out of here with her. Yangyu faced Xu Fan's mother's hysterical outburst without getting angry. Instead, he just looked at her quietly. Then, Yangyu smiled lightly, turned to Feng Jiqi, who was on the phone, and said to the person on the other end, since you're from the Westgate Research Institute, you should know about Mr. Yao Xinghua, right? Chapter 159, Are you a spy? On the other end of the phone, Feng Jiqi's husband heard Yangyu mention the name of Yao Xinghua and sneered, speaking disdainfully into the phone, everyone in the entire Huaxia nation knows that old man Yao Xinghua is the minister of the National Research and Development Department. You don't seriously think that mentioning the minister's name makes you a researcher, do you? Let me tell you, you people love to call yourselves researchers, but in reality? You're all just con artists living off your big mouths, a bunch of good-for-nothings. We are, after all, Xu Fan as elders. Xu Fan has raised her child for so many years, and where were you? You don't deserve Xu Fan. So please leave our Xu Fan alone and stop harassing her. Yangyu remained unfazed by Feng Jiqi's husband's words and replied calmly, alright, since you claim to be from the Huaxia kingdom and know the old herbalist, you must also know the former director of the Westgate Research Institute, Zhao Chengren, right? On the other end of the phone, Feng Jiqi's husband was startled by Yangyu's words. He froze in shock, unable to believe that Yangyu knew about Zhao Chengren. Zhao Chengren was one of the researchers transferred from the Westgate Research Institute to the National Top Secret Research Program, a position known only to high-ranking scientific officials. Zhao Chengren had once been the director of the Westgate Research Institute. Feng Jiqi's husband immediately stood up from the sofa, his brows tightly furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his heart racing faster and faster, filled with anxiety and unease. He took a deep breath, trembling as he picked up the phone, and asked in a low voice, Who are you? How did you find out about Mr. Zhao Chengren? Feng Jiqi's husband had already realized that Yangyu wasn't as simple as he had imagined. If he were just an ordinary person, how could he possibly know about Zhao Chengren? Feng Jiqi's husband panicked and continued to ask, Are you a spy sent by a foreign country to infiltrate our nation? How do you know so many of our nation's secrets? Although Feng Jiqi's husband spoke urgently, he still managed to hide his emotional turmoil. Feng Jiqi's husband suspected Yangyu of being a spy sent from abroad to China, as in his mind, Yangyu had always been a good-for-nothing con artist. A fraudster who knows such highly classified information from their research institute must be a spy. As for Yangyu knowing Zhao Chengren's information, it's because Zhao Chengren is also a researcher at his Tsanglong Research Institute, though he works at the lowest level, just a low-level technician who doesn't have access to important information. Moreover, it was Yangyu who had initially approved Zhao Chengren's admission to the Tsanglong Research Institute. Upon hearing what Feng Jiqi's husband said on the phone, Yangyu remained completely unfazed. He simply replied in a calm tone, Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't believe me, you can go and verify whether what I just said is true or not. Feng Jiqi's husband, Miao Jianming, heard Yangyu's words and suddenly felt that this Yangyu wasn't as despicable as Feng Jiqi had described him to be. In fact, he seemed even more formidable than he had imagined. If Yangyu was indeed as he claimed, capable of handling someone as powerful as the Minister of Medicine, then he was definitely more than just a fraud. Miao Jianming was well aware that these days, most researchers wouldn't resort to fraud. Moreover, if he were truly a fraudster, why would he share such information with him? After all, if he were to expose this matter, it would be extremely dangerous for Yangyu. Therefore, Yangyu must not be a fraudster. Moreover, if he were truly a fraudster, why would he share such information with him? After all, if he were to expose this matter, it would be extremely dangerous for Yangyu. Therefore, Yangyu could not possibly be a fraudster. Miao Jianming clenched his teeth, his hand gripping the phone tightly, unwilling to let go. He was now unsure whether Yangyu's words were true or false. If Yangyu was telling the truth, then he would have offended a powerful figure. Then he thought about his upcoming promotion to director, which was crucial for his future. Instead of speculating about Yangyu's true identity here, he should hurry back and investigate the matter thoroughly. After all, if Yangyu was telling the truth, offending him now would effectively ruin his career. With that in mind, he didn't bother to consider whether Yangyu was a fraud or not. He turned to Feng Jiqi and said, Feng Jiqi, we haven't officially married yet, so I shouldn't interfere in your affairs. As for whether Yangyu is a fraud or not, you should investigate it yourself. I won't bother you anymore. Miao Jianming was also very clever. He knew that helping Feng Jiqi by speaking up against Yang Yu, who might be a powerful figure, would bring him no benefit. On the contrary, if he pretended to know nothing, he could preserve his own dignity. After all, if Yang Yu is indeed a prominent figure in the scientific research community, offending him would effectively ruin his future prospects. Therefore, Miao Jianming chose not to address the issue directly but instead avoided the topic altogether. This caused Feng Jiqi to wear a disappointed expression on her face, as she had been hoping her husband would stand up for her. After speaking, Miao Jianming didn't bother to see how Feng Jiqi reacted on the other end of the phone. He hung up hurriedly, his face darkening as he sat on the sofa. His eyes fixed intently on the teacup in front of him, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Feng Jiqi was stunned. She never expected her husband to hang up on her so abruptly, and from the tone of his voice, it seemed as though he had figured out Yang Yu's true identity. Could it be that? Miao Jianming thought about it for a long time before finally deciding to make a call to confirm whether Yang Yu's claims were true or false. Upon hearing Miao Jianming's words, Xu Fan's parents both looked surprised. Just moments ago, Miao Jianming had been so certain that Yang Yu was a good-for-nothing con artist, yet now he was suddenly telling them to investigate on their own. It seemed as though he had been intimidated by Yang Yu's words. Anyone with common sense can tell that it was precisely because of what Yang Yu said that Miao Jianming became hesitant. This suggests that what Yang Yu said might be true, otherwise, Miao Jianming wouldn't have backed down so easily. But what could have caused this sudden change of heart in Miao Jianming? Xu Fan's parents weren't stupid either. They knew that if Yang Yu was really a powerful figure, Miao Jianming wouldn't dare to act rashly. Thinking about it this way, Miao Jianming might have been genuinely intimidated by the few words Yang Yu had spoken. Chapter 160, Confirming Identity. After Miao Jianming hung up the phone, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. The three of them looked at Yang Yu in front of them with expressions of suspicion. At that moment, at the Westgate Provincial Research Institute, Miao Jianming got up from the sofa and headed to the telephone room of the Shiguan Provincial Research Institute. Upon arriving at the telephone room, he addressed the operator and said, "Please connect me to the former director, Zhao Changren." The operator then dialed the phone number of Zhao Changren, the former director of the Westgate Research Institute, while Miao Jianming waited impatiently on the other end of the line. At the same time, in the northwest of China, at the Tsanglong Research Institute, except for the principal investigators of key research projects, all other research personnel must store their communication devices in a secure communication room, where they are operated by authorized personnel to prevent any information from being disclosed. At that moment, the staff members handling confidential information in the confidential telephone communication room suddenly heard the sound of a telephone ringing. They immediately got up and went to find Zhao Changren, who was busy working in the laboratory. "Zhao Changren, there's a call for you. It's Miao Jianming from the Westgate Province Research Institute." Upon hearing the words of the staff member in the classified communications room, Zhao Changren's face betrayed a look of confusion, and he thought to himself, what could Miao Jianming possibly want to call me about? Shortly thereafter, Zhao Changren followed the classified staff member into the classified telephone communication room. Under the staff member's instructions, Zhao Changren picked up the receiver and said, "Hello, this is Zhao Changren." Upon hearing Zhao Changren's voice, Miao Jianming composed himself and slowly said to Zhao Changren, "Director Zhao, it's Miao Jianming. Before I had a chance to congratulate you on your promotion, you left." Miao Jianming smiled and said to Zhao Changren. Upon hearing Miao Jianming's words, Zhao Changren's brows furrowed slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that the mysterious phone call he had received earlier that evening was rather odd. He asked Miao Jianming on the other end of the line, "Miao Jianming, did you call me tonight for any particular reason?" "Director Zhao, I called you tonight to confirm the identity of a person." Miao Jianming didn't beat around the bush but spoke directly to Zhao Changren. Zhao Changren was even more puzzled. What was wrong with this Miao Jianming? Why was he going out of his way to confirm the other person's identity? What was he up to? Although Zhao Changren was puzzled, he still spoke up. Who do you want to confirm the identity of?" As Miao Jianming's mentor and former superior, Zhao Changren knew that Miao Jianming would never contact him unless it was something major. Since Miao Jianming had taken the initiative to call and verify, it meant that the matter he was dealing with was definitely not trivial. Zhao Changren then spoke in a solemn tone, "If you encounter any trouble outside, remember to inform me immediately. I will assist you in any way I can." Miao Jianming smiled upon hearing Zhao Changren's words. This was the master he respected most. In Miao Jianming's eyes, if it weren't for this master back then, he wouldn't be where he is today. Therefore, if he were in trouble now, he would never abandon him. He believed his master was someone he could trust. Taking a deep breath, Miao Jianming spoke up. "It's like this, Zhao Director. I'm about to get married, and my fiancé has a niece whose boyfriend is a good-for-nothing troublemaker who loves to brag and often deceives people. He even claims to be a researcher at the Tsanglong Research Institute." As soon as Miao Jianming finished speaking, the secret communication room of the Tsanglong Research Institute immediately sounded an alarm. All the staff members handling classified information became tense, rushing to their seats and preparing to locate the caller's position on the other end of the line, ready to cut off the call at any moment. As a researcher at the Tsanglong Research Institute, Zhao Changren was well aware of the gravity of the situation. The fact that an ordinary research institute staff member had discovered the existence of the Tsanglong Research Institute was highly concerning. Could it be that someone inside has leaked the information? The head of the confidential telephone communication room thought to himself. The head of the confidential telephone communication room gestured for Zhao Changren to continue talking with the other party. At that moment, Zhao Changren was also feeling anxious and extremely afraid. This was because Miao Jianming was connected to him, and it was from Miao Jianming's mouth that the name of the Tsanglong Research Institute had been mentioned. Zhao Changren had now learned of the existence of the Tsanglong Research Institute, which was no small matter. He was highly likely to be implicated by Miao Jianming and might even face punishment. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Changren began to speak in as steady a voice as possible into the phone. Who is the person you need to confirm the identity of? Who told you he was a researcher at the Tsanglong Research Institute? Miao Jianming thought for a moment, then recalled the name Feng Jiqi had often mentioned. He replied to Zhao Changren, the man's name is Yang Yu. He is the boyfriend of my fiancé's niece. Whoa! Upon hearing Miao Jianming's words, everyone in the confidential telephone communication room at the Tsanglong Research Institute couldn't help but gasp in shock. Yang Zongshi's name was renowned throughout the Tsanglong Research Institute. He was the idol of all the researchers there. With Yang Zongshi present, even the most complex and advanced research could be successfully tackled. It can be said that the most core technologies of the nation today originate from Yang Zongshi. Without his contributions, the nation's scientific and technological level might still be at the level of the 1950s. Yang Zongshi brought about technological innovation, leading the nation toward prosperity, and all of this is entirely due to his efforts. Since this person learned the name of the Tsanglong Research Institute from Yang Zongshi, there should be no issues. Just as the operator in the confidential telephone communication room felt there was no issue, the head of the confidential telephone communication room signaled him to mute the microphone. After muting the microphone, the supervisor of the confidential telephone communication room spoke in a low voice. The person on the other end of the call just mentioned that Yang, the chief engineer, is a small-time thug who often brags and likes to deceive people? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Upon hearing the communication room supervisor's words, Zhao Chengren's face was filled with surprise. The head of the confidential telephone communication room shook his head and said, "It's possible that Yang Zongshi's family doesn't trust him and is making things difficult for him and his girlfriend, which is why he revealed the information." Chapter 161, Ruining One's Future. The words of the head of the confidential telephone communication room sent a chill down the spines of the few who had just begun to feel at ease. If this matter were to come to the attention of the old alchemist, the consequences would be unimaginable. The head of the confidential communications room then spoke to Zhao Changren in a serious tone. "I suggest you clarify this matter as soon as possible, confirm whether the person in question is indeed Yang Zongshi, and then have him keep everything he knows confidential. After that, have him apologize to Yang Zongshi. This will be beneficial for both parties." Upon hearing the head of the confidential telephone communication room's words, Zhao Changren immediately nodded and said, "All right, you can rest assured. That's exactly what I was thinking." After speaking, the communications room supervisor signaled the operator to turn on the microphone. Zhao Changren then addressed Miao Jianming. "The Yang Yu you mentioned, does he reside in Luzhou City?" Upon hearing Zhao Chengren's words, Miao Jianming looked surprised and exclaimed, "Chief Xiao, how do you know about this?" "Don't worry about how I found out. Just tell me if the other party is definitely in Luzhou now," Zhao Changren said with a frown. "Yes, my fiancée went to Luzhou City and will be back soon. Once she returns, we'll hold the wedding. If you have time, I hope you can attend. I'm counting on your influence to scare that person off," Miao Jianming said excitedly. Miao Jianming was currently overjoyed, completely unaware that he had already been drawn into a dangerous situation. He never imagined that he would become involved in the secret affairs of the Tsanglong Research Institute, nor did he ever think that this phone call would ruin his future. Zhao Changren, however, was pale as a ghost. He was so furious he wanted to rush over and strangle Miao Jianming right there. How could he have brought such an idiot along? Was he trying to get himself killed? Zhao Changren then shouted into the phone, "Miao Jianming, how did I teach you? As a researcher, the most basic principle is not to belittle yourself. Just because you know a little more than others, you shouldn't look down on them. What you said today is utterly shameful." On the other end of the line, Miao Jianming was completely taken aback by Zhao Chengren's outburst. He stammered, I? What are you talking about? Did you do it? How dare you think Yang Yu is just a small-time thug? What qualifies you to call Yang Yu a good-for-nothing fraud? Did you really forget everything I taught you?" The angry roar of Zhao Changren came through the phone. Miao Jianming was rendered speechless. Zhao Changren now wanted to kill this fool with his own hands. If it weren't for the fact that Miao Jianming was still alive, Zhao Changren would have pulled out his gun and shot him without hesitation. The head of the confidential telephone communication room intervened to calm him down. "Comrade Zhao Changren, please calm down. We need to investigate this matter thoroughly as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will also be in trouble, given Yang Yu's status." As soon as the head of the telephone communication room spoke, Zhao Changren understood the underlying meaning of his words. Upon hearing Zhao Changren's furious outburst, Miao Jianming finally regained a shred of his composure and hurriedly spoke up. Director Zhao, please don't be angry. I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. However, I was unaware of these matters. Please forgive me. What good will forgiving you do? Do you know the serious consequences this will bring? Miao Jianming. As my disciple, I have never once asked you to call me master, but today I must discipline you properly in the name of your master. Zhao Changren gritted his teeth and said he was so furious he wanted to grab a gun and shoot this fool right now. Miao Jianming dared not continue to argue at this point and hurriedly said, I was wrong, I really was wrong. Please spare me, Zhao Chief. Zhao Changren suppressed his anger and continued, you need to work on those flaws of yours. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold up the entire Westgate Province Research Institute. Therefore, the matter of your promotion to director of the Westgate Province Research Institute will be put on hold for now. I believe you still need more experience and training. I will submit a request to higher-ups for them to evaluate you further before making a decision. When Miao Jianming heard that Zhao Changren was postponing his promotion to director, his face turned as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. He never expected that simply asking about someone's identity would cost him this long-awaited opportunity. This was an opportunity he had worked tirelessly for decades to secure, and now it was gone. He felt deeply resentful. Director Zhao, please don't do this. I don't want to be demoted. Director Zhao, I beg you, please help me. Miao Jianming pleaded desperately. At that moment, Zhao Changren's voice came through the phone, sounding slightly disappointed. Jianming. Although you've always been a bit careless in your work, I actually admire your personality. I hope you'll remember that life is long and full of challenges. If you don't work hard now, you'll only end up watching your opportunities slip away. Do you understand? Miao Jianming was already panicking, but he forced himself to speak. Thank you, Director Zhao, for your guidance. I will definitely remember your advice. But please don't delay my promotion to director. I'm about to get married. I beg you, Director Zhao. If there's anything I've done wrong, I'll definitely change. Although Zhao Changren no longer worked at the Research Institute, as the former director of the Westgate Province Research Institute, he still had the authority to decide on Miao Jianming's promotion. At this moment, Miao Jianming's only option is to beg Zhao Changren not to delay his promotion. Otherwise, Miao Jianming truly cannot imagine how he will spend the rest of his life. Alas! A sigh came from the other end of the phone, followed by Zhao Changren speaking earnestly, Miao Jianming. You have really disappointed me. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Write a self-criticism report and send it to me immediately. Otherwise, the severity of the situation and the consequences will be something neither of us can bear. Miao Jianming, upon hearing Zhao Changren's words, immediately asked, Director Zhao, does that Yang Yu know you? Is all of this because of that Yang Yu? Miao Jianming had already guessed the answer. After he mentioned Yang Yu's name, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. He guessed that the other party had turned on the microphone's mute mode and was discussing something. When the other party spoke again, he was met with a barrage of angry curses. Chapter 162, No Regrets. At that moment, Miao Jianming began to recall the words Yang Yu had spoken earlier. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Who exactly was Yang Yu, and how could he possess such terrifying influence? Upon hearing Miao Jianming's question, Zhao Changren responded in a solemn tone, there are things you shouldn't know. Don't go asking around carelessly, or you'll pay a heavy price. That's enough about this matter. Go reflect on your own mistakes. Upon hearing this, Miao Jianming immediately grew furious, grabbing at the short hair on his head. He took a deep breath and shouted angrily, Chief Zhao, why won't you tell me the truth? Let me die knowing the truth. Chief Zhao, Yang Yu is a complete fraud. Did he even deceive you? You mustn't believe him. Zhao, Yang Yu is a big liar. Has he even deceived you? You mustn't believe him. Zhao Changren, seeing that Miao Jianming was unrepentant, was so enraged that steam seemed to come out of his nostrils. He shouted angrily, shut your mouth. I'm warning you, this is the last time I'll remind you. Don't question my decision, or don't blame me for being ruthless. You'd better listen to me, write a self-criticism statement, and then go apologize to them obediently. Maybe there's still a chance to turn things around. After saying that, Miao Jianming, upon hearing that there might still be a chance to resolve the matter, stood there in shock for a moment before suddenly speaking up. Chief Zhao, who exactly is Yang Yu? Why do I feel that you are so afraid of him? Zhao Changren, hearing that Miao Jianming was still trying to press the issue, couldn't help but fly into a rage and shouted at Miao Jianming, I've told you, if you don't listen to me, you won't even know how you'll die. Get out of here right now and don't dare to call this number again. Miao Jianming was so scared that he trembled all over. He quickly nodded and said, "Alright, I'll go write a self-criticism right now." After saying that, Zhao Changren hung up the phone. After hanging up, Miao Jianming listened to the dial tone ringing in his ear, his entire body slumping in the chair. His gaze was vacant as he recalled the words Zhao Changren had just spoken. "If you don't want to be punished, you'd better do as I say." Miao Jianming now felt as though all the blood in his body had frozen solid, and his heart was filled with icy coldness. In Yang Yu's home in the abandoned neighborhood of Luzhou City, Xu Fan's parents and Yang Yu finished their meal in a very oppressive atmosphere. Although Miao Jianming wasn't entirely certain over the phone that Yang Yu was a big fraud, Feng Jiqi and Xu Fan's parents didn't care about that. Then Xu Fan's father spoke to Yang Yu in a stern voice. "Yang Yu, don't think that just because Xu Fan is protecting you, we won't take action against you. Let me tell you, my daughter isn't worth following someone like you. If you're smart, you should break up with our Xu Fan as soon as possible." Feng Jiqi also chimed in. "Exactly. Yang Yu, you should leave our Xu Fan immediately. We will never agree to you two being together." Xu Fan hurriedly stood up and explained, "Mom and Dad, you've misunderstood Yang Yu. He's definitely not a big fraudster." Feng Jiqi rolled her eyes and said, "Xu Fan, stop covering for Yang Yu. Such a lame excuse, and you actually tried to fool us? Do you really think I'm stupid?" Yang Yu heard what Xu Fan's parents and Feng Jiqi said, but he didn't react at all. He just spoke calmly, "Wait until tomorrow, and you'll see if I'm really a big liar." Xu Fan's father, upon hearing Yang Yu's words, seemed to have found a weakness in him and immediately said, "Alright, since you mentioned tomorrow, we'll wait for you tonight. We hope you can truly prove it to us tomorrow." Xu Fan's mother chimed in from the side, "If you can't prove tomorrow that you're not a fraud, we hope you'll have the decency to leave our home and Xu Fan alone." After saying that, Xu Fan's parents returned to their room to sleep. Yang Yu also tugged at Xu Fan's sleeve, signaling for her to go back to her room and sleep. Xu Fan hesitated for a moment but eventually returned to his own bedroom to sleep. After all, he trusted Yang Yu and believed he was definitely not a big con artist. In Yang Yu and Xu Fan's bedroom, after Xu Fan had put Shen Shen to sleep, he turned to embrace Yang Yu, his eyes filled with concern as he spoke. "Yang Yu, you really don't need to sacrifice so much for me." Yang Yu shook his head, then smiled gently as he stroked Xu Fan's cheek and said, "Silly, how could I bear to see you sad? You're my wife, how could I possibly watch you be mistreated? But are you really sure you can prove it to my parents tomorrow?" Yang Yu nodded, smiled, and gently stroked Xu Fan's cheek before saying, "Don't worry. As long as you believe I won't lie to you, I will never lie to you." Xu Fan, upon hearing this, could only choose to temporarily trust Yang Yu. He nodded and lay down on the bed, falling asleep. However, Yang Yu remained awake for a long time. The next morning, Xu Fan's parents asked Yang Yu and the others to sit together for breakfast. Xu Fan's father spoke while eating. "Yang Yu, do you remember what you said yesterday? If you can't prove today that you're not a big fraud, you should leave our family and Xu Fan on your own." Immediately, Yang Yu picked up a bun and placed it in Xu Fan's bowl, smiling at Xu Fan's parents and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Let me have a sip of porridge first. Don't you think this bun is especially fragrant?" Seeing Yang Yu act as if nothing had happened, Xu Fan's parents also wore puzzled expressions. They felt that Yang Yu seemed confident, but they couldn't figure out where he had the courage to act that way. Then Xu Fan's mother chimed in with a mocking tone, "Even if we wait a little longer, what's the big deal? When his lies are exposed, will he still be able to act so pretentious? I doubt he'll ever be able to hold his head up high in front of us again." Just then, Feng Jiqi suddenly burst out of the room, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Yang Yu. She then handed the phone to Yang Yu. "My husband called and said he was looking for you." Yang Yu saw Feng Jiqi coming over with the phone and immediately guessed that Miao Jianming must have called Zhao Changren to confirm his identity. Yang Yu remembered that after mentioning Zhao Changren yesterday, Miao Jianming had immediately changed the subject, which must have raised his suspicions. Moreover, the Tsanglong Research Institute would certainly send Miao Jianming to apologize to him. Insulting Yang Yu was more painful for the researchers at the Tsanglong Research Institute than being killed, as Yang Yu represented the dignity of their research team. Chapter 163, Moving? "Hey, what's up?" Yang Yu picked up the phone and asked in a calm tone. Upon hearing Yang Yu's voice on the phone, Miao Jianming's previously anxious mood instantly calmed down. It was him, it really was him. Miao Jianming took a deep breath and reluctantly began to apologize. "I'm Miao Jianming. I'm really sorry, Yang Yu. I shouldn't have called you a non-researcher yesterday without knowing the facts. It was my mistake." Now Miao Jianming could roughly guess that Yang Yu was definitely a researcher, and his rank must be extremely high. Otherwise, his master Zhao Changren wouldn't have been so afraid of him. Upon hearing Miao Jianming's apology, Yang Yu couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. He had bet correctly. Yang Yu knew that Miao Jianming was now undoubtedly filled with regret and self-blame, and might even be considering finding a hole to crawl into. "Alright, this matter is over. I don't blame you. Don't dwell on it anymore." Yang Yu spoke softly. With his broad-mindedness, he would never bother to hold a grudge against such a minor figure. Shu Fan's parents were stunned to hear Miao Jianming actually apologize to Yang Yu. They had originally planned to humiliate Yang Yu thoroughly, but Miao Jianming had instead bowed his head and admitted his mistake first. This completely shattered their worldview. In their eyes, a man they had once admired was now apologizing to a worthless thug, and his attitude was so humble. It wasn't just Shu Fan's parents who were shocked. Shu Fan himself was also staring at Yang Yu in disbelief, unable to believe what he had just heard. Upon hearing that Yang Yu had no intention of pressing the matter further, Miao Jianming sighed in relief and hurriedly spoke up. I do not expect you to forgive me. I only ask that you do not hold our Westgate Province Research Institute responsible. These matters were my decision alone and have nothing to do with the entire project team. I am willing to take full responsibility for this mistake. I only hope that you can forgive our Westgate Province Research Institute. Yang Yu had never even considered taking action against the Westgate Province Research Institute. Yang Yu spoke in a solemn tone. Rest assured, I accept your apology. Neither you nor the Westgate Research Institute will be in any trouble. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Miao Jianming finally felt completely at ease. Shu Fan's parents looked at Feng Jiqi with puzzled expressions, then asked in confusion, Feng Jiqi, what exactly happened? Feng Jiqi shook his head, as he didn't know what was going on either. He then proceeded to recount the events that had just unfolded. Early this morning, Miao Jianming called me and asked about Yang Yu. He repeatedly urged me not to target Yang Yu anymore and to apologize to him. He also said he wanted me to tell Yang Yu that he was willing to compensate him for any losses. When I said there were no losses, he insisted that no matter what, the incident was his fault. He said he would come over immediately to meet Yang Yu and apologize in person. I quickly grabbed my phone and rushed out. Why should he apologize to him? Shu Fan's father stared at Feng Jiqi with wide eyes and asked. Feng Jiqi really couldn't understand why Miao Jianming had called her so early in the morning and told her to tell him to come apologize to Yang Yu. What was going on? Could it be that Yang Yu's background was so powerful that even the people from the Westgate Province Research Institute were afraid of him? Feng Jiqi shook her head and said, I have no idea. I'm still completely in the dark. Didn't Miao Jianming explain the situation to you? Shu Fan's father spoke up, addressing Feng Jiqi. Shu Fan's parents witnessed the scene unfolding before them. Though they were reluctant to believe it, seeing Yang Yu's confident expression, they had no choice but to gradually accept reality. Yang Yu then turned to Shu Fan's parents, smiled confidently, and said, Dad, Mom, what do you think? Does this prove that I'm not a big liar? Seeing Yang Yu explain the matter so casually, Shu Fan's parents felt even more embarrassed. So Shu Fan's parents spoke up in protest, Yang Yu, this only proves that you're not a big fraud, but it doesn't prove that you have the ability to provide Shu Fan with a happy life. Shu Fan's parents remained adamant that Shu Fan should cut ties with Yang Yu and continued, unless you can prove you have the ability to provide Shu Fan with a happy life, I advise you to leave our family as soon as possible and not waste Shu Fan's precious youth. I've already told you, I've bought a house in the heart of Luzhou City at Tangchenipin. Isn't that enough proof that I can provide Shu Fan with a happy life? Yang Yu spread his hands helplessly and sighed. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Shu Fan's parents both sneered disdainfully, anyone can talk big. Who knows if that key you have is really for the house in the center of Luzhou City? Maybe the house is even fake. After hearing his parents' words, Shu Fan's expression grew somber. Yang Yu patted Shu Fan on the shoulder and spoke to him gently, it's okay, don't worry. Trust me. Since Mom and Dad want to move into the new house, let's move today. I'll have the new house all cleaned up and ready for you by tonight, and we can move in. Yang Yu then turned to Ran Duo and instructed her, Ran, please contact Su Ningran and ask her to bring Chen Jie along. We can help him sort out his accommodation at the same time. Ran Duo nodded, then took out her laptop and sent messages to both Su Ningran and Chen Jie. Here you go again, bragging. Who can't talk big? Shu Fan's mother shot Yang Yu a disapproving glance. I'd love to see how you're going to get us to move to the heart of Luzhou City to live in Tangchenipin today. Yang Yu shrugged indifferently. He didn't feel like dealing with his future-in-laws at the moment. He then walked over to Ran Duo, let's go discuss this outside. Alright. Yang Yu and Ran Duo then stepped outside together. Yang Yu asked, how soon can we move in? Ran Duo thought for a moment before answering in a serious tone, if we're talking about the absolute fastest, it should be possible to move into the house in about 4 hours. Alright, then I'll leave this matter in your capable hands. You'll handle arranging the furniture, purchasing appliances, and decorating the house. Additionally, please prepare a few guest rooms. Yang Yu said to Ran Duo. Chapter 164, Tangchenipin. Ran Duo nodded in response to Yang Yu's instructions and replied in a solemn tone, no problem. She then proceeded to handle the specific details of the matter. Shortly thereafter, the property management company of Tangchenipin in the center of Luzhou City received instructions from Su Ningran and began preparing for the welcome ceremony for Yang Yu. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yu arrived at the hotel where Chen Jie was staying. After packing his belongings, Chen Jie prepared to accompany Yang Yu to the Tangchenipin in the center of Luzhou City. Just then, Su Ningran arrived in her Ferrari at the location where Yang Yu and Chen Jie were standing, followed by a professional moving company. When Shu Fan's parents and Feng Ziki saw so many people suddenly arrive with such a grand entourage, they suddenly felt that Yang Yu was becoming increasingly enigmatic to them. Chen Jie, have you gotten your house back in the Tangcheniping complex in the center of Luzhou City? Yang Yu asked curiously. Thanks to Su Bureau Chief's help, otherwise I might never have gotten my own house back in my lifetime. Chen Jie was deeply grateful to Su Ningran for her assistance. It was precisely because of Su Ningran's help that he was able to reclaim his own house in such a short period of time. Now Chen Jie can finally move into the Tangcheniping apartment he purchased in the heart of Luzhou City and live there with a clear conscience. Several people rode in the Ferrari driven by Su Ningran, and a large group arrived at the lobby of the Tangcheniping building in the heart of Luzhou City. When they saw the luxurious villa complex before them, everyone was stunned. Shu Fan's father and mother exchanged glances, seeing nothing but astonishment in each other's eyes. Everyone gasped in awe and exclaimed in unison, "No wonder this is the best residential area in all of Luzhou City. The scenery, the environment, and all the amenities are truly top-notch. Compared to those high-end neighborhoods outside, this place is on a whole different level. And the most crucial point is that these houses are simply too expensive. This villa district is located in the most bustling downtown area of Luzhou City, and it's in a prime location where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Owning property here is definitely the domain of billionaires." That's right. Although it's just a 3-story building along the street, the row of parking spaces alone must be worth millions. I just took a look at the sports cars parked over there. They're all top-of-the-line limited edition models. Each one must be worth tens of millions. Shu Fan's father couldn't help but exclaim. The housing prices here are indeed extremely expensive, but this area is home to nearly 60% of the upper crust of Luzhou City, and it's also the most elite class in the entire city, not to mention the entire southern region. Living in such a place is undoubtedly the most enjoyable thing one could ask for. Shu Fan's mother nodded in agreement. Then Shu Fan's father looked at Yang Yu and said, "Yang Yu, you better not be lying to us. I hope you really bought a house here. If you really bought a house here, what could I possibly do if I let Shu Fan marry you?" Upon hearing Shu Fan's father's words, Yang Yu's face also lit up with excitement. This was the first time Shu Fan's parents had ever set conditions with him, agreeing to let Shu Fan marry him. The Tangcheniping in the center of Luzhou City is a typical high-end community, home to dozens of luxurious mansions. Everyone who lives here is wealthy, and even the children are born with a silver spoon in their mouths. For children from ordinary families like Shu Fan, unless they get incredibly lucky, they could never afford a house here. No wonder his father made such a demand after all, who would willingly give away their precious daughter for nothing. Buying a house in the heart of Luzhou City at Tangcheniping starts at 100 million, and that is not even in a prime location. It's simply beyond the means of an ordinary family. The true central area is off limits. Even if you have the money without the right connections, you won't stand a chance of buying a property there, because you simply can't get in. And this very status is precisely what Yang Yu possesses. Money is merely a number to Yang Yu. He rarely carries large amounts of cash on his person. To the average person, the Tangcheniping complex in the center of Luzhou City consists only of ordinary apartment buildings and single-story villas. However, in the heart of the area lies a 5-story villa district, comprising 3 above-ground floors and 2 underground floors, primarily equipped with residential units and entertainment rooms. In front of the villas lies a vast estate featuring a swimming pool, a horse ranch, and a golf course. The interior design of this place was all done by Yang Yu according to Shu Fan's ideal vision for a home. Yang Yu has invested a great deal of emotion into this private estate, so the decor here leans toward a traditional, antique-style aesthetic. At that moment, Su Ningran also entered the place with Chen Jie and the others. Wow! It's so big. It's just like a castle from a fairy tale. I feel like I'm in a European palace from a movie. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Before arriving here, they had already guessed that Tangcheniping must be large, but they never imagined it would be this enormous. Ran Duor smiled and said, "This place wasn't originally called Tangcheniping. It was renovated later and transformed into its current form." Listening to Ran Duor's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Then Ran Duor turned to Shu Fan with a smile and asked, "Ms. Ma, the decoration and design here were all done by Mr. Yang according to your ideal vision. Are you satisfied?" Upon hearing Ran Duor's words, Shu Fan finally snapped out of her stunned state. She lifted her head, carefully examined the house, and then slowly nodded. "Yes, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied." "That's good." Ran Duor smiled and nodded. At that moment, Xian ran happily around the villa. As she ran, she saw a small amusement park in the estate. This small amusement park was specially designed for Xian. As soon as Xian stepped inside, she darted toward the playground like a fish darting into water, bursting into a joyful sprint. Yang Yu then turned to the others and said, "Let's go in and take a look. This villa is pretty nice." When Feng Jiqi entered the villa and saw the interior decoration, various high-tech devices, and home appliances, she was also stunned. Every corner of the house exuded an air of luxury, especially the massive TV screen hanging in the center of the living room, which made Feng Jiqi feel as though she were in a dream. Chapter 165, Achilles' Heel. Goodness, this is too much. Feng Jiqi exclaimed excitedly. As a woman, this villa held an irresistible allure for her, making her unwilling to leave. Shu Fan's father was also momentarily speechless upon seeing the villa, but he managed to compose himself and said after a moment of shock, "Yang Yu, having such a fine son-in-law like you, I can rest assured knowing that our Shu Fan is in good hands with you." After that, Shu Fan's father made his way to the sofa area inside the villa. Upon taking in the villa's interior design, he nodded in satisfaction. On the second floor of the villa, Shu Fan's parents stood by the windowsill, looking out at the bustling city of Shanghai below. A look of satisfaction spread across both their faces. This was also what made Shu Fan's parents feel satisfied. This was a villa district in the heart of Shanghai City, and it was even a standalone villa district. In the center of Shanghai City, such a villa district would easily cost over 100 million yuan. Shu Fan's mother looked at the beautiful scenery and the luxurious villa before her, her eyes filled with reluctance. She then turned to Yang Yu and said, "Yang Yu, I see this villa has quite a few rooms, and the view is also very nice. Plus, the villa is so large it would be a bit of a waste for Shu Fan to live here alone. I think I'll help you two tidy up the house. Look at how big this villa is. If Shu Fan were to live here alone, it would be too lonely." Shu Fan's mother continued, "Anyway, your father and I are pretty free most of the time. Why don't we move in and help take care of you all?" Yang Yu immediately saw through Shu Fan's parents' intentions and replied, "There are plenty of rooms here, but I just like having them empty." Shu Fan's parents knew that asking Yang Yu was pointless, so they shifted their focus to Shu Fan and asked, "Shu Fan, what do you think?" Upon hearing his parents' words, Shu Fan felt torn inside. He turned to look at Yang Yu, feeling somewhat conflicted. Yang Yu saw Shu Fan's troubled expression, smiled, and gently ruffled her hair before saying, "You can stay here for a few days at most. Once I've settled into my life in Shanghai, you can return home." This was the highest standard Yang Yu could accept, as the villa had originally been given to him and Shu Fan by the state as their small home. After all the items from the old house had been moved to the villa, Yang Yu went to Chen Jia's home for a while before returning home. Upon returning home, Yang Yu went to the room next to the second floor balcony, which was his private room. Just then, Ran Duo suddenly walked over and closed the door to the room. She then handed Yang Yu a phone and said, "Captain Xiao Feng is looking for you." Upon hearing that it was Xiao Feng calling, Yang Yu immediately took the phone and answered, saying, "Hello, Captain Xiao, it's been a long time." "Oh, Mr. Yang, I finally managed to get in touch with you." Xiao Feng's anxious voice came through the phone. Yang Yu also furrowed his brows at that moment. Hearing Xiao Feng's anxious tone, he couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. "What's going on?" Yang Yu frowned and asked. "Yes, something did happen. I just received word that before you arrived in Luzhou City, foreign spies were secretly monitoring your wife and daughter. Fortunately, the Wild Leopard team was there to protect them, so the spies were unable to harm them," Xiao Feng explained. Yang Yu heard this and suddenly felt dazed. Hadn't he just put Shu Fan and Xian Xian in the most dangerous place? He never imagined that someone would dare to target his wife and daughter. This was like touching Yang Yu's sore spot. He clenched his fists tightly and asked in a cold voice, "Who did this? What are their intentions? Have you found out yet?" "Not yet. These bastards are extremely cunning, and they seem to know everything about your wife and daughter, even down to the details of our wild leopard training program. I suspect this matter is likely connected to M country. They definitely don't want to see our nation rise again," Xiao Feng analyzed. "Moreover, we've learned that they seem to be using your wife and daughter's information to track you down. I believe their ultimate goal is still to find you," Xiao Feng said in a low voice. Yang Yu heard these words, and the heavy weight on his heart finally eased slightly, but he couldn't help but feel some lingering worry. Shu Fan and Xian Xian were his Achilles' heel. If anything were to happen to them, Yang Yu would undoubtedly lose all control and become completely overwhelmed. "The Air Force commander knows that your wife and daughter are your Achilles' heel, so we have specifically strengthened the protection for your wife and daughter this time, and the level of protection is even stronger than the security at the Tsanglong Research Institute," Xiao Feng said in a low voice. Having known Yang Yu for so many years, Xiao Feng naturally understood his weaknesses very well. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, Yang Yu finally relaxed. As long as Xiao Feng and his group protected Shu Fan and Xian Xian, his heart could finally find peace, no longer burdened by worry. After all, this was Yang Yu's greatest weakness. Although he did not fear it, having this weakness always made him feel uneasy and incomplete in his actions. Yang Yu took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn tone, "Thank you." Xiao Feng remained silent for a moment before speaking in a solemn tone, "There's no need to thank me. This is my responsibility. The old herbalist will also have something to discuss with you shortly. He will call you in about half an hour." Yang Yu replied, "All right, I'll make sure to answer the call." After chatting for a while longer, Yang Yu hung up the phone. Then Yang Yu frowned and walked downstairs with a serious expression. As he descended the stairs, Yang Yu saw Shu Fan helping Xian Xian put on her school uniform. As he approached, he saw Xianxian sitting quietly on the chair, looking like a well-behaved little girl. At that moment, Yang Yu took a red toy car out of his backpack, handed it to Xianxian, and said softly, "Here, this is a gift from Daddy for you today." Xuanxuan's eyes widened instantly upon seeing the red toy car. "This is?" Yang Yu smiled slightly. "Do you like it?" Dad specially brought it back for Xianxian. Chapter 166, The Red Toy Car. Xianxian nodded vigorously and said, "I like it. I love it. Dad is the best." Yang Yu saw his daughter's happy expression and couldn't help but let a smile curve his lips. Later, when Xianxian was holding the red toy car, Yang Yu pressed the activation button on an app on his phone. Ding! Activation successful. After a crisp sound, the toy car scanned Xuanxuan's face, and she was quickly recorded by the system. Ding! Successful identification. Then, Yang Yu's phone displayed the Phoenix Guardian system. At this point, Yang Yu's Guardian system had been upgraded to its most advanced state. Aside from being able to detect whether the surrounding environment met the usage conditions, all other functions had been extracted. The primary function of this toy car is now to allow users to customize its interior into various pieces of equipment, which can be assembled within the toy car according to the user's specific needs. Additionally, Yang Yu has integrated an intelligent program into the toy car. If necessary, it can swiftly generate a new set of protective armor based on the user's intentions, providing protection for Xianxian and helping her fend off enemies in dangerous situations. Although this red toy car has undergone testing, it is the primary technological product developed by Yang Yu, so he remains highly confident in its performance. When Yang Yu was designing this red toy car, due to the high performance requirements, he opted for the most traditional method and incorporated a significant amount of metal into its construction. In Yang Yu's view, these metals were nearly indestructible, even bullets or rocket launchers couldn't damage them. Yang Yu smiled as he gently stroked Xuanxuan's little face, then spoke to her, "This is a gift from Daddy for Xianxian. Xianxian must remember to always keep this toy car with you. This toy car will protect you. As long as you have this toy car, Daddy will be able to find you and protect you just like I'm right beside you." Xianxian held the red toy car tightly in her hands, unable to put it down. She nodded firmly and said, "Okay, Dad, don't worry. I'll definitely keep this toy car with me. If anyone dares to bully me, I'll make this toy car bite them." Yang Yu couldn't help but laugh as he reached out to pinch Xuanxuan's chubby little cheeks. At that moment, Shufan spoke up, urging, "It's getting late. Hurry up and take your daughter to kindergarten." Yang Yu nodded, then picked up Xianxian and placed her on his shoulders, and set off toward the Lion Kindergarten with her. About 10 minutes later, Yang Yu arrived at the entrance of the Lion Kindergarten with Xianxian. Watching Xianxian run into the kindergarten, Yang Yu's inner anxiety eased slightly. He longed to live such an ordinary life every day, picking up his daughter from school, and shopping for groceries and cooking at home with Shufan. But Yang Yu was well aware that he could never truly live such a life. The responsibilities on his shoulders were simply too heavy, and he carried too much on his shoulders. Yang Yu sighed softly, then turned and walked toward his home. On his way home, Yang Yu encountered Su Ningran and Chen Jie, who were holding gifts and waiting at the entrance to his home. "Look how embarrassing this is. You could have just come over without bringing gifts." Yang Yu snatched the gifts from Su Ningran and Chen Jie and hurried inside to put them away. Seeing Yang Yu's expression, the two couldn't help but laugh. Shufan saw Su Ningran and Chen Jie arrive and quickly brewed some West Lake Longjing tea for everyone. Chen Jie picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then asked, "Yang Yu, do you remember Li Fei Air?" Yang Yu nodded and asked in confusion, "Of course I remember. What's the matter?" At that moment, Su Ningran spoke in a solemn tone, "This Li Fei has been thoroughly investigated by the relevant authorities, and it was discovered that she had evaded taxes, with the amount reaching as high as 80 million yuan. Tax evasion?" Yang Yu raised his eyebrows. Chen Jie nodded and said, "Yes, and Li Fei was fined by the relevant authorities. The fine amounted to a whopping 200 million. Su Ningran added, "Moreover, Li Fei's management company cannot escape legal consequences either, as they assisted her in tax evasion. As a result, the relevant authorities have also imposed a fine of 30 million yuan on her economic management company." Chen Jie, upon hearing Su Ningran's words, burst into laughter in relief. He slammed the table hard and exclaimed, "Karma! It's truly karma. I told you this woman wasn't simple. She's not just the kind of person who bullies ordinary people and acts like a celebrity. I never expected her to be so bold as to evade taxes. I used to feel sorry for her, but now I want to see what she has left to feel sorry about. She deserves it. Haha, this must be some satisfaction for you." Yang Yu joined in the laughter. This outcome, no matter how it turns out, is entirely Li Fei's own doing. Su Ningran shook her head and said, "Li Fei's company was fined, and this incident has had a significant impact on the entire entertainment industry. Li Fei probably won't be able to make a comeback this time." Chen Jie smiled and said, "So what? Isn't this all her own doing? Who told her to bully you like that when you didn't do anything?" Hearing Chen Jie speak up for him, Yang Yu couldn't help but give a wry smile. Yang Yu wasn't in the mood to care about Li Fei's affairs. His entire focus was on the safety of Shu Fan and Xianxian. Just then, Ran Duo called out to Yang Yu from the second-floor staircase. Yang Yu knew immediately that it must be the old herbalist calling him. After saying that, Yang Yu stood up and said, "Shu Fan, you stay here and chat with them. I have something to do. I'll go upstairs for a moment." With that, Yang Yu headed toward the second floor. Upon reaching the room next to the balcony on the second floor, Yang Yu locked the door from the inside, closed the windows, and then answered the phone. "Hello, is this old man medicine?" Yang Yu spoke first. On the other end of the line, the serious voice of the old herbalist came through. "This is Yao Xinghua." Yang Yu nodded. "Mr. Yao, what can I do for you?" Yao Xinghua sighed lightly before asking, "Xiao Feng must have told you about the foreign spies, right?" Chapter 167, The Omo Military Equipment Competition. Yang Yu paused for a moment before speaking. "Yes, Xiao Feng mentioned this when he called me earlier." "What's going on? Are those people causing trouble again?" Yao Lao said in a low voice. "No, since you already know about it, let me ask you this. Do you know the true purpose behind those foreign spies monitoring your wife and daughter?" Yang Yu asked in confusion. "Is it to find out my identity? Or did they guess that I was the one who created the three-mode space-based man worship?" Yao Lao replied solemnly, "No. Their true purpose is the Omo Military Equipment Grand Competition, the world-class event being held this year." "What?" Yang Yu's eyes widened instantly. "The Omo Military Equipment Competition? What on earth is that?" Yao Lao took a deep breath and said, "This Omo Military Equipment Competition is a game created by M Country. The rules are just a gimmick. The number of participants isn't strictly limited, and those who join are elite military personnel from various fields around the world." Yang Yu furrowed his brows and asked, "What makes this competition special?" "Of course there is. Do you know why the M Congress would organize such a competition?" the old alchemist continued to ask. Yang Yu shook his head, indicating he didn't know. "Actually, this is quite understandable. In recent years, M Country has always been a core member of the European Union. However, due to the decline of European nations and the influence of various factors, M Country has also become increasingly powerful, emerging as the world's leading superpower. However, such situations have existed in the histories of these nations. After all, a nation that is not sufficiently powerful cannot sustain a vast empire. This is an undeniable fact. This has also led to an overwhelming sense of pride and self-respect in M Country. They believe that they are the true rulers of the world, while other nations are weaklings who resort to such measures. They hope that through this competition, they can demonstrate their strength to the world, assert their position as the number one power, and force other nations to submit. What's so great about this competition? They can't even compare to our great nation of China." Yang Yu snorted disdainfully. As a member of the Chinese nation, he too despised the United States. This world-class competition also invited our country, precisely because we have developed a three-mode space-capable man worship. As a result, our country has surpassed M Country in military technology, making them feel that their position in the world is slightly shaken. That's why they're organizing this Omo military equipment competition to unite other countries and suppress our country. Yang Yu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, furrowing his brows as he said, "These guys have some serious ambitions. They actually want to reshuffle the global order on a global scale. Indeed, that's a huge ambition." After a moment of silence, the old man continued, "Although our country now possesses three-dimensional space-capable man warships, we have a fatal weakness: we lag behind the rest of the world in other military equipment. This upcoming Omo military equipment competition will likely. Many countries are targeting our nation, including even the powerful nations of M, S, and Y, which have all sent teams to participate. They are all aware that we possess three-mode space-capable man warships, so we cannot deploy such vessels to participate in this year's Omo military equipment competition." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and addressed the old alchemist with a question. "Old alchemist, may I participate in this Omo military equipment competition?" "This is precisely why they sent spies to gather information about you and monitor your wife and daughter. That is their true purpose. They sent spies to try to restrain your wife and daughter, precisely to prevent you from attending this Omo military equipment competition." The old man spoke solemnly to explain. Yang Yu listened to the old man's words and felt unjust for his wife and daughter. After all, they were innocent civilians, yet they had been harmed due to the political struggles between nations. If Yang Yu wasn't angry, that would be a lie. The old herbalist continued, "We have received intelligence that the European nations have united and developed a new weapon. This weapon is incredibly powerful and capable of warp speed flight, even capable of bypassing all existing air defense systems." Yang Yu took a deep breath, gazing at the star-studded night sky outside the window, and couldn't help but squint his eyes. He spoke up, "These guys really haven't given up their evil intentions. Master Ye, rest assured. This time, I'll show them just how laughable their efforts are in my eyes." Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, the old man sighed in relief and said, "The Air Force commander and higher-ups have all requested that you personally lead the team to participate in this Omo military equipment competition. However, remember this mission must succeed at all costs. If we fail, our nation will never be able to hold its head high again, and we may even face irreparable ruin. Yang Yu nodded firmly. He had to go to this OMO military equipment competition. Because this competition wasn't just about the rivalry between the Huaxia nation and Europe, it also involved the ambitions of M nation. M country absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen, as it still holds absolute dominance on the international stage. If it were to be outshone by the Huaxia nation, that is something M country would never tolerate under any circumstances. Yao Lao wanted to see Yang Yu as he is now, full of fighting spirit. He believed that only Yang Yu had the determination to compete, and victory would be effortless for him. By then, no matter what powerful new weapons the foreign nations develop together, Yang Yu will be able to destroy them with ease. This would effectively cut off M nation's last line of retreat. As for the old alchemist, I know what to do. Yang Yu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam, and spoke in an icy tone. How dare these bastards target his wife and daughter? Yang Yu snorted coldly, determined to make these men pay with blood. Master Yang, do you have a plan? Go ahead and speak, we will follow your instructions. The old alchemist also spoke solemnly. He was eager to hear what Yang Yu had in mind. Yang Yu rubbed his nose and then spoke in a solemn tone. They said their newly developed weapon is incredibly powerful and can destroy all anti-aircraft systems in the world, right? Chapter 168. Let's see how much longer you can keep this up. The underlying meaning is that our nation's air defense systems are as good as non-existent in the face of their newly developed weapons, isn't it? Well, let them experience firsthand what true technology really means. Currently, there is another project under development at the Tsanglong Research Institute, known as the Star Picking Project. The scientific products being developed under this plan are specifically designed to counter the new weapons developed by foreign countries. The Star Picking plan has developed an extremely special material with terrifying anti-interference capabilities. Even the most advanced weapons and equipment from M country cannot penetrate the protective layer of this material. Furthermore, the products made from this material are extremely delicate, so much so that they are barely visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, the strength and toughness of this material are truly remarkable. Moreover, we can further refine this material, and eventually, there will be no weapon that cannot be cut by it, not even a meteor falling from the sky. What's even more important is that I have designed and incorporated particle robots into this material. These robots can control the material's properties, activating automatically when defense is needed and deactivating when it is not required. Combined with the electronic pulse technology we have developed, even the most powerful weapons will not be able to breach our defenses. With this device, foreign countries will no longer be able to bully our Chinese nation with weapons. Moreover, we can use this opportunity to give them a taste of their own medicine, showing them that the Chinese nation is no pushover. If they persist in their ways, we will retaliate directly and demonstrate the true might of the Chinese nation. If they wish to play dirty tricks with us, we will gladly join them in their games. Yang Yu blurted out the entire plan in one breath. After finishing, a confident smile appeared on Yang Yu's lips. After listening to Yang Yu's entire plan, the old alchemist was utterly speechless with astonishment. Excitedly, the old herbalist spoke up. Yang Yu, you are truly a prodigious talent. With this plan, the upcoming OMO military equipment competition will be a turning point for our nation. After hearing your plan, I can finally rest easy. You're a real prodigy. We old-timers probably won't be able to match you in our lifetime. Yao Lao burst into laughter at that moment. It seemed as though he had already foreseen that after the OMO military equipment competition concluded, the name of Huaxia nation would resonate throughout the entire world. Yang Yu scratched his head bitterly and said, Master Ye, you're teasing me again. You're my senior. If I dare to call myself a prodigy, wouldn't that be insulting your intelligence? You little brat, you have a sharp tongue. The old herbalist said with a frown. Upon hearing Yang Yu's plan, the old herbalist naturally understood the true value of the research product Yang Yu had mentioned earlier. Moreover, hearing that Yang Yu hadn't even mentioned any preparations and was already in the midst of an ongoing research project and that this research project was entirely his own initiative, the old man felt that Yang Yu was truly a super genius. Moreover, upon hearing that Yang Yu had no preparations yet and was already proceeding with an ongoing research project, one that he had personally initiated, the old alchemist couldn't help but think that Yang Yu was truly a genius. However, this genius now belongs to the Huaxia nation. Yang Yu shrugged and said, Actually, I don't have any better ideas either. After all, I don't want my parents and relatives to be in danger. Although there are many participants in this OMO military equipment competition, in my eyes, these people are not worth fearing, because I am 100% confident that I can win. Since that's the case, I'll hand over your plan to the Tsanglong Research Institute. Let them handle it from there. Yao Lao nodded and spoke slowly. I believe your plan will definitely succeed. Not only this matter, but any difficulties you encounter in the future will be shouldered by you alone. You are the backbone of our nation, and I have complete confidence in you. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, I'll just take your kind words, old master. You young man, you're quite something. We can indeed use this opportunity to declare to the world that our Chinese nation does not need to rely on them. Our Chinese nation has the capital to do so. You're a smart kid. We can indeed use this opportunity to declare to the world that our Huaxia nation doesn't need to rely on them. We have the capital to stand on our own. The old alchemist laughed heartily as he spoke. However, speaking of which, Yang Yu, when can you return to the Tsanglong Research Institute at the earliest? The old alchemist asked in a serious tone. Upon hearing about this research product, the old alchemist, as a researcher, was also extremely excited. It had minute details, ultra-high quality, and extremely powerful strength and toughness. If this product were deployed in the core areas of the base and in the armed combat readiness warehouses, it could significantly enhance the national defense capabilities of the Huaxia nation. Moreover, even if this research product could only function minimally, it would still be an incredibly remarkable project. At this point, Yang Yu spoke in a solemn tone, Master Yang, my star-picking plan is just one of the research projects I'm preparing for this trip. I need to return to the Tsanglong Research Institute before I can finalize more detailed research plans. Yang Yu was well aware that relying solely on the star-picking plan, a defensive research product, would not be sufficient to completely counter the pressure exerted by foreign United Nations entities on China. He had to design another highly aggressive research product. Only through such means could he make the so-called United Nations abroad understand that China's strength was absolutely not something they could covet. When the old alchemist heard that Yang Yu had other research plans, he was also startled by Yang Yu. He never expected Yang Yu to have other research projects besides the star-picking plan. The research project Yang Yu hadn't mentioned yet must be extremely powerful. After all, every one of Yang Yu's research projects was already groundbreaking. If Yang Yu had mentioned it, it must be far superior to the star-picking plan. Yao Lao's heart immediately filled with anticipation. He knew that this research project was definitely explosive news. If the research yielded successful results, then in the future, the country would have the capital to compete with the top nations in the world. This is truly a pleasant surprise. It seems we will definitely secure victory at the OMO military equipment competition this time. The old alchemist spoke excitedly. Even if the first-rate powers of M country insist on causing trouble for us on the international stage, they won't be able to last much longer. Yang Yu said in a solemn tone. Chapter 169, Decision-Making. Even if the top brass of M country were to insist on causing trouble for us on the international stage, they wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Yang Yu spoke in a solemn tone. He then turned to look at Ran Duor behind him and asked, Duor, do you want to go back now? Ran Duor paused for a moment, then smiled and said, wherever Mr. Yang goes, I'll go. I'm your secretary. Yang Yu heard Ran Duor's response and also showed a satisfied expression. At this point, he truly needed a secretary to assist him in managing some of the affairs at the Tsanglong Research Institute. After all, with only him handling everything at the institute, he was indeed feeling overwhelmed. Over the past few days, Yang Yu had gotten to know Ran Duor better and had gradually figured out her personality. Though she was usually quiet, she was very diligent, never in her work, and possessed exceptional work capabilities. In this regard, she was indeed an excellent candidate for the role of secretary. Furthermore, in terms of handling matters and her perspective on issues, Ran Duor has consistently met Yang Yu's expectations to a high degree. Although her ideas are still somewhat naive at times, they can be cultivated over time. With Ran Duor's assistance, Yang Yu can alleviate a significant amount of pressure, which is more than sufficient. Master Ye, this matter is urgent. I will depart tonight and return to the Tsanglong Research Institute. Yang Yu replied in a solemn tone. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, the old herbalist also hesitated. Today was the last day of Yang Yu's 7-day vacation, but he had only just arrived in Luzhou City. Calling him back so soon made the old herbalist feel a pang of guilt. While the bigger picture was important, the old alchemist also wanted Yang Yu to return as soon as possible to take charge of the Tsanglong Research Institute. However, he didn't want to push Yang Yu too hard, especially since Yang Yu had only just reunited with his wife and daughter. Therefore, the old alchemist sighed and hesitantly said, why don't you leave tomorrow morning instead? It won't be much later, and you can spend more time with your wife and daughter before returning to the Tsanglong Research Institute. Hearing the old alchemist's words, Yang Yu felt deeply moved, but he still refused the old alchemist's kindness and spoke in a firm voice, no, I can't. Foreign spies are already lurking around my wife and daughter. I must eliminate these troubles at their source. Otherwise, such incidents will inevitably happen again. I must rush back to the Tsanglong Research Institute as soon as possible. This OMO military equipment competition is a perfect opportunity. I must use this chance to showcase the might of our Chinese nation. Only by winning the championship can we deter those foreign powers with ambitions to challenge our Chinese nation. Yang Yu spoke with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, the old alchemist's expression changed slightly. Clearly, he had also sensed the killing intent in Yang Yu's words. The old alchemist fell silent as well. Indeed, Yang Yu had a point. Only by proving the combat strength of the Chinese military through this OMO military equipment competition could they truly intimidate the surrounding nations. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the current Huaxia nation. Alright, then come back and discuss it further. The old herbalist took a deep breath and said, "Be careful on the way." Yang Yu nodded and spoke in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. However, I'll leave all matters related to the Tsanglong Research Institute to you for now." After saying that, Yang Yu hung up the phone. There was no trace of worry on his face. Instead, anger and excitement were surging within him. Yang Yu snorted coldly. These reckless foreigners dared to pull such underhanded tricks behind his back. He wouldn't hesitate to make a big deal out of this. He'd see who dared to scheme against him behind his back, who dared to touch someone close to him. Yang Yu would make them pay a terrible price. Thinking this, Yang Yu suddenly turned to Randuer and spoke in a low, firm voice, "Help me install surveillance cameras all around the villa, both inside and out, leaving no blind spots. This includes all doors and windows even under the beds." "Yes." Randuo was taken aback. Though she didn't understand why Yang Yu was giving such instructions, she immediately obeyed without hesitation. After Randuo left, Yang Yu closed the door and windows, then activated the Super Scientific Research System. Super Science Research System. Host, Yang Yu. Rank, Level 6 Scientist. Abilities, superb memory, light speed analysis, precise insight, top-tier creativity. Task list, new tasks activated. Login plan, progress completed, 0%. Space exploration plan, 47% complete. Nuclear weapons manufacturing program, 52% complete. Star catching plan, 70% complete. New plan, super combat armor project. Yang Yu then opened the system store. Science and Technology Research and Development System points store remaining system points, 90 points. High-tech electronic equipment design drawings redemption requires 20 points. Airframe Survival Nutrition Chamber Design Blueprints Exchange requires 30 points. Network Coverage Insight Design Drawings Exchange requires 20 points. Cosmic Insight Design Blueprints Redemption requires 80 points. Destruction Level Laser Beam Emitter Design Blueprint requires 60 points to redeem. God Tier Artificial Intelligence AI Design Blueprints Exchange requires 200 points. Super Space Monitoring System Code requires 30 points to redeem. Neural Enhancement Technology Redemption requires 30 points. Skynet System Code Redemption requires 100 points. Battle Power Drive Technology requires 50 points to redeem. Skynet System Code requires 100 points to redeem. Combat Mech Armor Shell requires 20 points to redeem. Mech Combat Weapons System requires 60 points to redeem. Yang Yu noticed a brand new plan waiting to be activated and immediately tapped it with his finger. Ding! New task activated successfully. New mission unlocked, OMO Military Equipment Competition. Task details, each victory in the OMO military equipment competition grants 20 system points. Final objective, win the OMO military equipment competition. Reward for completing the final objective, a surprise gift package. Upon seeing the newly activated task, Yang Yu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. If he successfully achieved the final objective of this task, he would finally be able to begin executing the Super Combat Armor Plan. He then glanced at the Science and Technology Research and Development Systems points shop and noticed that he still had 90 points remaining. High-tech electronic equipment design drawings 20 points are required for redemption. Airframe Survival Nutrition Chamber Design Blueprints Exchange requires 30 points. Network Coverage Insight Design Drawings requires 20 points to redeem. Chapter 170, Super Space Monitoring System. Cosmic Insight Design Blueprints requires 80 points to redeem. Cosmic Insight Design Blueprints requires 80 points to redeem. Destruction Level Laser Beam Emitter Design Blueprint requires 60 points to redeem. God Tier Artificial Intelligence AI Design Blueprints requires 200 points to redeem. Super Space Monitoring System Code requires 30 points to redeem. Neural Enhancement Technology Redemption requires 30 points. Skynet System Code Redemption requires 100 points. Battle Power Drive Technology Exchange requires 50 points. Skynet System Code requires 100 points to redeem. Combat Mech Armor Shell requires 20 points to redeem. Mech Combat Weapons System requires 60 points to redeem. Yang Yu then exchanged the Super Space Monitoring System code. With this Super Space Monitoring System, I can ensure the safety of Xu Fan and Xian Xian. Yang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because for Yang Yu, nothing was more important than the safety of his wife and daughter. And only when Xu Fan and Xian Xian are safe can Yang Yu fight forward with a clear purpose, without fear or worry. Yang Yu took a look at the detailed description of the Super Space Monitoring System. This Super Space Monitoring System can track any person through any electronic device, as long as that person is on Earth. Unless they are dead, it can precisely locate and search for them no matter where they go. Such a powerful system requires an enormous amount of computational power, which is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary computers. Handle it. Even a computer would only be able to barely boot up the system. However, if we were to use a super intelligent electronic computer, it might be able to run this program perfectly. Yang Yu raised his wrist and tapped his smartwatch. A holographic projection appeared on the watch, and a synthetic voice rang out, "Yang Yu, hello. This is my office. My name is Xiaodu. I am the super intelligent robot you're looking for. I am the one you've been searching for." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. He had already anticipated this outcome, but he wasn't surprised, as this not-so-clever artificial intelligence had been developed by Yang Yu during his university days. The system's functionality still lagged behind the latest AI technology of the current era. After all, it was a product of a decade ago. Although the system itself is outdated, the supercomputer that powers this artificial intelligence has evolved into an intelligent supercomputer, whose capabilities far surpass those of the original outdated artificial intelligence. Yang Yu's arm, though small, houses the world's most powerful super-intelligent computer. This super-intelligent computer can perform calculations in 1 minute that would take all the computers in the world an entire day to complete. Yang Yu was precisely seeking this level of computational power. Yang Yu then turned on the computer, connected his watch to it, and input the code for the super space monitoring system into the super watch. Instantly, the screen was filled with countless lines of code. Yang Yu carefully reviewed the super system once more to ensure he hadn't missed anything, then nodded satisfactorily. The super space monitoring system is now activating. 15 minutes later, a brand new interface appeared on the holographic projection, which was the system interface of the super space monitoring system. "Locate Ran Duo's exact position," Yang Yu said in a low voice. "Searching. Searching. Search complete. Ran Duo is currently in Luzhou City. Current location displayed." The system's voice came through. Suddenly, numerous scenes from Earth appeared on the holographic image. Then, the scene abruptly shifted and locked onto Ran Duo in Luzhou City. A large holographic image was projected in front of Yang Yu, giving the impression of a 3D panoramic view. At that moment, Ran Duo was in an electronics store purchasing surveillance cameras. Yang Yu glanced at Ran Duo's current state and couldn't help but smile, then said, "It's really useful." He then tried locating other people, and the results were all synchronized. Every area was clearly marked. It must be said that Yang Yu had reached an extremely high level in this technology. Whether it was the distance or the number of people, this super space monitoring system could perfectly detect their signals. The final simulation program of this super space monitoring system uses a series of cursor chains to collect data from cities around the world and instantly transmit it to Yang Yu, forming a three-dimensional virtual image before his eyes. And when this super space monitoring system was in Yang Yu's hands, the entire world seemed to transform into a series of chess pieces. And these pieces were moving according to Yang Yu's will. Yang Yu extended his index finger and tapped the holographic screen a few times. The screen flickered rapidly a few times, then slowly stopped flickering and gradually faded away, replaced by a 3D map. Yang Yu nodded in satisfaction, then murmured to himself, "Once Ran Duo is finished setting up the surveillance around and inside the villa, I can return to the Tsanglong Research Institute with peace of mind." After that, Yang Yu walked out of the room and went down to the first floor. As soon as Yang Yu came downstairs, he immediately saw Xu Fan's parents and Feng Jiqi. Upon seeing Yang Yu come down, Feng Jiqi immediately poured a cup of tea and presented it to Yang Yu, speaking in a flattering tone. "Yang Yu, these days, you should just take it easy and let Xu Fan rest at home. Your aunt will go prepare something delicious for you all. What do you like to eat? Tell your aunt, and if she doesn't know how to make it, I'll go learn how to make it." Yang Yu saw Feng Jiqi's fawning expression and furrowed his brows. He then sat down on the sofa and looked at Xu Fan's parents and Feng Jiqi with a puzzled expression. Xu Fan's parents also forced a strained smile and spoke up, "My dear son-in-law, could you please forgive Miao Jianming? Could you give him another chance?" Because of this incident, he was unable to be promoted to director of the Westgate Province Research Institute. At that moment, Feng Jiqi grabbed Yang Yu's arm, began to tear up, and shook her head while feigning a look of grievance, speaking softly, "I know that this matter is definitely not Mr. Miao's fault, but it is all my aunt's fault. She shouldn't have spoken to you that way." Chapter 171, The Eve of Departure. "I beg you, please forgive Miao Jianming. He is innocent. Please spare him, I beg you," Feng Jiqi pleaded, continuing to speak. Yang Yu's expression also showed some hesitation. At least to others, Feng Jiqi's acting seemed quite convincing. However, the more she acted like this, the more Yang Yu disliked her. After all, she had been so targeted toward Xu Fan when Yang Yu wasn't around. If it weren't for that, how could things have turned out this way? Yang Yu's eyes were fixed on Feng Jiqi, staring at her until she broke out in a cold sweat. Then Yang Yu spoke in a low, firm voice, "I am not Miao Jianming's superior. I have no authority to decide whether he can be promoted to director of the Westgate Province Research Institute." Just then, Xu Fan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of Buddha's delight, which she placed before Yang Yu. With a smile on her face, Xu Fan looked at Yang Yu and said, "Honey, try this bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. This was specially bought for you by your aunt." Yang Yu looked at Shu Fan, who was smiling, and sighed helplessly. He then reached out and ruffled Shu Fan's hair, speaking softly, You let yourself be swayed by just a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall? Your heart is too kind. You'll be easily deceived like this. Do you know that? Yang Yu saw Shu Fan's smiling expression, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to do so, and knew that Shu Fan must be about to speak up on behalf of Feng Jiqi. Miao Jianming's failure to be promoted to director of the Westgate Province Research Institute was entirely his own doing. He had no one else to blame. Yang Yu had originally intended not to get involved in such matters, but he also did not want Shu Fan to be put in a difficult position in the middle of it. With a wry smile, Yang Yu sighed and said helplessly, Alright, tell Miao Jianming that I no longer hold it against him. I will help him resolve the matter of his promotion to director. Feng Jiqi, upon hearing Yang Yu's words, was overcome with gratitude and nearly knelt before him. She then excitedly exclaimed, Thank you. Thank you so much. You're such a kind-hearted person. Auntie is speaking on behalf of Miao Jian to thank you. I truly don't know how to repay you. Yang Yu glanced at Feng Jiqi disdainfully and said, Just stay away from our family's Shu Fan in the future. That's the best way you can repay me. Just then, Yang Yu noticed Ran Duor walking in from outside. He looked at her and asked, Have the surveillance cameras around the villa and inside been set up properly? Yes, I've installed the surveillance cameras inside the villa as you instructed. Ran Duo nodded with a smile, then continued, The remaining cameras are all installed around the villa. There's no spot in the villa that isn't covered by surveillance now. I've also placed the monitors in the villa's courtyard, so even when we're out, we can still see what's happening around the villa. Yang Yu heard this and burst into laughter. You did a great job, Ran. Thank you for your hard work. Mr. Yang, what are you saying? It's my pleasure, no trouble at all. Ran Duo waved her hand. After learning that surveillance cameras had been installed around the villa and inside, Yang Yu turned to Shu Fan. At that moment, Shu Fan smiled and ran into the room to try on clothes, saying, Yang Yu, I'm going shopping with Su Ningran this afternoon. I won't be home for dinner, so you'll have to take care of yourself. You can cook dinner yourself. Yang Yu looked at Shu Fan's happy expression and couldn't help but smile. He then said to Shu Fan, Have fun. Shu Fan didn't notice anything unusual. She just felt that Yang Yu had been staring at her all day, which was a bit strange, and she felt a little shy under his gaze. She finally asked, Yang Yu, why are you always looking at me? As he spoke, Yang Yu quickly ran to Shu Fan's wardrobe, picked out a white long dress, and held it in front of Shu Fan, asking, How about this one? Shu Fan saw the dress in Yang Yu's hands and suddenly broke into a bright smile, nodding and saying, Isn't this the dress you gave me? Don't you remember? Yang Yu then awkwardly scratched his nose and said, Oh, right, this is the one I gave you. Yang Yu had indeed forgotten that he had given her the dress, and proceeded to explain, I told you I have good taste. I spotted you in the crowd at first glance. Shu Fan's little face turned bright red. She never expected Yang Yu to suddenly be so sentimental. Moreover, Yang Yu even mentioned the time he had given her a dress, making Shu Fan feel her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Then Shu Fan smiled and said to Yang Yu, Why don't you help me put it on? Sure. Yang Yu smiled brightly and handed the dress to Shu Fan. Sure. Yang Yu smiled brightly and immediately handed the skirt to Shu Fan. Upon seeing the skirt, Shu Fan's face flushed even redder. After Shu Fan put on the dress and stood in front of the mirror, Yang Yu was instantly speechless. Was this really his Shu Fan? She was even more beautiful than the female lead in a TV drama. At that moment, Shu Fan, dressed in a white long dress and white high heels, looked like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Yang Yu looked at Shu Fan at that moment, a warm smile spreading across his lips as he spoke, My little treasure is so beautiful. Do I need you to tell me that? I've always been this beautiful, you know. Shu Fan proudly lifted her chin and spoke with a touch of arrogance. You. Yang Yu spoiledly ruffled Shu Fan's hair. Just as Shu Fan was about to step out, Yang Yu suddenly stopped her. Yang Yu lowered his head, pressed his lips directly against Shu Fan's pink lips, and kissed her. Shu Fan's body trembled slightly, and she closed her eyes as well. Shu Fan felt the tip of her tongue touch Yang Yu's teeth, and was immediately sucked inside. Her eyelashes trembled slightly before slowly opening her eyes. Shu Fan looked around and noticed that her parents and Feng Jiqi were watching them. A blush spread across Shu Fan's face, but she didn't push Yang Yu away. Instead, she snuggled into his embrace. Then she raised her arms and wrapped them around Yang Yu's waist, beginning to respond to his passionate embrace. After a series of kisses, Shu Fan finally couldn't breathe anymore. She pushed Yang Yu away and whispered, All right, I'm leaving. With that, Shu Fan ran toward the staircase and hurried down the stairs. At that moment, Shu Fan had no idea that this would be Yang Yu's final embrace before leaving her, and also their last meeting. Yang Yu watched Shu Fan happily run downstairs, his eyes filled with reluctance. He even couldn't help but chase after her for a few steps, but upon seeing Shu Fan's excited expression, Yang Yu stopped in his tracks. Chapter 172, completed in 2 days. Yang Yu turned his head, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. It was Yang Yu who had arranged for Su Ningran to ask Shu Fan to go out shopping. The reason why Yang Yu at Sunin Gran asked Shufan to go out shopping was that he didn't want Shufan to experience another separation from him, nor did he want Shufan to go through that heartbreak again.